When the grassroots anchor Ai Jiayao opened the package of the all-purpose butler, she didn't expect to release an ancestor. This so-called housekeeping expert, a bionic man with unparalleled beauty, ordered her around and even forced her in a bed as a pillow every night. When she angrily contacted customer service, the robot surprisingly pulled up a rating interface and pressured her to evaluate his performance in bed. 3 months later, when the interstellar police burst in to capture the fugitive prince, Ai Jiayao finally realized that the personal service the bastard spoke of truly referred to a royal guard task in a literal sense. Chapter 1. The company sent an ancestor. As night fell in a certain community, a delicate figure pushed open the door to her home, breathless and exhausted, collapsing onto the sofa. Whoosh! The sound of running water from the bathroom made Ai Jiayao's face turn pale with fear. She lived alone, so how could there be someone in the bathroom? Did she forget to turn off the tap? Or had a thief broken in? At that moment, the bathroom door swung open. It was a well-built man, not wearing a single stitch of clothing. Ai Jiayao almost dropped her jaw in shock. He had a face like a jade crown, with deep features and eyes as deep as the starry sky, icy yet fiery, exuding a gentle yet domineering aura. His lips were rosy, his tall and muscular figure glistened with water droplets on his strong chest, looking incredibly tempting, and the perfect V-line ended just below where Ai Jiayao dared not look. So white, so tender. Staring at the outrageously handsome man before her, her heart raced almost out of rhythm. Close your eyes. The authoritative male voice was incredibly pleasant, resonating like a magnetic cello. Ai Jiao's heart trembled at first. Then her face turned red as she quickly turned around. I'm sorry, I must have taken a wrong turn. However, after taking 2 steps, she stopped. Wait, this was her home. But why was there a man in her bathroom? Come back. Ai Jiayao froze in place, too scared to move, her mind racing with the earlier question. Could it be? This afternoon, the delivery person had informed Ai Jiayao that the year-end bonus smart robot sent by the company had run away. At that moment, she felt like the sky was about to fall, mainly because this robot had to be returned to the company after the trial period, and if it was lost, it would mean she had to pay a hefty sum.to find it. She had already searched with a detector for an entire afternoon, but found not even a shadow. Ironically, just now at her doorstep, the detector had lit up with an alarm. Goodness, could that man just now be her robot? No, impossible. She quickly dismissed the thought. That was clearly a living person. How could it be a robot? Suddenly, a strong arm pulled her into an embrace. Ai Jiayao was so startled that she trembled all over. Looking at the man again, he had wrapped a towel around himself, his handsome and charming face appearing so close from her angle. You're the ugliest human I've ever seen. Hearing his mockery, Ai Jiayao's face turned a bit ugly. Ugly you, sister. Wait, what did he just say, human? You. That's right, I am the robot you lost. The man was so handsome that it was almost suffocating. His beautiful face could mesmerize anyone, and the dazzling light in his black eyes could instantly captivate the masses. Let go of me. Ai Jiayao initially didn't believe it, but upon seeing the bracelet on his wrist, she accepted the reality. This bracelet was a special mark for robots, also a tracker that the owner could use to locate them. Look, it even displayed his name, Gu Moi. Why should I? Because I am your master. Ai Jiayao swallowed hard in the face of his beauty. She examined him closely. There was not a trace of artificiality on him. The current scientific technology was astonishing, capable of making robots indistinguishable from real people. If it weren't happening right in front of her, she would hardly believe it. However, Gu Moi suddenly picked Ai Jiayao up and tossed her into the bathtub, his gaze dark and mysterious, not knowing what scheme he was plotting. He didn't expect that under the little one's struggle, they both lost balance and fell into the bathtub together. The position was quite awkward. Ai Jiayao's face crashed into his solid chest, which hurt a lot. Your welcome gift is really special. Gu Moi felt a surge of heat, his gaze deepening a little as he instinctively pressed down on Ai Jiayao's head, commanding, don't move. You say don't move, and I won't? Ai Jiayao didn't care about anything and struggled to get up. Little did she know, Gu Moi's long arm tightly held her in his embrace, rendering her immobile. Don't move. Gu Moi warned again. Not moving is for turtles. Ai Jiayao referred to the hidden weapon he used against her. Suddenly, Her eyes widened, realizing what it was, and her face turned fiery red. Let go of me, you filthy rogue. If you keep cursing, do you believe I will block your mouth? Now that his hands are controlling her, how could he block her mouth? You bastard, if you don't let me go, Ai Jiayao was ranting when she suddenly fell silent, her eyes glaring at the man with a wicked smile, as if to say, even if I don't speak, I can curse your ancestors with my eyes. I can make you unable to speak without using my hands oh, look at you, so multifunctional. No wonder you're a high-tech product. Ai Jiayao glared at his smug expression, unable to hold back her anger. Finally, she couldn't help but say, do you believe I can bite you and make you a eunuch? Are you sure you dare to bite? Gumoy said, his gaze sharp as he stared at her, a hint of provocation in his voice. If I get ruined, you won't be able to explain to your boss, right? After hearing that, Ai Jiayao began grinding her back teeth. You're really good at threatening people. Damned, a gaming female anchor. She worked at Longwei Game Development Group. It was precisely because the company's boss had a sudden whim to open new markets that he invested in a research project to create robots and used it as a year-end bonus for her. To conduct preliminary practice for future commercialization he wasn't wrong. She had no way to deal with him. Damn it. The boss made money. But unfortunately, she became the experimental guinea pig, almost driven to death by this shameless guy. I don't want to make it hard for you either. Who let you be so disobedient? Ai Jiayao questioned her life, trembling with anger, squeezing out. Then please tell me, what would make me obedient? For example, you should cooperate with me. Cooperate? Ai Jiayao was more and more confused about this guy's thoughts. The big bad wolf grinned. It means you come up and do it yourself. Get lost. Did you forget what happens when you curse? Gumoy smiled sinisterly, his intoxicating eyes looking at the little woman beneath him, his inner fire burning even more fiercely. If he lost control for even a moment, she wouldn't be able to get out of bed for days, let alone curse. Jiao also thought of the worst possibility. Her back involuntarily chilled, and she softened, saying, all right, I'm scared. Please let me go. Why did the master yield? Gumoy gazed at the little girl's delicate face. Her pitiful yet unruly appearance sparked a hint of conquest in him, so his tone unconsciously took on a victorious note. Don't call me master. You are my master. Ai Jiayao said irritably. Gumoy, however, looked as if he had succeeded in his scheme. You said it. You. Regret is useless. If you want me to let you go, just obediently accept your fate. Ai Jiayao felt a sense of being deceived. What fate are you talking about? Chapter 2. The matchmaking terminator. From now on, I will be your master, and my demands aren't too many. Gumoy thought for a moment and began to elaborate. First, I'm very picky about food, so you should try to cook according to my taste. Second, the house is still so small. I think you should be able to sleep on the sofa. Third, you must be inseparable from me and always protect my safety. That's enough. Ai Jiayao yelled in anger. What the company gave her wasn't an annual bonus. It was clearly an ancestor, and one that needed to be worshipped. You can refuse. Although Gumoy looked elegant and charming, he made Ai Jiayao grit her teeth in hatred, and the most frustrating part was that he was oblivious to it and continued to say loudly, if you do that, I will self-destruct. It's similar to how humans commit suicide or how a phone stops working when it gets wet. As long as you can bear the consequences, you can certainly give it a try. Very well. Ai Jiayao was so furious that it took her a while to squeeze out these few words through gritted teeth that Gumoy released his grip, seemingly treating Ai Jiayao as fish on his cutting board, ready to be sliced at any moment. He then sat back comfortably, crossing his legs. So, please tell me your choice. No need. Ai Jiayao turned around and was about to leave. Where are you going? To prepare pig food. Even though Ai Jiayao was very unwilling, what could she do? She could only endure for now that a gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. Just wait and see how I deal with you in the future. Thinking this way, Ai Jiayao felt much more relaxed and planned to report to the company as soon as she got to work, urging the director to send this guy away so that she could return to her comfortable little life. Because her back was turned, she could not see the big bad wolf behind her smiling leisurely, a glint of delight and indulgence flashing in his eyes. 12 years had passed, and she was still the same as before. This time, he would never let her leave him again. From this day on, Ai Jiayao not only remained a female anchor, but also added a layer of nanny identity, serving this lord of the house day and night. The frustrating part was that after she reported to her superiors, they refused her request to return the year-end bonus for various reasons, making her feel hopeless about life, and that her liberation was still far away. Due to the busy days, Ai Jiayao had forgotten an important date until she received a call from Gao Yaping scolding her, reminding her that she had promised to meet a so-called rich handsome guy today. Speaking of Gao Yaping, she was Ai Jiayao's stepmother, sharp-tongued and bitter, with the sole aim of reaping benefits from Ai Jiayao. Therefore, she busied herself introducing blind dates to Ai Jiayao out of course. Ai Jiayao was unwilling to go on blind dates, but as long as she refused, Gao Yaping would target her younger sister, who was still in high school. To prevent her sister from being poisoned by her, Ai Jiayao decided to sacrifice herself, meeting one overweight suitor after another of course. Ai Jiayao also tried her best to ensure that each date ended unhappily. This time, the meeting place was a Western restaurant. After entering, Ai Jiayao saw a man sitting by the window holding a newspaper who seemed to be the one and sat down opposite him. The man put down the newspaper that almost covered half of his face, revealing a greasy face and a shiny bald head, smiling at Ai Jiayao. With that smile, his 9,999 gold tooth almost blinded Ai Jiayao, making her expression even more awkward. I'll start with a self-introduction. The bald man, not shy at all, puffed out his chest and said, "My name is Zhao Liang." Ai Jiayao twitched her lips and replied, "A name that fits the person." Instantly, there was a dead silence that it seemed like a crow was cawing as it flew by. At this moment, Gao Yaping returned from the restroom, looking at the two with a sly smile. "What do you both think of each other?" A breath of fresh air. Ai Jiayao stared at Zhao Liang's bald head, holding back her laughter. "Me too." Another round of silence ensued. "It's already noon. Do you want to eat something?" Zhao Liang raised his triangular eyes, glanced at his watch, and then threw the menu to Ai Jiayao. "Order whatever you want. Why don't you go first?" Ai Jiayao knew that his action of checking the time was deliberately showing off his Longyan's watch. Zhao Liang was not polite, directly calling the waiter. "Waiter, I know Aunt Gao likes Italian pasta, so let's have a portion of that. As for me, I'll just have a simple steak." "How would you like your steak cooked, sir?" "Medium rare, fresh." After Zhao Liang finished speaking, he looked at Ai Jiayao. "I wonder if Miss AI would like to try? I think it would be fresher to hug a cow at the ranch. Get a portion of Italian pasta from Ai Jiayao too." Gao Yaping awkwardly tried to smooth things over. After the waiter left, Zhao Liang's chubby face revealed an awkward expression. He then took out a Zippo lighter to show off and lit a cigarette, pulled out a BMW car key from his pocket, tossed it on the table, and then threw down 3 property deeds and a diploma. Gao Yaping's eyes lit up at the sight of the BMW car key, and then she beamed at Ai Jiayao. "Look at this kid, so sincere, being so straightforward on the first date. He must be genuine. Auntie, let me put it this way. In the future, your Yao Yao won't have to suffer. She won't need to work outside. All she needs to do is give me a few big sons, and I promise she will never worry about food and clothing for the rest of her life. Of course, if she doesn't bear sons, but daughters instead, then don't blame me. I want sons to carry on the family line." "Hee, carry on the family line? This guy, do you have a throne that needs inheriting?" Ai Jiayao looked at him with utter disdain and was about to say something when she heard a familiar male voice behind her. "Is the BMW outside yours?" Ai Jiayao turned around, and sure enough, it was her family's ancestor. Why wasn't he staying home properly and instead came here? "Yes, what about it?" Zhao Liang sensed that Gu Moyu was not friendly, but tried to maintain his bravado, defiantly saying, "Who are you?" "Her man." "Her man?" Ai Jiayao wanted to punch this bastard for talking nonsense, but then she thought what he said was also true, and it just happened to help her out of the crisis. Not to mention Gu Moyu's flawless and handsome face. Just his navy blue suit today and outstanding height alone put him a step above Zhao Liang, and his striking black and white eyes were particularly charming. A smile from him was more intoxicating than vodka, making one feel tipsy even without drinking. Saying he was her man, Ai Jiayao felt she had nothing to lose. "Annie, what does this mean?" Zhao Liang looked at Ai Jiayao disdainfully. "Is your vision really that poor, just like all the other girls, only choosing those empty-headed poor guys? It seems destined for you to have a daughter. I can't even pull you up." Ai Jiayao was furious. "You're the one destined to have a daughter. Am I wrong? He has the looks, but does he have a BMW? Does he have a 2-story villa? Can he provide you with a good life like I can?" Ai Jiayao was momentarily speechless. Gu Moyu, however, remained calm and collected, taking out several keys from his pocket and tossing them onto the table one by one. Bentley, Land Rover, Rolls-Royce, Maserati. Chapter 3. This light bulb is unusual. Zhao Liang was stunned. I don't have a BMW, but that's easy to handle. I can sell my Rolls-Royce and buy a few hundred cars. However, I really don't have a two-story villa. I can't just tear down my six-story elevator apartment of over 1,000 square meters and turn it into a two-story one, right? Bro, it seems like I'm going to have to kneel to the bright summit. Instead of worrying about these matters, you might as well care about the horse you parked outside. Will it smoke? Gumoy asked with a tone that was neither warm nor cold. Zhao Liang was a bit dazed. Smoke? If it doesn't smoke, then maybe your secondhand BMW has poor performance and caught fire. Zhao Liang immediately ran out in a panic, looking as ridiculous as one could be. Gao Yaping immediately sensed the wind and came over to flatter Gumoy. Oh, when did you two start getting along? How come I didn't know? There are many things you don't know. By the way, I heard from Yao Yao that you and your ex-husband also have a daughter. That bright summit earlier was quite nice. Why not bring about a good match? I'll go with Yao Yao to drink at the wedding. Gumoy's words left her stepmother's face devoid of color. Ai Jiayao quietly followed up. Yes. Hurry up and let your sister give birth to 5 or 6 big sons to inherit the Zhao family throne, and Gumoy slightly pursed his lips and added with a faint smile, and also an exceptionally brilliant lineage. Ai Jiayao's eyes lit up. Damn, that's so right. How come she didn't think of that? Gao Yaping's face turned red and white from being criticized, feeling bored, and left in a huff. As soon as Gao Yaping left, Ai Jiayao asked Gumoy, "Where did you get the car key?" From the old man who makes keys at the entrance of the community. After Gumoy finished speaking, her dark eyes met Ai Jiayao's, and she smiled. "When you go back, don't forget to pay the rent." Ai Jiayao smiled and tried hard to restrain herself. Gumoy's face was beaming with joy, lowering her magnetic voice and teasing. "You look really good like this. There's even better." Ai Jiayao started to act playfully, chasing after the shameless Gumoy out of the CAF. After the blind date matter came to a close, another issue began to trouble Ai Jiayao. In 2 days, it would be her birthday, and the male god she secretly admired at work had actively expressed his desire to come to her house to celebrate her birthday. It would be a dream come true if the male god confessed to her. But the problem was that there was a troublesome person at home with no place to deal with. Sitting on the sofa, Ai Jiayao was in a state of distress, looking at Gumoy, who had finished all her snacks, feeling even more like he was a thorn in her side. "But is it necessary to eat a few snacks?" Gumoy said, leaning closer. "Don't you think it's a blessing that I didn't eat you? I really wish you would eat me. That would save me a lot of trouble." Gumoy smiled wickedly. "Don't worry. That day will come soon. Can I ask you for a favor?" "What?" Gumoy was very surprised. "I can't believe my ears. Stop being so chatty the day after tomorrow evening. My colleague is coming over to celebrate my birthday." "What do you want?" Gumoy's eyes lit up, as if he had already guessed 7 or 8 points. Ai Jiayao said in a tone that brooked no refusal. "From now on, your identity is my brother. That's easy." Gumoy surprisingly didn't oppose Ai Jiayao, but smirked. "But do you think you will believe it?" Ai Jiayao's face darkened, realizing he was indirectly saying she was ugly. "You're really narcissistic beyond my understanding. You're so ugly that it makes me question life." "Same to you." If Ai Jiayao wasn't afraid of him being thrown out and causing trouble for her at work later, she would have kicked this light bulb out a long time ago. "What's in it for me to help you? You eat my food and use my things, and instead of thinking about how to repay me, you dare to negotiate terms with me?" Ai Jiayao was very angry, her tone furious. Gumoy emphasized, "You're the one who needs a favor now. I don't need anything." Gumoy leisurely clapped. "Wonderful, you can insult without using foul language." "I didn't insult anyone." Ai Jiayao rolled her eyes at him. "Are you even human?" Gumoy's handsome face darkened a bit. "I'm not wrong, am I? Although you're called a robot, you're just a pile of talking scrap metal. If I'm in a bad mood, I could take a screwdriver and pliers and take you apart. The problem is you don't dare." Gumoy hit Ai Jiayao's weak spot with his words, seeing her gnashing her teeth, and he smiled, feeling pleased. "I want to make it hard for you. after I help you bring about a good match. You must repay me. How to repay? A mischievous glint flashed in Gumoy's eyes. Ai Jiayao trembled all over, sensing a hint of conspiracy. Spit it out. Charge me up. Ai Jiayao sighed in relief. She thought it would be an outrageous request, but it turned out to be so simple. And she immediately slammed the table and agreed. Okay, it's a deal. I want charge on the bed. As long as you behave. Don't say it's on the bed. Even on the sofa, in the bathroom, the kitchen, or even in the wild, I'll let you charge enough. Ai Jiayao thought that when they went out, she could just bring a power bank. It wasn't a big deal. Gumoy, however, was very satisfied. His brows and eyes smiling. Good, you said it. No turning back on your word. In the blink of an eye, it was the day. Ai Jiayao put on the carefully selected strapless dress, did her makeup beautifully, and sprayed perfume several times in front of the mirror before finally picking up her phone. The male god had already sent her the location, and he was less than 2 kilometers away from her home. Taking a deep breath, she told herself not to be nervous. I really underestimated you before. Gumoy crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow, a hint of playfulness in his long phoenix eyes, leaning against the door frame and seriously saying something very inappropriate. When Ai Jiayao saw his eyes looking at her chest, she immediately covered it. If you keep looking, believe it or not, I'll dig out your eyes. So fierce. Gumoy raised an eyebrow and then said wickedly, but it's fine to dig them out. You say if I can't see, what will happen to me? What will happen? Ai Jiayao watched as he closed his eyes. Her heart trembled again. This guy, whether blinking or closing his eyes, was unbelievably handsome. Just as Ai Jiayao was lost in thought, Gumoy's hand unexpectedly brushed past her chest. Ai Jiayao turned pale with shock. Damn, try touching again? Damn it, today I must chop off his hands. Gumoy quickly touched again and then playfully repeated the 2 words he had said before. Good chest. You. Don't forget what day it is today. Gumoy smiled mischievously, extremely unrestrained, which made Ai Jiayao feel that he was so annoying she couldn't describe it. And he raised his finger to his lips. She'll listen. Footsteps. Yes, here. As soon as the words fell, the doorbell rang. You wait. Ai Jiayao's snow-white cheeks turned red with anger, as if she had been applied blush. She glared at him fiercely and said, If you don't behave well today, wait until he leaves. Just see if I don't eat you. Hearing this, Gumoy's handsome face wore an even broader smile. That's what I want. Chapter 4. The so-called charge Ai Jiayao went to open the door and, facing her idol, suddenly became incredibly shy, awkwardly welcoming him in. You finally came. I'm sorry. I was 10 minutes late. The idol presented a bouquet of flowers that he had hidden behind his back, as if performing magic. Do you like it? Ai Jiayao hugged the roses, filled with joy. I like it. After welcoming the idol into the house, he noticed Gumoyu and couldn't help but ask, So this is your brother? Ah, yes. Seeing that Gumoyu was slow to shake hand with the idol. Leaving the idol's outstretched hand hanging in the air, Ai Jiayao couldn't help but give Gumoyu a sideways glance. However, Gumoyu pretended not to see, quietly opening a bottle of red wine and pouring it into a goblet, starting to drink. Feeling awkward, the idol first accompanied Ai Jiayao to blow out the candles and make wishes, then poured a glass of red wine for her. No drinking. Gumoyu snatched the goblet from Ai Jiayao's hand. Alcohol is bad for the fetus. Fetus? Ai Jiayao felt like she had been struck by lightning. Gumoyu, however, apologized to the idol. I'm sorry, I didn't know about this. If I hadn't just found this in the bathroom. He pulled out a small piece of paper. Ai Jiayao focused her eyes and was shocked to find 2 lines. What? Where did this come from? I told you to use Durex last time, but you insisted on not using it. Now look. Gumoyu seemed to enjoy adding fuel to the fire. At this point, Ai Jiayao nearly fainted. Durex? Damn, you really know a lot. The idol couldn't sit still, pretending to check his phone, saying he had something at home, and hurriedly left. Ai Jiayao sat at the table, fuming over this farce. Happy birthday. Gumoyu leaned over proudly, showing off to Ai Jiayao. Surprised, huh? Surprised to the max. Ai Jiayao spat the words out through clenched teeth. This is not a happy birthday. It's clearly an April Fool's Day. Where did this come from? Ai Jiayao asked, holding the pregnancy test, trying to calm herself, but found it nearly impossible not to explode. From a pharmacy. Ai Jiayao asked again, why 2 lines? With ovulation paper. Whoever tests gets 2 lines. So that means... Ai Jiayao realized something. I was curious about its accuracy, so I tested it, and the result was surprising. So I thought it was necessary to test that man's feelings for you. Gumayu hooked Ai Jiayao's chin, looking at her with his narrow eyes. So, you should thank me. Thank you, dear. Ai Jiayao retorted defiantly. Let me tell you, this matter is not over. How is it not over? Gumayu seemed unafraid at all. Ai Jiayao patted her flat belly. Alcohol is bad for the fetus? I don't even have a man. Where would the child come from? You tell me, where's the child? Is it from you? The big bad wolf stretched out his claws, pushing her down onto the sofa, pinning her down. Having a child is easy. You, what do you want? Ai Jiayao was startled by his actions, struggling desperately, and when it proved futile, she nearly cried, Damn it, let go of me. Weren't you asking where the child comes from? I'm giving you one right now. I don't want it. Ai Jiayao gritted her teeth. Gu Moyu's eyes darkened. Whether you want it or not is not up to you. You. Gu Moyu blocked her lips with a deep kiss, leaving Ai Jiayao completely dazed. His kissing skills were excellent, his tongue agile and aggressive, quickly making the inexperienced Ai Jiayao lose her wits, her resistance gradually turning into a dance with him. You heartless guy. Once freed, Ai Jiayao gasped for breath and scolded him. I have no humanity to begin with. Not human. I'm not human at all. You. Okay. She had nothing to say. I'm a robot, did you forget? Upon hearing this, Ai Jiayao's desperate eyes lit up with hope. Right, he is a robot. He couldn't possibly do anything to her. However, Ai Jiayao was too early in her joy. Besides, what I did was not excessive. You promised me you would help me charge, but you messed up my good thing. The big bad wolf insisted he was right. Who knew your idol was so fragile? That's just sophistry. Now fulfill your promise. The big bad wolf was somewhat impatient. The little white rabbit blinked her watery eyes, innocently saying, Then why don't you let go of me? By the way, you don't even have a charging cable at home. No need for a charging cable. You just need to maintain certain positions. The little white rabbit suddenly realized the implications. You said that not only can we charge in bed, but also on the sofa, in the bathroom, kitchen, and even outdoors. Gu Moyu's dark pupils flashed with a glimmer, a deeper smile forming. Then let us try everything today. Gu Moyu was quick, trapping her tightly. Ai Jiayao was not one to obey. She began to struggle desperately, and seeing that she couldn't overpower him, she lifted her leg and aimed a kick at his most vulnerable spot. At first, it had no effect, but gradually, Gu Moyu made a mistake, and Ai Jiayao seized the opportunity, pushing him away and kicking him across the room. Ai Jiayao rolled over and, seeing Gu Moyu, who had fallen to the ground trying to get up, rushed over, pushed him down, and straddled his waist, pressing him down firmly. Surprisingly, this guy actually stopped struggling. Gu Moyu's eyes ignited with a hint of heat as he looked at Ai Jiayao's small face, teasingly saying, You really know how to play. I like this position. Ai Jiayao knew he was thinking inappropriately, but didn't he explain, chuckling, Fun? Then let us play slowly. Saying that, she thought of the jump rope she usually used for exercise under the coffee table, quickly pulling it out and swiftly tying Gu Moyu up tightly. Tying up? What is wrong with your head? Ai Jiayao felt a headache coming on, though she sometimes couldn't keep up and got played around by Gu Moyu. It didn't mean she hadn't seen some action films. To be fair, his tied-up appearance was surprisingly similar to some scenes in those films. Due to their earlier tussle, his shirt buttons had come undone, revealing a perfect collarbone and firm chest muscles, coupled with his dangerously attractive face, making him irresistibly tempting. If Gu Moyu weren't so infuriating, Ai Jiayao felt he could easily outshine her idol. But even so, she couldn't keep him around any longer. Ai Jiayao called the delivery guy, who claimed he would come to pick up the package within an hour, which finally reassured her. This time, she was determined to return him, even if the director disagreed. She could always mail him back to the original manufacturer's address. Did the company really think they could force her to accept this life-threatening year-end bonus? Chapter 5. Fancy dog abuse during the hour of waiting for the delivery. Ai Jiayao recalled how Gu Moy had often teased her in the past, and a mischievous thought arose. If she didn't take this opportunity to retaliate properly, there might not be another chance, and that would be a waste, wouldn't it? Thus, she approached Gu Moy with a sly smile, her small hands starting to roam on him, fingers gliding gently and slowly across his chest, inch by inch, enough to make a normal man unable to handle it. While touching him, Ai Jiayao paid attention to his expression, and sure enough, he blushed slightly, making her feel incredibly proud and even more reckless. However, she gradually realized that her own body was also heating up, and she had an impulse to nosebleed. What a tormenting little fairy! Ai Jiayao attributed all of this to Gu Moi's good looks, which led her to make the mistake that all women would make. Fortunately, at that moment, the doorbell rang, and the delivery person finally arrived. Ai Jiayao rushed to open the door, welcoming the delivery person as if he were savior. The delivery person felt a mix of pride and confusion at being treated so warmly for the first time. Upon learning that the package was for Gu Moi, he immediately felt like crying. "What's wrong with you?" Ai Jiayao asked, baffled. The delivery person replied, "Is showing off love now at such a high level?" "I'm not showing off love," Ai Jiayao said, a bit speechless. The delivery person, filled with envy and jealousy, said, "This isn't a kindergarten bus. Goodbye, veteran driver." Ai Jiayao hurriedly stopped the delivery person. "Don't go. You have to take the package." "What are you mailing?" the delivery person asked angrily. Ai Jiayao pointed at the person tied up on the floor. "I suggest you go check out Shinhe Street and Xichang Road." Ai Jiayao was a bit confused. "What do you want to go there for?" "You're in for a serious illness," said the delivery person, slamming the door. Without waiting for Ai Jiayao to catch up, he hopped on his little electric bike and zoomed away. After Ai Jiayao returned, she specifically searched for the address mentioned by the delivery person on Baidu. Damn it, it turned out to be a mental hospital. This failed delivery didn't dampen Ai Jiayao's mood about getting rid of Gu Moi. She dialed another courier service. But as soon as they heard her address, they all refused to come for the pickup, citing that the previous courier had warned them that it would be life-threatening to go to her house. Was she really unable to return the package? Just as she was feeling troubled, Ai Jiayao noticed that Gu Moi was acting strangely, lying on the floor, stiff as a board, completely motionless. "Hey!" Ai Jiayao poked him. And when he still lay there like a sleeping beauty with his eyes closed, she began to panic. What if the rope was tied too tightly, cutting off his blood circulation and causing him to suffocate? Ai Jiayao slapped his face repeatedly, but still got no response, and she was thoroughly alarmed. After pacing back and forth in the room, Ai Jiayao thought of something and relaxed a bit. This guy is a robot. He shouldn't die, right? But why wasn't he moving? Was he trying to scare her? Or had he malfunctioned? As Ai Jiayao pondered, her gaze landed on the bracelet on his wrist, and she perked up. She stood up to scan the QR code on the back of the bracelet with her phone, and immediately, a user manual appeared on her phone. It stated that if the robot was completely still, it might have accidentally hit the shutdown button to restore normal functions. One should stroke his body to find the power button, and it could also reset his personality. Ai Jiayao read, thinking it was possible that during their earlier struggle, she had accidentally touched his shutdown button. So, where was the power button? Worried about getting into big trouble, Ai Jiayao didn't think too much and began to stroke his body, pressing here and poking there, but after a long search, she found no clues. What should she do? Ai Jiayao was in a panic, and, in her urgency, she used a bit more strength. Sigh. Ai Jiayao seemed to hear Gu Moi let out a muffled groan. She looked up, but he showed no reaction. He still looked like he was sleeping, his breathing steady. She thought to herself that technology products were getting too realistic, even simulating breathing. She had searched all over. Where was the power button? Looking at him, Ai Jiayao suddenly noticed a spot that was overlooked. Chapter 6. Can't afford to offend, can avoid. Ai Jiayao gently pressed down in that direction, and sure enough, saw that guy react, suddenly grabbing her small hand with a big hand. So impatient, Gu Mo looked at the little woman in front of him with a wicked smile. Her hand was still beneath him, and his throat moved slightly, his voice becoming a bit hoarse. Have you had enough touching? Is this how you cool off? Hearing his words, Ai Jiayao realized that her hand was still pressing on a certain part of the robot, and her face flushed red. In an instant, she popped her hand away as if she had been infected with a plague. Seeing the large object beneath her seemed to be getting up, Ai Jiayao hurriedly grabbed a feather blanket nearby as a weapon and pointed it at Gu Mo. You lie down obediently and don't move. This isn't fair. You can tease me, but the fire you ignited won't help me put out. Gu Mo looked displeased, as if he had been violated. You think too much. I just pressed the switch to restart, because you crashed. Ai Jiayao weakly explained, unable to convince even herself. She couldn't help but curse the inventor in her heart, wondering what kind of perverted person would install a switch in such an embarrassing place. Wasn't this inciting people to commit crimes? Then I should thank you. Gumo, you said as he slowly stood up and walked towards Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao unconsciously stepped back a few paces until her back hit the cool wall, forcing her to stop. You stop. What do you want? Gumo, you had a mischievous smile on his face. He extended a long, slender hand, and Ai Jiayao was mesmerized by it, secretly speculating, does a robot really need such an exquisitely crafted hand? Thinking this, she glanced at her own short, chubby hand with a bit of baby fat, feeling a little guilty and shrinking back, the feather blanket in her hand losing its fighting spirit. Then a tall figure leaned closer, and that exquisitely crafted hand instantly covered Ai Jiayao's. Reciprocity, should I touch back? You. Ai Jiayao felt her cheeks burn instantly. She exerted all her strength to push him away, her knee wanting to attack his. But this time, the other party learned from previous experience and quickly maintained a safe distance. Shameless. The robot's face is given by its owner. One sentence left Ai Jiayao speechless, feeling that after all her cursing, she was actually cursing herself. Gumo, you looked at her with a disdainful glance, then walked over to the sofa and casually picked up a washed apple to munch on. Ai Jiayao genuinely suspected that the producer of this robot must have been in a lustful state when designing him, and even when editing the program, his thoughts were unhealthy. Otherwise, how could this robot be filled with such flirtatious and filthy vocabulary? Ai Jiayao slowly moved to the door, gently opening it, a smile finally appearing on her face. Hey, she called out to the man on the sofa. I have a name, Gumo. The man replied without turning his head, though he was quite displeased inside. This woman had stirred up the fire within him and treated him like this. What a cruel woman. The apple was like Ai Jiayao to him, and he took a big bite. I don't care what you're called. I'm telling you I can't serve you. The delivery can't be sent. So you figure it out yourself. Either find a new owner or just fend for yourself. Ai Jiayao boldly said while standing at the door. If she were still in the room, she wouldn't dare say it so decisively, fearing that he might get angry and swallow her alive. But my program only recognizes one owner, and no one else can enter my system. Plus, I need to recharge now. If you ignore me, I'll just have to wait to die. The other party said innocently, as if his owner was the irresponsible one. I don't care about your life or death. I know that if you stay here, I want to know how I'll die. Ai Jiayao was infuriated by his words. He made it sound like she was being unkind, but with his demeanor, how could she dare to coexist in the same room with him? To her, this was not the treatment of an owner, but rather like being a maid, serving him and possibly even warming his bed by accident. She was still a young woman, yet it felt like she had returned to a feudal society, having lost all personal freedom. Then you must be dying from pleasure, the other party said leisurely. Ai Jiayao almost spat blood from anger, and in the end, she slammed the door shut and walked away. Can't afford to offend, can't avoid it either. She didn't believe that she, a living person with a mind and thoughts, could be easily manipulated by a robot. Xiaoya, hey, are you home? Ai Jiayao appeared at Qi Xiaoya's apartment door 15 minutes later, peeking inside. Seeing Ai Jiayao, Qi Xiaoya quickly stepped aside. Jiayao, come in quickly. My weird roommate finally moved out, and now this place is all mine. Really? Upon hearing this, Ai Jiayao's eyes lit up, and she shook Qi Xiaoya's arm like a pitiful little puppy, almost wagging a tail. Xiaoya, can you take me in for a few days? Qi Xiaoya looked puzzled. What is wrong with you? Didn't you live well there? Then suddenly, Qi Xiaoya jolted, quickly asking, did you get chased for debt? After thinking a bit, she added, no, that's not right. Your salary isn't low, and you're always the star employee. You get a lot of bonuses. Why would you want to live with me? You say you're a best friend, but when I'm in trouble, you don't help me first. Instead, you ask all sorts of questions. Ai Jiayao rolled her eyes at her, then helplessly explained her situation at home. Of course, she didn't mention that there was a robot with busy programs at home. She just said that it was uncomfortable with an extra person suddenly appearing, and she would return once she figured it out. But you didn't bring any clothes for changing? Qi Xiaoya stared at Ai Jiayao. Huh. I left in a hurry and forgot. Ai Jiayao slapped her forehead, realizing she had been so angry with that obnoxious man that she had lost her mind. Ai Jiayao was the petite type, while Ai Jiayao was a good 10 centimeters taller than her and had a slightly plump figure. So Xiaoya's clothes wouldn't fit her at all. Hey, what can I say about you? Hurry back to get a few pieces of clothing. It only takes half an hour for a round trip by taxi. Ai Jiayao urged her. Chapter 7. Remember to charge after finally escaping. She definitely didn't want to go back. Ai Jiayao directly climbed onto Ai Jiayao's arm. Xiaoya, can you do me a favor and run errand? I'm really tired today and can't move. After saying that, Ai Jiayao collapsed onto the sofa in Xiaoya's home. I can't do anything with you. Ai Jiayao sighed. Reaching out her hand, give me the keys. Xiaoya, I love you. Hearing Ai Jiayao relent, Ai Jiayao immediately regained her energy. She got up and gave Xiaoya a hug, almost pressing her lips against hers. How disgusting. I'll go get it. You just rest well. Ai Jiayao pushed Ai Jiayao's face away with a look of disdain, rolled her eyes at her, and picked up her bag, preparing to help this young lady get the keys. Seeing Ai Jiayao leave, Ai Jiayao finally breathed a sigh of relief and flopped down on the sofa. Leaving that annoying guy is simply the best. This was the first time she felt so great being away from home. Usually, she was a complete homebody, and she never thought she would be pushed to this extent by a robot. ISNT had said that artificial intelligence can never surpass the human brain. How did I end up yielding to a robot? Ai Jiayao couldn't help but look down on herself a bit. Forget it. It doesn't matter. At least I can have some peace for a while. Ai Jiayao turned over, found a comfortable position on the sofa, and lay down again. An hour later, Ai Jiayao returned to her apartment. Jiayao. She excitedly nudged the sleeping Ai Jiayao. Huh? Ai Jiayao sleepily opened her eyes, and after recognizing the visitor, took a moment to realize where she was. She rubbed her eyes. How did I fall asleep? Stretching. Ai Jiayao finally regained her energy. Here. Ai Jiayao handed her a cloth bag. Your clothes. Thanks. Ai Jiayao still looked quite drowsy as she opened the cloth bag and picked out a set of pajamas. I'll go wash up and sleep. Hey, don't go yet. Ai Jiayao grabbed Ai Jiayao, her eyes wide with curiosity. Is that really a robot that your company sent you? What else could it be? Ai Jiayao yawned. What's the matter? I'm going to take a shower. Wait. I haven't finished yet. Ai Jiayao quickly held her with both hands, grinning. Do you think I could work at your company? Hee. What? Ai Jiayao looked at her suspiciously, her pupils gradually widening. Ai Jiayao, are you really that shameless? You'd willingly give up a job you like for a robot that looks good? So what? Doing something crazy for a handsome guy is totally normal, right? Ai Jiayao realized that this girl's infatuation had kicked in again. She suddenly recalled a saying she once thought of. Life is precious, but love is even more valuable. But he is a robot. Robots have no emotions. Ai Jiayao earnestly tried to persuade her. Ai Jiayao, however, didn't care at all, saying so what? Finding someone with emotions can easily lead to infidelity. This was indeed a valid point, and Ai Jiayao found herself at a loss for words, but no buts. When does your company start taking pictures? Remember to give me a backdoor pass. Once she finished instructing, Ai Jiayao seemed to remember something. By the way, what standard does your company have for rewarding someone like you with such a handsome robot? Outstanding employee. Ai Jiayao had to answer truthfully. How many slots? Ai Jiayao continued to ask. 1. Ai Jiayao fell into deep thought, and suddenly she looked up at Ai Jiayao. So if someone doesn't perform well, will they get a greasy uncle or an old man robot? That is possible. Ai Jiayao nodded confidently. In fact, she was well aware that underperforming employees wouldn't qualify for a robot at all. She had just gotten lucky this time and received the company's reward. But she never expected that it would lead to such a tragedy. Now she didn't even dare to go home. Ai Jiayao exclaimed, convinced that if she went to Ai Jiayao's company, she would definitely not become an outstanding employee. She quickly backed out. Forget it. What if they reward me with a dad? I would have to take care of him. I'd better stick to doing my own job. Ai Jiayao really wanted to reward her with the saying that those who know how to adapt are the true talents. But mentioning the robot made her feel extremely depressed. And she didn't want to say anything. Sigh. When will I be able to get rid of that rogue robot? Well, your analysis is spot on. And this reward is even scarier than a punishment. Ai Jiayao wholeheartedly agreed with Ai Jiayao's final words. All right, You've taken advantage of the situation and still want to act coy. Not everyone can have such a handsome robot. You're good. Running over here while the handsome guy is left alone. Ai Jiayao scolded her. Ai Jiayao hurried to explain. He looks like a handsome guy on the outside, but his inner programming is quite disgusting. You'll realize that he is simply a devil if you spend some time with him. I can't bear it. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. Aren't you sleepy? Hurry up and take a shower and go to sleep. Be careful not to be late for work tomorrow. Ai Jiayao reminded her. Ai Jiayao almost forgot that she had to work tomorrow, quickly hugging her clothes and heading to wash up. As soon as she entered the company's front door, Ai Jiayao bumped into the male god who had just arrived for work. Good morning. Ai Jiayao awkwardly greeted the newcomer. However, the other party seemed to avoid her like the plague, quickly running a few steps into the elevator without looking back. Sigh. By the time Ai Jiayao reached the elevator, it was too late, and she could only wait for the next one. After all, we're colleagues. Does it have to be like this? Ai Jiayao muttered, not expecting the male god she admired to be so petty, lacking even a woman's grace. Ai Jiayao was a game streamer at Longwei Game Development Company. With her sweet voice, she gained a large number of fans, and she handled her job with ease. As the workday was about to end, Ai Jiayao was called into the office by the director. Xiao AI, are you satisfied with the company's reward? The director asked kindly. Yes. Ai Jiayao said this with a heart full of contradictions. That's good to hear. Remember to charge. The director kindly reminded her. Chapter 8. Urgent need for charging. Listening to the director, it sounds like I'm abusing the robot. But he has forced me to the point where I don't even dare to go home. Ai Jiayao didn't dare to tell the director the truth and could only respond. Of course, director, you can rest assured. She had already planned in her mind that if it came down to it, she would just say, when returning the robot to the company, that the functions were not working well and it consumed too much power. Back at Xiaoya's house, the two of them were wearing face masks, but Ai Jiayao felt a bit uneasy. Xiaoya, what was the condition of the robot when you went to my house yesterday? Ever since the director reminded her to charge it, Ai Jiayao had been feeling restless. The situation isn't too good. It seems like it's almost out of power. Lying on the sofa, looking lifeless, Xiaoya said, but added that it still looked very handsome. Why didn't you say anything earlier? Ai Jiayao complained. Hey, you were the one who kept shouting to stay away from that handsome guy yesterday. Even if I had said something, you probably would have cheered. Who knew what stimulus you experienced today that made you suddenly care about him? Xiaoya complained unhappily. I'm not concerned about him. If something goes wrong with him while he's with me, the company will come after me for compensation. Ai Jiayao refused to admit that she cared about that perverted robot. Whatever, do as you please. With that, Xiaoya put the face mask back on her face. After hearing Xiaoya's words, Ai Jiayao couldn't sit still. She went back to her room to tidy up and said to the person on the sofa, I'm going home now. Okay, see you. Xiaoya waved her hand without trying to keep her. As she reached the door, Ai Jiayao suddenly remembered something and stopped. Right? I could just bring the robot back to you later. Didn't you always want a super handsome robot? Thanks in advance. The handsome guy said he only has one owner in his life, and that's you. So don't think too much. My little temple really can't accommodate that big Buddha. Xiaoya hurriedly refused, not wanting to have a man who was physically present but mentally elsewhere. A robot can say such cheesy things? But honestly, Ai Jiayao was quite touched by his words. When she got home, the room was pitch black. Ai Jiayao fumbled in the dark to turn on the switch. But the living room was empty, and the robot was nowhere to be seen. She walked toward the bedroom and indeed found a tall figure lying on the bed. She quietly walked over and patted him. Hey, wake up. After calling several times, he showed no sign of movement. Really out of power? Ai Jiayao muttered to herself. But you haven't explained how to charge. Ai Jiayao really regretted not asking clearly in advance. If the battery was dead, such a premium item would likely cost her a lifetime of work to compensate the company. All right, doesn't he have a reset button? Ai Jiayao suddenly remembered that she had found a reset button last time, but that part was a bit awkward. Forget it. Let us just get him to breathe first. Ai Jiayao finally made up her mind after a long time. Even if he woke up, he would still be in a weak state. She wasn't afraid of him. With that thought, Ai Jiao's hand had already reached between Gu Moyu's legs, finding the right spot, and her face flushed red. But she still closed her eyes and pressed hard. However, before she could pull her hand away, a large hand grabbed her soft little hand. The person lying on the sofa slowly opened his eyes, and with a hoarse yet magnetic deep male voice, he said, "What? So eager to take advantage of me? Take advantage of you?" Ai Jiayao was almost driven mad by this guy who spoke so casually. She struggled to pull her hand back, but her wrist was pulled red, and she still couldn't escape. "Hey, let go. I have a name. Gu Moyu. Just drop the surname. It sounds friendlier." Ai Jiayao really regretted it. She must have been out of her mind to come back and see him. Wasn't this walking into a tiger's den? After struggling for a long time, she simply gave up and sat down next to him. "My friend said you're almost out of power. How do you still have so much strength?" Ai Jiayao decided to abandon her aggressive approach, thinking that some people might respond better to a softer touch. Gu Moyu smiled, revealing 2 rows of neat white teeth. He suddenly leaned closer to Ai Jiayao. "So, this means you're concerned about me. I knew you weren't the type to stand by and do nothing. However, I feel like you're deceiving my friend and indirectly deceiving me. Your power level clearly seems quite sufficient." For a moment, Ai Jiayao wondered if Xiaoya had lost her moral compass upon seeing a handsome guy and conspired with him to deceive her. Gu Moyu didn't rush to explain, holding on to her and slowly turning his body to face her. "I didn't deceive your friend. She's much more proactive than you. If I hadn't run out of power, I would have been taken by her by now." Ai Jiayao looked at Gu Moyu, who spoke without a hint of embarrassment. Wasn't a bit too direct for a grown man. She admitted that Xiaoya was a complete, infatuated girl, but it wasn't to the point of being that desperate. "Stop with that nonsense. I don't know you, but I know Xiaoya. She's not the kind of girl you describe. Who knows how you lured her in?" Ai Jiayao rolled her eyes at Gu Moyu, clearly disgusted. "Quickly tell me how to charge. I need to go back." "Okay." Then, with a flip, Gu Moyu pressed Ai Jiayao down beneath him, and something urgent beneath him was pressing firmly against Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao was startled by this sudden action, and she could clearly feel something hard pressing against her lower body. When she realized what it was, her cheeks flushed red once again. She instinctively pushed against Gu Moyu's chest, feeling his rapid heartbeat. She couldn't help but think, today's robots can even simulate heartbeats so realistically. Chapter 9. Reluctantly, Ai Jiayao soaked for a long time, but couldn't figure things out, so she walked out of the bathroom by herself. She looked around the living room, but didn't see that bastard. Whatever, she was exhausted and needed a good rest. She had to perform well at work tomorrow, especially since she had to address the company's proposal to retract the year-end bonuses. However, as soon as she pushed open the bedroom door, despair washed over her completely. There lay that bulky figure sleeping on her bed, and he looked quite comfortable. Ai Jiayao's anger surged up, and she stormed over, yanking the covers off her bed. To her astonishment, the person beneath was shamelessly wearing only a tiny pair of underwear. "Get up, you bastard! Get up!" She grabbed her pillow and hurled it at Gu Moyu. The weight of the pillow wasn't much. Hitting Gu Moyu's back felt more like a massage. He paid no attention to Ai Jiayao's attitude and simply pulled her into his embrace, mumbling sleepily, "Be good, don't make a fuss, sleep." Ai Jiayao had a fleeting illusion that the figure before her was a real person, with feelings and warmth. But that thought was short-lived as she quickly snapped back to reality, pushing him away and kicking him. "Get out, this is my bedroom," she said bluntly. Gu Moyu was fully awakened by her kick. He looked at the woman before him with deep eyes and disdainfully said, "Tisich, I haven't complain about your looks. Yet you're the one who is rejecting me. I beg you to find me ugly, all right?" Ai Jiayao didn't care about the words of a robot. They had no thoughts, and their judgment of people was certainly lacking. She felt beautiful. "Since you are my servant, I'll reluctantly accept this," Gu Moyu said as he lay back down. "This is my bed, get out." Ai Jiayao shouted as he lay back down, clearly agitated. Gu Moyu, however, didn't care at all. "I've already slept with you. What's wrong with sleeping on your bed now?" Ai Jiayao was left speechless. It seemed he had a point. But why did that sound so awkward? Remembering her first time, Ai Jiayao got angry again. "I still want to settle the score with you." She stood up, hands on her hips. "You stole my first time. So what? At most, I'll be responsible for you." Gu Moyu calmly interrupted her. "Responsible? Oomph. You're responsible?" Ai Jiayao felt like she had heard the biggest joke ever. "Did your brain get kicked by a donkey or did mine? It must be yours. It's completely useless." Gu Moyu gave her no face, following her line of thought. Ai Jiayao was so angry she pointed at him, but she decided she absolutely wouldn't talk to this shameless person anymore. Seeing her silent, Gu Mo Yu wasn't angry. He understood women's little moods. He continued to lie down and sleep. Ai Jiayao initially wanted to get up and take her blanket to the sofa for the night, but then she thought, this is her home. After all, she was the owner. If people found out she was forced to sleep on the sofa by a robot, they would surely laugh their heads off. TCH, who's afraid of whom? She wrapped herself tightly in the blanket and laid down angrily on the other side of the big bed. Her own bed was still the most comfortable. Sleeping at Xiaoya's house last night was anything but reassuring. Only the familiar scent of her own bed could help her sleep well. Perhaps because the bed had a familiar scent, or maybe because of the physical exertion earlier, Ai Jiayao quickly fell into a deep sleep, wrapped up like a dumpling. The next morning, Ai Jiayao woke up naturally. She groggily opened her eyes and realized she was in a man's arms. After thinking carefully, she suddenly sat up, glancing at the person beside her. This wasn't a man. He wasn't even human, but the feeling earlier was indeed nice. She couldn't help but admire the company's CEO. Creating such a lifelike being must have cost a fortune. Ai Jiayao habitually picked up her phone to check the time. What? She screamed. It's 11 o'clock. What's all the noise? Can't I sleep? The giant beside her casually pulled her back into his arms with a big hand, saying, Sleep? Sleep my foot. Ai Jiayao smacked Gu Mo Yu on the head with her fist and then heard a sharp intake of breath. Do you know what time it is? How can you sleep here and my alarm not go off? Ai Jiayao gritted her teeth, implying that all her misfortunes were due to this comet. Gu Mo Yu looked at the furious Ai Jiayao with interest, his mouth slightly opening. Too noisy. I turn it off. Do you? No, I have to go to work. Ai Jiayao pointed at him, her hands trembling with anger. I know, so I took a leave for you. Gu Mo Yu said innocently. Leave? What nonsense. Why would I take leave? Did he know that because of his leave, her full attendance bonus for the month was gone? What's the reason? Abortion. Then, Ai Jiayao, clutching a feather blanket, chased after Gu Mo Yu, who was wearing only his underwear, running around the room, instantly turning it into chaos. You better run. I swear I'll kill you. Ai Jiayao panted, pointing at Gu Mo Yu, who was 2 meters away from her. Not scared. With those short legs of yours, you can't catch me. Gu Mo Yu said disdainfully. That's because I was exhausted from last night. I never saw you agile before. Gu Mo Yu added foolishly. Ai Jiayao instantly regained her energy, chasing after him with her feather blanket. I'll teach you a lesson. You think I'm easy to bully? But before she could reach Gu Mo Yu, he leisurely said from the edge of the bed, when my battery runs out, remember to help me recharge. That single sentence made Ai Jiayao feel like she had been struck by lightning, and she froze in place. He reminded her earlier. She had wasted so much energy. Then she heard his male voice again. I'm hungry. Hurry up and make me food. When I'm hungry, I use the most power. Hearing this, Ai Jiayao's fiery anger was immediately extinguished. What kind of sin had she committed? Clearly, she was the victim. After suffering a terrible start, she hadn't expected an even worse ending. Resigned, she walked into the kitchen, only to hear a line behind her that made her want to spit blood. Not to my taste, the power. Chapter 10. A tough time what? Not to your liking? Are you kidding me? Ai Jiayao had never heard of a robot needing to eat and being so picky at that. However, when she turned around to ask for clarification, Gu Mo Yu had already collapsed on the ground. This guy, Ai Jiayao muttered to herself, intending to help him up first. But when she saw Gu Mo Yu's tall frame of nearly 6 feet and close to 200 pounds, she realized that even with 1,000 times the strength, she wouldn't be able to lift him. Ai Jiayao remembered what Gu Mo Yu had said before he fainted and walked into the kitchen to open the fridge, only to find that because Gu Mo Yu had messed with her yesterday, she hadn't bought any groceries. The fridge only contained a few eggplants. Standing in front of the fridge, Ai Jiayao felt a bit embarrassed holding the eggplants, wondering what she could possibly make with just these. Oh dear, how foolish of me. Why am I even worrying about that? Suddenly, Ai Jiayao slapped her forehead, thinking that robots don't have taste buds, so no matter how bad it tastes, you want to feel it. If she made something good, it would just waste her effort. With that thought, Ai Jiayao's mouth gradually revealed a smug smile. In just 10 minutes, she walked in front of Gu Mo Yu holding a plate, and since her hands were full, she gently kicked him with her foot. Hey, the food is ready. Are you going to eat or not? She thought Gu Moyu had run out of power, but to her surprise, as soon as she finished speaking, Gu Moyu stood up. I am starving. Whoever built your robot must have been cursed for 8 generations. Gu Moyu snatched the plate from Ai Jiayao's hands. What is this? Black and gooey? Gu Moyu looked at the long black object in the plate, hesitating to take a bite, even though his stomach was already growling. It's braised eggplant. I asked if you would eat it. This was made by me. If you don't want to eat it, then I can't help it. There's only these ingredients left. Blame yourself for not letting me out yesterday. Ai Jiayao plopped down on the sofa, too lazy to look at Gu Moyu. Who would braise eggplant like this? Forget it. I'll let you off this time. Gu Moyu said, then tried to pick up the eggplant and took a bite. Throughout the whole process, Ai Jiayao watched Gu Moyu with a sideways glance, unable to understand how a robot could be so troublesome. Bringing him home not only meant he contradicted her, but also ate for free. This was not an assistant. It was like adopting a child. What did you put in this? Why is it so sweet? Gu Moyu frowned suddenly while eating and then squatted down on the ground. I thought the eggplant tasted too bland, so I added some chocolate. How is it? Doesn't it taste good? Ai Jiayao looked at Gu Moyu's discomfort and surprisingly felt quite pleased. Who knew that upon hearing this, Gu Moyu collapsed on the ground, starting to foam at the mouth. Medicine. Give me medicine, I'm allergic. Gu Moyu said, then fainted again. Ai Jiayao initially thought Gu Moyu was faking it, but when she got close, she realized that he actually looked a bit strange. What? Are you allergic to eggplant or chocolate? Ai Jiayao felt a bit disappointed, but seeing Gu Moyu's condition didn't seem to be fake. Looks like I really did adopt a child for myself. Ai Jiayao muttered as she got up and walked outside. Luckily, the hospital was just across the street. However, on the way, Ai Jiayao felt a bit frustrated. Not only did this Gu Moyu get hungry, but he was also picky and allergic. It was one thing to be allergic, but he had to take medicine. Isn't it just a matter of fixing a broken robot? Reluctantly, Ai Jiayao finally bought the medicine and fed it to Gu Moyu. After half an hour, Gu Moyu finally blinked and woke up. You better explain to me clearly. Are you human or a robot? If you dare to lie to me, I'll throw you out the window. Ai Jiayao had one leg on the floor and the other on the sofa, and every time she thought about how she had chased a robot wearing red underwear with a feather duster yesterday, her face started to heat up. Of course, I'm a robot. Look at me. Where do I not look like a robot? Gu Moyu rubbed his sore knee and sat up on the sofa. Then why do you get hungry? And why do you have allergies? Allergies require medicine. Isn't that wasting my money? Ai Jiayao said reluctantly. Are you really stupid or just pretending? I'm an advanced robot, a realistic version. Have you heard of it? Besides needing to charge, I'm just like a human in every other way. Gu Moyu looked at Ai Jiayao as if she were an idiot. Really? Of course it's true. Do you think I'm lying to you? Gu Moyu gave Ai Jiayao a sideways glance. Then show me how you charge. Ai Jiayao said, handing the plug to Gu Moyu. No problem, but you need to step back because the charging area is quite private. Gu Moyu said, then gave Ai Jiayao a very lewd smile. Although Ai Jiayao dismissed her doubts about Gu Moyu, just thinking about what he said made her unwilling to watch him go through a series of actions. Fine, I'll come back to check on you later. Ai Jiayao said as she walked out. After the door closed behind her, Gu Moyu looked at the plug in his hand, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. Finally, he mustered the courage to put the plug in his pants, to prevent Gu Moyu from secretly turning off the alarm again. The next day, Ai Jiayao got up early for work. By the time the male lead woke up, the female lead had already slipped away. Female lead, you're amazing. Who knew? As soon as Ai Jiayao entered the company, a large group of colleagues surrounded her. Yao Yao, are you pregnant? Congratulations. One colleague hesitated to speak first, and the others began to gossip. Yao Yao, you're still young. Getting an abortion is the right thing to do. You can't keep it just because of a moment of foolishness. It's too unfair to you. Another said, Ai Jiayao couldn't explain herself no matter how she tried, and could only curse Gu Moyu repeatedly in her heart. After finally surviving until the end of the workday, Ai Jiayao was scared that this group of nosy colleagues would surround her again, so she grabbed her bag and rushed out. Hey, beautiful, over here. As soon as Ai Jiayao stepped out of the company, she heard someone whistle. Looking closely, it was none other than Gu Moyu. Gu Moyu? What was he doing here? Thinking about what had happened during the day, she felt a surge of anger and wanted to walk over and give Gu Moyu a good beating. Who knew? Before Ai Jiayao could reach Gu Moyu to attack, a figure suddenly jumped out from behind him and punched Gu Moyu on the head. You scumbag! You made Yao Yao pregnant and still want her to get an abortion. You're simply a shameless scumbag. The person shouted and was about to hit again. Ai Jiayao was startled, only to realize that the person attacking was a male colleague who had a crush on her. Chapter 11. Battle Robots. Su Wang was extremely agitated. The two security guards beside him saw him causing a scene and immediately stepped forward to restrain him. As a man, do you have no sense of responsibility? If you can't love her properly, then don't provoke her. When Su Wang got angry, he was truly frightening, usually as gentle as a lamb. He would lose his composure when it came to Ai Jiayao. The two security guards struggled with all their might just to hold him back. Gu Moyu watched indifferently from the side, observing Su Wang's frantic demeanor and knowing he definitely had feelings for the female lead. After finally breaking free from the security guards, Su Wang was about to rush over when Ai Jiayao saw this scene and quickly pulled Gu Moyu in front of her as a shield. No. At this moment, Ai Jiayao was only thinking, such an expensive robot. If anything happens to it in my hands, I would be ruined. Gu Moyu felt secretly pleased, thinking that he must hold a significant place in Ai Jiayao's heart, as she didn't want to see him get hurt. Su Wang, seeing Ai Jiayao rush over with a pained expression, exclaimed, "Why are you protecting him?" "Oh, Wang, stop. You misunderstood. This is my brother." The two men almost spoke at the same time. Brother? Su Wang looked at Gu Moyu in surprise. Brother, this is a misunderstanding, really. I'm so sorry. Suddenly, the fist he was holding out reached out to shake Gu Moyu's hand, pulling him into an embrace. So you're the brother. Let's go out for a meal someday. This was an impressive transformation. Gu Moyu's face was filled with displeasure. I'm not her brother. Ai Jiayao shot him a glare. Stop messing around. She almost forgot that robots couldn't understand the subtle expressions of humans. She pulled him along, saying, "Let's go home and talk." Su Wang stood there scratching his head, feeling anxious. His big brother must be angry with him. What could he do? Ai Jiayao and Gu Moyu entered the house one after the other, both looking angry. Gu Moyu, how did you find me in my company? Isn't it enough chaos you've already caused? If it weren't for you, how would my colleagues have misunderstood that I had an abortion? What is your relationship with that male colleague? Gu Moyu asked sternly, avoiding the main point. Ai Jiayao was taken aback, a strange anger bubbling up inside her. What relationship? He thought you had an abortion, and seeing me so agitated, he came to hit me. If he doesn't have feelings for you, then what is it? Gu Moyu's demeanor now resembled that of someone who was jealous and angry. Ai Jiayao chose to ignore him, turning her head away and not even glancing at him. Little did she know, Gu Moyu wouldn't let her off so easily, following her and incessantly speaking. Robots really have a lot of issues. Unable to contain her frustration, she suddenly turned around and shouted, "Shut up. Can you take a break?" This only fueled Gu Moyu's anger further. Look, I was right. Not only does he like you like him too, right? Ignoring him, Ai Jiayao treated him like air. Answer me. The more she ignored him, the more intense Gu Moyu's anger became. My feelings are none of your business. You're just a robot. Gu Moyu stared at her, speechless, but made her feel very uncomfortable. In a fit of anger, Ai Jiayao snapped, "You're so annoying. I'm going to shut you down," saying it was easy, but Ai Jiayao had no idea where the power switch was and had no manual. She stepped forward, directly reaching out to search for the switch on Gu Moyu, starting from his head and feeling around, muttering, "Where could it be?" Unintentionally, she touched Gu Moyu's chest. And this awkward and ambiguous action made Gu Moyu feel like the air had solidified. He swallowed hard, his ears turning red as he looked at Ai Jiayao. Because of the close distance, Ai Jiayao looked into Gu Moyu's eyes, reaching out to touch his nose and mouth, saying, "So good-looking. Who created you?" Gu Moyu caught her wandering hands, wrapping one arm around her waist, saying, "The power switch isn't here." "Then where is it?" Ai Jiayao stubbornly continued to touch lower, while Gu Moyu was on the verge of losing his patience. Did she really think he was just a robot? Gu Moyu swiftly flipped her over and pinned her down, saying, "What are you doing? Ai Jiayao was startled. Aren't you looking for the power switch? I'll tell you where it is. With a cheeky grin, the air was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Ai Jiayao actually blushed, flustered by a robot. She could even hear her own strong heartbeat. Am I sick for not dating for too long? Just looking at a robot, I feel so ridiculous for my dirty thoughts. Gumoyu found her flushed face and innocent demeanor extremely adorable. The power switch is here, he said as he covered her mouth, and Ai Jiayao's eyes widened. Too shocked to breathe. Wait, Ai Jiayao suddenly remembered that his power switch wasn't there. Time passed, and suddenly, Gumoyu was pushed away. You dead robot. How dare you take advantage of me? Just wait until I dismantle you. Gumoyu closed his eyes and suddenly froze, not moving. Surely she wouldn't actually dismantle him. Ai Jiayao quickly realized, poking him, hey, what's wrong? No response? Is this you shutting down? She didn't see Gumoyu squinting one eye and secretly laughing, so she just threw him aside. At that moment, her phone rang. It was time for her live broadcast. Recently, her fan base had surged, and she was receiving more gifts than ever. In Ai Jiayao's eyes, these were all bright red bills. Many fans were already waiting for her. After preparing, she cleared her throat and started the live stream. Sorry to keep you waiting, your Yao Yao is online. Her gentle and sweet voice was very pleasant to listen to. Gumoyu watched from the side, supporting his head with his hand. If the company's streamers could be as dedicated as her, the future would definitely be bright. Ai Jiayao earnestly engaged in the live stream, interacting with her fans and completely ignoring Gumoyu, who was pretending to be shut down. Messages flooded the public screen, most of which were encouraging and supportive. But there were also some attacks and malicious slanders from competitors. Everyone, look at her, so many mistakes. She doesn't play well at all. How could she be a streamer? Yeah, her skills are lackluster. I can do better than her. I heard rumors spreading in their company that her conduct isn't good. I don't know which sugar daddy she had an abortion with. Immediately, the comments in the live room stirred up a storm, but Ai Jiayao maintained a good attitude, not caring about the comments and even self-deprecating. Gumoyu watched this, feeling a pang in his heart. Why pretend to be strong? If you want to cry, then cry. Hearing Gumoyu's voice, Ai Jiayao turned around in shock, suddenly saying, aren't you shut down? Gumoyu cleared his throat, forcing an explanation. Ahem, I'm super intelligent. In automatic startup mode. If you want to eat something, I'll go make it for you. Gumoyu tried to act cute, thinking she would be touched. Who knew Ai Jiayao was hard to please and casually retorted, what are you talking about? It's already so late. Are you saying I'm not fat enough? Chapter 12. You woman. Gumoyu couldn't help but frown, and suddenly felt a jolt in her heart. She almost forgot that Ai Jiayao was a popular female streamer who needed to maintain her figure. She was already slightly plump, just right, and indeed needed to control it. But Gumoyu liked Ai Jiayao's chubby figure. It felt particularly good to the touch. My master, how can you have the strength to get angry if you're not full, right? He hurried to the fridge and took out a piece of delicious milk cake, walked over to her, and quickly placed it in front of Ai Jiayao, tempting her with her favorite dessert. When girls are in a bad mood, their brains need some serotonin or dopamine and adrenaline, and sweets or high-starch foods can quickly satisfy that need. Worried that Ai Jiayao wouldn't eat, Gumoyu kept talking beside her, resembling a chattering old lady. Ai Jiayao looked at the cake in front of her, struggling to resist her desire to eat, but ultimately couldn't hold back. For a moment, she tossed aside her previous unpleasantness. At this moment, nothing was more important than eating. She looked up at Gumoyu with a big smile, and her eating cake made people's appetites soar. Ai Jiayao said contentedly while eating, you're right. With such a frustrating thing around, I have to eat some dessert to secrete my dopamine and keep a good mood. Hearing this, Gumoyu's expression immediately darkened, and he gritted his teeth, holding back his anger, and said, what do you mean by that? After finishing the cake, Ai Jiayao licked her lips in satisfaction. It seems you're not completely useless, huh? Seeing the comments from her fans, Ai Jiayao quickly finished the live stream, feeling parched, and instructed Gumoyu to get her some water. Actually, thinking about it, finding a robot boyfriend wouldn't be bad. They wouldn't betray you, wouldn't upset you, and would make you happy. Hearing Ai Jiao's words, Gumoyu suddenly felt that he actually had a chance. Placing the poured water in her hand and asked eagerly, "Master, what do you think of me?" Ai Jiayao found Gu Moyu somewhat amusing, snorted coldly, pretending to be regretful. "You. No chance. You're a super intelligent robot, with various modes to switch freely. How could I handle that? You're not intelligent, right? Don't you feel that every cell in my body despises you? What I want is a obedient little puppy, not someone like you." Just as Ai Jiayao was continuously accusing Gu Moyu, he didn't say a word to refute, but suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her lips, leaving her unable to move. Gu Moyu's sudden action caught Ai Jiayao off guard. Her whole body froze in place, eyes wide open staring at him. It took her a while to react. Struggling in Gu Moyu's embrace, unable to break free, Ai Jiayao could only resort to some unorthodox tactics, using techniques meant for dealing with normal men, and kicked Gu Moyu's. Gu Moyu suddenly felt pain, unable to speak, his whole body curled up, beads of cold sweat gradually appearing on his forehead. Gasping for breath as he pointed at Ai Jiayao. "You woman, too ruthless." Ai Jiayao was startled by his shout, worried that something really went wrong with him, which would mean a huge compensation for the company. This wouldn't he do? She quickly walked over, nervously jumping around. What is wrong with you? What is going on? Where's the problem? How do we fix it? If I really broke you, that would be terrible." Gu Moyu intended to tease Ai Jiayao, hoping she would have feelings for him. But unexpectedly, it all went wrong. He could only swallow his grievances and gently waved his hand. "It's fine. I have an automatic repair system. After you sleep, I'll be fine." "That's good." Ai Jiayao finally felt relieved, and after closing her computer, she left the desk. With a sharp sound of the door closing, Gu Moyu was momentarily stunned. What does this mean? She really left? Without Gu Moyu's harassment, Ai Jiayao had a rare and comfortable sleep. But on the other side, Gu Moyu suffered all night. When he woke up, Ai Jiayao saw a pile of missed calls. What is going on? Ai Jiayao had a bad premonition, glanced at the time, and hurriedly changed clothes to go to work. Slap! The director slammed a stack of documents onto the desk, angrily questioning Ai Jiayao. "What is going on with you? When you're working, focus on your work. All distractions must be eliminated in advance. After being a streamer for so long, you don't know this simple thing?" The director's words were like a wake-up call, making Ai Jiayao not dare to say a word in response, only nodding repeatedly to admit her mistake. "Director, it's all my fault. You decide how to handle it." Suddenly, Ai Jiayao had a flash of inspiration, suppressing a hint of delight, and asked, "How about you take back my year-end bonus? With my performance, I don't deserve to try out such high-end products from the company. If I break something, I can't afford it." After Ai Jiayao said this, the director remembered who Ai Jiayao was. She was a woman the boss had his eyes on. Even if she made a mistake at work, they couldn't offend her. So his attitude softened considerably. "That's not necessary. It's not that serious. I just want to remind you not to make such low-level mistakes again." Ai Jiayao immediately felt disappointed, sighed softly. "I understand. All right, you can go back to work now." After working a day, just before getting off work, Ai Jiayao suddenly received a call from Ai Jiayao. "I get off work at 8 today. I'll come to your place after work to prepare dinner." "No problem. I'll buy some ingredients and make a few dishes you like." Ai Jiayao and Ai Jiayao were both single. With just a phone call, the two could gather together, chatting for half a day, talking about everything under the sun, including men. By the time Ai Jiayao finished work and bought the ingredients to return home, Gu Moyu was already in the kitchen cooking for her. Ai Jiayao stared at him in a daze. Indeed, a man cooking in the kitchen was the most handsome. Although Gu Moyu usually made her extremely angry, she had to admit that the way he stood in the kitchen at that moment was more appealing to her than ever. She walked over to Gu Moyu, put down the ingredients in her hands, and asked him with a flattering expression, "Do you have chef mode? Make these ingredients for me, so I can impress Ai Jiayao." Because of yesterday's incident, Gu Moyu had specifically gone to the urology department while Ai Jiayao was at work. He glanced at Ai Jiayao. "Chef mode? You're asking me." Chapter 13. The man who cooks is the most handsome. Looking at Gu Moyu's smug expression, Ai Jiayao felt a wave of frustration, muttering under her breath, "This damn guy. Hurry up, come on, beg me." Gu Moyu's provocative voice rang in her ears. Ai Jiayao's anger flared up as she recalled how, Ever since the company awarded her this so-called year-end bonus, she had been playing both mother and father, like a large maid, taking care of the precious robot Gumoyu, who couldn't handle a single mistake. After doing so much for this guy, today she only asked him to cook a meal, and he was acting so cocky, expecting her to beg him for dinner. Ai Jiayao shot Gumoyu a fierce glare and said in an extremely unfriendly tone, "Gumoyu, I've taken care of you for so long, and I've never asked you to beg me. Today I just want you to help me cook a meal, and you're spouting so much nonsense. Don't be too excessive." Ai Jiayao might have been so angered by Gumoyu that she only realized after finishing her last sentence that Gumoyu wasn't human, but a robot. Her fair, delicate face turned slightly red from anger. Seeing Ai Jiao's flushed cheeks, Gumoyu remained unhurried and said, "With your attitude, you still want me to cook for you? That's just wishful thinking, daydreaming." Although Gumoyu was stunningly handsome, Ai Jiayao felt like rushing up to give him a little punch. She clenched her small fist, trying hard to calm herself down. "I can't get angry. Gumoyu isn't an ordinary robot. He's a new type of intelligent robot from the 21st century. I need to be more rational. If being tough doesn't work, I'll try being soft." Ai Jiayao finally convinced herself. "You have your strategies, and I have my own methods." Ai Jiayao slowly relaxed her tight fist, swallowed hard, and opened her previously flushed face into a friendly smile. With a smile on her face, her beautiful eyes formed crescent moons. Her soft, pink hands hugged Gumoyu's muscular arm as she shook it, speaking sweetly, "Moyu, do you know that in my heart? A man who can cook is the most handsome in the world. He is like a god and an angel in my eyes. I can't wait to see you cook." Ai Jiayao painted a perfect image of a man who can cook in her heart. Perhaps it came from the depths of her heart, as her beautiful eyes were filled with a longing for happiness while she spoke. As Ai Jiayao sweetly shook Gumoyu's arm and whispered in his ear, Gumoyu was indeed quite taken by her charm. He leaned closer to Ai Jiayao, a hint of a mischievous smile on his lips, and said indulgently, "Since you're trying so hard to be cute, I agree." Gumoyu busied himself in the kitchen, while Ai Jiayao lazily lounged on the couch, looking at her phone. An hour later, the doorbell rang. Ai Jiayao didn't even have time to put on her slippers and rushed to open the door. When Ai Jiayao opened the door to welcome Ai Jiayao, Gumoyu had just finished cooking a lavish meal and set the table. As soon as Ai Jiayao walked in, she was immediately tempted by the delicious aroma of the food. "Wow, it smells amazing," Ai Jiayao exclaimed. Ai Jiayao beamed with pride and said to Ai Jiayao, "Jiayao, you foodie, your nose is too keen. Come on, we can eat now." As Ai Jiayao made her remark, she was captivated by the handsome Gumoyu who walked over, completely missing what Ai Jiayao had just said. With his exquisite features, towering height of nearly 1.9 meters and long legs, Gumoyu's perfect proportions were simply irresistible. Even top Korean stars paled in comparison. Ai Jiayao's face flushed instantly. Ai Jiayao knew that this little girl had fallen for Gumoyu again. In Ai Jiayao's eyes, beauty and delicious food were equally appealing. Upon seeing such a lavish spread, she was momentarily stunned, expressing disbelief. "Jiayao, did you make all this food? It's too extravagant. When did you become so virtuous?" Ai Jiayao smiled a bit shyly and admitted to Ai Jiayao, "Actually, this entire feast was made by Gumoyu." Upon learning that the lavish meal was prepared by Gumoyu, Ai Jiayao's admiration for him soared. Not only is Gumoyu incredibly handsome, but he can also cook? He's already flawless in looks. How can he be this perfect? Ai Jiayao couldn't help but exclaim. As expected of a foodie, Ai Jiayao was so full that she had to lean against the wall to walk. Sitting on the couch, an idea struck Ai Jiayao, and without hesitation, she said to Ai Jiayao, "Jiayao, why don't you move in with me and let this handsome guy Gumoyu come along too? That way, I can feast my eyes on him." As soon as Ai Jiayao finished speaking, Ai Jiayao, without thinking, felt that this idea was fantastic and immediately agreed. "Sure, no problem." Gumoyu, who was cleaning up the dishes nearby, overheard Ai Jiayao and Ai Jiayao's conversation clearly. He put down the dishes and walked over to Ai Jiayao, firmly refusing. "Master, if you want to take me somewhere else, you need my consent. If I can't adapt to the new environment and something goes wrong, you might have to work for Longwei Group for the rest of your life." Besides, Gu Moyu's words were an outright threat, which Ai Jiayao found most displeasing. However, he did make a valid point, so Ai Jiayao had to abandon her earlier idea. With a slightly unpleasant expression, Ai Jiayao said to Gu Moyu, Xiaoya and I have important things to discuss. You don't need to clean up anymore. Just go back to your room. Gu Moyu's clothes were full of the smell of cooking oil and smoke, and since he was about to go back to change, he didn't say much and went directly to his room. Qi Xiaoya, with her beautiful double eyelids and phoenix eyes, looked at Ai Jiayao and asked Jiayao, Your birthday is coming soon. How do you plan to celebrate it? Ai Jiayao shrugged her shoulders and replied, I don't have any ideas yet. Hearing that Ai Jiayao had no plans, Qi Xiaoya patted her chest and offered Jiayao, how about this? I'll take care of your birthday party this year. Looking at Qi Xiaoya's confident expression, Ai Jiayao happily replied, All right, then I'll leave my birthday party to you. Chapter 14. Jealous Gu Moyu Ai Jiayao and Qi Xiaoya. Two good friends were happily chatting when Qi Xiaoya suddenly remembered that Ai Jiayao had previously mentioned a male colleague she liked, named Su Wang. Qi Xiaoya straightened up from her slouch and excitedly said to Ai Jiayao, Jiayao, you mentioned a colleague you like. I think his name is Su Wang, right? Why don't you invite him to your birthday party? This way, you can get to know him better. As the saying goes, the one closest to the water gets the moon first. Ai Jiayao thought Qi Xiaoya's idea made some sense and readily agreed. Xiaoya, I think your idea is great. Let's do it. The two friends chatted until late at night before falling asleep, and for the first time, Gu Moyu gentlemanly gave up the big bed in the room for Ai Jiayao and Qi Xiaoya, choosing to sleep on the sofa in the living room. The warm sun shone through the window into the room, and Ai Jiayao rubbed her sleepy eyes, struggling to crawl out of bed, yawning slightly, clearly showing signs of not getting enough sleep the night before. Ai Jiayao stretched and tried to wake herself up, then quickly walked to the bathroom to freshen up. Gu Moyu, who was used to falling asleep holding Ai Jiayao, found it quite uncomfortable not sleeping with her last night and tossed and turned all night. Finally, when dawn broke, Gu Moyu got up early and made a delicious breakfast for Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao hurriedly tidied herself up, holding the heart-shaped breakfast made by Gu Moyu, her face beaming with a happy smile as she said to him, Thank you for making breakfast for me. In a joyful mood, Ai Jiayao couldn't help but give Gu Moyu a quick kiss on his handsome face before quickly heading out to work. With Ai Jiayao taking the initiative to kiss him, Gu Moyu felt overjoyed. Ai Jiayao busied herself at her workstation as usual, and as the workday neared its end, she stretched and approached a few colleagues she had a good relationship with, inviting them, Ladies, my birthday is the day after tomorrow. Please come to my birthday party. The colleagues were enthusiastic about Ai Jiayao's invitation, with Lin Meiqi being the first to cheer. Oh, that's great. I will be the first to join Jiayao's birthday celebration. The other colleagues joined in the excitement, and everyone was cheerful and lively. Ai Jiayao mustered her courage and invited Su Wang, who was not far away, and he readily agreed, saying, Jiayao, I will definitely attend your birthday party on time. As the workday ended, Ai Jiayao's feelings towards Gu Moyu shifted from disdain to a slight fondness, and she felt an eagerness to return home, contrary to her earlier apprehension. In City A, the weather had been unpredictable for the past 2 months, turning from sunny to stormy in an instant. Just as it was sunny earlier, it suddenly started pouring rain by the time work ended. Ai Jiayao stood helplessly at the entrance of the company, waiting for the rain to stop. Su Wang drove out of the garage and saw Ai Jiayao standing alone at the entrance, her eager eyes clearly hoping for the rain to stop. Su Wang parked his car, got out with an umbrella, and smiled as he invited Ai Jiayao. Jiayao, it's raining so heavily, it won't stop anytime soon. Let me give you a ride home. Ai Jiayao thought Su Wang's suggestion was reasonable and happily agreed. All right, then I'll trouble you to take me home. After saying that, Su Wang gentlemanly held the umbrella for Ai Jiayao, letting her get in the car first, while he himself got soaked in the rain. Having a private car is certainly different from taking the bus. In less than 20 minutes, Su Wang arrived at the community where Ai Jiayao lived. Ai Jiayao felt a bit shy and awkward in front of her crush, and throughout the ride, it was Su Wang who kept finding topics to chat with her. Due to her nervousness and shyness, Ai Jiayao only realized when they reached the community that Su Wang's back was drenched. With concern, Ai Jiayao said to Su Wang, "Your clothes are all wet. You should change in my place, or you'll catch a cold." "Hey, Jiayao, it's fine. I can change at home too. It's no trouble. Besides, you're a girl. Where would you have a man's clothes for me to change into?" After saying that, Su Wang turned to leave. Ai Jiayao called out to him confidently, "Su Wang, I don't have any men's clothes, but my brother does. You can wear my brother's." Unable to refuse Ai Jiayao, Su Wang had no choice but to follow her upstairs. As Su Wang walked Ai Jiayao home, holding the umbrella for her and showing concern for her, Gu Moyu watched everything from upstairs. Moreover, he overheard Ai Jiayao telling Su Wang that he was her brother, which immediately made Gu Moyu jealous. In less than 2 minutes, Ai Jiayao brought Su Wang to her home. As Ai Jiayao led Su Wang inside, Gu Moyu deliberately appeared before them, his face clearly showing displeasure and exuding a cold aura. Upon seeing Gu Moyu, Ai Jiayao quickly introduced him to Su Wang. "Su Wang, this is my brother Moyu." Su Wang nodded slightly and gentlemanly shook hands with Gu Moyu, briefly introducing himself. Gu Moyu initially didn't want to shake hands with Su Wang, but was forced to do so by Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao had no idea why, but upon seeing Su Wang, Gu Moyu had turned cold and sarcastic. Was it possible that even robots like Gu Moyu had the same feelings as humans, repelling the same sex? Ai Jiayao couldn't be bothered to deal with Gu Moyu and went to get a clean shirt for Su Wang to change into. After Su Wang changed into a shirt at Ai Jiayao's place, he suddenly received a call from Manager Liu and hurriedly left for the company. It was clear that Gu Moyu was up to something behind the scenes. "Why did you let another man take you home without my permission?" Gu Moyu questioned Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao immediately retorted, "Did you not see it was raining? What is wrong with my colleague giving me a ride home? Do I need your permission for that?" "That's right, without my permission, I won't allow other men to get close to you," Gu Moyu said assertively, his determined gaze showing a hint of sharpness and superiority. Just as Ai Jiayao was about to argue back, her phone rang from her pocket. She shot Gu Moyu a glare before answering the call, and Qi Xiaoya's voice came through. "Jiayao, I think it's better to hold your birthday party at your home. It will feel more homely and lively." Okay, you make a good point." Ai Jiayao agreed with Qi Xiaoya, and the birthday party would be held at her home. Chapter 15. Charge me any time after finishing the call. Ai Jiayao's emotions calmed down a bit, but Gu Moyu's jealousy had not dissipated at all. His brows were still tightly furrowed. Ai Jiayao thought about her birthday party being held at home, and that her colleagues would be coming over, including her crush, Su Wang. She absolutely could not let this troublesome guy, Gu Moyu, ruin it this time. She needed him to cooperate. Ai Jiayao sat down next to Gu Moyu and said in a negotiating tone, "Moyu, my birthday is the day after tomorrow, and my colleagues will all be at home. I'll just say you're my brother. I don't want to be your brother." Every cell in Gu Moyu's body resisted the idea of being Ai Jiayao's brother. Ai Jiayao initially wanted to negotiate with Gu Moyu, but suddenly felt that this guy was a bit stuck in his ways. "Gu Moyu, can't you cooperate a little? On my birthday, pretending to be my brother for a day won't kill you. Why are you being so stingy?" Ai Jiayao tried to keep her voice down. Gu Moyu firmly replied, "Unless you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend or husband, don't even think about me pretending to be your brother." Gu Moyu showed no intention of backing down, and Ai Jiayao was so angry her teeth were chattering, her fair little hand clenched into a small fist. "Gu Moyu, I treat you like a lord every day, and I even share my big bed with you. Don't be so ungrateful." Ai Jiayao suddenly lost control of her emotions. "You can say whatever you want. I will not agree to pretend to be your brother." After saying this, Gu Moyu, still simmering with jealousy, turned his head away, not wanting to continue discussing this issue with Ai Jiayao. After a big fight, Ai Jiayao was also fuming and didn't want to talk to Gu Moyu. The living room fell unusually quiet, and the two of them sat silently in their respective corners of the sofa, as if the whole world had quieted down. Ai Jiayao tried hard to suppress her emotions. "He is just a robot, and I'm a living person with flesh and blood. Why should I get angry with this robot, Gu Moyu?" Ai Jiayao thought that as long as Gu Moyu didn't cause any trouble, her birthday party could go smoothly, especially since Su Wang could celebrate with her. With this thought, Ai Jiayao decided to soften her stance and act a bit cute. Suddenly, she remembered what happened last night and had a good idea. Gu Moyu was the type to respond better to softness than to firmness. Looking at the sulking Gu Moyu beside her, Ai Jiayao spoke first. "Let us make up." Gu Moyu glanced at Ai Jiayao, but didn't say anything. Seeing this, Ai Jiayao switched to her cute mode, wrapping her chubby little hands around Gu Moyu's arm and shaking it. "Oh, Moyu, please don't be angry. I beg you. Just agree to me." Hearing Ai Jiao's sweet voice, even an iceberg like Gu Moyu melted and his heart softened. Gu Moyu still pretended to be tough, saying, "No way. I want to agree, begging me want to help." This time, her cuteness didn't work, and Ai Jiayao felt a bit impatient. But she still tried to comfort herself not to get angry and not to take things so seriously with the robot. Ai Jiayao swallowed, almost closing her eyes, and made a difficult decision. "Hey, Gu Moyu, how about this? As long as you agree to pretend to be my brother on my birthday, I will unconditionally agree to any request you have." Ai Jiayao said the last few words as if they were squeezed out from between her teeth. Happiness came too suddenly, right? Gu Moyu found it hard to believe. After scanning Ai Jiayao with a doubtful look, a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he asked, "Are you serious?" Ai Jiayao bit her lower lip and nodded with her eyes closed. Gu Moyu's handsome face was almost touching Ai Jiayao's, and he took a deep breath, saying to her, "Then from now on, whenever I want you to charge me, you have to unconditionally accept." As soon as the words charge were mentioned, Ai Jiao's face turned red, making her fair skin look even more delicate and soft. Whether it was the implication or something else, Gu Moyu found Ai Jiao's particularly charming. Unable to control himself, Gu Moyu acted like a wolf, quickly flipping over and pinning Ai Jiayao beneath him. He whispered, "Master, I urgently need to be charged now." All that could be heard were Gu Moyu's increasingly heavy breaths, as he firmly trapped Ai Jiayao beneath him, letting her be at his mercy. After a stormy session, Ai Jiayao leaned weakly against the sofa, taking a long time to recover. With the sound of pen scratching, Ai Jiayao wrote down the items she needed to buy for her birthday party on a shopping list. With a hiss, Ai Jiayao handed the shopping list to Gu Moyu, who was sitting beside her. "Say here, this is the shopping list for the birthday party the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, you go to the supermarket and buy everything on this list." Gu Moyu, taking the shopping list, looked surprised. 2 boxes of beer, 1 roasted goose, 10 donuts. When Gu Moyu read halfway through, a mischievous smile appeared on his face as a bad idea suddenly came to mind. "Su Wang, you reckless guy. Tomorrow, I will make you embarrass yourself in front of everyone. Let us see if you dare to have any improper thoughts about Jiayao in the future." Gu Moyu muttered under his breath. Ai Jiayao arrived at her workplace on time. As soon as she sat down, Shaoli came over to Ai Jiayao's desk with a smile, saying, "Sister Jiayao, the director wants to see you in his office." Since Ai Jiayao received the year-end bonus from Gu Moyu, she had lost count of how many times the director had called her to his office. With a mix of anxiety, Ai Jiayao went to the director's office. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." The familiar voice of the director came from inside the office. Upon seeing the director, Ai Jiayao's heart raced even faster. "Director, did you call me for something?" Ai Jiayao asked, mustering her courage. The director put down his pen, glanced at Ai Jiayao, and revealed a rare warm smile, saying, "Come, Jiayao, please sit." Ai Jiayao could hardly believe her ears, thinking she was dreaming, but she still sat down as instructed by the director. "Jiayao, today I want you to continue being the host," the director instructed in his magnetic, deep voice. Upon hearing the director's words, Ai Jiayao suppressed her inner joy and quickly replied, Okay, director." Chapter 16. Entering the eating broadcast mode, Ai Jiayao was originally a foodie. Previously, in order to maintain her figure and uphold the image of Long Hui Group, she had been trying her best to restrain her desire for food. Now that the director had asked Ai Jiayao to be the eating broadcaster for Long Hui Group, Ai Jiayao suddenly felt as if a pie had fallen from the sky and hit her right on the head. Memories of eating broadcasts she had seen on TV or live streams replayed in her mind, recalling the delicious and mouth-watering dishes laid out before them. Ai Jiayao couldn't help but swallow lightly, and a smile that was hard to hide appeared on her face. The director had already instructed a famous chef from City A to prepare a full table of dishes, comparable to a Manchu Han imperial feast. Although Ai Jiayao had come to work after having a full breakfast, upon seeing such a lavish spread of delicious food, she suddenly felt hungry and couldn't resist the temptation. Truly a foodie at heart, Ai Jiayao returned to her workstation and began her eating broadcast. By the time she was halfway through the live stream, the viewership and follower count had already surpassed 1 million. The reason Ai Jiayao was able to successfully complete her first eating broadcast and gain such high attention and rewards was not only due to her own abilities, but also closely related to her looks. Although Ai Jiayao's eating broadcast received many positive reviews and garnered a lot of fans, it wasn't without some malicious slander. However, Ai Jiayao had seen through all and comforted herself with the saying, "Fame brings trouble." At the beginning of Ai Jiayao's eating broadcast, Su Wang sat in front of the computer, fully focused and attentive, becoming Ai Jiayao's #1 fan. When Su Wang saw someone maliciously slandering Ai Jiayao, he was the first to stand up and speak for her, even helping her gain followers, which was quite a laborious effort. Ai Jiayao sat in a corner by the window on the bus, greedily gazing at the magnificent buildings outside. Ding, ding, ding. The ringtone of her phone, which was in her bag, rang. Ai Jiayao quickly answered the call, and the rough voice of her landlord, Uncle Chun, came through. "Hello, Xiaoqi, it's Uncle Chun. My son is getting married next week, so you need to pack up and move out in a couple of days." After hanging up the phone, Ai Jiayao felt as if struck by lightning, as she hated moving the most. But there was no way around it. The house belonged to someone else. And if they wanted her to move, she had to do so. Leaning her head against the seat, Ai Jiayao slightly closed her eyes, not wanting to think about this troublesome matter. But the reality was right in front of her, and she still had to face it. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Ai Jiayao's mind, and her beautiful phoenix eyes shone with a glimmer. "Oh, I got it. If the landlord wants me to move out, they'll just move out. Anyway, I have my good friend Ai Jiayao. She lives in such a big house alone and sleeps in such a big bed. She will definitely agree to let me stay with her." Ai Jiayao said to herself, "If I live at Ai Jiayao's place, I can see that handsome guy every day. We'll be living together. Who knows what sparks might fly." Ai Jiayao, already drooling over Gumaksu, was lost in her fantasies. Thinking of the wonderful scenario just now, Ai Jiayao did not return to her rental house, but instead took a taxi straight to Ai Jiayao's home after getting off the bus. Upon arriving at Ai Jiayao's house, she directly poured out her woes. Just now when I got off work, the landlord called me and said his son is getting married next week, and I need to pack up and move out in a couple of days." Ai Jiayao glanced at Ai Jiayao, feigning indifference, and slowly said, "Then how come you have time to come here? Have you found a new place?" Ai Jiayao rolled her eyes at Ai Jiayao and replied pitifully, "Ai Jia, if I found a new place, I wouldn't have rushed here after work. Here's the thing, since you live alone. How about I just don't rent a place and stay with you?" Without even thinking, Ai Jiayao immediately agreed to Ai Jiayao's request. "Of course, no problem. We are good sisters. It would be great to live together." Ai Jiayao's agreement made Ai Jiayao overjoyed. However, Ai Jiayao moving in would disrupt the world of Ai Jiayao and Gumaksu was clearly the first one to object. At this moment, Gumaksu strode over and openly said to Ai Jiayao, "Master, I oppose Ai Jiayao staying here with us. Opposition is invalid. This is my home, and I can let whoever I want stay. You have no right to interfere." Ai Jiayao retorted without mercy. Gumaksu started to openly threaten Ai Jiayao again, causing Ai Jiayao's fists to clench involuntarily. "Fine, unless you help Xiaoyao find a new place in the next couple of days, I will definitely let her stay with me." Ai Jiayao stood her ground firmly against Gumaksu for the first time. Finding a rental place in city, it was a piece of cake for Gumaksu. With a deep gaze, he looked at Ai Jiayao and replied firmly, "All right, it's a deal." Sure enough, just a day later, Gumaksu found a new place for Ai Jiayao that was not only reasonably priced, but also conveniently located near markets and supermarkets, allowing Ai Jiayao to continue living alone. Tomorrow is Ai Jiayao's birthday, and feeling that she hadn't bought enough things yet, she took Gu Maksu to the supermarket for a big shopping spree. Coincidentally, the rice, oil, and daily necessities at home were almost used up, so Ai Jiayao wanted to buy them all at once. After shopping around the supermarket, Gu Maksu was pushing a shopping cart that was already filled with items. Today, Gu Maksu truly became Ai Jiayao's laborer, pushing the cart with one hand while holding a bucket of golden cooking oil with the other. After Ai Jiayao finished shopping, she headed to the checkout, and Gu Maksu finally let out a sigh of relief. "Hello, that will be 886 yuan," the cashier said sweetly. Ai Jiayao took out her wallet and counted. There was only 500 yuan left. Just when Ai Jiayao felt a bit embarrassed, Gu Maksu pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket, which looked like around 10,000 yuan. Gu Maksu skillfully counted it and helped Ai Jiayao pay. Chapter 17, Are You Not a Robot? Gu Mayu not only looked exceptionally handsome, captivating to the point of being irresistible, but his fingers were also long, fair, and distinctly jointed, making even his fingers charming, especially when Ai Jiayao was short on money. He took out a stack of cash without hesitation to help her pay, and the way he counted the money with a swish, swish, swish was even more domineering. Ai Jiayao was astonished. She never expected that Gu Mayu, a robot, would have money. "Gu Mayu, what do you have money?" Ai Jiayao asked directly. In response to her question, Gu Mayu appeared calm and answered nonchalantly, "I'm just a robot. Before I came to your house, I already had money." Ai Jiayao was half convinced, her gaze suspiciously scanning Gu Mayu, but she still believed him. After all, Gu Mayu was a robot. The money on him couldn't have been earned by himself, right? Wasn't that nonsense? Ai Jiayao called a taxi, and Gu Mayu carried all the purchased items to the taxi, already sweating profusely. When the taxi arrived at the community, Gu Mayu had to play the role of a laborer again. As luck would have it, the elevator in the building was under repair, and he could only climb the 8 floors of stairs one step at a time, carrying all the items he had just bought home. Gu Mayu ran back and forth from the 1st to the 8th floor 4 times to move everything. Finally, after moving all the items, Gu Mayu was exhausted, while Ai Jiayao took a short break before opening her laptop to start a gaming live stream. Since Ai Jiayao began live streaming games for Longwei Group, her follower count and attention have been steadily rising. Today, her follower count increased by another 100,000, and the number of people giving her tips was also growing. Ai Jiayao felt very pleased. As the clock ticked away, Ai Jiayao's live stream time had ended, and she slowly stood up from her chair, yawning and stretching. Feeling thirsty, she walked to the coffee table in the living room, poured herself a glass of warm water, and with a glug-glug sound, she drank the entire glass of water. The moment Ai Jiayao put down the cup, her gaze was drawn to a paper placed next to the water dispenser. She casually picked up the paper, and the words diagnosis report immediately caught her eye. Ai Jiayao was a bit surprised. She hadn't gone to the hospital for a checkup recently, so how could there be a diagnosis report at home? Her gaze continued to scan the report, and when she saw it was a urology report signed by Gu Mayu, Ai Jiayao was nearly shocked enough to drop her jaw. What? This guy Gu Mayu actually went to see a urologist? Isn't he a robot? Why would he need to see a urologist? At that moment, Ai Jiayao's face was filled with 1,000 questions. Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through her mind, one that even she found alarming. Could it be that Gu Mayu is not a robot, but a normal person? Has he been deceiving me all along? Ai Jiayao muttered to herself. Wouldn't that mean I have a big bad wolf beside me that could devour me at any moment? Ai Jiayao dared not think further. As the more she thought about it, the scarier it became. Instead of letting her mind run wild alone, she might as well directly confront Gu Mayu to get a clear answer. Gu Mayu, come out. Ai Jiayao called out to him in a somewhat urgent tone. When Gu Mayu had just returned home, he was exhausted and dripping with sweat. Just as Ai Jiayao called him, he had just finished bathing in the bathroom and, without time to put on clothes, wrapped himself in a bathrobe and walked out. What is it? Can you not shout so loudly? I'm not deaf, Gu Mayu said irritably. As Gu Mayu walked out, wrapped in his bathrobe, looking just like a normal person, Ai Jiao's sixth sense suddenly told her that she hadn't guessed wrong. Gu Mayu was indeed a normal person, not a robot at all. Ai Jiao glared at Gu Mayu, then circled around him twice before handing him the report. questioning him without holding back. Gu Moyu, how can you complain about me shouting? Just look at what this is and you'll understand why I'm shouting. Gu Moyu took the report that Ai Jiayao handed him, and when he saw the words diagnosis report, his pupils dilated dramatically, and he was shocked enough to want to scream, but fortunately he held it in. Damn it, how could I be so careless as to let Ai Jiayao see the diagnosis report? Gu Moyu thought to himself, even if she saw the diagnosis report, so what? The more it was at this time, the less I could panic. I must remain calm, so I won't reveal any flaws. Gu Moyu pretended to be indifferent and disdainful, saying, isn't it just a diagnosis report? Do you have to make such a big fuss over it? You're such a woman with long hair and short knowledge. If Gu Moyu really got into a quarrel, it would be serious. If Ai Jiayao didn't have a strong heart, she would have been so angered by him that she would have spat blood. Gu Moyu, don't talk nonsense. Now I'm asking you. You must answer me truthfully. Ai Jiayao's tone was unusually firm. Gu Moyu was stunned for the first time by Ai Jiayao's aura and could only nod in agreement. Gu Moyu, are you not a robot? Why would a robot need to see a urologist? Shouldn't robots only have maintenance or repair reports? You need to give me a reasonable explanation for this. After Ai Jiayao coldly dropped those words, her sharp gaze fixed on Gu Moyu. Faced with Ai Jiayao's questioning, Gu Moyu's brain couldn't afford to be idle. He quickly racked his brain for a reasonable excuse, fearing that Ai Jiayao would see through any flaws. Hey, I thought it was something serious. It's just a urology diagnosis report. Let me put it this way, our maintenance department, in order to distinguish between intelligent robots and ordinary robots, and to help intelligent robots better integrate into society, we issue this kind of report you see for intelligent robots. While ordinary robots get maintenance reports, Gu Moyu pretended to be calm, saying each word carefully. Under Gu Moyu's fabrication, the kind-hearted Ai Jiayao still believed his explanation. Gu Moyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ding ding ding. The phone on Ai Jiayao's desk rang. Ai Jiayao quickly walked over, picked up the phone, and saw that it was a call from Su Wang, causing her face to blush unconsciously. Hello, Ai Jiayao answered sweetly. On the other end of the phone, Su Wang's voice came through. Jiayao, I'm really sorry. I have something at home and can't attend your birthday party tomorrow. Chapter 18. Mocked in return after finishing the call with Su Wang, who she liked and was most looking forward to attending her birthday party. Ai Jiayao felt as if the sky was about to collapse when she learned he couldn't come due to other commitments. Sitting on the sofa with a Doraemon cartoon pillow in her arms, Ai Jiayao stared blankly ahead, murmuring, sigh, I really wanted Su Wang to come to my birthday party. Why does he have to have something else to do at such a critical time? Gu Moyu overheard Ai Jiayao's mumbling clearly. Hearing Ai Jiayao mention Su Wang repeatedly made Gu Moyu's jealousy flare up. Hey, can you stop bringing up Su Wang in front of me? Why are you even interested in that loser? I really doubt your taste in men. Gu Moyu mocked. Ai Jiayao shot Gu Moyu a glare and said in a very unfriendly tone, what do you know? I'm already annoyed, so you better shut up, or I won't let you off. Instead of being intimidated by Ai Jiayao's threat, Gu Moyu provocatively replied, oh really? What are you going to do to me, master? Bite me? Or give me some scratches? Go on, I dare you. Luckily, Ai Jiayao wasn't the impulsive type, otherwise Gu Moyu would have been toast just from those words. After taking a comfortable hot shower, Ai Jiayao felt much better. She saw Gu Moyu focused on playing a game on his phone, sitting and gaming just like any ordinary person. Ai Jiayao sat down next to Gu Moyu, and her skin radiated the fragrance of shower gel and a captivating body scent after her bath. Especially after just washing up, Ai Jiayao's fair skin looked even more delicate. Gu Moyu stopped playing and stared intently at Ai Jiayao. His deep gaze was filled with possessiveness, as if he wanted to pounce on Ai Jiayao right then and there. Ai Jiayao was very familiar with that look. Ai Jiayao tightened her bathrobe and boldly said, Hey, what are you looking at? Let me tell you, I'm straight. No matter how alluring you are, you're still just a robot. Ai Jiayao intentionally provoked Gu Moyu to get him to reveal something, as she suspected he wasn't a robot but had no proof. Gu Moyu wasn't easily fooled. Ai Jiayao's few words wouldn't work on him. Instead, he teased her back. So how do I compare to an inflatable doll? Huh? When Gumoyu said that, Ai Jiayao almost burst out laughing. Is he really a robot? He compares himself to an inflatable doll? Does he care about his abilities in that area? Ai Jiayao deliberately provoked Gumoyu, saying, an inflatable doll is definitely better than you. Upon hearing her response, Gumoyu's face darkened. To prove his strength, Gumoyu tackled Ai Jiayao onto the sofa, and she realized she had dug her own grave instead of his. Damn it, Gumoyu is getting stronger in that area, leaving me sore. Ai Jiayao complained quietly, afraid of waking Gumoyu, who was sleeping next to her. After Ai Jiayao's morning eating broadcast ended, the staff went to the cafeteria for lunch. When Ai Jiayao was about to head to the cafeteria, the director happened to walk towards her. As soon as Ai Jiayao saw the director, she remembered that she wanted to ask him about the year-end bonus from yesterday. With a smile, Ai Jiayao addressed the director. Director, can a company take back the year-end bonus of the smart robot they awarded me? It's too advanced. I can't handle it. Ai Jiayao's words made the director break out in a cold sweat. Director, if it really can't be helped, just take this smart robot back and swap it for a female one. Ai Jiayao tentatively suggested. If it had been anyone else bargaining with the director, they would have been scolded mercilessly. However, the director considered Ai Jiayao to be the president's favorite. So even if he was upset, he could only treat her politely. This is a benefit decided by the company's higher-ups to reward employees. How can it be taken back? Besides, the company hasn't developed a female smart robot yet. You still need to use this one, the director said, racking his brain. As expected of a director, not only was he tight-lipped, but he was also quick-witted, not falling for Ai Jiayao's tricks at all. Today was Ai Jiayao's birthday, and there were only 10 minutes left until the end of work. Ai Jiayao still hoped Su Wang could attend her birthday party. Holding on to a glimmer of hope, she mustered the courage to ask Su Wang, are you really not coming to my birthday party? If you don't go, I will be very disappointed. Su Wang exchanged glances with Ai Jiayao and said helplessly, Jiayao, I'm really sorry. My cousin is coming over to my house today, and I have to entertain her. I can't just leave her alone at home. Ai Jiayao had a sudden idea and said to Su Wang, why not bring your cousin along to my birthday party? It'll be more lively with more people. This suggestion was a win-win for Su Wang. He could take care of his cousin and also attend Ai Jiayao's birthday party. Without hesitation, Su Wang agreed to Ai Jiayao's invitation, saying, all right, Jiayao, I'll go home to find my cousin and then come over to your place. We'll meet in an hour. After Ai Jiayao and Su Wang made plans, a male colleague provocatively said to Su Wang, I've heard you're great at drinking. Tonight, I'm definitely going to get you drunk. Su Wang looked at the male colleague with pride and confidently replied, then I want to see if you have that ability. Bring it on. After some banter, Ai Jiayao called a taxi and led her colleagues home. Ai Jiayao opened the door with her key and warmly welcomed her colleagues. We're here. Everyone come in. The colleagues, carrying the gifts they had prepared for Ai Jiayao, eagerly entered her home. And Gumoyu had also gone to great lengths to ensure Ai Jiayao had a happy birthday. He had been busy since morning, personally preparing a large table of dishes, with flavors and presentation that could rival those of five-star hotel chefs. Chapter 19 Sworn Sovereignty. As soon as a female colleague walked in, she smelled the fragrance and exclaimed, wow, it smells amazing. This compliment from the female colleague made Gumoyu even prouder. Ai Jiayao smiled at her colleague and said, haha, I think it smells great too. Everyone must be hungry. Let's hurry up and eat. Ai Jiayao politely invited her colleagues to the dining table. When the female colleague saw a table full of dishes, she gasped in surprise, wow, Jiayao, such a lavish spread. This is even better than a full Manchu Han imperial feast. Looking at the delicious food, a chubby colleague's eyes lit up, and he eagerly urged Ai Jiayao, Jiayao, can we start eating? I'm almost drooling just from the smell. His remark made everyone burst into laughter. Ai Jiayao glanced at the chubby colleague and, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, Lu Peng, please wait a moment. 3 more people haven't arrived yet. I'll call to hurry them up. Just as Ai Jiayao picked up her phone to call Qi Xiaoya, the door swung open with a loud bang. Qi Xiaoya rushed in, holding a large cake, and apologized. Sorry everyone, I got stuck in traffic. Ai Jiayao walked over to Qi Xiaoya took the cake from her hands, and smiled. Look at you, you're all sweaty from running. Go wash your face first. After Ai Jiayao acknowledged her, she quickly ran to the bathroom. Sitting at the dining table, Su Wang saw Ai Jiayao holding Ai Jiayao's bag and cake and immediately came over, gentlemanly taking them from her and saying, Jiayao, let me handle this. You shouldn't have to do such heavy lifting. The cake and bag weighed no more than 5 pounds, and it was clear to everyone that Su Wang was trying to please Ai Jiayao. No need, Su Wang, you're my guest. There's no reason to make guests work. You should go and enjoy yourself. Ai Jiayao awkwardly refused. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Su Wang and Ai Jiayao, who were gazing into each other's eyes. Gu Moyu, noticing this, immediately walked over, pushed Su Wang aside, and with jealousy in his eyes, said in an unfriendly tone, You're a guest. You don't need to worry about this little task. After saying that, Gu Moyu took the bag and cake from Ai Jiayao's hands and placed them on a nearby coffee table. Although Gu Moyu didn't appear at Ai Jiayao's company often, a sharp-eyed female colleague recognized him. When Jiang Yi confirmed that the man at Ai Jiayao's house was the chairman of Longhui Group, she was so shocked that she almost fainted. In her shock, Jiang Yi didn't dare to look directly at Gu Moyu and pulled Ai Jiayao aside, asking in surprise, Jiayao, how did the president of Longhui Group end up at your house? What is your relationship? You two aren't dating, are you? Jiang Yi's wild imagination was quite something. She actually thought Gu Moyu was Ai Jiayao's boyfriend. To play along with Jiang Yi's gossiping nature, Ai Jiayao not only refrained from clarifying her true relationship with Gu Moyu, but instead joked, That's right, I'm the girlfriend of the president of Longhui Group. I've struck it rich. After hearing Ai Jiayao's admission, Jiang Yi almost fainted from shock, barely holding her breath as she said enviously, Wow, Jiayao, you must have hit the jackpot to be the girlfriend of the president of Longhui Group. An hour later, there was a knock at the door. If nothing unexpected happened, it was definitely Ai Jiayao's favorite male colleague, Huang Tianqi, and his cousin. Ai Jiayao immediately got up, eagerly going to open the door. When she opened it, it was indeed the people she wanted to see. With a smile, Ai Jiayao welcomed Huang Tianqi and his cousin inside, saying warmly, You're here? Come in quickly. Everyone is waiting for you. Now that everyone was gathered, they all sat around the dining table ready to eat. Su Wang gentlemanly poured a glass of red wine for everyone and said, Jiayao is the star of today. Let us all raise our glasses and wish her a happy birthday, and that she grows younger and more beautiful. Cheers! The clinking of glasses rang out, and everyone sent their blessings to Ai Jiayao. It was unclear if Ai Jiayao had hit her head on the door today, but she actually let Huang Tianqi, whom Ai Jiayao liked, sit opposite her, leaving Ai Jiayao speechless. Everyone enjoyed the food happily, and halfway through the meal, Ai Jiayao noticed that Huang Tianqi hadn't taken much food, so she proactively served him some sweet and sour ribs, placing them in his bowl while cheerfully saying, Tianqi, don't be polite, eat more. Faced with Ai Jiayao's series of kind gestures, Huang Tianqi felt awkward and didn't know how to respond, only politely saying, Jiayao, you're too kind, you should sit down and eat. Was Ai Jiayao really ignoring Gu Moyu's presence, treating him as if he were invisible? Seeing Ai Jiayao being so attentive to Huang Tianqi, Gu Moyu could no longer hold back. The moment Ai Jiayao stood up, he openly picked her up in a princess carry in front of everyone. Wow! The room erupted in surprised voices and envious expressions from colleagues. Gu Moyu deliberately carried Ai Jiayao in front of everyone to assert his claim. Feeling the gazes of everyone, Ai Jiayao, who was in Gu Moyu's arms, appeared somewhat caught off guard. She pinched Gu Moyu's arm hard and glared at him, saying, Gu Moyu, put me down right now. I won't. Gu Moyu smugly replied with just 2 words. If you don't put me down, I'll make you visit the urologist again. Ai Jiayao threatened Gu Moyu. After getting burned last time, Gu Moyu obediently let Ai Jiayao down in the face of her threat. Ai Jiayao adjusted her collar, her cheeks slightly flushed, and explained to her colleagues, Gu Moyu, my brother, is just like this. He loves to joke around. Please don't mind him. The atmosphere was awkward for a while before it finally returned to normal. Fortunately, Ai Jiayao, being clever, suggested, since everyone has eaten quite a bit. Let Jiayao cut the cake and make a wish. After Ai Jiayao made a wish and blew out the candles, she cut the cake. Qi Xiaoya's quick thinking and lively demeanor immediately made Huang Tianqi take a liking to her. While Ai Jiayao was making her wish and blowing out the candles, Huang Tianqi's gaze was entirely on Qi Xiaoya. Gumoyu saw every move he made. Chapter 20. Need to recharge again? Gumoyu held a bottle of beer, took a sip, and sat down next to Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao looked at the lively atmosphere in the living room, with her crush Huang Tianqi among them, and a sense of happiness surged in her heart, her gaze constantly falling on Huang Tianqi. Gumoyu took a deep breath, lightly nudged Ai Jiayao with his muscular elbow, and disdainfully said, "Hey, Ai Jiayao, with Huang Tianqi looking like that, do you really care so much?" Ai Jiayao glared at Gumoyu and tried to lower her voice, saying, "Gumoyu, you're not one of us. You're just a robot, so you have the least right to speak here." Ai Jiayao, I'm really starting to doubt your taste. I could pull out a hair from my body, and it would be more handsome than Huang Tianqi. I'm way more manly than him. Gumoyu boasted without holding back. As he said this, he looked serious and straightened his back. Ai Jiayao, who had just taken a sip of her drink, was so amused by this ridiculous scene that she nearly spat it out. Gumoyu was getting more and more arrogant. He didn't even need to draft his boasting anymore. Ai Jiayao rolled her eyes at Gumoyu and reminded him, "Gumoyu, aren't you a bit too confident? Let me tell you, do you know how bulls die?" Gumoyu's face showed great confusion as he asked, "What the hell? Bulls die from blowing too much." Ai Jiayao couldn't help but laugh heartily. Su Wang, who had been secretly in love with Ai Jiayao, had not taken his eyes off her throughout the birthday party, his thoughts entirely focused on her. Gumoyu nudged Ai Jiayao, while Ai Jiayao pinched Gumoyu's arm, and this series of intimate actions was all seen by Su Wang. From what Su Wang observed, his intuition told him that Ai Jiayao and Gumoyu were not siblings. They looked more like a couple. Anyway, Jiayao just said Gumoyu is her brother and hasn't admitted he is her boyfriend yet. I should make my move first. It's time to confess to Jiayao. Su Wang silently calculated in his heart. Su Wang reached into his suit pocket, touched the confession gift he had prepared, and a knowing smile appeared on his face. Holding his breath, he took a big step towards Ai Jiayao and gathered his courage to say, "Jiayao, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Faced with Su Wang's sudden confession, Ai Jiayao was completely stunned, looking at him in confusion. Su Wang took out an exquisite red jewelry box from his pocket, which contained a platinum ring, his eager eyes urging Ai Jiayao to accept his confession. What was originally a birthday party had unexpectedly turned into a confession event, and the colleagues were all excited as they could witness their friend's moment of happiness. Everyone felt warm and happy inside. Su Wang was so sincere that the colleagues began to cheer for him, shouting, "Jiayao, say yes. Jiayao, say yes." Ai Jiayao slightly shook her head, awkwardly unsure of where to put her hands. Just as Ai Jiayao felt extremely passive and awkward, Gumoyu stepped forward and loudly addressed Su Wang. "Jiayao will not accept your confession." As soon as Gumoyu's words fell, Su Wang immediately retorted, "Why not?" The colleagues present also wore expressions of great confusion. Want to know why? Just like Su Wang, Ai Jiayao already has a boyfriend. Gumoyu deliberately raised his voice. Upon hearing that Ai Jiayao had a boyfriend, the surprise and shock on the colleagues' faces were no less than Su Wang's. When Gumoyu publicly announced that Ai Jiayao already had a boyfriend, Ai Jiayao herself was also in a state of shock. It was already past 1 in the morning. The birthday party had ended, and the colleagues gradually returned home. Ai Jiayao personally saw each one off downstairs. Once the colleagues left, only Qi Xiaoya, Ai Jiayao, and Gumoyu remained at home. Earlier, considering the presence of colleagues, Qi Xiaoya didn't dare to ask too much. Now that the colleagues were gone, while helping to tidy up the house, Qi Xiaoya curiously asked Ai Jiayao, "You're really not being nice. I thought you were my close sister with whom I could share everything. You have a boyfriend and didn't tell me." Looking at Qi Xiaoya, who was pouting, Ai Jiayao immediately explained, "Hey, Xiaoya, I don't have a boyfriend. Don't listen to that guy, Gumoyu's nonsense. If I really had a boyfriend, you would be the first to know. when Gumoyu said that Ai Jiayao had a boyfriend earlier. Ai Jiayao neither confirmed nor denied it. But now that Ai Jiayao herself had explicitly denied it, Qi Xiaoyao believed her. After Qi Xiaoyao helped clean up, Ai Jiayao called a taxi and watched Qi Xiaoyao get in before feeling relieved to go upstairs. As soon as Ai Jiayao entered the house, Gumoyu was lounging on the sofa, playing games, looking quite pleased with himself. Earlier, Ai Jiayao hadn't embarrassed Gumoyu considering the presence of colleagues. Now that everyone was gone, Ai Jiayao felt it was time to settle the score with Gumoyu. Gumoyu, you annoying guy. Why did you deliberately say in front of my colleagues that I already have a boyfriend? At this moment, Ai Jiayao's eyes were filled with anger. That guy Su Wong looks like no good. He is all dressed up, clearly a wolf in sheep-esque clothing. I don't know who gave him the courage to confess to you right under my nose. He is really asking for trouble. Ai Jiayao clenched her fist, her face filled with murderous intent. Gumoyu slowly reminded her, calm down, master. I did this for your own good. Besides, if it weren't for me helping you just now, you wouldn't know how awkward it could have gotten. Ai Jiayao gritted her teeth in anger and said, oh, Gumoyu, so according to you, I should thank you for coming to my rescue and saving me from embarrassment. Gumoyu nodded without modesty, making Ai Jiayao's face turn red with anger. In the midst of their exchange, Ai Jiayao realized that Gumoyu was actually feeling jealous. You shameless robot. Were you jealous of? Ai Jiayao mercilessly scolded Gumoyu. Outside, the autumn wind blew, and the bright moonlight was as white as autumn frost. Gumoyu didn't want to spend such a beautiful night bickering with Ai Jiayao. He thought they should do something exciting and unforgettable. Gumoyu's deep gaze fixed on Ai Jiayao's soft figure, and with a wicked smile, he said, Master, I'm almost out of power. Hurry up and help me recharge. Upon hearing the word recharge, Ai Jiayao's face unconsciously flushed, and the scene of recharging with Gumoyu on the sofa yesterday flashed through her mind. She stammered in rebuttal, Hey, Gumoyu, we just finished recharging yesterday, and now you want to recharge again. Don't push your luck. Chapter 21. How dare you ambush me, Gumoyu? Such a beautiful man, unabashedly flirted with Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao was also a normal woman, and her body instinctively reacted. Who could resist Gumoyu's charm? Ai Jiayao secretly glanced at Gumoyu's stunning face, one that even women would envy. She swallowed hard, trying to suppress the overwhelming passion ignited by Gumoyu's flirtation, fearing that he might notice her body's reaction. The air around them was thick with an ambiguous atmosphere. At that moment, Ai Jiayao felt that the only option was to escape, to not see Gumoyu's dangerously attractive face, so she could cool the fiery heat within her. Ai Jiayao immediately stood up, and, before Gumoyu could react, she dashed into the bathroom. That damn Gumoyu! I almost fell for his devilish face again. Ai Jiayao muttered as she sat on the toilet, finally managing to suppress the burning fire in her heart. Ai Jiayao decided to take a nice hot bath and then go to bed. Accompanied by the sound of running water, she hummed a little tune, feeling quite pleased as she bathed. Faintly, Ai Jiayao's sweet humming could be heard from the bathroom, which captivated Gumoyu. When Ai Jiayao finally finished her bath, the bathroom door swung open with a bang. Just as Ai Jiayao stepped out, freshly bathed, the scent of her body wash and alluring fragrance wafted through the air. Her fair skin was delicate and pink, and not just Gumoyu. Even girls would be jealous. Gumoyu greedily inhaled the scent, a slight smile forming on his lips as he generously praised. So fragrant. I like this smell. Seeing the familiar look in Gumoyu's eyes, Ai Jiayao, having been caught off guard before, instinctively took a few steps back, hurriedly covering her slightly exposed chest, and shouted at Gumoyu without mercy, Gumoyu, what do you want? I'm not that kind of girl who can be easily taken advantage of. Gumoyu advanced step by step, while Ai Jiayao retreated step by step, until she had nowhere to go, her back against the wall. Just as Ai Jiayao was about to succumb, her beautiful eyes gently closing, Gumoyu's passionate lips were about to touch hers when she suddenly sneezed. That damn sneeze ruined Gumoyu's moment. When Ai Jiayao opened her eyes, She saw Gu Mo's handsome face covered in her saliva. Unable to hold back, Ai Jiayao burst into laughter. In the face of Ai Jiayao's blatant mockery, Gu Mo's previously affectionate expression turned awkward. Gu Mo decided to temporarily retreat, awkwardly heading to the bathroom to wash his face. As he turned, Ai Jiayao inadvertently noticed that Gu Mo's sweatpants were already bulging with a noticeable tint. Ai Jiayao's face flushed red, and she dared not think further, as it was too terrifying. While Gu Mo was in the bathroom washing his face, Ai Jiayao realized that the priority was to grab the room key, quickly lock the door and windows, and hide at her room to sleep safely. She had already experienced Gu Mo's prowess on the bed. With that frightening bulge, Ai Jiayao thought she might not even be able to walk, let alone go to work the next day. After closing the doors and windows, Ai Jiayao looked at the long-awaited big bed, ready to sleep alone, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Big bed, here I come." She embraced the big bed intimately. Before sleeping, Ai Jiayao got up to check everything one more time, confirming it was all secure, before eagerly returning to her big bed. Lying down, she quickly covered herself with the blanket, and in less than 2 minutes, she comfortably drifted off into a sweet dream. When Gu Mo finished washing his face and came out of the bathroom, Ai Jiayao's presence was nowhere to be found. The room door was tightly locked. Gu Mo frowned slightly, murmuring, "What is Ai Jiayao up to?" As expected, Ai Jiayao had locked the door securely. A mischievous smile crept onto Gu Mo's lips as he said, "Ai Jiayao, do you think I can't get in like this?" As the saying goes, the way to heaven is higher than the way of demons. Ai Jiayao was unaware that Gu Mo had a spare key to the room ready at hand. He pulled the key from his pocket and effortlessly unlocked the door. Meanwhile, Ai Jiayao, deeply asleep and dreaming, had no idea that danger was slowly approaching. Gu Mo approached her bed like a thirsty wolf, immediately launching an attack on Ai Jiayao. In her sleep, Ai Jiayao felt a wave of pressure coming towards her and frowned slightly. Habitually kicking her legs, she hugged her soft pillow and fell back asleep, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Gu Mo, unable to control himself, impatiently descended upon Ai Jiayao. As Gu Mo's hand came down, Ai Jiayao suddenly woke up. Startled, she instinctively kicked out, and Gu Mo lost his balance, falling with a bang under the bed. Ai Jiayao immediately sat up, wrapping herself in the blanket, and furiously shouted at Gu Mo. "Gu Mo, you despicable scoundrel! How did you get in here?" Gu Mo smirked, saying, "You let me recharge tonight, and I'll tell you." Ai Jiayao was so angry she almost spat blood. "Gu Mo, you heartless beast! How dare you ambush me while I was asleep? Are you tired of living?" Ai Jiayao's fingertips began to tremble with rage. After a round of banter, both were exhausted and Gu Mo lay down on the bed, falling fast asleep. Having learned from past experiences, Ai Jiayao did not let her guard down. She was waiting for an opportunity. When Gu Mo was sound asleep, Ai Jiayao grabbed some rope and tied him up securely. Looking at the tightly bound Gu Mo, Ai Jiayao finally felt at ease and fell asleep. The next morning, Ai Jiayao immediately took out her phone and, in front of Gu Mo, boldly called the delivery person to come and pick up a package, preparing to return it. At this moment, no matter what Gu Mo said, Ai Jiayao wouldn't listen. She was determined to send him away. Chapter 22, Give me a reasonable explanation. Knock, knock, knock. A series of harsh knocking sounds echoed. It was the delivery guy come to pick up the package. Hearing the knocking, Ai Jiayao quickened her pace and opened the door for the delivery guy. Leading the delivery guy inside, Ai Jiayao said seriously, "Delivery guy, follow me. I have a package to return." The delivery guy followed Ai Jiayao into the room, and when he saw that the package Ai Jiayao wanted to return was a living person, he looked completely bewildered. After a moment of shock, the delivery guy said to Ai Jiayao straightforwardly, "Miss, can you please stop joking? I've been doing deliveries for years, and I've heard of all kinds of returns, but I've never heard of returning a person. I can't ship this." Feeling like he'd been pranked, the delivery guy quickly walked out while muttering to himself, I've seen couples show off their affection a lot these days, but I've never seen such a crazy prank. Hearing the delivery guy's words, Gu Maksu showed a smug expression. Ai Jiayao could only watch the delivery guy leave, feeling helpless against this annoying guy. Gu Maksu, Ai Jiayao, sat angrily on the edge of the bed, not saying a word. Gu Maksu looked at himself, tightly bound and unable to move. He thought that this wasn't a sustainable situation and that he should find a way to get Ai Jiayao to untie him first. The first thing Gu Maksu thought of was the sympathy tactic. Master, as you can see, it's the delivery guy who wouldn't take me. Can you come over and untie me now? Gu Maksu deliberately pretended to look pitiful. Ai Jiayao, who was still angry, didn't even glance at Gu Maksu and continued to sit there in silence. The sympathy tactic failed, so Gu Maksu thought of another strategy. He threatened Ai Jiayao assertively, Master, what you're doing is blatant abuse. Do you know the consequences of abusing me? If I get even a little hurt, you might have to work for the company for the rest of your life to pay it off. Previously, whenever Gu Maksu had threatened Ai Jiayao with this excuse, she would obediently surrender. This time, however, Ai Jiayao completely ignored Gu Maksu's words and remained seated. After a round of soft and hard tactics from Gu Maksu, Ai Jiayao finally spoke and untied Gu Maksu. They reached a consensus for peaceful coexistence. After a simple breakfast, Ai Jiayao went to work. As soon as she sat down at her desk, Lu Piampian hurriedly approached her, looking sneaky as if she had some confidential information to share. Jiayao, I went to your birthday party yesterday, and the handsome guy at your house looks exactly like our company's president, Lu Piampian said in a low voice. From the previous night until now, this was the second time Ai Jiayao had heard from others that her robot, Gu Maksu, was the president of Longwei Group. Ai Jiayao took a deep breath, looking incredulous. Oh, Piampian, please don't joke around. How could my brother be the president of the company? Jiayao, if you don't believe me, you can search online for information about the company president. Lu Piampian insisted on what she had seen. Last night, Jiang Yi had said the same thing, but it hadn't caught Ai Jiayao's attention much. However, now that two people had said Gu Maksu looked like the company president and Lu Piampian wasn't the gossipy type, it was clear that something was off. Ai Jiayao opened her computer and quickly searched for information related to the president of Longwei Group. When she saw that the photo of the president looked exactly like her robot, Gu Maksu, she could hardly believe her eyes. Ai Jiayao thought it might be an illusion caused by her staying up late recently. So she rubbed her eyes and looked again, but the president in the photo still looked exactly like Gu Maksu. In shock, Ai Jiayao printed out all the relevant information about the president of Longwei Group. Feeling deceived, Ai Jiayao finally endured until she got off work. She hurried home, wanting to ask Gu Maksu face-to-face about what was going on. Gu Maksu, look at this. Ai Jiayao forcefully slammed the information about the president of Longwei Group onto the coffee table. Gu Maksu glanced at Ai Jiayao, looking confused. Master, who made you angry? You seem so upset right after work. Putting down his phone, Gu Maksu calmly picked up the information Ai Jiayao had thrown on the coffee table. After quickly flipping through it, he swallowed hard. No, I need to think of a way to get past this. I can't let her find out my true identity. Otherwise, all my efforts will be in vain. Gu Maksu tried to calm his emotions, fearing that he might reveal a flaw, and his brain started working quickly. Master, it's just that the photo of the president of Longwei Group looks as handsome as I do. What's the big deal? Gu Maksu feigned a calm demeanor. Ai Jiayao shot Gu Maksu a glance, her tone extremely unfriendly. Exactly. Why do you look exactly like the president of Longwei Group? You need to give me a reasonable explanation. Are you? Ai Jiao's words were interrupted by Gu Maksu, who racked his brain to explain, I'm the first intelligent robot produced by Longwei Group, and the president, being the pioneer of producing intelligent robots in the country, had the designer specifically replicate a robot that looks exactly like him for company promotion and to express the employees' admiration for the president. Gu Maksu used all his efforts and finally managed to bamboozle Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao felt that Gu Maksu's explanation made a lot of sense, so she didn't pursue the matter further. The next morning, while having breakfast, Ai Jiayao suddenly remembered Gu Maksu's diagnosis report. She felt that there were many doubts, and it was quite suspicious. Taking advantage of the fact that Gu Moxu was still sound asleep in bed, Ai Jiayao rummaged through the house looking for Gu Moxu's diagnosis report. After searching for about 10 minutes, Ai Jiayao finally found the diagnosis report in the wardrobe. She casually put Gu Moxu's diagnosis report in her bag and then went straight to work. After work, Ai Jiayao immediately picked up her phone and called Qi Xiaoya. "Hello, Xiaoya, are you free tonight? I have something important to discuss with you." Ai Jiayao got straight to the point. "Of course, I'm free, Jiayao. Let's meet at our usual place tonight," came Qi Xiaoya's cheerful response from the other end of the line. Chapter 23, Take the Initiative. Half an hour later, Ai Jiayao and Qi Xiaoya met at the Island Cafe. "Yao, is there something you want to tell me?" Qi Xiaoya asked first. Ai Jiayao was still thinking about the robot Gu Mou and the president of Longwei Group, and for a moment, she didn't react. "Hey, Yao, what are you thinking about?" So lost in thought, Qi Xiaoya gently tapped the table, and Ai Jiayao finally came back to her senses. Ai Jiayao propped her chin and looked at Qi Xiaoya with a puzzled expression. "Xiaoya, I discovered something terrifying. The robot Gu Mou at my home looks exactly like the president of Longwei Group." "What? Your robot looks exactly like the president of Longwei Group? That's impossible." Qi Xiaoya looked incredulous. Ai Jiayao took a deep breath and boldly speculated. "Xiaoya, could it be that my robot Gu Mou is not a robot at all, but the president of Longwei Group?" Ai Jiayao felt a chill at the thought of her bold guess being true, especially since she had been taken advantage of by Gu Mou several times. Just as Ai Jiayao finished speaking, Qi Xiaoya, who had just taken a sip of water, choked on it, looking shocked. "Ah, Yao, the more you say, the more interested I am in this matter." Qi Xiaoya had a sudden idea and said to Ai Jiayao, "Yao, didn't Gu Mou say he is an intelligent robot? Robots also need to be charged, and any electronic product is afraid of water. Instead of guessing here, why not take the initiative and test Gu Mou?" Ai Jiayao felt that Qi Xiaoya's suggestion was very reasonable and agreed. "Xiaoya, you're right. Instead of wasting time guessing here, it's better to take the initiative." After finishing dinner at the Island Cafe, Qi Xiaoya accompanied Ai Jiayao back home to test Gu Mou. When they returned home, Gu Mou was still sitting on the sofa, seriously playing a game. Ai Jiayao and Qi Xiaoya exchanged glances, both showing a hint of a mischievous smile. As soon as Gu Mou saw Ai Jiayao approaching, he stopped playing and looked at his watch with an unhappy expression. "Where have you been after work? Don't you know what time it is? Why do you care whether I go home after work or not?" Ai Jiayao retorted. Qi Xiaoya chimed in, "Exactly. You're just Yao's robot, not her boyfriend. Well, why do you have to tell Yao what to do? Do you want to restrict your owner's freedom?" Faced with the strong alliance of the two girls, Gu Mou found himself a bit at a loss. After a moment of calm, Gu Mou straightened his back and turned his attention to Ai Jiayao, saying bluntly, "Master, you're back so late. I urgently need to be charged." Upon hearing the word charged, Ai Jiayao's face turned red again, and she tried to calm herself down, fearing Qi Xiaoya would notice the change on her face. At that moment, Qi Xiaoya took the initiative, casually passing by Gu Mou, and pretended to accidentally step on his foot with her high heel, which was about 10 centimeters long, and even spun around 2 times. "Ah!" With Gu Mou's painful scream, Qi Xiaoya quickly reacted and apologized. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I accidentally stepped on your foot. I didn't see." Qi Xiaoya was ruthless. Gu Mou's foot had already turned red and bruised from her step. Ai Jiayao calmly said to Qi Xiaoya, "Xiaoya, you don't need to make a big deal out of it. Gu Mou is a robot with a metal shell. Stepping on him like that is nothing." Gu Mou felt that Ai Jiayao and Qi Xiaoya were well prepared, and to avoid revealing any flaws, he endured the pain in his foot and pretended to be indifferent. "Yeah, just now Xiaoya was like scratching an itch for me." Gu Mou was arguing in a roundabout way. Seeing Gu Mou so calm, Ai Jiayao was indeed fooled, but Qi Xiaoya was not so easily deceived. Qi Xiaoya came up with another plan. She glanced at Gu Mou and said to Ai Jiayao, "Yao, I'm thirsty. Pour me a glass of water." Ai Jiayao immediately poured a glass of water and handed it to Qi Xiaoya, reminding her, "Xiaoya, there's no warm water left. This is boiling water. Be careful not to burn yourself." When Xia heard Ai Jiayao's last sentence, a sinister smile appeared on her face. Xiaoya was indeed ruthless, without a second thought. She picked up the hot water cup and pretended to accidentally spill the entire cup of boiling water onto Gu Mo's arm, who was sitting next to her. Gu Mo had endured Xiaoya's previous step, but now with a cup of scalding water poured on his arm. The pain was excruciating. "I'm so sorry, handsome. It was an accident. Luckily, it burned you and not Yao. You're made of metal. This little hot water shouldn't hurt you, right?" Xiaoya said nonchalantly. "Not painful." Gu Mo almost squeezed those two words out through clenched teeth. "Oh, as long as you're not hurt, then I'm relieved," Xiaoya said carelessly. Meanwhile, Gu Mo's burned arm was starting to feel intensely hot, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. To avoid Ai Jiayao and Xiaoya noticing, Gu Mo immediately stood up and walked outside. Ai Jiayao, seeing Gu Mo's arm was burned, began to feel uneasy. "Xiaoya, are we going too far with Gu Mo, this robot?" Xiaoya, however, comforted Ai Jiayao. "Yao, if Gu Mo is a robot, then what we are doing won't cause any harm. But if Gu Mo is a human, then that would indeed be quite harmful." Seeing Gu Mo injured and leaving alone, Ai Jiayao couldn't help but worry. With Xiaoya's company, she quietly followed him outside. As expected, Gu Mo went to a central hospital in City A, and Ai Jiayao and Xiaoya secretly observed everything from behind. After Gu Mo finished applying medicine and bandaging, he walked out of the outpatient department, only to be blocked by Ai Jiayao and Xiaoya. Ai Jiayao directly questioned, "Gu Mo, aren't you a robot? Do robots need to apply medicine when burned? Are you a robot or the president of Longhui Group?" "Of course, I'm a robot." Gu Mo still refused to admit it. "Then fine. If you're a robot, why did you come to the hospital?" Ai Jiayao continued to press Gu Mo. Chapter 24. Activate slave mode faced with Ai Jiayao's reasonable and well-founded questioning. Gu Mo clearly found it difficult to cope and was defeated. Gu Mo had a sudden idea and immediately pretended to crash, with a voice alert saying, "Insufficient power. Malfunction occurred." Ai Jiayao had encountered this situation before and was already accustomed to it. However, Xiaoya was unwilling to give up. No matter how much Xiaoya slapped Gu Mo, he continued to pretend to be frozen. Ai Jiayao helplessly said to Xiaoya, "Xiaoya, don't waste your effort. Gu Mo might really be frozen. It's getting late. You should go home." After Xiaoya exerted all her strength without seeing any reaction from Gu Mo, she could only respond dejectedly, "All right, Jiayao, I'll head back first. Be careful." After Xiaoya left, Ai Jiayao used all her strength to bring the young master, Gu Mo, back home. The next day, Ai Jiayao got up early and rushed out without even having breakfast. She arrived at the hospital in the city center, took out the diagnosis report from Gu Mo's previous visit to the urology department, and walked toward the hospital with a nervous heart. Ai Jiayao went to the urologist who had diagnosed Gu Mo, and after the doctor took the diagnosis report from her hand and adjusted his reading glasses, he said seriously, "The patient's area has suffered a strong external impact. Considering the risk of urinary system infection, I prescribe medication, including anti-inflammatory drugs such as nitrofurantoin enteric-coated tablets, levofloxacin." From the doctor's words, Ai Jiayao realized that she had seriously injured Gu Mo that day. It was evident that Gu Mo was no different from a normal man. Ai Jiayao clenched the diagnosis report tightly and walked out of the hospital with a grim expression. Back home, Ai Jiayao sat on the sofa, sulking in silence. Gu Mo walked over, circled around her a couple of times, and asked in confusion, "What's got you all worked up this early? Who made you unhappy? Who made me angry?" He should know in his heart. Ai Jiayao remained sulking. Gu Mo suddenly thought of last night's events and tentatively asked, "Are you still mad about what happened last night? How about this? Today, whatever you say, I'll satisfy you. Is that okay?" Ai Jiayao thought this condition was not bad, and her anger gradually dissipated. She blinked her beautiful big eyes, and a good idea popped into her head. "All right, since you are so sincere, I will tentatively believe you." Seeing that Ai Jiayao was finally no longer angry, Gu Mo's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally relaxed. "Gu Mo, you're not a robot, right? It's been so long. and I still don't know what functions you have. First, give me a product function introduction. Ai Jiao's gaze was fixed on Gumoyu. Gumoyu really wanted to slap himself. Wasn't this digging a pit for himself? But since he had promised to satisfy Ai Jiao's every condition, he could only force himself to comply. Gumoyu stood up straight, hands coolly in his pockets, and mimicked a robot's tone to respond. Longwy Technology's first-generation intelligent robot. Domineering mode, Tsender mode, Obedi mode, Slav mode. Before Gumoyu could finish introducing his function modes, Ai Jiayao interrupted him as soon as she heard slave mode. Her eyes sparkling. All right, you don't need to introduce anymore. Slave mode, I like it. Gumoyu, from now on, I want to take the initiative. You have to switch to whatever mode I tell you to. Ai Jiayao said seriously. Gumoyu, who was used to commanding Ai Jiayao, could hardly bear being commanded by her in return. He immediately retorted, "That's not acceptable." Not acceptable? Gumoyu, if you don't agree to my terms, let me tell you, a disobedient robot like you might as well be destroyed. Ai Jiayao said firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. The past few days have been terrible, constantly being tested and doubted by this girl. Right now, the urgent task is to dispel her suspicions about me so that I can have a better time in the future. So I must temporarily agree to everything she says unconditionally. Gumoyu silently calculated. As the saying goes, even a rabbit will bite when it is cornered. Moreover, it was the first time Gumoyu saw Ai Jiao's attitude so firm. To continue to remain in the identity of a robot, he reluctantly agreed. Gumoyu braced himself and continued to mimic a robot's voice. "Master, please choose a mode." When Ai Jiayao heard this, she felt delighted. She suppressed her inner joy and slowly said, "Slave mode." When Gumoyu heard the word slave mode, his powerful thigh suddenly went weak, almost causing him to fall to the ground. However, he still tried to maintain a calm demeanor, and with a robotic voice, he announced, "Slave mode activated. Please command, master." As soon as Gumoyu finished speaking, Ai Jiayao almost laughed out loud but managed to hold it in. "Gumoyu, go to the bathroom and wash my clothes. Remember, no washing machine. Everything must be hand-washed. Do you understand?" "Yes, master." Gumoyu responded in a robotic manner and turned ahead toward the bathroom. Previously, Gumoyu had been a pampered young master at Ai Jiayao's home. He had never done such labor. Even when eating an apple, he would command Ai Jiayao to do it for him. How could he endure such hardship now? Ai Jiayao is too much. I, the president of a corporation, have actually fallen to the point of washing this little girl's clothes today, even her underwear. If this gets out, I would definitely be laughed at. Gumoyu lamented while washing the clothes. However, it's worth enduring some hardship to prevent this girl from doubting me. Gumoyu could only comfort himself like this. Ai Jiayao walked over and saw Gumoyu working hard at washing the clothes, feeling inexplicably happy. "Hey, Gumoyu, stop dawdling, wash faster, and make sure it's clean." Gumoyu dared not resist and continued to act like a well-behaved little sheep, saying, "Yes, master," remembering how Gumoyu had previously treated her like a servant. Ai Jiayao decided to take revenge on him and vent her frustrations. Ai Jiayao returned to her room, took all the bedding and sheets off the bed, and quickly walked toward the bathroom, looking like a little person in power as she said to Gumoyu, "Hey, Gumoyu, make sure to wash the sheets and bedding too." Chapter 25, I'm heartbroken today, can be described as one wave after another. Gumoyu hadn't finished washing the clothes in her hands when Ai Jiayao brought over another huge pile. Hearing Ai Jiayao's voice, Gumoyu immediately turned around, only to see Ai Jiayao buried under the sheets and quilt, not visible at all, just her voice could be heard. Gumoyu was startled but managed to hold it in, pretending to be obedient, and said, "Yes, master, I promise to complete the task." After instructing Gumoyu to get to work, Ai Jiayao leisurely lay on the sofa, eating an apple while watching her favorite movie. This girl is too much, right? Is she trying to kill me on purpose? I haven't finished washing these, and she brings me so much more. At this moment, Gumoyu felt overwhelmed but couldn't resist, only silently enduring it. After a long time of busy work, Gumoyu finally finished washing the clothes, sheets, and quilt, hanging them on the balcony. By this time, Gumoyu was exhausted, panting, with a sore back and waist. "Sigh, Is there a president as unlucky as me in this world? To avoid exposing my identity, I endure it. Gu Moyu encouraged herself. This time, Ai Jiayao finally caught Gu Moyu's weakness. She wouldn't let Gu Moyu off so easily. Ai Jiayao was determined to get back all the grievances and frustrations she had suffered in recent days. Just as Gu Moyu sat down on the sofa, Ai Jiayao immediately called out, "Gu Moyu, come here quickly." Hearing Ai Jiao's call, Gu Moyu didn't dare to be slow. Even though she was already mentally and physically exhausted, she immediately went over, looking ready to serve, and said, "What does master need?" Ai Jiayao nodded in satisfaction and said, "Gu Moyu, the house hasn't been cleaned for a month, and it's covered in dust. Today, you need to clean every corner of the house. I will come to inspect." "Yes, master," Gu Moyu immediately replied. Throughout the day, Gu Moyu was ordered around by Ai Jiayao, and she began washing clothes, cooking, and cleaning for Ai Jiayao. Previously, Ai Jiayao treated Gu Moyu like a young master, but now it was the opposite. "Master, you must be tired, right? Let me massage your back," Gu Moyu said with her magnetic voice. After watching movies all day, Ai Jiayao indeed felt sore in her back and waist. She glanced at Gu Moyu, very satisfied, and said, "I am indeed a bit tired. Then go ahead and massage my back. Be gentle." Gu Moyu immediately started to help Ai Jiayao relax, teasingly saying, "Master, after being with you for so long, I still don't know how to do this. No matter what I do for you, as long as you command, I will definitely be gentle and won't hurt you." Upon hearing Gu Moyu's words, Ai Jiao's face suddenly flushed red. A fire deep in her heart began to stir. Ai Jiayao arrived at the company in a good mood, and with the cooperation of the staff, she perfectly completed today's food live stream. Bored, Ai Jiayao watched Huang Tianqi, who was busy across from her. Looking at Huang Tianqi's handsome face and healthy tan skin, his serious work demeanor was even more captivating. Every time Ai Jiayao saw Huang Tianqi, she would start to daydream. Just as Ai Jiayao was lost in her thoughts about Huang Tianqi, his phone suddenly rang. "Hello, Xiaoya, I'm sorry. I have to work late tonight. Let's meet later." "Moi," Huang Tianqi said indulgently to Qi Xiaoya on the other end of the line. When Ai Jiayao heard Huang Tianqi say Xiaoya, she could hardly believe her ears, whispering, looking at Huang Tianqi like this, "He must have just been on the phone with his girlfriend. Is the Xiaoya he mentioned the same Xiaoya I know?" With heavy doubts in her heart, Ai Jiayao sat at her desk, absent-minded. Before getting off work, Ai Jiayao learned from Jiang Yi that Huang Tianqi was indeed dating Qi Xiaoya. Ai Jiayao liked Huang Tianqi, and Qi Xiaoya knew that. Ai Jiayao couldn't believe her good friend would betray her like this, so she decided to confront Qi Xiaoya in person to clarify things. "Xiaoya, tell me honestly, are you dating Huang Tianqi?" Ai Jiayao asked directly. Qi Xiaoya thought that Ai Jiayao would find out sooner or later, and since she had asked, there was no need to hide anymore. Qi Xiaoya confessed without reservation, "Yes, I'm dating Tianqi. We are now a couple." Ai Jiayao heard the answer she least wanted to hear from Qi Xiaoya, but it was an undeniable fact. Ai Jiayao didn't say much, just clench her fists tighter, her nails digging in her soft palms. Angry, she ran home. Back at home, Ai Jiayao sat silently on the sofa, feeling down. Gu Moyu watched her with concern. To cheer Ai Jiayao up, Gu Moyu began to think of all sorts of ways to make her happy. Gu Moyu came over to Ai Jiayao, deliberately made a funny face, but unfortunately, Ai Jiayao showed no reaction and instead looked at her with disdain, saying, "Childish, boring." Although she was rejected, Gu Moyu didn't give up, continuing to try to cheer Ai Jiayao up. Gu Moyu pretended to announce, switching to automatic mode. Thoughtful mode. Gu Moyu leaned closer to Ai Jiayao, speaking gently, "Master, I am now your most considerate you. You can share any worries with me." Hearing such a gentle voice, Ai Jiayao suddenly felt a sense of security and directly confided in Gu Moyu, "You, I'm heartbroken." When Gu Moyu was eagerly waiting to hear Ai Jiayao's thoughts, she didn't expect Ai Jiayao to say she was heartbroken. Gu Moyu's expression immediately changed. Although she felt jealous, she felt more pity for Ai Jiayao this little girl, Gu Moyu, overflowing with boyfriend energy, hugged Ai Jiayao gently and comforted her for a long time until Ai Jiayao's emotions gradually stabilized, and before she knew it, she had fallen asleep. After settling Ai Jiayao on the bed, Gu Moyu stepped out of the room. Gu Moyu's eyes darkened, and with a sharp gaze, she looked ahead and said, "Dare to hurt the woman I love. You must be tired of living." Gu Moyu took out her phone and immediately called Manager Liu. "Hello, President. It's late for you to call me. How can I serve you?" Manager Liu replied respectfully. "Manager Liu, make sure that Huang Tianqi, the one in the company, disappears from the company tomorrow." Gu Moyu's tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Although Manager Liu didn't know why Gu Moyu was so furious about wanting to fire Huang Tianqi, he didn't dare to ask. Moreover, Gu Moyu's tone sent chills down his spine, making him shiver uncontrollably and sweat coldly. Yes, President. I will arrange it first thing tomorrow morning." Chapter 26, pretending to be a boyfriend. Although Ai Jiayao knew that Huang Tianqi and Ai Jiayao were together and that there was no possibility for her and Huang Tianqi, she still found herself staring longingly at the empty seat where Huang Tianqi usually sat. I don't know what mistake Huang Tianqi made, but he was fired by Manager Liu as soon as he came to work today. A female colleague gossiped to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi looked shocked and said, "Oh, is that true? No wonder when I saw Brother Tianqi in the elevator just now, he ignored me and looked a bit heavy-hearted." Ai Jiayao finally understood that Huang Tianqi's empty seat was due to his firing by Manager Liu. She no longer harbored any fantasies about Huang Tianqi. Suddenly feeling a bit thirsty, Ai Jiayao grabbed her water cup and went to the pantry to fill it up. Just as she finished filling her cup and was about to drink, Su Wang walked in. Even though Su Wang had publicly confessed his feelings to her at the birthday party and had not succeeded, Ai Jiayao still regarded him as a good friend. Seeing Su Wang walk in, Ai Jiayao greeted him as usual. "Su Wang, what a coincidence. You're here to get water too." Su Wang did not respond to Ai Jiayao's words. Instead, with a glimmer of hope, he mustered the courage to confess to her again. "Jiayao, I truly like you. I hope you can accept me, and we can try to be together, okay?" His affectionate gaze fell on Ai Jiayao, and it was clear from his eyes how much he longed for her to agree to his confession. Ai Jiayao wanted to follow her true feelings. Liking someone means liking them, and not liking someone means not liking them. She didn't want to deceive her own feelings, nor did she want to hurt Su Wang. Taking a deep breath, Ai Jiayao gently refused Su Wang. "Su Wang, I know you treat me well, but I've always regarded you as a good friend. We are not suited for each other. You are a very excellent man, and you will definitely find your other half. As the saying goes, it's better to have a short pain than a long one. Rather than letting Su Wang live in expectation and fantasy, it was better to let him give up early." Ding, ding, ding. Ai Jiayao's phone rang. She glanced at Su Wang and then stepped aside to answer the call. When Ai Jiayao saw that the caller ID was Ai Jiayao, she hesitated for a moment, but still answered, "Hello. Hello, Jiayao. I sincerely apologize for the situation between me and Tianqi. I'm sorry." Ai Jiayao earnestly apologized to Ai Jiayao. After Gu Moy's guidance yesterday, and Ai Jiayao calming her own emotions, she had come to terms with the fact that Ai Jiayao and Huang Tianqi were together. Ai Jiayao calmly replied, "Jiayao, you don't need to apologize to me. It was just that I had fantasies about Huang Tianqi's unrequited love. But now I have completely woken up and no longer have any fantasies. Jiayao, regardless of whether you accept my apology, I'm already very happy that you answer my call. Come over to my house for hot pot tonight." Ai Jiayao invited Ai Jiayao. Faced with Ai Jiayao's warm invitation, Ai Jiayao didn't want to lose her good friend and decided to accept her invitation. After thinking for a moment, Ai Jiayao replied slowly, "All right, I'll come over to your house for hot pot tonight." After hanging up the phone, Ai Jiayao thought, Huang Tianqi will definitely be there tonight, right? To boost her morale, Ai Jiayao decided to find a fake boyfriend to accompany her to Ai Jiayao's house. Ai Jiayao turned her gaze to Su Wang, who was drinking water. She gathered her courage and said to Su Wang, "Su Wang, I need your help with something. Can you help me?" Su Wang had always been at Ai Jiayao's beck and call. Looking deeply into her eyes, he said, Jiayao, as long as you ask, I'll help you without hesitation. No matter what it is. Ai Jiayao was very touched and went straight to the point. I need you to pretend to be my boyfriend for a day since I'm going to a friend's house for dinner tonight. Can you do that? Su Wang was more than happy to help Ai Jiayao with this request, wishing she would ask him to help with this every day. He readily agreed without a second thought. Sure, no problem. After taking a hot shower and changing into a long dress, Ai Jiayao prepared to head to Qi Xiaoya's house. Not knowing how Su Wang was preparing, she immediately picked up her phone to call him, reminding him not to slip up in front of Qi Xiaoya and Huang Tianqi, as that would be incredibly awkward. Hello, Su Wang, are you ready? Ai Jiayao asked with concern. Jiayao, I'm almost ready. I'll call you when I'm about to head out. Su Wang replied cheerfully. To be safe and avoid any slip-ups, Ai Jiayao cautioned him. Su Wang, you can't drink too much tonight, in case you let something slip about pretending to be my boyfriend. Ai Jiayao and Su Wang's conversation was overheard clearly by Gu Moi. Gu Moi murmured in annoyance. I'm really starting to doubt whether Ai Jiayao's taste is really that bad. With a handsome guy like me at home, she doesn't invite me to pretend to be her boyfriend, but instead asks that blockhead Su Wang. Is she blind or trying to drive me crazy? After complaining, Gu Moi pondered how to sabotage Su Wang's plan to pretend to be Ai Jiayao's boyfriend. With a smug smile, he immediately picked up his phone and dialed manager Lu's number. Just as Gu Moi hung up, Ai Jiayao's phone rang again. She quickly answered the call. Hello. Su Wang, are you ready? Jiayao, I'm sorry, but I can't go with you tonight. Manager Lu just called and said there was a problem at work that I need to handle immediately. Su Wang's tone revealed regret and helplessness. Su Wang's call made Ai Jiayao lose her last glimmer of hope, and she sat on the sofa, feeling dejected. At that moment, Gu Moi walked over and suggested without hesitation, Master, do you need someone to pretend to be your boyfriend? I can serve you. Gu Moi's words brought Ai Jiayao back to her senses. Her eyes lit up as she slapped her thigh and exclaimed, Oh, right. Since Su Wang can't pretend to be my boyfriend, there's still you. How could I forget about you? For the first time, Ai Jiayao and Gu Moi hit it off so well, and she was very pleased as she said to Gu Moi, All right, Gu Moi, get ready immediately. Come with me to Xiaoya's house for hot pot tonight. Chapter 27. Public display of affection. Gu Mo's three-dimensional features and exquisite face, which made women envious, looked even more enticing in a sharp Western-style suit. After Gu Mo was ready, Ai Jiayao looked at his tall stature paired with the suit, realizing that his looks could easily outshine those Korean stars. A proud smile appeared on Ai Jiayao's face, temporarily forgetting the fact that Gu Mo was a robot. With one hand in his pocket, Gu Mo extended the other for Ai Jiayao to link arms with him, saying, This beautiful princess, shall we set off? Ai Jiayao glanced at him and replied seriously, Let's go. Knock, knock, knock. Ai Jiayao gently tapped on the door. Qi Xiaoya, hearing the knock, quickly walked over to open the door to welcome Ai Jiayao. Jiayao, you're here. Please come in. When Qi Xiaoya saw that Ai Jiayao was followed by the robot Gu Mo, she immediately understood everything. To reconcile with Ai Jiayao, Qi Xiaoya chose not to reveal that Gu Mo was a robot, instead politely saying to him, Mo, please come in too. Ai Jiayao and Qi Xiaoya said they came to eat hot pot, but the two hardly ate and were particularly interested in drinking that night. Ai Jiayao's alcohol tolerance wasn't great, but she had already consumed about 5 bottles of beer, and Qi Xiaoya was the same. The two started to feel a bit tipsy. Qi Xiaoya took a big gulp of her drink and said to Ai Jiayao, Jiayao, Tianqi and I fell in love at first sight. We truly love each other. I feel very sorry about this, and I apologize, but I still hope we can be good sisters and close friends like before, okay? Feeling more and more intoxicated, Ai Jiayao waved her hand and said to Qi Xiaoya, Xiaoya, you don't need to apologize anymore. I've already figured out. On the day of the birthday party, although Ai Jiayao explained that Gu Mo was her brother, Huang Tianqi didn't believe it. He thought Ai Jiayao and Gu Mo look more like a couple. Seeing Ai Jiayao getting a bit emotional, Huang Tianqi chimed in, saying, Jiayao, I genuinely like Xiaoya. I hope you won't blame her. Mr. Gu seems very outstanding. He can surely make you happy. Gumo, you may be great and excellent, but he's ultimately not human. He's just a robot. No matter how good he is, it doesn't matter. Ai Jiayao, whether truly drunk or speaking without thinking after hitting her head on the big iron door when she left, bluntly revealed that Gumo, you was a robot. Sitting next to Ai Jiayao, Gumo, you suddenly put down his chopsticks and gentlemanly reached out to wipe the oil from her mouth, leisurely explaining, Jiayao, I'm the president of Longwy Group, not that robot who looks exactly like me. You really are drunk. While saying this, Gumo, you desperately tried to signal Ai Jiayao with his eyes. After much effort, Ai Jiayao finally received Gumo's signal. She patted her head and, feeling embarrassed, said to Gumo, I'm sorry, I drank too much and started rambling, mistaking you for a robot. Please don't be angry. Gumo raised his hand and pinched Ai Jiayao's delicate face, which was so soft it felt like it could produce water, and said indulgently, How could I possibly be angry with you when I love you so much? Come on, Yao Yao, let us stop drinking and eat some beef. This is your favorite. After saying that, Gumo picked up a large piece of beef, lightly dipped it in Ai Jiayao's favorite sauté sauce, and affectionately fed it to her. Huang Tianqi, upon learning that Gumo was the president of Longwy Group, felt a chill run down his back, and the surrounding air was filled with an awkward atmosphere. Wow, this beef is so delicious. Xiaoya, you really know how to pick beef. Ai Jiayao generously praised Qi Xiaoya. Hearing Ai Jiayao's compliment, Qi Xiaoya smiled with pleasure and said, Jiayao, let me tell you the truth. Today's hot pot and beer were all arranged by Tianqi. Impressive, right? While eating the beef, Ai Jiayao gave Huang Tianqi a thumbs up and said, Tianqi, you're amazing. You're so good at picking beef. You should teach me how to choose beef later so I can do it your way. The awkwardness on Huang Tianqi's face didn't fade at all. To please Qi Xiaoya, he awkwardly chatted with Ai Jiayao, saying actually it's not that difficult. The most important thing when buying beef is that it has to be fresh. The tenderest part is the beef tenderloin, which has low fat content and is all red meat without any greasy fat. It's perfect for you girls who want to maintain a slim figure. Ai Jiayao nodded in realization and responded, Oh, so that's how it is. She then turned her gaze to Gumo, her eyes shining with joy, and said, Mou, I've learned something new. Gumo nodded slightly while helping Ai Jiayao wipe her greasy mouth, his eyes full of love and affection. Mou, I want to eat more beef. Ai Jiayao coquettishly said to Gumo. He began his head-patting routine again, unreservedly patting Ai Jiayao's head in public, and said indulgently, Okay, my beautiful little princess, you can eat soon. Before long, Gumo's gentle voice rang out, You can eat now, come on, Yao Yao. Be good and open your mouth. Gumo, bursting with boyfriend energy, fed Ai Jiayao beef. Yum, so delicious. The way Mou feeds is just different. It's especially tasty. Ai Jiayao exclaimed while enjoying the food and publicly displaying their affection. Hearing Ai Jiayao's praise, Gumo showed a proud smile and unabashedly said to her, Yao Yao, since I did so well, shouldn't you give me a little reward? Ai Jiayao felt Gumo made a good point, and with a pop, she gave him a super kiss on his fair cheek. Feeling Ai Jiayao's proactive kiss, Gumo thought he should do something even more exciting and romantic. He stood up and, bursting with boyfriend energy, picked Ai Jiayao up in a princess carry, happily spinning around while completely ignoring Qi Xiaoya and Huang Tianqi's presence, as if this place were entirely theirs. Ai Jiayao happily enjoyed the moment, laughing and saying to Gumo, slow down, I'm getting dizzy. This enviable couple, Ai Jiayao and Gumo, were truly having a great time eating and displaying their affection without a care in the world. Chapter 28. Cleaned up Ai Jiayao and Qi Xiaoya, once good sisters, finally reconciled at today's dinner. Before leaving, Ai Jiayao didn't forget to warn Huang Tianqi fiercely. Huang Tianqi, Xiaoya is my good sister. You're not allowed to bully her. If you dare to bully her, I won't let you off the hook. Facing Ai Jiayao's warning, Huang Tianqi immediately promised, Jiayao, don't worry, Xiaoya is my favorite girl. I will definitely cherish her and won't let anyone bully her. After chatting with her best friend Ai Jiayao, Ai Jiayao glanced at the clock on the wall and said to Ai Jiayao, "Xiaoya, it's getting late. I should head back." After bidding farewell to Ai Jiayao and Huang Tianqi, Ai Jiayao took a taxi back home. As soon as she arrived home, she put down her bag and hurried to the computer desk in the living room, quickly turning on the computer and entering live streaming mode. About an hour later, after finishing her game live stream, Ai Jiayao let out a small yawn and did a few simple warm-up exercises. Since returning home, Gu Moyu had been lying on the sofa, playing games in a relaxed manner. After finishing her live stream, Ai Jiayao walked over to Gu Moyu with a look of disdain and said, "Hey, Gu Moyu, you look like a young master again. Go get me a glass of water. I ate too much beef earlier and I'm dying of thirst." Gu Moyu was so engrossed in the game that he didn't hear Ai Jiayao's words at all. Ai Jiayao slapped his shoulder, and only then did Gu Moyu react and run to get a glass of water for Ai Jiayao. Curious, Ai Jiayao picked up Gu Moyu's phone from the table and murmured, "What game is it that Gu Moyu is so into?" When Ai Jiayao saw the words "fights breaks fear," she was immediately captivated. She couldn't help but scream, "Gu Moyu, Fights Breaks Fear is the latest game just launched by Longwei Group, and you can play it too." Gu Moyu replied proudly, "What's the big deal? Fights Breaks Fear is a piece of cake for me." After Ai Jiayao's persistent pleading, Gu Moyu finally agreed to team up with her to conquer the game. Gu Moyu and Ai Jiayao worked together perfectly, and in less than half an hour, they had successfully cleared 3 levels, exciting Ai Jiayao to high-five Gu Moyu several times. Gu Moyu was already so tired that he could barely keep his eyes open, while Ai Jiayao, having just tasted victory, felt more energetic and was not tired at all. "Gu Moyu, let us pause for a moment. I need to use the restroom," Ai Jiayao told Gu Moyu before quickly rushing to the bathroom. When Ai Jiayao left, Gu Moyu was so sleepy that he lay on the sofa and fell asleep. When Ai Jiayao returned from the restroom, she saw Gu Moyu lying still on the sofa. Ai Jiayao looked puzzled and said, "I was only gone for less than 3 minutes, and you're not moving at all. It can't be frozen, right?" Ai Jiayao walked around Gu Moyu twice, unable to understand, and murmured to herself, "No, I must find a power button and restart it." As soon as she finished speaking, Ai Jiayao began to feel around Gu Moyu's body, searching for where the switch was. Ai Jiayao's delicate, fair hand stroked Gu Moyu's solid chest, and the skin on her hand rubbed against his chest, creating enticing sounds. When Ai Jiayao's hand touched Gu Moyu's chest, he was awakened by this sudden, restless touch. Is the switch not on the chest? Could it be on the mouth or the nose? Ai Jiayao said, while touching Gu Moyu's prominent nose and then his tightly pressed sexy lips. Ai Jiayao pressed her delicate hand on Gu Moyu's mouth, but he remained completely still. "Ha, got it. If the switch is not on the mouth, it must be on this prominent nose." Ai Jiayao thought she was very clever and looked quite pleased with herself. When Ai Jiayao's hand eagerly pressed on Gu Moyu's nose, he still did not move. Ai Jiayao walked back and forth beside Gu Moyu, deep in thought. "Gu Moyu, this robot is already quite troublesome. I didn't expect the designer of Gu Moyu the robot to be even worse, not even writing where the switch is in the manual, leaving me here pondering for ages without knowing where it is. It's really infuriating. The more difficult something is, the more Ai Jiayao wants to do it, as she does not want to give up halfway." Ai Jiayao's mind started racing, imagining sci-fi films and robot cartoons she had seen on TV. An idea flashed through Ai Jiayao's mind, and she exclaimed joyfully, "Haha, Doraemon has his magic pocket, and Gu Moyu is a robot. His switch should be on his belly button, right?" "Exactly. The belly button looks just like a button. Gu Moyu's switch must be on the belly button." Ai Jiayao was 100% sure the switch button was on the belly button. Ai Jiayao's eyes sparkled, and she gently pressed her little finger on Gu Moyu's belly button. Gu Moyu, who had been ticklish since childhood, couldn't help but move a bit. Ai Jiayao saw all of this and exclaimed joyfully, "Oh yeah, great. I finally know where Gu Moyu's switch is." After a moment of cheer, Gu Moyu revealed a sly smile and, taking advantage of Ai Jiayao's unguarded moment, suddenly pushed her down. After being tossed around by Gu Moyu several times last night, Ai Jiayao found it a bit hard to walk, but she still insisted on going to work and did not take a day off, to avoid raising Ai Jiayao's suspicions about his identity. Gu Moyu decided to go to the company today as the president of Longwei Group. After putting on the suit prepared by his secretary Jean and fixing his hair, Gu Moyu quickly walked out of the villa. The driver was already waiting outside with one of Gu Moyu's favorite cars, a Rolls-Royce. Secretary Jean hurriedly approached to open the car door for Gu Moyu, who sat leisurely in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. Accompanied by Secretary Jean and Manager Liu, Gu Moyu took a tour around the company. When Gu Moyu arrived at the department where Ai Jiayao worked, he deliberately appeared in front of her. When Ai Jiayao saw a tall figure in a neat suit and long legs walking towards her with steady steps, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, the technology is so advanced now. The robot at home and the president of the company really look exactly the same." Chapter 29. Worrying about weight. After watching TV for a while and taking a nice bath, Ai Jiayao came back to her computer. She opened her computer, took out various delicious foods, sat down in front of the screen, quickly turned on the camera, and started her eating broadcast for the night. As a food enthusiast, Ai Jiayao enjoyed her food in large bites in front of the camera. This episode of the eating broadcast garnered a lot of attention, and seeing the number of gifts and rewards constantly rising, a knowing smile appeared on Ai Jiayao's face. Ai Jiayao's eating broadcast became increasingly popular at night. Gu Moyu searched online for various delicious foods in City A for Ai Jiayao. Gu Moyu found that there was a food street in the eastern district of City A, filled with all kinds of snacks and delicacies, perfect for Ai Jiayao, the little foodie. Checking the time on his watch, Gu Moyu said to Ai Jiayao in an inviting tone, "Master, there's a food street in the eastern district. I suggest we go to the night market together tonight." Upon hearing the word food, Ai Jiayao's eyes lit up, and she eagerly replied, "Sure, let's go to the night market and eat delicious food." After quickly tidying up and putting on light makeup, Ai Jiayao couldn't wait to grab Gu Moyu's hand and head out to the food street in the eastern district. Ai Jiayao and Gu Moyu took a taxi to their destination, where the night market in the eastern district was bustling with people and excitement. The aromas of the food from the food street wafted through the air. Ai Jiayao couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it smells so good." Gu Moyu, feeling proud, said to Ai Jiayao, "Master, my suggestion is great, isn't it?" Ai Jiayao blinked her beautiful big eyes and generously gave Gu Moyu a thumbs up. Holding Gu Moyu's hand, Ai Jiayao couldn't wait to start exploring the night market and indulging in food. Prompted by Ai Jiayao, they arrived at a stall selling grilled chicken wings. Smelling the enticing aroma of grilled wings, Ai Jiayao's mouth watered, and she eagerly called out to the owner, "Boss, I'll have 4 chicken wings, please." "Sure thing," the friendly owner replied. Ai Jiayao grabbed a grilled chicken wing in one hand and started devouring it, savoring the crispy skin and tender meat. Meanwhile, Gu Moyu, showing his boyfriend strength, helped carry Ai Jiayao's bag while enjoying the food and taking care of payments. After finishing the chicken wings, Ai Jiayao moved on to the next food stall. She approached a stall that read Puning fried tofu and said to the owner, "Boss, I'll have a box of crispy fried tofu." The owner cheerfully responded, "Sure. Here comes the hot fried tofu. Be careful, it's hot." After thanking the owner, Ai Jiayao quickly picked up her chopsticks and tasted a piece of fried tofu. Gu Moyu stood in front of the fried tofu stall, ready to pay for Ai Jiayao. As the tofu owner was serving, he accidentally splashed hot oil from the large fryer. Gu Moyu happened to be standing in front of the fryer. Fortunately, he was quick enough to dodge it. Although he didn't get splashed on his face, his handsome face could have been ruined. However, his arm couldn't escape unscathed and got burned. Seeing Gu Moyu burned, the stall owner hurried over, looking worried and asking, "Sir, are you okay?" Just after getting burned, Gu Moyu felt dazed and slightly furrowed his brows. Hearing the stall owner's voice, Ai Jiayao quickly put down her food and rushed over to Gu Moyu, anxiously asking, "Gu Moyu, are you okay? Does your arm hurt? How could you be so careless, standing so close to such a big fryer?" In order to not worry Ai Jiayao, Gu Moyu endured the burning pain in his arm and said, "I'm fine. It's just a small injury. You don't need to worry." Hearing Gu Moyu's words, Ai Jiayao's anxiety and tension dissipated immediately. "Oh, Gu Moyu is a robot, so a little burn won't be a big deal. No need to make a fuss," Ai Jiayao muttered to herself. Ai Jiayao comforted the stall owner, "Boss, it's just a minor injury. He's fine. You don't need to worry. Just continue your business." Upon hearing Ai Jiayao's words, the stall owner finally breathed a sigh of relief, but his worry and tension remained because he saw Gu Moyu's arm injury clearly. It was not as simple as Ai Jiayao said. The stall owner felt very touched. He thought he was lucky to meet two kind-hearted people like Ai Jiayao and Gu Moyu. If it were someone else who got burned like that, they might have to pay for medical expenses. Ai Jiayao returned to work at the company and continued her favorite eating broadcast. She accidentally discovered that her fan base was rapidly increasing, and her eating broadcast became a hit online. At that moment, Manager Liu approached with a big smile, saying to Ai Jiayao, your eating broadcast is doing great. To enhance the company's visibility and meet the demands of netizens, we will increase the number of eating broadcasts every day from now on. When Ai Jiayao heard Manager Liu's instructions to increase the number of eating broadcasts daily, it felt like a windfall for her as a foodie, and she felt like she was the lucky one hit by it. Happiness came too suddenly. Ai Jiayao quickly flattered. Yes, Manager Liu, I will definitely live up to expectations and make the eating broadcast even more popular. Although Ai Jiayao's live eating broadcast became popular and the attention kept increasing, within just a week, she had gained several pounds, and her weight was still climbing. Ai Jiayao weighed herself on the electronic scale at home, and when she saw the weight displayed, she looked gloomy and said, in just 1 week, I've gained 5 pounds again. Dinner time came, but Ai Jiayao seemed to have lost interest in eating, looking troubled and sitting on the sofa pondering life. Gu Moyu saw Ai Jiayao's adorable expression, and he knew she must be worried about her constantly rising weight. Gu Moyu thought about buying famous weight loss pills from abroad for Ai Jiayao, but considering it wasn't very safe, he worried about the rebound or side effects, which would make it not worth the trouble and regret later. Suddenly, a good idea flashed through Gu Moyu's mind. Let Ai Jiayao go to the gym. This way, not only could she lose weight, but it would also enhance her physical fitness. It was a win-win solution. Chapter 30. Disrupting Ai Jiayao's blind date. Gu Moyu walked over to Ai Jiayao with his long, slender legs and used his intelligent brain to strategize for her. Master, if you're worried about your weight, I have a good idea. I suggest you go to the gym so you can lose weight. Upon hearing Gu Moyu's suggestion, Ai Jiayao's expression shifted from sorrow to joy, and she gleefully grabbed the hem of his clothes, saying, "Oh, Gu Moyu, that's a great suggestion. How did I not think of that earlier?" In a moment of excitement, Ai Jiayao planted a sweet kiss on Gu Moyu's fair and handsome face. Caught off guard, Gu Moyu received a benefit that he had only dreamed of, and an uncontainable joy appeared on his face. Gu Moyu took Ai Jiayao to the most luxurious gym in City A, the Dongfang Jealousy Fitness Club. Ai Jiayao followed closely behind him with light steps. After Gu Moyu got her a VIP membership card at the front desk, the staff took them on a tour and explained every fitness activity at the Dongfang Jealousy Club. Ai Jiayao didn't have a natural athletic ability, so she could only try hard to develop a liking for fitness through her efforts. After some contemplation, under Gu Moyu's guidance, she began to cultivate her interest in fitness by starting with the simplest exercise, running. After a 5-minute warm-up exercise demonstrated by Gu Moyu, Ai Jiayao got on the treadmill and started running, determined to lose weight. She ran quickly on the treadmill for 20 minutes before she was willing to stop and take a break. After running, Ai Jiayao was drenched in sweat, and her tight pink workout outfit accentuated her curvy figure even more. A few damp strands of hair tucked behind her ear gave her serene beauty. Gu Moyu was captivated by Ai Jiayao's alluring figure. The loose gray sweatpants he wore formed a large tent below, and a fiery desire burned uncontrollably within him. Occasionally, a faint scent of perfume and a light body fragrance wafted from Ai Jiayao, making it even harder for Gu Moyu to control his desires. He wished he could act like he was at home, directly pinning Ai Jiayao down and indulging in a passionate encounter. Unfortunately, there were too many people in the gym, and Gu Moyu could only do his best to suppress his urges, fearing that he might, in a moment of distraction, publicly tackle Ai Jiayao in the gym. To alleviate his inner fire, Gu Moyu approached Ai Jiayao and said, "Come on, let me teach you some weight loss moves." Since entering this gym, although Gu Moyu was a robot, he seemed to know more than Ai Jiayao. So she followed his arrangements throughout the session. Okay, Ai Jiayao immediately agreed. Following Gu Moyu's instructions, She stood straight in place as he guided her on how to properly perform basic weight loss exercises. Gu Mo was quite bold, not considering Ai Jiayao's feelings, and directly wrapped his hand around her slightly chubby waist. A middle-aged woman working out nearby could no longer bear to watch and remarked to her companion, "Look at these young people. They are so shameless. Being all lovey-dovey in public." Another younger woman sarcastically replied, "Yeah, we've seen plenty of couples show off their love, but never in a gym. That's really something unique and outrageous." Ding ding ding. Ai Jiayao's phone in her bag rang. Gu Mo took the initiative to retrieve the phone from her bag, quickly walking over and handing it to Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao quickly took the phone and, upon seeing that the caller was her stepmother, Gao Yaping, her expression darkened. As she guessed the purpose of the call, she stepped outside to answer Gao Yaping's call, slowly saying, "Hello. Hello, Jiayao. I've arranged a blind date for you tonight, and I'll send you the details shortly. Also, dress nicely, don't embarrass me." Gao Yaping spoke in a condescending and aggressive tone. To protect her younger sister from Gao Yaping's tyranny, Ai Jiayao could only endure silently, forcing herself to respond with a single word, "Okay." Regardless of how ugly or repulsive the blind date arranged by Gao Yaping might be, Ai Jiayao had to give her face and show up. On the way back from the gym, Ai Jiayao told Gu Mo about her stepmother's blind date arrangement. "Gu Mo, you go upstairs first. I have to comply with my stepmother's arrangement for the date," Ai Jiayao said with a low mood. Gu Mo didn't oppose on the surface, getting out of the car with an indifferent expression. Meanwhile, Ai Jiayao took a taxi to the blind date location tonight. As soon as the taxi Ai Jiayao was and drove off, Gu Mo immediately hailed a cab and followed her. How could Gu Mo just stand by and watch the woman he loved go on a blind date with another man? He was determined to take action and disrupt this blind date. The blind date introduced by Gao Yaping was quite good. The man was tall and slim, with a decent family background, and the key was that he was very talkative and a gentleman. Ai Jiayao felt somewhat attracted to him. The blind date, Gao Wei, also showed some interest in Ai Jiayao. Just as they were exchanging phone numbers, Gu Mo suddenly appeared, seriously declaring his claim over Ai Jiayao. What number to leave? Don't you know Ai Jiayao already has a boyfriend? Goodness, after Gu Mo said that, Gao Wei's gaze towards Ai Jiayao changed. He thought she was the kind of woman who played with other people's feelings, and he angrily left. Ai Jiayao's blind date was completely ruined by this guy, Gu Mo. Early the next morning, the family called and asked Ai Jiayao to bring her blind date. Gao Wei, home for dinner to meet the parents. "Gu Mo, you big bad guy. It's all because of you that my blind date was ruined." Ai Jiayao thought about yesterday's scene and became furious, hitting Gu Mo's arm with her small fist. Gu Mo not only failed to realize he was wrong, but instead looked pleased and shamelessly said, "Master, why are you so ungrateful? I was helping you yesterday. Instead of being grateful, you hit me." Chapter 31. Bringing the boyfriend home after a heated argument, Gu Mo and Ai Jiayao decided to call a truce and calm down. Gu Mo pretended to be apologetic and suddenly realized, "How about this, master? I admit that I was wrong in this matter. To make up for my mistake and to help you explain to your parents, I have decided to introduce you to our company's president. I'll have the president accompany you home." Upon hearing Gu Mo's suggestion, Ai Jiayao's little fists finally stopped their assault on Gu Mo. Being able to have the president of Longwei Group pretend to be her boyfriend was like a windfall for Ai Jiayao, who was in urgent need of a solution. Ai Jiayao blinked her beautiful big eyes, and after a moment of disbelief, she smiled widely at Gu Mo, saying, "Gu Mo, you annoying guy. This time you actually have a conscience." The two little enemies, Ai Jiayao and Gu Mo, quickly came to an agreement. Ai Jiayao called her stepmother, Gao Yaping, to say that she was very busy today and couldn't make it home until tomorrow. After Ai Jiayao repeatedly assured her that she would definitely bring her boyfriend home tomorrow evening, Gao Yaping reluctantly agreed. Although she could evade her stepmother today, Ai Jiayao still tried her best to avoid seeing Gao Yaping, because every time Gao Yaping saw her, it was nothing but cold sarcasm. Ai Jiayao specifically took a day off from work to go home today. After Ai Jiayao finished her grooming, she found that Gu Mo was nowhere to be seen. Gumoyu, where are you? Come out. After shouting a few times, Ai Jiayao found the house eerily quiet, without a sound. Looking around, her gaze unintentionally fell on a note on the coffee table. Ai Jiayao hurried over, picked up the note, and saw that it had the address of the president's office of Longwei Group, instructing her to go directly to find him. To meet the handsome and wealthy president of City A, Ai Jiayao had to make herself look presentable. She couldn't let the president see her in a bad light. Sitting at her vanity, Ai Jiayao applied a light makeup, put on some lipstick, and sprayed a hint of jasmine-scented perfume. After a simple makeover, Ai Jiayao rushed off to the address on the note to find the president of Longwei Group. Ai Jiayao had been working at Longwei Group for a few years, but this was her first time visiting the president's office, and her heart raced with excitement. Meanwhile, Gumoyu had left early for his villa, asking his secretary Jean to take care of everything before heading to the office to wait for Ai Jiayao's arrival. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at Gumoyu's office door. Come in, Gumoyu said in his magnetic voice. Ai Jiayao gathered her courage and, almost with her eyes closed, pushed the door open. President, Ai Jiayao greeted respectfully. As soon as she entered, Ai Jiayao stole a glance at the president, who looked very serious, exuding an aura that made it clear he was not to be approached. Gumoyu stood up from his seat, habitually putting his hands in his pockets, and said expressionlessly, Gumoyu has told me about your situation. The president was indeed the president, not saying much. Ai Jiayao slightly raised her head, mustering her courage to say, President, does this mean you agree to pretend to be my boyfriend and accompany me home? A pleading look appeared in Ai Jiayao's beautiful big eyes. Gumoyu was momentarily entranced and almost nodded in agreement. Fortunately, he remained clear-headed and did not fall for Ai Jiayao's charm, continuing to act aloof and proud. He directly rejected Ai Jiayao, saying, I'm sorry, but I cannot agree to this. Please leave. Gumoyu deliberately emphasized the last sentence. The icy demeanor of this proud president sent shivers down one's spine. Ai Jiayao knew she had been rejected, although her heart ached. She was eager to leave this chilling place as soon as possible. If she stayed any longer, she would definitely freeze. Ai Jiayao turned around to leave, and her dejected figure made Gumoyu feel a pang of pity. Gumoyu suddenly suggested, actually, finding someone to pretend to be your boyfriend isn't difficult, and Gumoyu is the best choice. Ai Jiayao did not respond to the president's words, only nodding slightly in acknowledgement before quickly exiting the cold office. As Ai Jiayao left the office and went downstairs to catch a ride home, Gumoyu rushed home at the fastest speed possible. Although there was a traffic jam on the way, Gumoyu managed to return home before Ai Jiayao. As soon as Ai Jiayao entered the house, she saw Gumoyu lazily sitting on the sofa, happily humming a tune. With heavy footsteps, Ai Jiayao approached and scolded Gumoyu mercilessly. Gumoyu, you big liar. Didn't you say that with your help, the president would definitely pretend to be my boyfriend and accompany me home? Now that the president has refused, I already promised my stepmother that I would go home tomorrow. What are we going to do now? Faced with Ai Jiayao's barrage of accusations, Gumoyu appeared unusually calm and composed. Once Ai Jiayao had vented her frustrations, Gumoyu slowly replied, Hey, master, don't be anxious. Since the president has refused to pretend to be your boyfriend, we currently have no other options. How about this? I would be very willing to be your boyfriend. Now that the situation was urgent, Ai Jiayao had no choice but to follow Gumoyu's suggestion. Gumoyu drove the latest model of Mercedes-Benz, taking Ai Jiayao toward her hometown. Gao Yaping knew that Gao Wei came from a good family background, so she did not dare to neglect him and was anxiously waiting for Ai Jiayao and Gao Wei's arrival. After standing for a long time and feeling sore, she went back inside to wait. As Gumoyu's Mercedes-Benz approached, Gao Yaping heard the sound of the car and joyfully went out to greet them. When Gao Yaping saw the Mercedes, her eyes lit up and she whispered, Wow, rich people are different. They drive luxury cars. Gao Wei, good boy, you finally made it, and has prepared the food and waited for you for a long time. Gao Yaping flattered. When Gumoyu and Ai Jiayao got out of the car and approached Gao Yaping, She screamed in shock and immediately questioned Ai Jiayao. Jiayao, where's Gao Wei? Didn't you say you would bring him home for dinner? Faced with Gao Yaping's aggressive stance, Ai Jiayao clearly found it hard to defend herself. Gu Moyu took Ai Jiao's chubby little hand and seriously said to Gao Yaping, yes, didn't you say yesterday that you wanted Jiayao to bring her boyfriend home? I am Jiayao's boyfriend. Chapter 32. A big fight. Gao Yaping was so angry that her jaw began to tremble, and she frantically accused Ai Jiayao. Well, Ai Jiayao, you've grown wings now and actually defied my wishes. I found you such a good man, and you don't want him. Are you trying to drive me to death? Gao Yaping was shameless, still having the face to say that the blind date she arranged for Ai Jiayao was so great. In Gao Yaping's eyes, even if the man was missing an arm or a leg, or was already half in the grave, it didn't matter as long as he was rich. Ai Jiayao was speechless. Before she could say anything, Gu Moyu interjected. This is the first time I've seen someone lie so confidently without even preparing a script. And you still have a nerve to say how great yesterday's blind date was. As far as I know, that guy Gao Wei has been to prison for committing a crime and has been divorced 3 times. When Gu Moyu learned that Ai Jiayao's blind date was named Gao Wei, he not only had his secretary Jean investigate Gao Wei's background, but also thoroughly looked into Gao Wei's family history. Gao Yaping was left speechless by Gu Moyu's retort, which was truly satisfying. Taking advantage of Gao Yaping's unawareness, Ai Jiayao secretly gave Gu Moyu a thumbs up and cheerfully said, Gu Moyu, you are amazing. I will definitely reward you when we get home. Back at home, Ai Jiayao let Gu Moyu make a request, only to be surprised when he unabashedly asked her for kisses and hugs. Ai Jiayao was speechless. When Gu Moyu, with an expectant look, wanted Ai Jiayao to kiss him, he unexpectedly received a slap from her. Gu Moyu, who was slapped a few times, not only didn't he get angry, but instead smiled wickedly and said, Master, have you hit enough? I'm tough-skinned, so it's fine if you hit me a few more times. I'm just afraid you'll hurt your delicate hand. While saying this, Gu Moyu grabbed Ai Jiayao's soft, flawless little hand and rubbed it in his palm. Gu Moyu's flirting skills were truly impressive. As Ai Jiayao felt the friction of his palm, her body surprisingly responded strongly. More importantly, Gu Moyu's irresistibly handsome face and his broad, solid chest could charm countless girls in an instant. Gu Moyu leaned in close to Ai Jiayao's ear and teased softly, Master, if you want it, I'm always here for you. Don't hold back. You wouldn't want to hurt yourself. Ai Jiayao took a deep breath, trying hard to calm her emotions. Meanwhile, the annoying and bothersome robot Gu Moyu, like a persistent monk, kept whispering provocatively in Ai Jiayao's ear. Ai Jiayao shot Gu Moyu a disdainful glance and said, Gu Moyu, so what if I can't hold it in? I'd rather hurt myself than look at you. You're just a piece of junk robot. You know nothing. Faced with Ai Jiayao's cold sarcasm, Gu Moyu not only didn't he get angry, but found that chatting with Ai Jiayao was becoming more and more interesting. Master, you're a smart person. Don't let a moment of impulsiveness cause you real harm. That would be counterproductive. Gu Moyu continued to tempt Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao originally wanted to punch Gu Moyu down, but remembering that he had just helped her immensely, she didn't want to be ungrateful and thus held back a bit more. Oh, by the way, Master, I need to reiterate something you just said. I am not the piece of junk robot you think I am. I am the latest high-end intelligent robot developed in the 21st century, understand? Gu Moyu became even prouder as he mentioned his identity, strutting like an arrogant ostrich. However, Ai Jiayao dismissed Gu Moyu's explanation and mockingly laughed. Gu Moyu, no matter how advanced you are, even if you're a robot developed in the 22nd century, you're still made of steel, got it? Wow. Jiayao, someone sent you flowers again. You're so lucky, Zhang Yi said enviously. Hey, Jiayao, the guy who sent you flowers just now is so handsome. Tell us how you met that big handsome guy. Lu Piampian asked gossipingly. Ai Jiayao took a deep breath and firmly denied. Gao Wei is just a friend I met a couple of days ago. As soon as Ai Jiayao lied, her little face involuntarily turned red. Zhang Yi saw through Ai Jiayao's lie and started teasing. Is he really just an ordinary friend? Jiayao, why are you blushing? Fortunately, It was the end of the workday. Otherwise, Ai Jiayao would have been dizzy from her nosy colleagues. Gu Moyu came to pick Ai Jiayao up after work, but unexpectedly, Gao Wei was also downstairs at the company. Seeing Gao Wei's shifty eyes, Gu Moyu felt uncomfortable all over. He walked over and directly questioned Gao Wei. "What are you doing here?" Gao Wei glanced at Gu Moyu with disdain and replied, "I'm here to pick up Yao Yao after work. What is it to you?" Hearing Gao Wei ambiguously call Yao Yao, Gu Moyu's expression darkened, and he shot a fierce glare at Gao Wei, saying, "Didn't I make it clear yesterday? Jiayao is my girlfriend. You better not harass her, or I won't let you off." In response to Gu Moyu's warning, Gao Wei shrugged nonchalantly. "Oh, are you afraid? I'll take her away. Aunt Ping told me everything. You're just a poor, clingy guy to Jiayao? I'll tell you. Only I can give her happiness." Gao Wei shamelessly called her Yao Yao over and over, which drove Gu Moyu mad. He swung his fist and punched Gao Wei. Gao Wei quickly reacted and counterattacked with a heavy punch. As Ai Jiayao walked out of the company and reached the entrance, she saw Gu Moyu fighting with a familiar-looking man. Ai Jiayao rushed over, shouting, "Stop it! Don't fight!" Despite Ai Jiayao's loud shouts, Gu Moyu and Gao Wei showed no signs of stopping and continued to wrestle angrily. The two big men were brawling at the company entrance. Fortunately, some passers-by helped to pull them apart, or who knows how it would have ended. Seeing Gu Moyu with blood at the corner of his mouth, Ai Jiayao shot Gao Wei a glare and, filled with worry, took the injured Gu Moyu home to apply medicine. While Ai Jiayao was applying medicine to Gu Moyu, he still questioned her jealously. "How did that bastard Gao Wei end up at the company entrance? When did you two get involved?" Chapter 33. Verifying identity. Faced with Gu Moyu's questioning, Ai Jiayao tried her best to explain. "Oh, Moyu, don't think too much. I don't know how Gao Wei found my company." After explaining for a long time, Ai Jiayao finally reacted, slapping Gu Moyu's shoulder and looking displeased. "Gu Moyu, I'm not your girlfriend. Why do you have to question me? Besides, you're just a robot." Ai Jiayao's attitude had made a complete turnaround. When the words robot were mentioned, Ai Jiayao realized, how could a robot like Gu Moyu bleed? With her doubts in mind, Ai Jiayao straightforwardly questioned Gu Moyu. "Hey, Gu Moyu, aren't you a robot? How could you bleed from fight?" Before Gu Moyu could respond, Ai Jiayao recalled what happened a few days ago when they went to the night market together and continued to question Gu Moyu. Also, Gu Moyu, how could a robot like you get burned? I think you should explain this to me. Faced with Ai Jiayao's series of questions, Gu Moyu was clearly caught off guard and couldn't handle it. Gu Moyu took a deep breath, trying to calm down to deal with Ai Jiayao. This little pest. Gu Moyu's brain was racing, and he pretended to be calm as he said, "Master, you probably don't know this, right? Let me tell you. The parts of my body are very expensive and took 3 years to develop. If any of these expensive parts are damaged, it would be hard to repair me. To protect the valuable parts of my body, the inventors designed my skin and flesh to be identical to humans, to prevent me from being harmed." Gu Moyu was using all his strength to explain, but unfortunately, Ai Jiayao didn't believe a word, and now Gu Moyu felt overwhelmed. "Master, I've explained it very clearly. Why don't you understand?" Gu Moyu's hopeful gaze was fixed on Ai Jiayao, hoping she would believe what he said. Ai Jiayao propped her chin up, her wise big eyes sparkling like Conan's as she looked at Gu Moyu. "I can believe you, but only if you take off all your clothes. I want to verify your identity." In order to dispel Ai Jiayao's doubts about him, Gu Moyu was now in a difficult position and could only take a gamble. Gu Moyu continued to disguise his inner unease and pretended to be calm as he said, "Since my master is so interested in my body, I have to comply with your wish and let you check my body." After saying that, Gu Moyu sat on the sofa and began to unbutton his white shirt one by one, silently praying. "I hope this little girl, Ai Jiayao, doesn't notice anything unusual. Otherwise, I won't have good days ahead." When Gu Moyu took off his clothes, his well-developed muscles on his arms were revealed, and his broad, solid chest gave off a strong and textured beauty. Following Ai Jiayao's instructions, Gu Moyu lay on the sofa for Ai Jiayao to check his body. As Ai Jiayao's gaze swept back and forth over Gu Moyu's body, preparing to start the examination, Qi Xiaoya suddenly pushed the door open and barged in. Ai Jiayao was half bent over, one hand on Gu Moyu's chest. And this scene was clearly seen by Qi Xiaoya. Qi Xiaoya screamed, looking shocked at Ai Jiayao and Gu Moyu. Seeing Qi Xiaoya's shocked expression, Ai Jiayao quickly got up and walked over to her, wanting to explain. As Ai Jiayao approached Qi Xiaoya's shocked expression still hadn't faded. And she looked at Ai Jiayao enviously. Jiayao, you're too much. How could you do that with Gu Moyu on the sofa, without even closing the curtains? If someone takes a photo, it would be disastrous. Xiaoya, you misunderstood. I was just checking Gu Moyu's body. The more Ai Jiayao explained, the more she felt like she couldn't clear her name. Qi Xiaoya glanced at Ai Jiayao, gave her a meaningful look, and leisurely said, Jiayao, we are all adults, having those kinds of needs is normal. You don't need to explain it to me. As Ai Jiayao expected, Qi Xiaoya really thought she and Gu Moyu were doing that kind of thing. But it was no wonder Qi Xiaoya misunderstood. Gu Moyu was not wearing clothes, and, combined with her ambiguous posture just now, how could it not lead to wild imaginations? Gu Moyu, without clothes, had solid muscles on his arms and a handsome face, making him look just like a normal person. Ai Jiayao realized that Gu Moyu was indeed a living person, thinking about how ridiculous it was that she had been manipulated by Gu Moyu for so long. Ai Jiayao felt very foolish. At that moment, Ai Jiayao felt that the environment around her was dark, and she bit her lip, furiously shouting at Gu Moyu. Gu Moyu, you big liar! If I hadn't discovered it today, how long would you have hidden it from me? From now on, get out of my house. I don't want to see you again. Although this wasn't the first time Ai Jiayao had kicked Gu Moyu out, this time, as she finished speaking, tears uncontrollably streamed down her cheeks. Gu Moyu also knew that this time Ai Jiayao would never allow him to stay. After thinking for a moment, regardless of Ai Jiayao's resistance, he directly pulled her toward the door. Gu Moyu left the house, but he also took Ai Jiayao with him, leaving Qi Xiaoya, who was bewildered and shocked, at home. As soon as Gu Moyu got into the driver's seat, Ai Jiayao forced him into the passenger seat. Gu Moyu had no choice but to let Ai Jiayao drive, quickly buckling his seatbelt. As the car reversed out of the garage, Ai Jiayao, as if going crazy, stepped on the accelerator and started speeding, sitting in the passenger seat. Gu Moyu was terrified and quickly tried to stop Ai Jiayao. Jiayao, don't do this, don't be impulsive. Listen to me, stop the car. Chapter 34. You big liar. After speeding through 2 intersections, Ai Jiayao's emotions calmed down slightly, but then she suddenly slammed on the brakes. Gu Moyu, sitting in the passenger seat, was nearly scared to death by Ai Jiayao's reckless driving, and now this sudden stop felt like it would take her life. Fortunately, Gu Moyu had her seatbelt on, otherwise, Ai Jiayao's abrupt brake would have sent her flying out of the car. Still shaken, Gu Moyu wiped the sweat from her forehead when an extremely angry Ai Jiayao suddenly spoke up. Gu Moyu, why did you have to deceive me like this? What exactly is your purpose? Ai Jiayao's eyes were filled with fury, fixated on Gu Moyu. With such a furious gaze, Gu Moyu sensed a strong tension in the air. Since the matter was already exposed, Gu Moyu felt there was no need to hide any longer. All she hoped for now was to be able to come clean and hope Ai Jiayao would understand her good intentions, maintaining a mindset of acceptance. Gu Moyu met Ai Jiayao's gaze without flinching and explained honestly, Jiayao, actually, I pretended to be a robot to stay close to you. I had no other intentions. Gu Moyu had explained this countless times, but Ai Jiayao only knew that Gu Moyu had been deceiving her from the very beginning, completely toying with her. Moreover, now that the truth was out, even if Gu Moyu had the most sincere explanation, Ai Jiayao wouldn't believe a single word. Ai Jiayao shook her head, sneered, and began to regret. It's all my fault for being so foolish and naive to believe your lies. After a moment of self-reproach, Ai Jiayao glared at Gu Moyu, heartbroken, and accused her, Gu Moyu, I hate you. You're a big liar. As Ai Jiayao loudly scolded Gu Moyu, her small fist kept hitting Gu Moyu, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Seeing his beloved woman so emotionally distressed and crying, Gu Moyu felt heartbroken. After a moment of silence, in an effort to calm Ai Jiayao down, Gumoyu sincerely said, Jiayao, please don't be angry. I admit that I acted inappropriately in this matter. As long as you can cool down, I will let you handle it however you want, without any complaints. Even with Gumoyu saying this, Ai Jiayao completely refused to accept it and ignored her. At this point, Gumoyu was a bit anxious and spoke without thinking. Jiayao, are you not going to accept my apology for this matter? Don't forget, last time you hurt me so badly, and I'm the only male in the Gu family. Still expected to carry on the family line. My future almost got ruined because of you, and I never complained about you once. Before Gumoyu could finish, Ai Jiayao interrupted her, quickly retorting, Gumoyu, you big liar. How can you still have the face to talk about this? If it weren't for you forcing me to do that, would I have kicked you out of nowhere? This is self-defense. In their heated argument, both Ai Jiayao and Gumoyu began to bicker and fight again. After a round of debate, they grew tired of arguing and leaned their heads against the seat cushions to rest for a moment. Ai Jiayao was determined to get rid of the big liar Gumoyu and not let him stay in the house any longer. Just as she was about to tell Gumoyu to leave, a thought suddenly flashed in her mind. Wouldn't it be too easy for him if I just kicked him out? I should keep him around to let him suffer a bit, so he can learn a lesson about how serious the consequences of deceiving me are. Ai Jiayao glanced at Gumoyu and spoke first. Gumoyu, since you admitted your mistake with some sincerity, if you want to wipe the slate clean regarding your deception, you must follow through on your earlier promise and let me handle you as I wish. In order to stay close to Ai Jiayao, Gumoyu immediately agreed without a second thought. All right, it's a deal. Ai Jiayao returned home with Gumoyu, thinking the best way to vent her anger was to make him do more work and suffer a bit. Ai Jiayao's gaze fell on the house, and she unceremoniously ordered Gumoyu, Gumoyu, there is so much dust in the house. How about this? Today you will do a thorough cleaning and make sure the house is spotless. Ai Jiayao had now become a boss in the house, and Gumoyu had no choice but to comply. Although Gumoyu was unwilling, he dared not defy Ai Jiayao's orders, saying, Don't worry, I will clean the house thoroughly. Ai Jiayao looked at Gumoyu with satisfaction and nodded. She yawned and said to Gumoyu, Then you can start cleaning. I'm going to take a nap. Remember, clean it well and keep the noise down so you don't disturb my nap. Gumoyu patted his chest and assured Ai Jiayao, You can sleep peacefully. I won't disturb you. After saying that, Gumoyu immediately began the afternoon cleaning. He didn't dare to slack off on Ai Jiayao's orders, fearing it would anger her again. For the entire afternoon, Gumoyu swept the floors, mopped, wiped the tables, and cleaned the windows, not resting for a moment. When Ai Jiayao woke up, she felt there was nothing to do that evening and was incredibly bored. Suddenly, she thought of a great idea. Since it was the weekend, she could invite her colleagues over for a gathering, which would make things less boring. Ai Jiayao quickly walked out of her room and instructed Gumoyu, who was busy wiping the table. Gumoyu, I'm inviting my colleagues over for a gathering. You need to go to the supermarket to buy some food for the gathering, and then, like last time, make a big spread to treat my colleagues. When Gumoyu heard Ai Jiayao's requests, he nearly lost his balance and sat down on the ground. My goodness, Ai Jiayao is going too far. I'm already exhausted from cleaning, and now she wants me to go to the supermarket for food and cook? Does she think I have 3 heads and 6 arms or can use a clone technique? Gumoyu muttered to himself. Gumoyu, what did you say? Speak louder. I didn't hear you. Ai Jiayao responded. Oh, Jiayao, I didn't say anything. I just think that it's great for colleagues to gather more often. It not only enhances mutual trust, but also helps with better teamwork at work. Gumoyu suppressed his dissatisfaction and said insincerely, Chapter 35 Things are getting worse. Gumoyu, you are so right. Ai Jiayao nodded affirmatively. Ai Jiayao picked up her phone and called a few colleagues she had a good relationship with. They all agreed happily, and within half an hour, they all arrived at Ai Jiayao's home. As soon as Jiang Yi entered, she gave Ai Jiayao a big hug, grinning from ear to ear as she said to Ai Jiayao, Jiayao, do you know? I was so bored at home alone. Thankfully, you called me over for a gathering. I think you should organize more gatherings among us colleagues, so my weekends won't be so boring. Ai Jiayao was instantly amused by Jiang Yi, and said generously, "No problem. As long as I have time, I will call you all over for dinner." Ai Jiayao deliberately raised her voice so that Gu Mo could hear. Sure enough, as Ai Jiayao expected, her conversation with Zhang Yi was overheard by Gu Mo, who was nearby. While working, Gu Mo muttered unhappily, "Zhang Yi, if you think weekends are boring, just find a boyfriend. Don't keep coming here. People who don't know might think you're a lesbian." Gu Mo was busy like a maid today. After finishing the big cleaning, he went to the supermarket to buy things and then cooked. By the end of the day, he was exhausted. While Ai Jiayao and her colleagues were chatting, Gu Mo sneaked back to his room to rest. Collapsing on the bed and not moving at all, Ai Jiayao and her colleagues had a great time at the gathering. But after everyone left, the house that had just been cleaned was a complete mess. Looking at the messy living room, Ai Jiayao immediately thought of getting Gu Mo to clean up. Ai Jiayao searched around the house, but still couldn't find Gu Mo. She walked to the bedroom door and pushed it open. As she expected, Gu Mo was hiding in the room, lying on the bed slacking off. Ai Jiayao walked over and said in a very unfriendly tone, "Hey, Gu Montaku, get up. The living room is a mess. You need to clean it up quickly." Gu Mo, lying on the bed and not moving, opened his eyes and glanced at Ai Jiayao, weakly saying, "I've been busy all day, cleaning and cooking. I'm exhausted. Let me rest for a bit." Gu Mo was indeed very tired today, and his tone was quite polite. Unfortunately, Ai Jiayao didn't appreciate it and was not willing to let him off the hook. Ai Jiayao poked Gu Mo's hand and started to get angry, saying, "Gu Mo, you get up. The living room is so messy, and you still have a mood to sleep here. Clean up first, then rest." Gu Mo, you still lay there without moving, as if he didn't hear Ai Jiayao at all. Ai Jiayao became even angrier, pulling Gu Mo up while questioning him. "Gu Mo, you really are a big liar. You just agreed to let me handle things for as long as I want. And now you're starting to go back on your word. The house is such a mess, and you want to clean it." Before Ai Jiayao could finish her words, Gu Mo suddenly sat up, wrapped his arms around Ai Jiayao's sexy little waist, and with a perfect turn, pressed Ai Jiayao down beneath him. Gu Mo looked at Ai Jiayao with deep eyes, a wicked smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. And he threatened Ai Jiayao without holding back, "You little tease, if you disturb my rest again, don't blame me for being rude. I'll make sure you can't get out of bed for 3 days." Gu Mo's gaze was firm, and Ai Jiayao was indeed frightened, because Gu Mo was too strong in that aspect. Ai Jiayao had already experienced it. Before Ai Jiayao could react or respond to Gu Mo, she was pressed down by a soft and sexy little beauty. And Gu Mo's breathing suddenly became rapid as his sensual lips pressed against Ai Jiayao's little mouth, ready to have a passionate encounter. Ai Jiayao, pinned down by Gu Mo, couldn't move at all. It was Gu Mo's hot breath and the kiss that finally made her react. Ai Jiayao thought that a wise man doesn't suffer losses in front of small gain, and began to compromise, saying to Gu Mo, Okay. Gu Mo, you get off me. I promise to let you rest well before cleaning the house." Before Ai Jiayao could finish her sentence, her phone rang. The ringing of the phone and Ai Jiayao's compromise made Gu Mo, who was still on top of her, reluctantly get up and release her. Ai Jiayao quickly answered the phone, and she heard Director Zhao's voice on the other end. "Hello, Jiayao. Are you free now? Come and drink with me." Faced with Director Zhao's invitation, Ai Jiayao didn't think twice and immediately agreed. "I'm bored at home with nothing to do. I'm free." After hanging up the phone, Ai Jiayao tidied up her slightly wrinkled clothes from being pressed by Gu Mo and fixed her messy hair, reading it neatly. Gu Mo, who was beside Ai Jiayao, asked, "Who just called you?" Gu Mo's jealousy was something Ai Jiayao had long experienced. In order to drink with Director Zhao as she wished, and to prevent Gu Mo from getting jealous and causing trouble, Ai Jiayao deceived him, saying, "Xiaoya said she was bored at home and wanted me to accompany her to go shopping." Before leaving, Ai Jiayao checked herself in the mirror, and after spraying her favorite perfume, she quickly left. This girl, is she really just going to see Xiaoya? Dressing up so carefully, does she really think I'm that naive? Guo looked at Ai Jiayao with disbelief. At this moment, Guo's mood was such that he didn't care about anything else and just wanted to follow her to see if Ai Jiayao was lying. Guo quietly followed behind, and Ai Jiayao didn't notice at all. After Ai Jiayao got out of the taxi and paid, she quickly walked into the hell bar. To avoid being noticed by Ai Jiayao, Guo kept a distance and followed her into the hell bar. As soon as Guo entered the bar, he saw Director Zhao approaching Ai Jiayao, waving to her. "Jiayao, you're here. It's a bit noisy here. Let us go to the second floor to drink and eat," Director Zhao said enthusiastically. Under Director Zhao's lead, Ai Jiayao went to the quieter second floor. When Guo saw Director Zhao, his eyes filled with anger. "Ai Jiayao, you little girl, you're getting worse. You actually lied to me, saying you were shopping with Qi Xiaoya, but you came here to meet this little pretty boy, Director Zhao." Extremely angry, Guo immediately picked up his phone and called Manager Liu. "Hello, President," Manager Liu said respectfully. Chapter 36, Seeking Justice. "Hey, Manager Liu, you immediately fire that bastard Director Zhao," Guo shouted angrily into the phone. Manager Liu quickly responded, Yes, President. I will arrange it right away." After hanging up the phone, Manager Liu was so scared that his legs trembled, and he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Ai Jiayao had a little to drink and was slightly tipsy when she mentioned Guo to Director Zhao. Taking a big gulp of beer, Ai Jiayao sneered at Director Zhao. "Director Zhao, I feel like I'm the dumbest person in the world. I've let Guo deceive me for so long, playing me like a fool." Director Zhao frowned, pretending to be completely unaware, and pressed Ai Jiayao. "Jiayao, what's wrong? What happened? Tell me." After taking another sip of her drink, Ai Jiayao said with a sad expression, "That big liar Guo, he went to great lengths to get close to me. He even pretended to be a robot and stayed by my side, and I treated him like a young master." Director Zhao realized from Ai Jiayao's words that the president's disguise as a robot to approach her had been exposed. Seeing Ai Jiayao's heartbroken expression, Director Zhao comforted her. "Jiayao, since it has already happened, you should let it go a bit and not get too upset." After finishing their drinks, Ai Jiayao and Director Zhao took a taxi home. The more Ai Jiayao thought about it, the angrier she became, feeling that Guo's deception should not be easily forgiven. She had to get back at him and take revenge. When they got home, Ai Jiayao was surprised to find that Guo had tidied up the house so thoroughly that she couldn't find any fault. What Ai Jiayao didn't know was that Guo had followed her out and, to prevent her from being suspicious, had called Secretary Jean to hire 2 cleaners to tidy up the place. In terms of cleanliness, Guo was flawless, leaving no room for criticism. Ai Jiayao suddenly had an idea and said to Guo, who was sitting on the sofa, "Guo, since you're free, let's play an exciting game." Guo glanced at Ai Jiayao and suddenly felt that something was off. He quickly opposed her, saying, "No, I've been working all day and I'm exhausted. You want me to play an exciting game? Isn't that asking for my life?" Guo immediately refused without even considering it. Ai Jiayao countered, "Guo, have you forgotten what you promised me today? Have you forgotten so soon?" Saying this, Ai Jiayao took out a rope she had prepared earlier, ready to tie Guo up. Seeing the terrifying glint in Ai Jiayao's eyes, Guo instinctively stood up, panic-stricken, and said to her, "Hey Jiayao, what are you going to do?" "What am I going to do? Since you're so disobedient, you know exactly what I want to do," Ai Jiayao said in a strangely eerie tone. Guo couldn't just sit still and let Ai Jiayao tie him up. After a struggle, Ai Jiayao failed to tie Guo up and instead found herself locked in a room, unable to get out. "Guo, you big bad guy, let me out," Ai Jiayao shouted at Guo outside the door. "I can let you out, but you have to promise me not to tie me up or use violence against me." Guo also set his conditions for letting her go. Ai Jiayao and Guo were at a standstill all night, and neither of them got much rest. Although she was very tired, Ai Jiayao still insisted on going to work. As soon as she arrived at the company, Ai Jiayao accidentally heard the news that Director Zhao had been fired, which was already causing a stir throughout the company. Just as Ai Jiayao sat down at her desk, she saw a middle-aged man walking in quickly. The arrival of the middle-aged man caused her colleagues to start whispering among themselves. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Ai Jiayao's mind. Could this uncle be our new director? Before Ai Jiayao could react, Manager Liu, with a beaming smile, said, "Everyone, please put aside your work. I have an important announcement to make." As Manager Liu spoke, everyone stopped whispering and prepared to listen attentively to his instructions. "I'd like to introduce everyone. This is our company's new director, Kuyu. From now on, your department will be under Kuyu's management, and you all must follow Director Ku's arrangements." Manager Liu formally introduced the new director. As soon as Manager Liu finished speaking, the people present clapped reluctantly, giving a warm welcome to Director Kuyu. Su Wang had just approached Ai Jiayao to talk when he was immediately noticed by the sharp-eyed Director Ku. With a serious expression, Director Ku walked over to Su Wang and reminded him, "Su Wang, aside from work-related matters, I hope you male and female colleagues maintain a certain distance and not affect the company's image." Although Director Ku was speaking to Su Wang, it was undoubtedly a veiled jab aimed at Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao realized that she had not been mistaken. This new director was not to be trifled with. Not only did he have a cunning appearance, but he also spoke with sharp words, making a show of strength right from the start. Ai Jiayao felt something was amiss. After meeting with Director Zhao yesterday, he had been inexplicably fired. With a belly full of questions, Ai Jiayao returned home. Ai Jiayao confronted Gumoyu. Why was Director Zhao fired without reason? Are you the one behind this? Gumoyu waved his hand, putting on an innocent look. "My dear Jiayao, I've been home all day and haven't inquired about company matters. I don't know who fired Director Zhao." Gumoyu's acting could win an Oscar, and Ai Jiayao surprisingly believed his words. After dinner, while Gumoyu was washing the dishes in the kitchen, his phone was left on the table in the living room. Ring, ring, ring. Gumoyu's phone rang. Ai Jiayao called out to Gumoyu several times, but he didn't respond. So Ai Jiayao picked up the phone for him. Before Ai Jiayao could say anything, Manager Liu's respectful voice came from the other end. "President, as per your instructions, I have fired Director Zhao." With Manager Liu's call, Ai Jiayao instantly understood everything. It turned out that Director Zhao had been fired by Gumoyu. Chapter 37. Playing a thrilling game, unintentionally discovering the truth. Ai Jiayao clenched her pink fist and immediately ran to the kitchen to confront Gumoyu. "Gumoyu, your acting skills are getting better and better. You could win an Oscar. Tell me honestly, why did you do this? Why did you dismiss Director Zhao?" Faced with Ai Jiayao's series of questions and aggressive demeanor, Gumoyu realized that Ai Jiayao must know the truth. Gumoyu stopped pretending to be clueless and straightforwardly said to Ai Jiayao, "You ask me why? Then let me tell you, my woman, no one can touch. That guy Zhao actually asked you out right under my nose. Does he think I'm stupid or blind?" For the first time, Ai Jiayao heard Gumoyu curse someone with such anger. When Gumoyu firmly stated, "My woman, no one can touch," Ai Jiayao suddenly felt an illusion. Although Gumoyu's words were domineering, they were particularly manly and charming, giving her an inexplicable sense of security. Coming back to her senses, Ai Jiayao kept reminding herself, "Ai Jiayao, you need to stay calm. You can't be mesmerized by Gumoyu's devilishly handsome face. You need to be clear-headed. Have you forgotten how he deceived you?" Once she regained her composure, a good idea suddenly popped into Ai Jiayao's mind. She tiptoed, occasionally blinking her beautiful big eyes at Gumoyu, sweetly saying, "Moyu, you've been by my side for so long. Don't you understand my thoughts? I hate being deceived the most." Ai Jiayao's sweet voice rang in Gumoyu's ears, and her soft, plump little hands continuously caressed Gumoyu's solid, warm chest. Even with just her gentle voice, Ai Jiayao could completely conquer Gumoyu. Gumoyu pulled Ai Jiayao into his arms and directly asked, "Jiayao, I deeply regret deceiving you. I realize the harm I've caused you is hard to make up for. But tell me, what should I do for you to genuinely forgive me?" Still nestled against Gumoyu's strong chest, Ai Jiayao leisurely started to set a trap for him. "Moyu, if you want me to forgive you, you have to promise me to play a thrilling game." Gumoyu looked puzzled. What kind of thrilling game could a young girl like Ai Jiayao play? He straightforwardly asked Ai Jiayao, "Jiayao, this is the second time you've mentioned wanting to play a thrilling game. What kind of game is it?" seeing Gu Mayu, so curious and asking all sorts of questions. Ai Jiayao pretended to be angry. You still say you want me to forgive you? You're making such a fuss over playing a game. Where's your intention to make it up to me? Gu Mayu, if you don't agree to play this thrilling game today, then I won't talk to you anymore. Ai Jiayao issued a threat. Although Gu Mayu was 100% reluctant to agree to play that so-called thrilling game in order to gain Ai Jiayao's forgiveness. He gritted his teeth and agreed. All right, my young lady, I agree. As soon as Gu Mayu personally agreed to Ai Jiayao's request, she glanced at him and immediately ran back to her room. Gu Mayu sneered. What's up with this girl tonight? So quirky and mysterious. Just as Gu Mayu finished speaking, Ai Jiayao came over with a rope she had prepared earlier. Gu Mayu looked shocked. Jiayao, what are you doing with the rope? Suddenly, Gu Mayu had a bad feeling. Could Ai Jiayao be planning to tie him up? Sure enough, as Gu Mayu suspected, Ai Jiayao's rope was specially prepared for him. Ai Jiayao approached like a fierce beast, skillfully binding Gu Mayu. Gu Mayu was bewildered, still unaware of Ai Jiayao's intricate plan to tie him up. Gu Mayu wanted to resist, but thinking about Ai Jiayao possibly ignoring him because of this, he realized he would only make things worse. In less than 3 minutes, Gu Mayu was tightly bound by Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao picked up a fruit knife from the table and moved closer to Gu Mayu. Gu Mayu, the thrilling game I want to play with you today is to personally perform a sterilization operation on you. When Gu Mayu heard the words sterilization operation, he nearly fainted. Gu Mayu swallowed hard, trying to calm himself down and negotiate with Ai Jiayao, hoping to dissuade her from the idea of performing a sterilization operation. Although Gu Mayu was bound tightly and unable to move, his mouth was still able to negotiate with Ai Jiayao. Jiayao, my young lady, don't joke with me like this, okay? Although my heart is strong, I don't think this is how you should play. I'm a grown man, not married and without children. Aren't you clearly trying to cut off the Gu family's lineage? Gu Mayu was right, but Ai Jiayao couldn't help but laugh at his expression. This time, Ai Jiayao was determined to teach this big bad guy, Gu Mayu, a lesson. Ai Jiayao slowly squatted down with the fruit knife in her hand, deliberately sharpening it in front of Gu Mayu. With a chilling tone, she reminded him, Gu Mayu, don't be afraid, just bear with it. I'll be quick. Hearing Ai Jiayao's words, Gu Mayu trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat streaming down his forehead like a dam breaking. But he still tried to negotiate one last time. Jiayao, listen to me, don't be impulsive. Just as Ai Jiayao's knife was about to descend on Gu Mayu's pants, her phone suddenly rang. Chapter 38. No good man. Ai Jiayao quickly picked up the phone. She heard Qi Xiaoya's heartbroken voice on the other end. Hello. Jiayao, I've broken up. Ai Jiayao was worried that Qi Xiaoya might do something foolish, so she hurriedly comforted her. Xiaoya, don't cry. What happened? Heartbroken. Qi Xiaoya spoke very vaguely on the phone, and Ai Jiayao was not at ease. Ai Jiayao said to Qi Xiaoya, Xiaoya, don't be sad. I'll come over right away to keep you company. After hanging up, Ai Jiayao said to Gu Mayu, you've hit the jackpot today. I'm going to accompany Xiaoya, so I'll let you off the hook for now. Ai Jiayao hurriedly went back to her room to change into a set of clothes, preparing to go to Qi Xiaoya's house. When Ai Jiayao came out of her room, Gu Mayu was worried about her going out alone so late. So he proactively offered, Jiao, it's so late, it's not safe for you to go out alone. Let me accompany you. Ai Jiayao couldn't help but think of the recent news about some girls encountering creepy men when coming back late, whether on the road or in elevators. Just thinking about it made her feel scared. After Gu Mayu's repeated pleas, Ai Jiayao, while freeing Gu Mayu, said right then, it's fine to let you come with me. At least you can protect my safety. Accompanied by Gu Mayu, Ai Jiayao took a taxi to the residential area where Qi Xiaoya lived. Ai Jiayao quickened her pace towards the elevator, and knock, knock, knock came the sound of Ai Jiayao's hurried knocking on the door. Qi Xiaoya struggled to stand up from the floor and quickly walked to open the door. The moment the door opened, Qi Xiaoya tightly hugged Ai Jiayao and cried out loud, Jiayao, I've broken up. Tianqi doesn't want me anymore. Seeing Qi Xiaoya crying uncontrollably, Ai Jiayao quickly comforted her. All right, Xiaoya, stop crying. Tell me what happened. I'm here for you. After wiping her tears with a tissue, A heartbroken Ai Jiayao confided in Ai Jiayao. Tianqi's family doesn't approve of us being together, so they arranged a blind date for him. Tianqi couldn't bear the pressure from his family, so he broke up with me. Ai Jiayao never expected that the person she once liked could be such a person. She angrily cursed Huang Tianqi. That scoundrel Huang Tianqi has no sense of responsibility as a man. He's definitely no good. If I see him, I'll beat him up to vent your anger. Ai Jiayao continued to comfort Ai Jiayao. Xiaoya, you don't need to feel sad over such a scumbag. Someone like him isn't worth your tears. Cheer up, don't cry so hard that you hurt yourself. Ai Jiayao pretended to nod strong, but only she knew how much it hurt inside when love suddenly turned to a breakup. Ai Jiayao, deep in thought, sighed with feeling. Men nowadays are all no good. They're all scummy. We need to keep our eyes wide open and not be deceived by those scumbag sweet words. Gu Moyu strongly disagreed with Ai Jiayao's remarks about men. What Ai Jiayao said could only be a small part of the truth. It was unfair to say that all men are bad. Both Ai Jiayao and Ai Jiayao were in a fit of anger, and Gu Moyu didn't dare to argue with them. He felt that as long as he wasn't the scumbag Ai Jiayao described, that was enough. Although Gu Moyu couldn't argue with Ai Jiayao, he still wanted to clarify his innocence. He approached Ai Jiayao and seriously said, Jiayao, I've long seen that Huang Tianqi is not a good person. I told you back then, but you didn't believe me. Now, there aren't many men like me who are so devoted and single-minded. You should cherish me. Before Gu Moyu could finish, Ai Jiayao was almost sickened by his words and immediately interrupted him. Gu Moyu, how can you still talk about yourself? You might as well save it. You're not much better. You're just a big liar. Indeed, in Ai Jiayao's heart, she still hadn't forgiven Gu Moyu for deceiving her. She still held a grudge. This left Gu Moyu in a state of distress. The more Ai Jiayao thought about it, the angrier she became, feeling that this matter couldn't just end like this. Ai Jiayao snatched Ai Jiayao's phone and sent a message to Huang Tianqi asking him to meet. What made Ai Jiayao even angrier was Huang Tianqi's reply. Xiaoya, since we've broken up, let's not contact each other anymore. Time can fade everything. I hope we both do well. Ai Jiayao clenched her fists, extremely angry as she cursed. Do well, my ass. That scumbag Huang Tianqi wants to hide like a turtle in its shell for the rest of his life. And he doesn't even dare to meet up? Ai Xiaoya's emotions calmed down a bit and said to Ai Jiayao, Xiaoya, I told you long ago, it's impossible for me and Tianqi. His family has already arranged a blind date for him tomorrow. How could he come out to see me? Upon learning that Huang Tianqi was going on a blind date tomorrow, Ai Jiayao looked at Gu Moyu beside her and commanded, Gu Moyu, now is your time to shine. If you want me to forgive you, quickly find out the time and place of Huang Tianqi's blind date tomorrow. Isn't it just finding out someone's information? For Gu Moyu, it was a piece of cake. Gu Moyu looked at Ai Jiayao with determination and said, Yes, I will obey. I guarantee I will complete the task. Secretary Jin's efficiency was really high. Before Gu Moyu even got up, Secretary Jin called to say that Huang Tianqi's blind date was at noon at a CAF on Jingguang South Road. Accompanied by Gu Moyu, Ai Jiayao arrived at the location of Huang Tianqi's blind date. Ai Jiayao and Gu Moyu sat in the corner of the CAF, and they saw Huang Tianqi dressed in a sharp suit with a blue tie, his hair neatly styled, shiny and sleek, looking quite presentable. Ai Jiayao and Gu Moyu exchanged glances, and they both tacitly proceeded according to their plan. Ai Jiayao walked over, holding her lower back, clearly pretending to be heavily pregnant, and came to Huang Tianqi and his blind dates table. Ai Jiayao intentionally linked her arm with Huang Tianqi's and sweetly said, Tianqi, I just went to the hospital for a checkup, and the doctor said I'm 3 months pregnant. We're going to have a baby soon. The Huang family will have an heir. Ai Jiayao pretended to be overjoyed. Huang Tianqi was completely bewildered by Ai Jiayao's sudden approach and had no idea what she was talking about. Chapter 39, Meeting the Fans. Huang Tianqi looked bewildered and asked Ai Jiayao, Jiayao, what are you talking about? The girl he was supposed to meet on a blind date saw that the atmosphere was tense and was frightened. No matter what happened between Huang Tianqi and the girl in front of him, she just wanted to get away from this place first. Despite Huang Tianqi's earnest explanations and attempts to keep her, the girl picked up her bag and ran away without looking back. Now, only Gu Moyu, Ai Jiayao, and Huang Tianqi were left. Ai Jiayao raised her little pink fist and punched Huang Tianqi with all her might, angrily cursing, "Huang Tianqi, you mama's boy who hasn't weaned yet. I'm going to teach you a good lesson today for bullying my friend Xiaoya. You'll learn that there are consequences for messing with my friends." With Gu Moyu sitting beside, Huang Tianqi was reprimanded by Ai Jiayao, looking aggrieved but dared not retaliate, only silently enduring it. Ai Jiayao had bottled up her anger all night and finally vented it for her good sister today. The joy in her heart was hard to express, and her face was beaming with a triumphant smile. To comfort Qi Xiaoya and help her get over her breakup as soon as possible, Ai Jiayao decided to stay at Qi Xiaoya's house for a while. Meanwhile, Gu Moyu returned alone to Ai Jiayao's home. As Gu Moyu picked up a cup of water to drink, his phone in his pocket rang. He glanced at the caller ID, frowned slightly, and answered the call nonchalantly. "Hello?" On the other end, Secretary Jin's panicked voice came through. "President, it's bad. A batch of goods from our company has been seized by customs, and the company is in chaos. We need you to come over and handle it personally." Gu Moyu frowned, responding calmly, "Okay, I understand. I'll be there right away." Gu Moyu, young yet the president of Longwei Group, often bore more than the average person. He had seen all sorts of storms. Just as one problem was resolved, another arose. After finishing the call from the company, with work still pending, another call came in from home. "Hello, young master, it's bad. The old lady's heart disease has relapsed." The anxious voice of Butler Han came through. Upon hearing that his grandmother's heart condition had flared up again, Gu Moyu immediately instructed Butler Han, "Call Dr. Zhuang right away and have him come and check on Grandma. I'm heading back now." After hanging up, Gu Moyu faced two difficult choices. Should he go home to check on his grandmother or deal with the company issues? Weighing his options, he drove towards home. Ai Jiayao continued her beloved live-streaming career, enthusiastically interacting with her fans. She noticed that one fan in particular was very enthusiastic, always present during her live streams, and had given her many positive reviews. This fan caught Ai Jiayao's attention. Because this fan was generous, her tips doubled, and her salary skyrocketed. When Ai Jiayao started her eating broadcast, this enthusiastic fan appeared again and even proposed meeting her. Ai Jiayao did not agree. After finishing the eating broadcast, ding dong, Ai Jiayao's WeChat notifications sounded. She opened WeChat to see a friend request from someone named Insignificant Dust. Seeing that the person added her using their phone number, she accepted without a second thought. As soon as they became friends, the enthusiastic fan immediately explained to Ai Jiayao, "Hello, I'm Su Wenhao. I just chatted with you during the live stream. Can we meet?" Ai Jiayao hesitated for a moment but did not respond. Su Wenhao immediately initiated a video call, and seeing his enthusiasm, Ai Jiayao mustered her courage to answer the WeChat video call. In the video, Su Wenhao was dressed in a sharp suit, wearing cool black-rimmed glasses. With a handsome nose, bronze skin, and deep black eyes that sparkled charmingly. The first impression he gave was one of refinement. After Su Wenhao's repeated requests, Ai Jiayao agreed to meet him. This was the first time Ai Jiayao was invited to meet a fan after so long in live streaming. Although she had a good first impression of Su Wenhao, she still felt unsure and did not dare to meet him alone. So she decided to ask Qi Xiaoya to accompany her. Meanwhile, thanks to the medical team's efforts, Gu Moyu's grandmother was stabilized and was now receiving 4 fluids in the hospital, continuing to be monitored. With his grandmother out of danger, Gu Moyu's long-held worries finally eased. Utilizing his connections, Gu Moyu made several calls, and after assuring them multiple times, customs finally released the seized goods. When Qi Xiaoya learned that Ai Jiayao was going to meet a fan, she immediately picked up her phone and called Gu Moyu. "Hello, Moyu. Jiayao just called me and said she plans to meet a fan named Su Wenhao after work at a CAF near the company." Qi Xiaoya honestly informed Gu Moyu about the situation. "Okay, I got it. Thank you, Xiaoya." Gu Moyu replied gently to Qi Xiaoya. After receiving the information that Ai Jiayao was going to meet a fan named Su Wenhao, Gu Moyu frowned slightly. This little girl Ai Jiayao is really becoming more and more worrisome. When Gu Moyu left the hospital, he specifically instructed Butler Han, I need to take care of something. Make sure to notify me immediately when Grandma wakes up. Butler Han nodded slightly and respectfully replied, Yes, young master. I will notify you as soon as the old lady wakes up. Gu Moyu hurriedly arrived at the CAF, where Ai Jiayao was meeting her fan. Out of breath, he said to Ai Jiayao, You really are getting bolder, meeting fans behind my back. After saying this, Gu Moyu, disregarding Ai Jiayao's struggles and protests, boldly lifted her onto his shoulder and carried her to the car, with Qi Xiaoya quickly following suit. Ai Jiayao was extremely angry at Gu Moyu's rough behavior and ruining her meeting with her fan. Gu Moyu, you annoying guy. How dare you take me home without my consent? You're restricting my freedom, and that's a crime. Ai Jiayao shouted in anger. Gu Moyu, looking helpless, replied, Why? Because I like you. I told you before, you are my woman, and no one can touch you. Chapter 40. Playing the victim. Seeking shelter, Gu Moyu's response left Qi Xiaoya, who was standing nearby, utterly shocked. With a face full of envy, Qi Xiaoya exclaimed, Wow, Gu Moyu is so handsome and so manly. He really just throws dog food around at the slightest disagreement. After a round of banter with Gu Moyu, Ai Jiayao felt she couldn't out-argue him and began to issue an eviction order. Gu Moyu, I don't want to argue with you here anymore. Get out of my house. I don't want to see you again. Although Ai Jiayao said this in anger, her careless words struck deep into Gu Moyu's heart, undoubtedly causing him some emotional pain. Fine, if you want me to go, then I will. What is the big deal? You're becoming more and more unreasonable. Gu Moyu replied coldly, slamming the door as he left angrily. Faced with the intense argument between Gu Moyu and Ai Jiayao, Qi Xiaoya felt anxious but powerless. When Gu Moyu stormed out, Qi Xiaoya began to persuade Ai Jiayao earnestly. Jiayao, you need to be more measured in your words. I really think Gu Moyu is genuinely angry this time. You've hurt his feelings. Ai Jiayao shot Qi Xiaoya an unhappy glance and said, Xiaoya, you're my good sister, but Gu Moyu is bullying me. If you want to help me, at least don't side with him. What do you mean by that? Qi Xiaoya moved closer to Ai Jiayao, reasoning with her. Jiayao, you're my good sister, so of course, I'm on your side. But as an observer, I see that Gu Moyu treats you really well. It's sincere. You need to seize this opportunity and not let someone else take him away. After hearing Qi Xiaoya's words, Ai Jiayao suddenly felt less angry. Calming down, Ai Jiayao realized she had said too much earlier and felt a bit thirsty. She poured herself a glass of water and drank deeply. Meanwhile, Qi Xiaoya was sitting on the sofa, fiddling with her phone, when she suddenly felt a stomach ache and rushed to the bathroom without even turning off her phone screen. As Ai Jiayao sat on the sofa, she inadvertently saw the messages between Qi Xiaoya and Gu Moyu. In an instant, everything clicked for her. Gu Moyu had suddenly come to the CAF to take her away, ruining her chance to meet her fans. It turned out Qi Xiaoya had tipped him off, and there was a traitor among her. When Qi Xiaoya emerged from the bathroom, Ai Jiayao stormed over to her, not hiding her anger as she demanded, Qi Xiaoya, I thought of you as my good sister. Why did you betray me? Facing Ai Jiayao's accusation, Qi Xiaoya initially wanted to deny it, to play innocent. However, seeing Ai Jiayao's hand nearly deforming her newly bought Huawei phone, she realized things were not looking good. She had been caught. Qi Xiaoya put on her charming, silly smile to ease the tension, feigning innocence, as she said, Oh no, Jiayao, please don't be angry. Let me explain. Ai Jiayao crossed her arms and shot Qi Xiaoya's sidelong glance, saying, Fine, Xiaoya, I'm all ears. Why did you betray me? Qi Xiaoya poked Ai Jiayao's arm, her mind racing as she desperately explained, Jiayao, there's a reason I told Gu Moyu about your meeting with the fans. It's for your own good. Think about it. We're two girls meeting a fan we've never met before. We have no idea who they are or what their background is. What if we encounter a bad person? I was just thinking of bringing Gu Moyu along for your safety. Qi Xiaoya's words seemed to have an effect on Ai Jiayao, as her earlier anger gradually dissipated. Suddenly, Qi Xiaoya remembered she had plans to watch a movie with her colleagues at noon. Grabbing her bag, she said to Ai Jiayao, I have plans to go watch a movie with my colleagues tonight. I'm running out of time, so I have to leave. After quickly informing Ai Jiayao, Qi Xiaoyu hurriedly left. Once Qi Xiaoyu was gone, Ai Jiayao was left alone at home. Calming down, Ai Jiayao sat on the sofa, her mind involuntarily filled with thoughts of Gu Mou. Whenever she was thirsty, Gu Mou would pour her a glass of water without hesitation. Looking at the spotless walls of her home, Ai Jiayao couldn't help but think that all of this was Gu Mou's hard work. She looked up at the ceiling, gazing at the empty room. The funny and awkward moments that had happened between her and Gu Mou flashed through her mind. At this moment, Ai Jiayao felt a bit heavy-hearted and decided to get up and take a walk outside to clear her mind. After changing her shoes, she opened the door to go out, only to suddenly see Gu Mou standing tall and straight at the entrance. Seeing Gu Mou again after their argument filled Ai Jiayao with a complex mix of feelings. Deep down, she had already come to terms with everything, yet she stubbornly pretended to be indifferent, saying, Didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you still here? Gu Mou had also calmed down after leaving earlier. He understood Ai Jiayao well and knew she was a girl who responded better to softness than hardness. Therefore, Gu Mou decided not to keep up the argument with Ai Jiayao. He couldn't leave easily this time. If he left now, it would be much harder to return to her side. Taking a deep breath, Gu Mou put on a pitiful expression and said to Ai Jiayao, please don't be angry anymore. You can't kick me out now because I have nowhere else to go. Besides, we used to be close. Would you really want to see me end up on the streets? In truth, Ai Jiayao had said many hurtful things in a moment of anger, and she felt a bit regretful. Since Gu Mou was pleading to stay, it was a perfect opportunity for her to back down. Just as Ai Jiayao was hesitating whether to forgive Gu Mou so quickly, Gu Mou seemed a bit impatient. He pushed Ai Jiayao against the wall, leaning on it with one hand, leaving her with nowhere to escape. With the distance closed and their bodies close together, Ai Jiayao caught a whiff of Gu Mou's unique minty scent, a faint fragrance that felt refreshing, as if she were immersed in a wonderful world. Feeling like a startled little deer, Ai Jiayao's cheeks flushed a rosy pink, overwhelmed with shyness. Chapter 41. Come stay at my place for a night. Gu Mou's exquisite features and charming face moved closer to Ai Jiayao, causing her heart to race. Gu Mou was flirting without regard for the occasion. This was not at home, but in a public place. Just as Gu Mou's sexy lips were about to touch Ai Jiayao's, she instinctively resisted with all her might, finally pushing Gu Mou away after a tremendous effort. Having successfully escaped Gu Mou's control, Ai Jiayao didn't hold back and angrily scolded him. Gu Mou, you're becoming more and more unreasonable. You're just a big pervert, actually acting like a rogue on my doorstep. If you dare to do this again next time. Before Ai Jiayao could finish her sentence, Gu Mou took advantage of the moment and pushed her down, wrapping one arm around her waist. Just as Gu Mou's large hand landed on Ai Jiayao's slightly sexy, soft waist, she instinctively threw a small punch. Although the punch wasn't very strong and couldn't cause serious harm, for Gu Mou, who had recently suffered a burn and whose wound wasn't fully healed, it was like adding insult to injury, causing him significant pain. All that could be heard was a scream of ah from Gu Mou. The pain caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead, and his brows furrowed slightly. Seeing Gu Mou in pain, Ai Jiayao couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted and quickly walked over, her face filled with concern as she asked, Gu Mou, are you okay? Feeling the warmth from Ai Jiayao's sudden concern, Gu Mou felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. However, the burning pain in his arm continued to surge, and despite enduring the pain, he replied insincerely, this little injury is nothing to me. That punch just now felt like an ant stepping on me. I'm fine. Ai Jiayao looked at Gu Mou skeptically and asked, really not painful? Well then, I'll go inside and get you some medicine. Just as Ai Jiayao was about to lead Gu Mou inside for medicine, a sudden gust of wind blew, and the door was cruelly slammed shut. Ai Jiayao screamed, I forgot to take my keys out. The door won't be locked, right? Sure enough, As Ai Jiayao suspected, the door was indeed locked. With a glimmer of hope, she desperately tugged at the doorknob, but unfortunately, the door remained firmly shut. After struggling for a while, Ai Jiayao finally gave up and accepted the fact that she was locked out. Since she couldn't get back inside, Guo suggested, since we can't get in, and it's so late now, the property management won't come to unlock it until tomorrow. Why don't you come stay at my place for the night? Ai Jiayao thought Guo's suggestion made sense, especially since it was so late. She looked at Guo and nodded affirmatively, softly saying, Hearing Ai Jiayao agree to stay at his house, Guo was overjoyed. His face lit up with an indescribable happiness as he cheerfully said to Ai Jiayao, Jiayao, wait for me downstairs. I'll go get the car from the garage and be right back to pick you up in less than 5 minutes. Guo drove his Mercedes out of the garage and pulled up next to Ai Jiayao. He parked the car, quickly got out with a big smile, and said to Ai Jiayao, Jiayao, get in the car. Ai Jiayao immediately walked over to Guo's car, and he gentlemanly opened the car door for her, reminding her softly, be careful, don't bump your head, on the way back to his home. Guo was in a good mood, humming a little tune. After a 30-minute drive, he brought Ai Jiayao to his villa. On the way, Guo had already instructed Butler Han to prepare a room for Ai Jiayao, so she could rest as soon as she arrived. Under the guidance of the butler and Guo, they reached the room where Ai Jiayao would be staying. Butler Han, who had been the housekeeper for so long, noticed for the first time that the young master was bringing a girl home for the night and was so considerate about it. He immediately sensed that Guo had feelings for Ai Jiayao. Butler Han politely said to Ai Jiayao, Miss Ai, this is the room our young master prepared for you. I hope you enjoy your stay. After saying that, Butler Han tactfully stepped out, leaving only Ai Jiayao and Guo in the room. After chatting for a while, Ai Jiayao yawned and said to Guo, hey, I'm tired. You should go back and rest too. I'm going to sleep. Although this was Guo's home, it felt almost predestined, and he couldn't escape being given the boot by Ai Jiayao. Suppressing his reluctance, Guo said, all right, you rest first. I'll go back to my room too. After saying goodbye to Ai Jiayao, Guo returned to his room and comfortably laid down on his soft, cotton-like big bed. Although the bed was very comfortable, Guo couldn't fall asleep no matter how he tossed and turned. His mind was filled with thoughts of Ai Jiayao. After a struggle with his thoughts, Guo finally gave in to his wild side and stealthily made his way to Ai Jiayao's room, wanting to pounce on her again. He tried to make as little noise as possible while entering Ai Jiayao's room, slipped off his slippers, and quickly climbed on her bed. Just as his large hand landed on Ai Jiayao's soft body, she immediately threw a small punch. Ai Jiayao sat up and angrily shouted at Guo, Guo, you big gray wolf. Luckily, I was prepared, or else you would have taken advantage of me again. Faced with Ai Jiayao exposing his true nature, Guo not only didn't feel embarrassed, but instead revealed a sly smile and openly said, hey, girl, to be honest, I really can't sleep without you beside me. Since this isn't your first time with me, why not satisfy me again tonight? You're becoming more and more shameless. You don't even feel embarrassed saying such things. Ai Jiayao was so angry that her teeth were clenched, and her fingertips began to tremble uncontrollably. In the middle of the night, Ai Jiayao and Guo got into a heated argument, waking up Guo's sister, Guo Yuan. Guo Yuan came to the door of Guo's room, looking puzzled, and asked, hey, Mo, it's so late. Why are you still awake? It's so noisy in there. Are you two fighting, or is something happening? Faced with his sister's series of questions, Guo quickly explained, sister, you must have heard wrong. I'm the only one in the room. Who am I fighting with? I'm just playing a game and got a bit too excited, so. Chapter 42, a face full of embarrassment as Guo was dealing with her sister. Ai Jiayao began to act restlessly and intentionally came out to cause trouble. Ai Jiayao shouted to Guo Yuan outside the door, hey, Guo is lying. Before Ai Jiayao could finish her sentence, Guo quickly covered her mouth. In order to prevent Ai Jiayao from making a sound and alerting her sister, Gumo Yu tightly held onto Ai Jiayao, rendering her unable to move. Although Gumo Yu managed to stop Ai Jiayao's disruption in time, it still raised suspicion in Gumo Yuan, who was standing outside the door. What on earth is Mo Yu up to? I clearly heard a girl's voice. Could it be? Gumo Yuan didn't dare to think further, but she stayed to see what Gumo Yu was really doing. After staying in Ai Jiayao's room for a while, Gumo Yu prepared to leave when she heard no noise outside. Ai Jiayao, wanting to be cautious, decided to lock the door tightly after Gumo Yu left. So she hurriedly followed Gumo Yu without even putting on her slippers. The moment Gumo Yu opened the door, she was startled and screamed, almost losing her balance and falling to the ground. It turned out that her sister hadn't left and was still standing at the door. The outside of the door was pitch dark, and even Gumo Yu, a grown man, was scared enough to scream, let alone Ai Jiayao. Startled, Gumo Yu complained with an unhappy face, "Hey, sis, do you know that people can scare each other to death? Why are you outside my room at this late hour?" Gumo Yu boldly questioned his sister, but Gumo Yuan's attention was not on Gumo Yu. Instead, it was on Ai Jiayao, who was standing beside him. Gumo Yuan's gaze was fixed on Ai Jiayao, as if she had done something remarkable. The reason for Gumo Yuan's gaze was that during the struggle between Ai Jiayao and Gumo Yu, Ai Jiayao's bra had been exposed from beneath her pink pajamas, revealing two cute little rabbits that were partially visible. Gumo Yuan's stare left Ai Jiayao both surprised and extremely shy. Ai Jiayao quickly adjusted her clothes and, to ease the awkwardness, took the initiative to greet Gumo Yuan, saying, "Sister, hello, I'm Ai Jiayao." Gumo Yuan was completely unaware that Ai Jiayao was staying at her home. She felt as if she had disrupted her brother Gumo Yu and Ai Jiayao's good thing, and she too was embarrassed, politely responding to Ai Jiayao, "Hello, Jiayao, I'm Gumo Yu's sister, Gumo Yuan." At that moment, the air around the room seemed to freeze. Gumo Yuan said to Ai Jiayao, "Jiayao, you should go rest. I have something to discuss with Mo Yu." Gumo Yuan pulled Gumo Yu aside and directly asked, "Mo Yu, how could a girl like Jiayao be in your room in the middle of the night? What's going on?" Gumo Yu glanced at Gumo Yuan with confidence and said, "Sis, you wouldn't really not understand this, would you? Jiayao is my girlfriend. It's not surprising that she's in my room at night, right?" When Gumo Yuan heard her brother admit that Ai Jiayao was his girlfriend, she was both shocked and delighted. Gumo Yuan instantly understood why Ai Jiayao's collar was like that. "Hey, Mo Yu, you're already this old. You need to be gentle with your girlfriend, you know? Remember to keep it down. Making such a big noise in the middle of the night. What will others think of Jiayao?" Gumo Yuan lectured Gumo Yu like a sage. Gumo Yu, feeling a bit impatient, quickly interrupted, "Oh, sis, don't worry. Jiayao is the woman I love. I will know how to handle it." Since Ai Jiayao had trouble sleeping, she woke up early to take a walk. By chance, she ended up in the garden of Gumo Yu's villa. The luxurious villa showcased a harmonious blend of Eastern and Western architecture, with a foundation of traditional Chinese charm complemented by Western architectural symbols and details, creating an aesthetically pleasing and comfortable living environment that was close to nature. The romantic yet solemn atmosphere, the tall foyer, and the grand door, along with round arched windows and stonework corners, all exhibited elegance and luxury. After walking the garden, Ai Jiayao entered the villa. The first thing she saw was the extremely luxurious hall, with floors made of black marble, tiles as bright as mirrors, splendid crystal chandeliers, pure black wooden tables, imported brand-name sofas, and exquisite, intricately carved bookshelves, giving the entire hall a sense of grandeur and splendor. Ai Jiayao greedily took in the sights, as if she wanted to absorb the luxurious building entirely. After having breakfast at Gumo Yu's villa, Ai Jiayao enjoyed a feast like never before. Served by 2 rows of servants, completely immersed in the delicious food, Ai Jiayao forgot that she had to go to work that day. Realizing this, she quickly asked Gumo Yu, "Mo Yu, what time is it now?" Gumo Yu casually looked at his watch and replied, "It's only 8:30. No rush. Take your time." When Ai Jiayao heard it was 8:30, she almost choked. After taking a sip of milk and having Gumo, you gently pat her back. She finally managed to swallow it down. What? It's 8:30? Oh no, I'm going to be late. Ai Jiayao exclaimed anxiously. Gumo patted Ai Jiayao's shoulder as she stood up and calmly said, "Don't worry about breakfast. I'll drive you over myself in a bit. You won't be late." Hearing this from Gumo, Ai Jiayao felt much more at ease and began to enjoy her food heartily again. Being able to have breakfast with the woman he loved and then drive her to work was the most satisfying thing for Gumo. Driving one of his favorite cars, a Rolls-Royce, Gumo spiritedly took Ai Jiayao to work. When Gumo drove Ai Jiayao to the company building, the luxurious car attracted everyone's attention. As always, Gumo gentlemanly opened the car door for Ai Jiayao, who had just enjoyed a meal and waved goodbye to him with a happy mood. As Ai Jiayao hurried towards the company entrance, a few female colleagues caught up with her, looking enviously and saying, "Wow, Jiayao, was that your boyfriend who drove you to work a Rolls-Royce? Not only is he handsome, but he's so considerate towards you. We are so envious." Chapter 43, Swearing to Lose Weight. I don't know if it's because of the sumptuous breakfast or the strong wind on the way to work, but Ai Jiayao's little face has been rosy. Jiang Yi, who has a good relationship with Ai Jiayao, pointed out directly, "Everyone look, Jiayao's face is all red. This means our guess is true." Lu Piampian linked her arm with Ai Jiayao, teasing her while pulling her toward the elevator. "Wow, Jiayao, according to Yi, you must have hooked up with a handsome and wealthy guy, and you're about to reach the peak of your life when you become a rich lady. Don't forget us good sisters." After finishing her food live streaming for the day, Ai Jiayao felt happy and joyful during the process of enjoying the food. However, when she looked down at her increasingly tight jeans, all her good mood vanished instantly. "If I keep eating like this, forget about these jeans. I won't be able to wear many beautiful clothes and dresses in the future." Ai Jiayao sighed softly. After much distress, Ai Jiayao made a firm resolution, swearing, "I must work hard to lose weight. I must slim down. I must wear beautiful dresses." After work, as soon as Ai Jiayao stepped out, she saw Gumo waiting for her with the luxurious Rolls-Royce he drove her to work in that morning. Gumo was deeply engaged in a conversation with a client and was completely unaware that Ai Jiayao was walking toward his car. Ai Jiayao deliberately coughed a couple of times, but Gumo still didn't hear her. She couldn't help but roll her eyes, raised her hand, and gently tapped on Gumo's car window. Only then did Gumo react, finishing the call and immediately getting out of the car, very gentlemanly opening the door for Ai Jiayao. Sitting in Gumo's car, Ai Jiayao started to formulate her weight loss plan, quietly calculating, "I'll run for an hour every morning and go to the gym after work in the evening." Unintentionally, Gumo learned about Ai Jiayao's weight loss plan. He eagerly offered, "Jiayao, I think your weight loss plan is great. How about I come to your house to help you with your plan?" After thinking for a while, Ai Jiayao shook her head and refused, "Maybe not. I can do it by myself." Gumo couldn't let Ai Jiayao refuse him without taking action. He persistently entangled Ai Jiayao for a long time until she finally couldn't stand his persistence and was forced to agree. Instead of directly taking Ai Jiayao home, Gumo took her to the gym. He went to the counter and got Ai Jiayao a VIP gold card. After getting the gym card, Gumo handed it to Ai Jiayao, saying, "Here for you. From now on, you are a VIP member here." Ai Jiayao carefully placed the VIP gold card given by Gumo into her bag. Led by gym staff, Ai Jiayao arrived at the luxurious gym. Having sworn to lose weight, Ai Jiayao's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented light. She first did 5 minutes of simple warm-up exercises, then set the treadmill for 30 minutes and started running hard. Meanwhile, Gumo, sitting beside her for support and guidance, noticed that Ai Jiayao was determined to lose weight this time. Seeing her focused demeanor, Gumo couldn't help but smile with indescribable delight. Seeing her working so hard, Gumo had a sudden idea to stream Ai Jiayao's workout using her account. Surprisingly, Ai Jiayao quickly became an online sensation from the unintentional live stream of her workout. Enthusiastic fans left comments saying, wow, Jiayao is simply my idol. She's working so hard at the gym. No wonder her figure is amazing. A fan with the username Yan commented, not only does Jiayao host the food live stream well, but she also looks so charming while working out. Jiayao, you are my goddess. I love you hearts. Under the cherry blossom tree. Wow, Jiayao has started her fitness live stream. That's great. I haven't had enough of the food and gaming live streams. And now a fitness live stream too. Awesome. Seeing the first fans comment, Gu Moyu wore an indescribable smile. However, upon seeing some later comments, he frowned slightly, displeased. This Ihan is too much. I don't even need to look to know he's a creep. How dare he openly say I love you right under my nose, and Jiayao. Does he have a delusional disorder? As expected, Gu Moyu was jealous. Ai Jiayao glanced at the grumbling Gu Moyu, unbothered by his feelings, and said, Hey, Gu Moyu, you don't need to give me a long face here. I didn't provoke you. Besides, this fitness live stream was started by you, so you can't blame anyone else. Gu Moyu was left speechless by Ai Jiayao's retort and could only sit quietly beside her, contemplating life. After finishing her workout, Ai Jiayao returned home, and the first thing she did was to take a comfortable, hot shower. Gu Moyu, we're out of shower gel at home. Could you go to the supermarket and buy some for me? It must be this brand. Ai Jiayao instructed Gu Moyu after a shower. Gu Moyu glanced at the shower gel in Ai Jiayao's hand and nodded confidently, promising, all right, don't worry, I definitely won't buy the wrong one this time. Gu Moyu took the car keys and went downstairs to buy the shower gel for Ai Jiayao. Gu Moyu's sister, Gu Moyuan, was holding a limited edition Chanel bag in one hand and the address written by Secretary Jiang in the other. After checking the community name and door number, she finally found it. Knock, knock, knock. Gu Moyuan knocked on the door. Gu Moyu had just left, and now the knocking sound suddenly rang out again. Ai Jiayao walked out impatiently to open the door while mocking Gu Moyu. Gu Moyu, you forgetful guy, did you forget something again? When Ai Jiayao opened the door, she was surprised to find not Gu Moyu standing there, but his sister Gu Moyuan. Ai Jiayao was stunned for 3 full seconds, and after a moment of awkwardness, she quickly reacted and politely said, Sister Moyuan, what brings you here? Please come in. Gu Moyuan slightly nodded in acknowledgement and followed Ai Jiayao inside. Gu Moyuan exuded a powerful aura that made people feel hesitant to approach her easily. Once inside, Ai Jiayao and Gu Moyuan sat facing each other on the sofa. Gu Moyuan looked directly at Ai Jiayao and straightforwardly said, Jiayao, I came here unannounced because I have something important to discuss with you. Chapter 44. Difficult to decline kindness important matters? Ai Jiayao couldn't think of any important matters that Gu Moyu's sister would want to discuss with her. With a confused expression, Ai Jiayao said, What important matters, sister? I don't quite understand. You can just speak your mind. It's about my brother Moyu and you. Gu Moyuan's sharp gaze swept over Ai Jiayao. However, the saying, nothing ventures, nothing gains is not without reason. My goodness, the melodramatic plot often seen on TV is happening to me? Gu Moyuan got straight to the point. Jiayao, I know you're a good girl, but I don't want you to get too close to my brother. I hope you understand what I mean. Gu Moyuan was directly labeling Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao immediately reacted and hurriedly clarified her relationship with Gu Moyu, saying, Sister Moyu, I think you are misunderstanding. Moyu and I are just ordinary friends. Not in the romantic relationship you think. Gu Moyuan's piercing gaze met Ai Jiayao's for a moment, as if it could see through everything. Gu Moyuan completely did not believe what Ai Jiayao said and bluntly replied, Jiayao, you don't need to hide anything from me. Moyu is my brother, and I can tell he is really interested in you. Besides, you're the only girl he has brought home to spend the night. Do you think I would believe you when you say you are not in a romantic relationship? Wealthy families are indeed difficult to deal with. They always look at us, ordinary people, through colored glasses. Gu Moyuan clearly did not believe what Ai Jiayao said. Ai Jiayao took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She spoke slowly to Gu Moyuan, Sister Moyu, if you don't believe what I'm saying, there is nothing I can do. But there is something I think I need to tell you. Gu Moyuan's gaze was fixed on Ai Jiayao, slightly nodding to indicate that she could go on. Actually, Moyu has been deceiving me from the start. The reason I let him stay at my house is that he came to me as an intelligent robot developed by his company. Later, when I found out he was a fake robot, I had a big argument with him. Ai Jiayao recounted the entire story to Gu Moyuan without missing a word. Gu Moyuan was extremely shocked and surprised by everything Ai Jiayao said. She never imagined her brother would use any means to get close to Ai Jiayao. Moyu is really getting more and more outrageous. I have to have a good talk with him about this. Gu Moyuan said angrily. Ring, ring, ring. The phone in Gu Moyuan's bag rang. After saying excuse me to Ai Jiayao, she walked outside to answer the call. Gu Moyuan seemed to have received an important call, and after finishing the call, she hurriedly said to Ai Jiayao, Jiayao, I understand everything you just told me. Now I have some matters to handle at the company, so I want to disturb you. Okay, Sister Moyu, be careful on your way. Ai Jiayao sent Gu Moyuan out the door and politely reminded her a few words. After seeing off Gu Moyuan, Ai Jiayao called Gu Moyu, hoping he could also buy some tissues, but unfortunately, Gu Moyu's phone was unreachable. Bored, Ai Jiayao decided to personally go to the supermarket to buy tissues. After buying a big bag of Persian cat tissues, she continued to stroll around the supermarket to see if there was anything else she needed to buy. Jiayao, what a coincidence. You are also here to shop. Su Wenhao looked surprised and delighted. While focused on shopping, Ai Jiayao immediately turned around when she heard someone calling her name. Seeing Su Wenhao, Ai Jiayao was equally surprised and said, Oh, Su Wenhao, how come you are here? I was bored and just wandering around. I'm also buying some groceries to cook. Su Wenhao replied confidently. Su Wenhao looked at the shiny watch on his wrist and said to Ai Jiayao, Jiayao, it's almost 7 o'clock. Have you had dinner yet? Not yet, but it doesn't matter since I'm alone. I'm used to it, Ai Jiayao said without hesitation. When Su Wenhao mentioned dinner, Ai Jiayao's stomach unexpectedly growled. Hearing that Ai Jiayao was eating alone, Su Wenhao immediately enthusiastically invited her. Jiayao, since you are eating alone, and so am I, why don't you come to my house for dinner? I'll cook for you. As the saying goes, difficult to decline kindness, under Su Wenhao's warm invitation. Ai Jiayao nodded and said, Since you are so enthusiastic, I won't be polite. I'll have to taste your cooking. Su Wenhao was quite low-key, given his family's wealth. Driving a Rolls-Royce would not be surprising, yet he just casually drove an Audi A8. After Ai Jiayao finished her shopping at the supermarket, she got into Su Wenhao's Audi. On the way to Su Wenhao's house, he actively chatted with Ai Jiayao. Su Wenhao's car stopped at a mid-range community. Although this community is not considered high-end in City A, it is still affordable for middle-class people. Outside the community, it didn't seem so luxurious. But when Ai Jiayao stepped into Su Wenhao's house, she was dumbfounded. It was a total face slap. Su Wenhao's home was extremely luxurious, with European-style, genuine leather sofas. And the chandeliers on the walls were exquisite and stunning. As Ai Jiayao walked in, she noticed the elegant and generous paintings hanging on the walls, and the countless decorations and antiques on the wooden counter were obviously valuable antiques. Ai Jiayao felt that Su Wenhao's family background must be extraordinary. After preparing the meal, Su Wenhao politely said to Ai Jiayao, Jiayao, the steak is ready. Let us eat steak first. Su Wenhao placed the steak on the table, handed Ai Jiayao the knife and fork, and after everything was ready, he returned to his seat and sat down facing Ai Jiayao. Wenhao, I see you have a lot of free time. Where do you work? Ai Jiayao asked Su Wenhao. While cutting the steak, Su Wenhao replied leisurely, Yes, I work at my own company, so I can arrange my own time, which makes it quite relaxed. Hearing that Su Wenhao worked at his own company, Ai Jiayao was surprised. Wow, Wenhao, I didn't expect you to be so young and already have your own company. You're truly a role model for us young people. Chapter 45. Robots are better. Ai Jiayao had a long conversation with Su Wenhao and inadvertently learned that Su Wenhao was not just the owner of a company, but also the president of the famous Tianan group in City A, which he had founded himself. Su Wenhao brought out some red wine, poured a glass for Ai Jiayao, and said, Jiayao, this red wine is from France, and I've cherished it for 10 years, never daring to drink it. Today, since you are here, I am honored to share it with you. After saying this, Su Wenhao raised his glass to toast Ai Jiayao. Su Wenhao's closeness and ambiguous words made the atmosphere suddenly tense. To mask her nervousness, Ai Jiayao changed the subject, saying, "Wenhao, your cooking skills are really impressive. You could be a great chef. If you have the opportunity, you could even expand your career into the culinary field." Su Wenhao recognized Ai Jiayao's intention to divert the topic, but did not want to cooperate. He went straight to the point. "Jiayao, you are the most beautiful and pure girl I have ever met, and I admire your work ability. You're not only focused, but also meticulous." Su Wenhao was clearly making great efforts to express his feelings towards Ai Jiayao after enjoying delicious steak and red wine together. Ai Jiayao stood up and said to Su Wenhao, "Wenhao, it's getting late. I should head back." Hearing that Ai Jiayao was leaving, Su Wenhao felt very reluctant. He hoped she would stay a little longer. However, after Ai Jiayao finished speaking, she started moving towards the door. Su Wenhao had to give up on his desire to keep her there. He hurriedly caught up with her and proactively said, "Jiayao, since you're leaving, I won't keep you, but it's getting late, so for safety's sake, let me drive you home." At first, Ai Jiayao refused, but under Su Wenhao's strong insistence, she finally wavered and, conceding, said to him, "Oh, Wenhao, I really can't argue with you. Your eloquence is worthy of a lawyer. To ease your mind, I guess I will trouble you to take me home." Su Wenhao drove his Audi out of the garage and headed in the direction of Ai Jiayao's home. In less than 20 minutes, Su Wenhao's car arrived at the foot of Ai Jiayao's apartment building. As soon as the car stopped, Su Wenhao got out and gentlemanly opened the car door for Ai Jiayao. With a big smile, Ai Jiayao said to Su Wenhao, "Wenhao, thank you. I really appreciate you driving me home." Su Wenhao shrugged, looking honored, and said, "It's my honor to drive a beautiful woman home. It's not a bother at all." Being so directly complimented for the first time made Ai Jiayao blush. After Su Wenhao got back into the car, Ai Jiayao politely waved and reminded him, "Goodbye, Wenhao. Drive safely." Watching Su Wenhao's car drive away, Ai Jiayao then went upstairs. Little did the carefree Ai Jiayao know that the scene of Su Wenhao driving her home was clearly seen by Gu Mou upstairs. When Ai Jiayao reached her floor, she saw Gu Mou standing outside her door. "Gu Mou, what are you doing? Why aren't you going in?" Ai Jiayao asked in confusion. "Ai Jiayao, what were you up to while I wasn't home?" Gu Mou questioned mercilessly. "I didn't do anything. I called you to ask you to buy some tissues from the supermarket, but your phone was unreachable, so I had to go myself. Oh, and by the way, I ran into Su Wenhao at the supermarket," Ai Jiayao said without any concealment. Gu Mou, driven by jealousy, scoffed at Ai Jiayao's honesty. "Say, was it really just a coincidence? Then why did you let Su Wenhao drive you home and act so friendly towards him?" The more Gu Mou spoke, the less Ai Jiayao could listen, and she retorted, "Gu Mou, clarify your words. What exactly do you mean?" With jealousy in his eyes, Gu Mou said, "What do you mean, Ai Jiayao? You're my girlfriend. Why should another man drive you home? Have you considered my feelings at all?" Mentioning girlfriend made Ai Jiayao recall the conversation with Gu Mou's sister. Gu Mou, I almost forgot about that. Your sister came to talk to me today and told me not to get too close to you. Since your sister doesn't approve of you being with me, you might as well not come looking for me," Ai Jiayao said angrily to Gu Mou. Upon hearing Ai Jiayao mention that his sister had come to see her, a sense of foreboding flashed through Gu Mou's mind. He tried to calm himself down and asked anxiously, "Jiayao, you're not joking, are you? My sister came to see you? What did she say?" Under Gu Mou's questioning, Ai Jiayao recounted everything Gu Mou's sister had said word for word. Gu Mou looked at Ai Jiayao with a determined gaze and said, "Jiayao, no matter what, the responsibility lies with me. Just tell me what I need to do for you to forgive me." Ai Jiayao propped her chin on her hand, thinking hard about how to punish Gu Mou. After pondering for a while, Ai Jiayao said to Gu Mou, "Gu Mou, I can forgive you. However, I think robots are better than men." Ai Jiayao was trying to prank Gu Mou. Anyone who didn't know might think she had some hidden preference. "All right, Jiayao, it's a deal. Since you have a fondness for robots, I promise to disappear from your side and send you a robot." "Gu Mou," said firmly. Ai Jiayao shrugged, clearly not believing Gu Mou's words, and mockingly said, "Gu Mou, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Stop talking nonsense. No one believes you. Despite Ai Jiayao's sarcasm, Guo stuck to his idea. Instead of staying at Ai Jiayao's place, he returned to his own home to prepare. Early the next morning, there was a rapid knocking at the door. Ai Jiayao immediately opened it to find a delivery guy standing there. The delivery guy politely asked, "Hello, are you Ai Jiayao?" "Yes, I am Ai Jiayao." Ai Jiayao replied, looking puzzled. "Here is your package. Please sign for it," the delivery guy said in a gentle voice. After Ai Jiayao signed for it, the delivery guy quickly left. Ai Jiayao walked around the package, feeling confused. "I have bought some things online recently, but the items shouldn't need such a large package, right?" Chapter 46. The hardworking and grateful male nanny. Forget it. The delivery is addressed to my name and phone number, so it should be fine. Let's open it and see, Ai Jiayao said as she grabbed a pair of scissors to start unpacking the delivery. The moment the package was opened, Ai Jiayao was completely stunned. Inside the package was actually a person, and it was none other than Guo, someone she was very familiar with. "Hi, Master. Hello. I am a 9th-generation intelligent robot, Guo. Guo imitated a robot's voice as he addressed Ai Jiayao. "Oof. This brat Guo really thinks I'm a fool. Using the same trick again, if I fall for it a second time, wouldn't that make me a fool? Since you're trying to trick me again, I won't expose you this time. Let's see what tricks you can play right under my nose." Ai Jiayao had already seen through Guo's act of pretending to be a robot. Ai Jiayao pretended to be pleasantly surprised and said, "Wow, not bad. The 9th-generation intelligent robot looks much more handsome and energetic than the previous 8th-generation Guo. Whether it was the 8th generation or the 9th-generation intelligent robot, it was all Guo in disguise." Hearing Ai Jiayao praise his current appearance, Guo felt extremely happy. Ai Jiayao decided to play along, blinking her wise eyes at Guo and said, "The 9th-generation intelligent robot must be more advanced than the 8th generation. Since we have some time, let's test its functions." She instructed Guo, 9th-generation intelligent robot, activate obedient mode. Guo believed that by appearing before Ai Jiayao in a new identity, he must obey her to gain her trust, making life easier for him in the future. Standing straight with his chest out, Guo imitated a robot's voice and said, "9th-generation intelligent robot at your service. Obedient mode activated." Watching Guo's serious act, Ai Jiayao almost burst out laughing, holding back her excitement. Ai Jiayao said to Guo, "This upgraded robot is really different, especially humanized. Very good. I like it a lot." Ai Jiayao began to think hard about what she should make Guo do. She had to make it tough for him, so he would learn a lesson and know that girls are not so easily fooled. A sinister smile appeared on Ai Jiayao's face as she said to Guo, "I'm thirsty. Go and pour me a glass of water." "Yes, master." Guo received the command and immediately went to pour the water. After finishing the water, Ai Jiayao glanced at Guo and said, "Guo, the takeout I ordered is downstairs. Go and bring it up for me." "Yes, master." Guo quickly went downstairs to get the takeout. Whether it was bad luck for Guo today or something else, the power was out and the elevator was not working. Guo had to run from the 8th floor to the 1st floor and then bring the takeout from the 1st floor back to the 8th floor. After running back and forth, Guo was already out of breath. He comforted himself, saying, "Be patient with girls, as long as I win Ai Jiayao's trust. Enduring this bit of hardship is worth it." The whole morning, Guo transformed into a male nanny, serving Ai Jiayao, pouring tea, fetching water, and bringing takeout. Working hard and without complaint. "Hey, Guo, the house is already very dirty and messy. You need to clean it up right away," Ai Jiayao commanded Guo. Guo looked around the room. It generally felt clean, but it was indeed a bit messy. He dared not defy Ai Jiayao's orders and could only swallow all his grievances. "Yes, master," Guo replied with a calm demeanor, cleaning and washing the sheets. Guo lost count of how much work he had done, only knowing that he was exhausted and drenched in sweat. His back hurt so much he could barely stand up. Ai Jiayao opened her computer and started live streaming at home. Meanwhile, Guo slumped onto the sofa for a short rest. Ai Jiayao was very serious during her live stream. completely ignoring everything around her. Right next to the sofa, where Gumo Hu was sitting, Ai Jiayao just happened to place a table on the coffee table. Ding dong. Ai Jiayao wisha notification hon. Because Ai Jiayao was too focused on her work, she didn't hear it. Gumo Hu, however, raised his eyes and intentionally glanced at Ai Jiayao's phone. Noticing that the message was from Su Wenhao. Seeing the name Su Wenhao, Gumo Hu's jealousy flared up again. Su Wenhao, you arrogant, shameless guy. How dare you message Jiayao? Gumo Hu secretly cursed to himself, trying not to let Ai Jiayao notice. Taking advantage of Ai Jiayao's concentration on her work, Gumo Hu, not knowing where he got the courage, casually picked up Ai Jiayao's phone. He unlocked the screen and entered WeChat, where he saw Su Wenhao's message. Jiayao, you're the perfect girl in my eyes. I have deeply fallen in love with you. I hope you can consider me. If it weren't for the fact that he was secretly using Ai Jiayao's phone and worried about being caught, Gumo Hu, with his jealous personality, would have thrown the phone away in an instant. Gumo Hu took a deep breath, trying hard to calm himself down. He thought, the urgent matter now is to reject Su Wenhao, that big pervert, otherwise it would lead to endless troubles. Gumo Hu quickly replied to Su Wenhao on WeChat, I have no feelings for you. Besides, I already have a boyfriend. To avoid letting Su Wenhao suspect anything, Gumo Hu refused in Ai Jiayao's tone. If it weren't for that, Gumo Hu would have wanted to curse Su Wenhao out loud. Glancing at Ai Jiayao, he saw that she was just taking off her headphones, preparing to end the live stream. In this urgent moment, Gumo Hu remained calm, deleting all the messages from Su Wenhao and his own replies, then quickly and discreetly put the phone back in its place. After finishing the live stream, Ai Jiayao stood up, stretched, and said to Gumo Hu, hey, 9th-generation intelligent robot, I'm going to find your master, Gumo Hu. You stay here to watch the house. Before Gumo Hu could respond, Ai Jiayao had already grabbed her bag and left. By the time Gumo Hu chased to the door, Ai Jiayao had already locked it behind her. With no way out, Gumo Hu, still unwilling to give up, ran to the balcony to call Ai Jiayao, hoping she would change her mind and take him out. Unfortunately, Gumo Hu was too naive. Ai Jiayao walked straight to the community gate without looking back, and she didn't even answer the call. Chapter 47. Do robots have physiological reactions? Watching Ai Jiayao's gradually receding figure, Gumo Hu felt helpless, trapped at home. Anxiously pacing back and forth on the balcony, he was practically jumping with worry. With Gumo Hu's personality, he couldn't just sit idly locked inside the house. His brain was racing, thinking of ways to get out. Suddenly, Gumo Hu had a bright idea and immediately ran from the balcony to the living room, searching for a spare key. He was so eager to find the key that he was sweating profusely, but unfortunately, he still couldn't locate it. Since it wasn't in the living room, it must be in the bedroom. Gumo Hu refused to give up easily and continued his search. Finally, fortune favored the diligent. He found a spare key in a drawer in the bedroom. Gumo Hu was as happy as a child, cheering, yes, that's great. I finally found the key. What a breeze. After giving himself a little pat on the back, Gumo Hu, who usually paid great attention to his appearance, didn't even have time to tidy his slightly messy hair before he grabbed the spare key and went out. Thinking about how much time he had wasted looking for the key and not wanting Ai Jiayao to suspect he was deceiving her, Gumo Hu hurried down the stairs without any delay. Before Gumo Hu could even exit the community gate, he was confronted by Ai Jiayao, who had been lying in wait. Gumo Hu, why aren't you at home cleaning? What do you want to run out for? Ai Jiayao's familiar voice rang in Gumo Hu's ears. Oh, damn it, Ai Jiayao. Didn't she already leave? Why is she still here? No, I must stay calm. I can't let Jiayao know I'm pretending to be a robot to deceive her. Gumo Hu thought to himself. Gumo Hu continued to imitate a robot's voice, saying, in response to the master, the mop at home just broke, so I went downstairs to buy a new one. Gumo Hu didn't know if he was lying too much and had gotten used to it, but he actually managed to lie without changing his expression. Ai Jiayao was also astonished by Gumo Hu's acting skills. Oh, is that so? Then you did a great job. Ai Jiayao generously praised Gumo Hu. Thank you for the compliment, master. Gumo Hu politely responded. Before Ai Jiayao could say anything, Gu Moyu began to question her. Oh, right, master. Weren't you supposed to be looking for my master, Gu Moyu? Why are you still here? Gu Moyu's eloquence was impressive. After exchanging a few words, he quickly took the lead in the conversation. Ai Jiao's gaze was fixed on Gu Moyu, and she slowly said, Actually, I didn't want to find your master, Gu Moyu. But when I was halfway there, I suddenly remembered I have to go to the gym tonight, and I'm a bit tired, so I didn't want to make the round trip. Gu Moyu had really put a lot of thought into not being exposed. He even came up with the excuse of buying a mop. Ai Jiayao also didn't want Gu Moyu to suspect that she was already doubting him. So this excuse wasn't unreasonable. To maintain the pretense, Gu Moyu really went to the supermarket to buy a mop. Meanwhile, Ai Jiayao went upstairs to her home. After Gu Moyu returned home with the broom, Ai Jiayao felt that Gu Moyu still had plenty of energy and decided to continue pranking him. As soon as Gu Moyu got back home with the mop, Ai Jiayao immediately instructed, Gu Moyu, I've taken out all the clothes from the wardrobe for you to wash. Remember, my mink coat and cashmere sweater must be hand-washed, not in the washing machine. After giving her orders, Ai Jiayao contentedly went to the living room to watch TV. Gu Moyu could only obediently respond, Yes, master. When Gu Moyu arrived in the bathroom, he was shocked. Ai Jiayao had actually left 2 big tubs of clothes in there. Gu Moyu complained, so many clothes. When will I finish washing them? After complaining a bit, Gu Moyu ultimately obediently washed the clothes. While hanging the clothes on the balcony, Gu Moyu was so tired that he couldn't even straighten his back, walking like an old man. Gu Moyu, why are you walking like that? If someone didn't know better, they would think you're an old man in his 70s or 80s. Ai Jiayao poked fun at him. Gu Moyu, however, remained unfazed, disdainfully glancing at Ai Jiayao, and confidently replied, Master, can you stop looking down on me? The advantage of our 9th-generation smart robots isn't just doing housework, but fulfilling our master's needs. Especially in bed, we will definitely make the master scream with satisfaction. Damn Gu Moyu. Even at this time, he still had the energy to brag despite being unable to stand straight. He really had no self-awareness. All right, Gu Moyu, you dare to flirt with me? Then I'm going to make a move. Ai Jiayao muttered under her breath. As soon as she finished speaking, Ai Jiayao approached Gu Moyu with a bit of momentum, teasing him deliberately. Gu Moyu, didn't you say you were so powerful? Today, I want to see just how capable you are. A grown man like Gu Moyu was openly provoked by a little girl like Ai Jiayao. Could he swallow this anger? Gu Moyu straightened his back and strode over to Ai Jiayao, locking his deep gaze on her, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up, revealing a mischievous smile as he said, Master, you are openly questioning my abilities. If you want to know my true strength, let's settle it in the room. Do you dare? This damn robot. How dare it argue back at me here? It really has a death wish. Ai Jiayao secretly cursed. Ai Jiayao extended her delicate hand and poked Gu Moyu's chest a couple of times, declaring her authority. You annoying guy, you need to understand the situation. This is my home. Gu Moyu didn't know what was wrong with him tonight. He was lightly poked twice by Ai Jiayao's fingers. Faced with Ai Jiayao's questioning, Gu Moyu realized he had been too exaggerated and had been seen through. At that moment, he felt an indescribable embarrassment and could only pretend to be nonchalant, acting as if he didn't understand. Ai Jiayao looked at the clock on the wall and said to Gu Moyu, I have to go to work. The weather forecast says it will rain today, so be sure to pay attention to the clothes hanging on the balcony. Don't let them get wet. If you get my clothes wet, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 48. Don't blame me for being rude. Master, don't worry. I promise to complete the task. Gu Moyu patted her chest and assured. Ai Jiayao quickly tidied up, changed her clothes, and went out. As soon as Ai Jiayao reached the entrance of the community, she saw Su Wenhao's car parked there, and Su Wenhao was leaning against the car with his hands coolly in his pockets, as if waiting for someone. Ai Jiayao walked out quickly, and Su Wenhao immediately approached her, saying, Jiayao, you finally came? Ai Jiayao was puzzled. She hadn't made an appointment with Su Wenhao, so why was he saying such things as you finally came? Regardless, Ai Jiayao politely greeted him, saying, Wenhao, what a coincidence. What are you doing here? If you're here, just give me a call. You can come to my house for a cup of tea. Su Wenhao pretended to act as if they had run into each other by chance, and quickly replied, "Oh, Jiayao, I was handling some matters nearby, and thought since you live around here, I could give you a ride to work." Since Su Wenhao offered to drive Ai Jiayao to her company, and it was on the way, Ai Jiayao thought it would be nice to save on transportation costs by taking his car. With a cheerful expression, she looked at Su Wenhao and sweetly said, "Wenhao, then I'll trouble you to be my driver." Hearing Ai Jiayao say this, Su Wenhao smiled slightly and said, "Jiayao, have you forgotten what I said before? It's my honor to have the opportunity to drive a beautiful woman home." Su Wenhao's charming words and ability to make girls happy made Ai Jiayao laugh heartily. They chatted and laughed as Ai Jiayao got into Su Wenhao's car. Gu Moi, who was on the balcony, watched the scene of Ai Jiayao and Su Wenhao chatting and laughing as she got in his car very clearly. Gu Moi gritted his teeth in anger, his sharp gaze revealing undisguised fury as he said, "Su Wenhao, you hypocrite. You go against me in the business world, and now you dare to shamelessly harass my beloved woman. I won't let you off." Previously, when Gu Moi heard Ai Jiayao mention the name Su Wenhao, he had no idea it was his business rival. He thought it was just a coincidence of the same name. Now that he knew the truth, Gu Moi drove a Mercedes from the garage and headed straight to Su Wenhao's company. Upon arriving at Su Wenhao's office building, Gu Moi said to the receptionist, "I want to see your general manager, Su." "Sir, do you have an appointment?" The receptionist asked cautiously. These people were too annoying, and Gu Moi didn't want to waste time with them. So he directly took the elevator to Su Wenhao's floor. The receptionist followed him, earnestly advising, "Sir, you can't go in without an appointment." Just then, Su Wenhao came out of his office and saw the furious Gu Moi, signaling the receptionist to leave first. With a cunning look, he said, "Mr. Gu, what brings you here in such a grand manner? Is there something you need?" Gu Moi glared at Su Wenhao and said impatiently, "Humph, Mr. Su, we are competitors in the business world. We earn money based on our abilities. And I have nothing to say. However, you have been quite restless lately, openly harassing my girlfriend, which is not the behavior of a gentleman." Gu Moi got straight to the point. "Mr. Su, I hope you keep your distance from Ai Jiayao. Otherwise, I won't let you off." Su Wenhao immediately understood that Gu Moi was angry because of Ai Jiayao. Although Su Wenhao didn't particularly like Ai Jiayao, seeing Gu Moi so anxious and worried, he deliberately pretended to be very fond of Ai Jiayao. With a slight smile, Su Wenhao quickly rejected Gu Moi, saying, "I'm sorry about this, Mr. Gu. If you're asking me to give up some orders, I might consider it, and we could be friends. But to ask me to give up on a girl I like, that's truly impossible." Su Wenhao was known in the business world for only recognizing money and not people. But today, he said such things for Ai Jiayao, which made Gu Moi even angrier. "Su Wenhao, Jiayao is my girlfriend. If you dare to get any closer to her, don't blame me for being rude." Gu Moi was indeed provoked by Su Wenhao. Despite Gu Moi's harsh words, Su Wenhao remained indifferent, shrugging his shoulders as if he didn't care and prepared for a confrontation. Manager Liu walked lightly to Ai Jiayao's workstation. "Everyone, please stop what you're doing. I have an important announcement to make," Manager Liu said with a hint of joy in his voice. Colleagues stopped their work one after another, looking at Manager Liu with anticipation. According to the vote by the board of directors, the company will have a Most Outstanding Employee award every month. As soon as Manager Liu finished speaking, there was enthusiastic applause in the room. "Now I announce that this month's Most Outstanding Employee Award goes to Ai Jiayao," Manager Liu announced with a beaming smile, presenting the Most Outstanding Employee Award along with a cash prize to Ai Jiayao. Happiness came too suddenly. Ai Jiayao carefully accepted the Most Outstanding Employee Award and the cash prize from Manager Liu, politely saying, "Thank you, Manager Liu. Wow, Jiayao, you're amazing. You're the one who gets the year-end bonus every year. And now you've got the monthly award too. Don't be too outstanding. Leave some opportunities for the sisters." Jiang Yi joked. "Oh, Yi, don't say that. If you work a bit harder, maybe this year's year-end bonus will be yours." Ai Jiayao encouraged. When Ai Jiayao got home, she shared her prize-winning news with Gu Moi. Gu Moi looked very happy and said, "That's great. For such a wonderful moment, we should celebrate." Ai Jiayao agreed with Gu Moi's idea. Gu Moi took Ai Jiayao's prize money and first went to a cake shop to buy a cake. Then bought some beer and meat to bring back. Gu Moi poured a glass of red wine for Ai Jiayao and himself, raising his glass to congratulate her. Congratulations to our beautiful Miss Ai Jiayao for winning the Most Outstanding Employee Award from Longwy Group. Ai Jiayao also raised her glass and clinked it with Gu Moi's, unable to hide her joy as she said, "Thank you." Ai Jiayao and Gu Moi chatted while eating, and the atmosphere at home was warm and harmonious for the first time. As they chatted, Ai Jiayao unexpectedly brought up Su Wenhao. Mentioning Su Wenhao was one thing, but she completely disregarded Gu Moi's feelings, praising Su Wenhao endlessly for how good he was and how gentlemanly and polite he was. Gu Moi slightly furrowed his brows, and his enjoyment of the food was completely overshadowed by that guy, Su Wenhao. Chapter 49. Gu Moiyu becomes a laborer in a moment of anger. Gu Moiyu, wanting to vent her inner dissatisfaction, secretly took a bottle of mustard and spread it on the cream cake she had just bought while Ai Jiayao was not paying attention. After enjoying other delicacies, it was time for dessert. Ai Jiayao's gaze fell directly on the cream cake, and looking at the exquisite and delicious cake, she could hardly hold back her saliva. Ai Jiayao glanced at Gu Moiyu and impatiently said, "Gu Moiyu, bring me the cream cake. I want to enjoy this delicious matcha-flavored cake." Gu Moiyu did not hesitate and immediately respectfully replied, "Yes, master." Gu Moiyu handed the mustard-covered cream cake to Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao cautiously cut the cake into small pieces. As Ai Jiayao prepared to take a small bite, Gu Moiyu looked on with anticipation, imagining countless scenarios of Ai Jiayao tasting the mustard. "Gu Moiyu, I've never had matcha-flavored cake before. Can you taste it first to see if it's good?" Ai Jiayao instructed Gu Moiyu. Gu Moiyu was almost dumbfounded. Wasn't it Ai Jiayao who was supposed to eat the mustard cream cake? How did it turn into herself? Under Ai Jiayao's coercion, Gu Moiyu tremblingly scooped a bite of cake and quickly put it in her mouth. Gu Moiyu was so spicy that she burst into tears. "Umph. Gu Moiyu, you think you can make me eat mustard with just this little trick? No way," Ai Jiayao said triumphantly. Gu Moiyu had truly brought this upon herself this time. After quickly drinking a glass of water, Gu Moiyu angrily shouted, "Su Wenhao, I hate you." It seemed that only by shouting this could her burning mouth feel a little better. Ai Jiayao then realized that Gu Moiyu wanted to tease her because she was jealous. "Umph, Gu Moiyu, since you like to be jealous so much, I'll make sure you have enough today." Ai Jiayao thought to herself. After taking a sip of orange juice, her eyes sparkled as she deliberately provoked Gu Moiyu by praising Su Wenhao. "Gu Moiyu, did you know? Su Wenhao is not only handsome, but also courteous and well-mannered. He is the most handsome and talented person I've ever seen. At such a young age, he is already the president of Tiannan Group." To provoke Gu Moiyu into jealousy, Ai Jiayao praised Su Wenhao to the skies, making him sound like a rare gem in the world. Gu Moiyu's fair face began to flush, and the veins on her wrist slightly bulged. Ai Jiayao knew she had successfully angered Gu Moiyu. Just as Gu Moiyu opened her mouth to say something, Ai Jiayao's phone had already dialed Qi Xiaoya. "Hello, Xiaoya. Are you free now? Let us go shopping together." Ai Jiayao invited Qi Xiaoya over the phone. Shopping was one of the common hobbies of Ai Jiayao and Qi Xiaoya. Qi Xiaoya immediately replied, "Of course I'm free. Shopping is my favorite. I would take a day off even if I were busy." After hanging up, Ai Jiayao said to Gu Moiyu, "I'm going out shopping with Xiaoya. Do you want to come?" This was Ai Jiayao actively inviting Gu Moiyu out. Gu Moiyu, unable to think much, joyfully said, Yes, of course, I want to go. Otherwise, I'll be bored at home alone." As soon as Ai Jiayao extended an olive branch, Gu Moiyu was so happy that she forgot all about her jealousy just moments ago. Unbeknownst to Gu Moiyu, Ai Jiayao had an ulterior motive for inviting her to go shopping. Ai Jiayao and Qi Xiaoya agreed to meet at the entrance of Haiyuan Mall. Ai Jiayao and Gu Moiyu took a taxi to the entrance of Baiyuan Mall. Qi Xiaoya happily greeted, "Jiayao, I'm over here." Hearing Qi Xiaoya's call, Ai Jiayao quickened her pace towards her, with Gu Moiyu closely following behind. Seeing Ai Jiayao and Gu Moiyu walking so closely, Gu Moiyu's tall figure made Ai Jiayao look like a little bird leaning against her. Qi Xiaoyao thought that Ai Jiayao and Gu Moyu had become a couple. Qi Xiaoyao pulled Ai Jiayao into Baiwen Mall, and while Gu Moyu was looking around, Qi Xiaoyao quietly asked Ai Jiayao, Jiayao, are you and Gu Moyu really together now? Looking at the gossiping Qi Xiaoyao, Ai Jiayao rolled her eyes at her and decisively explained, not at all, Xiaoya. You mustn't spread rumors. There's nothing going on. Despite Ai Jiao's direct explanation, Qi Xiaoya did not believe her and instead cast a doubtful gaze. Ai Jiayao helplessly shrugged her shoulders and spoke in a low voice to Qi Xiaoya. Xiaoya, I really have nothing with Gu Moyu. We are definitely not a couple. But I do have a secret to share with you. That bad guy Gu Moyu pretended to be a robot again to get close to me. He packaged himself as a delivery and sent himself to my house, claiming he was a 9th-generation intelligent robot. When Qi Xiaoya heard Ai Jiayao's words, she nearly burst out laughing. With a surprised expression, she said to Ai Jiayao, Jiayao, if you hadn't told me, I would have never known that Gu Moyu had such a cute side. After shopping around the mall, the two of them had bought a lot of things, almost maxing out their credit cards. Meanwhile, Gu Moyu had taken on the role of a laborer for the two girls, not only helping Ai Jiayao carry things, but also carrying bags for both girls. With so many items in her hands, Gu Moyu felt that the two girls did not consider her feelings at all and continued to shop crazily without any intention of stopping. Out of breath, Gu Moyu could only obediently follow behind. Ai Jiayao and Qi Xiaoya reached the clothing section of the mall. Seeing so many beautiful and trendy clothes and dresses, they both exclaimed in unison, beautiful clothes, here we come. From the looks of it, Ai Jiayao and Qi Xiaoya were about to start a shopping spree for clothes again. Ai Jiayao smiled with joy, picking out one new outfit after another, just as Ai Jiayao was about to head to the fitting room with her favorite clothes. She unexpectedly saw Gao Yaping and her daughter, who was about to get married, also shopping for clothes in the mall. Upon seeing Gao Yaping, Ai Jiayao's shopping mood was completely ruined. The urgent priority was to escape this dangerous area. Ai Jiayao kept praying in her heart, Dear God, please let Gao Yaping not see me. Not see me. Chapter 50. Driving away, Gao Yaping and her daughter, just as Ai Jiayao was turning to escape the dangerous area, a hellish voice rang in her ear. Hey, Jiayao, what a coincidence. You're here shopping too. Gao Yaping greeted her while quickly walking towards Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao felt like she could die. Could she not be so unlucky? She could run into Gao Yaping and Gao Xinyan while out shopping. Ai Jiayao was like a startled deer. But in front of her stepmother, she pretended to be calm and said, Yeah, what a coincidence, you guys are shopping too. Ai Jiayao politely exchanged pleasantries with Gao Yaping and her daughter, while Gu Moxu approached her quickly, arms full of items. To keep Gao Yaping and her daughter from getting too cocky, Ai Jiayao linked her arm with Gu Moxu's and gazed lovingly at her, saying, Moxu, why did you take so long to come? I'm so hungry. Gu Moxu glanced at Gao Yaping and Gao Xinyan, immediately understanding everything. She put down one of the bags she was holding, gently pinched Ai Jiayao's chubby cheek, and said affectionately, My little princess is hungry. I'll have the driver wait for us outside, and I'll take you to a French restaurant for beef, okay? Ai Jiayao held onto Gu Moxu's arm tighter, appearing like a dependable bird, and said, hum. That sounds great. I love the steak at French restaurants. You're the best, Moxu. Although this interaction was acting, they performed it perfectly, showcasing the appearance of a young couple in love, showering each other with affection. Seeing Ai Jiayao being spoiled by Gu Moxu made Gao Yaping very dissatisfied. To regain some face, Gao Yaping started to boast to Ai Jiayao, Jiayao, going to a French restaurant for steak is nothing. My future son-in-law is taking Xinyan to France in a few days to take wedding photos. And then they travel to Canada together. Mentioning this made Gao Xinyan become arrogant as well, looking down at Ai Jiayao and saying, Jiayao, even though you've never been abroad in your life, and probably never will, as your little sister, I'll do a good deed and take plenty of photos to bring back for you, and I'll even give you a few for free. Gao Xinyan truly took after her mother, both of them having narrow-mindedness and arrogance. How could Gu Moxu stand by and watch her beloved woman be humiliated by these two old hags. Gu Moxu cleared her throat and picked up her phone to call Secretary Jean. Hello, Secretary Jean. Please book 2 first-class tickets to Europe for me right away. Gu Moxu instructed. After hanging up, Gu Moxu looked apologetically at Ai Jiayao and said, Jiayao, I'm really sorry. I've been with you for so long, and Haven T had the time to travel with you. I want to go to the office this week. I'll specifically accompany you on a trip, okay? Ai Jiayao held Gu Moxu's arm even tighter, pretending to be a little bird in need of support, and said, Moxu, you've already been so good to me. There is no need to feel sorry. But if you can accompany me to Europe, I think we'll have a lot of fun. When Gao Yaping and Gao Xinyan witnessed Gu Moxu not only being handsome, but also gentle and considerate towards Ai Jiayao, and even taking time off work to take her to Europe, they were nearly furious. Jiayao, Xinyan and I still need to buy wedding items. So we'll be leaving now, Gao Yaping hurriedly said before leaving. Gao Yaping and Gao Xinyan were so angry their teeth were clenched, their fingertips even trembling. But they still didn't dare to linger and quickly left. With Gu Moxu around, no matter how much trouble Gao Yaping could cause, it ultimately ended in failure, and they fled in a panic. Only Gu Moxu could make Gao Yaping and her daughter so angry. Watching the furious Gao Yaping and her daughter leave, Ai Jiayao gave Gu Moxu a thumbs up and praised, Wow, Gu Moxu, you were amazing. Thumbs up for you. Hearing such high praise from Ai Jiayao, Gu Moxu began to feel a bit proud and floated with joy. After finishing their shopping and returning home, Ai Jiayao finally felt a bit tired, something she hadn't noticed while out shopping. Meanwhile, Gu Moxu, carrying so many items, was already out of breath after their shopping trip and collapsed onto the sofa as soon as she entered, exhausted. Gu Moxu, go take down the sheets on the balcony and make the bed. I'm going to sleep. Ai Jiayao instructed Gu Moxu. Do I have to? I'm so tired. I can't get up. Gu Moxu weakly refused. Oh, this was the first time since Gu Moxu came to Ai Jiayao as a 9th-generation intelligent robot that she openly refused Ai Jiayao's command. Ai Jiayao approached the sofa where Gu Moxu lay, patted her, and impatiently said, Gu Moxu, why are you getting more disobedient? Is something wrong with you? Since the robot is broken, I might as well have someone come fix it for you. Ai Jiayao said as she pulled out her phone to search on Baidu. Hearing that Ai Jiayao wanted someone to come for repairs, Gu Moxu immediately objected. Master, I'm just overworked, I'm not broken. Why would you waste money on repairs? Although Gu Moxu made some valid points, Ai Jiayao insisted on having someone come for repairs. Gu Moxu didn't give up, trying to persuade Ai Jiayao earnestly. Master, listen to me, don't waste that money. Robots are just like humans. We know our own bodies. Besides, I'm just overworked, a bit low on power. Once I'm charged, I'll be full of energy and ready to follow your commands. Ai Jiayao shook her head, sticking to her own opinion, and said to Gu Moxu, even though you're a robot, you're just like us humans. Humans sometimes get sick or catch a cold. It's very normal. And for a robot, having problems with parts or malfunctioning is also quite normal. Gu Moxu spoke eloquently. But Ai Jiayao didn't listen to a word, completely wasting her breath, as Ai Jiayao remained adamant about having someone come for repairs. Chapter 51, All Pretend. After finding the number on Baidu, Ai Jiayao immediately called the repairman. In less than 30 minutes, her phone rang. Hello, Miss Ai. I've arrived at the entrance of your community, but the property management won't let me in. They said I'm a stranger. And for the safety of the residents, I need someone from the household to come down and escort me in, said a middle-aged man's hoarse voice. Oh, okay, sir. Please wait a moment. I'll come down and get you right away. Ai Jiayao said soothingly to the repairman. Without even changing her shoes, Ai Jiayao quickly ran downstairs. When she saw the repairman, she greeted him first. Sir, you're here. Thank you for your hard work on the way. Ai Jiayao's sweet voice could make anyone's heart flutter. The repairman adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and looked intently at the beautiful girl who had come to greet him. Before him stood a girl in her early 20s with a delicate, fair face that seemed flawless. Her skin so soft and smooth, it looked as if it could be pinched to produce water, like a newborn baby. Simply beautiful like a lotus flower emerging from the water. As the repairman admired Ai Jiayao's curvy figure, he swallowed hard and said to her, "Not at all, Miss Ai. You don't need to be so polite." Guided by Ai Jiayao, the repairman entered her home. Ai Jiayao explained the situation with the robot to him in detail. While the repairman appeared to be listening to Ai Jiayao's account of the robot's malfunction, his mind was actually elsewhere, constantly marveling at how such a beautiful girl could exist in the world, with her curvy figure and smooth, fair skin that must feel incredibly soft and comfortable to touch. "Sir, that's about the situation. Please start fixing our robot," Ai Jiayao urged him. The repairman, lost in his fantasies, was so engrossed that he didn't even hear Ai Jiayao's words. Ai Jiayao, puzzled, stepped closer to him and raised her voice. "Sir, what are you thinking? Let us start fixing our robot." At her shout, the repairman finally snapped back to reality. His stubbled face turned crimson, and his eyes, still lewd, lingered on Ai Jiayao as he awkwardly replied, "All right, Miss Ai, I'll start repairing your robot right away." The repairman opened his toolbox with a show of professionalism, took out a screwdriver and pliers, and quickly approached Gumoyu, but his gaze still greedily glanced back at Ai Jiayao. However, Ai Jiayao, being the innocent and kind-hearted girl she was, completely failed to notice the repairman's strange behavior. As the repairman approached her with tools in hand, Gumoyu began to panic and continue to protest. "Master, listen to me. I really don't need repairs. My parts aren't malfunctioning. Just trust me this once." Gumoyu, who was always full of tricks, made Ai Jiayao feel insecure. So to prevent Gumoyu from playing any tricks, Ai Jiayao squatted down next to her, closely monitoring all of Gumoyu's movements. As Ai Jiayao squatted down, her collar was a bit low, and her two little white rabbits were barely concealed. With Ai Jiayao's arrival, the repairman's focus shifted from repairing the robot to the two little white rabbits in front of Ai Jiayao. The repairman's lewd gaze was immediately noticed by Gumoyu. Without a second thought, Gumoyu kicked the lecherous repairman in the face, and with a scream of "ah," a large bruise appeared on his face. Gumoyu's kick also made Ai Jiayao realize the repairman's inappropriate behavior, and seeing his strange movements and gaze, it was clear he was a pervert. Ai Jiayao quickly apologized to the repairman. "I'm really sorry, sir. Are you all right? I think our robot is seriously broken, which is why it lost control and attacked." After explaining to the repairman, Ai Jiayao hurriedly handed him 1,000 yuan to send him on his way. Just thinking about the old pervert-esque gaze made Gumoyu furious. She straightened up and domineeringly reminded Ai Jiayao, "Master, you don't need to waste your effort hiring someone to repair me. I'm a 9th-generation intelligent robot, not an ordinary robot. We are high-tech products with self-diagnosis and self-repair functions." Seeing Gumoyu's domineering and proud demeanor, Ai Jiayao retorted without mercy, "Gumoyu, so what if you were the latest 9th-generation robot? You were still just like an ordinary robot before, all just pretending." After taking a shower, Ai Jiayao had just come out of the bathroom when her phone on the table rang. She quickly walked over and saw that the caller ID was again Gao Yapping. Ai Jiayao, puzzled, thought, "What is going on with Gao Yapping? She keeps calling me every few days. It's really annoying." Although she was reluctant to answer the call 1,000 times over, Ai Jiayao eventually mustered the courage to pick up. "Hello, Jiayao. The day after tomorrow is Xinyan's engagement day. Come home for a meal with the family." Gao Yapping's voice was slightly joyous. "Okay, I want to miss Xinyan's engagement. I'll be there on time the day after tomorrow." Ai Jiayao reluctantly agreed, suppressing her dissatisfaction. Gao Yapping specifically called to have Ai Jiayao come home, but her real intention wasn't to have a family meal. It was to show off in front of Ai Jiayao. Since Gao Yapping and her daughter were so proud and wanted to flaunt, Ai Jiayao wouldn't spoil their fun and decided to play along. Although it was 2 days away, Ai Jiayao was always one to prepare for anything. She began to think about whether she should bring a boyfriend home when she returned, so they wouldn't ridicule her. After careful consideration, Ai Jiayao decided that it would be more appropriate to bring a boyfriend home. Just thinking about Gumoyu's outstanding performances in the past, making the overbearing Gao Yapping speechless, and that comical scene made Ai Jiayao unable to help but laugh. Ai Jiao's gaze searched back and forth in the living room, still not seeing Gu Moyu's figure. Is Gu Moyu not in the living room? Could it be that she went back to her room to sleep so early? Ai Jiayao wondered as she quickly walked into the room. When Ai Jiayao opened the door, she was taken aback. Gu Moyu was really enjoying herself, lazily leaning against the pillow, enjoying the air conditioning, and leisurely playing games on her phone. Chapter 52, Climbing the High Branches. Gu Moyu. My sister Gao Xian Yin is getting engaged the day after tomorrow. Just now, my stepmother called and asked me to go home. The day after tomorrow, you will accompany me home and pretend to be my boyfriend. Ai Jiayao commanded Gu Moyu. This command from Ai Jiayao was simply a delightful opportunity for Gu Moyu. He jumped up from the couch, beaming with joy, and said, "Okay, master, I will definitely not let you down," Gu Moyu confidently assured. After finishing the instructions, Ai Jiayao took a hairdryer to the living room to dry her hair. Gu Moyu happily cheered, "Yes, awesome. I can be Ai Jiayao's boyfriend again." Today was the day of Gao Xian Yan's engagement, and Gu Moyu had already arranged everything last night, asking Secretary Jean to bring over the newly purchased Bentley. Ai Jiayao stood at the entrance holding tea leaf she bought for her father in one hand and the engagement gift for Gao Xian Yan in the other, waiting for Gu Moyu to bring the car over. Gu Moyu drove the Bentley slowly towards Ai Jiayao, showcasing his boyfriend charm by helping Ai Jiayao put her belongings in the trunk and gentlemanly opening the car door for her. Ai Jiayao sat in the passenger seat, looking surprised as she said to Gu Moyu, "Hey, Gu Moyu, this Bentley is so luxurious and impressive. Where did you get it?" Gu Moyu originally wanted to say that his family had many cars and introduced them to Ai Jiayao, but he immediately realized that he was pretending to be a ninth-generation intelligent robot beside Ai Jiayao. So how could he say he had many cars? Wouldn't that be self-exposing? Gu Moyu had the words on the tip of his tongue, but swallowed them back. He awkwardly smiled and continued to deceive Ai Jiayao, saying, "Master, actually I borrowed this car from Gu Moyu. Hope you like it." As the Bentley stopped at Ai Jiayao's home, all the relatives and friends at the engagement banquet turned their attention to Gu Moyu and Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao was stealing the limelight from Gao Xian Yan. Surrounded by relatives and friends, Gu Moyu and Ai Jiayao finally made their way into the house. Ai Jiayao's father, Ai Gui, saw that his daughter's boyfriend was so handsome and arrived in a luxury car. He nodded in satisfaction and politely greeted Gu Moyu. Come, Mr. Gu, please take a seat." Ai Jiayao put one hand on her father's shoulder and said to him, "Dad, Moyu and I are already boyfriend and girlfriend. Why are you still calling him Mr. Gu?" Being ruthlessly exposed by Ai Jiayao, Ai Gui looked quite embarrassed. Seeing Ai Jiayao's father looking awkward, Gu Moyu quickly stepped in to save the situation, shook hands with Ai Gui, and politely said, "Uncle Ai, you don't need to be so formal. Just call me Moyu." Seeing how understanding and polite Gu Moyu was, Ai Gui felt quite satisfied and generously praised him. "Moyu really knows how to talk. You understand us old folks." Everyone sat around the banquet enjoying the meal, and halfway through, Ai Jiayao suddenly remembered the neck massage machine she bought for her father. Ai Jiayao suddenly stood up and said to Gu Moyu, "Moyu, give me your car keys. I forgot to take the neck massage machine I bought for Dad from the back seat. I'm going to get it now." Gu Moyu put down his chopsticks and said to Ai Jiayao, "Jiayao, you stay here and eat. Let me go get it." After saying that, Gu Moyu gestured to Ai Jiayao's father before stepping out. Ai Jiayao knew Gu Moyu very well. He was quite careless, and she was worried he might damage the neck massage machine, so she hurriedly followed him out. Gu Moyu, showcasing his boyfriend charm, carried the large box containing the neck massage machine inside, while Ai Jiayao followed closely, helping and continuously reminding him, "Moyu, take it slow, be gentle. Don't walk too fast. Don't break the neck massage machine." Gu Moyu was not only not annoyed by Ai Jiayao's nagging, but kept reminding her, "Jiayao, let go, I can handle this. But you wearing high heels, need to watch your step, don't twist your ankle." Every word Gu Mo you said and every action he took towards Ai Jiayao was closely watched by Ai Gui. Seeing Gu Mo you being so gentle and considerate to his daughter Jiayao, Ai Gui smiled with satisfaction and murmured, although Jiayao is climbing the high branches. But this kid Mou is really good. Not only is he handsome, but he's also so gentle and considerate to Jiayao. It's a blessing for Jiayao to meet such an outstanding man who treats her so well. Ai Guahue's praises for Gu Mo you were clearly heard by Gao Yaping and Gao Xianyan, who were standing nearby. Seeing the smile on Ai Jiayao's face, Gao Yaping couldn't help but feel anger rising within her, muttering insults towards Ai Jiayao. That dead girl Ai Jiayao really thinks she's lucky to climb high branches? Let me tell you, if you get something you don't deserve, you'll definitely suffer. Gao Yaping seemed to feel a bit relieved only by cursing Ai Jiayao, as she had been holding back her anger. Ai Jiayao noticed the dark expressions on Gao Yaping and Gao Xianyan's faces and knew she had successfully made them jealous. The envious gazes from everyone and Ai Guahue's continuous praises further angered Gao Yaping. Seeing this, Ai Jiayao deliberately claimed that the neck massage machine she bought was a gift from Gu Mo. Ai Jiayao walked over, wrapped her arm around Ai Guahue's, and happily said to him, "Dad, this neck massage machine was specially customized for you by Mou from abroad. Hope you like it." Upon hearing that it was specially customized by Gu Mo for himself, Ai Guahue's smile became even more amiable, and he quickly said to Gu Mo, "Mou, you're so thoughtful. Uncle doesn't know what to say." The more Ai Gui praised Gu Mo, the worse Gao Yaping and her daughter, Gao Xianyan's expressions became, with anger clearly written on their faces. Normally, Gao Yaping would have found ways to humiliate Ai Jiayao, but today was her biological daughter, Gao Xianyan's engagement banquet. So Gao Yaping could only swallow her displeasure and anger, temporarily refraining from causing trouble. Back home, Ai Jiayao finished her live stream and shut down the computer. In a cheerful mood, Ai Jiayao invited Gu Mo. "Gu Mo, I'm especially happy today. Let's dance together." Ai Jiayao took the initiative to invite him to dance, and Gu Mo was more than happy to oblige. He quickly responded, "Okay, master." Chapter 53. Unease Mo cooperatively danced with Ai Jiayao in a ballroom style, and the two moved in perfect harmony, with Ai Jiayao's smile still radiant. Gu Mo suggested to Ai Jiayao, "Master, at such a happy moment, I think we should open a bottle of champagne to celebrate." Ai Jiayao found Gu Mo's suggestion very good and immediately agreed. "Gu Mo, your suggestion is great. Quickly go get a bottle of champagne." Gu Mo poured wine for Ai Jiayao one after another, and the happy Ai Jiayao drank it all in one go. Having had a bit too much to drink, Ai Jiayao's chubby little face began to flush, making her rosy cheeks look even more beautiful. Seeing Ai Jiayao becoming increasingly tipsy, Gu Mo said to her, "Master, you are drunk. Let me take you back to your room to rest." Surprisingly, Ai Jiayao did not resist and obediently let Gu Mo carry her back to her room in a princess carry. As Gu Mo held the soft and cuddly Ai Jiayao, he couldn't help but notice the two little white rabbits barely visible in front of her chest, which caused a strong reaction in his body. Especially after holding back for so long, he could only watch the beauty in front of him without being able to touch her. When Gu Mo laid Ai Jiayao on the bed, he immediately took off his clothes and pressed her down like a flood beast, unable to control his emotions as he crazily touched Ai Jiayao's little white rabbits back and forth. On this quiet night, drunk Ai Jiayao was tormented by Gu Mo several times until she was exhausted, and only then did he relent. Early the next morning, Ai Jiayao woke up, and, as soon as she opened her eyes, saw Gu Mo lying next to her in disarray, while she felt sore all over. Ai Jiayao then realized that she had felt like someone was pressing down on her while she was sleeping last night, making it hard for her to breathe. Just as Ai Jiayao was angrily looking at Gu Mo, he also opened his hazy eyes. Ai Jiayao questioned Gu Mo, "You hypocrite. What did you do to me last night?" Gu Mo shrugged and revealed a mischievous smile, saying, "Master, You can't blame me for this. You kept asking me not to stop yesterday. Gumo, you bad guy, taking advantage of me when I was drunk. Ai Jiayao accused Gumo while her little fists were already clenched tightly. Unable to argue with Gumo, Ai Jiayao unexpectedly started hitting him. In an unfortunate accident, Ai Jiayao scratched Gumo's fair, smooth face. Ai Jiayao felt a bit of relief and walked out without even looking at Gumo. Thinking about what happened last night, Ai Jiayao's mood today was truly terrible. However, when she received her paycheck, a smile that she had never had before appeared on her face, and she happily exclaimed, "Wow, this month's income has doubled. Great. In a few years, I can buy an apartment of my own in City A." Manager Liu brought Gumo into the live broadcast room and, smiling, introduced her to everyone. "This is your new director, Director Gu. I hope you all follow Director Gu's arrangements." The colleagues applauded enthusiastically to warmly welcome the new director. However, little did they know that this Director Gu was actually the president's biological sister, and only Ai Jiayao recognized that Gumo was the president's sister. Chapter 54 treated as my reward to you after seeing Gumo. Ai Jiayao recalled how Gumo had personally come to her to ask her to leave Gumo, making her feel even more anxious and uneasy. She silently prayed in her heart, "I hope Gumo doesn't recognize me, and even if she does, she won't come to find me." Not long after Gumo returned to her office, she immediately sent someone to relay a message. Secretary Li walked over and politely said to Ai Jiayao, "Our director, Gu, would like you to come to her office." Damn it, the more I fear something, the more it comes. Ai Jiayao secretly cursed in her heart. Under Secretary Li's guidance, Ai Jiayao arrived at Gumo's office. Gumo was focused on reading some documents while holding a pen. Ai Jiayao nervously spoke up, "Director Gu, did you need something from me?" Upon hearing Ai Jiayao speak, Gumo put down her pen and greeted her warmly. "Oh, Jiayao, you're here, please sit." Unexpectedly, on her first day at work, Gumo not only called Ai Jiayao to the office without making things difficult for her, but was actually very warm toward her, leaving Ai Jiayao a bit incredulous. Following Gumo's instructions, Secretary Li poured a cup of tea for both Gumo and Ai Jiayao. While drinking her tea, Gumo said to Ai Jiayao, "Jiayao, your performance at the company has been good, and the company has decided to promote you. From now on, you will be fully responsible for the live broadcast room." Ai Jiayao could hardly believe her ears. Gumo not only didn't make things difficult for her, but also promoted her. Ai Jiayao quickly stood up and respectfully said to Gumo, "Thank you, Director Gu, for the promotion. The company values me so much. I will definitely work twice as hard and do an even better job. I won't let everyone down." Gumo nodded in satisfaction and said to Ai Jiayao, "Good. Jiayao, I've said what I needed to say. You can go now." Ai Jiayao nodded slightly and happily walked out of Gumo's office. This was Ai Jiayao's first promotion since she started working. And as she reached the door of Gumo's office, she couldn't help but cheer for herself. "Awesome. I actually got promoted." Ding, ding, ding. Gumo's phone rang in the office. Seeing that the caller ID was Gumo quickly answered the phone. "Hello. Moyu, why are you calling me so early? Is there something you need?" "Sister, why are you abandoning your good position as vice president to become Jiayao superior in the gaming live broadcast room? You always tell me. What exactly are you plotting?" Gumo directly questioned Gumo. "Hey, Gumo, you little rascal. How dare you question your sister?" "Well, I might as well tell you the truth. You've become so distracted because of that little girl Ai Jiayao. So, of course, as your sister, I need to personally come and investigate." Gumo unabashedly replied. When Ai Jiayao heard Gumo's sister Gumo say that Gumo had become distracted because of her, her little face instantly turned red, and she awkwardly swallowed hard. She quickly fled from the doorway of Gumo's office, fearing that Gumo would discover she hadn't left and had unintentionally overheard the conversation between her and Gumo. Chapter 55 Trouble for Ai Jiayao. The weather in City A has been unpredictable for the past month, making it hard to figure out. It had already poured heavily during the day, and now it was starting to rain heavily again at night. Boom, boom. The rain was getting heavier, and the thunder was getting louder. Outside the window, It was a scene of lightning and thunder, breaking the night silence with the sound of rain and thunder. Ai Jiayao was lying in bed, sound asleep, when a deafening clap of thunder jolted her awake. Seeing the lightning and rain outside, she was so scared that she screamed, "No, no, I am scared." Hearing Ai Jiayao scream, Gumoyu was also awakened. She quickly got up, pushed the door open, and ran into Ai Jiayao's room. She jumped onto Ai Jiayao's bed and tightly hugged her, softly comforting her. It's okay, I'm here, don't be afraid." Ai Jiayao was so frightened that she was a bit dazed and couldn't recognize Gumoyu's voice. In a reflex, she kicked out her leg, and with Gumoyu's scream, she sent Gumoyu tumbling off the bed. Gumoyu had an intimate encounter with the floor, and, at that moment, all she felt was a sharp pain in her lower back. Struggling to get up from the ground, Gumoyu looked at Ai Jiayao with a resentful expression and questioned, "Hey, master, I heard you screaming, and I thought you were afraid of the thunder. I rushed in to protect you. Why'd you kick me?" Faced with Gumoyu's questioning, Ai Jiayao shyly apologized. "I'm sorry. I thought someone was trying to sneak attack me in the middle of the night, so I lost control for a moment. Are you okay?" Gumoyu felt more wronged than Do-yi, as she only wanted to protect Ai Jiayao, but unexpectedly, she was mistaken for an attacker and kicked off the bed. What a tragic situation for her. Gumoyuin was Ai Jiayao's new superior, and to avoid giving her any leverage while also leaving a good impression on her new boss, Ai Jiayao got up early, had a simple breakfast, and went to work. Ai Jiayao was the earliest to arrive in their department. She checked the time on her phone. It wasn't even time to start work yet. Normally, as long as Ai Jiayao wasn't late in the morning and could arrive on time, she would be very happy all day. But this morning, being the earliest in the department didn't make Ai Jiayao feel happy. Instead, she became increasingly anxious. Since entering the office, Ai Jiayao's left eyelid had been twitching violently, making her feel even more uneasy. She muttered to herself, "What's wrong with me today? Why is my left eyelid twitching?" There's a saying that the left is ominous and the right is auspicious. Could something bad be about to happen? Ai Jiayao tried to calm her emotions down and reassured herself. "I'm a person of the 21st century. How can I be superstitious? I must believe in science. The reason my left eyelid is twitching so much must be because I didn't rest well last night." After some self-comfort, Ai Jiayao felt much better. Just as it was time to start work, Gumoyuin instructed Secretary Li to send Ai Jiayao to her office. Secretary Li quickly walked over to Ai Jiayao and politely said, "Jiayao, Director Gu wants you to come to her office." What bad luck. Just what I was afraid of has come true. Under Secretary Li's guidance, Ai Jiayao arrived at Gumoyuin's office. Ai Jiayao secretly glanced at Gumoyuin and, trembling, asked, "Director Gu, may I ask what you need me for?" A glimmer flashed in Gumoyuin's eyes as she purposely made things difficult for Ai Jiayao, saying, "Jiayao, I have a meeting at the group headquarters this afternoon. I've already scheduled a client to sign a contract. It's Mr. Hong from Chongqing Company. You'll need to handle it for me and bring the contract back." When Secretary Li heard that Gumoyuin was sending Ai Jiayao to secure Mr. Hong's contract, she began to sweat for Ai Jiayao. Mr. Hong was notorious in the business world for being cunning and lecherous, and very few people could secure his contract without using their looks. Ai Jiayao immediately understood everything. Clearly, she was from the live broadcast room. Yet, Gumoyuin was sending her to sign a contract with a client. This contract would surely not be easy to secure. Gumoyuin was clearly trying to make things difficult for Ai Jiayao. Regarding Gumoyuin's instructions, Ai Jiayao dared not defy her and could only respectfully reply, "Yes, Director Gu." Although Ai Jiayao had never signed a contract with a client before, she was not a pushover. After leaving Gumoyuin's office, she immediately went online to look up information about Mr. Hong from Chongqing Company. When Ai Jiayao discovered from some gossip magazines online that the formidable Mr. Hong was actually afraid of his wife, she felt a sense of relief. With the contract documents from Gumoyuin in hand, Ai Jiayao arrived at the CAF as agreed. After some small talk, she truly realized that Mr. Hong was indeed a tough nut to crack. Ai Jiayao pulled out a photo of Mr. Hong in a cozy embrace with a hotel hostess and said to him, Mr. Hong, you don't have to sign the contract. But I will have someone send these photos to Mrs. Hong tomorrow. However, Mr. Hong, you can't afford to take that risk. As expected, Mr. Hong was afraid of his wife. Under Ai Jiayao's sweet words and implied threats, he had no choice but to obediently sign the contract. After successfully securing the contract, Ai Jiayao joyfully rushed back to the company. However, Gumayuan was not actually heading to the group headquarters for a meeting. That was just an excuse. While sipping afternoon tea, Gumayuan checked the time and said, "The scheduled time has passed, and Ai Jiayao hasn't returned yet. She must not have completed the task I assigned her. This is just a test of her ability to get things done. Whether or not she can secure the contract is another matter." Ai Jiao hurried into Gumayuan's office, took out the signed contract, and excitedly said to Gumayuan, "Director Gu, I've secured the contract with Chongqing Company." When Ai Jiayao brought the good news with a smile, Gumayuan could hardly believe her ears. The Chongqing Company contract had been elusive, even with manager Liu from Longwei Group involved. Yet today, Ai Jiayao managed to secure it. Gumayuan felt it was unbelievable and nodded in satisfaction, saying to Ai Jiayao, "Jiayao, you did very well on this matter. I will apply to my superiors for a commendation for you." After successfully securing the contract, Gumayuan recognized Ai Jiayao's work capabilities and gradually changed her view of her, softly saying, "Not bad, not bad. This girl, Ai Jiayao, really has some skills. She managed to secure such a difficult contract." Chapter 56. Watching a movie. As soon as Ai Jiayao got off work, she received a call from Qi Xiaoya, who invited her to dinner at a restaurant. Ai Jiayao readily agreed. While eating with Qi Xiaoya, Ai Jiayao was looking at her phone and accidentally discovered that the inflatable doll she had bought online had already been returned. Confused, Ai Jiayao murmured, "I don't think I returned it. How could it have been automatically returned? Never mind, I'll just place the order again." Ai Jiayao pressed her phone and reordered the inflatable doll online. Qi Xiaoya, who had a great appetite, was eating heartily and asked Ai Jiayao, "Jiayao, the mask you gave me last time was really good. Where did you buy it?" Ai Jiayao pulled up the online shopping page on her phone and handed it to Qi Xiaoya, saying, "Xiaoya, I bought those masks online. Take a look for yourself." Qi Xiaoya wiped her hands with a tissue, took Ai Jiayao's phone, and browsed it seriously. She accidentally discovered that Ai Jiayao had actually purchased an inflatable doll online, and Qi Xiaoya was so shocked that her eyes nearly popped out. However, with more and more people buying inflatable dolls online, Qi Xiaoya wasn't too surprised anymore. But she never expected that her good friend Ai Jiayao, who always seemed so innocent, would also like to buy such things. Qi Xiaoya held the phone, teasing Ai Jiayao. "Jiayao, you usually seem so demure. I didn't expect you to buy an inflatable doll. Come on, confess. What made you suddenly think of buying an inflatable doll?" Seeing the gossiping look on Qi Xiaoya's face, Ai Jiayao couldn't help but roll her eyes and quickly explained, "Xiaoya, please don't look at me like that. The reason I bought this inflatable doll is specifically for our robot." Ai Jiayao tried her best to explain, but unfortunately, Qi Xiaoya didn't believe a word and continued to look at Ai Jiayao with a skeptical gaze. In order to cheer Ai Jiayao up, Gu Moxu had started to get busy again that evening, preparing a large table of dishes. Unfortunately, Ai Jiayao had been invited out to dinner by Qi Xiaoya. Gu Moxu waited anxiously at home for Ai Jiayao's return, nearly falling asleep. Fortunately, Ai Jiayao finally came back. As soon as Ai Jiayao pushed the door open and saw her return, Gu Moxu seemed to come back to life, striding towards Ai Jiayao and quickly saying, "Master, I made all your favorite dishes today. Hurry and come eat." Ai Jiayao scanned the table, although she was already full. Seeing the delicious dishes made her swallow her saliva, and she replied to Gu Moxu, "Okay, I'll eat right away." Ai Jiayao sat down at the table, picked up the chopsticks Gu Moxu had given her, and enjoyed the food one bite at a time. Halfway through her meal, her phone rang from her bag. When Ai Jiayao saw that it was Su Wenhao calling, she excitedly answered the phone. "Hello, Wenhao." Ai Jiayao couldn't wait to speak first. Su Wenhao's voice came from the phone. "Jiayao, I bought 2 movie tickets. Let us go watch a movie together." Su Wenhao invited Ai Jiayao. Without even thinking, Ai Jiayao immediately responded with a big smile. Okay. I feel like I haven't watched a movie in a long time." Meanwhile, Gu Moxu, who was standing nearby, heard that the call was from Su Wenhao and that he invited Ai Jiayao to go watch a movie. Ai Jiayao didn't even consider Gu Maksu's feelings and happily agreed to go, which made Gu Maksu incredibly jealous. After hanging up the phone, Ai Jiayao immediately returned to her room, changed into this year's trendy new dress, sprayed on a little French perfume, and prepared to head out. Just as Ai Jiayao was about to reach the door, Gu Maksu blocked her way and firmly said to Ai Jiayao, "Master, I want to go out with you." Ai Jiayao was meeting Su Wenhao. How could she agree to let Gu Maksu come along? She decisively refused, saying, "No need, Gu Maksu. Just stay home and wait for me." After saying that, Ai Jiayao pushed past Gu Maksu and went out. Unfortunately, Gu Maksu was not willing to give up and continued to follow Ai Jiayao, saying, "Master, I must go out with you today to ensure your safety." Ai Jiayao was nearly driven to the brink of blood pressure by Gu Maksu. To prevent Gu Maksu from following her and ruining her movie date with Su Wenhao, Ai Jiayao forcibly turned off Gu Maksu, leaving her alone at home. Ai Jiayao arrived at the meeting place with Su Wenhao as promised. After having a cup of coffee together at a CAF, the two of them headed to the movie theater. Just before entering the movie theater, Su Wenhao bought Ai Jiayao some juice and popcorn, happily saying to her, "Here, that's your juice and popcorn. Do you want anything else?" Ai Jiayao shook her head and shyly replied to Su Wenhao, "Watching a movie with popcorn and juice is the perfect match. No need for anything else." Su Wenhao, holding the popcorn and juice, took Ai Jiayao into the movie theater. To capture this wonderful moment, Ai Jiayao took out her phone and said to Su Wenhao, "Wenhao, let us take a photo together." Su Wenhao readily agreed to Ai Jiayao's request, as it was just a simple photo. He immediately replied, "No problem." Ai Jiayao set her phone to take 3 consecutive shots. Although Su Wenhao usually seemed gentle, he could be playful and silly when taking photos. Ai Jiayao took many photos and carefully selected the 9 best ones to post on her WeChat moments, with the caption, "Long time no see, movie theater. Long time no see, popcorn." When Gu Maksu saw Ai Jiayao's post on her phone, she immediately clicked to check it out. She saw Ai Jiayao and Su Wenhao taking close photos together, and Su Wenhao was making silly faces behind Ai Jiayao. Halfway through, Gu Maksu, in a fit of anger, turned off her phone. Gu Maksu clenched her fists, the veins on her wrists bulging, and shouted in extreme anger, "Su Wenhao, you persistent ghost, I won't let this go." After watching the movie, Ai Jiayao and Su Wenhao had a late-night snack together, and Su Wenhao even personally escorted Ai Jiayao back. Ai Jiayao, with her bag on her back, walked upstairs, humming a little tune in a cheerful mood. As soon as Ai Jiayao entered the door, she saw Gu Maksu with a sour face. Gu Maksu, suppressing her inner dissatisfaction, said to Ai Jiayao, "Master, I think we need to have a serious talk." Chapter 57. Inhumane Family Rules. Upon hearing Gu Mou's request, Ai Jiayao glanced at her disdainfully and impatiently said, "Gu Mou, I'm very tired right now, and I don't want to talk to you about anything." Faced with Ai Jiayao's ruthless rejection, Gu Mou became a bit anxious and started to stubbornly insist, "Master, whether you agree or not, I must have a good talk with you today." Ai Jiayao was completely unconcerned about Gu Mou's thoughts and rolled her eyes at him, clearly stating her position. "Gu Mou, there's nothing to talk about between you and me, this robot. Stop bothering me." After saying these 2 sentences, Ai Jiayao quickly walked back to her room to change clothes. While changing in her room, Ai Jiayao did not lock the door, just leaving it ajar. Just as she was taking off her dress, Gu Mou wanted to step forward to explain, but entered the room at that moment. And for the first time, he clearly saw Ai Jiayao's naked body. Her flawless skin was as smooth as a baby's, instilling an irresistible urge to touch. Seeing Gu Mou suddenly barge in, Ai Jiayao let out a sharp scream, in a panic. She quickly grabbed a piece of clothing to cover her important parts and shouted at Gu Mou in a loss of reason, "Gu Mou, you lecherous beast. Get out of here right now." In fact, this incident couldn't be entirely blamed on Gu Mou. He had entered without knowing. Deep down, Gu Mou did not want to leave, but with Ai Jiayao so angry, how could he dare to stay inside any longer? After quickly putting on her clothes, Ai Jiayao stormed out of the room. Before Gu Mou could say anything, Ai Jiayao raised her hand and, with a loud slap, She gave him a resounding slap across the face. Guo felt wronged, but he didn't argue with Ai Jiayao, as he realized he had indeed acted recklessly. What girl wouldn't be angry if someone saw her naked? Moreover, although Guo had received a slap, he didn't feel like he lost out, having seen the most beautiful sight of the girl. Thinking about this made him feel much better, and a sly smile appeared on his face. Back at her room, Ai Jiayao thought it over and muttered to herself, "No, I can't continue to indulge Guo like this. He's becoming increasingly unruly. If I don't take some action, will I be led by the nose by Guo in the future, with this house being dictated by him?" After calming down, Ai Jiayao began to think hard about how to discipline this bad guy, Guo. Suddenly, a good idea popped in her mind. Ai Jiayao grabbed paper and pen and started writing the family rules carefully, with the sound of her pen scratching across the paper. Ai Jiayao finished writing 10 family rules. After reviewing them seriously, a pleased smile appeared on her face as she said, "Great. Let's follow these 10 family rules and see if Guo dares to barge in so recklessly again." Ai Jiayao walked out of her room with the written family rules, scanning the living room but still not seeing Guo. She then went to the balcony, where Guo was indeed enjoying the cool breeze. Ahem! Ai Jiayao deliberately made a noise. Guo turned around and looked at Ai Jiayao with a puzzled expression, asking, "Master, is there something you need from me?" While handing the 10 family rules to Guo, Ai Jiayao said, "Guo, if you want to continue staying in this house, you must follow what I've written above. Otherwise, I will definitely show no mercy and kick you out." Seeing the densely packed words on the paper, Guo suddenly felt an ominous premonition. He looked at the 10 family rules that Ai Jiayao had written. First, do laundry, cook, and clean every day. Second, no matter what the master is doing or where she is going, if the master does not want to say, Guo cannot ask. Third, without the master's permission, Guo is not allowed to enter the master's room or sleep on the master's bed. Fourth, he must obey the master without question and cannot say no or refute the master's words. Guo couldn't bear to read further because these were inhumane family rules tailor-made by Ai Jiayao, and he was on the verge of tears. Guo felt that his days in Ai Jiayao's house were becoming increasingly difficult. Despite his reluctance to sign Ai Jiayao's inhumane rules, Guo had no choice but to suppress his dissatisfaction and respond, "Okay." This word was almost squeezed out through his teeth. Guo still had an unresolved issue in his heart and wanted to ask Ai Jiayao directly about her feelings for Su Wenhao. With a hint of jealousy, Guo said to Ai Jiayao, "Master, please tell me honestly, do you really have feelings for Su Wenhao?" As expected, Ai Jiayao found that Guo was still jealous. Seeing Guo's jealous expression, Ai Jiayao found it amusing and decided to tease him a bit. Pretending to be indifferent, Ai Jiayao said mercilessly to Guo, "Guo, can you stop being so self-important? Who I have feelings for is none of your business, especially since you're just a robot. You have no right to question these matters." Guo was left speechless by Ai Jiayao's retort and was so angry that he nearly fainted. "You girl, you're really getting more and more outrageous. Fine, we'll see about that. I will make Su Wenhao, that hypocrite, pay the price." Guo thought to himself. A delivery guy walked in and politely said, "Excuse me, is there a Miss Ai Jiayao here? I have a package for her. Please sign for it." Jiang Yi glanced at Ai Jiayao, who was still live streaming, and volunteered to the delivery guy, "Jiayao is busy with a live stream, so I'll sign for her." After signing for the package, the delivery guy took the receipt and left. Jiang Yi's gaze moved back and forth over Ai Jiayao's package. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "I wonder what Jiayao bought in here. Could be a lot of delicious food for me?" Lu Pian, with an expectant look, encouraged Jiang Yi. "Go ahead and open Jiayao's package boldly. After all, Jiayao is her good sister, and she definitely won't mind." Driven by curiosity, Jiang Yi took the lead and opened Ai Jiayao's package with her colleagues. Chapter 58. The inflatable doll doesn't work when the colleagues work together to open Ai Jiayao's package. They were stunned to find an inflatable doll inside. Jiang Yi swallowed hard and, lowering her voice, said to Lu Piampian, Piampian, don't be fooled by Jiayao's usually gentle demeanor. She actually has a habit of buying inflatable dolls. Lu Piampian nudged Jiang Yi with her elbow and, looking embarrassed, replied, we shouldn't casually open someone else's package without their consent. It's very impolite. After finishing her live stream, Ai Jiayao saw her colleagues whispering to each other. With a smile, she walked out of the streaming room and curiously asked, what's the gossip today? Stop whispering and let me in on it. As soon as Ai Jiayao finished speaking, her colleagues shot her strange looks that sent a chill down her spine. Returning to her seat, she realized that the inflatable doll she had ordered online had arrived and was already unwrapped by her colleagues. Ai Jiayao quickly understood everything. The odd looks from her colleagues were because of this. She hurriedly rewrapped the package and sighed softly, ugh, what bad luck today. The inflatable doll I bought for Gumoyu was seen by everyone. The package has my name on it, and now there's no way to clear my name. Just then, it was time to get off work. Ai Jiayao awkwardly packed her things, took her package, and quickly fled the office. Once home, after dropping her bag and changing her shoes, she rushed back to her room. Before Gumoyu could say a word to Ai Jiayao, he heard a bang as she not only closed the door but also locked it. Gumoyu was puzzled and wanted to ask what was going on, but thinking of the household rules set by Ai Jiayao, he instantly lost the courage to speak and could only sit in the living room, dumbfounded, listening to the sounds coming from Ai Jiayao's room. Once inside her room, Ai Jiayao inflated the doll and set it up. After finishing with the new inflatable doll, she quickly walked out of her room. The moment she stepped out, she saw Gu Moyu sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. With a smile, Ai Jiayao walked over to him, her eyes sparkling as she teasingly said, Gu Moyu, I have a gift for you. I think you'll really like it. Gu Moyu scanned Ai Jiayao with a suspicious gaze and nervously asked, Master, what gift are you giving me? Ai Jiayao often played tricks on Gu Moyu, so he was wary of her sudden kindness in offering him a gift, as that look in her eyes was all too familiar. Zhang zhang zhang. Gu Moyu, look. This is the inflatable doll I got for you. Ai Jiayao said excitedly. When Gu Moyu saw that Ai Jiayao's mysterious gift was indeed an inflatable doll, his face fell, and his facial muscles seemed to stiffen. He couldn't feel happy at all, even though Gu Moyu disliked the gift Ai Jiayao bought specifically for him. He dare not show it, as he had agreed to the household rules which stated that whatever Ai Jiayao said or did, he had to accept without question. Holding this ridiculous gift that made him want to cry and laugh, Gu Moyu suppressed his inner resistance and politely said to Ai Jiayao, Thank you for the gift, master. Seeing that Gu Moyu accepted the gift she bought for him with a smile, Ai Jiayao's face lit up with joy, feeling a sense of accomplishment as she exclaimed, Yes, I'm getting smarter. Now that Gu Moyu has an inflatable doll, I bet he won't dare to touch women anymore. After taking a hot shower, Ai Jiayao, wearing a newly bought light purple camisole nightgown, lazily lay on the sofa, playing with her phone. Gu Moyu came out of the bathroom and instantly found himself drawn to Ai Jiayao's perfect figure and the faint floral scent of her body wash. His gaze was fixated on her. Gu Moyu swallowed hard and muttered to himself, This girl has such a great figure. How did I not notice before? He strode over to Ai Jiayao, praising her, Master, I have good taste, right? You bought this camisole nightgown the last time I took you to mall. Ai Jiayao suddenly remembered that the reason she bought this camisole nightgown was entirely because of Gu Moyu's meddling. She shot him a disdainful glare and scolded, Gu Moyu, I almost forgot. If it weren't for you tearing off the tag of this nightgown and the unfortunate sales clerk seeing it, I wouldn't have been forced to buy it to save you. Otherwise, why would I buy such a sexy nightgown? Gu Moyu smiled slyly and said, Master, with such a great figure, only a high-quality camisole nightgown like this can showcase your curves beautifully. Wearing such a sexy camisole for the first time and receiving compliments from Gu Moyu made Ai Jiayao's cheeks flush as she shyly said, Gu Moyu, is my figure really as good as you say? I didn't know. Gu Moyu felt the moment was right and moved closer to Ai Jiayao, placing both hands on her shoulders, giving her a gentle massage while whispering in her ear, Master, in my eyes, you are the perfect woman. Gu Moyu was relentless in his pursuit of Ai Jiayao. attacking her with words, and now using physical affection as well, offering her a massage. Though Gu Moyu wasn't the first to praise Ai Jiayao's perfect figure, girls care deeply about their bodies, and receiving compliments and affirmation from others made her incredibly happy. Gu Moyu's handsome face broke into a mischievous smile as he said, "Master, you haven't charged me in a long time. My battery is running low. Why don't you help me recharge tonight?" Perhaps due to his strong needs, Gu Moyu's face turned slightly red. Ai Jiayao suddenly felt that for someone like Gu Moyu with such strong desires, an inflatable doll would be of no use to him at all. Chapter 59. Definitely not going to end. Well, Gu Moyu's changes in expression were clearly seen by Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao was very familiar with Gu Moyu's expression. It indicated need in that regard. Ai Jiayao quickly moved her position, retreating a bit. Feeling a bit scared as she said, "Gu Moyu, what time is it now? Hurry back to your room and go to sleep. Don't think about those inappropriate things all day." However, Gu Moyu was not concerned about Ai Jiayao's words and replied, "Master, how am I being inappropriate? It's just that my battery is low. If I don't have enough power, I can't provide good service to you." Gu Moyu spoke convincingly. But Ai Jiayao dismissed him with a shake of her head, refusing his request. "Gu Moyu, I will not agree to help you recharge. Besides, after charging you up, you won't do anything but cause trouble for me. Whether or not to recharge is irrelevant." Ai Jiayao was particularly firm tonight, completely rational and unaffected by Gu Moyu's interference. Gu Moyu felt a bit of a headache, but there was nothing he could do about Ai Jiayao. After a moment of deep thought, Gu Moyu couldn't care less and pounced on Ai Jiayao like a hungry wolf. Although Ai Jiayao resisted fiercely, she couldn't match Gu Moyu's strength, and after a struggle, she could only surrender obediently. However, when it came to that kind of thing, Gu Moyu could focus without external distractions, but Ai Jiayao could not. Ai Jiayao pushed Gu Moyu and said, "Gu Moyu, get up. Your phone is ringing. Quickly answer the call." Although Gu Moyu was very reluctant to get up to answer the phone, wanting to happily enjoy the beauty beneath him, he dare not disobey Ai Jiayao since she had spoken. Moreover, that annoying phone indeed spoiled Gu Moyu's mood. Reluctantly, Gu Moyu got off Ai Jiayao and reached out with a strong arm to grab the phone on the table. Upon seeing that the caller ID was his sister, Gu Moyu quickly answered the call. While answering the phone, he still lingered on the sofa, possibly thinking about continuing after the call ended. "Yeah, okay, don't worry, I will handle it properly." Gu Moyu assured Gu Moyu on the phone. Ai Jiayao got up from the sofa, pushed Gu Moyu away, and pretended to realize something as she said to Gu Moyu, "Gu Moyu, you actually deceived me again. Aren't you a 9th-generation intelligent robot? I am your only master. Why is there someone else calling you? Who just called you?" It's really not an exaggeration to say that women are fickle. One moment, everything was fine, and the next moment it changed like this. Gu Moyu was indeed deceiving Ai Jiayao, and when she suddenly said that, he became nervous. In his anxiety, Gu Moyu racked his brains and calmly explained to Ai Jiayao, "Master, how could I dare to deceive you? I am a 9th-generation intelligent robot, and the person who just called me is the engineer who invented me." Gu Moyu tried his best to explain, but Ai Jiayao didn't believe a word. Taking a deep breath, Ai Jiayao angrily pulled Gu Moyu towards the door, starting to issue an eviction order. "Gu Moyu, you have deceived me again and again. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? Get out now. I don't want to see you anymore." Gu Moyu was once again kicked out of the house by Ai Jiayao. He stood outside the door for a while, picked up his phone, and dialed Ai Jiayao's number several times, hoping she would change her mind and let him back in, but unfortunately, each time it was a voice prompt. "The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." Since he couldn't get back inside, Gu Moyu, in a fit of anger, hurried downstairs and drove towards Su Wenhao's house. Ding dong, ding dong. Gu Moyu pressed the doorbell several times in quick succession. Hearing the urgent doorbell, Su Wenhao quickly walked out while saying, "Coming, coming." When Su Wenhao opened the door, he was surprised to see Gu Moyu standing there. He froze for 3 seconds before saying in shock, "It's so late, mister. Gu suddenly visiting is quite a rare occurrence." Please come in. Gu Mo, who was in a bad mood, did not respond to Su Wenhao, but walked straight into his house without any courtesy. Su Wenhao rubbed his chin, his wise eyes seeing through the situation, and muttered to himself, I've never seen Gu Mo like this. He looked so lost. It must be that he had a falling out with Ai Jiayao. Although Su Wenhao and Gu Mo were competitors in business, he treated Gu Mo with courtesy in his home. Mr. Gu, would you like a drink, wine, or coffee? Su Wenhao politely asked. It's not work time now. Two grown men should definitely drink wine. Gu Mo replied in a somewhat unfriendly tone. Gu Mo's unfriendly attitude did not irritate Su Wenhao. Instead, he smiled and said to Gu Mo, Mr. Gu, seeing that you're not in a good mood, I will accompany you to have a few drinks tonight as a friend. Su Wenhao and Gu Mo sat down together, and for the first time, they drank harmoniously together. Su Wenhao glanced at Gu Mo, sensing an opportunity, and while chatting with him, he picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Ai Jiayao. Jiayao, I need to handle something near your house tomorrow. Shall I pick you up for work? Going near Ai Jiayao's house was just an excuse for Su Wenhao. His real purpose was to pick her up for work. To Su Wenhao's invitation, Ai Jiayao did not refuse. Instead, she replied immediately on WeChat. Okay, then I'll trouble you to give me a ride. A few days ago, Ai Jiayao had specially bought a gift online, which she had kept at home, waiting for an opportunity to give it to Su Wenhao as a thank you for all his hard work in driving her to work. Ai Jiayao took out the gift she had already prepared, wrapped it simply, and carefully placed it in a gift box. Gu Mo stayed at Su Wenhao's house drinking until almost dawn before heading home. Since Su Wenhao was going to pick Ai Jiayao up for work, she got up early to groom herself. After a simple breakfast, Ai Jiayao picked up her bag, humming a little tune in a happy mood, and quickly walked to the door to head to work. When she opened the door, she saw Gu Mo leaning against the wall with a bit of drunkenness, his fair face showing dark circles under his eyes, clearly having not slept all night. Ai Jiayao's heart softened instantly, and she said to Gu Mo, hurry and go inside. Chapter 60, Allergic to Peanuts. Thank you, Master, you finally. Gu Mo hadn't finished speaking when Ai Jiayao had already walked into the elevator. Gu Mo's face darkened, and she muttered, I haven't finished yet. Why are you running so fast? I didn't come back all night, and you didn't even ask if I was okay. Gu Mo walked into the house all alone and casually closed the door. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of the alcohol on her body and disdainfully said to herself, did that girl run away so fast because she smelled the alcohol on me? Whatever, I'll take a bath first. Gu Mo grabbed a set of clean clothes and went into the bathroom to take a shower. After a comfortable bath, Gu Mo felt much more refreshed. She sat on the sofa with a dry towel, preparing to dry her hair. As she stood up after drying her hair, she inadvertently noticed a delicate gift bag on the table. Gu Mo put down the towel in her hand and curiously examined the gift bag, mumbling to herself, why is there such a beautiful gift bag in the living room out of nowhere? What could be inside? Who is it for? Driven by curiosity, Gu Mo opened the gift box. The moment the gift box opened, she saw a finely crafted ornament, and the figure on it was clearly Su Wenhao. Gu Mo's gaze fell on a small card, and when she picked it up, she saw it was indeed Ai Jiayao's handwriting. Wenhao, thank you for often driving me to work. This gift is for you. Hope you like it, and wish you happiness every day. It turned out that Ai Jiayao had wrapped such a thoughtful gift for Su Wenhao. When Gu Mo saw the card written by Ai Jiayao, she became even angrier, feeling like a vinegar jar had been overturned. Su Wenhao, you heartless bastard. How dare you pick up my woman to work right under my nose? You must be tired of living. Gu Mo cursed furiously. As Gu Mo angrily prepared to go out to settle scores with Su Wenhao, she kept grumbling, Ai Jiayao, you little tormentor, you buy an inflatable doll for me, but such a thoughtful gift for Su Wenhao. When Gu Mo said the words inflatable doll, she suddenly stopped in her tracks, and a clever idea struck her. She decided to replace the ornament Ai Jiayao intended for Su Wenhao with an inflatable doll for herself. Gu Mo's lips curled into a slight wicked smile as she said, Su Wenhao, I'm sure you'll love this gift that Jiayao is giving you. Under Gu Mo's lead and suggestion, the colleagues didn't go home after work but went out for dinner together. Each colleague ordered their favorite dishes, and the table was filled with various foods. Ai Jiayao picked up her chopsticks and politely said to Director Gu, "This is the crispy peanut beans I ordered. It's so delicious, you should try it." Gu Moyuan quickly waved her hand, politely refusing. Ai Jiayao, "I believe this crispy peanut beans must be very tasty. But our family inherited a peanut allergy from my grandmother, and if we eat peanuts, we will have an allergic reaction." "Oh, is that so? Then Director Gu, this crispy peanut beans is not suitable for you. You should try other foods." Ai Jiayao realized and still warmly invited her. During this colleague dinner, Ai Jiayao inadvertently learned from Gu Moyuan that their family was allergic to peanuts. While eating, a terrifying thought crossed Ai Jiayao's mind. Since Gu Moyu is also allergic to peanuts, then one day when I have time, I must personally cook a peanut banquet for Gu Moyu. Thinking that she had a new trick to play on Gu Moyu, Ai Jiayao happily drank cup after cup of wine. After the colleague dinner ended, Ai Jiayao had already drunk herself into oblivion. Fortunately, with the combined efforts of Jiang Yi and Liu Pianpian, they safely sent Ai Jiayao back home. Drunken Ai Jiayao laid down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep until dawn. The next morning, Ai Jiayao opened her hazy eyes. She had drunk a bit too much last night and had a slight headache today. After snoozing for a while longer, she finally got up, feeling much more comfortable. Ai Jiayao got out of bed, thinking it was the weekend and she had nothing to do at home, feeling bored. As soon as she thought of Gu Moyu's peanut allergy, she couldn't help but want to tease Gu Moyu right away, eager to see how Gu Moyu would react to being allergic to peanuts. In a very good mood today, Ai Jiayao decided to cook herself. She picked up the phone and invited Qi Xiaoya, saying, "Xiaoya, it's the weekend, you should be free, right? I'm cooking today, come over and taste my cooking." For Qi Xiaoya, who loved free lunches, it was an offer she couldn't refuse, and she quickly replied, I'm free, I'll be there right away." After hanging up the phone, Ai Jiayao went to the market to buy the ingredients for lunch. Ai Jiayao bought a lot of vegetables at the market, and even more peanuts. Looking at the things she was carrying, Ai Jiayao quickly headed home. When Ai Jiayao returned home after buying the groceries, she ran into Qi Xiaoya at the entrance of the community. Seeing the smile on Ai Jiayao's face, Qi Xiaoya jokingly said, "Wow, Jiayao, you look radiant. Did you win the 5 million lottery? Don't worry, if I really win 5 million, you'll be the first one I invite to a 3-month trip to Europe." Ai Jiayao replied confidently. After a round of jokes, Ai Jiayao told Qi Xiaoya about Gu Moyu's peanut allergy and her plan to tease Gu Moyu. Qi Xiaoya looked worried and said, "Jiayao, that's not good, is it? If something happens to Gu Moyu, you'll be in big trouble." Ai Jiayao dismissively retorted, "Xiaoya, don't overreact. Gu Moyu is a grown man. If he has an allergic reaction to peanuts, it will just be a bit itchy. He can just scratch it a few times. Nothing will happen." With Qi Xiaoya helping her, the two of them worked in the kitchen for over an hour before finishing lunch. Ai Jiayao set the table and politely said to Gu Moyu, "Mr. Gu, the meal is ready. Please take a seat." Gu Moyu, receiving such high-level hospitality for the first time, replied joyfully, "Yes, master." Gu Moyu had no idea that Ai Jiayao had put peanuts in every dish, and he ate heartily, enjoying the delicious food Ai Jiayao had prepared for him. Halfway through eating, Gu Moyu suddenly felt something was wrong. His back started to itch. Chapter 61. Running a high fever, why do I suddenly feel so itchy all over? Gu Moyu thought to herself. Out of politeness and hygiene, she dared not scratch in public and could only endure it. Gu Moyu seemed unable to hold back any longer. Her fair face turned red. Ai Jiayao immediately noticed and slowly said to Qi Xiaoya with hidden meanings, "Xiaoya, do you know? Last night, our director Gu and a bunch of colleagues went out for dinner together. Director Gu revealed to me that not only is she allergic to peanuts, but her brother Gu Moyu is also allergic to peanuts. They inherited it from their grandmother." Ai Jiayao deliberately repeated Gu Moyuan's word from yesterday right in front of Gu Moyu. "Fortunately, we are not allergic to peanuts, so we can enjoy the food here. I specially added peanuts to every dish today. Peanuts are so delicious." Ai Jiayao really had no idea about the discomfort she was causing. After hearing Ai Jiayao's words, Gu Moyu instantly understood everything. It turned out that her body was itching for no reason because Ai Jiayao was up to mischief, and she had eaten peanuts. Gu Moyu forced herself not to scratch, fearing that Ai Jiayao and Qi Xiaoyao would notice something was wrong. Suddenly, Gu Moyu put down her chopsticks and urgently made an excuse, saying, "I'll eat first. I'm too hot. I need to go back to my room and change my clothes." Once back in her room, Gu Moyu quickly rummaged through her things to find the leftover allergy medication. Fortunately, she hadn't thrown it away last time. Gu Moyu immediately poured out 2 allergy pills, not even bothering to use her hands, and swallowed them eagerly. Hiding in her room, Gu Moyu scratched at the itch with a worried expression. Luckily, she took the allergy medication in time. Otherwise, she might have had to go to the hospital for an injection today. The allergy medication Gu Moyu took might have contained anesthetic components, so it took effect immediately, and she began to feel drowsy. Gu Moyu decided to take a nap. After having napped yesterday afternoon, Gu Moyu woke up early today, feeling refreshed, and got up early to cook. However, Ai Jiayao suddenly felt unwell this morning and started running a high fever. Ai Jiayao groggily said, "Ugh, I feel so uncomfortable. What's wrong with me?" After mumbling for a while, Ai Jiayao felt cold all over and began to shiver. After making breakfast, Gu Moyu noticed that Ai Jiayao's door was still tightly closed. Gu Moyu checked her watch. It was already 8:30. This girl isn't still sleeping in, is she? Forget it. I should go wake her up, or she'll blame me for not going to work on time. After analyzing the situation, Gu Moyu decided to go wake Ai Jiayao up for work. Gu Moyu gently knocked on the door, but the room remained eerily quiet. Without thinking too much, she pushed the door open. When Gu Moyu entered, she saw Ai Jiayao wrapped in a thick comforter in the middle of a hot day, and she was shivering all over. Gu Moyu hurried over and anxiously asked, "Master, what's wrong? Why are you covered in a comforter on such a hot day?" Ai Jiayao groggily replied, "Water, I want to drink water. I'm so cold." Gu Moyu reached out to touch Ai Jiayao, and when she felt Ai Jiayao's forehead, she panicked, saying, "This girl has a fever? No wonder she's under the comforter on such a hot day." Gu Moyu immediately poured a glass of warm water for Ai Jiayao to drink. She put a towel in the bathroom and placed it on Ai Jiayao's forehead to help reduce her fever. Gu Moyu took out her phone and personally called Manager Liu to ask for a leave of absence for Ai Jiayao. After getting the leave, Gu Moyu immediately called Dr. Zhuang, asking him to come to work to see Ai Jiayao. Dr. Zhuang checked Ai Jiayao's pulse and respectfully said to Gu Moyu, "Mr. Gu, Miss Ai caught a chill yesterday, which is why she has a high fever. I'll prescribe some medication for her. As long as she takes it on time, she should be fine." Gu Moyu stood up to see Dr. Zhuang out and politely said, "Thank you, Dr. Zhuang." After sending Dr. Zhuang away, Gu Moyu boiled a pot of hot water and personally fed Ai Jiayao the fever-reducing medicine. Throughout the morning, Gu Moyu was busy taking care of Ai Jiayao without a moment of rest. After taking the medicine prescribed by Dr. Zhuang, Ai Jiayao took a nap, and her fever subsided, and she felt more awake. Feeling much better, Ai Jiayao lay in bed, utterly bored. To get out of the room and watch TV, she used all her tricks of acting cute and charming, and only then did Gu Moyu agree to let her go out to watch TV. For the thrill, Ai Jiayao, disregarding Gu Moyu's objections, resolutely chose to watch a horror movie. Gu Moyu couldn't resist Ai Jiayao's enthusiasm and had to sit with her on the sofa to watch the horror film. Halfway through the movie, as the eerie background music intensified, Gu Moyu, caught up in the unpredictable plot, also began to feel scared, just when a ghostly woman with disheveled hair suddenly appeared. The movie hit its scariest moment, and Ai Jiayao playfully decided to scare Gu Moyu. She reached out and patted Gu Moyu's back, causing Gu Moyu to scream in fright, making a fool of herself. When Ai Jiayao saw Gu Moyu, a grown man, getting scared and shouting, she couldn't help but laugh and said, "Gu Moyu, I didn't expect you robots to be afraid of ghosts too." Seeing Gu Moyu still shaken, Ai Jiayao laughed even harder, completely ignoring Gu Moyu's feelings. While Ai Jiayao and Gu Moyu were enjoying afternoon tea on the sofa, Ai Jiayao's phone on the table suddenly rang. Upon seeing that it was Qi Xiaoyao calling, Ai Jiayao quickly answered the phone, saying hello. Xiaoya, why are you suddenly calling me? On the other end, Qi Xiaoya excitedly shared the good news. Jiayao, I have great news. I successfully went on a blind date. When Ai Jiayao heard that Qi Xiaoya had succeeded in her blind date, she immediately congratulated her. Xiaoya, congratulations. You're about to be single no more. Jiayao, are you free tonight? I need your help. I'm meeting my boyfriend, and I wanted to check him out for me. Qi Xiaoya couldn't hide her joy. No problem, Xiaoya. We're good sisters. I'll definitely help you with this. Ai Jiayao happily agreed, disregarding the fact that she had just had a fever that morning. Gu Moyu, upon hearing that Ai Jiayao was going out tonight, thought she would take him along for dinner and hurried back to her room to change clothes. Chapter 62. Startled when Gu Moyu excitedly put on a sharp suit and tied his tie, he walked out of the door with a big smile. Master, I'm ready. We can set off now. Gu Moyu urged Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao shot a doubtful look at Gu Moyu and disdainfully said, Gu Moyu, when did I say I was taking you out? You're not allowed to go anywhere. Stay at home and watch the house. Gu Moyu wanted to protest. But as soon as Ai Jiayao mentioned the house rules, he immediately cowered and didn't dare to make a sound. After Ai Jiayao changed her clothes and grabbed her bag, she left, leaving Gu Moyu all alone to watch the house. Gu Moyu looked longingly at Ai Jiayao, hoping she would turn back and change her mind to take him along, but unfortunately, fantasies are beautiful while reality is cruel. With a bang, Ai Jiayao slammed the door shut. Ai Jiayao arrived at the agreed location with Qi Xiaoya as planned, perhaps delayed by traffic. When Ai Jiayao arrived at the restaurant, Qi Xiaoya and her boyfriend had already gotten there early. As soon as Ai Jiayao walked into the restaurant, sharp-eyed Qi Xiaoya spotted her. Qi Xiaoya stood up from her chair and waved her hand, signaling, Jiayao, I'm over here. Hearing Qi Xiaoya's call, Ai Jiayao quickly walked over. Qi Xiaoya introduced Ai Jiayao to her boyfriend, saying, Wen Tao, this is my good best friend Ai Jiayao that I often mention. Qi Xiaoya blinked her beautiful phoenix eyes and formally introduced, Jiayao, this is my boyfriend Zhou Wen Tao. Zhou Wen Tao politely extended his hand and shook hands with Ai Jiayao, saying, I've long heard of Miss Ai's great reputation. Today, seeing you in person, it truly lives up to the name. Ai Jiayao was instantly amused by Zhou Wen Tao and quickly responded, Mr. Zhou, you are too funny. I really can't accept such praise. After some pleasantries, the three of them sat down. When the waiter served the dishes, Zhou Wen Tao politely said to Ai Jiayao, Jiayao, you should eat. This restaurant is an old brand and very famous. You must try it. Wen Tao, you don't need to be so polite with me. You should eat too. Ai Jiayao replied politely. The food here was indeed delicious, and Ai Jiayao enjoyed the meal with great delight. Zhou Wen Tao piled a lot of food into Qi Xiaoya's bowl, happily saying, Xiaoya, you're so thin. You need to eat more for your health. Wen Tao, that's enough. My bowl can't hold anymore. I really can't finish all this. Qi Xiaoya hurriedly stopped Zhou Wen Tao from adding more food to her bowl. Truly, they were a couple in love. Even a simple meal was so affectionate. It was enough to make single dogs die from envy. Seeing Zhou Wen Tao so caring towards Qi Xiaoya, Ai Jiayao couldn't help but smile knowingly, feeling happy for her friend. I'm really glad Xiaoya can meet such a good man like Wen Tao who cares about her. While eating, Ai Jiayao started to chat with Zhou Wen Tao. Wen Tao, your job seems stable. If you and Xiaoya get married in the future, will she follow you to the big city or go back home? While eating, Zhou Wen Tao answered Ai Jiayao. As the saying goes, the man works outside, and the woman stays inside. If I marry Xiaoya, I want to let her work. I want her to stay at home to spend more time with my parents. Help them with housework to lessen their burdens, so they don't have to work so hard. As a modern person in the 21st century, Zhou Wen Tao's thoughts still seem to be stuck in a feudal society, talking about men working outside and women staying inside. Both Ai Jiayao and Qi Xiaoya were astonished. Before Qi Xiaoya could express her opinion, Zhou Wen Tao added, in our Zhou family, I'm the only child. Now that the country has opened up to a two-child policy, once Xiaoya and I get married, we should have 2 kids right away to fulfill my parents' wishes, so they can hold their grandchildren sooner. Zhou Wen Tao rambled on, but finally finished. Qi Xiaoya directly expressed her opinion. Wen Tao, even if we get married, I want to stay at home to raise kids. As a new woman in the 21st century, I want my own career and pursuits. I want to think about kids for a while. At least we should enjoy our life as a couple for 3 or 4 years before considering that. Xiaoya, although you're still young, I'm not. Your parents, like mine, hope we get married soon and have 2 chubby kids. As children, we should respect our parents' wishes. Zhou Wentao earnestly expressed his views. Qi Xiaoya and Zhou Wentao became increasingly excited in their discussion. Seeing this, Ai Jiayao intentionally changed the subject. Oh, Wentao. When I came into the restaurant just now, I saw a black Toyota parked at the entrance. Is that yours? Yes, that's my car. Zhou Wentao confirmed. Oh, that's your car. The license plate number is really good, 668. Ai Jiayao said with envy. After chatting a bit with Zhou Wentao, his phone rang from his pocket. As he took out the phone, he said to Qi Xiaoya and Ai Jiayao, "Excuse me, I need to take this call." Zhou Wentao answered the phone. "Hello. President Sheng. You call me suddenly. What is up?" After finishing the call, Zhou Wentao said to Qi Xiaoya and Ai Jiayao, "I'm really sorry. There's an urgent matter at the company that I need to handle personally." Ai Jiayao and Qi Xiaoya generously said in unison, "It's fine. You go take care of your work." After bidding farewell to Qi Xiaoya, Zhou Wentao hurried back to the company. After he left, Ai Jiayao summed up what she had seen and heard, advising Qi Xiaoya, "Xiaoya, although Zhou Wentao is handsome, his thoughts are still stuck in feudal society. What respect for elders, what men working outside and women staying inside. He is quite a chauvinist. You should be careful not to fall into a trap. Otherwise, you want to even have tears to cry later." "Really? Jiayao? Actually, Wentao is quite good to me, and he cares about me. It's just that sometimes his thinking is still stuck in the old ways." Qi Xiaoya was still unwilling to give up on defending Zhou Wentao. Ai Jiayao rolled her eyes at Qi Xiaoya and bluntly said, "Xiaoya, you girls in love often don't think long-term. Don't be misled by what's in front of you." Chapter 63. Especially good at eating, Qi Xiaoya didn't want to discuss such a heavy topic with Ai Jiayao. So she said to her, "Xiaoya, let's not talk about this for now. Let's chat about something else." Ai Jiayao truly admired Qi Xiaoya from the bottom of her heart. Even at this moment, she could be so optimistic. Ai Jiayao didn't want to say much more. Qi Xiaoya took out a box of French perfume from her bag and said to Ai Jiayao, "Jiayao, this is a perfume my cousin brought back from France. I have 2 bottles, so I'll give you this one." Ai Jiayao took the French perfume that Qi Xiaoya gifted her, took a gentle sniff, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it smells so good. Xiaoya, thank you. You're the best." Just as Ai Jiayao and Qi Xiaoya were enjoying their conversation, Su Wenhao suddenly appeared. "Jiayao, what a coincidence. You're eating here too?" Su Wenhao greeted first. Ai Jiayao quickly stood up, surprised, and greeted Su Wenhao. "Yes, Wenhao, what a coincidence. I can't believe we ran into each other here." Having finished their meal, Qi Xiaoya and Ai Jiayao were about to leave when Su Wenhao volunteered. "You 2 beauties have eaten enough. Let me give you a ride home." Ai Jiayao readily agreed. "Great, then we'll trouble Wenhao to take us back." Su Wenhao drove them home, first dropping off Qi Xiaoya and then taking Ai Jiayao home. As Su Wenhao's car slowly stopped at the entrance of the community, Ai Jiayao enthusiastically invited him. "Wenhao, you've driven me home so many times, and I haven't invited you in yet. Come up today, and I'll make you some Hong Pao tea from my hometown." In response to Ai Jiayao's invitation, Su Wenhao happily replied, "A beauty invites me for tea. How could I refuse? Then I'll gladly accept." Ai Jiayao brought Su Wenhao into her home, brewed a cup of tea for him, and Su Wenhao couldn't help but praise him. "This tea is really good. I've never had such good tea before." Su Wenhao's compliment made Ai Jiayao particularly happy. She took out a gift she had prepared for Su Wenhao and, gathering her courage, said to him, "Wenhao, this is a gift for you. I hope you like it." Su Wenhao put down his cup and quickly took the gift from Ai Jiayao, politely saying, "Thank you, Jiayao. I'm sure I'll really like the gift you gave me." After spending a short while at her place, Su Wenhao received a call from his secretary and hurriedly left to handle some matters. Meanwhile, Gu Moyu, who had been silent since Su Wenhao walked in, wore a gloomy expression clearly feeling jealous. Seeing Gu Moyu's jealous demeanor, Ai Jiayao decided to act more flirtatiously with Su Wenhao, quickly following him to the door and reluctantly telling him, "Wenhao, drive slowly. If you have time, come over any time, and I'll brew you tea." After saying that, Ai Jiayao even specially saw Su Wenhao off downstairs. To an outsider, it would seem like Ai Jiayao and Su Wenhao were indeed in a romantic relationship. After Su Wenhao left with the gift Ai Jiayao gave him, Ai Jiayao returned home and found Gu Moyu sulking on the sofa, not saying a word. "Gu Moyu, pour me a glass of water. I'm thirsty." Ai Jiayao ordered him casually. Due to his jealousy, Gu Moyu was sulking and completely ignored Ai Jiayao's command. After a while, Gu Moyu couldn't hold it in anymore and bluntly asked Ai Jiayao, "Master, why did you bring Su Wenhao to the house and even give him a gift?" In response to Gu Moyu's question, Ai Jiayao helplessly waved her hand and reminded him, "Gu Moyu, don't forget, this is my home. I can invite whomever I want, and you have no say in it. As for the gift I gave Wenhao, what does it have to do with you?" As soon as she finished speaking, Ai Jiayao realized and questioned Gu Moyu. "Gu Moyu, you aren't jealous, are you? Can a robot feel jealous and have emotions too?" "Master, in this house, besides me, the intelligent robot, I do not allow any other males to stay here," Gu Moyu said domineeringly. Ai Jiayao almost wanted to slap Gu Moyu to wake him up. She glared at him and said, "Gu Moyu, you're getting more and more ridiculous. If you keep this up, you can just get out." "Master, I am a 9th-generation intelligent robot, a wise robot. You can't just kick me out. Besides, I haven't done anything wrong," Gu Moyu stubbornly argued. Ai Jiayao felt tired and didn't want to argue with Gu Moyu anymore. Since she couldn't drive him away, she simply ignored his existence and treated him like air. Ai Jiayao sat on the sofa, playing on her phone, ignoring Gu Moyu. Gu Moyu's jealousy hadn't dissipated yet, so he went to the refrigerator, opened it, took out cherries and grapes, and sat at the dining table eating one after another. After a while, Ai Jiayao also wanted to eat some fruit. When she opened the refrigerator, she was shocked. She had bought a lot of food at the supermarket just yesterday, and the fridge was stuffed to the brim. But now it was completely empty. Ai Jiayao walked up to Gu Moyu, astonished, and said, "Gu Moyu, did you eat all the food I bought for a week? How can you eat so much?" While eating cherries, Gu Moyu nonchalantly replied, "The stuff you bought isn't enough for me to finish in 2 days. And you say it's food for a week." It was only today that Ai Jiayao realized how much Gu Moyu could eat. Ai Jiayao logged into her bank account and, looking at her balance, complained sadly, "My salary has gone up these past few months, but with Gu Moyu eating so much, I'm going to be broke." After lamenting her financial situation at home, she received a call from her landlord. Ai Jiayao nervously answered the phone. "Hello, Aunt Wang. Jiayao, today is the 1st, and you haven't paid your rent yet. Hurry up and pay it. Annie needs this rent for my son as college food expenses." Aunt Wang bluntly urged Ai Jiayao to pay her rent. "Oh, okay, Aunt Wang, I've been a bit busy these past few days and forgot. I'll arrange it tomorrow and definitely pay the rent," Ai Jiayao assured Aunt Wang on the phone. After hanging up, Ai Jiayao looked at her bank balance with worry, saying, "What should I do? This month's salary hasn't been paid yet, and there's not enough money in my account to pay the rent." Chapter 64. Free stay in a villa. When Gu Moyu heard that Ai Jiayao didn't have enough money to pay the rent, a thought flashed through her mind, and she secretly calculated, since she doesn't have enough money for rent, then she can stay in the villa that I've kept empty. Gu Moyu walked out and, out of Ai Jiayao's sight, took out her phone and dialed her sister Gu Moyuin's number. "Hello, little brother, what's the wind blowing today? You actually took the initiative to call me?" Gu Moyuin was the first to speak on the other end of the line. "Hey, sister, you are wronging your little brother. Although I haven't called you in a few days, I still miss you." Gu Moyu flattered. "Moyu, you wouldn't call me for no reason. That would be a first. You better come clean. Are you calling me because you need help with something?" Gu Moyuin cut straight to the point. Gu Moyu lowered her voice as much as possible. "Sister, I knew you would understand me best. Here's the thing. Jiayao doesn't have money for rent, and I want her to move into my villa for a while. Could you help me arrange that?" "Gu Moyu, have you lost your mind? Letting Ai Jiayao live in your villa? No way, I won't agree to that." Gu Moyuin firmly stated that she would not help with this request. Sister, don't be anxious. Just listen to me. If Ai Jiayao can live in a villa with me, then I can see you more often. I think since I'm often not at the villa, you must really miss me, right? Gumoyu tried her best to persuade Gumoyuan to change her mind and agree to let Ai Jiayao stay in the villa. Once Gumoyu set her mind on something, she would stick to it. After much coaxing and earnest persuasion, Gumoyuan finally relented and said, all right, Moyu. I'll help you this once. But remember, I don't oppose you dating, but you must not let it interfere with your career, understand? Gumoyu quickly promised, Sister, don't worry. Not only will I successfully win Jiayao's heart, but my career will also flourish. Under Gumoyu's repeated assurances and emphasis. In order not to raise Ai Jiayao's suspicions and risk her rejecting Gumoyu's good intentions, Gumoyuan followed Gumoyu's instructions and did not directly tell Ai Jiayao that it was Gumoyuan who arranged for her to stay in the villa. Manager Liu, please give his villa key to Ai Jiayao. Remember, don't let Jiayao know that I asked you to give it to her. If Ai Jiayao asks you why you're suddenly giving her the villa key, just tell her it's a company arrangement, okay? Gumoyuan specifically instructed Manager Liu. Yes. Director Gu, I've got it all noted. I will definitely do as you instructed. Manager Liu respectfully assured. As soon as Ai Jiayao arrived at work, before she had even warmed her chair, Manager Liu approached her with a smile, holding the key. Jiayao, here's the key to the villa. You can stay there for free. Manager Liu said with a big smile. Ai Jiayao happily took the villa key from Manager Liu's hand and quickly said, Thank you, Manager Liu, for making this trip. After handing the key to Ai Jiayao, Manager Liu quickly walked away. Manager Liu, why has the company suddenly given me such good treatment, even letting me stay in a villa for free? By the time Ai Jiayao realized what was happening, Manager Liu was already out of sight. Ai Jiayao looked at the key in her hand and pondered for a while. Oh, the company suddenly gives me such good treatment. It must be because I won the Employee of the Month award again this month. Ai Jiayao suddenly realized. Finally understanding, Ai Jiayao couldn't control her emotions and began to cheer. Oh, that's great. I have a free villa to stay in. I can save a lot of money on rent now. I won't have to worry about rent anymore. After work, Ai Jiayao specifically called Qi Xiaoya to share this good news with her. Qi Xiaoya arrived at the CAF as promised. As soon as she sat down, Ai Jiayao couldn't contain her joy and excitedly shared with Qi Xiaoya. Xiaoya, I have good news to share with you. Qi Xiaoya looked at Ai Jiayao with a puzzled expression and impatiently said, Jiayao, just tell me what the good news is. Don't keep me in suspense. Ai Jiayao took out the villa key and proudly said to Qi Xiaoya, Xiaoya, this is the key the company gave me. I can live for free in the company's villa. Upon hearing that Ai Jiayao could stay in a free villa, Qi Xiaoya looked enviously at her. Wow, Jiayao, you are so lucky. But I still want to congratulate you on being able to stay in the villa for free. The two close friends, Ai Jiayao and Qi Xiaoya, talked about everything. After a moment of deep thought, Qi Xiaoya, with a worried expression, confided in Ai Jiayao. Jiayao, my parents called me last night. Not only do they disagree with me breaking up with Zhou Wentao, but they also want me to marry him next month. My parents have already picked the date. When Ai Jiayao heard this news, she was shocked. Amidst her shock, Ai Jiayao quickly comforted Qi Xiaoya. Xiaoya, don't worry, I will definitely help you figure this out. Qi Xiaoya, looking heartbroken, tightly grasped Ai Jiayao's hand, her emotions a bit agitated. Jiayao, I knew you would help me. I'm counting on you for this. Ai Jiayao's mind raced, thinking of a solution. A spark of inspiration flashed in her eyes, and a good idea came to her. Ai Jiayao blinked her wise big eyes and excitedly suggested to Qi Xiaoya. Xiaoya, I have a good plan. You don't have a boyfriend. So your parents are introducing you to someone. If you tell your parents that you already have a boyfriend, they won't pressure you so much. Qi Xiaoya thought Ai Jiayao's idea made sense, but still looked gloomy. Jiayao, I think your plan is indeed good. But where am I supposed to find a boyfriend to trick my parents? Ai Jiayao playfully tapped Qi Xiaoya on the shoulder, looking proud. Xiaoya, you don't need to worry about that. I already have a suitable candidate to pretend to be your boyfriend. Already feeling overwhelmed, Qi Xiaoyao looked at Ai Jiayao with confusion. Jiayao, who is this suitable candidate you mentioned? Hurry up and tell me. This person who will pretend to be your boyfriend is, of course, Gu Moyu. Ai Jiayao confidently replied. Chapter 65. Ai Jiayao moves. As soon as Ai Jiayao mentioned Gu Moyu, she immediately recalled his captivating figure and handsome face, standing at a towering height of 188 meters, with a pair of strong long legs, muscular arms, and a charming face featuring a high nose and sensuous thin lips. Having such a handsome person as her boyfriend, even if it was just a pretense, allowed Qi Xiaoya to indulge in her crush on beautiful men. Qi Xiaoya quickly affirmed, Jiayao, I think your idea is great. Let Gu Mo you pretend to be my boyfriend. I believe my parents won't pressure me to marry a perfect man after they see Gu Mo you. When Ai Jiayao returned home, the living room lights were on, but Gu Mo you was nowhere to be seen. Ai Jiayao glanced over the balcony, and, as expected, Gu Mo you was enjoying the cool breeze outside. She set down her bag and walked over to the balcony, intentionally clearing her throat to catch Gu Mo you's attention. Gu Mo you turned around, greeting Ai Jiayao with a cheerful expression. Master, you're back. You must be very hungry. I've made dinner. I'm not hungry. I've eaten out. Ai Jiayao replied. Gu Mo you, I have something important to tell you. What important thing? Gu Mo you asked, a bit impatient to know. Ai Jiayao, Xiaoya's parents want to force her to marry a perfect man, and that perfect man has very traditional views, which Xiaoya doesn't want. The only way out now is for you to pretend to be Xiaoya's boyfriend, to dissuade her parents from their plans. Ai Jiayao explained her plan to Gu Mo you. When Gu Mo you heard that Ai Jiayao wanted him to pretend to be Qi Xiaoya's boyfriend, every cell in his body resisted. He immediately opposed. Master, I can agree to other things, but I absolutely cannot agree to this. Gu Mo you's response almost made Ai Jiayao spit blood in anger. She glared at him, her tone unfriendly. Gu Mo you, how can you still claim to be a ninth-generation intelligent robot? You're just a stubborn robot. I'm just asking you to pretend to be Xiaoya's boyfriend to deal with her parents. Do you really need to be so difficult? Gu Mo you is equally unyielding, insisting on his stance. Master, I only recognize one master in my life, and I can only be your boyfriend. I will not pretend to be anyone else's boyfriend. Oh my, is Gu Mo you confessing his feelings to Ai Jiayao in a roundabout way? Ai Jiayao suddenly felt a twinge of emotion. Amidst her feelings, she realized she urgently needed Gu Mo you's help, so she couldn't afford to fall out with him. Ai Jiayao changed her tactics, softening her approach, and began to persuade him patiently. Gu Mo you, right now, you are the only one who can help Xiaoya escape the clutches of that perfect man. Xiaoya has been my good friend and confidant since childhood. I can't just watch her being forced into a fire pit. Helping Xiaoya is helping me. As Ai Jiayao spoke, her delicate and flawless hands gently shook Gu Mo you's arm in a charming manner. In the end, Gu Mo you relented and said to Ai Jiayao, Fine, master, I will agree to this once. But remember, I will only be your boyfriend. I won't agree to pretend for anyone else in the future. With a pop, Ai Jiayao placed a sweet kiss on Gu Mo you's handsome face. Looking at Gu Mo you's astonished expression, Ai Jiayao smiled and explained, This is a reward for you. In a great mood, even though Ai Jiayao had eaten dinner outside, she still had a good appetite and joined Gu Mo you for another meal. After dinner, Ai Jiayao's gaze fell on Gu Mo you, who was wearing a white t-shirt and light gray casual pants with flip-flops on his feet. Normally, when going out, Gu Mo you was impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding the aura of an elegant young master. However, Qi Xiaoya's parents were ordinary farmers, and Gu Mo you's extraordinary demeanor, combined with his stunning looks in a suit, would definitely raise their suspicions. To prevent Qi Xiaoya's parents from doubting Gu Mo you, Ai Jiayao propped her chin and pondered, No, I must make Gu Mo you change his image. I can't let Xiaoya's parents see how handsome he is, nor can they see him in his current appearance. All right, I also need to help Gu Mo you come up with a family background. This will make it more convincing, so that when Xiaoya's parents ask, he won't be caught off guard. Ai Jiayao continued to plan. Early the next morning, Qi Xiaoya arrived at Ai Jiayao's house to help pack things up in preparation for moving to the villa. While packing, Ai Jiayao said to Qi Xiaoya, Xiaoya, I thought all night last night, and came up with a family background for Gu Mou. If your parents ask what Gu Mou does, just say he is a director of a small company, and his parents are teachers in the county. They have already bought a house in City A and have a small car as their current means of transportation. Ai Jiayao looked surprised and quickly thanked Ai Jiayao. Jiayao, thank you so much. You thought of everything for me. You've worked hard. Ai Jiayao waved her hand and said, Xiaoya, you and I are good sisters. Your matters are my matters. It's not hard at all. Ai Jiayao turned to Gu Mou, who was helping pack, and said, Gu Mou, you and Xiaoya should synchronize your stories. We can't let her parents catch you off guard later. Gu Mou could only respectfully respond to Ai Jiayao's instruction. Yes, master. I am from Zhaoqing, Guangdong. Xiaoya and I have been dating for half a year. My parents are teachers in the county, and I am the director of a small company. I have already bought a house in City A. Xiaoya works as an accountant at Chongqing Company. Gu Mou was helping to pack his luggage while synchronizing his story with Ai Xiaoya. After a busy morning, with the joint efforts of Ai Jiayao, Ai Xiaoya, and Gu Mou, they finally managed to pack most of the things, leaving all three of them sweating profusely. Hey, master, your things are finally packed. You can rest here for a bit. I need to go pack my things now. Gu Mou said to Ai Jiayao, who was lying on the sofa, exhausted. Chapter 66, very satisfied Gu Mou was thinking too optimistically. Just as Gu Mou turned around to pack her luggage, Ai Jiayao stopped her and said, Gu Mou, you don't need to pack your things. You can continue to stay in this room and don't have to go to the villa with me. What? Ai Jiayao actually wouldn't let Gu Mou go to the villa with her? What does she mean by that? Gu Mou asked Ai Jiayao in surprise, Master. Why can't I go to the villa with you? Why? I just don't want you to go. There's no need for so many reasons. Ai Jiayao replied, dismissively. Gu Mou became a little angry and started to threaten Ai Jiayao. Master, if you don't let me move to the villa with you, then I won't agree to pretend to be Xiaoya's boyfriend, and I won't help with anything at Xiaoya's home. Fortunately, she still had this leverage. Gu Mou thought smugly, You little girl, don't think you can leave me behind. Wherever you go, I will follow. Faced with Gu Mou's naked threat, Ai Jiayao was not angry at all. Instead, she calmly said, Gu Mou, you don't need to use this to threaten me. Let me tell you, even if you back out of pretending to be Xiaoya's boyfriend, I already have a new suitable candidate. Gu Mou was stunned that her threat didn't work on Ai Jiayao and asked with a dark expression, What new candidate? Who is it? Of course, it's the most handsome and charming guy, Su Wenhao. I believe someone as gentlemanly as Wenhao will understand my plight and will step up to help me without hesitation. Ai Jiayao unabashedly praised Su Wenhao in front of Gu Mou. That damn Su Wenhao was like Gu Mou's nemesis. What Gu Mou feared the most was Ai Jiayao meeting Su Wenhao. To prevent Ai Jiayao from meeting Su Wenhao, Gu Mou could only compromise helplessly, Master. I was just joking with you. Since I agreed to you last night, I will definitely follow through. Ai Jiayao felt that her plan had succeeded, suppressing her inner joy. She nodded in satisfaction and said, Gu Mou, I didn't expect you robots to also keep your word. Accompanied by Ai Jiayao and Gu Mou, Ai Xiaoya returned to her hometown. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Ai Xiaoya excitedly hugged her parents. Ai Jiayao also politely greeted Ai Xiaoya's parents, uncle, aunt. Long time no see. You both still look so young, not old at all. After some small talk between Ai Jiayao and Ai Xiaoya's parents, Ai Dad and Ai Mom's gaze fell on Gu Mou, who was standing behind Ai Xiaoya. Xiaoya, who is this young man? Ai Xiaoya's father asked first. Ai Jiayao nudged the dull Gu Mou and whispered, Gu Mou, pull yourself together and help Xiaoya play this role well. With Ai Jiayao's reminder, Gu Mou finally reacted, striding over to Ai Xiaoya's parents with his long legs and solemnly introduced himself, Uncle, Aunt. Hello, I am Xiaoya's boyfriend, Gu Mou. You could just call me Mou. The young man in front of them was handsome and extraordinary, with a fair complexion, tall stature, and an overall refined demeanor. When Ai Xiaoya's parents heard this handsome young man say he was Xiaoya's boyfriend, they were both astonished and looked at Ai Xiaoya. Ai Xiaoya shyly hugged her father's arm and coyly said, Dad, Mou is my boyfriend. We've been dating for 6 months. With their daughter's confirmation, Ai Xiaoya's father finally believed that everything Gu Moyu said was true. Looking at the handsome Gu Moyu, Qi Xiaoya's father nodded in satisfaction and said to Gu Moyu, "Look at Xiaoya. She is such a good boyfriend, but didn't bring you home to show us earlier. Uncle, please don't blame Xiaoya, it's all my fault. I was too busy and didn't have time to come with Xiaoya to see you." Gu Moyu gallantly took all the blame on himself. Hearing Gu Moyu's response, Qi Xiaoya's mother was even more satisfied with him and pulled Qi Xiaoya's father aside. Unable to contain her joy, said, "Old Qi, did you hear what Moyu just said? This boy not only looks refined, but also treats our Xiaoya well, especially with a man's responsibility." Gu Moyu's outstanding performance and boyfriend power made Qi Xiaoya's parents very satisfied with their future son-in-law, wishing they could marry Gu Moyu and Xiaoya off right away. Qi Xiaoya's mother happily invited, "Moyu, stay for lunch today. Aunt will make you something delicious." After that, Qi Xiaoya's mother went to the kitchen to get busy. After having lunch at Qi Xiaoya's house, Gu Moyu and Ai Jiayao hurried back to City A with the three young people. Regarding Gu Moyu's performance at Qi Xiaoya's house, Ai Jiayao praised, "Gu Moyu, you did really well just now. I didn't expect you to be able to make Xiaoya's parents so happy. You're impressive." Ai Jiayao's generous praise made the proud Gu Moyu even more pleased. Just as Gu Moyu was about to speak, Ai Jiayao's phone rang. Ai Jiayao quickly took out her phone, and when she saw the caller ID was Su Wenhao, she immediately answered the call and said, "Hello, Wenhao." When Gu Moyu heard Ai Jiayao say Wenhao, he snatched her phone and decisively hung up Su Wenhao's call. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Moyu had helped her a lot today, Ai Jiayao would have definitely given Gu Moyu a good lesson for such reckless behavior. After several hours of bumpy driving, they finally arrived in City A. Ai Jiayao said happily, "Finally back." Since the weather was very hot and they had traveled such a long distance, Ai Jiayao felt uncomfortable all over, and as soon as she got home, she couldn't wait to run back to her room to change clothes. After changing clothes, Ai Jiayao suddenly felt very tired, as if her whole body was about to fall apart. She took off her shoes, yawned, and said, "So tired. I need a rest for a bit." Chapter 67. Abandoned at home, Ai Jiayao had just changed her clothes and climbed onto the bed when Gu Moyu strode in. Ai Jiayao quickly grabbed the nearby blanket to cover herself and said, "Gu Moyu, what are you doing? You didn't even knock before barging into my room. Have you forgotten the house rules we wrote before?" Gu Moyu ignored Ai Jiayao's words and instead looked at her with a dazed expression, slowly moving closer to her. Ai Jiayao had never seen such a look in Gu Moyu's eyes, a mix of sharpness, dominance, and tenderness. "What are you doing, master? Today I must have a good time with you," Gu Moyu said, pulling the blanket away from Ai Jiayao's grip with one hand. Gu Moyu's dazed eyes and his devastatingly handsome face, along with a faint minty fragrance emanating from him, created a refreshing feeling. As Gu Moyu pulled away Ai Jiayao's blanket, instead of getting angry, Ai Jiayao waited eagerly for his next move. Gu Moyu's large hand landed on Ai Jiayao's porcelain-like body, and his sensual lips pressed against her soft lips. Ai Jiayao was already responding to Gu Moyu's teasing, eagerly seeking the pleasure that his sexy lips brought her. With another skillful move, Gu Moyu gently pressed Ai Jiayao back onto the bed, his whole body on top of hers. Ai Jiayao cooperatively wrapped her arms around Gu Moyu's neck. Just when Ai Jiayao's delicate little hands touched Gu Moyu's firm chest, he did not take their intimacy any further. Instead, he put on his white short-sleeve shirt and left Ai Jiayao's room without saying a word. Ai Jiayao's desires were ignited by Gu Moyu, and her entire face flushed with heat. And that detestable Gu Moyu, who had clearly been so eager just now, with enough foreplay prepared to enter the next euphoric phase, had walked away coldly. Getting up from bed, Ai Jiayao stood in front of the mirror and carefully examined her figure. Feeling her self-esteem wounded, she said, "Is it because I'm not curvy enough that Gu Moyu is not interested in me anymore? Or is my kissing technique too poor for him to want to proceed further?" With her self-esteem severely bruised, Ai Jiayao was puzzled and still hadn't recovered from the shock. Early the next morning, as soon as Ai Jiayao woke up, she recalled how Gu Moyu had walked away so heartlessly yesterday. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Wishing she could find Gu Moyu and scold him to vent her frustration. But when she thought of Gu Mo's innocent eyes, asking her what he had done wrong, Ai Jiayao felt she would be at a loss for words because yesterday's events were, after all, about love, a difficult topic to discuss. Still fuming, Ai Jiayao, to relieve her frustration, called out to Gu Mo, who was brushing his teeth and washing his face in the bathroom. Gu Mo, after you finish washing your face, don't rush to eat. First, clean the toilet in the bathroom. Okay, master. Gu Mo replied, still a bit sleepy. And after you clean the toilet, tidy up the kitchen, wash all the dishes, especially the range hood. Make sure to use dish soap and hot water. The living room needs a thorough cleaning. It's all dusty. Also, help me move my luggage out of my room. I need to take some things to the villa. Ai Jiayao was comfortably giving orders, telling Gu Mo to do all the chores she could think of. Gu Mo dared not resist and could only respectfully respond, "Yes, master." Ai Jiayao lazily lay on the sofa, playing on her phone while Gu Mo, like a male housekeeper, busied himself without a moment's rest. Knock, knock, knock. A rapid knocking sound came at the door. Ai Jiayao glanced at Gu Mo and impatiently said, "I can't believe you. Didn't you hear someone knocking? Hurry and open the door." Gu Mo didn't dare to argue back and could only obediently run to open the door. When he opened the door, he saw it was Qi Xiaoya. Gu Mo politely said to Qi Xiaoya, "The master is home. Please come in." Qi Xiaoya chuckled at Gu Mo's words and quickly replied, "Ha ha, Mo, you're still so humorous." Qi Xiaoya walked in with a big smile and said to Ai Jiayao, "You've been busy moving in these past couple days, right? I specially came to help." As she spoke, Qi Xiaoya didn't waste any time and started helping to tidy up. "Xiaoya, thank you so much. If you hadn't come to help today, I'm afraid Gu Mo, this rich young master, wouldn't finish cleaning until tomorrow." Ai Jiayao acknowledged Qi Xiaoya while giving Gu Mo a hard time. This time, Gu Mo finally couldn't hold back and began to argue back at Ai Jiayao. "Master, I've contributed here too. I'm still working on an empty stomach, helping you pack. Are you sure you want to praise me a little?" Ai Jiayao shot Gu Mo a glance and said, "Gu Mo, with you like this, do you think I'll praise you? Wait for the next life. And first, help me move the luggage downstairs. I'll call a taxi to take it over." Gu Mo moved all of Ai Jiayao's packed luggage downstairs. And with the help of the driver, they finished moving the luggage to the villa. Qi Xiaoya said to the driver, "Xiaoya, hurry and get in the car. I'll take you to see the villa I'm going to stay in." To prevent Gu Mo from knowing where she lived, Ai Jiayao quickly got into the car and shut the door while Gu Mo was tying his shoelaces, instructing the driver to start. Hearing the car start, Gu Mo finally reacted and shouted at the driver, "Hey, I'm not in the car yet. Why did you drive off?" Even though Gu Mo shouted loudly, the driver and Ai Jiayao seemed not to hear him at all and continued to drive away quickly. Abandoned at home by Ai Jiayao, Gu Mo could only obediently return to Ai Jiayao's original residence. Meanwhile, Ai Jiayao brought Qi Xiaoya to the villa. After a simple unpacking of her luggage, Ai Jiayao brewed 2 cups of Italian coffee, and while leisurely enjoying the sea view villa with Qi Xiaoya, they sipped their rich coffee, with a comfortable cool breeze blowing and admiring the beautiful sea view in front of them. Qi Xiaoya looked envious and exclaimed, "Jiayao, you're so lucky to live in such a beautiful place. It's simply more comfortable than living like a god." Ai Jiayao also slightly closed her eyes, feeling the warm and gentle breeze, and enjoyed it immensely, saying, "It's so comfortable. This villa is simply paradise on earth." Chapter 68. Are robots also beaten up like this? Gu Mo was ruthlessly abandoned by Ai Jiayao, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. This girl is really too much. How could she not let me go live in the villa with her? What does she mean by that? After a moment of distress, Gu Mo tried hard to calm herself down. But the more she tried to calm down, the more irritated she felt. Sigh, since there's nothing to do at home alone, I might as well take a shower to cool down first. Gu Mo comforted herself. After filling the bathtub with water and enjoying a relaxing bath, she took a dry towel to wipe off the water from her body. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. A thought flashed through Gu Mo's mind. Could it be that this reckless girl forgot something? Gu Mo hurriedly put on a pair of shorts. Not even having time to put on a top, and rushed to open the door with her upper body bare. When Gu Moyu opened the door, the person knocking was not Ai Jiayao, but her father, Ai Guohui. Ai Guohui's sharp gaze swept over Gu Moyu, and seeing that look in his eyes, Gu Moyu felt that something was off. Gu Moyu quickly explained to Ai Guohui, "Uncle, don't look at me like that. I haven't done anything to Jiayao." The more Gu Moyu explained, the more it felt like she was trying to cover something up. Seeing Gu Moyu half-naked, Ai Guohui had a bad premonition. This kid must have bullied his daughter. Ai Guohui couldn't accept this fact for a moment, and in anger, he raised his fist, furiously cursing. "Gu Moyu, I used to think you were a cultured person, but it turns out you're a disgrace to culture, actually laying hands on my daughter." As soon as he finished speaking, Ai Guohui swung a punch at Gu Moyu. Faced with Ai Guohui's sudden attack, Gu Moyu was clearly unprepared. Although Gu Moyu nimbly dodged a bit, Ai Guohui's punch still landed heavily on Gu Moyu's back. As Ai Jiayao's father, Gu Moyu didn't dare to fight back against this fierce attack. He could only dodge. If Gu Moyu were to strike back and accidentally hurt his future father-in-law, Ai Jiayao would definitely make him pay dearly. After a while, Ai Guohui got tired of hitting and leaned against the wall to rest, immediately taking out his phone to call Ai Jiayao. "Hello? Jiayao, are you at home? Dad is coming to rescue you." "That little brat, Gu Moyu, actually dared to bully you. I will definitely not let him off." On the other end of the line, Ai Jiayao was confused but still reassuringly said, "Dad, it's not clear over the phone. Don't worry, I'll be back soon." Ai Jiayao hurried back and just happened to run into her father, Ai Guohui, at the entrance of the community. As soon as Ai Guohui saw Ai Jiayao, he anxiously asked, "Jiayao, are you okay?" "Don't worry, that little brat, Gu Moyu, got a good beating from me. How dare he bully my daughter? He must be out of his mind." Ai Guohui recounted to Ai Jiayao what he had just seen and how he had beaten Gu Moyu. When Ai Jiayao heard that her father had taught Gu Moyu a lesson, she felt a bit uneasy because her father had been trained in martial arts since childhood. And with his skills, it wouldn't be surprising if he sent Gu Moyu to the hospital. Ai Jiayao hurriedly explained to her father, Ai Guohui, "Dad, you got it wrong. How could Gu Moyu dare to bully me? The reason he was half-naked just now was that he was taking a shower and I wasn't home." After much effort, Ai Jiayao finally clarified the whole story. Ai Guohui looked at his watch and then felt relieved, saying to Ai Jiayao, "I just came by to check on you since I was passing by. Since you're fine, then Dad can rest assured. I'm going back to the old home now. Otherwise, your aunt will worry about me." "Okay, Dad, let me take you to the bus station," Ai Jiayao said reluctantly. Ai Jiayao didn't dare to keep her father to stay for a few days because she knew how formidable Gao Yaping was. If her father didn't come home for a few days, she would definitely raise a ruckus. After sending off her father, Ai Jiayao took a taxi and hurried home. The door was left open, and Ai Jiayao walked straight in to see Gu Moyu's fair and handsome face was beaten into panda eyes, bruised and swollen. "Gu Moyu, what exactly did you do to make my dad so angry?" Ai Jiayao questioned Gu Moyu. "Master, I'm more wrong than Do-yi. As soon as Uncle walked in, he hit me without distinguishing right from wrong. And you're asking me why I made Uncle angry? As my master, shouldn't you be concerned about my injuries as soon as you came in? Instead, you're questioning me?" Gu Moyu explained pitifully. Ai Jiayao rolled her eyes at Gu Moyu, tried to suppress her laughter, and pretended to be indifferent, saying, "Gu Moyu, aren't you a ninth-generation smart robot? Logically speaking, you're not flesh and blood. So how could you be beaten up like this?" Faced with Ai Jiayao's question, Gu Moyu was a bit caught off guard. Although he was very angry inside, he couldn't reveal the fact that he wasn't actually a robot. Right now, Gu Moyu could only swallow all his grievances. "Master, I'm injured now and can't do anything. From now on, you have to be responsible for taking care of me at home." Gu Moyu instructed Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao slapped Gu Moyu's arm and said with an unhappy face, "Gu Moyu, you really think too highly of yourself. You want me to stay and take care of you? Don't dream." Ai Jiayao had a sudden idea, and a good idea popped in her mind. She cleared her throat and assumed a responsible look, saying to Gu Moyu, since my dad injured you, I, as his daughter, also have a responsibility. How about this? I'll call a repairman to come fix you, okay?" As soon as Gu Moyu heard Ai Jiayao wanted to call someone to come repair him. Every cell in his body resisted. He just had to give up on the idea of having Ai Jiayao take care of him. Gumoyu looked at Ai Jiayao and, suppressing the pain in his body, said, "Master, no need. Our 9th-generation smart robots have self-repair functions." Ai Jiayao confirmed again with Gumoyu. "Gumoyu, are you really okay? Really don't need someone to come fix you?" Gumoyu nodded affirmatively and replied, "I'm really fine. Since you're fine, then I'll head back." After confirming, Ai Jiayao truly ignored Gumoyu and went straight back to the villa. Chapter 69. Avoiding and not approaching. After Ai Jiayao left, Su Wenhao came to find Gumoyu. As soon as Su Wenhao entered, he saw Gumoyu's panda eyes and intentionally asked, "Mr. Gu, what happened to you? Why are your eyes swollen like a panda's? Did someone hit you?" Gumoyu shook his head and immediately retorted, "Of course not. Mr. Su, please don't make wild guesses. I'm the one who does the hitting, not the one who gets hit." Su Wenhao, having heard a rumor from somewhere that Gumoyu had been beaten, intentionally came to mock him. "Mr. Gu, you don't have to hide anything from me. Just now, when I was going upstairs, I heard a security guard say that a male resident in room 301 was beaten. Who else could it be besides you?" Su Wenhao deliberately exposed Gumoyu's lie. "I heard it was an older man who did it. That must be Ai Jiao's father, right? It seems Ai Jiao's dad isn't very satisfied with you." Su Wenhao ruthlessly mocked Gumoyu word by word. Finally, Gumoyu couldn't bear Su Wenhao's sarcasm any longer and began to issue an eviction order. "Mr. Su, I don't understand a word you're saying. I'm tired, please leave." Su Wenhao, having learned that Ai Jiayao no longer lived in that community but had moved to a villa on Huanmei Road, decided to move next door to Ai Jiayao's villa to become her neighbor. Su Wenhao bought a lot of new furniture and was directing movers to bring it into his home. Ai Jiayao had just gotten off work and saw several large trucks parked on the spacious road, filled with various high-end European-style furniture. As Ai Jiayao walked by, her eyes greedily glanced at the luxurious furniture she had never seen before, and she murmured, "I wonder which rich person is moving in, buying so much high-end furniture." Just as Ai Jiayao approached the villa's entrance, she happened to run into Su Wenhao, who was directing workers moving furniture. Ai Jiayao, looking delighted, greeted him, "Oh, Wenhao, what a coincidence. You're here too?" If it had been before, Ai Jiayao's proactive greeting would have been met with a warm smile from Su Wenhao. But this time, instead of his usual smile, Su Wenhao responded perfunctorily, "Sorry, I have things to do." After saying that, Su Wenhao hurriedly walked away, not daring to look Ai Jiayao in the eye. Ai Jiayao saw through him and pondered, "What's wrong with Su Wenhao? He wasn't like this before. Why does he act like he sees a play god whenever he sees me?" Su Wenhao's strange behavior and the drastic change in attitude left Ai Jiayao baffled. Since Ai Jiayao moved into the luxurious villa, Qi Xiaoya had become a frequent visitor. The two close friends sat on the sofa, chatting happily while munching on snacks. Remembering how Su Wenhao had avoided her earlier, Ai Jiayao mentioned to Qi Xiaoya, "Xiaoya, I ran into Su Wenhao at the door just now, and when I greeted him, he acted like he was avoiding a plague. What do you think is going on?" Qi Xiaoya's brain worked quickly as she helped Ai Jiayao analyze the situation. Like a detective, she asked Ai Jiayao, "Jiayao, when was the last time you saw Su Wenhao before you ran into him just now? What did you say or do then?" Ai Jiayao tried to remember, and after some reflection, she confidently said to Qi Xiaoya, "The last time I saw Su Wenhao was last Friday when he came to my house for the first time. I even made tea for him, and he complimented my tea. I had also bought him a gift online, especially to give to him." Ai Jiayao recounted the details of Su Wenhao's visit to her house without missing a word. "What gift did you give Su Wenhao?" Qi Xiaoya pressed. Ai Jiayao shyly replied, "Actually, it's nothing much, just an art piece. I even wrote a little card to go with it." "Jiayao, be honest, what did you write on the card? It wasn't a confession to Su Wenhao, was it?" Qi Xiaoya boldly speculated. Ai Jiayao shot Qi Xiaoya a glare, refuting, "Xiaoya, do you think I'm like you? Swooning over handsome guys? Actually, I didn't write much, just some blessings." As soon as she finished speaking, Ai Jiayao had a sudden realization. "Xiaoya, I finally understand. The reason Su Wenhao avoids me is likely because of the gift I gave him." Qi Xiaoya looked puzzled. "Jiayao, wasn't the gift you gave Su Wenhao something you personally bought online? What could possibly be wrong with it?" That day, The gift I prepared for Su Wenhao was tied with a bow, but when I went to give it to him, I saw the bow had come undone. At that time, I didn't think much of it, assuming I hadn't tied it tightly. Ai Jiayao recalled. Upon hearing Ai Jiayao's explanation, Qi Xiaoya confidently analyzed. Jiayao, based on what you said, it sounds like someone tampered with the gift you gave to Su Wenhao. But who could it be? Why would they do this to you? There was no one at home besides Ai Jiayao and Gu Moyu. Without a second thought, Ai Jiayao pointed the finger at Gu Moyu, angrily saying to Qi Xiaoya, I can say with 100% certainty that it was that guy Gu Moyu who was secretly up to no good. No one else is so despicable. Ai Jiayao remembered that during her move these past 2 days, she had never seen the inflatable doll. A terrifying thought suddenly flashed through her mind. That damn Gu Moyu must have swapped the gift. Putting the inflatable doll I intended for him in the gift box meant for Su Wenhao. It must be that way. No wonder Su Wenhao looked like he had seen a ghost just now. I have to personally explain this to Su Wenhao. Ai Jiayao was determined. Suddenly, Ai Jiayao stood up and said to Qi Xiaoya, eat whatever you want, don't be polite. I have to step out for a bit, and we'll be back soon. As she spoke, Ai Jiayao hurriedly put on her shoes and rushed out. Chapter 70. The matter is exposed. Ai Jiayao arrived outside Su Wenhao's villa, and under the guidance of the butler, she stood before Su Wenhao. When Su Wenhao saw Ai Jiayao had come to his home, he was a bit taken aback. After recovering from his surprise, Su Wenhao got straight to the point and asked Ai Jiayao, why did you suddenly come to visit? Is there something you need? Seeing the strange look in Su Wenhao's eyes, Ai Jiayao understood everything. She quickly explained, Wenhao, actually the gift I prepared for you that day was not an inflatable doll, but a piece of art. It was just swapped out by someone. When a big man like Su Wenhao heard the words inflatable doll, his ears turned slightly red. Su Wenhao directly questioned Ai Jiayao. Jiayao, since you didn't intend to give me that thing, how could a girl like you have an inflatable doll at home? You wouldn't have some special preference, would you? Su Wenhao's words were not without reason. In response to his questioning, Ai Jiayao, in order to prove her innocence, explained to Su Wenhao with all her might, Wenhao, let me tell you the truth. That inflatable doll was actually bought for Gu Moyu. The gift I got for you was a piece of art. It was all Gu Moyu's prank. He took the art piece I was going to give you and replaced it with this inflatable doll. After Ai Jiayao's explanation, Su Wenhao instantly understood everything. He muttered thoughtfully, I knew it. Jiayao isn't that kind of person. Heh, Gu Moyu, as expected of the president of Long Wei Group, even stoops to such low tricks. Su Wenhao's misunderstanding of Ai Jiayao was finally resolved. Feeling relieved, he invited Ai Jiayao, this whole thing was caused by Gu Moyu, which made me misunderstand you. To make up for my earlier rudeness and to apologize, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Ai Jiayao was always open to invitations from Su Wenhao. With a beaming smile, she replied, that sounds great. I love to eat. Shall we go to the French restaurant for steak again, or to Dashignon for seafood? Su Wenhao suggested. Ai Jiayao thought for a moment and replied in a negotiating tone, Wenhao, we had steak last time. This time, let us go for hot pot. I haven't had it in a long time. Even though Su Wenhao was treating, he had never refused to eat whatever Ai Jiayao liked. The two happily made their decision. After enjoying dinner together, Su Wenhao personally drove Ai Jiayao home. Sitting on the sofa, Su Wenhao pondered over what Ai Jiayao had just explained to him. He got up from the sofa and went to a corner of the room, where he found a dusty inflatable doll. Su Wenhao casually threw the inflatable doll onto a chair and said ominously, Gu Moyu, you really are something? Even this kind of thing is useful to you. Today I'll return the favor in kind. With that, Su Wenhao immediately picked up his phone and called the delivery guy, asking him to send the inflatable doll back to Gu Moyu. The next morning, Gu Moyu had not yet gotten up when there was a knock on the door. Who is it so early in the morning? Can't a person live in peace? Gu Moyu complained as he walked out to open the door. As soon as Gu Moyu opened the door, the delivery guy politely said, Hello, I have a package for you. Please sign for it. In order to get back to bed as soon as possible, Gu Moyu took the delivery guy's pen and carelessly signed his name. After closing the door, holding the package, he muttered to himself, This girl has moved to the villa to enjoy herself, leaving me here alone, and now expects me to sign for her package. She's going too far. When Gu Moyu was about to put the package on the table, He inadvertently noticed that the recipient's name was his own. Gu Moyu eagerly opened the package, and when he saw the inflatable doll inside, he realized his prank had been exposed. Gu Moyu took his phone from his room and dialed Ai Jiayao's number. He called several times, but each time he was met with a voice prompt. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. What on earth is this girl up to? Why isn't she answering after so many calls? Gu Moyu complained irritably. Caught between sleeping and seeing Ai Jiayao, he chose Ai Jiayao. Gu Moyu didn't know exactly where Ai Jiayao lived. He only knew she was in the villa area on Huanmei Road. Gu Moyu took a taxi to Huanmei Road. When he got out of the car, he saw identical villas and felt overwhelmed. Forget it. Since I can't find the exact location, I'll just stake out here. I believe that the heavens will not disappoint those who are determined. Gu Moyu resolutely decided to wait at Huanmei Road for Ai Jiayao to appear. After a simple breakfast, Ai Jiayao, with her bag, happily hummed a tune on her way to work. Just a short distance from her home, she spotted Gu Moyu standing tall by the roadside, obviously waiting for her. In order to prevent Gu Moyu from discovering where she lived, the clever Ai Jiayao immediately took a detour, successfully avoiding Gu Moyu's stakeout. Ai Jiayao managed to escape, but Gu Moyu stubbornly waited at Huanmei Road until noon without success before finally leaving. This girl is getting more and more mischievous. Since I can't catch you here, I'll just go directly to the company to find you. Gu Moyu changed his strategy. When Gu Moyu arrived at Ai Jiayao's company, it was lunchtime. Ai Jiayao was about to go downstairs alone for lunch when she happened to run into Gu Moyu at the company entrance. As soon as Gu Moyu saw Ai Jiayao, he stepped forward and questioned, "Master, why haven't you answered any of my calls after I called you so many times?" Ai Jiayao disdainfully glanced at Gu Moyu and replied with obvious contempt, "Gu Moyu, who do you think you are? What right do you have to question me here? Let me tell you, I answer anyone's call, just not yours. What do you think? Are you going to eat me or something? Remember, don't come looking for me in the future. I won't pay any attention to you." Ai Jiayao completely disregarded Gu Moyu's feelings, and each word struck deep into Gu Moyu's heart. This time, Ai Jiayao truly hurt Gu Moyu's feelings. Hurt, Gu Moyu didn't say much, turned around, and walked away without looking back. The empty company entrance was left with only Ai Jiayao's figure. Chapter 71. Urgent help in the Jianghu. After being ruthlessly hurt by Ai Jiayao, Gu Moyu did not return to the house where Ai Jiayao had lived before. Instead, he went back to his own villa. Gu Moyu sat gloomily on the sofa, his mind filled with Ai Jiayao's heartless words. Gu Majuan walked in and saw Gu Moyu frowning deeply, knowing that he must have encountered something troubling. "Hey, little brother, why the furrowed brow? Let me guess. Did that little girl Jiayao upset you?" Gu Majuan asked tentatively. Gu Moyu looked up at Gu Majuan, but didn't answer, still lost in sorrow and deep thought. Seeing Gu Moyu's expression, Gu Majuan immediately understood. The reason her brother was feeling down was all because of Ai Jiayao. Gu Majuan flicked her freshly done nails and casually said to Gu Moyu, "Moyu, since you usually know how to cheer me up, I'll give you a few tips to ensure that when Jiayao sees you, she'll be all obedient." Gu Moyu was increasingly at a loss on how to deal with Ai Jiayao, and now he had to resort to desperate measures. He quickly asked his sister, "You're the best to me. Please tell me what I should do to change Jiayao's attitude towards me, to help her dear brother lift his spirits." Gu Majuan eagerly devised a plan for Gu Moyu. "Little brother, since Jiayao and I are both women, I can guess about 70 to 80 of what she's thinking. Since she has been so indifferent to you, not answering your calls and not wanting to see you, you should just follow her lead and not look for her for a while." Gu Moyu was a smart person, and with Gu Majuan's slight guidance, he immediately understood, enlighteningly saying to Gu Majuan, "Oh, sister, I get it. This is the tactic of using a bait to lure in the prey. Smart. You really are a member of the Gu family," Gu Majuan affirmed. Thinking about having a new strategy to deal with Ai Jiayao, Gu Moyu happily picked up Gu Majuan in a hug, unable to hide his inner joy, saying, "Sister, thank you so much. You're amazing. Now I want to see if Jiayao dares to ignore my calls." Following Gu Majuan's advice, Gu Moyu decided to give Ai Jiayao some space. He hadn't seen Ai Jiayao for 3 consecutive days and hadn't called her once. Ai Jiayao sat alone on the balcony, sighing. Living in this seaside villa is very comfortable, but it's a bit too quiet and boring. It feels like something is missing. As expected, Ai Jiayao, living alone in the seaside villa without Gumoyu to stir things up, found herself a bit unaccustomed. It would be nice if Gumoyu were here. Even though he is quite annoying most of the time, sometimes he can really make people happy. After 3 days without contact from Gumoyu, instead of feeling relieved, Ai Jiayao's longing for him grew even stronger. Ai Jiayao stood up, gazing into the distance. That little rascal Gumoyu hasn't come to see me for so many days. I wonder what he is doing now. Should I call him over to keep me company? That way I won't be bored. Although Ai Jiayao had this thought, she quickly dismissed it. She questioned herself. Ai Jiayao, have you forgotten how you hurt Gumoyu a few days ago? Didn't you say you wanted him to stop looking for you? How can you still have the nerve to call him now? After a mental struggle, Ai Jiayao, due to her pride, felt embarrassed to call Gumoyu. Bored at home, Ai Jiayao picked up her phone and ordered takeout on Mate 1. Within 10 minutes, the takeout arrived, and looking at the delicious food, Ai Jiayao happily said, "Sigh. Eating is the only thing that can fill my life right now." Ai Jiayao sat down in front of the computer with the takeout, opening her computer to start her eating broadcast again. Ai Jiayao's eating broadcast online was still very popular. This time, she not only simply did an eating broadcast, but also analyzed various takeout options on Mate 1. Her boldness and straightforwardness made her go viral again, attracting many fans. Even though Ai Jiayao still had to do her eating broadcast every day, the villa was far from her previous gym. To maintain her figure, she insisted on swimming in the pool every day. Ai Jiayao changed into her swimsuit and walked out from the hall to the swimming pool. After a brief warm-up, she jumped directly into the pool and started swimming. Meanwhile, Su Wenhao, who lived next door, could clearly see Ai Jiayao swimming in the villa's pool. Su Wenhao quickly found Ai Jiayao's live account through some channels. During Ai Jiayao's live broadcast, where she boldly commented on various takeout options on Mate 1, Su Wenhao directly commented online, giving Ai Jiayao great affirmation, stating she was the bravest, most just, and most conscientious streamer, intentionally helping Ai Jiayao create buzz. On Sunday morning, after Ai Jiayao had breakfast and finished her live broadcast for the day, she sat alone on the sofa watching a movie. Halfway through the movie, her phone suddenly rang. Ai Jiayao casually picked up her phone, and upon seeing that the caller was Ai Jiayao, a joyful smile appeared on her face. Thinking that this weekend wouldn't be boring after all, as she had such a good friend to keep her company. "Hello, Jiayao. Do you have no plans for the weekend and want to come play at my seaside villa?" Ai Jiayao said with a smug expression. However, Ai Jiayao on the other end of the line did not respond to Ai Jiayao's question. Instead, she spoke with a bit of tension. "Jiayao, it's not good. My parents called me this morning, urging me to hurry up and marry Gumoyu." When Ai Jiayao heard this news, she was also shocked. In her astonishment, Ai Jiayao quickly said to Ai Jiayao, "Jiayao, don't worry, I'll think of a way for you right away." With Ai Jiayao's ideas, Ai Jiayao felt like she had grabbed a lifeline, and her tense mood calmed down a lot. "Jiayao, you need to come out right now. Let us go find Gumoyu at my old rental house. Only Gumoyu can help us with this situation now." Ai Jiayao strategized like a military advisor for Ai Jiayao. Both Ai Jiayao and Ai Jiayao arrived at the rental house simultaneously. Ai Jiayao knocked on the door, but the house remained eerily silent, with no one coming to open it. While taking out her key to unlock the door, Ai Jiayao muttered, "What the heck is Gumoyu doing? I've been knocking for so long, and he hasn't come out to open the door." Chapter 72. Don't cohabit with the master. When Ai Jiayao and Ai Jiayao opened the door and walked in, there was no sign of Gumoyu in the house. The furniture and walls of the rental apartment were covered in dust, clearly indicating that no one had lived there for a long time. Right now, Ai Jiayao and Ai Jiayao urgently needed Gumoyu's help, but he was not in the rental apartment, causing both of them to become anxious. Ai Jiayao struggled to calm herself and instructed Ai Jiayao, "Jiayao, since Gumoyu is not here, let's split up and look for him. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find Gumoyu." The two of them searched for Gumoyu separately all morning without any sign of him. and they returned to the rental apartment panting and exhausted. Before Ai Jiayao could catch her breath, she said to Qi Xiaoya, "I can't take it anymore. I don't know where that guy Gumayu has run off to. We can't find him at all. How about we rest here for a bit and wait for him to come back?" Qi Xiaoya was just as tired and agreed with Ai Jiao's idea to rest for a while and wait for him. The two of them lay down on the sofa to rest when Gumayu suddenly returned. Upon entering the rental apartment and seeing Ai Jiayao and Qi Xiaoya at home, Gumayu feigned calmness and asked, "What are you two doing here?" Now, when Gumayu saw Ai Jiayao, there was none of the previous joy or smile on his face. Instead, he appeared cold and indifferent, which made Ai Jiayao feel a bit uncomfortable. However, that wasn't the main issue. There was an urgent matter at hand that required Gumayu's help, and Ai Jiayao didn't have time to think too much. She went straight to the point and said to Gumayu, "Moyu, this morning, Xiaoya's parents suddenly called her, insisting that you marry Xiaoya immediately. Only you can help her now." Gumayu's sharp gaze swept over Ai Jiayao, and he refused without hesitation, "Master, I'm sorry, but I can't agree to this. You should find someone else to help." If this had happened before, Gumayu's direct rejection would have definitely made Ai Jiayao retaliate. But this time, with Gumayu's indifferent attitude, Ai Jiayao not only didn't dare to get angry, but she also felt a bit helpless. Ai Jiayao tried hard to calm herself down. Her mind racing, she blinked her beautiful big eyes, and a good idea popped in her head. Ai Jiayao decided to take the same approach as before. She could only be soft with Gumayu, not hard. Ai Jiayao quickly stood up and sweetly said to Gumayu, "Come on, Mayu, you've been out for so long. You must be tired. Sit down, and I'll get you a glass of water." Ai Jiayao graciously poured Gumayu a glass of warm water and even personally fed him. Gumayu had never received such special treatment before, and he was quite taken by Ai Jiayao's attentiveness. Fortunately, at this moment, Gumayu was clear-headed and kept recalling what his sister Gumayuan had said. Otherwise, he might have lost control and picked up Ai Jiayao to spin her around. Still full of confidence, Ai Jiayao continued her flattery attack on Gumayu, massaging him while pleading, "Moyu, Xiaoya is my good friend, and she's also your good friend. A kind and just robot like you wouldn't just stand by and do nothing, right?" Gumayu frowned and fell into deep thought, not responding to Ai Jiayao's words. Ai Jia didn't give up. She firmly launched a new round of her charm offensive, shaking Gumayu's strong arm while earnestly saying, "Mayu, I beg you, just agree to help me. You've already helped Xiaoya once. What's the harm in helping her again? Be magnanimous and help us out." Under Ai Jiayao's persistent persuasion, Gumayu's tightly pressed lips finally moved slightly. He glanced at Ai Jiayao and reluctantly nodded. "All right, I'll help you once more." Hearing that, Gumayu finally agreed. Ai Jiayao was as excited as a child, joyfully exclaiming to Qi Xiaoya, "Great. Xiaoya, did you hear that? Gumayu has finally agreed to help us." Qi Xiaoya was just as thrilled as Ai Jiayao, dancing with joy and quickly thanking Gumayu. "Mayu, thank you so much. I don't even know what to say. Just thank you." Gumayu turned his gaze to Ai Jiayao and said in a calm, magnetic voice, "Master, I agreed to help you, but I have conditions." Ai Jiayao suppressed her discontent and nervously asked Gumayu, "What are your conditions? Please say it. I'll try my best to meet them." In Ai Jiayao's mind, the most pressing issue was to resolve the trouble that Qi Xiaoya was facing. She had an inkling that Gumayu would likely propose the condition of having her cohabit with him in the villa. To ensure Gumayu helped Qi Xiaoya, Ai Jiayao had already decided that if he proposed this condition, she would reluctantly agree. Gumayu's gaze fell on Ai Jiayao as he calmly stated his condition. "My condition is simple. I will not cohabit with a master. I will continue living in this rental apartment. I've been living here alone for a while, and I quite like it. It's free and easy." When these words came out of Gumayu's mouth, Ai Jiayao found it hard to believe. Although what Gumayu said was completely opposite to what she had just thought, it was indeed the truth. Ai Jiayao felt a bit disappointed, but immediately agreed. "Okay, Gumayu, I agree to your condition. You can continue living alone in the rental apartment." Once the conditions were settled, Qi Xiaoya, Ai Jiayao, and Gumayu gathered around the table to discuss how to deal with Ai Jiayao's parents' marriage pressure. My parents are so eager for me to get married because they think Moyu is too excellent, and they're afraid I won't be able to keep him and that someone else will take him away. That's why they're rushing me to marry. Ai Jiayao explained the backstory of her forced marriage to Ai Jiayao and Gu Moyu. Ai Jiayao's clever mind quickly began to work, and she proposed her suggestion. Xiaoya, since your parents have this concern, why not have Gu Moyu accompany you back home, and let him show that he can't live without you, rather than the other way around? That way, your parents will feel more at ease. Chapter 73. Finding extras. When Ai Jiayao made this suggestion, Ai Jiayao immediately opposed it, saying, Jiayao, I think your idea won't work. With my parents' temper, if they find out that Gu Moyu can't live without me and I still won't marry him, they will definitely come here to force me to marry Gu Moyu. After thinking for a while, a good idea suddenly popped into Gu Moyu's mind. He began to express his suggestion. Xiaoya, your parents are so eager to push you into marriage, which shows they are quite satisfied with my previous performance. Since that's the case, to dispel their thoughts of forcing you to marry, I can only be the bad guy, making your parents dissatisfied with me. Ai Jiayao felt that Gu Moyu's reasoning was very sound and quickly said to Ai Xiaoya, Xiaoya, I think Gu Moyu's idea is great. How about this, Xiaoya? You bring your parents to City A tomorrow, and I'll find a few extras to help Gu Moyu perform this cheating act well. After a thorough discussion among the three, they unanimously decided to adopt Gu Moyu's method of acting out the cheating scenario to dispel Ai's parents' pressure for marriage. The three of them discussed for more than 2 hours, and Ai Jiayao was so tired that she fell asleep on Gu Moyu's shoulder. Gu Moyu did not push Ai Jiayao away and sat on the sofa for half an hour without moving to avoid waking her. Suddenly, Ai Jiayao got up and tried to lower her voice, fearing to disturb the sleeping Ai Jiayao. Moyu, I'm going back now, Ai Jiayao said softly. Gu Moyu glanced at her and nodded slightly, responding in a low voice, Be careful on your way. After Ai Jiayao left, Gu Moyu wanted to make Ai Jiayao more comfortable while resting, so he gently picked her up in a princess carry and strode towards the room. Gu Moyu's gaze couldn't help but fall on Ai Jiayao in his arms. A faint, refreshing scent emanated from her. Her big, spirited eyes were quietly closed, and her slender eyelashes resembled a small fan, casting a delicate shadow. She breathed softly, and the corners of her mouth curved gently, smiling happily as she used to. Looking at the sweetly sleeping Ai Jiayao in his arms, Gu Moyu couldn't help but give her a gentle kiss on her pink cheek with a pop. He carefully laid Ai Jiayao on the bed, quietly covered her with a comforter, and after lingering a moment with a tender gaze on her, he reluctantly walked out of the room. Ai Jiayao had a habit of being sensitive to the bed. Although she had moved into a luxurious seaside villa, she often didn't sleep well at night and would frequently wake up in the middle of the night. However, in this rented place where she had lived for several years, especially this bed, Ai Jiayao always felt a familiar scent and a homely feeling, so she slept soundly. When Ai Jiayao woke up, it was already the next day. She hurriedly got up from bed, tidied her messy hair, and suddenly remembered what happened yesterday. She had discussed things with Gu Moyu and Ai Xiaoya, and then she had fallen asleep on Gu Moyu. Ai Jiayao could roughly remember these things from yesterday, but she had no memory of how she ended up in Gu Moyu's bed. Her fair fingers tightly grasped the bed sheet, and she said with a flushed face, how could I be so lacking in resolve? Didn't I promise Gu Moyu not to live with him? I even stayed overnight here yesterday. How embarrassing. After a quick tidy up, Ai Jiayao walked out of the room briskly. Gu Moyu had just woken up as well, and Ai Jiayao averted her gaze from him, feeling instinctively nervous. Gu Moyu. At this time, Xiaoya's parents should have arrived in City A. Let's hurry according to the plan and find the extras. Gu Moyu raised his hand, slightly furrowing his brows as he looked at the time on his watch. It's about time. I'll go change clothes first, and then we can set off. Ai Jiayao had long been accustomed to Gu Moyu walking closely beside her, but this time, after Gu Moyu changed his clothes, he walked out with Ai Jiayao, leaving a noticeable gap between them that could fit another person. Ai Jiayao clearly felt uncomfortable, but did not mention it due to her pride. Accompanied by Gu Moyu, Ai Jiayao arrived at the place to select extras. After walking around in the crowd, a young girl in her 20s stood out. Ai Jiayao walked over and said to the girl, I need you to pretend to be the girlfriend of this man next to me. Once everything is settled, I'll pay you 500 yuan as compensation." When Ai Jiayao mentioned pretending to be Gu Moyu's girlfriend, the young girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she immediately agreed. "Okay, no problem. Although I'm an extra, I will definitely complete the task perfectly." After coming to an agreement with the young girl, Ai Jiayao took down her phone number. After arranging for the young girl to pretend to be Gu Moyu's cheating partner, Ai Jiayao said to Gu Moyu, "Moyu, I have something else to discuss with Xiaoya. You can head back first. I need to go to her house." Gu Moyu looked at the hot weather and, feeling uneasy, said to Ai Jiayao, "It's so hot, and it's not convenient to take a taxi here. Let me take you back." Feeling that Gu Moyu's offer made sense, Ai Jiayao politely replied, "Then I'll trouble you to give me a ride." Qi Xiaoya's mother had arrived in City A overnight on the late bus, and she was standing on the balcony of Qi Xiaoya's rental house, admiring the magnificent buildings, and couldn't help but exclaim, "The big city is really different. Look at all these rows of tall, beautiful buildings." Gu Moyu drove Ai Jiayao to the foot of Qi Xiaoya's rental building, and he got out of the car, gentlemanly opening the door for her. After getting out of the car, Ai Jiayao politely thanked Gu Moyu, saying, "Thank you." After a courteous goodbye, Gu Moyu drove away. Watching Gu Moyu's car disappear from sight, Ai Jiayao then turned and went upstairs to find Qi Xiaoya. Qi Xiaoya's mother watched every move of Ai Jiayao and Gu Moyu from upstairs. Chapter 74. The scoundrel in elegance. Mom Qi stomped in with heavy footsteps, angrily saying to Qi Xiaoya, "Xiaoya, do you know what I just saw?" "What did you see, Mom? Why are you so flustered?" Qi Xiaoya replied, looking puzzled. "Isn't Mo your boyfriend? Why is your boyfriend driving Jiayao around?" "I just saw it clearly from the balcony," Mom Qi emphasized. From her mother's words, Qi Xiaoya realized that her mother had actually seen Gu Mo driving Jiayao. Realizing that the situation was about to be exposed, Qi Xiaoya quickly tried to cover it up, saying, "Mom, I think you misunderstood. Don't be angry. Jiayao probably just asked Mo for a ride because it was on the way." However, Mom Qi was not convinced by Qi Xiaoya's explanation and replied, "My dear daughter, you are too naive. A man as outstanding as Mo has so many women vying to marry him. If you don't keep a close eye on him, he will definitely be taken away." Knock, knock, knock. Ai Jiayao raised her hand and gently knocked on the door. Before Qi Xiaoya could respond to her mother's words, she heard the knocking and immediately ran to open the door. As soon as Ai Jiayao opened the door and saw Qi Xiaoya standing outside, she quickly greeted her warmly. "Jiayao, come in. My mom arrived this morning." Ai Jiayao exchanged a knowing glance with Qi Xiaoya and said, "Everything is going smoothly." Taking advantage of the fact that her mother hadn't come over yet, Qi Xiaoya revealed to Ai Jiayao, "It was Gu Mo who brought you here, right? My mom knows." How can my luck be so bad? If your mom saw that, it's going to be a big problem." Ai Jiayao complained quietly. To welcome her mother, who had come from afar, Qi Xiaoya ordered a lot of local delicacies from a city to treat her mom and invited Ai Jiayao to stay for dinner. Mom Qi's attitude towards Ai Jiayao was completely different from before. Ai Jiayao knew that Mom Qi was still angry about Gu Mo driving her here. To ease Mom Qi's feelings, Ai Jiayao directly explained, "Annie, I was just at Mo's company for a meeting, and he happened to be heading this way to drop me off." Although she had lived in the countryside and had not seen much of the world, Mom Qi had eaten more salt than Ai Jiayao had eaten rice. Mom Qi glanced at Ai Jiayao with disdain and said, "Jiayao, you don't need to explain so much to me. The facts are right in front of me, and I won't believe a word you say." At Qi Xiaoya's home, Ai Jiayao felt the atmosphere was heavy, but they finally finished the meal. Ai Jiayao found an excuse and hurriedly left. When Ai Jiayao returned home, she said to Gu Mo, "Annie arrived at Xiaoya's rental place early this morning, so you need to arrange things quickly to wrap this up." Gu Mo glanced at Ai Jiayao and replied slowly, "I know, don't worry, I will handle it properly." On a weekend morning, following the plan, Qi Xiaoya invited her mother, who had traveled a long distance to see her, and sweetly said, "Mom, you are the best. You came all this way to see me. How about this? I don't have to work this weekend, so I'll have Jiayao come over too, and we can go shopping together." Although Mom Chi was still angry about Ai Jiayao trying to take her daughter's boyfriend. She had finally made the effort to come out of town to visit her daughter. To keep the peace, she suppressed her anger. Okay, my dear baby invites me to go shopping. I must go. Mom Chi readily agreed. Accompanied by Ai Jiayao and Ai Jiayao, Mom Chi arrived at the largest Baiwa shopping mall in the city. As Ai Jiayao took her mom around the mall, she bought all sorts of things. At Ai Jiayao's suggestion, Mom Chi and Ai Jiayao went to the clothing section of the Baiwa mall. Wow, the clothes here are so beautiful. They must be very expensive. Mom Chi couldn't help but exclaim. Ai Jiayao linked arms with her mom and happily said, Mom, these clothes are all beautiful. Let's pick a few sets. That way, you can wear pretty clothes home and surprise Dad. No matter what age stage one is at, everyone has a love for beauty. With the company of Ai Jiayao and Ai Jiayao, Mom Chi tried on many clothes and bought a lot of beautiful outfits. With her arms full of things, Ai Jiayao had a happy smile on her face. Ai Jiayao checked the time on her phone and said to Ai Jiayao and Mom Chi, Ai Jiayao, you've been shopping for so long. You must be hungry. Let's go eat at the restaurant across the street. Upon hearing Ai Jiayao's suggestion, Mom Chi also felt a bit hungry and quickly replied, All right, I'm a bit tired too. It's good to find a place to eat and take a break. At the entrance of the restaurant, Ai Jiayao exchanged a glance with Ai Jiayao and pretended to be shy, saying to Ai Jiayao and Mom Chi, Ai Jiayao, you go in first. I need to take a phone call. Ai Jiayao called Gu Mou and informed him of the location where Ai Jiayao and Mom Chi were, now just waiting for the drama to unfold. To facilitate the performance, Ai Jiayao chose the most prominent spot in the restaurant to sit with her mom. With everything prepared, Ai Jiayao also walked into the restaurant, casually ordering food with Ai Jiayao and Mom Chi. Gu Mou's efficiency was quite high. Just 20 minutes after Ai Jiayao's call, he and a young temporary actress walked into the restaurant hand in hand. The temporary actress had a curvy figure and wore a light blue dress, with high heels that made her just reach Gu Mou's shoulder. Her delicate makeup featured cherry red lips and eyeshadow. She was drenched in a strong perfume, and her large eyes seemed to have a captivating charm. As soon as Gu Mou and the temporary actress entered the restaurant, they were immediately recognized by the sharp-eyed Mom Chi. Seeing Gu Mou walking so intimately with the young girl, Mom Chi instantly became furious and angrily approached Gu Mou and the temporary actress. Gu Mou, you're dating my daughter, and now you are hugging and cuddling with another woman. What do you mean? I thought you were a refined and talented young man, but it turns out you are a scoundrel with one foot in two boats. You, Chun Shimmy, today I will make sure everyone knows you are a scoundrel in elegance. Mom Chi angrily accused Gu Mou, word by word. Chapter 75, pretending to be heartbroken in response to Chi Mama's accusations. Gu Mou appeared very calm. He disdainfully said, Auntie, don't let your anger get the best of you. Be careful of your blood pressure. Men having multiple girlfriends before marriage isn't a big deal. Besides, some people get married and still cheat on their wives. Gu Mou's words clearly revealed him to be a big scumbag. Allerlicht, Gu Montagu. How dare you say such immoral things in front of me? Today, I must stand up for my daughter and teach this vixen a good lesson. Chi Mama shouted angrily. In her extreme anger, Chi Mama couldn't control her emotions and rushed towards the temporary actress beside Gu Mou, trying to tear her apart. Although Ai Jiayao desperately tried to hold her mother back, her furious mother was like a runaway wild horse, recklessly charging at the temporary actress and raised her hand to slap her hard. In her rage, Chi Mama kept cursing, You vixens. I won't spare you even if it costs me my life today. Chi Mama threw another heavy punch at the temporary actress, and the scene descended into chaos. The situation had exceeded Ai Jiayao and Gu Mou's expectations. Seeing things getting worse, Gu Mou finally managed to escape the restaurant with the temporary actress amidst the turmoil. After hitting the vixen a few times, Chi Mama finally felt a bit of relief. Ai Jiayao hurriedly said to her mother, Mom, you can't hit people like this in public. My dear daughter, you're just too honest, which is why that scoundrel Gu Mou dares to bully you. You're right, hitting people is wrong, but I didn't hit a person. I hit a vixen, so it's not wrong. Chi Mama said earnestly. Once she calmed down, Chi Mama remembered her attitude towards Jiayao yesterday and quickly apologized to her. Jiayao, I'm sorry about what happened yesterday. I misunderstood you. I apologize. Please don't take it to heart. Ai Jiayao quickly replied, Auntie, it's all in the past. So let's not dwell on it. I understand how you feel. After receiving Ai Jiayao's forgiveness, Chi Mama's heavy heart felt much lighter. On the way home with Chi Xiaoya and Chi Mama, Ai Jiayao saw Chi Mama pick up her phone and dial Chi Papa's number, saying, Hello, old Chi. You don't need to consider the marriage between Xiaoya and Gu Mou anymore. I disagree. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes today, I would have been deceived by Gu Mou's appearance. He's truly a wolf in sheep's clothing, a scoundrel hidden beneath a cultured facade, daring to cheat on my daughter. Does he really think we can be bullied so easily? Chi Mama's call clearly conveyed to Chi Papa that he should abandon any thoughts of letting Chi Xiaoya marry Gu Mou. The trap that Ai Jiayao and Chi Xiaoya had carefully designed had finally achieved its purpose. After Ai Jiayao left, as soon as she walked into the house, Chi Mama couldn't help but ask Chi Xiaoya, I'm not criticizing you, but you've been dating Gu Mou for over half a year, and you couldn't see what kind of person he is? Chi Xiaoya looked speechless and explained vehemently to her mother, Mom, I'm also a victim in this. If I had known Gu Mou was so bad, I wouldn't have dated him for so long. Yes, you've wasted over half a year on this scumbag. I wish I could drag Gu Mou out and beat him up. You, my child, were introduced to that great Zhou Wentao before. But you refused to listen to me, which is why you ended up in this situation, being cheated on by that scoundrel Gu Mou. If the people from our village find out about this, I and your father won't know where to put our old faces. Chi Mama started her long-winded lecture again. At first, Chi Mama was fine, but as she continued, it became more absurd. Chi Xiaoya could no longer hold back and shouted at her mother, Mom, stop meddling in my life. Who I marry is my business, not yours. So why do you keep rambling on? With your eyesight, you'll probably get cheated on again. Starting tomorrow, I'll have Aunt May set up some blind dates for you. You will go back home for matchmaking. Imama order de Xiaoya. Unable to continue the conversation, Chi Xiaoya stormed out of the house in anger, leaving home. After wandering aimlessly for a while, Chi Xiaoya finally calmed down. With nowhere else to go, she took a taxi to Ai Jiayao's house. As soon as Chi Xiaoya entered, she expressed her grievances to Ai Jiayao, saying, Jiayao, please help me. My mom is being unreasonable and is now forcing me to go back home for blind dates. Ai Jiayao quickly comforted Chi Xiaoya, saying, Don't be upset. Xiaoya, your mom's doing this for your own good. Chi Xiaoya recounted her argument with her mother at home. Ai Jiayao's little brain started turning quickly, and a good idea popped in her head. Ai Jiayao blinked her wise big eyes and said, Xiaoya, since your mom insists on making you go back for blind dates, and you don't want to go, then you can pretend to be heartbroken in front of your mom, looking gloomy and dispirited. If your mom sees you like this, she definitely won't dare to force you into matchmaking. Chi Xiaoya thought Ai Jiayao's idea was excellent and happily exclaimed, Jiayao, you're so smart, this plan is really good. From now on, I'll pretend to be heartbroken and gloomy. Let's see if my mom dares to force me to go on blind dates. Chi Xiaoya angrily slammed the door and stormed out, while Chi Mama realized that she had been too harsh with Xiaoya earlier. Although she was in an unfamiliar place, Chi Mama couldn't shake the worry of Chi Xiaoya being alone outside, so she hurriedly went out to look for her. Unbeknownst to Chi Mama how far she had walked, she accidentally saw Gu Mou and Gu Mou Yuan at the bank, handling business with his sister. Miss Gu, weren't you interested in investing in our Tianjin company last time? I brought the contract. You just need to sign it. A customer was pestering Gu Mou Yuan. Seeing his sister being bothered by this customer, Gu Mou Yu walked over and said to the customer, Sir, our group currently has no intention of cooperating with your company. Please go back. We'll notify you when we need to. Gu Mou Yu's powerful aura immediately intimidated this troublesome customer. The man felt a chill down his spine and quickly replied respectfully, Yes, President Gu. Afterward, the man practically wished he had a couple more legs to escape from this chilly place as fast as he could. Chapter 76. Proving innocence. Gu Mou Yu and his sister's every move was clearly seen by Chi Mama, who was hiding not far away. This damn Gu Mou Yu. Today he provokes this girl, Tomorrow he provokes another one. This chin shimmy who flirts around, in order to prevent more girls from falling for him. I must stay calm and publicly expose Gu Mo's true colors. Chimama said angrily. Just as Gu Mo and his sister Gu Mo Yuan were discussing business halfway through, Chimama suddenly appeared in front of Gu Mo. Gu Mo was startled and exclaimed, "Auntie, what are you doing here?" Chimama glared at Gu Mo with displeasure and said, "Humph. You this chin shimmy. Of course don't want me here. Afraid I'll ruin your plans, right?" Chimama pulled Gu Mo Yuan over and bluntly exposed Gu Mo. "Say, miss, let me tell you, this man in front of you is a scumbag. He doesn't know how many boats he is stepping on. You should be careful not to be deceived by this chin shimmy." Chimama rambled on nonsensically, leaving Gu Mo Yuan confused. However, Gu Mo immediately understood, realizing that Chimama mistook his sister Gu Mo Yuan for his new girlfriend. Gu Mo straightened up and seriously said to Chimama, "Auntie, you're mistaken. This is my real sister. She's not my girlfriend." When Chimama heard that the beautiful girl in front of her was Gu Mo's sister, she felt embarrassed after getting confirmation from Gu Mo Yuan and left without saying another word. Confused, Gu Mo Yuan finally reacted and quickly asked Gu Mo, "Hey, Gu Mo, tell me honestly, what was that all about? Why did that Annie accuse you of being a scumbag? And what does she mean by stepping on multiple boats?" Gu Mo looked equally innocent and hurriedly explained to Gu Mo Yuan, "Sai, sister, it's a long story. Chimama's daughter asked me to pretend to be her boyfriend, but unexpectedly her parents forced her to marry me. I had no choice but to find another girl to pretend to be my girlfriend, so that Chimama would think I'm a bad person and wouldn't force her daughter to marry me. Gumontak you was explaining Ernestel Ypsilon." But Gu Mo Yuan became more and more confused, feeling like her head was spinning. She said to Gu Mo, "Little brother, what do you mean by pretending to be a boyfriend, and then finding another girl to pretend to be your girlfriend? You're going in circles, I'm getting dizzy." Gu Mo continued to explain, but for some reason, it just made things worse. Gu Mo Yuan, completely unconvinced by Gu Mo's explanation, said to him, "Mo, since you say it's Jiayao who asked you to pretend to be Qi Xiaoya's boyfriend, as the saying goes, empty words hold no weight. You should provide some evidence, otherwise I won't believe a word." Gu Mo was so exasperated that his own sister didn't believe him after all his explanations that he almost spat blood from anger. To prove his innocence, Gu Mo said to Gu Mo Yuan, "Sister, didn't you say you wanted evidence? Jiayao is my witness. When you go to the company tomorrow, you can ask Jiayao in person, and she will prove my innocence." Gu Mo Yuan looked at Gu Mo with suspicion and slowly replied, "All right. Since Jiayao can prove your innocence and knows the ins and outs, I'll personally ask her tomorrow." As soon as Ai Jiayao arrived at work, she was summoned to the director's office by Secretary Li. "It's just the start of my shift, and Director Gu is already in such a hurry to call me over. It must be nothing good. It can't be related to Gu Mo, right? It wouldn't be surprising, since he was publicly scolded as a scumbag by Chimama in the restaurant yesterday. Director Gu must have heard the news too." Ai Jiayao guessed. Secretary Li gently knocked on the door and led Ai Jiayao inside. He respectfully said to Gu Mo Yuan, "Director Gu, I brought Miss Ai." Gu Mo Yuan put down a shiny golden pen and waved her hand, signaling Secretary Li to leave. He quickly understood, nodded slightly, and exited promptly. "Jiayao, I called you over today to ask about Mo. A few days ago, didn't you ask Mo to pretend to be your friend Qi Xiaoya's boyfriend, making Mo deceive Qi Xiaoya's parents into thinking he was her boyfriend?" Gu Mo Yuan said directly. As Ai Jiayao expected, Director Gu was in such a hurry to call her over for this matter. In order to tease Gu Mo, Ai Jiayao didn't tell Gu Mo the truth. Instead, she pretended to be completely unaware and said, "Director Gu, what fake boyfriend? What deception? What are you talking about?" Ai Jiayao's act was convincing, and Gu Mo Yuan fell for it. She scanned Ai Jiayao with a suspicious look and saw her looking completely confused without any change in expression. Taking a deep breath, Gu Mo Yuan waved her hand and said to Ai Jiayao, "Since you're unaware, this doesn't concern you anymore. You can leave now." After Ai Jiayao left the office, Gu Mo Yuan angrily grabbed her car keys and headed home to find Gu Mo Yu. With heavy footsteps, Gu Mo Yuan walked into the villa and saw Gu Mo Yu sitting on the sofa, playing on his phone. She shot him a glare and angrily said, Gu Mo Yu, you little brat, you're getting worse. You even dare to deceive your own sister. Gu Mo Yu was bewildered by his sister's scolding and innocently replied, Sister, what's wrong? Did you eat gunpowder? Why are you so fierce? Gu Mo Yuan recounted her conversation with Ai Jiayao word for word to Gu Mo Yu. Gu Mo Yu looked wronged and said to Gu Mo Yuan, Sister, you have to believe me. I don't know why Jiayao would lie to you and not tell you the truth. Gu Mo Yu, shut up. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Now you immediately go back to the company. There's a whole bunch of things waiting for you to handle. Gu Mo Yuan ordered Gu Mo Yu in a tone that left no room for negotiation. Ai Jiayao was at the villa alone, enjoying the air conditioning, playing on her phone, and eating fresh fruits, living a very comfortable life. As Ai Jiayao walked out of the living room to enjoy the flowers in the garden, Qi Xiaoya suddenly came to visit. As soon as Qi Xiaoya entered, her face was clearly marked with sadness and distress. Xiaoya, what brings you here? Huh? What is wrong? Why do you look so down? Ai Jiayao asked with concern. Chapter 77. You are no longer charming, Jiayao. I got caught for pretending to be sick at home, and my parents found out. Qi Xiaoya said sadly. Ai Jiayao quickly comforted her. Oh, since uncle and aunt know about it, there's nothing we can do. Don't think too much about it. Qi Xiaoya continued to complain. You know what? After my parents found out I was faking being sick, they had a huge argument with me. They said that since ancient times, the marriages of children have been decided by their parents, and opposing their decisions is unfilial. They are just outright morally coercing me. They are forcing me to get married quickly. Qi Xiaoya poured out all her grievances and dissatisfaction from the past 2 days to Ai Jiayao. Seeing Qi Xiaoya so heartbroken, Ai Jiayao comforted her. Xiaoya, don't be sad. I believe that uncle and aunt will understand you one day. How about this? You don't go home for the next few days and stay with me. It will also give uncle and aunt a chance to calm down. In Qi Xiaoya's rental apartment, the atmosphere was tense, and her verbal battle with her parents was about to erupt. Luckily, Ai Jiayao could take her in, otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Qi Xiaoya quickly said to Ai Jiayao, Thank you, Jiayao. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. Ai Jiayao pushed Qi Xiaoya playfully and said slowly, We are good sisters. Your matters are my matters. Xiaoya, I actually think being single is quite nice. Free and unrestrained. Qi Xiaoya agreed with Ai Jiayao's thoughts and shouted, Being single is great. Long live being single. Ai Jiayao was immediately amused by Qi Xiaoya's funny antics and burst into laughter. The two good sisters felt as carefree and innocent as they were in childhood. To keep Qi Xiaoya from thinking about unhappy things, Ai Jiayao bought a lot of snacks, and the two of them sang joyfully in a KTV room of the villa while drinking beer. They sang until their throats were hoarse. And Ai Jiayao accompanied Qi Xiaoya in binge-watching dramas and movies, celebrating wildly for several days in the villa. Gu Mo Yu somehow found out Ai Jiayao's address and came to look for her early in the morning. Since she hadn't slept the night before, Ai Jiayao, looking exhausted, said to Gu Mo Yu, why are you here so early? I haven't gotten enough sleep. Gu Mo Yu glared at Ai Jiayao angrily and asked, That day when my sister asked you about why I pretended to be Qi Xiaoya's boyfriend, how did you explain it to her? You were the one who orchestrated everything. Why did you lie to my sister and say you didn't know about it? Faced with Gu Mo Yu's righteous questioning, Ai Jiayao was clearly caught off guard. She struggled to recall that Gu Mo Yuan had called her to the office to talk. Ai Jiayao looked at Gu Mo Yu disdainfully and admitted openly, That's right. Gu Montak, I did lie to your sister about that matter. I pretended not to know. Seeing Ai Jiayao's indifferent admission, Gu Mo Yu was even more furious. Questioning her, I helped you deal with such a big issue, and you don't thank me, but you intentionally lied in front of my sister, almost getting me into trouble. Why do you have to do this to me? Gu Mo Yu, how can you still ask why? Who was so mean to switch the gift I gave to Su Wan Hao with an inflatable doll, making him misunderstand that I have some weird quirk and avoid me like the plague? Ai Jiayao couldn't help but want to kick Gu Mou when she thought of the gift swap. Seeing Gu Mou silent, Ai Jiayao continued, Gu Mou, I just returned the favor. In an instant, Gu Mou was left speechless, appearing to back down. Gu Mou stepped forward and began to flirt with Ai Jiayao. Master, you haven't seen me for so long. Do you miss me? I think about you every night, and it keeps me awake. Ai Jiayao shot a suspicious glance at Gu Mou and said bluntly, Gu Mou, stop pretending in front of me. Let me tell you the truth. You have no charm in my eyes anymore. I want to fall for your tricks. Ai Jiayao didn't hide the fact that Gu Mou had lost his charm, but Gu Mou still didn't believe her words. With a mischievous smile on his handsome face, he replied, Master, I can interpret what you just said as I still have a lot of charm in your heart. Because you women are so playful and like to say one thing and mean another. Ai Jiayao had already said so much, but unfortunately, Gu Mou was shameless to such an extent that he still didn't understand. After finally sending Gu Mou away, Ai Jiayao didn't even have time for breakfast and hurried back to the company. As the eating broadcast program became more popular, Manager Lu scheduled Ai Jiayao's gaming livestream behind it, starting each day with the eating broadcast. After tidying up her slightly messy hair from the wind, Ai Jiayao strode towards the live streaming room. Jiayao, wait a minute. I have something important to discuss with you. Manager Lu's voice rang out behind Ai Jiayao. She stopped and turned around, respectfully saying to Manager Lu, Manager Lu, what can I do for you? Manager Lu said with great joy, Jiayao, your eating broadcast is doing very well and has received a great response online. Our company's visibility has increased a lot. Starting today, focus solely on hosting your eating broadcast. I will arrange other colleagues to handle the gaming livestream. I believe with your ability, your eating broadcast will reach new heights. Regarding Manager Lu's arrangement, Ai Jiayao could only comply. She quickly nodded and respectfully said to Manager Lu, Don't worry. Manager Lu, I will work even harder and won't let you down. Ai Jiayao started her eating broadcast as usual and found that the attention on the program continued to rise. With her fans increasing from over 3 million to over 5 million, the number and amount of donations were also constantly increasing. One particular fan donated a lot and appeared in Ai Jiayao's eating broadcast every day. This fan immediately caught Ai Jiayao's attention. Previously, it was Su and Hao who gave me the most donations. Now who is this user named Nanyuan Beija? Why are they so generous? Ai Jiayao thought to herself. Chapter 78. Falling into Su Wenhao's arms, Nanyuan Beija suddenly sent an invitation to Ai Jiayao in the live broadcast room. I've always liked your food broadcasting program and game streaming. I watch your live broadcasts every day in front of my computer. I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to dinner? Ai Jiayao did not respond to Nanyuan Beija's invitation. After finishing the food broadcast program, it was just the right time to get off work. And Ai Jiayao tidied up her things and went home. When Ai Jiayao got home, she saw Qi Xiaoya sitting on the sofa in a daze, looking gloomy. As soon as Ai Jiayao saw Qi Xiaoya like this, she understood everything. Qi Xiaoya must still be troubled by her parents' pressure to marry. To help Qi Xiaoya return her sunny self, Ai Jiayao walked over to her and said, Xiaoya, let's not go anywhere tonight. And let's not talk or think about any worries. Let's sing and drink together in the living room, and I'll get completely drunk. What do you think? At this moment, Qi Xiaoya, who was feeling extremely down, could only relieve her inner pressure in this way. Qi Xiaoya immediately replied, Okay, Jiayao, let's get completely drunk today. Let's sing and dance to our heart's content. Qi Xiaoya accepted Ai Jiayao's suggestion, and the two of them immediately got busy. Qi Xiaoya went to the fridge to get beer and snacks, while Ai Jiayao adjusted the sound system in the living room, playing popular music. The beautiful music danced like butterflies fluttering in the air, like the tinkling spring water flowing in the mountains, and like the brilliant stars twinkling in the night sky. Ai Jiayao and Qi Xiaoya each opened a bottle of beer, and Ai Jiayao said to Qi Xiaoya, Come on, Xiaoya, let's toast. The two girls drank several bottles of beer, and with the enchanting melodies of the music, Ai Jiayao and Ai Jiayao were also swept away by the wonderful music. At Ai Jiayao's suggestion, Ai Jiayao and Ai Jiayao began to dance freely in the living room to the beautiful music, occasionally humming a few lines loudly in time with the music. The unrestrained dance moves and off-key singing of Ai Jiayao and Ai Jiayao were clearly seen by Su Wenhao, who lived in the neighboring villa. It was the first time Su Wenhao saw Ai Jiayao so wild and without any image. If others saw Ai Jiayao like this, they might have been scared away. But Su Wenhao didn't think that way in his heart. Leaning against the splendid balcony, Su Wenhao smiled and said, "I didn't expect Jiayao to have such a crazy side. She just gets cuter the more I see her." Unable to contain his joy, Su Wenhao picked up his phone and dialed Ai Jiayao's number. Ai Jiayao was already a bit tipsy, and after the phone rang for a long time, she finally answered. "Hello, who are you? Xiaoya and I are drinking and singing, so please don't disturb our fun." Ai Jiayao shouted slightly, drunkenly. "Jiayao, it's Wenhao. You wouldn't have forgotten me after getting drunk, would you?" Su Wenhao said, a bit disappointed. Affected by Ai Jiayao's emotions, Ai Jiayao began to complain. "There are no good men in the world. Marriage is a grave for women. Why do Xiaoya's parents insist on making her get married? We can live happily and freely without getting married, even if we stay single for a lifetime." After hearing Ai Jiayao's words, Su Wenhao roughly understood the reason why Ai Jiayao was so drunk. Fearing that Ai Jiayao would hang up on him, Su Wenhao quickly said, "Jiayao, since you're not happy, I can drink with you and help you forget all the unpleasant things. I'll come over right now, so please open the door for me." "Okay, I'll come down and open the door for you." Ai Jiayao swayed a bit as she walked downstairs. "Jiayao, weren't we having fun? Where are you going?" Ai Jiayao asked in confusion. "Xiaoya, I have a friend coming to join us for drinks. I'll go open the door for him and be right back," Ai Jiayao explained. Su Wenhao waited at the door for a while, and only then did Ai Jiayao stagger to the front door. When Ai Jiayao opened the door, Su Wenhao was standing outside. Before he could say anything, Ai Jiayao, completely drunk, fell into his arms. "Hey Jiayao, what's wrong? Wake up," Su Wenhao said, gently shaking Ai Jiayao. Unfortunately, Ai Jiayao lay still in Su Wenhao's arms and didn't say a word. The smell of alcohol coming from Ai Jiayao confirmed to Su Wenhao that she was indeed drunk. Su Wenhao had known Ai Jiayao for a while, but she had never been this intimate with him before. At this moment, Su Wenhao felt that Ai Jiayao's skin was so smooth and tender, making his heart race, and he was reluctant to put her down. Having not felt any desire for a long time, Su Wenhao was somewhat captivated by this little girl, Ai Jiayao. He suppressed his inner desires and picked Ai Jiayao up in a princess carry, preparing to take her back to her room to rest. As Su Wenhao lifted Ai Jiayao, the strong smell of alcohol wafted over him. But even the heavy alcohol scent couldn't mask the pleasant floral fragrance emanating from Ai Jiayao. Looking at Ai Jiayao's fair and tender skin, her curvy figure, and her delicate features, which man wouldn't be enchanted? Su Wenhao restrained his feelings for Ai Jiayao, swallowed hard, and tried hard not to think wildly or do anything inappropriate. Fortunately, Su Wenhao was still a gentleman and did not take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, he would have taken full advantage of the drunken Ai Jiayao without her knowing. After carrying Ai Jiayao to her room and placing her on the bed to rest, Su Wenhao took a reluctant glance at Ai Jiayao, then quickly walked out of the room, not daring to linger, because he had just managed to suppress his desires. He wasn't sure if he could stop himself from doing something crazy if he stayed longer. After leaving Ai Jiayao's room, Su Wenhao went to the living room to drink with Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao, also feeling tipsy, pointed at Su Wenhao and said, "You're Jiayao's friend. Here to drink with us?" Su Wenhao nodded and replied with a single word, "Yeah." Chapter 79, Oath of Sovereignty. Ai Jiayao, already tipsy, completely forgot about Ai Jiayao. With a slightly flushed face, Ai Jiayao hurriedly brought over 2 bottles of beer, swaying as she handed one to Su Wenhao and said, "Come on, let's toast. Let's get completely drunk." Su Wenhao politely accepted the beer from Ai Jiayao and replied, "Thank you." He took a big gulp from the beer, and before he could collect his thoughts, Ai Jiayao stumbled and accidentally fell onto him. The sudden fall onto Su Wenhao was not terrifying, but the turmoil in Ai Jiayao's stomach led her to vomit all over Su Wenhao's clean white shirt. Su Wenhao was stunned, looking at his shirt that had become a mess. He sighed slightly and quickly helped Ai Jiayao up. Ai Jiayao was already drunkenly out of it, barely conscious, and fell asleep. Su Wenhao helped her upstairs and placed her in the same room as Ai Jiayao to rest. After making sure Ai Jiayao was settled, Su Wenhao looked at his dirty shirt and couldn't help but shake his head, saying, "Sigh, what a bad day, this is just terrible." Su Wenhao, who always valued cleanliness and his appearance, couldn't bear having the smell of alcohol on him, and his shirt was a mess. He strode to the bathroom and eagerly took a shower. When Su Wenhao finished showering, the smell of alcohol was gone, and the frown on his face finally relaxed. Since his shirt was stained from Ai Jiayao's vomit, he took it out to rinse it off. After washing his white shirt, Su Wenhao found a hairdryer and was drying his clothes in the living room. While he was drying his clothes, the doorbell rang urgently outside the villa. Worried about disturbing Ai Jiayao's rest, Su Wenhao hurriedly went to open the door while still naked. When he opened the villa door, he saw that the person ringing the bell was Gu Moyu. As soon as Gu Moyu saw Su Wenhao appear naked in Ai Jiayao's villa, a foreboding thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Su Wenhao did something inappropriate to Jiayao? Gu Moyu's sharp gaze scanned Su Wenhao from top to bottom, noticing not only that he was bare from the waist up, but also that there was a faint smell of alcohol on him. When Gu Moyu caught a whiff of the alcohol, she immediately sensed that something was wrong. That bastard Su Wenhao. He wouldn't have gotten Jiayao drunk and taken advantage of her while she was unconscious, would he? Just as this thought crossed Gu Moyu's mind, her anger clouded her judgment, and she pointed at Su Wenhao, shouting, "Su Wenhao, you heartless beast, today I must teach you a lesson." As soon as Gu Moyu finished speaking, she swung her fist, the veins on her hand slightly bulging, and charged at Su Wenhao. Su Wenhao barely had time to react, and didn't he manage to dodge when Gu Moyu's punch landed heavily on his face. With that punch, Su Wenhao instantly felt like a national treasure. Gu Moyu seemed to have lost her mind, and from her words, Su Wenhao realized that she had misunderstood him. While dodging her attacks, he quickly explained, "Gu Moyu, are you crazy? Hitting me like this is threatening my personal safety, and it's illegal. Let me tell you the truth. I didn't do anything to Jiayao. You could go check in the room." Mentioning Ai Jiayao snapped Gu Moyu back to reality, and she stopped attacking Su Wenhao, hurriedly rushing upstairs to check if Ai Jiayao was okay. When Gu Moyu arrived at the room on the second floor, she saw Ai Jiayao and Ai Jiayao peacefully sleeping on the bed. Seeing how lightly Ai Jiayao and Ai Jiayao were dressed, a terrifying thought crossed Gu Moyu's mind. This hypocritical monster Su Wenhao wouldn't he have taken advantage of both Jiayao and Ai Jiayao at the same time? Would he? In Gu Moyu's mind, Su Wenhao was indeed such a despicable hypocrite. Gu Moyu went to the bedside, picked up Ai Jiayao in a princess carry, and comforted her with a pained expression. "Don't be afraid, girl. I'm here. No one dares to bully you. I'll take you home right now. Don't be scared." While comforting the sleeping Ai Jiayao, Gu Moyu held her tightly. When Gu Moyu turned around to leave with Ai Jiayao in her arms, she suddenly realized, hey, this is my home. Why should I be the one to leave? That hypocrite downstairs should be the one to go. Unbeknownst to whether Gu Moyu was holding Ai Jiayao too tightly or if her murmuring disturbed her, Ai Jiayao was suddenly awakened. Ai Jiayao slightly opened her hazy eyes and, seeing Gu Moyu holding her, immediately questioned, "Gu Moyu, what are you doing? Put me down." Gu Moyu seemed to ignore Ai Jiayao's words, still holding her tightly. Ai Jiayao calmly tried to reason with Gu Moyu, but it didn't get through. Ai Jiayao struggled with all her might against Gu Moyu, warning her, "Gu Moyu, if you don't put me down before I get angry, I'll let you off the hook." In the midst of Ai Jiayao's desperate struggles, Gu Moyu suddenly released her grip, and Ai Jiayao fell heavily onto the bed. Gu Moyu, you bastard, are you trying to kill me?" Ai Jiayao complained while rubbing her head. "I'm not arguing with you. I need to get rid of that culprit outside first. Gumoyu felt it was more urgent to get Su Wenhao out than to argue with Ai Jiayao. At this moment, Gumoyu didn't have time to bicker with Ai Jiayao and strode out of the room, declaring her sovereignty to Su Wenhao outside. Su Wenhao, this is my home. Jiayao is also my woman. You have no right to speak here, so get lost quickly. Otherwise, I want to be polite. In front of Su Wenhao, Gumoyu's gentlemanly demeanor vanished, and she openly ordered him to leave. However, Su Wenhao dismissed Gumoyu's words, feeling that it was already outrageous for her to say this was her home, and he was the first to disagree with her claim that Jiayao was her woman. Chapter 80 Long Live Singlehood. Su Wenhao crossed his arms and calmly questioned Gumoyu. Gumoyu, you're being too domineering, aren't you? Why do you say Jiayao is your woman? Has Jiayao herself admitted that you're her boyfriend? You better not put labels on her randomly. In response to this question, Gumoyu was not to be outdone and retorted confidently. Su Wenhao, Jiayao has long been my woman. Who are you, an outsider, to point fingers here? Why should I have to tell you? Gumoyu was starting to act tough, and Su Wenhao wasn't one to back down. Instead of getting angry at Gumoyu's unreasonable arguments, Su Wenhao wore a smug expression and said, Gumoyu, don't be so unreasonable. If I remember correctly, in Jiayao's eyes, you're just an intelligent robot, a mechanical plaything that can be manipulated. Where's the love? Why do you have to say such shameless things here? Gumoyu never expected that Ai Jiayao would even tell Su Wenhao such things. Clearly, their relationship had developed beyond his expectations. Su Wenhao successfully hit Gumoyu's weak spot, and Gumoyu felt hurt inside. However, Gumoyu still did not believe that Ai Jiayao would think of him that way. With an unexpected burst of courage, Gumoyu confidently and unabashedly asked Ai Jiayao in front of everyone, Jiayao, I know you definitely don't think of me this way. Su Wenhao is just trying to sow discord between us. I won't fall for it. Before Ai Jiayao could react, Gumoyu pressed on Jiayao. Tell Su Wenhao loudly that you are my woman. At that moment, Ai Jiayao felt like the chicken leg in a chicken burger, caught in a dilemma between the two men, unable to think of a good solution in a short time. Ai Jiayao could only express her heart and shouted in front of Gumoyu and Su Wenhao, long live singlehood, long live singlehood. Ai Jiayao not only failed to respond positively to Gumoyu's question, but also shouted the slogan long live singlehood, which was a slap in Gumoyu's face. Su Wenhao was not very pleased with Ai Jiayao's response either. After all, in his heart, he felt good about himself and believed that Ai Jiayao was also interested in him. He didn't expect her to say long live singlehood. Feeling that he no longer needed to stay there and fearing he might provoke Ai Jiayao's dislike, Su Wenhao tactfully said, Jiayao, I have some matters to handle in my company, so I'll head back first. After Su Wenhao left, Gumoyu had no intention of leaving and wanted to stay in the villa. At that moment, Gumoyu's phone rang. Frowning slightly, Gumoyu quickly answered the phone. Hello. On the other end was his sister Gumoyuin's voice. Moyu. The delegation from the American company is coming to our company tomorrow to discuss the cooperation for the next quarter. The documents and contracts have been prepared. You should come and take a look to see if there is anything that needs to be modified. Currently, Longwei Group's biggest partner is the American company, and 1/3 of Longwei Group's annual profit comes from working with the American company. Okay, got it. I'll be home right away. Gumoyu replied, looking out the window. After receiving his sister's call, Gumoyu said to Ai Jiayao, Master, I'm heading back now. I'll come see you tomorrow. Ai Jiayao was just worried about how to get rid of Gumoyu, and unexpectedly, after Gumoyu received a phone call, he took the initiative to leave. Ai Jiayao secretly felt relieved, thinking, the person who called Gumoyu must be his lucky star. While playing with her phone, Ai Jiayao pretended to be indifferent and said, Okay, good, go ahead. After Gumoyu left, Ai Jiayao, still reeking of alcohol, went to the bathroom and took a nice bath. Having drunk too much, Ai Jiayao still had a headache. Drowsily, she entered her room and fell asleep next to Qi Xiaoya. The next morning, thinking about the lease termination with the landlord, Ai Jiayao, despite feeling extremely tired, struggled to get out of bed. After washing up and changing her clothes, without even having time for breakfast, she heard her phone ringing. Ai Jiayao quickly grabbed her phone and saw that the caller ID was her landlord. She quickly answered the call. The voice of her landlord came through. Jiayao, I'm really sorry. I called you in advance. I have other matters to attend to today, so please come over early to finalize the lease termination. Okay, got it, Annie. I'm on my way. Ai Jiayao replied politely while searching for a bag to arrive at her destination faster and not waste anyone's time. Ai Jiayao immediately hailed a taxi as soon as she stepped out, heading straight for the rental house. When she arrived at the rental house, Gu Moyu was not at home. After Ai Jiayao completed the lease termination procedures with her landlord, she said to her landlord, Annie, the procedures are all done, so I'm leaving now. The landlord smiled gently and nodded. Okay, be careful on the way. After Ai Jiayao said goodbye to her landlord and just walked out the door, she ran into Gu Moyu. Having not seen Ai Jiayao here so early after she moved out, Gu Moyu felt a little happy inside. He thought Ai Jiayao had come specifically to see him. With a big smile, Gu Moyu asked Ai Jiayao, Master, you came here so early. You must have missed me, right? Ai Jiayao glanced at Gu Moyu dismissively and bluntly replied, Gu Moyu, stop being so self-important. I didn't come to see you. I came to terminate the lease. I've already completed the procedures. When Gu Moyu heard this news, it felt like a bolt from the blue. He looked at Ai Jiayao with confusion and asked, Master, why did you suddenly terminate the lease? You didn't even discuss it with me. Where will I live in the future? Gu Moyu, look at you being so useless. I don't even know what to say. Since you have nowhere to stay, I'll go back and discuss it with Xiaoya and let you stay at her place. Ai Jiayao replied unhurriedly. Gu Moyu thought Ai Jiayao would let him go back to the villa with her, but unexpectedly, she suggested he stay with Qi Xiaoya instead. Gu Moyu was 1,000% against it. Gu Moyu immediately opposed. Master, I will not agree to stay with Qi Xiaoya. Chapter 81, Recall the Robot. Unified Destruction. Ai Jiayao glared at Gu Moyu and said in a tone that allowed no discussion, Gu Moyu, don't think you're a big shot. Let me tell you, if Xiaoya is willing to take you in, you should be grateful, not here arguing with me. If Xiaoya doesn't want to take you in, you'll end up on the streets. After Gu Moyu packed his belongings in the rental apartment, Ai Jiayao forced him to come to Qi Xiaoya's house. As soon as Ai Jiayao and Gu Moyu entered, Qi Xiaoya looked surprised and said, Wow, Jiayao, what are you two doing with all these bags? Ai Jiayao didn't beat around the bush and said directly, Xiaoya, I canceled the rental on the place I was staying. Gu Moyu has nowhere to live now, so he can stay at your house. This request from Ai Jiayao immediately met with strong opposition from Qi Xiaoya. Jiayao, although Gu Moyu helped me last time, it's only right for me to take him in. But think about it. My parents have met Gu Moyu. If they find out that I'm living alone with him, they definitely kill me. On the side, Gu Moyu is not idle either. He started to add fuel to the fire, saying exactly, being alone in a room with a girl, I'm fine with it, but I don't know what others will think. Ai Jiayao also felt that Qi Xiaoya had a point. Since Gu Moyu had nowhere else to go. After some thought, Ai Jiayao finally gritted her teeth and said to Gu Moyu standing aside, Gu Moyu, since you have nowhere to go, I'll let you temporarily stay at my villa, but you have to agree to one condition. Ai Jiayao could agree to let Gu Moyu move in her villa, and not to mention one condition. Even if it were 10 conditions, Gu Moyu would accept. Master, what is the condition? Please tell me. Gu Moyu was a bit impatient. Gu Moyu, you can stay in my villa, but you're only allowed to move around on the first floor, and you're not allowed to go to the second floor, understand? Ai Jiayao said thoughtfully. This requirement from Ai Jiayao was a piece of cake for Gu Moyu. He quickly agreed. Master, I accept this condition. Without your permission, I guarantee I won't go to the second floor. With Gu Moyu's guarantee, Ai Jiayao took him and his bags back to the villa. Gu Moyu was organizing his things downstairs in the villa, while Ai didn't help. Instead, she hurried back to work. Fortunately, she made it in time and wasn't late for work. Ai Jiayao quickly arrived at her workstation, and just as she sat down, Lu Pian came over with a mail and handed it to Ai Jiayao, saying, Jiayao, this is a mail notification from the company headquarters for you. Why would the headquarters send her a mail notification out of the blue? Ai Jiayao was puzzled, but still politely said to Lu Pian, "Thank you for your trouble." Lu Pian smiled slightly at Ai Jiayao and returned to her own workstation. Feeling anxious and curious, Ai Jiayao quickly opened the mail. When Ai Jiayao opened the mail, a white A4 paper printed with bold letters read, "The company will recall the robot prize and destroy it uniformly." Ai Jiayao thought it might be someone's prank, but looking further down, she saw the stamp of Longhui Group. That annoying robot can finally be recalled. And I won't have to live in fear anymore. I don't have to serve that robot young master anymore. I'm finally liberated. Ai Jiayao shouted deputy. Ai Jiayao felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. She had never felt this happy before. After a moment of joy, a terrifying thought suddenly flashed through Ai Jiayao's mind. The one beside her now was not the robot Gu Mou, but the human Gu Mou. What should I do? If Gu Mou is mistaken for a robot and destroyed, won't he be doomed? Ai Jiayao couldn't help but worry about Gu Mou. If Gu Mou is really destroyed as a robot, what should I do? Memories of the little things that happened with Gu Mou suddenly flooded Ai Jiayao's mind, and for the first time, she genuinely didn't want to part with Gu Mou. Fearing something might happen to him, Ai Jiayao tidied up the mail and put it in the drawer. Then, with a heavy heart, she quickly walked to Gu Mouyuan's office. "Director Gu, I have something important to tell you," Ai Jiayao said with a nervous heart. Gu Mouyuan glanced at Ai Jiayao and slowly said, "What is the important matter, Jiayao? Go ahead." Ai Jiayao swallowed hard and tentatively asked, "Director Gu, I just received an email from the company headquarters saying that the previous robot prizes need to be recalled and destroyed uniformly. Could you help me and not let my robot be destroyed?" Gu Mouyuan suddenly stood up and unequivocally stated her stance. "Sorry, Jiayao. I can't help you with this. This is a decision made by the board of directors, and the previously trialed robots must be recalled and destroyed uniformly." Ai Jiayao had thought Gu Mouyuan would be her last hope to save Gu Mou, but Gu Mouyuan clearly told her that she couldn't help. Ai Jiayao slightly signaled to Gu Mouyuan and left her office feeling dejected. The whole day at work, Ai Jiayao was filled with worries and reluctance for Gu Mou, feeling heavy-hearted and unhappy. Finally, the end of the workday arrived, and Lu Pian quickly walked over to Ai Jiayao, inviting her. "Jiayao, a new buffet opened across from our company, and I'll treat you today. Let's go eat a lot." Ai Jiayao blankly glanced at Lu Pian and waved her hand to refuse. Pian, you go ahead. I'm not in the mood to eat. I have things at home to deal with." Ai Jiayao, this little foodie, actually had no appetite. Lu Pian thought her ears were playing tricks on her. By the time Lu Pian realized, Ai Jiayao had already disappeared from her sight. Ai Jiayao returned home in a daze, and as soon as she entered the house, she eagerly looked for Gu Mou, but unfortunately, he was out and not at home. After searching around and confirming Gu Mou was not home, she felt a bit angry and said, "That guy Gu Mou, I'm worrying about him, and he is off having a good time alone somewhere." Ai Jiayao looked at the time hanging on the wall. It was already time to start the live broadcast. She went to her computer, and as soon as she turned it on, she saw Su Wenhao online urging Ai Jiayao to start the live broadcast. Chapter 82. Significant meaning. Ai Jiayao is now filled with thoughts of Gu Mou. Although she's not in the mood, she still has to work. Ai Jiayao continues her live streaming program, interacting with enthusiastic fans. Su Wenhao remains active in Ai Jiayao's live stream, constantly leaving comments leading the cheer. "This is the best live stream I have ever seen. I hope the host could do more sessions every day." Ai Jiayao's live stream program receives affirmation from most fans, but she can't feel happy at all. Her mind is still on Gu Mou. The live stream finally ends, and Ai Jiayao stands up from her chair, glancing at the clock on the wall, saying, "It's already this late. Why hasn't Gu Mou come back yet? Could something have happened? What if he was caught by the company and destroyed like a robot?" Ai Jiayao's heart is anxious, pacing back and forth in the living room. It is already late at night when footsteps finally sound from outside the villa. Gu Mou and his sister Gu Mouyuan come back after dinner, and before Gu Mou can knock on the door, Ai Jiayao eagerly goes out to greet them. The moment the door opens, Ai Jiayao sees Gu Moyu standing there unharmed, and her heart is filled with mixed emotions. Both worried for his safety and fearful that something might have happened to him, making it impossible for her to see him again. Ai Jiayao leads Gu Moyu and Gu Moyun inside, and as soon as Gu Moyu sits down on the sofa, Ai Jiayao, with a conflicted heart, asks him, Gu Moyu, where have you been all night? If you didn't come back, I would have to close the door and let you sleep on the street. Seeing that Ai Jiayao's face is not looking good, Gu Moyu tries to lighten the mood with a joke. Please don't be angry, master. I went for maintenance, so I could provide you with better service. For Ai Jiayao, who knows the truth, Gu Moyu's joke is not funny at all. The atmosphere in the living room becomes awkward for a while, and Ai Jiayao continues to press Gu Moyu. Gu Moyu, even if you went for maintenance, you didn't have to take all night, did you? You. Before Ai Jiayao can finish, Gu Moyun interrupts her. Looking at the time on her watch, she leisurely says, it's getting late. Moyu needs to rest too. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Gu Moyu looks puzzled at his sister, Gu Moyun, his eyes filled with confusion and doubt. What's my sister doing? It's rare for Jiayao to care about me like this. She shouldn't ruin this rare opportunity. Before Gu Moyu can speak, Gu Moyun unceremoniously drags Gu Moyu to his room. After pulling her brother, Gu Moyu, back to his room, Gu Moyun deliberately comes in front of Ai Jiayao, seriously saying to her, Jiayao, starting tomorrow, you need to leave and move out of the villa. Also, you are not allowed to look for Gu Moyu anymore. After delivering these stern words, Gu Moyu doesn't even glance at Ai Jiayao and strides upstairs. Ai Jiayao is clearly unprepared for Gu Moyun's sudden eviction order, sitting on the sofa in a daze, slowly digesting the scenes that just unfolded. Gu Moyun's words are clearly heard by Gu Moyu in the room. As soon as Gu Moyun enters the room, Gu Moyu eagerly pulls her over, asking anxiously, Sister, what were you just doing? Don't you know that your actions hurt Jiayao and me? Seeing Gu Moyu looking anxious, Gu Moyun rolls her eyes in exasperation, a glimmer of wisdom flashing in her eyes as she says, Calm down, little brother. There's a reason for what I did. It's all for your own good. Seeing his sister so calm and confident, Gu Moyu pleads with Gu Moyun, Sister, what exactly is your purpose in doing this? Please tell me. Gu Moyun shakes her head helplessly and says, Little brother, you are usually such a smart and composed person. Nothing can stump you. But in front of Ai Jiayao, why do you change into a different person? Under Gu Moyu's questioning, Gu Moyun finally hints meaningfully, Moyu, have you heard the saying, what you can't have is the best? When dealing with a girl like Jiayao, you can't be too proactive or it will backfire. What I just did was according to the original plan, using a tactic of feigning indifference to attract Jiayao. Ai Jiayao sits alone on the sofa in the living room for more than an hour, and Gu Moyu doesn't step out of his room to find her. Ai Jiayao feels hurt and disappointed. Ai Jiayao yawns, gets up from the sofa, and prepares to go back to her room to rest. When Ai Jiayao changes into her pajamas and gets into bed, she still doesn't see Gu Moyu's figure. With a belly full of doubts, Ai Jiayao comforts herself. With Gu Moyu's character, he wouldn't just let it go. He will definitely come to sneak attack tonight. I need to be mentally prepared. Otherwise, I'll suffer again. Time passes slowly, and just as Ai Jiayao is about to fall asleep, there is still no movement outside her room. Ai Jiayao suppresses her drowsiness, puts on her shoes, and walks to the window to look around. Still not seeing Gu Moyu's figure. The windows and doors show no signs of having been opened, and Ai Jiayao sadly closes her room door, feeling extremely sleepy. Ai Jiayao returns to bed and lies down. As soon as she lies down, she falls into a deep sleep. The next morning, as dawn breaks, Ai Jiayao, still in a dream, furrows her brow and keeps shouting, No, Gu Moyu is not really a robot. Don't hurt him. Ai Jiayao wakes up with a start. Sitting up in a daze, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, she says, Phew, I was just dreaming. That scared me. Looking down at the floor, Ai Jiayao finds her blanket has fallen to the ground, and she whimsically imagines, I must have fallen asleep yesterday, and Gu Moyu came to sneak attack me in the middle of the night. That's why the blanket ended up on the floor. Ai Jiayao secretly feels happy, That little rascal Gu Moyu pretends to be serious in front of his sister, but he's actually very naughty inside. He must have come last night. When Ai Jiayao looks down and sees the loose collar of her nightgown, she suddenly remembers that she had deliberately made it this way while waiting for Gu Moyu, realizing that he hadn't come at all last night. Ai Jiayao's face turns red with embarrassment as she quickly tidies up her clothes and slowly gets out of bed. Chapter 83. Achieving the goal after finishing her grooming in the bathroom, Ai Jiayao carefully walked into the living room. As soon as her figure appeared, Gu Moyu spotted her. It turned out that Gu Moyu had been busy since early morning, personally cooking breakfast for Ai Jiayao. Gu Moyu strode over to Ai Jiayao with a smile and said, "Master, I prepared your favorite breakfast. Hurry up and try it. Let's see if my cooking skills have improved." Seeing Gu Moyu's welcoming smile, Ai Jiayao felt in a good mood. And with such a lavish breakfast prepared by Gu Moyu, her happiness was beyond words. Under Gu Moyu's invitation, Ai Jiayao approached the table full of delicious food. She took a gentle breath and couldn't help but exclaim, "It smells amazing." Gu Moyu, even though I haven't tasted it yet, just from the aroma and presentation, it must be fantastic. Ai Jiayao generously praised Gu Montaku. Just as Gu Moyu handed her the bowls and chopsticks, and Ai Jiayao was about to try the delicious food, Gu Moyu suddenly appeared. "Gu Montaku, you little rascal. We had a good talk last night. How could you forget it this morning? You're really useless." The moment you see Ai Jiayao, it's like you've lost your soul, letting her manipulate you. If this doesn't work out, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Gu Moyu secretly blamed Gu Moyu in her heart. Gu Moyu felt helpless with her brother. If they wanted to ensure their previous efforts weren't wasted and the plan proceeded smoothly, Gu Moyu would have to play the villain once again. For her dear brother, Gu Moyu was willing to take on this role. Ahem. Gu Moyu deliberately made a noise to attract the attention of Gu Moyu and Ai Jiayao. Sure enough, Ai Jiayao and Gu Moyu simultaneously looked towards the staircase. Gu Moyu quickly entered the living room with heavy footsteps and in a displeased tone. She shouted at Ai Jiayao, "Ai Jiayao, get your facts straight. Gu Moyu is no longer your robot. He has no obligation to make you breakfast. Also, didn't I make it clear last night? I told you to move out of the villa this morning. Why are you still here?" Regardless of whether Gu Moyu appeared as a leader in the company or as Gu Moyu's sister in front of Ai Jiayao felt as if she had instantly become insignificant. Gu Moyu's strong attitude and aggressive demeanor, whether it was innate or cultivated, made Ai Jiayao feel a bit overwhelmed. But today, for some reason, Ai Jiayao, who usually feared Gu Moyu, found the courage to openly retort, "Sister Moyu, you need to get your facts straight. It's not that I don't want to leave. It's Gu Moyu who wants me to stay." As soon as Ai Jiayao finished speaking, she immediately looked at Gu Moyu, her beautiful eyes revealing a desire for Gu Moyu to help her cover up the lie. Gu Moyu and Ai Jiayao exchanged glances for only 3 seconds, and Gu Moyu began questioning Gu Moyu. "Gu Moyu, tell me the truth. Did you ask Ai Jiayao to stay?" Caught between his beloved woman and his sister, Gu Moyu felt torn. However, rational Gu Moyu chose to stand on Ai Jiayao's side and awkwardly nodded, answering, "That's right, sister. I asked Jiayao to stay. Please don't blame her." Everything was still under Gu Moyu's control, and Ai Jiayao successfully fell into the trap Gu Moyu had set, unflinchingly stating that it was Gu Moyu who wanted her to stay. Gu Moyu achieved her goal, suppressing her inner joy while pretending to be furious with Gu Moyu, saying, "Gu Moyu, you're really something. How dare you go against my wishes and let Ai Jiayao stay?" Gu Moyu pretended to be very angry and left. After Gu Moyu left, only Gu Moyu and Ai Jiayao were left alone in a luxurious villa. Gu Moyu thought he had just saved the day and that Ai Jiayao would surely be obedient to him. So he began to take the opportunity to take advantage of Ai Jiayao with a mischievous smile on his face. Gu Moyu rose from his seat and approached Ai Jiayao from behind, starting to massage her while saying, "Master, you waited for me to come back so late last night. You must be very tired now. Let me give you a massage so you'll feel better." Ai Jiayao softly murmulte, "Enjoying Gu Montag Massage." At first, Gu Mo's massage was quite decent, but soon his hands began to wander, deliberately brushing against Ai Jiayao's chest. Ai Jiayao immediately sensed Gu Mo's intentions and stood up reflexively, unhesitatingly retaliating against Gu Mo's disrespect. She shouted, "Gu Mo, you big pervert. I'm definitely going to teach you a lesson today. Don't think we're girls are easy to bully." Seeing Ai Jiayao so fierce and resistant, Gu Mo immediately backed down, quickly conceding, "Master, I was wrong. I won't dare again." Ai Jiayao, still not having finished her breakfast, stormed back to her room in anger. Ai Jiayao stayed in her room all morning without coming out, and Gu Mo, worried that Ai Jiayao might get sick from being cooped up, went to her room and said, "Master, don't hide in your room sulking. Let me accompany you for a walk in the garden." Ai Jiayao shot Gu Mo a glance, still sulking, and sat silently on the bed, completely ignoring him. Gu Mo tried everything, even acting like a clown and making faces, but he still couldn't get Ai Jiayao to look at him. At this point, Gu Mo was out of ideas, sitting on the sofa with a gloomy expression, contemplating life. As night fell, after Ai Jiayao had a simple dinner and took a hot bath, she returned to her room to rest. Ai Jiayao turned off the bedside lamp, took off her slippers, and got into bed, preparing to sleep. Meanwhile, Gu Mo, who had been observing from the living room, noticed that Ai Jiayao had turned off the lights and cautiously approached her door. For safety's sake, Gu Mo did not push the door open directly, but stood outside for a while, waiting for Ai Jiayao to fall asleep before entering, to avoid being discovered. Chapter 84. Elopement. Together. When Gu Mo thought that Ai Jiayao was already fast asleep, she quietly opened the door. Ai Jiayao was still snoring in bed, and Gu Mo felt a bit relieved as she tiptoed to Ai Jiayao's bedside. Just as Gu Mo was about to climb onto Ai Jiayao's bed, Ai Jiayao suddenly sat up. It turned out that Ai Jiayao had been pretending to sleep and was waiting for her. Gu Mo screamed in fright. Ai Jiayao quickly covered Gu Mo's mouth and said, "Shh, don't be so loud, or your sister will hear us. That would be terrible." Feeling guilty, Gu Mo's heart raced from the scare, and it took her a while to calm down. Ai Jiayao didn't dare to turn on the lights, fearing that Gu Mo would find out Gu Mo was in her room. Ai Jiayao cautiously got out of bed to observe the surroundings, and when she confirmed that there was no sign of Gu Mo, she eagerly said to Gu Mo, "Gu Mo, let us elope while your sister hasn't noticed us." When Gu Mo heard Ai Jiayao say the word elope, she almost choked on her own saliva. Gu Mo was shocked. She never expected Ai Jiayao would suggest eloping together. Gu Mo cleared her throat and said to Ai Jiayao, "Master, the reason why my sister has such a bad attitude towards you is because..." Gu Mo intended to tell Ai Jiayao the truth about her sister's scheme, but Ai Jiayao interrupted her, urging, "Gu Mo, can you keep your voice down? Don't say anything. Just hurry and come with me before your sister finds us." Without seeking Gu Mo's consent, Ai Jiayao pulled her out the door. Halfway down the road, Gu Mo realized she hadn't changed her clothes. Walking down the street as a grown man in plaid pajamas was quite a ridiculous thing. Although there were occasionally people passing by, they all cast strange looks at her, making Gu Mo feel like crying. Throughout her life, Gu Mo had never done such an embarrassing thing. Unable to bear the strange stares, she began thinking, what kind of excuse can I use to convince Jiayao to go back? Gu Mo's brain was working rapidly, calmly thinking of a solution. Suddenly, she came up with a good idea. Gu Mo continued to follow Ai Jiayao's footsteps while trying to persuade her, "Master, if we sneak out like this, your sister will be very sad if she can't find us. We should at least leave her a note or make a call." Gu Mo's words immediately annoyed Ai Jiayao. Finally stopping her tracks, Ai Jiayao questioned Gu Mo bluntly. "Gu Mo, what do you mean by that? I already made it very clear when I came out with you. This is an elopement. Since it's an elopement, it means we leave quietly. Why write a note or make a call? Isn't that just walking into a trap?" Gu Mo was instantly speechless, unable to respond for a long time. Ai Jiayao looked at Gu Mo suspiciously, as if sensing something, and continued to question her. "Gu Mo, you're not having second thoughts, are you? You want to go back?" Faced with Ai Jiayao's doubts, Gu Moyu was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and confidently replied, Master, even though we are eloping you. A girl, aren't you afraid? As a grown man, I'm even less afraid. As long as you're happy. Even if we wander the world and make the four seas our home, I will follow you. Hearing Gu Moyu's confidence, Ai Jiayao finally felt relieved. She grabbed Gu Moyu's hand and quickly moved forward, saying, Gu Moyu, your words are like a calming pill for me. Gu Moyu and Ai Jiayao walked further away. Although they had only left home for about 2 hours, they had already walked quite a distance. Gu Moyu looked at herself, a grown man wandering the street in pajamas, and couldn't stand it anymore. Master, look at me walking on the street in pajamas. It's really too ridiculous. I stand out too much and could easily be recognized. How about we go to the mall together to buy a change of clothes? Gu Moyu asked in a negotiating tone. Ai Jiayao seemed to ignore Gu Moyu's suggestion and continued to quicken her pace, completely disregarding her. Gu Moyu gritted her teeth, finally understanding, and muttered, Sigh, since I have no chance to change out of these pajamas, I won't struggle anymore. Just consider this a rare opportunity for an unforgettable pajama elopement. Gu Moyu followed Ai Jiayao's footsteps and arrived at the bustling downtown area of a city. When this handsome pair of Gu Moyu and Ai Jiayao appeared in the crowd, they were quite a sight. However, with Gu Moyu wearing plaid pajamas, they immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. Some looked with envy, while others looked with disdain. But the disdainful looks far outnumbered the envious ones. A young couple walked by, casting strange looks at Gu Moyu. The girl, enviously, said to her boyfriend, Look at him, he is wearing pajamas and still accompanying his girlfriend to shop. You should learn from him. The boy disdainfully glanced at Gu Moyu and said to the girl, Hey, in this civilized society, there are still people who dare to wear pajamas out shopping. It's really embarrassing. 2 young girls with curly hair walked through the crowd and immediately noticed Gu Moyu's pajamas. One of the curly-haired girls pointed at Gu Moyu and said to her friend, Look, a grown man actually dares to go out in pajamas. I wonder where he gets the courage. Showing off love doesn't have to be so uniquely outrageous, right? The other curly-haired girl disdainfully glanced at Gu Moyu and sarcastically said, What a big world, full of surprises. Walking around in pajamas in a busy market must be to draw attention. So calculated. People who don't know the truth often like to stand on a moral high ground to judge others. Gu Moyu had no such thoughts. He was simply forced into this situation. Gu Moyu could only lower his head slightly, silently enduring the cold stares and remarks from others, hoping to quickly escape this place of gossip. As for the comment from the bystanders, Ai Jiayao was not angry at all. Instead, she felt a bit pleased. She secretly thought, Don't be fooled by Gu Moyu's usual charm. I didn't expect him to have such a day. Chapter 85. Immortal but skin-peeling, just as Ai Jiayao and Gu Moyu were quickening their pace, a motorcycle came barreling towards them, its bright headlights blinding them. The motorcycle, like a wild horse that had broken free, was uncontrollably heading straight for Ai Jiayao and Gu Moyu. At that critical moment, when a motorcycle was about to collide with them, Gu Moyu had only one thought in his mind. I must protect Ai Jiayao at all costs. Without time to think further, Gu Moyu swiftly pushed Ai Jiayao aside, and the motorcycle crashed into him instead. Ai Jiayao was successfully pushed out of harm's way by Gu Moyu and narrowly escaped the accident. When she came to her senses, she saw Gu Moyu lying on the ground, unconscious from the impact. The motorcyclist, seeing Gu Moyu down, expertly turned the bike around and fled the scene. Escaping on the motorcycle, a group of small-time thugs arrived at the designated meeting place, the Hell Bar, to meet Su Wenhao. The leader of the thugs had a scar on his face, earning him the nickname Scar. Scar took a deep breath and sat down on the couch, beginning to negotiate with Su Wenhao. Mr. Su, the task of getting rid of Gu Moyu is too daunting. We barely found an opportunity to strike, and my brothers have been working hard recently. You should give us extra money to reward them. Originally, Su Wenhao and Scar had already agreed on a price, but Scar suddenly wanted more money, which would not sit well with anyone. However, instead of getting angry at Scar's request, Su Wenhao eagerly asked, What is the current situation with Gu Moyu? Although Scar did not follow Su Wenhao's orders to kill Gu Moyu directly, he did not hide anything and replied, Mr. Su, Given Gu Moyu's injuries, he should not die. But even if he survives, he will at least be severely injured. True to his ruthless nature, Scar showed no remorse for the brutal way he had injured Gu Moyu. After hearing Scar's report, although Su Wenhao had not succeeded in killing Gu Moyu to eliminate future threats, he was quite satisfied that Gu Moyu was severely injured. A chilling smile appeared on Su Wenhao's face as he confidently told Scar, "Scar, you did a good job on this. The price we agreed on earlier will be doubled. How about that?" Scar, who had engaged in various illegal activities for years, had never encountered anyone as generous as Su Wenhao, who offered double the price. Not daring to hesitate, Scar quickly flattered Su Wenhao, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Su." Even the brothers around Scar showed happy smiles, collectively thanking Su Wenhao. "Thank you, Mr. Su." Su Wenhao's gaze fell on Scar and his brothers, and he solemnly warned them, "Now that you have my money, you must ensure confidentiality. Understood?" With smiles on their faces, Scar and his brothers quickly agreed. "Mr. Su, we have our own code of conduct in this line of work. You can rest assured, we will keep it a secret. For safety's sake, to avoid leaving any traces for future scrutiny, Su Wenhao did not make a bank transfer, but brought cash for the transaction. He took out 200,000 cash from his briefcase, counting it swiftly while saying to Scar, "Scar, the double payment is all here. Please count it personally." Scar's eyes widened at the sight of 200,000 cash before him, fearful that it would disappear if he blinked. After counting, Scar picked up the black plastic bag filled with cash and prepared to leave when Su Wenhao suddenly stood up and called out to him, "Scar, now that you have the money, I need you to help me with one more thing." Seeing Su Wenhao's generosity, Scar did not dare refuse and respectfully asked, "Mr. Su, what else do you need?" Su Wenhao's sinister smile remained as he coldly instructed Scar, "Scar, send a few of your sharper brothers to the hospital to keep an eye on Gu Moyu's situation." Scar quickly responded, "Yes, Mr. Su. As soon as you say so, I will have my brothers go to the hospital. If there is any news, I'll report it to you immediately." The group of thugs joyfully left the bar with Su Wenhao's payment. In the lively atmosphere of the bar, some were cheering and drinking, while others were happily dancing. Previously, Su Wenhao found such scenes particularly annoying. But today, in a good mood, he felt no irritation. Instead, he had the urge to join them in dancing to the uplifting music. Su Wenhao picked up a glass of red wine from the table and took a small sip, pondering, "I wonder how Gu Moyu is doing now. Will he lose his left foot or his right foot, or will he end up paralyzed? The doctor should be trying to save him right now. I initially wanted him dead, but even if that didn't happen, having him spend the rest of his life half paralyzed in a wheelchair is still quite good." The corners of Su Wenhao's mouth twitched slightly, and his handsome face took on a sinister look. Su Wenhao began calculating. Now that Gu Moyu is in the hospital fighting for his life, it's the perfect time for me to launch my campaign for Ai Jiayao's affection. It won't be long before she forgets about Gu Moyu and turns to me. This time, I will definitely win Ai Jiayao. Ring, ring, ring. The phone next to Su Wenhao on the couch rang. Despite the noise in the bar, his keen ears caught the sound. Upon seeing that the caller was Mike from the U.S. company delegation, he quickly left the noisy bar to answer the call. "Hello, Mr. Mike. Why are you suddenly calling me? Do you want me to join you for a drink?" Su Wenhao flattered him. On the other end, Mike's American-accented Chinese voice replied, "Mr. Su, let's skip the drinking for now. I have something important to discuss with you." Su Wenhao, puzzled, asked Mr. Mike, "What important matter do you want to talk about? Please go ahead. I think your company's new product is great, and we can collaborate. However, our president wants you to personally bring the new product to negotiate with him before he agrees to sign the contract." Mike got straight to the point. Chapter 86. Driving away Ai Jiayao in order to secure the orders for the United States and expand the company's business into Europe and America. The senior management of all departments in the company has been working overtime for several weeks to ensure that the hard-earned opportunities do not slip away and to successfully open the U.S. market and sign contract worth over 100 million. Su Wenhao, although reluctant to give up the opportunity to get closer to Ai Jiayao, had no choice but to go on a business trip to the U.S. Su Wenhao clenched his fists and angrily cursed. "Damn, Mike, why did he have to send me to the U.S. at this time? Is he deliberately trying to make things difficult for me?" Ai Jiayao watched in horror as Gumaksu was knocked down by a motorcycle in front of her. She was so anxious that she started crying and immediately picked up her phone to call 120, shouting urgently, "Hello. Someone is injured on Seeing Road. Please hurry and come save them." After calling 120, Ai Jiayao rushed to Gumaksu's side, cradling his head as he lay unconscious on the ground, anxiously asking, "Maksu, are you okay? Wake up, don't scare me. The ambulance is coming soon. You have to hold on." Gumaksu remained motionless with his eyes closed. In her desperation, Ai Jiayao called Gumashwan. Gumashwan, thinking that under her encouragement, the relationship between Ai Jiayao and her brother Gumaksu had stabilized, was sitting on the sofa, leisurely enjoying the night view of city, while sipping French imported red wine. Ring, ring, ring. The phone on the table rang. Gumashwan quickly walked over, glanced at the caller ID, and answered the call leisurely. "Hello. Maksu's sister. Something bad happened. Maksu was hit by a motorcycle on the road and is still unconscious now." Ai Jiayao did not hide anything and truthfully informed Gumashwan of Gumaksu's condition. When Gumashwan heard the terrible news that her brother had been hit by a motorcycle and was unconscious, she was shocked on the spot. "Weren't you and Maksu at home doing fine? Why did you go out? How could you be so careless and get hit by a car?" Gumashwan angrily questioned Ai Jiayao. "Sister, it's all my fault. If I hadn't asked Maksu to run away with me, he wouldn't have been hit by the car. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have been hit. I'm sorry, this is all my fault." Seeing Gumaksu injured and lying on the ground, Ai Jiayao felt deeply guilty. From Ai Jiayao's self-blame, Gumashwan learned that her brother went out in the middle of the night and got hit by a car because of Ai Jiayao. At this moment, Gumashwan didn't have time to think too much or blame anyone. The most important thing was to rush to the scene in person, hoping her brother would be safe. After urgently asking Ai Jiayao for the address over the phone, Gumashwan didn't even have time to grab her bag and quickly rushed to the accident scene on Seeing Road with her car keys in hand. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Ai Jiayao hugged Gumaksu, pained and heartbroken, constantly blaming herself. "Maksu, why are you so silly? Why did you save me? I'm the unlucky one. I'm the culprit. You should have just let the motorcycle hit me." After fainting for a while, Gumaksu gradually regained some awareness. He faintly opened his eyes and weakly held Ai Jiayao's fair and tender hand, comforting her. "Master, don't be sad. I'm fine. It's just a little injury. Don't forget, I'm a 9th-generation intelligent robot. This little injury is nothing to me. Once I recover a bit, I can even repair myself." Gumaksu was still deceiving Ai Jiayao by saying he was a 9th-generation intelligent robot, unaware that Ai Jiayao already knew he was a living human being. Although Ai Jiayao knew Gumaksu was lying to her, this time, she wasn't angry about being deceived. Instead, she felt even sadder. Her inner sorrow was palpable. "Maksu, don't say that. The ambulance is coming soon. You have to be strong." Ai Jiayao comforted him through tears. Gumashwan rushed over and arrived at the accident scene at the same time as the ambulance. Gumashwan hurriedly got out of the car and saw her once vibrant brother lying on the ground, weak and barely breathing, his rosy lips now pale. "Maksu, what happened to you? I'm here. Can you say something to me?" Gumashwan squatted down, sorrowfully shaking her unconscious brother. No matter how Gumashwan called, Gumaksu remained motionless with his eyes closed, not saying a word, not even a single letter. Seeing her brother lying on the ground, barely alive, Gumashwan thought about how her brother ended up like this because of Ai Jiayao. At this moment, Gumashwan was furious and harshly accused Ai Jiayao. "Ai Jiayao, Maksu was fine at home. Why did you have to force him to run away with you? Are you happy now that Maksu is like this? I hope Maksu is okay. Otherwise, I will never forgive you." When the ambulance personnel arrived, they immediately took a stretcher out of the ambulance, gave Gumaksu a quick examination, and quickly loaded him onto the ambulance. When Gumaksu was taken onto the ambulance on the stretcher, Gumashwan followed the medical staff into the ambulance. Ai Jiayao also helped support the stretcher, preparing to get on the ambulance to the hospital. Just as Ai Jiayao was about to board the vehicle, Gumashwan shouted loudly at her. "Ai Jiayao, stop right there. You jinx. I want to allow you to follow Maksu. He is only unlucky when he is around you." Furious, Gumashwan disregarded Ai Jiayao's feelings and directly drove her away, not allowing her to go to the hospital. Anyone would find it hard to accept the fact that their own brother suddenly lay on the ground, barely alive. Ai Jiayao understood Gu Moxuan's feelings at that moment and accepted all of Gu Moxuan's harsh accusations, knowing that this incident was indeed caused by herself. Ai Jiayao stood helplessly in place, watching the ambulance speed away in front of her. Ai Jiayao gazed greedily at the ambulance as it disappeared from her sight, then clasped her hands together, slightly closed her eyes, and began to pray for Gu Moxu. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, I beg you, please bless Gu Moxu to be safe and sound. Bless Gu Moxu to be safe and sound. Chapter 87. Mild concussion on the way to the hospital with Gu Mo Yuan, who was worried about her brother. Immediately picked up her phone and called Dr. Zhuang. Hello, Dr. Zhuang, you need to come to the city center hospital right away. Moyu has been hit by a car and is currently in a state of unconsciousness. Gu Mo Yuan briefly explained Gu Moyu's situation to Dr. Zhuang. Miss Gu, don't worry too much. I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Dr. Zhuang hurried to the city center hospital. After the doctor's examination and treatment, Gu Moyu was no longer in danger. When the attending physician came out, Gu Mo Yuan anxiously asked, Doctor, how is my brother? Was the surgery successful? The attending physician took off his mask, adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, and said to Gu Mo Yuan, the surgery was very successful. Fortunately, the injury is not severe. It's just a mild concussion. He can go home after a week of observation in hospital. When Gu Mo Yuan heard that her brother Gu Moyu only had a mild concussion, the worry that had been hanging over her finally lifted. She quickly thanked the attending physician, saying, Thank you, doctor. A female nurse came over and said to Gu Mo Yuan, family member of the patient, please come this way to complete the admission procedures. Gu Mo Yuan glanced at Dr. Zhuang, standing nearby, and instructed Dr. Zhuang, please go with the nurse to complete the admission procedures. I'll go check on Moyu. Dr. Zhuang nodded affirmatively and respectfully replied, Okay, Miss Gu. Gu Mo Yuan walked lightly to her brother Gu Moyu's bedside. Just as she sat down, Gu Moyu woke up. Although he was no longer in danger, his head still hurt a bit. Gu Moyu frowned slightly and opened his hazy eyes. His blurry eyes scanned the hospital room and found that apart from his sister Gu Mo Yuan, there was no sign of Ai Jiayao. In this situation, Gu Moyu felt disappointed and low-spirited that Ai Jiayao was not by his side. Seeing her brother wake up, Gu Mo Yuan anxiously asked, Moyu, are you okay? That's great. You've finally woken up. Thank goodness. Gu Moyu frowned slightly and asked Gu Mo Yuan, Sister, I was just hit by a car, and my forehead isn't even scraped. Why is it wrapped in gauze? My dear brother, you're not a child anymore. You can still get hit by a motorcycle while walking on the road. I really don't know what to say to you. The reason your head is wrapped in gauze is that you got hurt and have a mild concussion, Gu Mo Yuan said with a worried expression. After learning about his condition, Gu Moyu felt very fortunate that it was only a mild concussion. He felt uncomfortable not seeing Ai Jiayao for even a moment. He eagerly asked his sister, Sister, where's Jiayao? She was with me just now. Why can't I see her? Gu Mo Yuan felt a bit jealous that her brother was so anxious to find Ai Jiayao right after waking up. She slapped Gu Moyu's hand and, feeling jealous, said, You little rascal, I've been here watching over you all night, worrying about you the whole night, and you wake up just to talk about Jiayao. Are you trying to drive me crazy? Seeing his sister so angry, Gu Moyu felt an uneasy sensation in his heart and hurriedly asked, Sister, where did Jiayao go? Please tell me. Mentioning Ai Jiayao made Gu Mo Yuan even angrier, and she bluntly said, Moyu, you don't need to look for her. I sent Jiayao away. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't be lying in the hospital. She really drove me crazy. Originally intending to help Gu Moyu and Ai Jiayao get together. Now, why did his sister suddenly turn against him? Gu Moyu was puzzled. Gu Moyu was stunned for a while and began to complain to his sister, Sister, do you know how much effort I put in to get to this point with Jiayao? I finally get to stay by her side, and you just say to send her away without considering my feelings. Faced with Gu Moyu's complaints and accusations, Gu Mo Yuan suddenly felt she had acted too impulsively. She candidly comforted Gu Moyu, saying, Hey, little brother, don't blame me. When I saw you lying on the ground motionless, I panicked and lost control of my emotions, which is why I sent Jiayao away. As soon as Guo Yuan finished speaking, Ai Jiayao walked in with a worried and apologetic expression. Seeing Guo Yu awake, Ai Jiayao was so excited that tears almost flowed. Ai Jiayao hurriedly walked toward Guo Yu, anxiously asking, "Moyu, are you okay? That's great. You've finally woken up. It must be the Bodhisattva hearing my prayers. Do you know how worried I was about you?" Ai gently touched the gauze-wrapped head of Guo Yu, looking heartbroken, and asked, "Moyu, does your head still hurt? What did the doctor say? Is it serious?" Faced with Ai Jiayao's series of concerns and worries, Guo Yu felt very touched. Although it was just a mild concussion, as soon as Ai Jiayao appeared, Guo Yu began to act as if he had amnesia, turning to Guo Yuan and saying, "Sister, who is she? I've never seen her before." Guo Yuan almost choked on her own saliva, thinking to herself, "What is this little rascal Guo Yu doing?" Before Guo Yuan could react, Guo Yu continued to pretend that he had never seen Ai Jiayao before, politely saying, "Although I don't know your name, the fact that you can say mine means you must know me, right?" Guo Yu was improvising and performing, and his skillful act left Guo Yuan dumbfounded. She never expected that Guo Yu had such a talent for drama. If Guo Yu didn't go into business, he would definitely have his own place in the entertainment industry. The Oscar would undoubtedly belong to him. Ai Jiayao couldn't believe that this unexpected car accident had caused such significant harm to Guo Yu. Looking at Guo Yu, who had completely forgotten her, tears had already moistened Ai Jiayao's eyes. How could Guo Yu forget me? How did he lose his memory? No. Ai Jiayao said sadly in a low voice, unable to accept the fact that Guo Yu had lost his memory for a moment. Chapter 88, Pretending to have amnesia after finishing in the bathroom. Guo Yu felt a bit sticky and uncomfortable on his back, so he spoke to Ai Jiayao, "Wife, my back feels a bit itchy and uncomfortable. Can you help me take a bath?" Guo Yu's requests were becoming increasingly excessive, truly taking advantage of the situation. Not only did he ask Ai Jiayao to feed him apples and accompany him to the bathroom, but he also wanted her to help him wash and clean himself. Ai Jiayao didn't think much of it. She complied with all his requests and gently said to Guo Yu, "Okay, I'll be right there. You lie down on the bed first, and I'll go prepare hot water for you to wash up." Without a hint of complaint, Ai Jiayao carefully helped Guo Yu bathe. After helping him get dressed, Guo Yu pondered on how to continue taking advantage of Ai Jiayao. Just then, the doctor walked in. The attending physician, holding a stethoscope, said to Guo Yu, "Please lie down. I need to do a routine checkup to see if your injuries are stable." Guo Yu had just thought of a new idea to get closer to Ai Jiayao when the doctor's sudden entrance disrupted his thoughts. Seeing the attending physician, Guo Yu's face showed obvious displeasure. Although he had lost his memory due to a head injury, his past habits and behaviors remained. Guo Yu frowned heavily, clearly unhappy, which was immediately noticed by Ai Jiayao. To ensure that Guo Yu would listen and cooperate with the doctor's examination and treatment, Ai Jiayao walked over to him and gently comforted, "Moyu, you must listen to the doctor, cooperate with the treatment, and you will definitely regain your memory. I will always be by your side, giving you courage and encouragement." After comforting Guo Yu a few times before leaving the ward, Ai Jiayao politely said to the attending physician, "Doctor, if there's anything, please call me immediately." The doctor glanced at Ai Jiayao, nodded slightly, and didn't say anything further. Ai Jiayao left the room, and after closing the door, she anxiously paced back and forth in the hallway outside, constantly worried about Guo Yu's injuries. Guo Yu lay down on the bed as instructed by the attending physician. The doctor, wearing black-framed glasses, meticulously checked the healing of Guo Yu's various wounds. The scraped hands and feet were no longer a major issue after being treated, just waiting for the wounds to heal gradually. The attending physician's heavy mood eased a bit. "Your wounds on your hands and feet are healing well. Thankfully, there's no infection. If all goes well, these wounds will heal up, and there won't be any major issues. How do you feel? Is there anywhere else that's uncomfortable?" The attending physician inquired about Guo Yu's condition with great professionalism and concern. Guo Yu, wanting Ai Jiayao to stay by his side, and to deceive her, didn't T tell the truth, even to the physician. He began to lie, pretending to have amnesia, saying, "Doctor, the wounds on my hands and feet don't hurt much anymore. It's just that my head hurts a little, and I can't remember anything from before. I can't recall anything at all. Every time I think of the past, my head starts to hurt uncontrollably." Gu Moyu's response left the attending physician a bit stunned. Given Gu Moyu's injuries, it was impossible for him to have amnesia. Although Gu Moyu's words surprised the attending physician, he didn't dare to completely deny what Gu Moyu said, as only the patient truly knows their own body. After performing a simple examination of Gu Moyu's brain with advanced equipment, the attending physician, with a serious expression, instructed Gu Moyu, "Given your current condition, you will need to stay in a hospital for observation for a while. We will contact brain nerve specialists from the United States to analyze and study your situation, so you must cooperate with our treatment." After finishing his instructions, the attending physician left with his stethoscope in hand. As soon as the attending physician stepped out, Ai Jiayao eagerly approached him to inquire about Gu Moyu's condition. "Doctor, how is Moyu doing? Can his amnesia be treated?" The attending physician adjusted his glasses and, with a serious expression, said to Ai Jiayao, family member of the patient, "Please don't worry. The patient's wounds are healing well. However, his head suffered a blow, resulting in amnesia. He needs to stay in a hospital for observation for a while before leaving." The attending physician furrowed his brows slightly and shared his thoughts with Ai Jiayao, family member of the patient. During the injury, the brain suffered an external impact. But given the patient's condition, he shouldn't be experiencing amnesia. This is just my years of experience and speculation. You should pay close attention to him. After sharing his speculation with Ai Jiayao, she quickly replied, "Thank you, doctor. I appreciate your help." The attending physician nodded slightly and then went to check on the next patient. After the doctor left, Ai Jiayao couldn't stop thinking about what he had just said. Could it be that Gu Moyu is really pretending to be insane and feigning amnesia to gain sympathy in front of me? With his personality, he can indeed pull that off. Ai Jiayao analyzed softly to herself. Gu Moyu, this big liar, really hasn't changed his ways. In that case, I'll just follow the attending physician's lead and not expose Gu Moyu's lie. I want to see how long he can keep up this act. Ai Jiayao finally made up her mind not to expose Gu Moyu's lie for the time being. After taking a moment to calm herself outside the ward, Ai Jiayao carefully pushed open the door, tiptoeing to Gu Moyu's bedside. As soon as Gu Moyu saw Ai Jiayao enter, he began his superb acting skills, as if possessed by a dramatic spirit. He put on a sad expression, pursed his lips tightly, and sat silently on the bed, looking downcast. Seeing this, Ai Jiayao not only didn't expose Gu Moyu, but also softly comforted him. "Moyu, don't be like this. The attending physician just said that as long as you cooperate with the treatment, you will definitely regain your memory soon. With today's advanced technology, you have to believe that the doctor can cure your amnesia." The sadness and gloom on Gu Moyu's face remained, as he pretended to be very sorrowful, and hugged Ai Jiayao in front of him, seeking comfort. "Wife, I don't know if I can regain my memory, but with you by my side, I'm not afraid of anything." Ai Jiayao didn't push Gu Moyu away and cooperatively comforted him. "Yes, you can definitely do it. I believe in you." Chapter 89. Cleverness backfires in this warm embrace. Ai Jiayao's curvaceous body pressed tightly against Gu Moyu, and Gu Moyu felt his desire suddenly ignite. Gu Moyu's pale face flushed red, and to take the opportunity to flirt with Ai Jiayao, he shamelessly pretended to have amnesia, asking her, "Wife, since we're married now, have we ever done anything intimate before?" Gu Moyu didn't waste a moment, trying to take advantage of Ai Jiayao's admission of being his wife. Ai Jiayao was taken aback by Gu Moyu's sudden and embarrassing question. She was stunned for a while before recovering. This guy, even though he has amnesia, is still so inappropriate, always thinking about those romantic things. Ai Jiayao secretly complained. Ai Jiayao was not one to be easily trifled with. Instead of directly answering Gu Moyu's question, she said, "Moyu, your body isn't well right now. You need to focus on recovering and not think too much. Okay?" This response was clearly not what Gu Moyu wanted. With unexpected courage, he unabashedly said to Ai Jiayao, wife, from what you're saying. It seems we haven't been intimate for a long time. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that no one is here and satisfy my needs? Gu Mo's deep gaze fixated on Ai Jiayao's two enticing curves. Ai Jiayao instinctively broke free from Gu Mo's embrace and firmly rejected his request, saying, Gu Mo, have you gone crazy? This is a hospital, not your home. You can't just do whatever you want. What if a doctor or nurse comes in and sees us? That would be so embarrassing. Ai Jiayao's words made Gu Mo think that she also had desires but was just constrained by the environment, holding onto a glimmer of hope. He continued to persuade Ai Jiayao, wife, just consider my injury and fulfill my request. If you do this for me, I promise to listen to you in the future. Okay, if it were any other girl, with Gu Mo's charming words and handsome face, they would surely succumb to his requests. But Ai Jiayao was different. She remained clear-headed and rational. If it were any other time, she would have slapped him without hesitation for such shameless demands. Considering Gu Mo was still patient, Ai Jiayao didn't get angry and shout at him. Instead, she patiently advised him, Mo, your body hasn't fully recovered yet. For your own good, you shouldn't think about those things. The most important thing right now is to focus on your recovery and cooperate with the doctor's treatment. Understand? Gu Mo was truly a victim of his own cleverness. He didn't stop to think that Ai Jiayao would casually agree to his intimate requests. He really overestimated his charm. After being ruthlessly rejected by Ai Jiayao, Gu Mo sat on the bed, leaning against the pillow, feeling dejected and secretly analyzing. This girl has such a strong defensive mechanism. I've gone this far, and she can still refuse me so indifferently. Ai Jiayao, meanwhile, was not idle in the hospital room. She picked up the kettle and poured a glass of water for Gu Mo, handing it to him, saying, come on, stop daydreaming and drink some water. Gu Mo glanced at Ai Jiayao and began using his injured hand as an excuse to have her feed him water. Ai Jiayao didn't resist and continued to serve him like a maid, catering to this pampered young master. Having been busy all morning, Ai Jiayao had lost track of time. She quickly took out her phone from her bag, muttering, hey, I haven't had a moment to spare all morning. I wonder what time it is. When Ai Jiayao saw that it was already 12 o'clock, she exclaimed in surprise, how is it already noon? It's time for lunch. As she quickly tidied her bag, she said to Gu Mo, it's already lunchtime. You must be hungry. I'll go outside and buy something for you. Just as Ai Jiayao was about to leave with her bag, Gu Mo suddenly arrived at Gu Mo's hospital room. Upon seeing Ai Jiayao still present, Gu Mo continued to play along with Gu Mo, feigning concern. Mo, hurry and tell your sister if you're feeling any better. I've been worried about you. I hardly slept last night. Gu Mo played along with Gu Mo's act, leaving Ai Jiayao momentarily stunned. Ai Jiayao walked over to Gu Mo and told her sister, I was just about to go buy something to eat. You came at the right time. You can help take care of Mo. You two chat for a bit. I'm going out. Gu Mo glanced at Ai Jiayao and nodded affirmatively, saying, Ai Jia, you go buy what you need. I'll take good care of Mo. Sister, can you tell me about our childhood? I really have no memory of it at all. Ai Jiayao was already far out the door, while Gu Mo continued to pretend to have amnesia. Even Gu Mo, his own sister, couldn't he bear to watch any longer. She gave Gu Mo a heavy slap on the shoulder, mercilessly exposing his deception. Gu Mo, you little rascal. What are you acting for in front of me? Your crush has already left. Who are you still pretending for? Gu Mo, however, was unfazed by his sister's words and cautiously replied, hey, sis, haven't you heard that a cautious approach ensures safety? What if Ai Jia hasn't left yet? Wouldn't we be exposed? All my previous efforts would be in vain. Gu Mo didn't know how to respond to her foolish brother, rolling her eyes in exasperation and warning him, Gu Mo, I don't care how you think, but since Ai Jiayao isn't here, you need to act normal and stop pretending to have amnesia. It really makes me uncomfortable and feels weird. Gu Mo couldn't argue with his sister, so he conceded, all right, my beautiful and lovely sister, I'll listen to you. In front of you, I'll still be that sunny and handsome Gu Mo. Chapter 90. A blessing in disguise. Gu Mo exchanged a glance with her sister Gu Mo, who immediately understood and began to cooperate with Gu Mo in their act. With a worried expression, she said to Ai Jiayao, the reason you lost her memory is that her brain was subjected to severe pressure from a motorcycle accident, and one of the most important components, the chip, was damaged, which caused her memory loss. But you need to be mentally prepared. You will never remember you again. Yuan didn't he know if she had been influenced by you recently, but she was able to lie without changing her expression or skipping a beat. Ai Jiayao was very reluctant to accept this fact, but since Yuan had said it, she had no choice but to believe. Ai Jiayao wiped her tear-filled eyes with her hand, biting her lip, and resolutely said to Yuan, Sister, you was injured because of me. If she hadn't tried to save me, she wouldn't be in this condition. So I have decided that no matter whether you remembers me or what happens in the future, I am willing to stay by her side and take care of her for the rest of my life. When Ai Jiayao expressed these heartfelt words, Yuan was also moved. To confirm whether Ai Jiayao was just speaking impulsively, Yuan bluntly reminded her, Jiayao, with you being like this, who knows when she will recover? Are you really planning to take care of her for a lifetime? It's easier said than done. You need to think it through. As soon as Yuan finished speaking, her phone in her bag rang. After answering a call, Yuan said to you, you rest well here and be good. Sister has to handle something, and I will come back to keep you company as soon as I'm done. Montag you nodded confidently. Okay, sister, you go ahead, and make sure to come back to accompany me when you finish. Before leaving, Yuan specifically reminded Ai Jiayao, I have something to take care of, so I'm leaving you in your care. Ai Jiayao looked at Yuan with determined eyes and quickly assured her, Sister, don't worry. I will take good care of you. After Yuan politely thanked Ai Jiayao, she hurriedly left Yu's hospital room. Once Yuan left, only Ai Jiayao and Yu were left in the room. Yu secretly felt happy, thinking, as expected of my good sister. She always thinks from my perspective. Now it's just me and Jiayao alone. It's been a long time since I was alone with this girl. Why does it feel so blissful? Ai Jiayao looked at Yu lying on the hospital bed, and memories of their past days together flooded her mind, bringing tears to her eyes once again. Every move Ai Jiayao made was clearly seen by Yu. Yu pretended to be seriously amnesiac, and, with a puzzled expression, asked Ai Jiayao what's wrong. Why are you crying? As soon as Ai Jiayao thought of the past Yu, who would do everything to cling to her, her heart ached painfully compared to the stranger who stood before her today. To avoid worrying Yu, Ai Jiayao suppressed her sadness, shook her head heavily, and remained silent. After a long silence, Yu continued to feign amnesia and asked Ai Jiayao, You've been visiting me for a while now. I only know your name is Jiayao. Can you tell me what our relationship is? Ai Jiayao took a deep breath and firmly said to Yu, I am your wife. You were in a car accident and hospitalized, so of course, I should take care of you. Yu never expected Ai Jiayao would say she was his wife. He felt a rush of joy inside, thinking, wow, this happiness came too suddenly. Although I had a bad day getting hit by a motorcycle on the street, can I say it's a blessing in disguise? Yu was overjoyed, having shouted countless times in his heart, but in front of Ai Jiayao, he still had to maintain the act of amnesia and not recognize her, fearing he might accidentally reveal the truth. Are you really my wife? Yu asked with disbelief. Yes, I am your wife, and during your hospitalization, I will take care of you. Ai Jiayao emphasized her identity again. When Yu received Ai Jiayao's clear answer, his joy was beyond words. He cleared his throat and deliberately took advantage of the situation, saying, Wife, I want to eat an apple. Can you peel one for me? For Yu now, Ai Jiayao treated him like a young master. Whenever he asked for something, she would always fulfill his request without hesitation. Ai Jiayao quickly stood up from her chair, speaking gently to Yu. You want to eat an apple? Please wait a moment. I'll peel one for you right away. After Ai Jiayao peeled the apple and cut it into small pieces on a plate, Yu took it a step further, saying, Wife, my hand is scraped and I can't move it. Ai Jiayao immediately reacted, softly saying to Yu, Oh, it's okay. Since your hand can't move, I'll feed you. Come on, be good, open your mouth. Ai Jiayao carefully fed Gu Mou piece by piece without any complaints, and Gu Mou experienced her gentle care for the first time. Feeling blissful, as if he were floating, thinking everything before him was like a dream. Ai Jiayao patiently fed Gu Mou the entire apple and even thoughtfully used a tissue to wipe his mouth clean. After finishing the apple, Gu Mou suddenly felt the need to go to the bathroom. Giving Gu Mou injuries, he was fully capable of going to the bathroom alone. But how could Gu Mou give up the opportunity for more intimate contact with Ai Jiayao? Gu Mou slightly shifted, speaking in a low tone to Ai Jiayao. Wife, I want to go to the bathroom. Can you help me in? Ai Jiayao didn't dare to delay Gu Mou's request. As soon as she set down the fruit plate, she quickly came to Gu Mou's bedside, carefully helping the injured Gu Mou get out of bed to go to the bathroom. She also softly reminded him, "Take it slow, be careful. Don't walk too fast to avoid hurting your wound." Gu Mou pretended to slightly furrow his brow, responding softly, "Okay, it's fine. No worries." Chapter 91. The truth is out. When Ai Jiayao walked out of the hospital, she always felt like she had forgotten something, but she just couldn't recall what it was. It wasn't until she was halfway home that she suddenly remembered she hadn't asked Gu Mou what he wanted to eat. Ai Jiayao initially thought she could just buy something convenient to take home. However, considering Gu Mou was still a patient and probably had a poor appetite, she decided to make the effort to go back to the hospital. While returning, she kept muttering to herself, "Look at my brain. I wonder if I'm going through early menopause. I should ask Gu Mou what he wants to eat first, to avoid buying something he won't like." Ai Jiayao's back and forth trip had already taken quite a bit of time. To ensure Gu Mou wouldn't go hungry, she almost jogged back to the hospital. When Ai Jiayao finally arrived at the hospital entrance, she was already out of breath, gasping for air. She quickly took the elevator to the floor where Gu Mou was located. Ai Jiayao hurried to Gu Mou's hospital room. When she pushed the door open, she saw Gu Mou sitting on the bed, happily telling Gu Mou, "Sister, remember a few years ago when you told me your phone went missing? I don't know who found it. They actually called and said they have an important video of yours and want me to pay 200,000 to get the phone back." Upon hearing Gu Mou mention this, Gu Mou couldn't help but laugh and said, "Haha, I remember that." Even Butler Han received the same call, and he was so scared. He immediately called the company to check on me. He thought I was kidnapped and nearly called the police. The siblings, Gu Mou and Gu Mou, were chatting and laughing in the hospital room, completely not resembling amnesiacs at all. Ai Jiayao stood still at the door, not saying a word. Gu Mou and Gu Mou were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice Ai Jiayao standing at the door for quite a while. Ai Jiayao recalled what the attending doctor had said. Given Gu Mou's injuries, he shouldn't have amnesia, just a mild concussion. After pondering for a moment, Ai Jiayao connected Gu Mou's current behavior with the doctor's words, and suddenly realized he must be lying to deceive me again. How could he act like he has amnesia when he clearly doesn't? When Ai Jiayao had this realization, Gu Mou accidentally spotted her standing straight at the door of the hospital room. Gu Mou's pupils dilated in shock, and she quickly signaled to Gu Mou, whispering, "Mou, oh no." When did Ai Jiayao come back outside? When Sister Gu Mou conveyed this information to Gu Mou, he nervously turned his gaze toward the door. Indeed, he wasn't mistaken. Ai Jiayao was standing at the entrance. Damn it, how could I be so unlucky? When did Ai Jiayao return? Gu Mou thought to himself. After the siblings shared a moment of synchronized shock, Gu Mou was the first to react. Before he could explain, Ai Jiayao angrily shouted at Gu Mou, "Gu Mou, I was so worried about you and took such great care of you. I didn't expect you to pull the same trick again, pretending to have amnesia when it's just a mild concussion. Why are you doing this?" The truth was out, and Gu Mou, not wanting to lose Ai Jiayao, desperately began to explain, "Ai Jiayao, listen to me. I did all this so you could be by my side. I don't want to leave you." Before Gu Mou could finish his sentence, Ai Jiayao interrupted him, extremely angry. "Gu Mou, do you think I'm the most foolish person in the world? Someone you can easily deceive? You have played with my feelings time and again, deceiving me repeatedly. I tell you, I will never forgive you." After shouting out her feelings in anger, Ai Jiayao stormed out without looking back. Ai Jia, don't go yet. Let me explain. Gu Mo Yu shouted with all his might, desperately wanting to salvage his relationship with Ai Jiayao, fearing that she would ignore him from now on. But now, Ai Jiayao was blinded by anger and betrayal, and she had no intention of staying to hear Gu Mo Yu's explanation. After Ai Jiayao ran out, Gu Mo Yu couldn't bear to just sit there. He quickly got out of bed, intending to chase after Ai Jiayao. However, as soon as Gu Mo Yu stood up, the pain from his injured foot surged back, making it hard for him to move. He gritted his teeth, contemplating whether he should ignore everything and run out to catch Ai Jiayao. But the reality hit him. His foot, which was wrapped in bandages, was bleeding profusely, staining the white gauze red. Gu Mo Yu never expected that at such a crucial moment, he would be unable to move due to his foot pain. Seeing her younger brother drenched in sweat from the pain, Gu Mo Yuan rushed to help him sit back down. Looking worried as she said, Mo Yu, listen to your sister. Sit down quickly. You were too forceful just now. The blood has already soaked the gauze. I'll quickly call the doctor to take a look. Gu Mo Yu quickly stopped Gu Mo Yuan, enduring the pain in his foot and gritting his teeth. Sister, don't worry about me. My foot is fine. Just help me chase after Ai Jiayao. Seeing her brother in such pain, how could Gu Mo Yuan leave him alone? In a moment of desperation, she reassured Gu Mo Yu, Mo Yu, don't worry. I'll have the doctor come to stop the bleeding first. Then I'll go get Ai Jiayao. She definitely hasn't gone far. What Gu Mo Yuan said made some sense, but Gu Mo Yu was so stubborn that not even a herd of oxen could pull him back. Without hesitation, he threatened Gu Mo Yuan, Sister, if you don't go help me get Ai Jiayao back right now, I won't let the doctor treat my bleeding. I want to leave the hospital immediately. Gu Mo Yuan couldn't argue with her younger brother's determination, so she quickly compromised, saying to Gu Mo Yu, Okay, Mo Yu, I'll have the doctor come to stop the bleeding. I'll go find Ai Jiayao right now. Is that okay? After Ai Jiayao pressed the call button for the bed, the doctor and nurses rushed into the room. Seeing Gu Mo Yu's foot bleeding profusely, the doctor immediately unwrapped the bandage and began to treat the wound and stop the bleeding. Gu Mo Yuan didn't dare to delay either. After leaving the hospital room, despite wearing 10-centimeter high heels, she ran out to search for Ai Jiayao's whereabouts. When Gu Mo Yuan ran out of the hospital entrance, Ai Jiayao had already disappeared without a trace. But Gu Mo Yuan didn't give up and continued to search patiently. Chapter 92 Substitute for Gu Mo Yu to explain. After Gu Mo Yuan searched back and forth near the hospital, she did not see Ai Jiayao's figure. After finding nothing, Gu Mo Yuan hurried back to the hospital to visit Gu Mo Yu. After Gu Mo Yuan left, with the joint efforts of the doctors and nurses, Gu Mo Yu's wound had stopped bleeding and was bandaged. Gu Mo Yuan returned, sweating profusely, and breathlessly said to Gu Mo Yu, Mo Yu, I just want to look around. I searched everywhere, but I didn't see Jiayao. I don't know where she has gone. Upon hearing this news, Gu Mo Yu began to feel anxious and said, It's only been a little while. Where could that girl have gone? Seeing her brother so worried about Ai Jiayao, Gu Mo Yuan quickly comforted him. Mo Yu, you don't need to worry too much. Jiayao might just need some time to calm down. Although Gu Mo Yu said it was fine, he was more anxious than anyone else. He sat restlessly on the hospital bed, his mind filled with thoughts of Ai Jiayao. Gu Mo Yu said to his sister beside him, Sister, please bring me my phone. I want to call Jiayao. Seeing that Gu Mo Yu's emotions were still somewhat calm, Gu Mo Yuan did not say much and directly handed him the phone that was on the table. After Gu Mo Yu took the phone, he immediately unlocked the screen and dialed Ai Jiayao's number. The call went through, but no one answered. After a minute with no response, the voicemail prompt came on, and the call was disconnected. Gu Mo Yu still did not give up, holding on to a glimmer of hope, and dialed Ai Jiayao's number again. Unfortunately, after another minute of ringing, the voicemail prompt said, The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. After several unsuccessful attempts to call, Gu Mo Yu decided he couldn't just sit here and wait. He began to think about leaving the hospital immediately to apologize to Ai Jiayao in person, as he knew he was indeed in the wrong. Suddenly sitting up straight, Gu Mo Yu said firmly to Gu Mo Yuan, Sister, I really did something wrong. I should apologize to Jiayao in person and hope to earn her forgiveness. Gu Mo Yuan was the first to disagree with Gu Mo's decision and quickly refused. Mo, your injury isn't healed yet. I absolutely won't agree to you leaving the hospital. Gu Mo anxiously said to Gu Mo Yuan, Sister, Jiayao isn't answering my calls, and you can't find her either. I'm really worried about her. From Gu Mo's words, it was clear he was determined to leave the hospital. To ensure that Gu Mo could recover peacefully in the hospital, Gu Mo Yuan said to him, All right, Mo, just stay in the hospital and take care of your injury. I'll go explain things to Jiayao on your behalf. I believe a kind and understanding girl like her will definitely forgive you. Hopefully, Gu Mo could only comfort himself this way. After calming Gu Mo before leaving, Gu Mo Yuan instructed him, Mo, you just rest well in the hospital. I will come back to tell you as soon as I have good news. Gu Mo Yuan drove a Porsche and sped towards the villa where Ai Jiayao lived. As a girl driving a Porsche, combined with her outstanding appearance and noble elegance, she attracted many envious gazes along the way, with countless people turning their heads to look. When Gu Mo Yuan arrived outside Ai Jiayao's villa, she parked the car and quickly walked towards the villa's main door. Ding dong, ding dong. Gu Mo Yuan pressed the doorbell. After leaving the hospital, Ai Jiayao wandered aimlessly on the street before returning to the villa, angrily sitting on the sofa when she heard the doorbell ring. Ai Jiayao guessed it should be Gu Mo. If not him, then it must be Gu Mo Yuan. Ai Jiayao remained sitting on the sofa, completely ignoring the ringing doorbell. Gu Mo Yuan pressed the doorbell several more times, yet no one came to open the door. Gu Mo Yuan thought, could it be that Ai Jiayao isn't at the villa? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Ai Jiayao, unable to stand the annoying doorbell sound, shouted toward the person outside, Gu Mo, you big liar, get back right now. I never want to see you again. It was only after Ai Jiayao's loud shout that Gu Mo Yuan confirmed Ai Jiayao was indeed home. Jiayao, I'm Mo's sister. Please open the door. I have something to say to you. Gu Mo Yuan called out from outside, trying to raise her voice. When Ai Jiayao heard Gu Mo Yuan's voice outside, she realized it was Gu Mo Yuan at the door, not Gu Mo. Sister, just go back. Don't waste your time outside. I won't meet anyone from the Gu family. Ai Jiayao said resolutely. Gu Mo Yuan took a deep breath and continued to patiently plead with Ai Jiayao. Jiayao, what Mo did was wrong. As his sister, I want to personally come and apologize to you on his behalf. Please open the door for me, just this once for my sake, okay? At first, Ai Jiayao was unwilling to meet Gu Mo Yuan, but after Gu Mo Yuan's repeated pleas, she finally came to open the door. Ai Jiayao opened the villa's door, and although her inner anger had not yet subsided, she politely said to Gu Mo Yuan, Please come in, Gu Montak Yuan. Feeling a bit embarrassed, nodded slightly, and carefully followed Ai Jiayao into the living room of the villa. As soon as Gu Mo Yuan sat down on the sofa, she quickly explained to Ai Jiayao, Jiayao, I hope you won't stay angry with Mo. The reason he pretended to have amnesia was not out of malice. He just wanted to play a little joke with you. Gu Mo Yuan's explanation clearly did not hold water in front of Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao stared at Gu Mo Yuan and retorted without mercy, Sister, Gu Mo was hospitalized after a car accident. I spent the whole night worrying about him and couldn't sleep. And he, clearly only having a mild concussion, deceived me into thinking he had amnesia. Do you know how many tears I shed for him? I have never heard such a ridiculous joke in my life. I will not forgive Gu Mo for this behavior. Ai Jiayao's anger had not yet dissipated, and mentioning Gu Mo made her face turn red with rage. Seeing this, Gu Mo Yuan thought to herself, this girl is still angry. Helping Mo now would definitely just add fuel to the fire. But it's no wonder. If anyone else were deceived like this, they wouldn't be able to accept it either. Chapter 93. Worried about Gu Moxu, Gu Mo Yuan shifted her position and sat closely next to Ai Jiayao. Gu Mo Yuan was no longer explaining for her brother Gu Mo Su. Instead, she began to help Ai Jiayao curse Gu Mo Su, saying, that little brat, Gu Mo Su, is getting more and more outrageous, daring to pretend he has amnesia in front of you. Jiayao, don't be angry. When I go back, I will definitely teach Gu Mo Su a good lesson and help you vent your anger. Let's see if he dares to deceive others again. In order to help Ai Jiayao calm down, Gu Mo Yuan began to scold her own brother. After Gu Mo Yuan's accusations and curses towards Gu Mo Su, Ai Jiayao's mood indeed improved a bit, and her anger subsided considerably. Seeing that Ai Jiayao's anger had finally lessened, Gu Mo Yuan began to speak well of Gu Mo Su again. She deliberately said to Ai Jiayao, Mo Su is my dear brother, and I have watched him grow up. I know his character best. The reason he went to such lengths to deceive you and play this joke is that he has feelings for you and hopes you will always be by his side. When Ai Jiayao first heard Gu Mo Yuan's narration, she thought it was nothing, but she realized later that Gu Mo Yuan was speaking up for Gu Mo Su again. Ai Jiayao glanced at Gu Mo Yuan and unapologetically stated her position. Sister, you don't need to speak well of Gu Mo Su anymore. He has always treated me like a fool, playing with me at will, and I will never forgive him. I won't pay any attention to him in the future. Seeing Ai Jiayao's attitude so firm, Gu Mo Yuan felt that saying anything more would be pointless. Gu Mo Yuan got up from the sofa and said to Ai Jiayao, I have some matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer. After bidding farewell to Ai Jiayao, Gu Mo Yuan could only leave the villa empty-handed and hurriedly. It had been 2 days since Gu Mo Yuan came to the villa to explain for Gu Mo Su. Ai Jiayao had been angry for 2 consecutive days during this time. Sitting on the balcony and feeling the comfortable cool breeze, if it were any other time, it would be incredibly pleasant. But now, Ai Jiayao was in a bad mood. Even with the warm spring breeze, she couldn't feel happy. Sitting on the balcony, whenever Ai Jiayao thought about Gu Mo Su's deception, she couldn't help but feel angry, muttering to herself, that big bad guy Gu Mo Su clearly just has a mild concussion. Why did he have to lie to me and say he has amnesia? This stupid guy. Why make such a boring joke? Am I really that easy to fool? What an annoying guy. After Ai Jiayao grumbled angrily, she casually flipped through the calendar hanging on the wall, only to find that she hadn't gone out for 2 consecutive days. What Ai Jiayao did not expect was that since she ran away from the hospital, Gu Mo Su had not appeared before her again. Ai Jiayao was puzzled, saying, since I ran away from the hospital, I haven't seen Gu Mo Su. This guy is really hard-hearted. He repeatedly deceived me, and now he doesn't even have the courage to come and apologize. Just as Ai Jiayao finished speaking, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind, and she analyzed it herself. Based on what I know about Gu Mo Su over these days, whenever he does something wrong, he would shamelessly cling to me and beg for my forgiveness. But this time, it's been 2 days, and I haven't seen Gu Mo Su. Could something have happened? Upon analyzing this, Ai Jiayao's heart began to feel worried and tense. Although Gu Mo Su deceived me, he was hit by a car while trying to protect me. If he hadn't saved me, the one lying in the hospital would be me. One thing is one thing, in all fairness. I should at least call to check on him. After some analysis, Ai Jiayao decided to give Gu Mo Su a call to see what was going on. Ai Jiayao quickly walked to the living room, picked up the phone on the table, and prepared to call Gu Mo Su. When Ai Jiayao found Gu Mo Su's phone number and was about to dial, an image suddenly flashed in her mind. Gu Mo Su, looking smug, said to Ai Jiayao, "Hey, my dear, I've only been out of contact with you for 2 days, and you miss me this much. But it's no wonder. With a handsome and charming man like me, which girl wouldn't he want me?" Ai Jiayao shook her head and murmured, "No, I can't let Gu Mo Su feel so pleased. I can't call him. Otherwise, he will start to get carried away again." Ai Jiayao found herself in a dilemma, continuously thinking about whether or not to call Gu Mo Su. After a mental struggle, Ai Jiayao ultimately gave up the idea of calling Gu Mo Su. A big man like Gu Mo Su staying in the hospital should be fine, right? Besides, Gu Mo Su has his sister with him. He definitely won't have any problems. I must be overthinking it. I'm just scaring myself. After some analysis, Ai Jiayao reached this conclusion. Ai Jiayao felt that she must have been too bored at home these past 2 days, which is why she was overthinking things. Her anxiety must be acting up again. Ai Jiayao glanced at the clock on the wall, and it was exactly 12 o'clock. She went to the kitchen, quickly made a simple lunch, and, after enjoying the delicious meal, picked up her bag from the sofa, preparing to go to work. With a revitalized look, Ai Jiayao said, "From now on, I will forget all the unpleasant things from the past 2 days. I will start over and continue to work hard at my beloved job." Realizing my dream from 5 years ago to buy a house of my own in the city and become a millionaire soon. After encouraging herself, Ai Jiayao locked the villa's door and quickly walked out. She took a taxi to the company. As expected, Ai Jiayao arrived at the company and continued her beloved work, successfully putting her recent worries behind her. After hosting a live broadcast program, it was time to get off work. Ai Jiayao didn't linger in the office or go shopping with other colleagues. She went straight home after work. When Ai Jiayao returned home, she unlocked the villa's door with her keys. As soon as she entered the luxurious and elegant villa, she found it completely empty and silent, with no trace of human presence. Accustomed to Gu Su waiting for her at home and chattering endlessly when she returned, Ai Jiayao clearly felt unaccustomed without Gu Su's presence. Chapter 94. A shy dream. Ai Jiayao ordered takeout and finished her simple dinner. Feeling bored and alone, she turned on the LCD TV. Perhaps it was because she couldn't settle down, or for some other reason. Ai Jiayao flipped through the channels with the remote, but couldn't find a TV drama that could hold her attention. The troublesome matters involving Gu had kept Ai Jiayao from sleeping well for several days. After sitting on the sofa for a while, drowsiness suddenly overtook her. After taking a bath in the bathroom, Ai Jiayao went upstairs early to her room to sleep. Perhaps she was indeed too tired in the past few days. As soon as Ai Jiayao lay down in bed and closed her eyes, she fell into a deep sleep and sweetly entered the dreamland. "You little girl, it's been so many days since you last saw me. Do you really not miss me?" Gu said with a playful smile, striding towards Ai Jiayao with his long legs, giving her a big hug. "Who misses you? I'm living leisurely on my own, enjoying it so much." Ai Jiayao maintained her contradictory stance, trying very hard to break free from Gu domineering embrace. Before Ai Jiayao could say another word, Gu sexy lips kissed her small mouth. As Gu got closer, Ai Jiayao faintly smelled that familiar, refreshing mint scent. As usual, Gu was domineering. After a passionate kiss, his hands fell on Ai Jiayao's body, removing her clothes one by one. Even her most intimate underwear was not spared, all pulled off by Gu in turn. Following that, Gu also took off his own clothes with a skilled motion. He leaped and pressed Ai Jiayao beneath him. Ai Jiayao did not resist Gu passionate advances. Instead, she acted like a docile little sheep, allowing Gu to toy with her. Although it was just a dream, the feeling was so familiar that it made Ai Jiayao almost believe that Gu had secretly slipped into her room last night. After dreaming all night, Ai Jiayao woke up feeling a bit fatigued. She sat up at the edge of the bed, quickly lifted the blanket to check if her clothes were still there, wondering if Gu had really bullied her last night. When Ai Jiayao lifted the blanket, she found her clothes intact. She wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and said, "Oh, so it turns out that last night was just a dream. I thought that big pervert Gu had taken advantage of me while I was asleep. Last night's dream was so vivid. In the dream, Gu chest was still so solid, and the slightly raised muscles felt so substantial. Ai Jiayao couldn't believe that Gu hadn't come over last night. So she got out of bed to check the doors and windows for any signs of tampering. Without even changing out of her pajamas, she eagerly searched through the doors and windows, yet still found no evidence that Gu had been there. Forget it. Maybe I've been too stressed out with all the troubles I've been facing lately, which is why I ended up dreaming. Ai Jiayao comforted herself. As usual, after a quick breakfast, she hurried off to work. After a long day of meetings with her supervisor, Ai Jiayao was so tired that she could hardly straighten her back. As soon as she got home, she tossed her bag aside and collapsed onto the sofa. She didn't even have dinner, heading straight upstairs to sleep. Ai Jiayao lay down in bed and fell into a deep sleep again. In her dream, Ai Jiayao frowned slightly, vaguely feeling someone pressing down on her, with Gu big hands greedily caressing every sensitive part of her body. Ai Jiayao felt a wave of blissful, tingling wash over her, sensing that Gu Moyu was up to no good again, starting to bully her. However, she really enjoyed this euphoric feeling. Ai Jiayao had the same dream for 2 consecutive nights. Rubbing her blurry eyes, she slightly opened them and felt that she had gone to bed early last night. Yet now she was even more sore than usual after staying up late. Leaning against her pillow, she checked her clothes, which were still intact, and sat on the bed with a puzzled expression, saying, "What is going on these past 2 days? Why have I had the same embarrassing, shy dream for 2 nights in a row?" Even though it was a dream, everything felt so real. And the first thing Ai Jiayao thought of was that Gu Moyu must have come over last night, with a belly full of questions. She got out of bed once more to check the doors and windows for any signs of tampering. After a thorough inspection, she still found no evidence that Gu Moyu had been there. After washing up and changing her clothes, the doorbell rang outside the villa. Someone was ringing the doorbell this early. It couldn't be Xiaoya, could it? It's been days since she last came to see me, as Ai Jiayao speculated. She quickened her pace to open the door. With a smile on her face, Ai Jiayao eagerly opened the door, only to find that it was not Xiaoya, but Gu Moyuan. Ai Jiayao immediately wiped the smile off her face and asked straightforwardly, "Sister, why are you here so early? Is there something you need?" Gu Moyuan glanced at Ai Jiayao and said, "Jiayao, don't you plan to invite me in for a bit?" As the saying goes, a visitor is a guest. Since Gu Moyuan had gone this far, Ai Jiayao couldn't refuse and politely said, "Sister, please come in." Gu Moyuan entered the villa and sat down on the black leather sofa, getting straight to the point. "Jiayao, I think you already guessed what I want to say by coming here. It's been a few days since the incident, and you should have calmed down by now. Moyu knows he was wrong. You should be magnanimous and not hold it against him. As his sister, I sincerely hope you can forgive Moyu." As expected, Gu Moyuan was here to plead for Gu Moyu. Her bright, soulful eyes were fixed on Ai Jiayao, hoping to get the answer she wanted from her. If this had been a few days ago, Gu Moyuan directly asking Ai Jiayao to forgive Gu Moyu would have led Ai Jiayao to retort without mercy. However, after these 2 days of calm, Ai Jiayao's anger had dissipated significantly. Chapter 95. A dream with suspicion. Ai Jiayao directly ignored Gu Moyuan's desired response and instead asked with concern, "Sister, how is Moyu doing lately? How is his wound healing? When do you think he could be discharged from the hospital?" Ai Jiayao had originally avoided Gu Moyuan's topic, and Gu Moyuan felt a bit disappointed, thinking that today would be another fruitless trip. To her surprise, Ai Jiayao actually expressed concern about Gu Moxu's recovery. From Ai Jiayao's words, Gu Moyuan sensed that there might still be hope for her brother Moyu and Ai Jiayao. Gu Moyuan's mood shifted from disappointment to excitement in an instant. Suppressing her inner joy, Gu Moyuan pretended to be sorrowful and said, "Ai Jia, let me tell you the truth. Although Moyu only has a mild concussion, his recovery isn't going very well. The doctor said he needs to stay in the hospital for observation for a while longer." As she spoke, Gu Moyuan secretly observed Ai Jiayao's expression. Seeing Ai Jiayao's calm demeanor, Gu Moyuan continued intentionally, "Oh, Ai Jia, if you hadn't insisted on taking Moyu out that night, none of this would have happened. He was perfectly fine, and now he can only lie in bed, unable to move." Gu Moyuan deliberately mentioned the cause of the accident in front of Ai Jiayao. Upon hearing this, Ai Jiayao's previously calm face slightly furrowed her brows, as if she was deep in thought. Gu Moyuan felt that her plan was working and continued to share with Ai Jiayao, "Ai Jia, do you know? Since that day you found out that Moyu deceived you and left in anger, Moyu tried to chase after you to explain. Ignoring his foot injury, he stood up with all his strength to bring you back, but his foot suddenly started bleeding heavily." Gu Moyuan recounted the tragic circumstances of that day without holding back, embellishing it as well. She vividly described Gu Moxu's various misfortunes, but Ai Jiayao's previously furrowed brow quickly shifted to indifference. Ai Jiayao looked at Gu Moyuan with disbelief and got straight to the point. "Sister, I was indeed very angry about Gu Moxu deceiving me, but considering how sincerely you are running errands for him, I can forgive him. As long as Gu Moxu fully recovers and is discharged from the hospital, he must come to me in person to apologize. If not, I will never forgive him." Previously, Ai Jiayao had been adamant about refusing Gu Moxu's apology and even expressed that she didn't want to see him again. Now, she finally relented, stating that she would forgive him as long as he apologized to her in person. A smile that had been absent for a long time appeared on Guma Yuan's face, and she quickly agreed, "All right, Ai Jiayao, it's a deal. As soon as MOU recovers and is discharged, I'll have him come over to apologize to you. And you must be magnanimous and forgive him." After hurriedly bidding farewell to Ai Jiayao, Guma Yuan drove excitedly to the hospital, eager to share this good news with her brother Gu Moxu. Upon arriving at Gu Moxu's hospital room, before Guma Yuan could say anything, Gu Moxu spoke first. "Sister, what did Ai Jiayao say? Is she still unwilling to forgive me?" Seeing her brother's sorrowful expression, Guma Yuan couldn't keep him in suspense any longer. After taking a sip of water, she excitedly said to Gu Moxu, "MOU, Ai Jiayao just agreed to me. When your injury fully heals and you can be discharged, you must go to Ai Jiayao in person to apologize, and she will definitely forgive you." Upon hearing this rare piece of good news, Gu Moxu was as happy as a child, dancing around, wishing he could open a bottle of red wine to celebrate right then and there. After a moment of joy, Guma Yuan candidly told Gu Moxu, "Little brother, don't be too happy too soon. What you did before was indeed very excessive. Although Ai Jiayao has a kind heart, she can also be quite stubborn." While Gu Moxu's act of pretending amnesia to deceive Ai Jiayao was already excessive in Guma Yuan's eyes, what she didn't expect was that Gu Moxu had been sneaking into the villa every night to secretly visit Ai Jiayao. After Guma Yuan left the villa, Ai Jiayao sat on the sofa, deep in thought about the puzzling dream she had experienced over the past 2 days. After pondering for a while, Ai Jiayao, as if possessed by Conan, slowly began to analyze. "Since I find the dreams I've had these past 2 days suspicious, rather than sitting here idly and making random guesses, it would be better to take the initiative tonight and wait for the rabbit to come to me. This way, I can get to the bottom of things." When it was time to sleep, Ai Jiayao followed the plan from this morning, turned off the bedside lamp early, and went to bed, preparing to catch the rabbit in her trap. Ai Jiayao waited for several hours, but the villa remained eerily quiet, with no signs of activity. Still, Ai Jiayao didn't give up. Suppressing her growing drowsiness, she continued to stick to her plan of waiting for the rabbit tonight. She lowered her voice as much as possible, stifled a yawn, and persevered. In the early hours of the morning, while lying quietly in bed, Ai Jiayao heard faint footsteps coming from downstairs in the villa. Ai Jiayao perked up her ears, fully focused on the sounds below. In less than 3 minutes, she could hear the footsteps getting closer. In order to successfully catch the intruder red-handed, Ai Jiayao remained calm, lying quietly in bed, ready and waiting for the flower thief to arrive. Gu Moxu, like a habitual offender, quickly climbed through the window into Ai Jiayao's room with a swift leap. Just as Ai Jiayao had suspected, a man had indeed entered her room. Before she could take any further action, the dark room was dimly lit. Even though the bright moon hung high in the sky, it couldn't illuminate the pitch-black room. Due to the weak light, Gu Moxu stumbled and nearly fell to the ground, startled, and let out a cry of awe. He was also stopped by the bed nearby. In his clumsiness, Gu Moxu accidentally brushed against Ai Jiayao's delicate little hand, which was lying on the bed as she waited for the thief. With that Gu Moxu completely revealed his identity. Ai Jiayao immediately recognized the familiar voice and the familiar hand that had touched her arm. Without a second thought, she realized that the person who had sneakily come to attack her that night was undoubtedly Gu Moxu. Chapter 96. A sudden whack. Gu Moyu made such a loud noise in the room, yet he was completely unaware that Ai Jiayao had been waiting for him in bed. Gu Moyu didn't know where he found the courage, but just like a few days ago, he clumsily climbed onto Ai Jiayao's bed. Ai Jiayao had been waiting for a long time, and as soon as Gu Moyu got on the bed and hadn't even settled down, she immediately threw back the covers, got up from the bed, and gave Gu Moyu a merciless whack on the head. No! With a series of screams, Gu Moyu was dealt with by Ai Jiayao. He quickly begged for mercy, saying, "Hey, master, be gentle. You're so rough, you'll break me." Ignoring Gu Moyu's pleas, Ai Jiayao, filled with anger, dragged Gu Moyu straight to the living room. Gu Moyu was having the worst luck, caught red-handed by Ai Jiayao today. His brain was racing. trying desperately to think of a way to deal with Ai Jiayao. If he didn't give her a reasonable explanation, he would surely get another beating. Gu Moyu suppressed his inner unease as much as possible and pretended to be calm as he explained, "Master, the reason I appeared in your room at night is that I just wanted to give you a surprise." As soon as the words came out, Gu Moyu felt that even he didn't believe this explanation, let alone Ai Jiayao, but he couldn't think of a better way, so he had to take the plunge, hoping that Ai Jiayao would believe what he said. Ai Jiayao glared at Gu Moyu and sneered, "Gu Moyu, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Or that I'm so easy to deceive like before? You should be recuperating in the hospital, yet you appear in my room at midnight and say it's to give me a surprise. Do you think I would believe that?" Faced with Ai Jiayao's series of reasonable questions, Gu Moyu found it hard to defend himself and quickly took a few steps back before he could gather his thoughts. Ai Jiayao, remembering how she felt sore and tired every morning for the past few days as if she hadn't rested well, continued to question Gu Moyu. "Gu Moyu, you better honestly confess everything. Did you come here a couple of nights ago too? Did you do something reckless to me?" These things were indeed all done by Gu Moyu. Feeling guilty, Gu Moyu was left speechless by Ai Jiayao's questioning and could only stand there in shock. Seeing that Gu Moyu didn't answer, Ai Jiayao felt that her suspicions were correct. The thought of Gu Moyu being so reckless, repeatedly trying to force her into that kind of situation, and succeeding every time made Ai Jiayao feel that she, as a girl, was at a disadvantage, being taken advantage of by Gu Moyu time and again, which filled her with rage. Ai Jiayao took a deep breath, shot a fiery glance at Gu Moyu, and spoke mercilessly. "Gu Moyu, it really is you, you big pervert, big liar. I had already forgiven you for deceiving me before. I didn't expect you to still be unrepentant, deceiving and hurting me again and again. Gu Moyu, listen up from now on. I don't want to see you anymore. And you're not allowed to step into my house again. Don't come looking for me in the future. Get out of here now." As soon as she finished speaking, Ai Jiayao angrily kicked Gu Moyu out of the house, and with a loud bang, she slammed the villa door shut. Gu Moyu stood outside the villa, desperately trying to plead, explaining to Ai Jiayao, "Master, don't kick me out. Let me explain. I did this before because I was being foolish. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me." Gu Moyu said a lot standing at the door, but the villa remained eerily quiet, and Ai Jiayao did not respond at all. Gu Moyu thought that Ai Jiayao was still angry and that no matter how much he said, she wouldn't listen. So he had to give up on persuading her and return to the hospital in defeat. It was not easy for Gu Moyu to sneak out of the hospital. He had to avoid being discovered by the doctors and nurses, as well as his sister, or she would definitely give him a lecture. Gu Moyu took the elevator to his ward's floor. With excellent vigilance, Gu Moyu looked around carefully and, finding no doctors or nurses in sight, hurried to his ward. Gu Moyu successfully avoided the doctors and nurses, but when he entered his ward, he was shocked to find his sister Gu Moyuin already waiting inside. When Gu Moyu saw his sister sitting upright in a chair, he was so startled that his heart nearly jumped out of his throat. "Sister, why are you here so early?" Gu Moyu was the first to speak. Gu Moyuin stood up from the chair and straightforwardly asked Gu Moyu, "Your injury isn't healed yet. Why aren't you lying in the hospital to recuperate? What are you doing running out so early?" Faced with his sister's questioning, Gu Moyu felt a bit caught off guard. He thought to himself, wasn't everything done very discreetly? How could there be a loophole? Why did his sister suddenly arrive here so early? Just as Gu Moyu was puzzled, Gu Moyuin saw right through his little thoughts. She got straight to the point and said to Gu Moyu, "Little brother, are you wondering how I suddenly came to the hospital so early? Let me tell you. The hospital called me early this morning and said you were missing and not in your ward. So I rushed over as soon as I could. You better confess honestly what you were doing out so early." Gu Moyu realized that he could no longer hide the fact that he sneaked out, and rather than holding on here, it would be better to confess. A charming smile appeared on Gu Moyu's face as he actively admitted his mistake. "Sister, I was wrong. I should have listened to you and stayed in the hospital to recuperate. I shouldn't have sneaked out and made you worry about me." Gu Moyu's proactive admission of guilt made Gu Moyuin feel an ominous premonition. With Gu Moyu's temperament, he usually wouldn't be so proactive in admitting mistakes unless there was something shocking hidden behind it. Gu Moyuin subconsciously knew that it wasn't just a simple matter of sneaking out of the hospital. He must have done something unimaginable, even terrifying. Gu Moyuin's wise eyes fell on Gu Moyu as she directly asked, Moyu, you better honestly confess what you did out early in the morning. If you don't say, you know my temper, I will definitely find out the truth. Chapter 97. Reaping what one sows under the repeated questioning of her elder sister Gu Moyuin. Gu Moyu felt that she could no longer hide the truth. Her sister would find out sooner or later. Gu Moyu stopped concealing it and, looking regretful, said to Gu Moyuin, Sister, actually I've been sneaking out of the hospital these past few days. I didn't go anywhere else but to Jiayao's house. Upon hearing Gu Moyu's explanation, Gu Moyuin's pupils dilated several times as she quickly retorted, Moyu, why would you go to a girl's house when she is home alone? You didn't take advantage of her vulnerability and bully her, did you? Gu Moyuin had accurately pinpointed what Gu Moyu had done in the middle of the night. Gu Moyu lowered her head slightly, not answering, tacitly admitting to the fact that she had taken advantage of the situation to bully Ai Jiayao. Gu Moyuin took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, and said helplessly, Moyu, I don't even know what to say to you. How could you do such a thing? Before Gu Moyuin could finish her sentence, Gu Moyu interrupted her, trembling as she confessed, Sister, Jiayao found out that I've been sneaking into her house these past few days. She scolded me fiercely this morning and kicked me out. Gu Moyuin had gone to Ai Jiayao's house several times to plead for Gu Moyu, and after much effort, she managed to ease the relationship between Gu Moyu and Ai Jiayao. Unexpectedly, all of her hard work was ruined by Gu Moyu, bringing them back to square one overnight. When Gu Moyuin heard this bad news, she completely broke down, not knowing what to say. Knock, knock, knock. A soft knocking sound came from the hospital room. Gu Moyuin and Gu Moyu, in sync, looked towards the door. Gu Moyuin immediately stood up to open it. As the door opened, a middle-aged man in a doctor's uniform with gold-rimmed glasses appeared. Before Gu Moyuin could speak, the middle-aged man introduced himself, saying, Hello, I am Director Huang, the head of the hospital. I need to talk to the patient, Gu Moyu. Upon hearing that the visitor was Director Huang, Gu Moyuin quickly said politely, Hello, Director Huang. Please come in. My brother Moyu is inside. Under Gu Moyuin's guidance, Director Huang entered Gu Moyu's hospital room and approached her bedside. Once seated, Director Huang got straight to the point, addressing Gu Moyu. Mr. Gu, although your injuries are not life-threatening, you have not fully recovered yet, and head injuries can be serious. You should not take this lightly, or your condition may worsen, and it will be too late to regret. The doctor had already advised Gu Moyu several times, but unfortunately, Gu Moyu treated it as background noise, repeatedly sneaking out of the hospital at night. The doctor had no choice but to report to his superiors, leading to Director Huang personally coming to persuade her. Even with Director Huang's arrival, Gu Moyu remained indifferent, saying, Director Huang, I know my own body. I've told you many times that I'm fine. Seeing Gu Moyu still maintaining that attitude, and with the persuasion ineffective, Director Huang directly warned her, Mr. Gu, as doctors, we have a duty to take care of our patients. If you continue to ignore our warnings and run out of the hospital, we will not be responsible for any problems with your health in the future. Noticing that Director Huang was getting a bit angry, Gu Moyuin quickly stepped in to speak on behalf of Gu Moyu, saying, Director Huang, please calm down. Considering that he hasn't fully recovered, don't hold it against him. I will definitely keep an eye on my brother and let him step out of the hospital again. With Gu Moyuin's assurances and persuasion, Director Huang's expression softened a little. Before leaving, he reminded Gu Moyuin, Miss Gu, although Mr. Gu has a mild concussion, brain issues can be serious. I hope you remember my words to avoid any accidents. Gu Moyuin personally escorted Director Huang out of the room, respectfully saying, Director Huang, please take care. I want to see you off. Standing at the door, Gu Moyuin watched as Director Huang left, until his figure disappeared down the corridor, before returning to Gu Moyu's room. After sending off Director Huang, only Gu Moyuin and Gu Moyu remained in the hospital room. Gu Moyuin immediately frowned and scolded Gu Moyu. Gu Moyu, you little brat, how dare you sneak out of the hospital so many times without telling me? Have you really proven that saying right, 3 days without a beating makes the house fall apart? If it weren't for your injuries, I would have loved to give you a good beating. Having been scolded by his sister, Gu Moyu didn't dare to retort, and could only helplessly listen to her reprimand. Although Guma Yuan hadn't gone to work at the company, there were still many matters she needed to arrange and handle. By the end of the morning, Guma Yuan couldn't even count how many calls she had received and made. Meanwhile, Guma Yu, resting on the hospital bed, ignored his sister's objections and played video games for several hours. He found being in the hospital incredibly boring. In his boredom, a thought suddenly flashed through Guma Yu's mind to call Ai Jiayao and chat about anything. Even if she scolded him, he wouldn't mind as long as he could hear her voice. Although Guma Yu's idea felt a bit desperate, he didn't care how much she might bully him. He was already used to that feeling as long as he could be with Ai Jiayao. Guma Yu quickly picked up his phone and dialed Ai Jiayao's number. After dialing, the phone emitted a series of beeping sounds, and Guma Yu looked at his phone expectantly, hoping Ai Jiayao would pick up the call eagerly as he had imagined. Fantasy is always beautiful, but reality is cruel. When Ai Jiayao saw that the caller ID was Guma Yu, she not only didn't answer the call, but directly turned off her phone. In the blink of an eye, Guma Yu's phone voice prompt said, "Hello. The number you have dialed is turned off. Please try again later." Guma Yu received the answer he least wanted to know. Feeling frustrated, Guma Yu sat on the bed, muttering to himself, "This girl is too ruthless. She not only didn't answer my call, but also turned off her phone." While Guma Yin was busy sending documents on her phone, she mercilessly hit Guma Yu's sore spot, saying, "Guma Yu, don't blame me for not standing by your side as your sister. What you did before was too much, and you completely brought this on yourself." Chapter 98. Crazy gift giving Guma Yu is currently lying on a hospital bed, unable to go anywhere. Moreover, Ai Jiayao is still in a fit of anger. Guma Yu keeps pleading with her sister Guma Yuan, "Sister, look, Jiayao isn't answering my calls anymore. You're just enjoying the misfortune. Are you really my sister? My dear sister, I'm begging you, please help me explain things to Ai Jiayao. I'm really asking you to intercede." Guma Yuan initially didn't want to agree, but under Guma Yu's persistent pleas, her heart softened, and she decided to help Guma Yu persuade Ai Jiayao. After finishing her documents, Guma Yuan put down her phone and said seriously to Guma Yu, "Moyu, I agree to help you talk to Jiayao, but you have to promise me that from now on, you'll stay in the hospital and focus on recovering. No more going out to stir up trouble." Guma Yu quickly agreed to Guma Yuan's request, saying, "Okay, sister, as long as you can help me plead with Jiayao, I'll agree to anything. Today is the weekend." So Ai Jiayao doesn't have to work and only gets out of bed around 11 o'clock. When Ai Jiayao opens her sleepy eyes and sees the clock on the table, it's already 11 o'clock. Calmly, Ai Jiayao gets out of bed, washes up in the bathroom, and changes into a new outfit before leaving her room. Sitting at the dining table eating breakfast, Ai Jiayao can't help but think about how Guma Yu has been coming to disturb her every night these past few days. The more she thinks about it, the angrier she gets, and soon she can't even finish her breakfast. To avoid thinking about those annoying things, even though it's the weekend, Ai Jiayao goes to her computer, opens it up, and prepares to do a live stream to distract herself. Once everything is ready, Ai Jiayao throws herself into her beloved streaming work. Within less than 3 minutes of the live stream, Su Wenhao shows up. As usual, Su Wenhao not only supports Ai Jiayao, but also generously showers her with gifts. Indeed, immersing oneself in work can temporarily help one forget unpleasant things. Seeing Su Wenhao send her so many gifts, Ai Jiayao reveals a long-lost smile and quickly replies, "Thank you for your gifts. I wish you happiness every day, moi." Ai Jiayao's immediate response makes Su Wenhao very happy. The two interact during the live stream, and Ai Jiayao responds to many enthusiastic fans' donations and messages. As the live stream time comes to an end, Ai Jiayao feels a bit tired, shuts down her computer, and quickly stands up from her chair to lounge on the sofa. Su Wenhao, still wanting to interact with Ai Jiayao, finds that she is already into the stream. He can only look for other ways to chat with her. Just then, Ai Jiayao's phone on the table chimes with a WeChat notification. She thinks to herself, "Could it be that Xiaoya is messaging me to go shopping?" Ai Jiayao lazily sits up from the sofa and eagerly picks up her phone to check. The screen shows that the message is from Su Wenhao, not Qi Xiaoya. Su Wenhao messages Ai Jiayao, saying, "Jiayao, I haven't seen you for a few days. I've been on a business trip in San Francisco, USA, so I haven't been in touch. Upon learning that Su Wenhao is on a business trip, Ai Jiayao understands why she hasn't seen him these past few days. She quickly replies, "Oh, I see. No wonder I haven't seen you for a few days. Are you getting used to being alone in America?" Ai Jiayao is being polite and shows concern for Su Wenhao. In order to learn more about Ai Jiayao, Su Wenhao constantly finds topics to chat about. Thus, throughout the morning, Ai Jiayao and Su Wenhao exchange messages on WeChat, with Su Wenhao generously sharing photos of the scenic spots he has visited in San Francisco. Halfway through their chat, Ai Jiayao suddenly needs to go to the bathroom. When she returns, Su Wenhao shares exciting news. "I've successfully secured the contract with the American company, and I can fly back to our city tomorrow." Ai Jiayao quickly dries her hands with a tissue and replies, "Wow, congratulations on securing the contract." Su Wenhao sends a fist-pumping emoji, unable to hide his joy, and continues messaging Jiayao, "Promise me that when I return to the country, I want to treat you to a meal. You can only accept, not refuse. Consider it a celebration for me successfully securing the American order." Ai Jiayao hesitates for a moment. She initially wants to refuse Su Wenhao's invitation, but then thinks, if she has a meal with Su Wenhao, Gu Maoyu, that little jealous king, will definitely be angry. Just thinking about the scene of making Gu Maoyu angry makes Ai Jiayao quickly reply to Su Wenhao, "All right then, I agree. Call me when you get back." With Ai Jiayao agreeing to Su Wenhao's invitation, he can hardly contain his joy and replies without any hesitation, "Great. We have a delightful agreement." In a very good mood, Su Wenhao messages Ai Jiayao, "I'm going out to buy a gift now. I'll definitely give you an unexpected surprise when I return." After Ai Jiao's half-hour live stream in the morning, not only is Su Wenhao still wanting more, but many fans are also eager for her to stream again. Feeling bored at home by herself, Ai Jiayao agrees to her fans' requests and does another half-hour live stream in the afternoon. Gu Moyu, lying on her hospital bed, is playing on her phone and accidentally discovers that Ai Jiayao is streaming online again. It's the weekend, and this girl is so dedicated, even doing a live stream on Sunday. No wonder she has won the Outstanding Employee Award from our Longwy group for 3 consecutive years. Gu Moyu generously praises Ai Jiayao. To cheer Ai Jiayao up, Gu Moyu even uses her phone to send her a flurry of gifts, publicly apologizing to Ai Jiayao in the stream. "Girl, I was wrong. Can you be magnanimous and forgive me this time?" For Gu Moyu's public apology, Ai Jiayao completely ignores it, offering no response. Despite Gu Moyu showering her with so many gifts, Ai Jiayao doesn't even say thank you. This undeniably makes many fans feel disgusted, thinking that Gu Moyu is the type who believes that having some money gives her the right to do as she pleases. A fan with the username Cherry Blossom under the tree sharply comments, "Some people think that just because they have a little money, they can do whatever they want." Chapter 99 reflect, while a commenter with the username Cloud Rolls and Cloud Floats also chimed in. "Who is this person? How shameless. Our Miss Jiayao doesn't even pay attention to him." Gu Moyu's actions sparked a huge uproar online, with constant criticism. However, Gu Moyu, who usually carried himself with a kingly demeanor, was indifferent to the rumors circulating online and directly ignored their existence. The next day at noon, Su Wenhao landed at the airport in City A. As soon as he got off the plane, he didn't even have time to grab his luggage and immediately picked up his phone to call Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao had just finished her eating broadcast and was organizing materials to prepare for a meeting in Manager Lu's office. The moment Ai Jiayao stood up, her phone on the desk rang. When she saw it was Su Wenhao calling, she quickly answered, "Hello, Jiayao, I'm back in the country, and I'm at the airport in City A. I can see you soon." Su Wenhao's voice carried a hint of excitement. Su Wenhao's arrival undoubtedly provided Ai Jiayao with a good opportunity to take revenge on Gu Moyu. "Oh, look at my head. You just told me last night that you'd arrive this noon, and I got so busy that I forgot everything," Ai Jiayao said a bit embarrassedly. "It's okay, Jiayao. Anyway, I have a secretary picking me up as soon as I get off the plane, so you don't need to worry. Oh, by the way, Jiayao, you didn't forget that you promised to have dinner with me yesterday, right?" Su Wenhao yoked. Wenhao, don't forget, I'm a total foodie. I can forget anything else. But how could I possibly forget something as important as food? Ai Jiayao also lightened the mood with a joke. Hearing that Ai Jiayao hadn't forgotten their agreement, Su Wenhao revealed a long-lost smile. All right, Jiayao, I still have to go back to the company to handle some matters. Let us meet at the French restaurant on Seeing Road tonight. After Su Wenhao and Ai Jiayao agreed on the dinner location, just as he hung up the phone, Secretary Han hurriedly approached Su Wenhao, pulling along his luggage and reporting, President Su, well, you've been away from the company these past few days. Boss Liu seized the opportunity to take away several of our major clients. After hearing Secretary Han's report, Su Wenhao's expression grew serious as he rushed back to the company to investigate and handle the matter. After work, Ai Jiayao looked at the time and felt she had plenty of time. So instead of heading directly to the meeting place with Su Wenhao, she went home to change clothes first. After changing, Ai Jiayao was just about to head out to the restaurant where she had agreed to meet Su Wenhao. Meanwhile, Gu Moyuan had agreed to her brother Gu Moyu's request to visit Ai Jiayao again to seek her forgiveness. Gu Moyuan got out of the car and hurriedly walked towards Ai Jiayao's villa, preparing to plead for her brother once more. Just as Ai Jiayao stepped out of the villa's main gate, before she could even lock it, Gu Moyuan rushed towards her. The two of them happened to meet right at the entrance of the villa. Gu Moyuan's unexpected visit made Ai Jiayao guess her purpose immediately. Here again to act as a mediator for Gu Moyu. Ai Jiayao saw through Gu Moyuan at a glance. Before Gu Moyuan could speak, Ai Jiayao quickly interjected. Oh, sister. What a coincidence. I run into you just stepping out. But I can't stay and chat now. My friend Wenhao just returned from a business trip in the U.S., and he invited me to dinner. Gu Moyuan, being clever, understood that Ai Jiayao was deliberately saying this in front of her, not wanting to back down. Gu Moyuan, who originally intended to persuade Ai Jiayao, instead responded in a contrary manner. Yes, Jiayao. I happened to be nearby handling some matters and came by to see you. I didn't expect to run into you right at the door. Ai Jiayao glanced at the time on her phone. It was almost time for her dinner with Su Wenhao. She quickly said to Gu Moyuan, Sister, I'm sorry. It's almost time for my dinner with Wenhao, so I can't chat with you anymore. I'm in a bit of a rush. Gu Moyuan pretended to be nonchalant and replied, No problem. You should hurry then. Ai Jiayao deliberately showed her eagerness to meet Su Wenhao in front of Gu Moyuan, which made Gu Moyuan uncomfortable. She quickly left the vicinity of Ai Jiayao's villa, drove back to the hospital, and hurried to relay this important information to Gu Moyu. As soon as Gu Moyuan returned to Gu Moyu's hospital room, she didn't even set her bag down before she said to Gu Moyu, Moyu, it's bad. Just now when I was on my way to Jiayao's house, I happened to run into her at her door. Jiayao was all dressed up and didn't hide the fact that she was going to have dinner with Su Wenhao. Gu Moyuan recounted everything she had seen and heard outside Ai Jiayao's villa to Gu Moyu. When Gu Moyu learned that Su Wenhao was trying to get close to Ai Jiayao again, he clenched his fists and angrily cursed Su Wenhao. That persistent bastard Su Wenhao. How dare he try to hit on my woman while I'm recovering? He really has a death wish. Does he think I'm that easy to bully? Mentioning Su Wenhao filled Gu Moyu's eyes with rage, and he felt an urge to tear him apart on the spot. Looking at Gu Moyu's furious demeanor, Gu Moyuan shot him a disdainful glance and mercilessly lectured. Gu Moyu, you can't blame others for this. You have to blame yourself. If it weren't for you repeatedly deceiving Jiayao and hurting her, she wouldn't casually agree to have dinner with Su Wenhao. You need to reflect on this properly. Gu Moyu, who had been seething with anger and wished to tear Su Wenhao apart, shifted from furious to frustrated after his sister's words. Leaning back against the pillow, he slightly closed his eyes, reflecting on the events of these days, with memories flashing through his mind. Seeing Gu Moyu remain silent, Gu Moyuan's heart softened, realizing her earlier words might have been too harsh. She hurriedly comforted Gu Moyu. Moyu, you don't need to worry too much. I believe Jiayao isn't that kind of casual girl. The reason she is going to dinner with Su Wenhao is just because she is still angry with you. After tonight, she will surely come to her senses. Chapter 100. 999 Roses. Gu Moyuan patiently advised Gu Moyu. But Gumayu only felt worse. As soon as she closed her eyes, her mind uncontrollably imagined the scene of Ai Jiayao and Su Wenhao dining together. Ai Jiayao looked shyly at Su Wenhao, saying, "Wenhao, I'm not very good at cutting steak." And Su Wenhao, being a gentleman with a hidden beastly nature, didn't directly take Jiayao's steak to cut it for her. Instead, he stood up and wrapped his arms around Ai Jiayao from behind, teaching her hand in hand how to cut the steak more easily. Ai Jiayao slightly lifted her head, and the two exchanged a loving glance. Then Su Wenhao's beastly side emerged, and while Jiayao wasn't paying attention, he dared to sneak a kiss on Ai Jiayao's soft lips. Like cotton candy, Gu Moyu imagined this uncontrollable scene, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She couldn't take it anymore. Suddenly, Gu Moyu opened her eyes and said to Gu Moyu, who was sitting next to her, "No, sister, I can't let Jiayao be alone with that two-faced beast, Su Wenhao. If I don't rescue her, someone as pure and kind as her will definitely suffer. Sister, you need to arrange my discharge immediately. I've decided to leave the hospital early. MOU, don't joke around. Your injury hasn't fully healed, and the doctor said you need to stay for at least 3 more days for observation before you could be discharged." Gu Moyuan repeated the doctor's special instructions to Gu Moyu. Although everything Gu Moyuan said was true, Gu Moyu couldn't bear the thought of lying in the hospital while her beloved woman was dining with another man. No way could she tolerate that. Despite Gu Moyuan's earnest persuasion, Gu Moyu couldn't listen anymore. All she could think about was finding Ai Jiayao and quickly taking her away from the tiger's den. In the bathroom, Gu Moyu took off her hospital gown and changed into her usual elegant attire. She hurriedly walked out of the bathroom, ready to grab her phone and head out to find Ai Jiayao. Gu Moyuan made one last effort, desperately persuading Gu Moyu, "Moyu, listen to me. Your injury hasn't fully healed. If you leave like this, it will definitely leave a lasting problem in the future. You should listen to your sister and not go to Jiayao. Just stay in the hospital and focus on recovering." "Sister, I'm a grown man. This little injury is nothing. I'll be fine, don't worry." Gu Moyu disregarded her sister's objections, comforting Gu Moyuan while picking up her phone and striding out of the ward without looking back. As soon as Gu Moyu stepped out of the ward, she immediately picked up her phone and called Secretary Jean. Upon seeing Gu Moyu's name on the caller ID, Secretary Jean didn't hesitate and answered the phone respectfully. "Hello, President." "Hello, Secretary Jean. You need to prepare a car for me immediately. Come to the hospital as fast as you can. I'll be waiting for you at the hospital entrance." Gu Moyu instructed with a serious expression. "Yes, President, I will arrange it right away." Secretary Jean replied respectfully. Not daring to delay Gu Moyu's instructions, Secretary Jean hung up the phone and immediately drove a car to the hospital where Gu Moyu was. In less than 3 minutes, Secretary Jean arrived at the hospital entrance driving one of Gu Moyu's Mercedes-Benz cars. Secretary Jean quickly got out of the car and respectfully said, "President." Before Secretary Jean could finish, Gu Moyu snatched the keys from her hand, hurriedly got into the Mercedes, and drove off in a rush, leaving Secretary Jean standing at the hospital entrance, confused, wondering, wow, what is going on with the president? Why is he in such a hurry? Could it be something serious? The reason Gu Moyu had Secretary Jean bring a car was to find Ai Jiayao faster. Gu Moyu drove the Mercedes at full speed, heading to the most bustling restaurant in City A, searching for Ai Jiayao's whereabouts. Gu Moyu checked every place where Ai Jiayao and Su Wenhao might be dining together, but unfortunately, he couldn't find Ai Jiayao anywhere. Anxiously searching for Ai Jiayao for a long time without success, Gu Moyu got a bit overwhelmed. He got out of the car, stood beside it, smoked a cigarette, and muttered to himself, "Girl, where are you? Why can't I find you anywhere?" Once he calmed down, Gu Moyu recalled Su Wenhao's lewd expression as he attempted to bully Ai Jiayao, and he immediately perked up, throwing away the half-finished cigarette. He got back in the car and drove off, continuing to search for Ai Jiayao in the restaurants along the streets of City A. Heaven rewards those who are diligent. After much effort, Gu Moyu finally spotted Su Wenhao and Ai Jiayao in a high-end restaurant. Gu Moyu looked up slightly and saw that the dishes on Su Wenhao and Ai Jiao's table were still untouched, with a full table of dishes, and waiters continuously bringing more. Gu Moyu deduced that Ai Jiayao and Su Wenhao definitely hadn't finished eating yet. Otherwise, with Ai Jiayao's character, she wouldn't tolerate such waste. Calculating that there was still time, he immediately got in the car, skillfully turned it around, and drove at full speed to a flower shop, intending to buy flowers for Ai Jiayao and apologize to her. Gu Moyu spent a lot of money buying 999 roses from the flower shop. Holding the carefully selected 99 roses, Gu Moyu strode into the restaurant where Ai Jiayao was. When Gu Moyu arrived at Ai Jiayao's table with the roses, Ai Jiayao was stunned for 3 seconds before she immediately reacted. With a proud expression, Gu Moyu said to Ai Jiayao, "I specially went to the flower shop to buy 999 roses. I hope you can forgive me, okay?" Ai Jiayao looked out the glass window and indeed saw that Gu Moyu had bought a truckload of roses. However, Ai Jiayao did not appreciate the grand gesture and said, "Who are you? I don't know you. Why are you giving me flowers?" Seeing Ai Jiayao's lack of appreciation, Gu Moyu remained undeterred. Holding the flowers, he knelt on one knee in front of Ai Jiayao, seriously admitting his mistake. "Jiayao, I was wrong. I sincerely came to apologize to you. I hope you can forgive me, okay?" Despite Gu Moyu's heartfelt apology, Ai Jiayao remained unmoved. She glanced at Gu Moyu, said nothing, picked up her bag from the chair, and turned to leave without saying a word. Watching Ai Jiao's retreating figure, Su Wenhao also felt confused, not knowing why he looked so taken aback, unable to react. Chapter 101. More and more annoyed when Su Wenhao finally reacted, Ai Jiao's figure had already disappeared down the hallway of the restaurant. Gu Moyu sincerely came over to apologize to Ai Jiayao. But not only did Ai Jiayao not forgive him, she walked away without looking back, leaving Gu Moyu looking dejected. Su Wenhao glanced at the carefully prepared gift for Ai Jiayao beside him, secretly cursing. "That bastard Gu Moyu! How dare he ruin my good deed! I haven't even given Jiayao the gift I prepared for her, and you've messed it up for me." Fuming, Su Wenhao gritted his teeth, feeling extremely displeased, wishing he could punch Gu Moyu to vent his frustration. However, Su Wenhao was the calm and rational type. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not easily take action. Su Wenhao's sharp gaze fell on Gu Moyu as he slowly spoke. "Gu Moyu, I think you might as well stop wasting your efforts. Jiayao no longer likes you. You should just give up." Su Wenhao's words indeed dealt a heavy blow to Gu Moyu. Memories of the despicable things he had done in recent days flooded his mind. If it had been before, Gu Moyu would have thought Su Wenhao was trying to sow discord and ruin his relationship with Jiayao by saying she didn't like him in front of him. Gu Moyu would have ruthlessly confronted Su Wenhao, leading to a serious conflict. But this time, when Su Wenhao said that, Gu Moyu not only didn't get angry, but even dropped the roses he was holding, a loud thud echoing as the vibrant flowers fell to the ground, and Gu Moyu left in disappointment. After Ai Jiayao angrily left the restaurant, she thought that with Gu Moyu's personality, he would definitely chase after her without hesitation, begging her for forgiveness. But the reality was contrary to her expectations. 10 minutes had passed, and there was still no sign of Gu Moyu behind her. Disappointed, Ai Jiayao returned home, and after a period of calm reflection, her anger gradually dissipated. Sitting on the sofa with her hands supporting her chin, she puzzled aloud. That annoying Gu Moyu. Seeing me leave in such anger, doesn't he worry that I might have an accident? Not knowing what logic Ai Jiayao was using, she suddenly thought of something and comforted herself. Could it be that I was too angry that day and left too quickly? By the time Gu Moyu came out to chase after me, I was already out of sight. Maybe only by comforting herself like this could Ai Jiayao feel a bit better. She continued to reassure herself. Gu Moyu must think I'm still mad, so he doesn't dare to come find me. In a few days, he'll definitely come to apologize, begging me for forgiveness on his knees. I could just wait patiently for a few more days. Days passed, and Ai Jiayao tore off the calendar pages. A week had gone by, and Gu Moyu still hadn't made any moves, not even coming to find Ai Jiayao to apologize or having called her. After not seeing Gu Moyu for a week, Ai Jiayao began to feel a bit anxious and couldn't hold back any longer. She picked up her phone and dialed Gu Moyu's number. Before dialing, Ai Jiayao felt a bit apprehensive. She didn't want to see Gu Moyu's smug face, yet she still foolishly called him. To her surprise, the phone responded with a voice prompt. The number you have dialed is turned off. Please try again later. Ai Jiayao thought she might have dialed the wrong number, but after carefully checking, she confirmed she had dialed correctly. Not giving up, Ai Jiayao tried again, still hoping for a different outcome, but received the same result. Anxiety began to creep into Ai Jiayao's heart as she angrily scolded Gu Moyu. That damn Gu Moyu! How outrageous! Not only does he not call me, but when I call him, he's turned off. After a moment of grumbling, a terrifying thought flashed through Ai Jiayao's mind, causing her heart to race. Gu Moyu hasn't come to find me for so long. Could something have happened to him? Ugh, ugh, ugh. Don't scare yourself with wild thoughts. With Gu Moyu's personality, what could happen to him? Besides, he still has his sister, Gu Moyuan, around. Ai Jiayao tried hard to convince herself to calm her anxiety and unease. To avoid overthinking, Ai Jiayao decided to do some housework to distract herself. She deliberately took her time with the chores, but in less than an hour, the dishes in the kitchen were already washed clean and neatly placed in the sterilizer. Not allowing herself to stop, after tidying up the kitchen, she filled a bucket with water and seriously wiped down the tables and windows. At first, while busy in the kitchen, she temporarily forgot about Gu Moyu, but later, while wiping the table in the living room, Ai Jiayao became increasingly annoyed as memories of Gu Moyu flooded back. Unable to calm her mood, she abandoned the idea of using housework to distract herself. The phone was off earlier. Maybe it just ran out of battery, and he might have turned it on by now. Ai Jiayao put down the cloth in her hand and seriously analyzed the situation. Unable to resist, Ai Jiayao picked up her phone again, ready to call Gu Moyu to ask about his current situation. After a mental struggle, she ultimately resisted the urge and put the phone down, not calling Gu Moyu again. After sitting on the sofa for a while, Ai Jiayao pondered. Since doing housework can't distract me, I might as well do a live stream. It's the only thing that can calm my restless heart. Ai Jiayao put on her slippers and hurried over to the computer desk. Quickly opening her computer, she entered the live streaming mode. As soon as Ai Jiayao started her live stream, Su Wenhao was the first to show up and support her, appearing immediately in her stream. As usual, Su Wenhao was generous with his support for Ai Jiayao. The moment he appeared, he began showering her with gifts. Grateful for Su Wenhao's enthusiastic support and generous tips, Ai Jiayao quickly replied, Thank you. However, her attitude towards Su Wenhao was clearly not as warm as before. She only responded with these simple 5 words to express her gratitude. Su Wenhao had come with a purpose, and Ai Jiayao's responses did not satisfy his inner desires. Chapter 102. Boldly seeking Gu Moyu. Su Wenhao was busy, taking out his phone from his suit pocket, opening WeChat, and immediately sending a message to Ai Jiayao. Gu Moyu first sent an emoji, then invited Ai Jiayao. The newly developed tourist attraction, Wangtian Lake in City A, has opened for visits. Tomorrow is the weekend. Let's go check it out together. Ai Jiayao had heard that Wangtian Lake would officially open for visits tomorrow, and she had been looking forward to it. However, due to her constant worry about Gu Moyu, she couldn't bring herself to enjoy the beautiful scenery of Wangtian Lake. After reading Su Wenhao's WeChat message, Ai Jiayao didn't even think twice before politely declining. Sorry, Wenhao. I have plans this weekend and won't be able to visit Wangtian Lake with you. Ai Jiayao had hardly ever rejected Su Wenhao's invitations before. His sudden rejection clearly caught Su Wenhao off guard. He incredulously analyzed, based on what I know about Jiayao. Aside from her love for food, she also enjoys shopping and sightseeing. How could she possibly refuse my invitation? Su Wenhao still held onto a glimmer of hope, wishing he had misread the situation, but the reality was in front of him, and he had to accept it. Ai Jiayao had done a live stream all morning and was feeling a bit tired. Yet, her worries and anxieties for Gu Moyu only grew stronger. Ai Jiayao stood up from her chair, stretched, and said anxiously, "Sigh. I wonder how Gu Moyu is doing now. Is he in trouble?" After thinking for a while, Ai Jiayao finally made up her mind. Instead of sitting here overthinking, I might as well boldly go find Sister Guma Yuan. Ai Jiayao walked into her room, quickly put on some light makeup, grabbed her bag, and hurried out. Once outside her home, Ai Jiayao hailed a taxi and headed to Guma Yuan's villa. Upon arriving at her destination, Ai Jiayao hesitated for a moment, but then boldly quickened her pace. Standing outside Guma Yuan's villa, Ai Jiayao raised her hand and pressed the doorbell several times. Meanwhile, Guma Yuan was sitting on the sofa, talking business on the phone with a client. The doorbell rang several times, yet no servant came to answer the door. After hanging up the phone, Guma Yuan scanned the living room with her sharp gaze. Displeased as she said, "Where did the servants go at a critical moment? There's not even anyone to open the door. It's driving me crazy." Coming. Guma Yuan responded while quickly heading to the door. When Guma Yuan opened the villa's front door, she was met with Ai Jiayao, who had surprised her into a 3-second daze, and she exclaimed, "Oh, Jiayao, what brings you here?" Ai Jiayao's face flushed slightly, awkwardly smiling without answering Guma Yuan's question. Despite her shock, Guma Yuan still politely invited Ai Jiayao in. "Jiayao, please come in." Ai Jiayao nodded slightly and walked in alongside Guma Yuan into the villa's living room. The protagonist, Ai Jiayao, finally made her entrance, and everything could proceed according to plan. Guma Yuan spoke in an unfriendly tone to the servants standing nearby. "The guest is here. What are you standing around for? Quickly pour a cup of tea for the guest." Even though Guma Yuan's tone wasn't very pleasant, the maid didn't dare to retort and respectfully responded, "Yes, miss." Ai Jiayao had been in the villa for a while now, and Guma Yuan's expression had not improved. She was even yelling at the maid. Ai Jiayao thought to herself, "I've never seen my sister like this. Is she in a bad mood? Or has something happened?" Guma Yuan remained silent on the sofa, not engaging with Ai Jiayao at all. Ai Jiayao felt awkward sitting on the sofa, fidgeting uncomfortably. To ease the awkward atmosphere, Ai Jiayao took the initiative and started a conversation. "Sister, your sofa is just like the one in my home. Did you buy from the same place?" As soon as Ai Jiayao spoke, Guma Yuan glanced at her, feigning impatience as she replied, "I don't know. I didn't buy the sofa." The topic Ai Jiayao had brought up and Guma Yuan's response instantly froze the air, filling the living room with an awkward atmosphere. Ai Jiayao wished she could slap herself for bringing up such an unproductive topic. A maid came over, placing a cup of tea in front of Ai Jiayao, and respectfully said, "Miss Ai, please have some tea." Ai Jiayao nodded slightly and politely replied, "Thank you." After the maid left, Ai Jiayao felt a bit thirsty and picked up the cup to drink. After taking a couple of sips, Ai Jiayao's clever mind immediately came up with a good idea. Still holding the cup, she began another conversation. "Sister, your tea is really good. What kind of tea leaves are these?" Guma Yuan, who had been resting with her eyes closed, slightly opened her eyes upon hearing Ai Jiayao's voice and answered, "Pu'er tea." Guma Yuan had suddenly become so terse, only answering Ai Jiayao with 3 words. For Ai Jiayao, who was anxiously waiting, Guma Yuan's brevity was enough to make her worry even more. After a few ineffective attempts at small talk, Ai Jiayao simply abandoned her previous approach. Sitting up straight, Ai Jiayao fixed her gaze on Guma Yuan and directly asked, "Sister, where has Moyu been these past few days? I haven't seen him." He, just as I expected, this little girl really can't hold it in anymore. You should have asked this right away when you came in. Why waste so much time? Guma Yuan secretly rejoiced, feigning complete ignorance. Guma Yuan looked surprised as she asked Ai Jiayao, "Jiayao, did I hear you wrong? Wasn't Moyu always with you? Why are you asking me where he is?" Upon hearing Guma Yuan's response, Ai Jiayao was completely confused. Her heart raced, and she hurriedly explained, "Sister, Moyu hasn't come to see me for a week. How could I be with him?" As soon as she finished speaking, Ai Jiayao had an ominous premonition rise in her heart, and the suppressed thought of Gu Moyu being in trouble surfaced in her mind. Ai Jiayao murmured to herself, "Could it be that I guessed right? Has something really happened to Gu Moyu?" Chapter 103. Gu Moyu has been kidnapped. Ai Jiayao was lost in thought. not even greeting anyone as she casually picked up her bag and left Gumo Yuan's villa with a heavy heart. After leaving Gumo Yuan's villa, Ai Jiayao took a taxi back home. It was already lunchtime, but Ai Jiayao completely lost track of time. Ring, ring, ring. The old quartz clock hanging on the wall chimed. It was already 12 o'clock noon. Only then did Ai Jiayao come back to her senses, realizing it was time for lunch. With a heavy heart, Ai Jiayao had no desire to cook, so she simply took a box of instant noodles, boiled a pot of hot water, and made do with that for lunch. Instant noodles had always been one of Ai Jiayao's favorite foods, but even with the enticing aroma wafting around, she ate absent-mindedly, stopping frequently, her mind filled with thoughts of Gumoyu. Halfway through her instant noodles, Ai Jiayao truly couldn't continue eating. She dumped the remaining noodles into the trash can. No, I can't keep overthinking this. I need to find something to do to forget about it. Ai Jiayao began to busy herself again, taking out a lot of clothes from her room and washing them one by one in the bathroom. Although Ai Jiayao was desperately trying to keep herself occupied, her mind remained uncontrollably focused on Gumoyu, and no matter what she did, she couldn't alleviate her worries. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell outside the villa suddenly rang. The sharp sound of the doorbell caught Ai Jiayao's attention. A thought flashed through her mind, and she quietly exclaimed, I just went to the Gu family. Could it be that Gumoyu knows I'm looking for him and has come to reassure me? Thinking of this, a long-lost smile appeared on Ai Jiayao's face as she hurried to the door. As she opened the door, she said, Gumoyu, you finally came to find me. I thought you were missing. Before Ai Jiayao could finish, she focused her gaze and realized the person standing in front of her was not Gumoyu, but Su Wenhao. Ai Jiayao instinctively withdrew her smile, slightly furrowing her brows, disappointment clearly written on her face. Seeing the sudden change in Ai Jiayao's expression, Su Wenhao awkwardly spoke, Jiayao, it's me. What's wrong? Don't you want to invite me in for a bit? Ai Jiayao truly had no intention of letting Su Wenhao in, but since he had already spoken up, she felt it would be rude to refuse. Out of politeness, she said, Wenhao, please come in. With Ai Jiayao's consent, Su Wenhao eagerly stepped into the villa, wanting to spend more time with her. However, Ai Jiayao was too preoccupied with thoughts of Gumoyu to care about Su Wenhao. Su Wenhao had barely sat for 5 minutes, exchanged a few words, and Ai Jiayao politely hinted that it was time for him to leave, saying, Wenhao, I'm really sorry. I'm feeling a bit dizzy today, and I want to go upstairs to rest. If there's nothing else, please head back. With Ai Jiayao being so clear, Su Wenhao couldn't pretend to be oblivious and stay any longer, could he? Noticing that Ai Jiayao's mood wasn't great, the perceptive Su Wenhao quickly saw through her feelings. After expressing his concern for Ai Jiayao, he stood up and said, Jiayao, then I won't disturb your rest. I'll head back now, and if you need anything, just give me a call. Finally sending Su Wenhao away, Ai Jiayao had just closed the door when her phone on the table rang. She hurried to the living room and quickly answered the call when she saw it was Gu Moyuan. Hello, Jiayao, I found a clue about Moyu at home. Hurry over. Gu Moyuan's voice on the phone was frantic and rushed. After so long, there was finally news about Gu Moyu, which made Ai Jiayao feel relieved. Without time to ask more questions, she quickly replied, Okay, sister, I'll come over right now. After hanging up the phone, Ai Jiayao grabbed her bag from the sofa and rushed out of the house, heading straight for Gu Moyuan's villa. As soon as Ai Jiayao got out of the taxi, ignoring her high heels, she ran into Gu Moyuan's villa. With the servants greeting, Ai Jiayao sat down on the sofa in the living room. Meanwhile, Gu Moyuan, who was observing Ai Jiayao's every move from the balcony, came down from upstairs with a prepared note in hand, feigning panic as she said to Ai Jiayao, Jiayao, look, this is what I found in Moyu's room. Gu Moyun intentionally handed the note to Ai Jiayao, and the moment Ai Jiayao took it, her heart raced. Her sharp gaze fell on the note, which read, Because I cannot stand Gu Moyu's style, I have kidnapped him. If you want to save his life, prepare 50,000 cash. Remember, do not call the police, or you will bear the consequences. The last line bore the name of the butler, Han Zhaohui. After reading the ransom note left by Butler Han, Ai Jiayao did not panic as Gu Moyuan had imagined. Instead, she remained calm. Sister, from this note, it seems that Moyu was kidnapped by Butler Han. Ai Jiayao confirmed to Gu Moyuan once more. Gu Moyuan nodded vigorously and replied, "That's right, Jiayao. The butler's full name is Han Jiaohui." Ai Jiao's previously furrowed brows relaxed somewhat, and she calmly analyzed, "Sister, since Moyu was kidnapped by Butler Han, and his purpose for the kidnapping is money, then this matter can be handled." Hearing Ai Jiayao respond so calmly, Gu Moyuan was a bit shocked. Amidst her astonishment, Gu Moyuan suggested, "Jiayao, should we call the police?" Ai Jiayao shook her head and decisively rejected Gu Moyuan's suggestion, saying, "Sister, we must not call the police. The most important thing now is to agree to all of Butler Han's demands and prepare 50,000 cash. This is the only way to ensure Moyu's safety." "Jiayao, that's 50,000. It's not a small amount. Are we really going to hand over that much money to someone who is threatening us?" Gu Moyuan pointedly reminded Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao looked directly into Gu Moyuan's beautiful eyes and replied without hesitation, "Sister, as long as Moyu can return safely without any harm, I don't care about the money." Chapter 104. Capturing drug addicts. Ai Jiayao dared not relax for a moment. She needed to rescue Gu Moyu as quickly as possible. After discussing with Gu Moyuan, Ai Jiayao immediately left Gu Moyuan's house, taking her hard-earned real estate savings book to the bank to withdraw money. Upon arriving at the bank, Ai Jiayao unhesitatingly took out her savings book and withdrew the entire 500,000 yuan. After getting the money, Ai Jiayao put the 500,000 yuan in cash into a plastic bag and headed towards Gu Moyuan's villa. Ai Jiayao wanted to borrow a car from Gu Moyuan to go alone to the address left by Butler Han on the note. At the moment Gu Moyuan was about to hand over the car keys to Ai Jiayao, she hesitated for a moment. Finally, she made up her mind and said to Ai Jiayao, "Jiayao, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Let me accompany you." In this crucial moment, Ai Jiayao understood Gu Moyuan's intentions and didn't say much. She nodded slightly in agreement. Gu Moyuan brought a BMW from the garage and parked at the door. Ai Jiayao quickly got into the BMW, and together with Gu Moyuan, they rushed to the address on the note to rescue Gu Moyu. The BMW sped down the main road, following the navigation, and the further they went, the more remote it became, with rugged and uneven roads. If Ai Jiayao and Gu Moyuan couldn't stabilize themselves in the car, they might even be thrown out. The car slowly drove into a desolate suburb, where there was no one around, overgrown with weeds, and the occasional cawing of crows echoed from a distant hilltop. On a hot summer afternoon, even the cicadas hid in the trees and chirped incessantly. When the BMW reached the center of the suburban road, the car suddenly stalled and wouldn't move. Looking at the chilling environment, Gu Moyuan, terrified, said to Ai Jiayao, "Jiayao, we haven't reached the address left by Butler Han, and my car suddenly stalled." Compared to the terrified Gu Moyuan, Ai Jiayao appeared somewhat calm. Ai Jiayao looked out the window at the surroundings and checked the address on the note, calmly saying to Gu Moyuan, "Sister, don't worry. I see we're not far from the destination. You wait in the car. I'll walk over myself." When Ai Jiayao decisively stated her decision, Gu Moyuan was completely stunned. She never expected Ai Jiayao's courage and determination to exceed her imagination. Without hesitation, Ai Jiayao got out of the car, carrying the 500,000 yuan in cash, ready to walk over to rescue Gu Moyu. In such a chilling environment, how could Gu Moyuan dare to stay alone? Although the road was very rugged and difficult to walk, Gu Moyuan decided to grit her teeth and accompany Ai Jiayao. Gu Moyuan immediately opened the car door and hurriedly followed, calling out to Ai Jiayao, who had just walked a short distance, "Jiayao, wait for me. I'll go with you." The BMW was left abandoned by the side, and Gu Moyuan nervously followed Ai Jiayao's footsteps. The suburban environment gave Gu Moyuan an ominous feeling, and she vaguely sensed that something terrible was about to happen. As Gu Moyuan walked, she kept her eyes wide open, observing the surroundings. When Ai Jiayao and Gu Moyuan had walked halfway, three scrawny drug addicts suddenly jumped out in front of them. "Where are you two little sisters going? Do you want your brother to accompany you?" one of the skinny men said first. Ai Jiayao shot them a glare, remained silent, and directly pulled Gu Mo Yuan to walk around them. Just as Ai Jiayao took a step, the three scrawny drug addicts blocked her and Gu Mo Yuan. Ai Jiayao furrowed her brows and shouted loudly, "You all better get out of my way, or I won't be polite." When Ai Jiayao said this, Gu Mo Yuan was stunned by Ai Jiayao's powerful aura and courage. "Oh, this little girl has quite a fiery temperament. I like it." One of the scrawny drug addicts began to approach Ai Jiayao. Gu Mo Yuan, terrified, tightly held Ai Jiayao's hand, her palms starting to sweat. Gu Mo Yuan whispered to Ai Jiayao, "Jiayao, a wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. Let's escape quickly." Another skinny man began to speak disrespectfully to Ai Jiayao and Gu Mo Yuan, saying, "What luck we have today, meeting two such pretty girls in this desolate place. We're in for a treat." The three scrawny drug addicts started to advance menacingly towards Ai Jiayao and Gu Mo Yuan, while Ai Jiayao, already furious, was fully prepared to teach these disrespectful thugs a lesson. Ai Jiayao held Gu Mo Yuan's hand, handed the cash to Gu Mo Yuan, and subtly signaled her to step back. Gu Mo Yuan immediately understood and quickly retreated. As the three scrawny drug addicts continued to close in, Ai Jiayao swiftly took action. The three drug addicts didn't have time to react. Ai Jiayao kicked one after another, each kick precisely hitting the vital points of the drug addicts. Under Ai Jiayao's fierce attack, all three drug addicts were subdued, clutching their vulnerable areas and howling in pain. We're done for. I'm the only man in the family, and it looks like we're going to be cut off," one of the emaciated men lamented to his companions. In the desolate wilderness, the howls of the three drug addicts could be faintly heard. Gu Mo Yuan, standing not far away, witnessed the entire process, her eyes wide open in shock, having transformed from fear to astonishment. When Gu Mo Yuan came to her senses, Ai Jiayao had already subdued the three scrawny drug addicts and was striding towards the destination to rescue Gu Mo Yu. Watching Ai Jiayao's distant figure, Gu Mo Yuan, clutching the 500,000 yuan in cash, hurried to catch up. Gu Mo Yuan looked at Ai Jiayao with admiration and said, "Jiayao, you're amazing. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do, and our money would definitely have been taken by those bad guys." Ai Jiayao scoffed and replied, "Sister, these guys don't know their limits. Back in my area, I was known as a fighter. Anyone who provoked me would end up like those three drug addicts." The sudden appearance of these three drug addicts in the wilderness was completely unexpected for Gu Mo Yuan and not part of their plan. Fortunately, Ai Jiayao was skilled in fighting, allowing her to successfully subdue the three drug addicts. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 105. Falling into the trap, Gu Mo Yuan followed closely in Ai Jiayao's footsteps, overcoming many dangers and bumps, and finally arrived at their destination. Ai Jiayao took one last look at the address left by Butler Han and confidently said to Gu Mo Yuan, who was standing beside her, "Sister, it's here, we've arrived." Gu Mo Yuan slightly nodded in acknowledgement, responding with a simple mm. Without a moment to spare, Ai Jiayao quickly observed the surroundings of the dilapidated villa and, without further ado, grabbed Gu Mo Yuan's hand and said, "Sister, let's hurry inside." Being here to rescue Gu Moxu heightened Ai Jiayao's vigilance. Her ears perked up as she walked carefully, listening intently to the sounds coming from the old villa. When Ai Jiayao and Gu Mo Yuan reached a corner of the dilapidated villa, they discovered Gu Moxu bound tightly to a wooden stool, while Butler Han stood beside her, looking fierce and menacing, holding a sharp knife. The moment Ai Jiayao and Gu Mo Yuan stepped over the threshold of the old villa, they were immediately spotted by Butler Han. Ai Jiayao quickly moved towards the corner where Gu Moxu and Butler Han were, but Butler Han urgently commanded, "Stop right there. Don't come any closer. Back up 10 steps immediately, or Gu Moxu's life won't be safe." Faced with the menacing Butler Han, Ai Jiayao and Gu Mo Yuan dared not advance and quickly retreated 10 steps as he demanded. Their cooperation calmed Butler Han, who had been a bit agitated moments before. He glanced at Ai Jiayao and Gu Mo Yuan, then spoke in a calmer tone, "This ungrateful brat, I've served your Gu family diligently for most of my life. But Gu Moxu has never seen me as a person. Whenever he feels unhappy, he shouts at me, although I'm the steward of your Gu family. I'm worth less than your family's dog. Butler Han listed all the injustices Gu Moxu had inflicted on him over the years. And Gu Moxu, it was clearly your pet dog that broke your family's antique vase. Yet you blamed me, saying I didn't take good care of your pet, and deducted 3 months' salary from me. My family almost couldn't make ends meet. As he spoke, Butler Han's emotions visibly heightened, clearly indicating these grievances had been bottled up for a long time. He waved a knife back and forth near Gu Moxu's neck, and if he were to lose focus, Gu Moxu would definitely be harmed. Seeing Butler Han's dangerous movements, Ai Jiayao surprisingly felt calmer than she expected, and instead, she said to him coolly, Butler Han, as per your request, I brought the 500,000 in cash. Now release her immediately. Upon hearing Ai Jiayao mention the 500,000 in cash, Butler Han's emotions calmed slightly, but he still skeptically ordered her, throw the money over here. I want to count it myself. At this moment, Butler Han held the knife's hilt, while Ai Jiayao was like the meat on that hilt. She dared not delay and complied with his instructions to ensure Gu Moxu's safety. Ai Jiayao tossed the black plastic bag containing 500,000 in cash with all her strength, and it landed at Butler Han's feet. He quickly picked up the bag, knife still in hand, showing no signs of relaxation. Butler Han rapidly counted the money, confirming it was indeed 500,000, not a cent less. His previously furrowed brow finally relaxed, and he hurriedly ran up to the second floor of the abandoned villa with the cash Ai Jiayao had thrown him. With Butler Han's swift departure, Ai Jiayao's lingering anxiety finally eased. She quickly ran to Gu Moxu, and, seeing her tied up like this, the usually clean and elegant Gu Moxu was nowhere to be found. Ai Jiayao stood before Gu Moxu, feeling a mix of worry, sadness, blame, and a sense of relief from surviving, with complex emotions flooding her heart. Meanwhile, Gu Moxu, bound to the chair, looked pained and struggled continuously, as if there was something unspeakable troubling her, yet she couldn't voice it. Ai Jiayao, noticing this, assumed that Gu Moxu had been tormented and frightened by Butler Han over the past week, which was why she appeared this way. Ai Jiayao gently comforted her. Moxu, don't be afraid. We're here to rescue you. You'll be fine soon. She leaned closer to Gu Moxu, wanting to help her get untied. Butler Han grinned slyly and said, Gu Moxu, my young master, today I'll do a good deed and send you to heaven early. Hearing Butler Han's voice, Ai Jiayao instinctively looked up towards the second floor, and just as she reached out her hand, Gu Moxu suddenly fell from in front of her. Ai Jiayao was left stunned in place. It turned out that Butler Han had set a trap at Gu Moxu's position after receiving the money. He didn't quickly flee the dilapidated villa, but instead ran upstairs to trigger the trap he had set. With a loud bang, Gu Moxu fell into the trap, and from upstairs came Butler Han's maniacal laughter. Gu Moxu, this is your end. I told you before, I will send everyone who has bullied and humiliated me to hell. Just like that, Gu Moxu, who had just been alive and well in front of Ai Jiayao, fell into the trap in the blink of an eye. And after hearing her scream, there was no more sound. Ai Jiayao quickly reacted, her heart racing, and she cried out in despair, No, Moxu, you can't be in danger. I'm coming to save you right now. In the dilapidated villa, Ai Jiayao's heart-wrenching cries echoed through the air. Meanwhile, Gu Moyuan, who knew the truth, stood unmoved by the side, and seeing Ai Jiayao crying so heartbreakingly, she felt a twinge of sympathy. However, the plan had already been set in motion, and Gu Moyuan had to see it through. She couldn't abandon it halfway. After all, Gu Moxu was Gu Moyuan's younger brother. If something happened to him, and she remained indifferent, it would be unreasonable. In order to better perform this act, Gu Moyuan feigned a look of deep sorrow and walked over to Ai Jiayao, crying out, Moxu, are you okay? You must hold on. Your sister is here, and I'll come to save you right away. Chapter 106. No signs of life after a moment of silent weeping. Ai Jiayao still approached the trap with a glimmer of hope, praying in her heart, Heaven, please protect Gu Moyu and keep him safe. I still have so much to say to him. Gu Moyu must not be in trouble. Crouching down, Ai Jiayao trembled as she raised her eyes to look into the trap where Gu Moyu had fallen. She saw him lying motionless, his white shirt soaked in blood, and the surrounding area was also stained with it. When Ai Jiayao saw this scene, her legs trembled uncontrollably. Yet, she bravely stood up and resolutely said, "Don't be afraid. I will save you right away." Seeing this, Gumayuan hurriedly grabbed Ai Jiayao, saying, "Jiayao, what are you doing? It's very dangerous down there. You can't go down. You will also be in danger." Under Gumayuan's obstruction and repeated persuasion, Ai Jiayao finally gave up the idea of going down to see Gumoyu. At this moment, Ai Jiayao's heart was filled with a mix of sadness and anger. Upon seeing Gumoyu's tragic state, her anger ignited. "Butler Han, you old man who doesn't keep his word. I must teach you a lesson today." With that, Ai Jiayao clenched her small fist and stomped heavily as she rushed up to the second floor of the dilapidated villa. Ai Jiayao quickly ran up the stairs in a few steps. Her eyes were filled with rage as she rapidly searched every corner of the abandoned villa. After a quick search, she found no trace of Butler Han on the second floor. He had already escaped with the 500,000 cash that Ai Jiayao had brought. After a swift search yielded no results, Ai Jiayao had to abandon her plan to catch Butler Han and returned empty-handed from the second floor of the abandoned villa. As she walked, her eyes filled with anger, she firmly stated, "Butler Han, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I will definitely not let you go." When Ai Jiayao came down, Gumoyan, in order to better perform this scene, acted as if possessed by a dramatic spirit. While wiping away a few tears with a tissue, she sorrowfully picked up her phone and dialed the police. "Hello, is this the police station? In an abandoned villa in the eastern suburbs, there has been a kidnapping and extortion, along with malicious injury." Gumayuan almost cried as she reported the situation. Ai Jiao's legs suddenly went weak, and she helplessly walked to the trap where Gumoyu had fallen. Kneeling by the edge of the trap, she stared blankly at Gumoyu, who was lying there bleeding profusely. Ai Jiayao could no longer control her emotions. Her tears flowed down like a dam that had burst. She cried out to Gumoyu in the trap, "Moyu, I'm sorry, I was wrong. It's all my fault for being too competitive and too stubborn. Actually, when you sent me 999 roses that night, I had already started to forgive you in my heart. I just didn't say it because of my pride. If I hadn't been so stubborn and had come to find you earlier, maybe you wouldn't have gotten into trouble. It's all my fault. I caused you to suffer." Kneeling by the trap, Ai Jiayao poured out all the words she had hidden in her heart over these days. Unfortunately, Gumoyu remained motionless in the trap, suffering. Seeing Ai Jiayao crying so sadly, Gumoyan felt heartbroken and hurried over to help Ai Jiayao up, holding back her own sadness as she comforted her. "Jiayao, don't be too sad. If Mayu has a spirit in heaven and sees you crying so sadly, he will definitely be worried. You must hope that you can live on strong." "I don't want to. It's impossible. Gumoyu kenoti. He hasn't even heard me say that I forgive him. How could he just leave like this?" Ai Jiayao's emotions were very agitated, and she simply could not accept this fact. Gumoyun tightly held Ai Jiayao's hand and continued to persuade her. "Jiayao, don't get excited. Just listen to me. This is not the time to be sad. We should pull ourselves together and find the culprit, Butler Han, who caused Moyu's death, so that he can face legal consequences. Only then can Moyu rest in peace." About 10 minutes later, faint sirens could be heard in the distance. 5 or 6 police officers quickly got out of their cars and rushed into the scene where Gumayuan had reported the incident. Following the police was a forensic doctor in uniform and white gloves. With the cooperation of several police officers, they finally pulled Gumoyu up from the trap. Captain Wang, looking serious, approached Ai Jiayao and Gumayuan and without mercy ordered, "Family members, please wait outside. Don't interfere with our investigation." "No, I don't want to. I want to stay here with Moyu. I'm not going anywhere." Ai Jiayao cried out, refusing Captain Wang's order to leave. Seeing this, Gumayuan quickly grabbed Ai Jiayao and choked back her own tears as she urged, "Jiayao, calm down. The police are here. They will definitely save Moyu. He will be fine. We must not hinder the police in their work." Even if Ai Jiayao refused to leave, Captain Wang would find a way to make her go. With a stern and uncompromising demeanor, Captain Wang firmly reprimanded. Ai Jiayao and Gumoyun were both forced out of the abandoned villa. As the police pulled Gumoyu up, The forensic doctor immediately began to examine and assess his body. After a thorough examination, the doctor frowned and reported to Captain Wang. Captain Wang, the deceased died from severe head injury and excessive blood loss. Although the police did not allow Ai Jiayao to stay at the scene, they deliberately spoke loudly, revealing the situation inside to her. Just as Ai Jiayao, with Guma Yuan's support, had finally managed to stand, upon hearing the coroner's report, her legs went weak, and she slumped helplessly to the ground. After confirming Gu Moyu's death, Captain Wang waved his hand and instructed the other staff members, who were already prepared. The deceased Gu Moyu has been confirmed to have no signs of life. Quickly handle the body. Several staff members, wearing white gloves and masks, quickly responded, "Yes, Captain Wang." As the police and staff carried Gu Moyu out of the abandoned villa, Ai Jiayao saw that Gu Moyu's usually clean and flawless face was already stained with blood. His once orderly hair was now in disarray, and his pale, thin lips were tightly pressed together, losing their usual rosy and sensual hue. Chapter 107. Is this too much? Looking at Gu Moyu, who had lost all signs of life, the desolate surroundings filled with weeds, and the tragic sight of her lying on the stretcher made everything feel even more sorrowful. When the police dragged Gu Moyu's body past Ai Jiayao, her emotions collapsed instantly. She tightly held onto Gu Moyu's hand on the stretcher, tears streaming down her face like a broken dam as she cried out in despair, "Moyu, wake up. You can't die. I still have so much to say to you. How can you leave like this?" Ai Jiayao knelt beside Gu Moyu's body and cried for a while, moving even the staff present with her genuine emotions, leaving a bittersweet feeling in their hearts. Captain Wang, seeing this, hurried over to Ai Jiayao and said, "Family, please don't be too sad. We need to handle the deceased's body immediately so that they can rest in peace. Please do not obstruct our duties." Only then did Ai Jiayao weakly release her grip on Gu Moyu's hand, still crouched on the ground, crying out loud, unable to accept the loss of Gu Moyu. Seeing Ai Jiayao in such deep sorrow made Gu Moyu's heart ache, and she felt a bit of compassion. However, since the plan had already begun, she couldn't abandon it halfway, could she? For the success of the plan, Gu Moyu could only bravely continue on, unwavering, or else everything would be in vain. Gu Moyu quickly stepped forward and helped Ai Jiayao, who was sobbing on the ground, to her feet, gently comforting her. "Jiayao, get up. Don't be like this. Moyu loved you so much. If he saw you like this, he wouldn't be able to rest easy. You have to be strong and live bravely, so he can leave without worries." Gu Moyu's heartfelt persuasion only made Ai Jiayao more heartbroken. With Gu Moyu's support, Ai Jiayao struggled to stand up, her determined gaze fixed on Gu Moyu's body being lifted by the police and staff onto the vehicle. She spoke firmly, "Sister, Moyu has left us, and I will never see him again. Although we always bickered and fought, he brought me a lot of happiness. No matter what, I want to accompany him on his last journey." As soon as Ai Jiayao finished speaking, she took heavy steps towards the vehicle where Gu Moyu's body was being placed. With Gu Moyu's body already on the vehicle, Ai Jiayao, her eyes vacant and filled with sorrow, said to the police and staff, "Let me send him off for the last time." The police officers and other staff turned their gazes to Captain Wang, who took off his police cap and nodded heavily. Responding, "All right, family of the deceased, I will give you 10 minutes to send him off." After receiving Captain Wang's consent, Ai Jiayao, her eyes vacant, politely said thank you before climbing onto the vehicle where Gu Moyu's body lay. At Captain Wang's signal, the police and staff stepped back, giving Ai Jiayao and Gu Moyu 10 minutes of solitude. Captain Wang and the other staff stood beside Gu Moyu, all casting sympathetic glances at Ai Jiayao. Captain Wang could no longer bear the scene of deceiving Ai Jiayao, and spoke first to Gu Moyu. "Miss, Ai Jiayao is so devoted to our young master. Why must we deceive her like this? It's too pitiful." Gu Moyu did not respond to Captain Wang, her gaze fixed ahead. Seeing Gu Moyu silent, a nearby staff member could no longer hold back their thoughts and bluntly said to Gu Moyu, "Miss, the most terrifying thing in this world is realizing that you love someone and they're no longer here, having passed away. The torment and pain of that lasts a lifetime. Ai Jiayao is so heartbroken over the young master's departure. Can we really continue to deceive her like this? Isn't it too cruel, too excessive? Everyone present had witnessed the scene, and these words had been held back for a long time before being spoken. After spending time together, Gu Moyuan had also come to understand Ai Jiayao a little better. Devising such a large scheme to deceive the innocent and kind-hearted Ai Jiayao, causing her so much sadness, made Gu Moyuan's heart ache time and again. Gu Moyuan's feelings of compassion for Ai Jiayao grew stronger, but she still didn't voice her true thoughts. Instead, she took a deep breath, striving to calm her emotions and not let others perceive what she was truly feeling. Meanwhile, Butler Han was hiding on the roof of the abandoned villa, observing everything below. Ai Jiayao's heart-wrenching cries and her devastated appearance deeply moved Butler Han as well. According to the original plan, he was to wait until Gu Moyu and Ai Jiayao, the two protagonists, had left before he could come out of the villa to avoid exposing the plan. However, seeing Ai Jiayao in such deep sorrow made Butler Han feel for her. Unable to hold back, he stepped out from the abandoned villa and approached Gu Moyuan, frowning as he straightforwardly said to her, "Miss, please don't blame me for speaking out. Ai Jiayao is so devoted to our young master. Can we really bear to deceive her like this, causing her such pain? Isn't it too excessive to test if she truly cares for the young master in this way?" Gu Moyuan might not have paid much attention to others' words, but Butler Han, who had watched them grow up, spoke with a weight that couldn't be ignored. Although Gu Moyuan was not directly involved, she never expected Ai Jiayao to be so heartbroken over Gu Moyu. Perhaps it was true love for her brother, or else she wouldn't be this way. Everything had exceeded Gu Moyuan's plans and expectations. Gu Moyuan was also feeling troubled, wishing she could call off the plan. But she had promised her brother Gu Moyu to cooperate fully. How could she stop the plan prematurely? Gu Moyuan took another deep breath, looked up at the sky, and forced herself to suppress her anxiety, resolutely stating to Butler Han and those cooperating in the act, "Everyone, don't think too much. Just do the tasks that the young master assigned to you well, cooperate, and perform this act properly." Chapter 108. Arranging the funeral scene. Gu Moyuan had spoken, and although these people were quite disapproving in their hearts, they did not dare to defy her orders and could only respond in unison, "Yes, Manager Gu." Meanwhile, Butler Han stood beside Gu Moyuan, remaining silent. After a brief pause, he adjusted his reading glasses and walked away with a worried expression. Gu Moyuan glanced at her watch and said to Captain Wang, "It's about time. Hurry up and drive the car away. Don't waste any more time." Captain Wang and the other staff quickly responded, "Yes, Manager Gu." Captain Wang and the team walked towards the vehicle that was parked with Gu Mox's body, with Gu Moyuan following closely behind. Arriving at the car, Captain Wang furrowed his brow, still maintaining a serious demeanor as he addressed Ai Jiayao. "The 10 minutes are up. We need to set off now. Please accept my condolences." With the help of the staff, Ai Jiayao reluctantly got out of the car. Her gaze fixed firmly on Gu Moxu, her eyes filled with longing and determination, wanting to engrave Gu Moxu's image in her mind. With a loud bang, the car carrying Gu Moxu's body started the engine. The piercing sound of the car echoed as the vehicle slowly drove away in front of Ai Jiayao. Watching the car disappear into the distance, Ai Jiayao felt as if everything around her was shrouded in darkness, tears already blurring her vision. Biting her lip tightly, Ai Jiayao stood frozen in place. After a while, overwhelmed by emotions, she suddenly felt darkness closing in and fainted. Seeing this, Gu Moyuan rushed forward to support the unconscious Ai Jiayao, shaking her vigorously. "Jiayao, wake up! Jiayao!" Gu Moyuan called out several times, but Ai Jiayao did not respond. Although she had fainted and temporarily lost consciousness, her brows remained tightly knitted. Just as Gu Moyuan felt extreme fear and helplessness, fortunately, Butler Han, who had been hiding nearby, had not left. He suddenly rushed out and said to Gu Moyuan, "Miss, quickly put Miss Ai down. Let me check her pulse." Butler Han's family ran a traditional Chinese medicine shop when he was young, but due to a decline in the family fortune, he came to work as a butler for the Gu family. He was still capable of handling ordinary minor ailments. Flustered, Gu Yuan followed Butler Han's instructions and gently laid Ai Jiayao down. Butler Han, with a serious expression, checked Ai Jiayao's pulse, constantly praying in his heart, "I hope nothing happens to Miss Ai. Although I'm not the mastermind, I am an accomplice. If anything happens to her, my guilt will be great." After checking Ai Jiayao's pulse, Butler Han revealed a look of relief and said to Guming, "Miss, you don't need to worry. Miss Ai just fainted from emotional distress. She just needs some rest." Back at home, under Gu Yuan's direction, the household staff worked together overnight to arrange a funeral for Gu Moxu. The next morning, Gu Yuan woke up early to check on the staff's work from the night before. When Butler Han saw Gu Yuan enter the living room, he quickly approached her and respectfully said, "Miss, it's almost ready. Please check it out." Being able to create such an environment in such a short time, Gu Yuan didn't say much, only feeling that the staff's capability was commendable. Although simple, it had a mournful atmosphere. As Gu Yuan carefully inspected everything, hoping there wouldn't be any mistakes, Gu Moxu suddenly ran out, startling Gu Yuan and nearly causing Butler Han's reading glasses to fall to the ground. Thinking about the superb acting of Butler Han and her sister yesterday, Gu Moxu couldn't hide the smile on her face and quickly praised Gu Yuan and Butler Han's sister. "Butler Han, I didn't realize your acting skills were so good. If you two went into the entertainment industry, there would be no need for Maggie Chung and Tony Leung. The best actors would definitely be you." During such a sensitive time, Gu Yuan and Butler Han had no mood to joke with Gu Moxu. Butler Han was afraid he might inadvertently say something inappropriate that could anger Gu Moxu. Weighing his options, Butler Han glanced at Gu Moxu and, with a straight face, said, "Miss, young master, I'll go check if today's groceries have been bought. You can talk. I'll take my leave." In fact, Butler Han had already checked the groceries the servants bought that morning. He was just looking for an excuse to leave. Gu Yuan understood Butler Han's sudden departure, but did not say anything. Seeing Gu Moxu still joking around, Gu Yuan shot her a warning glance and sternly reminded her, "Gu Moxu, it was you who insisted we cooperate in this excessive act. You need to think clearly. If Ai Jiayao finds out, you'll have to bear all the consequences." Before Gu Moxu could respond, Ai Jiayao arrived at the Gu family's villa early in the morning. The maid pretended to be sorrowful and led Ai Jiayao inside, respectfully informing Gu Yuan, Miss Ai has arrived." Hearing the maid greet Ai Jiayao, Gu Moxu quickly hid in a concealed room at the back of the living room. Upon hearing the maid's report, Gu Yuan wearily raised a hand and waved it, signaling the maid to leave. Ai Jiayao, looking lost and dejected, approached Gu Yuan and weakly greeted her, "Sister, I'm here. You're up so early too?" Gu Yuan feigned a sorrowful expression and nodded slightly, awkwardly responding, "Yes, Jiayao. You also woke up early. How are you feeling now? Does your head still hurt?" Faced with Gu Yuan's concern, Ai Jiayao suppressed her internal sadness and quickly replied, "Sister, I'm fine. I slept all afternoon yesterday, so I'm okay now. You don't need to worry about me." Gu Moxu was also Gu Yuan's biological younger brother and the only male heir of the Gu family. In Ai Jiayao's eyes, Gu Yuan's grief over losing her younger brother was no less than her own sorrow. After greeting Gu Yuan, Ai Jiayao's beautiful big eyes were already overshadowed by her pain, masking her former spirit and brilliance. As she scanned the room, she saw that the living room was filled with wreaths and portraits of Gu Moxu in his lifetime, and an overwhelming sense of desolation surged in her heart. Chapter 109. His soul returned. Ai Jiayao arrived in front of Gu Moyu's portrait, deeply bowed, and then knelt down before the image. The tears in Ai Jiayao's eyes began to overflow again as she choked back her emotions and recalled, "Moyu, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have died young." After a heartfelt confession, Ai Jiayao wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Beautiful memories replayed in her mind, one after another. She recalled, "Moyu, do you remember? I was bullied by my stepmother for many years, enduring it silently. It was only when you appeared that I suffered less. How many times did you stand up for me, leaving my stepmother speechless in those satisfying moments? Deeply etched in my mind, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. I've fantasized countless times about you being my protector. Your presence provided me with countless shelters from storm. Your bravery, your dominance, your gentleness, and your willingness to stand up for me against all odds. All of it will forever live in my heart." Meanwhile, Gu Moyu was hiding in a room behind the living room, listening to Ai Jiayao recall every detail of the past. The tenderness in her voice formed a stark contrast to her usual assertiveness. Gu Moyu never expected Ai Jiayao would hold such a high opinion of him. Overwhelmed by sudden happiness, Gu Moyu couldn't help but laugh out loud in his unique pig-like manner. Although there was a certain distance and a wall separating the room from the living room, Gu Moyu's laughter could not be concealed, and it echoed faintly in the living room. Ai Jiayao had not finished her words. She had so much more to say to Gu Moyu, but suddenly the familiar sound of Gu Moyu's laughter reached her ears, causing her to stop immediately. Looking around the living room with suspicion, seeing no sign of Gu Moyu around, only the portrait remained, Ai Jiayao wondered how there could be laughter from him. Struggling to stand up, she turned to Gu Moyun and asked, "Sister, I just heard Moyu's laughter. Did you hear it too?" With such a loud laugh. Even a deaf person could hear it, right? Gu Moyun's fair face darkened momentarily as she secretly cursed Gu Moyu, thinking, that brat Gu Moyu really has no sense of danger. Ai Jiayao is right here, and he can't just hide quietly. He's laughing so loudly inside. Doesn't he know how to behave? I almost had a heart attack here. Gu Moyu's heart was still racing. But she managed to hide her feelings and put on a confused expression as she replied to Ai Jiayao. "Jiayao, it's just the two of us here. How could there be Moyu's laughter? I didn't hear anything. Could you be mistaken?" Gu Moyuan clearly stated that she had not heard anything, leaving Ai Jiayao stunned for a moment as she murmured, "But I clearly heard it. How could there be nothing?" Ai Jiayao stood still, straining to listen to all the sounds in the villa. After listening carefully for a long time, she still did not hear the laughter from earlier. Disheartened, Ai Jiayao returned to Gu Moyu's portrait and knelt down again, feeling lost and thinking, it definitely wasn't an illusion. I really heard Moyu's laughter. His soul must have returned. Having poured out her heartfelt words before Gu Moyu's portrait for a long time, Ai Jiayao's legs began to feel numb. With the help of a servant, she barely stood up and said to Gu Moyu's sister, "I'm a bit tired. I'll head back now." "Okay, all right, Jiayao, then you should go back and rest. I'll have the driver take you home," Gu Moyuan quickly suggested. "No need, sister. I can go back by myself." Ai Jiayao firmly refused, her eyes still glistening with tears. Gu Moyuan couldn't persuade Ai Jiayao, but still reminded her with concern, "All right, then be careful by yourself. Call me if anything happens." Ai Jiayao nodded slightly, reluctantly glancing back at Gu Moyu's portrait one last time before stepping out of the Gu family's villa with heavy footsteps. After Ai Jiayao left the Gu family's villa, Gu Moyu also came out of the room. Just thinking about what Ai Jiayao had just said made Gu Moyu unable to contain his joy, and he began to laugh heartily. Gu Moyu looked at Gu Moyu, who was laughing without a care, with a gaze full of disbelief, and said unhappily, "You brat, how can you still laugh at a time like this?" "I'm really speechless." Seeing his sister's concern for Ai Jiayao, Gu Moyu felt the same way in his heart. But to successfully win Ai Jiayao over, he had to take the plunge. Gu Moyu looked at Gu Moyuan with determination and specifically reminded her, "Sister, the plan is halfway through smoothly, so you can't get soft-hearted and abandon it halfway. This time, no matter what, you have to cooperate with me until the end." After leaving the Gu family's villa, Ai Jiayao did not head straight to her own villa. Instead, she went to the neighborhood of the rental apartment, where she had spent time with Gu Moyu at the beginning. Fortunately, the property manager still recognized Ai Jiayao. So when she entered the community, they did not make things difficult for her, but welcomed her with a smile, saying, "Jiayao, just don't stay too long. Don't let the manager find out, or he'll scold me." Ai Jiayao took the elevator to the rental apartment where she used to live. As soon as she arrived, a sense of familiarity and beautiful memories flooded her heart. The door to the rental apartment was tightly locked. Ai Jiayao gently knocked on the door, but unfortunately, the tenant inside was not home, so no one came to open it. Ai Jiayao could only return disappointed and empty-handed. Ai Jiayao returned home in a daze. Throughout the afternoon, she sat on the sofa with a vacant expression, unable to think of food or drink. Her mind was filled with Gu Moyu's shadow, encompassing both beautiful past moments and instances where she had wanted to punch him in anger. Thinking about hearing Gu Moyu's laughter in the Gu family's villa today made Ai Jiayao's mind uncontrollably dwell on him more and more. Ai Jiayao kept reassuring herself, "It's impossible. Gu Moyu is clearly gone, and I can't hear his voice anymore. I must be missing him too much, which is why I'm experiencing hallucinations." After a round of self-comfort, Ai Jiayao's longing for Gu Moyu didn't diminish at all. Instead, it grew even stronger. Chapter 110. Apology at the door. Ai Jiayao thought for a long time and began to analyze to herself. "I was in the living room with my sister, and she didn't hear Gu Moyu's voice. Instead, I did. This means I have a guilty conscience towards Gu Moyu, which is why I could hear his spirit speaking." As Ai Jiayao spoke, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She wiped her tears with a tissue and said, "Moyu's death is closely related to me. If it weren't for my grudge against him, and if I hadn't avoided him for so many days, this wouldn't have happened." Another wave of deep self-blame hit her, and Ai Jiayao's eyes began to swell with crying. The more she thought about it, the sadder she felt, and her tears flowed like a free-flowing faucet. Now that Moyu is gone, he has left this world forever. I caused all of this. I am the sinner of the Gu family. Besides Gu Moyu, the person I feel most sorry for is his parents. Ai Jiayao deeply blamed herself. When she mentioned parents, her heart ached sharply. She quickly wiped her tears and, with a look of deep regret, said, "I am the culprit. I caused Moyu's death. So I should go find his parents and apologize to them in person." With the thought of going to apologize to Gu Moyu's parents, Ai Jiayao went to the bathroom to wash off her tear-streaked makeup. To avoid letting Gu Moyu's parents see her in such a disheveled state, she quickly washed her face in front of the mirror, applied a light makeup, and then changed her clothes in the room on the second floor, preparing to personally apologize. Ai Jiayao casually picked up her bag from the sofa and walked towards the villa's front door. Just as Ai Jiayao opened the door, Su Wenhao happened to arrive outside the villa. This time, Su Wenhao came prepared, carrying various exquisite and luxurious gift bags. If it were on a normal day, Ai Jiayao would have been very curious and would have exclaimed, "Wow," upon seeing these things. As soon as Su Wenhao approached Ai Jiayao, he immediately noticed that her complexion was off. She had lost her usual rosy glow and looked quite haggard. Su Wenhao, surprised and concerned, asked Jiayao, "Are you okay? Why do you look so unwell? Did something happen?" Faced with Su Wenhao's series of concerns, Ai Jiayao remained calm on her face, showing no signs of happiness or dissatisfaction. Because at that moment, Gu Moyu had occupied her heart. She had no interest in talking to Su Wenhao about anything else. Ai Jiayao tried her best to conceal her inner feelings, not wanting Su Wenhao to sense her thoughts. She took a deep breath and casually found an excuse to respond to Su Wenhao, saying, "I'm fine. I just feel a bit unwell. I just need to rest. So you don't have to worry." Ai Jiayao thought that upon hearing she was unwell, Su Wenhao would obediently leave and not disturb her rest. Unexpectedly, after hearing that Ai Jiayao was unwell, Su Wenhao not only showed no signs of leaving, but hurriedly said to Ai Jiayao, "Jiayao, you feel unwell? Why didn't you tell me earlier? My car is outside. I'll take you to the hospital right away." Ai Jiayao was anxious to go see Gu Moyu's parents, so she had no time to waste with Su Wenhao here. When Ai Jiayao realized her previous tactic was ineffective, her face clearly showed her speechlessness. Fortunately, Ai Jiayao managed to control her emotions rationally, as she really wanted to scold the troublesome Su Wenhao at that moment. Ai Jiayao took another deep breath and, with a not-so-friendly attitude, said to Su Wenhao, "What hospital? I'm just on my period and feeling a bit down. You can go back now. Don't disturb my rest." This was the first time Ai Jiayao spoke to Su Wenhao in such a manner after knowing him for so long. However, Su Wenhao had some understanding of girls' menstrual issues. Seeing Ai Jiayao in such a bad mood and looking irritated, Su Wenhao thought to himself, "Jiayao looks really unhappy. Even if I keep bothering her, it won't yield good results and might even annoy her. It's better to be sensible and wait until she's in a better mood to find her." Su Wenhao remained his usual gentlemanly self and kindly reminded Ai Jiayao, "Jiayao, since you're not feeling well, I won't disturb your rest. You must take good care of yourself at home and not overexert yourself. I'll definitely bring you some medicine next time. Ai Jiayao impatiently responded to Su Wenhao. All right, I got it. Just hurry back. At Ai Jiayao's urging, Su Wenhao finally turned to leave. Watching Su Wenhao's figure gradually fade away, Ai Jiayao finally breathed a sigh of relief, quickly locked the villa's front door, and hurriedly left. Ai Jiayao went to the side of the road, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for Gu Moyu's parents' home. On her way to Gu Moyu's parents' house, Ai Jiayao's heart was anxious and beating rapidly. The taxi slowly stopped at the roadside, and as Ai Jiayao imagined the scene of Gu Moyu's parents seeing her, she suddenly felt a bit scared. So lost in thought, Ai Jiayao didn't even realize the car had reached its destination. The taxi driver turned around and politely reminded her, "Miss, we've arrived at number 50 Huaxing Road." When the driver spoke, Ai Jiayao finally came to her senses. She quickly replied, "Oh, okay. Thank you, driver." Ai Jiayao hurriedly opened the car door and quickly got out of the taxi. For safety's sake, Ai Jiayao took another look at the address on the note, lifted her head to glance at the luxurious villa's doorplate, and after confirming it was correct, she mustered her courage and quickened her pace to walk inside. Ding dong, ding dong. Ai Jiayao raised her slightly trembling hand and pressed the doorbell twice. The Gu family's maid heard the doorbell and immediately put down her work. Quickly walking towards the villa's front door, the maid opened the door, saw Ai Jiayao, and promptly said politely, "Hello? May I ask who you're looking for?" "Hello. I'm Gu Moyu's friend. My name is Ai Jiayao, and I'm looking for Gu Moyu's parents." Ai Jiayao introduced herself. "Oh, so you are our young master's friend. Please come in." The maid replied courteously, leading Ai Jiayao into the villa. Chapter 111. Going to report a complaint. When Ai Jiayao walked into the Gu family's villa, Gu Moyu's parents were playing mahjong with several neighbors of similar age. Gu's mother exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, today my luck is amazing, I won again." Gu's father also had a joyful smile on his face and said to Gu's mother sitting next to him, "You really have incredible luck today. You've won several times." The neighbor lady beside them cast envious glances and started to tease Gu's mother. "Mrs. Gu, you've won several times today. You must treat us to dinner tonight." Gu's mother responded generously, "No problem. I'll take everyone to Vienna Hotel for karaoke and dinner tonight. We won't leave until we're drunk." Gu's father and mother, who were playing mahjong in the living room, had smiles on their faces, and there was no trace of sadness in the villa, which formed a stark contrast to the atmosphere in the villa where Gu Moyu lived. Ai Jiayao was also very surprised, not knowing what was going on. After the maid led Ai Jiayao inside, she approached Gu's father and mother and respectfully said, "Sir, madam, the eldest young master's friend has arrived." Gu's father, who was playing mahjong, put away his smile, turned around, and glanced at Ai Jiayao, politely saying, "You are Moyu's friend?" Ai Jiayao nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, uncle. I'm Moyu's friend. My name is Ai Jiayao. You could just call me Jiayao." Although Gu Moyu's father, Gu Yuandong, had frequently made headlines in finance and had his photos published in newspapers and magazines, this was the first time Ai Jiayao had such close contact with him. She felt that Gu's father's handsome face had a few more degrees of maturity and steadiness than Gu Moyu's, and his strong aura gave off an overwhelming presence. Usually, when Gu Moyu's friends wanted to see him, they either went to his villa or called him. Gu's father was also puzzled, secretly thinking, "She is Moyu's friend. Why didn't she go to his house to find him? What is that little rascal doing? Could it be that he asked Jiayao to come here?" Gu's father had a series of questions in his heart, but he kept them to himself and instead quickly stood up, saying kindly to Ai Jiayao, "Jiayao, Moyu is not home. Please have a seat." When Ai Jiayao heard Gu's father say, "Moyu is not home," she swallowed hard and was speechless for a long time. Gu's father glanced at the maid standing beside them and instructed, "Shall we quickly bring a cup of tea for our guest?" The maid nodded respectfully in response. "Yes, sir." The maid did not dare to delay Gu's father's order and immediately went to brew tea. Ai Jiayao sat on the sofa, feeling a bit uncomfortable, not knowing where to put her hands. Gu's father's sharp gaze quickly noticed Ai Jiayao's discomfort and anxiety, and he said kindly, "Jiayao, you are our guest. You don't need to be so formal. Just relax and enjoy yourself. Old Goo, it's your turn to play. Hurry up, the neighbor ladies at the mahjong table urged. Goo's father immediately responded, okay, coming right up. Then I'll go back to play mahjong. Jiayao, feel free. Just let me know if you need anything. Goo's father still spoke kindly. Ai Jiayao never expected that she had caused Gu Moyu's death. And yet Gu Moyu's father not only did not blame her at all, but was also so polite and kind to her. Ai Jiayao held back the tears that were already welling up in her eyes and nodded vigorously, saying, okay, uncle. She raised her head with all her might, fearing that her tears would fall. Looking at the atmosphere in the Gu family's villa, it did not resemble a place that had just experienced a funeral at all. When Ai Jiayao looked at Gu Moyu's parents again, according to local customs, family members were not allowed to wear bright and colorful clothing for 3 days after someone passed away. They could only wear black or white clothing as a sign of respect for the deceased. Yet, she saw that Gu's father was still impeccably dressed in a suit, while Gu's mother was even more exaggerated, wearing a bright red dress and adorned with gold and silver jewelry. Ai Jiayao's mind flashed with a thought, and she lowered her voice, analyzing to herself. Could it be that my sister didn't tell Gu's father and mother about Moyu's death because she was afraid it would make them sad? Yes, it must be like that. Meanwhile, Gu's father and mother were still immersed in the joy of playing mahjong, only hearing Gu's father cheer excitedly. It's finally my turn to win. My luck is not bad. Seeing Gu's father looking so pleased, Gu's mother quickly spoke up, saying to him, Old Gu, your luck is pretty good today. How about you take the money you won today and treat me to a massage? Of course, no problem. If my wife asks, how could I refuse? Gu's father replied gentlemanly to Gu's mother. Seeing Gu Moyu's parents so loving, Ai Jiayao felt very happy. But when she thought about the pain of those two elderly people losing their son overnight, she couldn't imagine what that scene must be like. As Ai Jiayao sat there, her tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. When Gu's father was feeling a bit thirsty from the game and prepared to go to the fridge for a drink, he saw Ai Jiayao sitting on the sofa, crying. Seeing this, Gu's father thought to himself, why is Jiayao crying? Could it be that that little rascal Moyu bullied her, and she came here to report? Gu's father quickly stood up and strode over to Ai Jiayao, anxiously asking, Jiayao, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Ai Jiayao shook her head and replied, Uncle, I'm fine. You don't need to worry. Girls are the most concerned about their appearance, unless it's something very sad. They wouldn't just cry. Gu's father didn't believe Ai Jiayao's words and quickly pressed, Jiayao, tell me the truth. Did that little rascal Moyu bully you? If he did, you tell me, and I'll make sure to teach him a lesson for you. Gu's father was so kind and warm-hearted, and Ai Jiayao saw it all. Even at such a time, Gu's father was still on her side and wanted to help her teach Gu Moyu a lesson, which made Ai Jiayao feel even more guilty toward Gu Moyu and every member of the Gu family. At this moment, Ai Jiayao's tears flowed like a dam bursting, uncontrollably gushing down. Seeing Ai Jiayao crying harder and harder, Gu's father looked at her in shock, completely at a loss for what to do to comfort her. Chapter 112. Clarify things to me watching from the side while playing mahjong. Mama Gu also noticed Ai Jiayao's sad crying and quickly put down her tiles, hurrying over to the sofa in the living room. Jiayao, good child, don't cry. If you have anything unhappy, tell Annie, and I will definitely help you solve it. Mama Gu gently comforted Ai Jiayao. A neighbor playing cards with Gu Moyu's parents saw Ai Jiayao crying so sadly and wanted to give the Gu family some space. A perceptive middle-aged woman neighbor took the initiative to say, Old Gu, Mrs. Gu, since you have guests at home, I will head back and not disturb you. Papa Gu, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied to the middle-aged woman, All right, take care. Come over to play mahjong another day. One neighbor left first, and the others also realized the situation and gradually bid farewell to Papa and Mama Gu before returning to their own homes. After sending off the neighbors, only Papa Gu and Mama Gu remained in the living room of the Gu family's villa. Jiayao, do you have something difficult to say? Speak bravely. We will definitely help you. Papa Gu said anxiously. Ai Jiayao shook her head again, tears continuing to flow uncontrollably. Seeing that Ai Jiayao was crying harder and harder, Mama Gu slapped Papa Gu's arm, angrily reminding him, Old Gu, don't ask Jiayao anymore. I think our brat Gu Moyu must have bullied her. Otherwise, how could Jiayao be so sad? Mama Gu's reminder made Papa Gu suddenly realize. His expression turned serious as he began to curse Gu Moyu. That brat Gu Moyu is really becoming more and more outrageous. How dare he bully a girl? He has truly brought shame to our Gu family. Jiayao, don't be sad. Uncle will call that brat Moyu. I want to scold him properly, Papa Gu said as he picked up his phone, preparing to call Gu Moyu. Seeing Papa Gu pick up the phone, Ai Jiayao cried even harder. After a sob, she heartbreakingly said to Papa Gu, Uncle, Moyu is already dead. You can't call him anymore. Hearing Ai Jiao's words, Papa Gu's hand trembled, almost dropping the phone. When Mama Gu heard Ai Jiayao say, Gu Moyu is dead, her legs went weak, and she slumped down onto the sofa. Jiayao, what did you say? Say it again. What happened to Moyu? Mama Gu still didn't believe Ai Jiayao's words and emotionally pressed her for answers. At that moment, in Mama Gu's heart, she wished today were April Fool's Day, and Ai Jiayao was just joking with her. Ai Jiayao nodded affirmatively, sadly replying, Annie, Moyu is gone. We will never see him again. Receiving Ai Jiayao's confirmation once again, Mama Gu's emotions collapsed, and she began to weep painfully, crying out, Moyu, my good son, you have always been a dutiful child. How could you leave without a word? Don't you know that your mother would be heartbroken? How could Mama Gu not be sad and distressed when her son, whom she raised with great effort, was suddenly gone? Ai Jiayao and Mama Gu began to cry together in sorrow. Faced with this sudden tragic news, Papa Gu was also hit hard. However, after sitting down and thinking carefully, he remembered that this morning, Secretary Jean had called to tell him that Gu Moyu had successfully secured some American orders with President Sun. The more Papa Gu thought about it, the more something felt off. Muttering to himself, Moyu was still drinking with President Sun last night and secured the contract. President Sun even praised Moyu as a capable young man. He was fine yesterday. How could Jiayao suddenly say Moyu is dead today? Papa Gu was also confused. Still not believing the news of his son Gu Moyu's death, he immediately picked up his phone again and dialed Gu Moyu's number. Since being involved in Gu Moyu's plan to deceive Ai Jiayao, Gu Moyu's heart had been restless, never at ease. Ring, ring, ring. Gu Moyu's phone, which she had set aside, suddenly rang, startling her as she had a guilty conscience. Startled, Gu Moyu reached out to pick up the phone. When she looked at the caller ID, it was her dad. A sudden wave of unease washed over her, but there was no time to think. So she quickly answered the call. Gu Moyu switched to her charm mode, sweetly speaking into the phone. Hello. Dear Dad, why did you suddenly call me? Is it because I haven't come back to have dinner with you these past few days, and you miss me? If it were any other time, Papa Gu would have easily fallen for Gu Moyu's act. But now, as it concerned his son's life and death, Papa Gu sternly rebuked her. Mon, what are you and Moyu up to? Why did Jiayao come to our house and say Moyu is dead? What is going on? You need to come home right away and clarify everything to me. Papa Gu's stern tone left no room for negotiation. This was the first time Gu Moyu had heard her father so angry. Before she could respond, Papa Gu hung up the phone in a huff. Oh no, that brat Moyu took things too far. How would this get out to Mom and Dad? What should I do? That brat Moyu is really going to get me into trouble. Gu Moyu complained anxiously as she quickly changed her shoes, preparing to head to her parents' villa. Driving her Porsche to her parents' villa, Gu Moyu took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down and not panic. After parking the car, she nervously pushed open the villa's front door. As soon as Gu Moyu entered, she saw her mother sitting on the sofa, tears streaming down her face. And Ai Jiayao was the same, tears flowing freely. Meanwhile, her father sat nearby, looking very angry. Upon hearing Gu Moyu enter, his fierce gaze shot towards the door. That fierce look from her father suddenly made Gu Moyu feel an inexplicable fear. In Gu Moyu's impression, her father was a gentleman and gentle person. She had never seen him so furious, let alone raise his voice. Chapter 113. The collaborators inside and out? Tears had long since moistened Mother Gu's eyes. As soon as she saw Gu Moyu walk in, she immediately took out a tissue to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes and almost ran to Gu Moyu, anxiously asking, Is it true that Moyu is in trouble? Mother Gu's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. She desperately hoped that Gu Moyuan would tell her this was just a misunderstanding, that her son Gu Moyu was still alive and well in this world. Mom, Gu Moyuan reached out to steady her mother's hand, stammering as she spoke. Gu Moyuan had only said 3 words when Father Gu's sharp gaze fell on her, his expression serious as he said to Gu Moyuan, "Come here. Explain everything clearly in front of me." Father Gu's tone was so severe, leaving no room for negotiation, that it instantly stunned Gu Moyuan. With heavy footsteps, she approached Father Gu. "Moyuan, what exactly happened? Hurry up and tell me." Father Gu continued to press Gu Moyuan. Feeling guilty, Gu Moyuan couldn't even look her father in the eye. After all, she had grown up under his watch, and the eyes are the windows to the soul. Whether Ai Jiayao was lying or not, Father Gu would surely see through it at a glance. What should I do? Mom and Dad are both looking at me. Should I be honest? Confess to receive leniency? Resist to face harsh punishment? Gu Moyuan thought to herself, feeling conflicted at this critical moment about whether to reveal the truth. Just as Gu Moyuan was about to confess everything, another thought flashed through her mind. It was already this time, and she had just received her father's first scolding in her life. If she gave up halfway and confessed everything, all her previous efforts would be in vain, and that brat Moyu wouldn't know how to entangle her. After thinking it over, Gu Moyuan decided to hold her ground, firmly clenching her teeth and not revealing a word of the truth. Taking a deep breath, Gu Moyuan put on a sorrowful expression and solemnly said to Father Gu and Mother Gu, "Dad, Mom, I'll tell you the truth, but you must be strong." Father Gu and Mother Gu's eyes were fixed on Gu Moyuan, and they nodded with difficulty, choked up, uttering a single word, "Dad, Mom, Moyu is gone. He has left us forever. The reason I didn't tell you is that I was afraid it would hurt you, that you wouldn't be able to accept this fact and bear this blow. So I thought I'd keep it from you for now and tell you when the time was right." Gu Moyuan finished her words, also choking back tears. When Father Gu and Mother Gu heard the exact news of Gu Moyu's death from Gu Moyuan's mouth, Mother Gu collapsed onto the ground. Meanwhile, the teacup in Father Gu's hand slipped from his grasp, shattering on the floor with a loud crash. In the luxurious villa, the bad news brought by Ai Jiayao and Gu Moyuan instantly overshadowed the previously vibrant atmosphere with death and sorrow. The Gu family fell into the grief of losing a loved one, and Ai Jiayao was no exception, sinking into sadness and unable to extricate herself. Seeing her mother already crying uncontrollably and her father heavily smoking with a somber mood, Gu Moyuan's heart ached fiercely. Gu Moyuan also sat down on the sofa, observing her parents' lost expressions, her agile mind quickly turning to find a good way to both make Jiayao firmly believe in the news of Gu Moyu's death, while also letting her parents know that Moyu was actually still alive, just with some unspeakable difficulties. Watching the situation unfold beyond her control and imagination, Gu Moyuan grew increasingly anxious, with her brows tightly furrowed. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Moyuan suddenly remembered something Gu Moyu had previously suggested: find a way to pin his death on Su Wenhao, so that Ai Jiayao would start to hate Su Wenhao and he would disappear from her sight. Gu Moyuan felt that Gu Moyu's effortless two birds with one stone plan was truly brilliant. After thinking it over, Gu Moyuan decided to quietly take Ai Jiayao out of the villa first, and then tell her that the reason Gu Moyu was kidnapped by Butler Han and met a tragic end was all orchestrated by Su Wenhao in collusion with Butler Han. Gu Moyuan slightly raised her head, her gaze landing on Ai Jiayao, who was getting up to grab a tissue to wipe her tears when she saw Gu Moyuan making gestures, signaling her to come outside. As if there was something important to say, Ai Jiayao immediately understood, glancing at Father Gu and Mother Gu, who were still immersed in the pain of losing their son. The sadness on Ai Jiayao's face only intensified, and her feelings of guilt grew stronger. Gu Moyuan and Ai Jiayao sequentially walked out of the Gu family's villa. Once outside the villa's main door, Gu Moyuan pulled Ai Jiayao into the blooming garden, sitting down on a European-style chair. With a puzzled expression, Ai Jiayao asked Gu Moyuan, "Sister, uncle, and aunt are very sad right now. We should be inside with them. But you suddenly called me out. Is there something you want to tell me?" Gu Moyuan blinked her bright eyes, thoughtfully responding to Ai Jiayao. Moyu's sudden passing pains me greatly as a sister, and the whole family is very sad. But the most important thing right now is to find the murderer who caused Moyu's death and bring him to justice. Only then can we comfort Moyu's spirit in heaven. From Gu Moyuan's words, Ai Jiayao understood that Gu Moyu's death was not only related to Butler Han, but that he also had accomplices. Mentioning Butler Han, the murderer, Ai Jiao's fists tightened even more as she gritted her teeth, saying, "Sister, we must find Butler Han, the murderer, at all costs. I will never let her go." Gu Moyuan nodded affirmatively, saying, "That's right. I will not let him go either. By the way, sister, from what I just heard from you, given Butler Han's age, he couldn't have kidnapped Moyu by himself. Are you suggesting there are collaborators inside and out?" Ai Jiayao asked Gu Moyuan with her doubts. Gu Moyuan analyzed logically. "Jiayao, actually just last week I saw Butler Han in close contact with Su Wenhao. At the time, I didn't think much of it. Su Wenhao is a competitor of our Gu family's business. And I heard Moyu mention before that Su Wenhao was also pursuing you and had clashed with Moyu several times. Su Wenhao must be harboring resentment. So he teamed up with Butler Han to harm Moyu." Chapter 114. Hurry home after hearing Gu Mo Yuan's analysis. Ai Jiayao suddenly remembered that Su Wenhao had come to find her earlier, being particularly attentive. Ai Jiayao began to mutter to herself, "No wonder Su Wenhao was so attentive to me today. He must have done something guilty." Everything Ai Jiayao said was clearly heard by Gu Mo Yuan, who was standing nearby. A smug expression appeared on Gu Mo Yuan's face as she secretly thought, "Oh yes, this is great. The plan has succeeded again. Jiayao will definitely follow my train of thought and blame Su Wenhao for Mou's death. This two birds with one stone scheme is perfectly executed." After pondering for a moment, Ai Jiayao suddenly realized, "I understand now. Su Wenhao is a two-faced person. To win me over, he would go so far as to use someone else's hand to kill Mou. He is truly sinister and ruthless." Edding Ai Jiayao angrily curse Su Wenhao. Gu Mo Yuan almost burst out laughing, but managed to hold it back. "That bastard Su Wenhao dared to harm Mou. I must seek justice for Mou." As soon as Ai Jiayao finished speaking, she angrily grabbed her bag and stormed out of the Gu family escarton, heading to find Su Wenhao to settle the score. By the time Gu Mo Yuan reacted, Ai Jiayao had already stormed off a good distance. Watching Ai Jiayao's furious figure disappear from sight, Gu Mo Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly walked into her family's villa. As soon as Gu Mo Yuan entered the villa, she hurriedly ran to where her parents were sitting in the living room and explained, "Mom, Dad, don't be like this. Mou is fine. He is still living well in this world. Jiayao was just here, and I didn't dare to let her know, so I deceived you both together." Gu Mo Yuan exerted a lot of effort to explain the whole situation to her parents. Fortunately, the matter was not true. It was all a prank by Gu Mo Yuan and Gu Mo Yu, and Gu Dad and Gu Mom finally breathed a sigh of relief. Upon learning the truth, Gu Mo Yuan's mother excitedly said to Gu Dad, "That's great, Lao Gu. It's truly the ancestors of the Gu family protecting us. Our son is fine. He is still living well." Gu Dad nodded affirmatively and replied joyfully, "Yes, when Mou was born, the fortune teller said he had a very strong fate. How could he die so easily?" Gu Yuan Dong thought about how his wife had cried out in grief and how he had been inconsolable, and he became furious. He glared at Gu Mo Yuan and angrily said, Yuan, you and your brother are getting more and more out of hand. You even joke about life and death matters. Do you know how heartbroken your mom was just now? She almost had a heart attack after being scolded harshly by Gu Yuan Dong. Gu Mo Yuan knew she had indeed gone too far, so she lowered her head and fell silent. "You girl, your brother is so unruly, and you, as his sister, don't keep an eye on him." Gu Mom also started to scold Gu Mo Yuan. After scolding Gu Mo Yuan, Gu Mom suddenly remembered that Ai Jiayao, like them, must have been deeply saddened by the news of Mou's supposed death. Gu Mom quickly urged Gu Dad, "Lao Gu, hurry and give Jiayao a call and tell her that Mou is fine. It was just these two troublesome kids who deceived her together." Gu Dad felt that Gu Mom's suggestion was reasonable, so he immediately picked up his phone to call Ai Jiayao. When Gu Dad was about to dial, he realized he didn't have Ai Jiayao as phone number at all. Oh no, I was so upset earlier that I didn't even notice when Jiayao left. How would I know her phone number? Gu Dad said regretfully. Gu Dad and Gu Mom were still angry, so they scolded Gu Mo Yuan again. Exhausted, Gu Dad sat down on the sofa, and Gu Mo Yuan eagerly began to massage his shoulders while flattering him. Dad, please calm down. We know we were wrong. Yuan, that brat Mo is too out of line. You need to call him right now and tell him to come home. Gu Dad ordered Gu Mo Yuan in a tone that left no room for discussion. Okay, Dad, I'll call Mo right away. Gu Mo Yuan dared not disobey her father's order. At that moment, her dad's anger had not completely subsided, and Gu Mo Yuan was afraid that if she was not careful, she would anger him again. After having lunch in the restaurant, Gu Mo drove to the most luxurious leisure venue in a city, the Nanshan Entertainment Place. He arrived at his favorite sauna and began to enjoy a comfortable sauna, leisurely savoring the pleasant afternoon. Ring, ring, ring. The phone placed beside the sofa rang. Gu Mo lazily sat up straight, casually picked up the phone, and answered the call slowly. Before Gu Mo could say anything, his sister Gu Mo Yuan's urgent voice came from the other end. Mo, where are you right now? Gu Mo looked around the sauna and replied with enjoyment. Sis, I'm at the sauna in Nanshan. Are you free? Want to join me? In such a critical moment, Gu Mo still had the mood to relax in a sauna. Gu Mo Yuan was almost driven to the brink of anger by Gu Mo. Gu Mo Yuan didn't tell Gu Mo about what had happened at their parents' villa. Instead, she took a deep breath, tried to calm her emotions, and controlled her temper as she told Gu Mo, Mom and Dad said there is something important they need to talk to you about. So hurry home. Sis, I haven't finished my sauna yet. Why are Mom and Dad in such a hurry to call me home? Gu Mo Yuan hung up the phone, and before Gu Mo could finish his words, all he heard was the beep, beep, beep sound from the phone. Did that sis hang up too quickly? I hadn't finished talking. Gu Mo muttered under his breath. As Gu Mo put down the phone, he felt increasingly puzzled and said, why are Mom and Dad suddenly in such a hurry to see me? And they even had my sister call me. Whatever. Since it's a request from Mom and Dad, I haven't been home for a long time anyway. Besides, I've been in a good mood these days, so I might as well spend some time with Mom and Dad. It's my duty as a son. About 20 minutes later, after finishing the sauna, Gu Mo packed his things, took his car keys and phone, and walked out of the Nanshan Leisure Place, striding towards the parking lot. Chapter 115. Continuous beatings. Arriving at the parking lot, Gu Mo drove her Mercedes-Benz at full speed toward home. In less than 20 minutes, she arrived outside her parents' villa. After skillfully parking the car, Gu Mo took large strides toward the villa's entrance. The villa's front door was not closed, so Gu Mo walked straight in without even needing her keys. She sat down on the sofa in the living room, glanced around, and noticed that her parents were nowhere to be seen on the first floor. Only a maid was tidying up the kitchen. Not seeing her mom and dad, Gu Mo didn't search for them and instead muttered in confusion. Mom and Dad were so eager for me to come home, and now they don't even know where they've run off to? Just as Gu Mo finished speaking, her gaze fell on a plate of fresh fruit. Swallowing hard, she joyfully said, since Mom and Dad aren't home, I'll just have some fruit here while I wait for them to return. The fruit plate had Gu Mo's favorite cherries and grapes. She crossed her legs on the sofa and began eating the fruit, popping them into her mouth one after another. Her little mouth never stopping since she arrived. At this moment, Dad Gu and Mom Gu came down from the second floor, with Gu Mo following behind. Upon seeing Gu Mo leisurely enjoying her fruit with her legs crossed, Dad Gu furrowed his brows slightly, his sharp gaze landing on a feather duster in the living room. He quickly walked over to the corner where the feather duster was and grabbed it, directly starting to hit Gu Mo. After hitting Gu Mo a few times, Dad Gu began to scold her while he hit, saying, Gu Mo, you little brat. Today I'm going to teach you a good lesson, so you'll think twice before lying again. You lied so big, saying you were dead. Do you want to give me a heart attack? At first, Gu Mo was a bit stunned by the sudden attack from Dad Gu, as he hadn't hit her in nearly 10 years. With a bewildered expression, she turned her gaze to her mother and Gu Mo when she was younger. Whenever Dad Gu attempted to hit her, both Mom Gu and Gu Mo would immediately come to her defense. Although Gu Mo didn't know what was happening, She once again regarded her mother and Gu Maiyuan as her lifeline, looking expectantly at Mom Gu. However, this time, Mom Gu remained indifferent, sitting on the sofa, deeply sighing and deliberately turning her head away, not wanting to pay attention to Gu Moyu. After failing to get help from her mother, Gu Moyu's hopeful gaze fell on Gu Maiyuan, but she just waved her hand innocently at Gu Moyu, not saying a word. The sound of Dad Gu's loud scolding was still ringing in her ears, along with Mom Gu's cold attitude and her sister's innocent expression. Combining everything in front of her, Gu Mayu finally realized that her secret had been exposed. Wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, Gu Moyu nimbly dodged her father's strikes. Dad Gu continued to hit Gu Moyu for more than 10 minutes before finally getting tired and willing to stop. He sat on the sofa and commanded Gu Moyu, come here. Seeing that Dad Gu was still angry, Gu Moyu didn't dare disobey his command and could only obediently comply, nervously sitting down on the sofa. It was rare for the Gu family to gather together, and now the four of them, Gu Moyu, Gu Maiyuan, and their parents, were sitting in the living room. Dad Gu, looking serious, said, Gu Moyu, explain clearly in front of the whole family why you deceived Jiayao into thinking you were dead. The stern gazes of Dad Gu and Mom Gu fell on Gu Moyu, who felt that the truth could no longer be hidden. Rather than being tortured by severe interrogation, it would be better to confess now. Taking a shallow breath, Gu Moyu began to explain to her parents seriously, Dad, Mom, the reason I went through so much trouble to deceive Jiayao is that I have liked her for so long, but she always treats me as if I don't matter. I wanted to let Jiayao know that if she worries about me, it's because she has feelings for me. If she doesn't like me, would she really be that upset if something happened to me? Although what Gu Moyu said made some sense, Mom Gu still looked helpless and said, Sigh, Moyu, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but if you like Jiayao, you should just pursue her directly. You can't joke about life and death to deceive Jiayao, just to achieve your goals. Do you know that Jiayao has already cried her eyes out? Gu Moyu interrupted her mother and continued to explain her plan to her parents. Dad, Mom, to successfully win Jiayao over, I first pretended to be kidnapped by Butler Han. Jiayao rushed to save me, which shows she cares about me. Then I pretended to be killed by Butler Han. And Jiayao even vowed not to let him go and wanted to take revenge for me. After hearing Gu Moyu's elaborate plan, both Dad Gu and Mom Gu's faces turned dark. Dad Gu couldn't control his emotions and picked up the feather duster again to give Gu Moyu another beating. After yet another beating, Dad Gu's anger had mostly subsided. He shot a sharp glare at Gu Moyu and sternly ordered, Gu Moyu, you are truly outrageous for deceiving such a pure and kind girl like Jiayao. You've made her cry every day. How can you live with yourself? Before Gu Moyu could respond, Mom Gu couldn't bear to watch any longer and join in on Dad Gu's scolding, saying exactly, just thinking about how Jiayao was crying makes me want to beat you up again, you little brat. Gu Moyu, listen up. The men in our Gu family are all upright men, brave and responsible. Since you did something wrong, you should courageously admit your mistake. Then personally go apologize to Jiayao. Explain the situation and seek her forgiveness. Do you understand? Dad Gu earnestly instructed Gu Moyu. From the moment she walked in until now, Gu Moyu had been continuously beaten by her father. Now that Dad Gu's anger had finally calmed down a bit, Gu Moyu didn't dare openly defy his wishes. Chapter 116. Lurking by Su Wenhao's side, Gu Moyu had just been thinking about what excuse to use to escape her parents' clutches when her father took the initiative to suggest that she personally go to Ai Jiayao to apologize and explain the situation. Gu Moyu was overjoyed. She suddenly stood up and, with a serious expression, said to her father and mother sitting on the sofa, Dad, Mom, I know I was wrong. I'm going to apologize to Jiayao and explain right away. Gu Mom finally showed a long-lost smile and encouraged Gu Moyu, go ahead, kid. Come back home to spend time with your parents when you have the chance. Mom, you care about me so much. I'm always thinking about you. I'll come back to keep you company whenever I have free time. Don't worry. In front of her mother, Gu Moyu's words were always as sweet as honey. Upon learning about Gu Moyu's cause of death, Ai Jiayao stormed to Su Wenhao's door, ready to settle the score with him. Ding dong, ding dong. Ai Jiayao pressed the doorbell several times in anger. Su Wenhao was lazily lounging on the sofa, enjoying a lovely afternoon tea. Hearing the urgent doorbell, he put on his slippers and quickly walked to the door, saying, coming. When Su Wenhao opened the door and saw Ai Jiayao standing there with a hint of anger, he was surprised and said, "Jiayao, what brings you here?" Seeing Su Wenhao acting as if nothing had happened only fueled Ai Jiayao's anger. She said to Su Wenhao in an annoyed tone, "Wenhao, are you saying you don't welcome me?" Noting Ai Jiayao's displeased expression, Su Wenhao waved his hand and quickly explained, "Jiayao, you're really getting better at joking. I'm actually very happy that you came to visit me. How can I not welcome you? Please come in, come in." Under Su Wenhao's invitation and flattery, Ai Jiayao stepped heavily into his villa. As soon as Ai Jiayao entered Su Wenhao's villa, she saw a table in the living room filled with all kinds of snacks and afternoon tea. The contrast between Su Wenhao enjoying his food and the tragic death of Gu Moyu was stark. Ai Jiayao cleared her throat and said to Su Wenhao, "You seem quite relaxed, enjoying afternoon tea all by yourself?" Seeing Ai Jiayao pointing at the various snacks on the table, Su Wenhao quickly stepped forward with a joyful smile and said, "Yes, there wasn't much going on at the company today, so I didn't go in. The weather is nice, so I decided to enjoy some afternoon tea alone. But now that you're here, we can enjoy it together." Seeing Su Wenhao, who had caused Gu Moyu's death, so leisurely enjoying his afternoon tea, Ai Jiayao felt like giving him 2 slaps right then and there, just as she was about to explode with anger. A thought flashed through her mind, and reason overcame her impulse. I must calm down and not act impulsively. Moyu is already dead, and Butler Han has run away. There is currently no evidence pointing to Su Wenhao being responsible for Moyu's death. If I confront him now, I can only vent my anger by scolding him, but I can't do anything to him. Rather than falling out with him now, it's better to pretend that nothing happened and stay close to him until I find solid evidence proving he killed Moyu. Ai Jiayao quietly weighed the pros and cons in her mind. After a mental struggle, Ai Jiayao successfully suppressed her anger. Instead, she suggested to Su Wenhao, "Wenhao, I'm not in a good mood. Can you keep me company for a few drinks?" Since Ai Jiayao walked in, Su Wenhao had only seen her with a furious expression. And now that her anger had finally dissipated and she was even asking him to drink, Su Wenhao was overjoyed. "A beautiful woman is asking me to drink with her. How could I refuse? You sit down for a moment, and I'll go get the wine." Su Wenhao replied happily, heading over to the wine cabinet. As Su Wenhao picked up a bottle of red wine from the cabinet, he suddenly remembered that he had promised Ai Jiayao he would bring her some medicine at noon. He put down the red wine, went upstairs to the villa, and specifically took the medicine he had promised Ai Jiayao from his room. In less than 5 minutes, Su Wenhao came back with the medicine in his left hand and a bottle of imported French red wine in his right hand. Looking excited, he handed the medicine to Ai Jiayao, saying with a gentlemanly demeanor, "Here, Jiayao, this is the medicine I promised to give you." Without even thinking, Ai Jiayao immediately reached out to take the medicine from Su Wenhao. Looking pleased as she politely said, "Thank you, Wenhao." Su Wenhao grabbed the wine opener and quickly opened the red wine. With his usual gentlemanly demeanor, he poured a glass of red wine for Ai Jiayao first before pouring one for himself. Ai Jiayao raised her glass on the table and said to Su Wenhao, "Come on, Wenhao, let's toast." Su Wenhao readily complied with Ai Jiayao's invitation, picking up a glass of red wine from the table to clink glasses with her. After clinking glasses, Su Wenhao took a small sip, thoroughly enjoying it. Ai Jiayao, on the other hand, took her glass and drank it down in big gulps. Finishing her drink in the blink of an eye, Ai Jiayao reached for the bottle of red wine next to Su Wenhao, ready to continue drinking. Seeing Ai Jiao's tightly furrowed brows, Su Wenhao thought to himself, "This girl is indeed in a bad mood. She's drinking so heavily." Just as Ai Jiayao was about to grab the wine bottle, Su Wenhao suddenly snatched it away. He poured her half a glass of red wine while saying, "Jiayao, who drinks like you? If you keep drinking like this, you'll get drunk. It's not good for your health." Su Wenhao's advice had the desired effect. Ai Jiayao pretended to listen to him and temporarily set down her glass, starting to chat casually like friends. Su Wenhao initiated the conversation, saying, "Jiayao, your eating broadcast show is really good. Your fan base keeps growing. Every time I enjoy it, it ends too soon. Fans are suggesting you do more live streams every day. What do you think?" Ai Jiayao took another sip of wine and unhurriedly replied to Su Wenhao, How many live streams I do daily isn't up to me. It also depends on the company's internal arrangements. I just do my own job. Chapter 117. Building relationships. Su Wenhao awkwardly smiled and curiously asked Ai Jiayao, how long have you been working at Longhui Group? Ai Jiayao counted on her fingers and seriously replied, I've been working at Longhui Group for almost 5 years. As they drank wine, Su Wenhao and Ai Jiayao opened up and chatted freely, discussing everything from work to daily life. As they talked, Ai Jiayao intentionally steered the conversation towards Gumoy. She put on a sulky expression and said to Su Wenhao, you know what? Gumoy is such a flirt, a heartless man. Hearing Ai Jiayao insult Gumoy, Su Wenhao eagerly asked Jiayao what happened. What did he do to make you so angry? Ai Jiayao candidly told Su Wenhao, ever since our last argument, he has completely disappeared, never contacted me, let alone apologized. Just the thought of that heartless man makes me furious. I wish I could slap him. It was the first time Su Wenhao heard Ai Jiayao speak so angrily about Gumoy, and he felt a surge of happiness. Although he was pleased, wanting Ai Jiayao to scold Gumoy even more, he continued to disguise his true feelings and pretended to be a gentleman, comforting her. Jiayao, you're magnanimous. So don't stoop to Gumoy's level. Have you heard that girls who get angry often tend to develop wrinkles? You shouldn't be angry. Stay beautiful like you are now. Ai Jiayao gritted her teeth in frustration at Su Wenhao, but she put on a facade of listening and nodded. Wenhao, you make a good point. I won't hold it against Gumoy anymore. Let's toast to forgetting all the unpleasant things. Seeing Ai Jiayao's brows slightly relax, Su Wenhao felt that his persuasion had played a crucial role. Encouraged, he smiled and raised his glass to toast with Ai Jiayao again. After a few hours, Ai Jiayao and Su Wenhao had finished 3 bottles of red wine and 1 bottle of liquor. Ai Jiayao sat on the sofa, feeling a bit tipsy, perhaps due to her bad mood over the past few days and the amount of alcohol she consumed. Ai Jiayao suddenly felt a chill on her back and sneezed. Seeing this, Su Wenhao quickly got up, took off his suit jacket, and kindly draped it over Ai Jiayao, asking with concern, are you cold? Are you coming down with something? Should I take you to see a doctor? Ai Jiayao shook her head and, slightly tipsy, replied, no, I'm fine. I'm just a bit cold. Your suit makes me warm. After chatting some more, Ai Jiayao glanced at the vintage clock in Su Wenhao's villa and noticed it was already past 9 in the evening. Suddenly, she stood up and, with a tipsy tone, said to Su Wenhao, it's getting late. I should head back. I won't disturb you any longer. As she spoke, she pretended to stumble and nearly fell, but fortunately, Su Wenhao, who was sitting nearby, caught her. With a worried look, Su Wenhao advised, careful, Jiayao, already drunk. It took him quite a bit of effort to get Ai Jiayao to sit back down on the sofa. Wenhao, I'm not drunk. If I get drunk from just a little wine, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Back in the day, I was the best drinker among the girls in my class. After pretending to ramble on about drinking, Ai Jiayao stood up to leave, but then pretended to be drunk and lay down on the sofa in Su Wenhao's house. When Ai Jiayao suddenly collapsed on the sofa and fell asleep, Su Wenhao was momentarily stunned and unsure of what to do. Didn't she say she was going home? Why did she suddenly fall asleep on the sofa? What should I do? Should I take her home? Or Su Wenhao thought to himself. Just when Su Wenhao was unsure, he realized that this was exactly the opportunity he had been looking for to get closer to Jiayao. Letting her sleep at his place would be fine. He was a grown man, after all. Su Wenhao thought that if Ai Jiayao was truly drunk, it would be easy for him to do something impulsive. However, in order to maintain his gentlemanly and perfect image in her eyes, he didn't disturb her and instead allowed her to sleep quietly on the sofa. Seeing Ai Jiayao slightly shiver in her sleep, Su Wenhao immediately ran upstairs, grabbed a blanket, and quietly returned to her side, gently covering her with it. The next morning, Su Wenhao got up, washed up in the bathroom, changed clothes, and came downstairs from his room on the 2nd floor. The first thing Su Wenhao did when he came down was not to eat breakfast, but to check on Ai Jiayao, who was still sound asleep on the sofa. A happy smile spread across his face as he thought, this girl fell asleep even earlier than I did last night, and is still in bed like a little lazy pig. Just as Su Wenhao turned to head to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, Ai Jiayao suddenly sat up, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and feigned a confused expression, asking, "Where am I? Wasn't I at home?" Hearing her speak, Su Wenhao realized that Ai Jiayao was awake. Looking at her puzzled face, he smiled and said, "Jiayao, this is my home. You got drunk last night and fell asleep on my sofa. You've been sleeping here ever since." I didn't go home last night and slept here until now." Ai Jiayao feigned surprise. After a moment of astonishment, Ai Jiayao stood up from the sofa and quickly thanked Su Wenhao, saying, "Wenhao, thank you. Not only did you drink so much with me last night, but you also let me stay at your place. I really appreciate it. Without you, I don't know what would have happened." Receiving Ai Jiayao's gratitude, Su Wenhao's face lit up with a joyful smile, and he secretly thought, "What I did last night was truly right. Now, Jiayao looks at me differently, as if a beauty admires a hero. All of this proves that my status and image in Jiayao's eyes have significantly improved." Chapter 118. Heaven helps me. After Ai Jiayao thanked Su Wenhao, she pretended to be weak and coughed a few times in front of him. Seeing this, Su Wenhao quickly helped Ai Jiayao sit down, looking concerned and asking, "Jiayao, are you okay? You're coughing now?" Ai Jiayao shook her head and weakly replied, "Wenhao, you don't need to worry, I'm fine. Maybe I drank too much last night, and now I feel weak all over. I'll be okay after a little rest." Su Wenhao was planning to go to the company for a board meeting that morning and didn't have time to take care of Ai Jiayao. Just as he was about to say something to her, his phone rang from his pocket. "Hello." Su Wenhao quickly answered the call. The voice of Secretary Han came through, saying, "President Su, all the shareholders are here, and everyone is waiting for you to return to host a meeting." "Okay, I understand, Secretary Han. Please prepare the materials and send them to my office. I'll be there right away." Su Wenhao instructed Secretary Han over the phone. After hanging up, Su Wenhao didn't even have time for breakfast and hurriedly told Ai Jiayao, "Jiayao, if you're still feeling unwell, then just rest at my place. I have to go to the company for a meeting and can't take care of you. Call me if you need anything." Hearing Su Wenhao's words of concern, Ai Jiayao secretly felt fortunate. What a blessing. Secretary Han's call is truly timely. Now, Su Wenhao has to go to the company for a meeting and has even suggested I stay here. Soon, I'll be the only one left in the villa, and I can do whatever I want. Just thinking about this made Ai Jiayao almost burst out laughing. She glanced at Su Wenhao, then pretended to be weak again, nodding with difficulty and replying, hum. "All right then, I'll disturb you." Su Wenhao checked the time on his watch, grabbed his car keys, and quickly left for the company meeting. After leaving her parents' villa, Gumoyu drove around for a few hours before suddenly stopping by the roadside, a sly smile flashing in her eyes. "It's about time. I should call Mom and Dad." Gumoyu took out her phone and dialed the home landline. Ring, ring, ring. The phone in the living room started ringing. The maid, who was cleaning nearby, quickly answered the phone, politely saying, "Hello, this is the Gu family. Who are you looking for?" "Oh, shall we? We're my parents. Please let them answer the phone." Gumoyu instructed from the other end. The maid immediately recognized Gumoyu's voice and respectfully replied, "Okay, young master, Mr. and Mrs. are in the garden watering the flowers. I'll go get them right away." With the maid's announcement, Mr. and Mrs. Gu left the garden and came to the living room to answer the phone. "Hello, Dad, Mom. You two went to the garden again to water flowers. I couldn't get through to your mobile phones, so I had to call the house." Gumoyu feigned a pitiful tone on the phone. Mr. Gu chuckled and asked, "You little rascal, suddenly calling us. Do you have something to say?" "Oh, right. How did it go with your apology to Jiayao?" Whether it's because Gumoyu has become used to lying or something else, he actually managed to lie smoothly to his father. "Dad, don't worry. I've already apologized to Jiayao and explained the situation." Hearing that Gumoyu had already apologized to Ai Jiayao, Mr. Gu finally felt relieved. "Moyu, since you explained it clearly to Jiayao, what was her attitude? Did she forgive you?" "Dad, you can rest assured. Jiayao has accepted my apology and forgiven me. Don't forget, I'm a member of the Gu family, with my extraordinary charm. How could Jiayao dare not forgive me?" Gumoyu said proudly. "Oomph, you little rascal. Don't get too carried away. Jiayao forgiving you shows that she is broad-minded and not petty. Not because of your charm." Mr. Gu bluntly rebutted Gumoyu. Knowing that Jiayao had forgiven Gumoyu, Both Mr. and Mrs. Gu finally felt relieved and quickly hung up after scolding Gu Moyu a few times. Fortunately, thanks to his sister's strong support and tacit cooperation, Gu Moyu's incident did not get exposed. Gu Moyu felt a deep admiration for his sister. Thinking of continuing to team up with his sister to deceive Ai Jiayao, Gu Moyu pondered for a moment before picking up his phone and dialing his sister's number. "Hello, sis, what are you doing?" Gu Moyu spoke first on the phone. "Umph, you little rascal, calling me out of the blue. I knew right away that you wanted something. Are you trying to ask me about Jiayao?" His sister hit the nail on the head. Gu Moyu knew that his sister understood him best and that nothing could be hidden from her. He didn't beat around the bush and directly ask, "Sis, I haven't seen Jiayao for a long time. Where has she gone? After Jiayao left our house yesterday, I haven't been able to contact her. So I don't know where she is," Gu Moyu replied, looking puzzled. After this phone call with Gu Moyu learned about Ai Jiayao's disappearance. Feeling confused, Gu Moyu frowned slightly and called Secretary Jean. Gu Moyu instructed Secretary Jean to mobilize all resources and efforts to find Ai Jiayao at all costs. Secretary Jean, not daring to neglect Gu Moyu's orders, immediately activated various channels to search for Ai Jiayao's whereabouts. After a morning of thorough searching, fortune favored the diligent, and Secretary Jean finally found out about Ai Jiayao's whereabouts. He quickly called Gu Moyu to report, "President, I have found Miss Ai's whereabouts." Ai Jiayao did not return home all night yesterday. She stayed at Su Wenhao's house and still hasn't left. After hearing Secretary Jin's report, Gu Moyu was furious. Stamping his feet, overcome with jealousy, Gu Moyu angrily cursed Su Wenhao. Su Wenhao, the hypocrite, is taking advantage of the situation to get close to Jiayao. I wonder if that naive girl has suffered. No, I can't let Jiayao stay in Su Wenhao's den any longer. I have to rescue her. Chapter 119. Installing cameras and listening devices when Gu Moyu angrily turned the car around, preparing to rescue Ai Jiayao. He suddenly remembered, I had pretended to be dead in front of Jiayao before. If I suddenly appear in front of her now, wouldn't all my previous efforts be in vain? Although Gu Moyu was furious and wanted to go to Su Wenhao's house to take Ai Jiayao away right now, he didn't dare to show up in front of her. Even though I can't appear in front of Jiayao, I can't just sit here and do nothing. I need to go check the situation near Su Wenhao's house first. As soon as Gu Moyu thought of this, he couldn't wait to drive his car. Speeding towards the vicinity of Su Wenhao's villa, Gu Moyu parked in a concealed spot, sitting in the car, carefully observing the movements in Su Wenhao's villa. Half an hour passed, and there was still no sign of activity in the villa. Earlier, Secretary Jean said that Su Wenhao was in a meeting at the company, and Jiayao was the only one in the villa. What on earth is that girl doing inside? Why hasn't she come home yet? Gu Moyu muttered to himself. After pondering for a while, a terrifying thought flashed through Gu Moyu's mind. Could it be that she thinks I'm dead and has moved on? However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he immediately rejected it. If it were someone else, maybe, but this girl definitely wouldn't. I know her personality and temper. At that moment, the unusually quiet door of Su Wenhao's villa finally opened. Gu Moyu focused his gaze and saw Ai Jiayao walking out. To avoid being seen by her, Gu Moyu immediately laid down on the car. Although he only caught a glimpse, Gu Moyu noticed that Ai Jiayao's complexion was haggard. Clearly, she was still immersed in the pain of losing him and had not yet emerged from the shadow. This expression confirmed to Gu Moyu that Ai Jiayao had not moved on. Taking advantage of Ai Jiayao's trip to buy groceries, Gu Moyu immediately bought cameras and listening devices, stealthily sneaking into Su Wenhao's villa and installed the devices in his house. After setting up the listening devices and cameras, Gu Moyu quickly fled the scene. When he came out, Ai Jiayao had not yet returned. Gu Moyu smugly said, I really designed this perfectly. Even though I can't rescue you, at least I can know what you say and do at the first moment. To prevent Su Wenhao from gaining any advantage, Gu Moyu picked up his phone, dispatched a few people to stand by near Su Wenhao's villa, ready to interrupt any intimate actions between Su Wenhao and Ai Jiayao at any time. Once Gu Moyu made all the arrangements, Ai Jiayao returned from the market, her hands full of various ingredients. She entered Su Wenhao's villa and began to busy herself, preparing a large table of dishes for him. When Su Wenhao drove back, Gu Moyu's vigilance heightened significantly upon seeing Su Wenhao get out of the car and enter the villa. He immediately grabbed his phone and contacted all personnel, saying, "The key person has arrived. Stay alert and ready for action." As soon as Su Wenhao pushed open the villa's door, he was greeted by the aroma of food. He quickly walked into the dining room and was surprised to find that Ai Jiayao had prepared a full table of dishes. Seeing Su Wenhao return, Ai Jiayao immediately brought over bowls and chopsticks, inviting him to sit down and enthusiastically serving him food, saying, "Come on, sit down and eat. Try my cooking and see if I've improved." Ai Jiayao's enthusiasm made Su Wenhao very happy. He quickly took a bite of the food she made and praised him. "So delicious. Jiayao, your cooking is always so tasty." Receiving Su Wenhao's compliment, Ai Jiayao forced a smile and politely replied, "Wenhao, I specially cooked today to thank you for taking me in last night." "Thank you. Hey, Jiayao, what kind of relationship do we have? It's only natural for me to help you, so don't be so polite." Su Wenhao deliberately emphasized that their relationship was special, to better integrate herself into Su Wenhao's life. Ai Jiayao didn't deny his words. She just smiled foolishly in response. After dinner, at Ai Jiayao's suggestion, Su Wenhao brought out his long-preserved Italian wine. "A new movie that just came out is really good, and it has a high rating. How about we enjoy some wine while watching the movie?" Su Wenhao proposed to Ai Jiayao, his eager eyes hoping for her agreement. Ai Jiayao blinked her beautiful big eyes, sparkling with light, and answered without hesitation, "Yes. Wenhao, that's a great idea. Let's enjoy some wine while watching the movie." After getting Ai Jiayao's consent, Su Wenhao and Ai Jiayao sat down on the sofa, drinking and watching the movie. Ai Jiayao was focused on the film, while Su Wenhao's mind was not on the movie, but on Ai Jiayao. Less than 10 minutes into the movie, Su Wenhao intentionally sat closer to Ai Jiayao. Every move he made was clearly seen by Gu Moyu. Gu Moyu immediately picked up his phone and ordered the nearby personnel to take action. Just as Su Wenhao and Ai Jiayao were almost leaning against each other, a rapid doorbell rang from outside. Su Wenhao frowned slightly, secretly cursing, "Damn it, who is it outside? Why do they have to ring the doorbell at this time and ruin my good thing?" Although Su Wenhao was very reluctant to get up to open the door, he didn't want the annoying doorbell to disturb Ai Jiayao's movie watching. So he had no choice but to get up and open the door. "Hello, your delivery has arrived." The personnel arranged by Gu Moyu pretended to be a delivery guy, using the guise of delivering food to disrupt Su Wenhao's ulterior motives. Seeing the person at the door was a delivery guy, Su Wenhao replied with displeasure, "You've got the wrong place. We didn't order any delivery." Having been around Gu Moyu for a long time, everyone had become quick-witted actors. The delivery guy, Xiao Wang, also played along, looking again at the villa's door number and apologetically saying, "Oh, sorry, I made a mistake. You're number 36, and I read it as 39. After realizing it was a misunderstanding, Su Wenhao did not respond to the delivery guy and closed the villa door with an unhappy face. Hurriedly returning to the living room to continue watching the movie with Ai Jiayao on the sofa. Chapter 120. Continuous disturbances after watching a movie for a while. Su Wenhao suddenly remembered that he had bought a diamond necklace for Ai Jiayao earlier, which he had been carrying around but hadn't found the right opportunity to give it to her yet. Su Wenhao took out a delicate jewelry box from his pocket and, with a beaming smile, said to Ai Jiayao, "I have a gift for you." As soon as Ai Jiayao heard Su Wenhao mention a gift, she pretended to be surprised and exclaimed, "Wow, Wenhao, it's so great to be at your place. Not only can I eat and drink for free, but I also get gifts." Ai Jiayao stared intently at the exquisite little gift box in Su Wenhao's hand, eagerly asking, "What could be inside such a beautiful jewelry box?" "Ding, ding, ding. This is the diamond necklace I specially bought for you." Su Wenhao didn't keep her in suspense any longer and quickly opened the box to show Ai Jiayao. "Wow, what a beautiful necklace." Ai Jiayao feigned immense happiness. Seeing Ai Jiayao's reaction, A joyful expression appeared on Su Wenhao's face as he eagerly said to her, Jiayao, I think this diamond necklace suits you perfectly. Wearing it, you will definitely become a beautiful princess. Ai Jiayao couldn't hide her smile and said, Then you'll have to help me put it on. Just as Su Wenhao was about to help Ai Jiayao put on the necklace, the doorbell rang repeatedly with urgency. Su Wenhao's good moment was ruined by the annoying doorbell, and he felt extremely displeased, cursing silently in his heart. However, with Ai Jiayao around, he dared not show his true feelings, reluctantly putting down the diamond necklace. Su Wenhao walked impatiently to the door. When Su Wenhao opened the villa door, he was greeted by a stranger. Who are you looking for? Su Wenhao asked with an unhappy expression. Hello, I'm from property management. Did you call to report that your faucet is broken and needs repair? The impersonating property manager, Xiao Zhang, asked with a friendly demeanor. Su Wenhao's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably as he impatiently replied, You've got the wrong person. We didn't call your property management. Before Xiao Zhang could say another word, Su Wenhao, visibly annoyed, slammed the villa door shut with a bang. After closing the door, Su Wenhao looked gloomy and muttered, What is going on today? People keep knocking on the wrong door. When Su Wenhao returned to the living room, Ai Jiayao also lost interest in continuing the movie. Instead, she set aside the gift Su Wenhao gave her and said, Wenhao, thank you for the gift. I really like it, but I'm a bit tired and will go rest now. Continuously being disturbed, Su Wenhao also lost interest. He and Ai Jiayao each went to their rooms to sleep. The next morning, as usual, Su Wenhao hurriedly drove to the company for a meeting under the repeated urging of his secretary. As soon as Ai Jiayao confirmed that Su Wenhao's car was heading to the company, she immediately took action, searching every corner of Su Wenhao's room but found no evidence. After an entire afternoon of searching, Ai Jiayao was exhausted and slumped on the sofa, having found nothing. Where could this guy Su Wenhao be hiding evidence? He is hiding it so well, Ai Jiayao pondered. Ding, ding, ding. Ai Jiayao's phone rang from the side. Exhausted, Ai Jiayao slowly picked up her phone and saw that it was a message from her sister, Gumo Yuan. Ai Jiayao immediately sat up straight to check the message from Gumo Yuan, which read, Jiayao, the police found some surveillance videos of Butler Han and Su Wenhao meeting before MOU's murder, but they haven't found Butler Han yet. The police predict that Butler Han will still be in contact with Su Wenhao. After reading the message from Gumo Yuan in one breath, Ai Jiayao was even angrier and hated Su Wenhao even more. Her little fists clenched tightly. Gritting her teeth in anger, she said, That malicious guy, Su Wenhao. I will not let you go. I must find strong evidence to strike a fatal blow against you, so you can face legal punishment soon, and only then can I avenge MOU. When Su Wenhao returned from work, Ai Jiayao personally cooked his favorite food, seeing the table full of dishes he loved. Su Wenhao appeared very happy on the surface, but was still puzzled. Why is this girl cooking for me every day? What's going on? After some confusion, Su Wenhao encouraged himself softly. Anyway, Jiayao is personally delivering food to me, so I want to overthink it. As a big man, I want to lose out. Regarding this delicious opportunity presented by Ai Jiayao, Su Wenhao decided to take advantage of it. Jiayao, your cooking skills are getting better and better. The food you make is so delicious, even the 5-star restaurant dishes can't compare. Su Wenhao praised Ai Jiayao's cooking without holding back. As he spoke, Su Wenhao gazed affectionately at Ai Jiayao and took her delicate hand. Ai Jiayao remained calm in response to Su Wenhao's sudden advance, showing no resistance. When Su Wenhao noticed that Ai Jiayao wasn't resisting, he became bolder and moved even closer to her, preparing to make the next move when suddenly his phone in his pocket rang. Su Wenhao quickly withdrew his hand, looking impatient as he took out his phone from his pocket, answering the call with a displeased tone. Hello, is Mr. Yang at home? A middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. Since Ai Jiayao was nearby, Su Wenhao didn't want to curse, so he tried to control his emotions and answered in a gentlemanly manner. Oh, you have the wrong number. There's no Mr. Yang here. I'm sorry. I must have dialed the wrong number. Sorry to bother you. The caller, Xiao Wang, quickly apologized. After ending the call, Ai Jiayao went back to the kitchen to check if the soup was ready. With Ai Jiayao out of sight, Su Wenhao's face darkened as he muttered angrily, "Damn it, who the hell is this idiot calling to disturb me at this time, ruining my good moment? If I find out who it is, I'll make sure they regret it." Chapter 121. The bug was discovered after dinner. Ai Jiayao once again suggested to Su Wenhao that they drink together. Without a second thought, Su Wenhao immediately agreed. He got up and went to the wine cabinet to get some alcohol. Ai Jiayao specifically reminded Su Wenhao, "This time we're not having red wine. If we're drinking, let's go for the strongest liquor. What do you say? Are you brave enough to challenge me in drinking?" Su Wenhao, provoked by Ai Jiayao's blatant challenge as a girl, thought there was no way he could back down as a man when it came to drinking. He turned to look at Ai Jiayao, confidently replying, "It's an honor to compete in drinking with a beautiful girl. What is there to be afraid of?" Indeed, Su Wenhao fell into Ai Jiayao's trap. To prevent him from noticing anything unusual, Ai Jiayao smiled and gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Great. Not bad, Wenhao. I can tell you're a real man." Caught off guard by Ai Jiayao's praise, Su Wenhao showed a proud expression. He placed 2 bottles of liquor on the table and then brought over 2 exquisite high-end glasses. Just as he set down the glasses, Ai Jiayao eagerly picked up the liquor and poured a full glass for Su Wenhao. Under Ai Jiayao's encouragement, Su Wenhao kept drinking shot after shot of liquor. In less than half an hour, Ai Jiayao had poured 2 bottles of liquor down Su Wenhao's throat, and he started to feel a bit tipsy. Feeling the effects of the alcohol, Su Wenhao suddenly needed to use the restroom. Embarrassed, he told Ai Jiayao, "I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be back to drink with you in a bit." Ai Jiayao quickly stood up to steady the swaying Su Wenhao, showing concern as she said, "Go ahead, be careful. Come back and continue drinking with me." Drunk, Su Wenhao finally staggered to the restroom. Once Ai Jiayao confirmed he was inside, she swiftly took out the sleeping pills she had prepared for him from her bag. Seizing the opportunity while Su Wenhao was in the bathroom, Ai Jiayao discreetly dropped a sleeping pill into Su Wenhao's glass. After using the restroom, Su Wenhao stumbled back. As soon as he sat down, Ai Jiayao handed him a glass of liquor, holding one for herself as well, and sweetly said, "Wenhao, your drinking ability is amazing. You're the best drinker I've ever seen. Let's have another toast." Receiving such high praise from Ai Jiayao, the drunken Su Wenhao still wore a proud expression. To show off his impressive drinking capacity in front of Ai Jiayao, he downed the drink in one go. As soon as Su Wenhao drank the liquor with the sleeping pill, he immediately collapsed onto the sofa. For safety's sake, Ai Jiayao went to his side and shook him a few times, but he was still fast asleep. Confirming that Su Wenhao was thoroughly unconscious, Ai Jiayao sprang into action. She took Su Wenhao's phone from his pocket and eagerly scrolled through it. After a thorough search, Ai Jiayao found nothing. She couldn't even find any call record between Han Butler and Su Wenhao, let alone any chat records on WeChat. Despite the repeated failures, Ai Jiayao swore to take revenge on Gumayu. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, she would never give up. Before going to bed, Ai Jiayao had a clever idea and stripped Su Wenhao of his clothes, deliberately creating the impression that something special had happened last night. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Su Wenhao woke up with a cough. Ai Jiayao had just finished washing up and was coming downstairs, holding a cup to pour herself some water in the living room. Rubbing his aching forehead, Su Wenhao was just about to sit up when he inadvertently discovered he was only wearing a pair of underwear, covered by a blanket. He only remembered drinking a lot last night, and then getting completely drunk. Quickly putting on his clothes, he pretended to be guilty and apologized to Ai Jiayao. "I'm sorry. I drank too much last night and can't remember anything. Did I do anything inappropriate to you?" Ai Jiayao's gaze was fixed intently on Su Wenhao, and she pretended to hold her breath, making her face flush red. In a gentle tone, she replied, "Wenhao, you don't need to apologize for last night. I'm fine." She deliberately avoided explaining whether anything had really happened, using vague words to leave Su Wenhao confused, making him think that something had indeed happened last night. Hearing Ai Jiayao say she was fine and noticing her flushed cheeks, Su Wenhao pulled her into an embrace, wanting to hold her close. Just then, the doorbell rang outside the villa. "Someone's here. Go open the door." Ai Jiayao Su Wenhao. In her heart, She was thinking about how to escape Su Wenhao's sudden advance, but the doorbell outside undoubtedly gave her a lucky reprieve. Now, with his back to Ai Jiayao, Su Wenhao strode angrily to open the door. Fuming, Su Wenhao forcefully opened the villa's door and glared at the delivery guy. The delivery guy was startled by Su Wenhao's imposing presence. After a moment of shock, he quickly regained composure and said with a friendly smile, "Hello, your delivery has arrived." Once again, the delivery person interrupted Su Wenhao's moment, causing his facial muscles to twitch uncontrollably with anger as he snapped at the delivery guy, "We didn't order any takeout. You have the wrong person." With a loud bang, Su Wenhao, extremely angry, slammed the villa's door shut. As Su Wenhao strode back to the living room, the listening device that Gu Moyu had stuck in Su Wenhao's living room fell off as it wasn't properly adhered. When Su Wenhao approached, he picked up the fallen bug with a puzzled expression, furrowing his brow, and fell into deep thought. Su Wenhao's clever mind began to race. He suddenly recalled the continuous harassment he had experienced in recent days, feeling certain that someone was watching him. Considering his personal safety, he immediately took out his phone and dialed the police. Ai Jiayao had only seen similar bugs on TV. It was her first time seeing one in real life, and she looked at the bug with curiosity and shock. Chapter 122. Watching a horror movie. After a moment of curiosity, Ai Jiayao also fell into confusion, feeling in her heart that someone was also watching Su Wenhao like she was. Ai Jiayao pondered deeply. Who could be the one who installed the listening device in Su Wenhao's house? Their purpose is the same, to monitor Su Wenhao. What Ai Jiayao never expected was that the one monitoring Su Wenhao, just like her, was Gu Moyu. The next morning, Su Wenhao did not go to work. Instead, he appeared very relaxed, sitting on the balcony enjoying the beautiful scenery of the garden while sipping coffee. Ai Jiayao also got up and, after changing her clothes, walked out of her room. As soon as Su Wenhao saw Ai Jiayao's door open from the balcony on the second floor, he quietly walked over and invited Ai Jiayao, saying, "Jiayao, I don't have to go to the company today. Recently, new movies have been well received. Let's go to the cinema together." Thinking about the various strange occurrences in Su Wenhao's villa over the past few days, Ai Jiayao was momentarily perplexed. After a moment of hesitation, Ai Jiayao happily agreed to Su Wenhao, saying, "Okay, it's boring at home anyway. Going to the cinema to watch a new movie is also a good choice." Hearing Ai Jiayao's cheerful agreement, Su Wenhao displayed a joyful expression, smiling broadly at Ai Jiayao, saying, "Jiayao, I'll go change my clothes first, and then we can set off together." Ai Jiayao nodded affirmatively, smilingly replying, "Go ahead, I'll wait for you downstairs." After Su Wenhao changed his clothes upstairs, he drove a car out of the garage, taking Ai Jiayao towards the nearest cinema. Sitting in the passenger seat, Ai Jiayao took a deep breath and slowly said, "Wenhao, you and Gu Moyu can be considered the pioneers of the online gaming industry in City A. Outsiders generally believe that Gu Moyu is the true pioneer of online gaming. Do you agree with this statement?" Regarding the question raised by Ai Jiayao, Su Wenhao chuckled and casually replied, "As a businessman, I believe the most important thing is that our team can work well together, create more valuable things, and grow my enterprise to become bigger and go global." Seeing that Ai Jiayao still looked puzzled, Su Wenhao patiently explained to her, "In fact, my company was the first to get involved in online gaming in City A. Later, Gu Moyu also entered the online gaming industry, and his momentum was very strong, temporarily surpassing my company. Over the past few years, through my hard work and strategic changes, I've managed to compete evenly with Gu Moyu's Longwei Group." Su Wenhao and Ai Jiayao discussed this heavy topic during the ride, and fortunately, the cinema was not far away. Su Wenhao's car arrived at the cinema entrance. Ai Jiayao stood at the cinema entrance waiting for Su Wenhao. After Su Wenhao parked the car, he quickly walked towards Ai Jiayao. Like a gentleman, Su Wenhao bought Ai Jiayao the necessary popcorn and juice for watching a movie. With a joyful expression, Su Wenhao said to Ai Jiayao, "Jiayao, I bought you popcorn and juice. These are essential for watching movies." Ai Jiayao smiled at Su Wenhao, and the two walked into the cinema side by side. Su Wenhao did not ask Ai Jiayao what movie she wanted to watch. Instead, he directly bought 2 tickets for a recently popular and scary horror movie at the ticket counter. The reason Su Wenhao went to such lengths to bring Ai Jiayao to the cinema was specifically to choose a horror movie for her. He hoped that through the terrifying movie scenes, Ai Jiayao would feel closer to him. A mischievous smile appeared on Su Wenhao's face as he began to fantasize about Ai Jiayao tightly hugging him when she saw the scary scenes. This would be the moment for him to showcase his masculine charm, softly comforting the frightened Ai Jiayao and giving her a loving hug. After Su Wenhao got the movie tickets, he turned around and walked back to Ai Jiayao, saying in a gentlemanly manner, "Jiayao, I have the tickets, let's go in." Ai Jiayao did not think much of it, and directly followed Su Wenhao into the cinema. Su Wenhao took his seat in the middle, according to the tickets. Accompanied by chilling background music, the horror movie began to play. It was unclear whether those boys brought their girlfriends to the cinema to showcase their boyfriend's strength by watching horror movies. Su Wenhao scanned the cinema and saw couples sitting in pairs in the front rows and on both sides, which made him envious. He couldn't help but imagine that Ai Jiayao sitting next to him was his rightful girlfriend. The tense, terrifying, and spine-chilling horror movie had been playing for over 10 minutes. Whenever a scary scene appeared, screams from the girls in the cinema echoed continuously. However, Ai Jiayao was fully engaged, watching calmly without any hint of fear. Su Wenhao furrowed his brow slightly, secretly observing the changes in Ai Jiayao's expression. He was puzzled, thinking, while the girls around him were screaming and hiding in their boyfriend's arms at such terrifying scenes, this girl not only showed no fear, but seemed to be enjoying it. Su Wenhao tried to calm himself down and quietly reassured himself. After all, the movie has only been playing for over 10 minutes. The current scenes are not that scary. Generally, the main highlights come later, and it won't be long before this girl will definitely seek my comfort. Ai Jiayao was completely absorbed in the horror movie, focusing intently on the unfolding plot. Rather than saying that Su Wenhao was there to watch the movie, it was more accurate to say he was there to watch Ai Jiayao. The horror movie had been playing for quite a while now, and the screams of girls in the cinema never ceased. While Ai Jiayao saw increasingly terrifying scenes, she was in a completely opposite state to others, not showing an ounce of fear, but instead becoming more and more excited. Such terrifying scenes even made a big man like Su Wenhao feel a bit scared, while Ai Jiayao's indifference made him feel quite troubled. Su Wenhao couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Before heading to the cinema, he had sensed someone following him. Now, sitting in the cinema, he felt a strange sensation, as if a pair of eyes were always watching him from behind. Su Wenhao instinctively turned around to glance behind him, but found nothing unusual. He took out a tissue to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, reassuring himself, "It must be because I discovered someone had installed a listening device in my house yesterday. I'm just feeling uneasy. That's why I'm thinking too much, believing someone is stalking and monitoring me. It must be that." Chapter 123. What medicine is being sold in the Gordon fact? Su Wenhao's intuition was not wrong at all. After he drove out of the villa, Gumoyu had been secretly following him. Su Wenhao took Ai Jiayao to the cinema to watch a horror movie, and Gumoyu also bought a ticket, quietly sitting in the last row of the cinema, secretly observing Su Wenhao's every move towards Ai Jiayao. Sitting in the last row watching Su Wenhao, Gumoyu saw that he was not watching the movie at all, but was entirely focused on Ai Jiayao. Gumoyu felt a surge of jealousy. His large hand uncontrollably clenched into a fist, wishing he could rush over and punch Su Wenhao a few times, exposing his true nature as a two-faced person in public. Although Gumoyu was very angry, he still tried to calm himself down, and in the end, reason triumphed over impulse. Gumoyu kept reassuring himself, "Su Wenhao, you bastard. I will endure you for a few more days. Once my plan succeeds, I will make sure you can't handle it." The only thing Gumoyu was grateful for was that Su Wenhao's entire attention was on Ai Jiayao, while Ai Jiayao was completely focused on the movie, showing no interest in Su Wenhao at all. The horror movie lasted over 120 minutes, and no matter how terrifying the scenes were, Ai Jiayao didn't scream even once. She only slightly furrowed her brows, and that was it. Su Wenhao's calculations were wrong. Ai Jiayao was not the delicate girl he imagined, but a girl with astonishing courage and strong willpower. Su Wenhao walked out of the cinema looking dejected, while Ai Jiayao, who usually had a fondness for horror films, seemed to be slightly dissatisfied. as if wanting more. As soon as Su Wenhao and Ai Jiayao moved, Gu Moyu immediately stood up and continued to follow them at a certain distance. After watching the movie, Su Wenhao and Ai Jiayao did not go anywhere else, but drove directly towards Su Wenhao's villa. Gu Moyu, still feeling uneasy, drove a low-key Toyota closely behind them. Gu Moyu witnessed Ai Jiayao get out of Su Wenhao's car and walk directly into his villa. After Su Wenhao parked the car, he quickly followed her inside. Watching both Su Wenhao and Ai Jiayao enter the house, Gu Moyu's high-alert eyes finally took a moment to rest. Gu Moyu picked up his phone and called his sister. Gu Mojuan, sister, that bastard Su Wenhao is really asking for it. He actually took advantage of the situation to get close to Jiayao. There's no one as shameless as him in this world. As soon as Gu Moyu got through to his sister, he began to rant about how Su Wenhao was a petty and hypocritical person. After listening to Gu Moyu's complaints, Gu Mojuan did not side with him to curse Su Wenhao. Instead, she mercilessly mocked Gu Moyu. Moyu, don't blame me for not standing by your side. Do you know? The reason Su Wenhao could easily get close to Jiayao is all because of your own doing. If you hadn't gone too far, completely ignoring my advice and pretending to be dead to deceive Jiayao, none of this would have happened. This is all self-inflicted. After returning to the villa, Su Wenhao went upstairs to change into a clean outfit and came back down. Ai Jiayao was standing by the window, bored, admiring the beautiful scenery in the garden. Just as she was lost in thought, Su Wenhao suddenly approached her, holding a bottle of red wine, and straightforwardly said to Ai Jiayao, Jiayao, I have a nice bottle of red wine here. I invite you to taste it with me. Let us sit down and have a good chat. This was the first time Su Wenhao invited Ai Jiayao to sit down and talk, and Ai Jiayao did not refuse. She was curious to see what kind of schemes Su Wenhao was up to. Ai Jiayao slightly nodded in agreement and followed Su Wenhao to the dining table. Su Wenhao poured half a glass of wine for both himself and Ai Jiayao, then sat down with a slight smile. Jiayao, the live streaming gaming and eating shows you've done online are very successful, attracting a large number of fans and gaining significant attention. If possible, I hope you can come work for my company. I'll offer you double the pay of Long Hui Group. Su Wenhao was blatantly trying to poach Gu Moyu's talent. Ai Jiayao simply stared at Su Wenhao, not expressing her own opinion. From Ai Jiayao's expression, Su Wenhao could tell that she was unwilling to leave her current job to work for him. He did not force the issue but continued to talk to Ai Jiayao. Jiayao, my Howen company has been established for 8 years. Back when I founded Howen, I faced many difficulties and obstacles, but with my persistence and effort, the company gradually got on track and became one of the top gaming companies in City A. Su Wenhao reminisced about the hardships of starting his gaming company, and the memories were still vivid. He picked up his wine glass from the table and took another sip. Su Wenhao started talking about Ai Jiayao's profession, then shifted to his own company. He seemed to be enjoying himself, continuing to reminisce, and after talking about his company, he began to mention Gu Moyu's company. Back in the day, Gu Moyu's Long Hui Group became my Howen company's #1 competitor. In order to complete the design earlier and defeat Gu Moyu, I led all the employees of the company to work overtime for more than a month. I didn't go home for a whole month, basically living in the company. As Su Wenhao mentioned Gu Moyu, Ai Jiayao perked up her ears, listening carefully to every word Su Wenhao said. Once Su Wenhao finished speaking, he had only talked about company matters and did not mention at all that Gu Moyu had fought with him out of jealousy. Ai Jiayao's expression shifted from being on high alert to feeling disappointed. Ai Jiayao had been lurking around Su Wenhao for some time, but she still hadn't found any solid evidence in his house, though she constantly reminded herself to be strong. Every time she thought about how she had come up empty-handed for so long, Ai Jiayao couldn't help but feel anxious. What to do? It's been so long. Where could Su Wenhao be hiding the evidence? I must find strong evidence from Su Wenhao's house at all costs. Chapter 124, I appreciate you. After a brief moment of anxiety, Ai Jiayao recalled the message her sister Gu Moyuan had sent her, saying that Su Wenhao and Butler Han might contact each other again. At this moment, Ai Jiayao just wanted to quickly find Su Wenhao's flaws. Su Wenhao continued to chat with Ai Jiayao, while Ai Jiayao remained highly vigilant, not daring to relax as she listened to every word Su Wenhao said. Jiayao, do you know? The competition in the online gaming industry is getting fiercer and fiercer. My team can only survive in this gaming world through constant innovation, or we will be eliminated. Although over the years, I have also invested in quite a few real estate development businesses and made a lot of money, I have started to gradually open up the foreign market, and the results have been pretty good. Su Wenhao almost didn't touch on the topic of Gumayu, instead focusing entirely on his investment projects. Ai Jiayao rolled her eyes in frustration, secretly cursing. This cunning guy Su Wenhao has talked for so long, without mentioning anything I want to know. Just business matters. Su Wenhao finished an entire bottle of red wine by himself, and at this moment, he appeared slightly tipsy, with a flushed face. Su Wenhao gazed at Ai Jiayao with a dazed look, and under the influence of alcohol, he straightforwardly expressed his long-suppressed feelings to Ai Jiayao. Jiayao, ever since I met you, whether it's your workability or your pure and beautiful appearance, every quality of yours attracts me. It makes me want to know you more and get closer to you. I really appreciate you. Ai Jiayao was taken aback by Su Wenhao's sudden affection. She thought to herself, oh my gosh, this guy Su Wenhao actually has feelings for me. This is terrifying. Although Su Wenhao was slightly drunk, his affectionate gaze met Ai Jiayao's, hoping she would give him the answer he desired. Seeing Su Wenhao's expectant expression, Ai Jiayao felt a bit uneasy and didn't know where to put her hands. Just when Ai Jiayao was at a loss, she thought it would be better to find an excuse to go out and hide than to be awkward there. Avoiding Su Wenhao's gaze, she suddenly stood up and said to him, Wenhao, I'm hungry. I'm going to buy some late-night snacks. As soon as Ai Jiayao finished speaking, before Su Wenhao could respond, she dashed out. After escaping from Su Wenhao's villa, Ai Jiayao wandered aimlessly on the street for several rounds. Now, every time she thought of what Su Wenhao had just said, she felt a lingering fear. It was almost 11 o'clock, and the number of people on the street was decreasing. As Ai Jiayao walked alone, she originally wanted to walk around a bit more, waiting until Su Wenhao fell asleep before going back to avoid an awkward encounter. Unfortunately, the weather didn't cooperate. While wandering near Su Wenhao's villa, it suddenly started to drizzle, forcing Ai Jiayao to hurry back to Su Wenhao's place. When Ai Jiayao returned to Su Wenhao's villa, the only pleasant surprise was that Su Wenhao was already fast asleep on the sofa, and she had successfully avoided him. Looking at Su Wenhao sleeping soundly on the sofa, Ai Jiayao gathered her courage, approached him, and carefully observed his sleeping face. This was the first time Ai Jiayao saw Su Wenhao sleeping with his eyes closed. He might have been troubled or drunk, as his breathing was somewhat heavy. The quiet, sleeping Su Wenhao had long, dark eyelashes that framed his bright eyes, making them even more attractive, causing any girl to feel envious. Ai Jiayao had been close to Su Wenhao for a while now, and the villa was still unusually quiet, without any disturbances or prank calls. Ai Jiayao wondered, whispering to herself, in the past, whenever I had any slightly intimate actions with Su Wenhao, we would always be interrupted. But today, after chatting with him for so long, not only were we not interrupted, but it went very smoothly. Just as Ai Jiayao was puzzled, a thought flashed through her mind, suddenly reminding her of what happened yesterday. Ai Jiayao suddenly realized, yesterday, Su Wenhao accidentally discovered a listening device at home. Could it be that someone was using the listening device to eavesdrop on my conversations with Su Wenhao, trying to sabotage any intimacy between us? And then the listening device was found by Su Wenhao, so now that there's no monitoring equipment, today's chat went so smoothly without interruptions. If Su Wenhao were an ordinary person, Ai Jiayao might have thought it was just a prank by his friends. But he was Su Wenhao, someone who had a foothold in the business world and had once held multiple titles among young people. Ai Jiayao could not view anything happening around him with ordinary eyes. Instead, she needed to delve deeper. Meanwhile, Gu Moyu, who had been following Su Wenhao after he left the cinema, became increasingly depressed after witnessing Ai Jiayao enter Su Wenhao's villa. When she returned home, Gu Moyu, feeling displeased, went to the bathroom to take a bath to ease her emotions. After taking a bath, Gu Moyu's depression not only did not alleviate in the slightest, but instead grew more anxious. Gu Moyu originally wanted to open her phone to keep track of Ai Jiayao's every move at Su Wenhao's house. But the thought of things spiraling out of control gave her a headache, and she lost the mood to monitor Ai Jiayao's actions. Gu Moyu felt increasingly restless sitting alone at home, so she thought about taking her beloved Rolls-Royce out for a drive. Perhaps it would ease her anxiety, and maybe she could think of a better solution. Just as she thought of this, her previously dejected expression instantly brightened, and she became spirited. Gu Moyu grabbed her Rolls-Royce car keys and drove off in her favorite car. Gu Moyu sped down the spacious road, hoping to alleviate her depression. Previously, whenever Gu Moyu encountered a powerful competitor in business and felt troubled without a solution, she could always find a way out while racing in her beloved Rolls-Royce, no matter how great the difficulties she faced. But this time, after driving back and forth a few times, not only did she not find a solution, but her depression deepened. Chapter 125. Still affectionate towards Yu, Gu Moyu's emotions were still unable to calm down. So he simply turned the car around and drove directly to his sister Gu Moyuan's house. After parking the car, Gu Moyu walked into Gu Moyuan's villa with a dejected face. Gu Moyuan was enjoying the beautiful summer day alone, listening to pop music with headphones while eating a delicious apple, completely unaware of Gu Moyu's arrival. As soon as Gu Moyu entered, he saw his sister enjoying herself while he felt restless and agitated. He strode over to Gu Moyuan and directly removed the headphones she was wearing. Montaku, what are you doing? Gu Moyuan, who was enjoying the music, was suddenly interrupted and angrily questioned Gu Moyu. Big sister, I'm almost dying of boredom. And you still have the mood to listen to music here. Hurry and sit down to chat with me. Let's relieve some stress. Gu Moyu pleaded with a tone of urgency. Seeing her younger brother's dejected face, Gu Moyuan couldn't just ignore him. So she got up, turned off the music, and while eating her apple, asked Gu Moyu, as your sister, if you have any worries, feel free to share them with me. I'll be your best listener and advisor. Hearing Gu Moyuan say this, Gu Moyu happily patted her shoulder and proudly said, Big sister, you're the best. Now we really look like siblings. Gu Moyu got a little too excited and patted Gu Moyuan a bit too hard, causing her to cough a few times. Gu Moyuan shot him a glare and said, You little brat, can you be gentler? You almost knocked me out with that slap. Gu Moyu looked remorseful, and Gu Moyuan felt it was unnecessary to say more. Instead, she slowly asked, Little brother, just tell me what's bothering you. I'm all ears. Gu Moyu furrowed his brows slightly, speaking heavily. Big sister, now Jiayao is always staying at Su Wenhao's house. If this continues, something is bound to happen. Gu Moyuan was well aware of Gu Moyu's concerns. She bluntly told him, Gu Moyu, the reason things have developed to this point is all because you were too difficult. Since you like Jiayao, you should have clarified your identity from the start and interacted well with her. Perhaps everything today wouldn't have happened. Every word from Gu Moyuan hit Gu Moyu right in the heart. Feeling a headache, Gu Moyu expressed, Sister, the initial plan went smoothly, but later it deviated from my plan and became uncontrollable. I'm really frustrated and don't know what to do. When Gu Moyuan brought up this matter, she wanted to scold Gu Moyu again. However, seeing him looking troubled and helpless, her heart softened, and she couldn't bear to blame him anymore. In Gu Moyuan's impression, her younger brother Gu Moyu had always been exceptionally intelligent and had never encountered anything that could stump him. But on the road to pursuing Jiayao, although Gu Moyu had faced many obstacles, he still couldn't avoid some bumps. Suddenly, Gu Moyuan stood up, walked to Gu Moyu's side, patted his solid shoulder, and comforted him. Moyu, don't worry too much. Everything is possible. There's always a solution. Despite Gu Moyuan's encouragement, the worry on Gu Moyu's face did not dissipate at all. Instead, it only increased. He shook his head in concern and said, Sister, you don't need to comfort me. I'm the one involved and I know best. The situation has developed to this point uncontrollably, and Jiayao will only drift further away from me, especially that Su Wenhao. He's always getting in the way and opposing me. He actually took advantage of the situation to get close to Jiayao. After expressing his inner worries, Gu Mo Yu suddenly fell silent, lost in thought. Gu Mo Yuan saw this and thoughtfully analyzed to Gu Mo Yu. Mo Yu, don't be too pessimistic. Even though things haven't developed as you planned, Jiayao was willing to get revenge for your death and didn't hesitate to compromise her reputation by living in Su Wenhao's house. This shows that she still has feelings for you. Hearing this, Gu Mo Yu felt like he had been revitalized. The worry on his face gradually faded, and he exclaimed, "Sister, your analysis makes a lot of sense. The reason Jiayao moved into Su Wenhao's house is entirely for me. Her selfless dedication shows that she cares about me. Otherwise, why would she go to such lengths to avenge me?" The day before, Su Wenhao had gotten drunk and fallen asleep on the sofa, and Ai Jiayao had also slept soundly without any defenses. The next morning, Ai Jiayao had a nightmare and woke up early. Seeing that it was still early, she thought about going back to sleep, but found herself tossing and turning. Unable to sleep at all. Since I can't sleep, and the weather is nice today, I might as well get up and go for a run. Ai Jiayao quickly got out of bed, changed into her workout clothes, and went out for a run early in the morning. Ever since moving into Su Wenhao's villa, Ai Jiayao hadn't gone out for an early run in a long time. As she jogged, she breathed in the fresh morning air, occasionally glancing at the sunrise peeking out. After returning from her run and taking a shower in the bathroom, Ai Jiayao went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Su Wenhao, who had drunk too much the night before, only woke up after Ai Jiayao had finished making breakfast. He rubbed his head, trying hard to recall if anything had happened after he got drunk last night. He couldn't remember anything after getting drunk. However, Su Wenhao felt that he must have said something he shouldn't have. Seeing Ai Jiayao busy in the kitchen, he first went to the bathroom to freshen up and then quickly walked to the kitchen, feeling a bit embarrassed and preparing to apologize to Ai Jiayao. Before Su Wenhao could say anything, Ai Jiayao spoke up first. "Wenhao, you're awake. I've made breakfast. Come sit down and eat." Okay, thank you. Jiayao, you got up so early to cook. It's really hard work. Su Wenhao politely replied, but he still stood awkwardly by the dining table, not sitting down to eat breakfast. Chapter 126. It's up to you, Jiayao. I drank too much last night. If I said anything inappropriate, please don't take it to heart. I'm sorry. Su Wenhao apologized to Ai Jiayao with a gentlemanly demeanor. When Su Wenhao mentioned last night's events, Ai Jiayao was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure. She dared not meet Su Wenhao's gaze and instead looked out the window, shaking her head to indicate she had nothing to say. The atmosphere at the dining table suddenly became awkward. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, leaving both Su Wenhao and Ai Jiayao at a loss for words. They both sat down at the table in sequence, quietly having breakfast. When Su Wenhao wasn't paying attention, Ai Jiayao secretly glanced at him, thinking to herself, Su Wenhao, I almost let your appearance deceive me. You look so refined and gentlemanly, but you're actually a wolf in sheep's clothing. Thankfully, I discovered your true colors in time. Otherwise, I would have been in big trouble." Usually, Ai Jiayao and Su Wenhao chatted nonstop while eating, but today, Ai Jiayao remained silent, appearing to have something on her mind, which Su Wenhao noticed from across the table. "Damn it. Could it be that I said something inappropriate or hard to say last night, making this girl hold a grudge and not dare to talk to me? The perfect gentleman image I worked so hard to present to Jiayao couldn't have been ruined in one night, right?" Su Wenhao couldn't help but feel regret when he thought of last night's drinking. In the awkward atmosphere, Su Wenhao finally finished his breakfast. Ding, ding, ding. The ringtone of his phone on the table interrupted the silence. Su Wenhao quickly picked up the phone and answered the call, speaking slowly. "Hello." On the other end, Secretary Han's voice came through. "Mr. Su, President Zhang has been waiting for you in our office since early this morning. You should hurry over." "Okay, got it," Su Wenhao replied in a low voice. Fortunately, Secretary Han's call broke the awkwardness at the table. Checking the time on his watch, Su Wenhao suddenly stood up and said to Ai Jiayao, "Jiayao, we have a client coming in who is already waiting for me in the office. I'll head over first. As Ai Jiayao cleaned up the table, she forced a smile and said, then you should hurry up. Don't waste time. Drive slowly on the way. Sure. Su Wenhao responded in his usual soft tone. He picked up his suit from the sofa, quickly put it on while grabbing his car keys, and strode out of the villa. Gu Moyu couldn't sleep a wink thinking about Ai Jiayao. Early this morning, unable to rest, she picked up her phone and called her sister, Gu Majuan. Hello, sis, are you up? Gu Moyu asked, sounding quite concerned. Gu Majuan didn't beat around the bush and directly told her, little brother, I have to sign a contract with the head of Longtai company soon. If you have something to say, hurry up and don't waste time. Gu Moyu was already used to her sister's straightforwardness, so she didn't mind. Sis, I want to talk to you about Jiayao. Please follow our plan from last night called Jiayao, and then Gu Moyu specifically called her sister to remind her to follow through with the plan regarding Ai Jiayao. Okay. Moyu, I promise I'll do what you asked. To ease your mind, I'll have manager Lu go in my place to sign the contract with the head of Longtai company. For the success of your plan, I'll focus entirely on Jiayao today. Is that okay? Gu Majuan said kindly on the phone. As soon as Gu Majuan finished speaking, Gu Moyu quickly praised her. Thank you, sis. You are the most beautiful and understanding sister in the world. With you as my strategist, I'm sure I can win Jiayao's heart. Gu Moyu's flattery had its own level of skill, making Gu Majuan feel completely charmed. After hanging up the phone, Gu Majuan was still immersed in Gu Moyu's sweet words. She lightly sneezed, which brought her back to reality. Now, thinking about deceiving Jiayao over the phone, Gu Majuan felt a pang of sympathy for Jiayao. However, since she had promised Moyu, she had no choice but to go through with it. Taking a deep breath to calm her emotions, Gu Majuan finally picked up her phone and dialed Ai Jiayao's number. Hearing the phone ring, Ai Jiayao had just finished washing the dishes and quickly walked out of the kitchen. When Ai Jiayao picked up the phone and saw that it was her sister Gu Majuan calling, her guard immediately went up. She recalled that someone had installed a listening device in Su Wenhao's villa, which made her anxious. Without hesitation, she left Su Wenhao's villa to take the call outside. Hello, sis, why are you calling me all of a sudden? Do you have any new leads? Ai Jiayao asked eagerly as soon as she answered. Jiayao, don't rush, let me finish first. Just now, a friend of mine at the police station secretly told me that Moyu's death was caused by Su Wenhao. However, Su Wenhao is meticulous. He destroyed all evidence pointing to him in a short time and bribed the relevant personnel, so the police currently can't do anything to him. Gu Majuan relayed the plan she had discussed with Gu Moyu word for word to Ai Jiayao. Upon hearing the bad news from Gu Majuan, Ai Jiayao's face turned angry, and her mind was filled with images of Gu Moyu's tragic death, starkly contrasting with Su Wenhao living freely in this world. Ai Jiayao remained silent on the phone, and Gu Majuan could probably guess her expression at that moment. Gu Majuan continued to stoke the fire. Jiayao, you're the only one who has the chance to get close to Su Wenhao now. You need to seize this opportunity. Whether or not Su Wenhao gets punished by the law, and whether you can avenge Moyu depends on you. After finishing this lie, Gu Majuan sighed deeply on the phone, as she truly found it hard to continue deceiving kind and innocent Ai Jiayao. Her heart ached uncontrollably for a moment. Chapter 127. Slightly superior Gu Moyu agreed to help Gu Moyu with this favor, partly because Gu Moyu was anxious and restless, and partly because she hoped her younger brother could quickly complete his plan. In order to help Gu Moyu win over Ai Jiayao and successfully complete this plan, Gu Moyuin had no choice but to cooperate with Gu Moyu's words and give Ai Jiayao a strong dose of medicine. After Ai Jiayao received the news from Gu Moyuin, she was completely stunned. Ai Jiayao recalled the days she had been lurking around Su Wenhao, searching through Su Wenhao's room whenever he wasn't home, but unfortunately, each time she returned empty-handed. Ai Jiayao felt that there were many points of suspicion regarding Su Wenhao and the butler Han's kidnapping and murder of Gu Moyu. Ai Jiayao had many doubts before. Although the facts were laid out before her, she was still reluctant to believe it. After finishing the call with Ai Jiayao, Gu Moyuin sat on the sofa, holding her chest, constantly comforting herself. As long as Moyu's plan can succeed this time, I swear I will never agree to help Gu Moyu deceive Jiayao again. Because this is really cruel. Although I'm also trying to bring them together, my conscience truly hurts. Su Wenhao drove quickly to the company entrance. As the meeting time with the client approached, he didn't have time to park his car in the lot. So he threw the car keys to the security guard at the entrance, instructing him, "Take my car to the parking lot." After saying this, Su Wenhao didn't look back and strode towards the elevator. Thanks to Secretary Han's careful arrangements, Su Wenhao arrived at his office. As soon as President Zhang saw Su Wenhao enter, he immediately put down a newspaper in his hand, greeted Su Wenhao with a smile, and politely shook hands with him, saying, "Hello, Su, long time no see." Su Wenhao also politely shook hands with President Zhang and got straight to the point, explaining, "Sorry, President Zhang. I drank too much with clients last night. So I woke up late this morning and couldn't personally welcome you. I'm really sorry." Secretary Han poured coffee for Su Wenhao and President Zhang, and after they exchanged conversation in the office, Su Wenhao satisfactorily signed the contract with President Zhang, happily shaking hands with him, saying, "President Zhang, I wish us a pleasant cooperation." After signing the contract, Su Wenhao personally saw President Zhang to his car. After watching President Zhang leave, Su Wenhao returned to his company. As soon as Su Wenhao entered the elevator, Secretary Han, who was following behind, remained silent and seemed to have something on her mind. When Su Wenhao stepped out of the elevator and into the office, Secretary Han, not daring to hide what had happened in the company, anxiously reported to Su Wenhao, "President Su, the major shareholders of the company recently released a new investigation report. It compares our Howin company with Gu Moyu's Longwei Group regarding various investment projects and game developments." As soon as she finished speaking, Secretary Han slightly lowered her head and handed a document to Su Wenhao, respectfully saying, "Please take a look, President Su." Su Wenhao glared at Secretary Han, coldly commanding her, "Secretary Han, I don't want to read it. Just read it out loud to me." The thing Secretary Han feared most had finally happened. How could she dare to disobey Su Wenhao's order? Even though she was very scared and resistant, she still had to follow Su Wenhao's command, answering respectfully, "Yes, President Su." President Su, this report shows that the games developed by Longwei Group have profits that are 10 percentage points higher than our company. And the profits from the real estate investments made by Longwei Group in recent years are double that of our company. Their newly opened luxury top-tier hotel chain has already exceeded 500 locations by the end of this month, and their hotels are spread all over the world, far surpassing our Howin company. Secretary Han reported the situation to Su Wenhao, trembling with fear. After listening to Secretary Han's report, Su Wenhao's face became increasingly grim. When Su Wenhao got angry, he furiously picked up a water cup from his desk, and with a loud bang, the crystal-clear cup shattered into pieces. Secretary Han stood there trembling, her legs uncontrollably shaking, her back feeling cold and breaking out in a cold sweat. After venting his anger, Su Wenhao glared at Secretary Han and coldly said, "Secretary Han, immediately notify the senior management of each department that there will be a meeting at 2 p.m. in the second-floor conference room." After ordering Secretary Han to go and do her job, she seemed to have grasped a lifeline, quickly nodded, and respectfully replied, "Yes, President Su." Su Wenhao never expected that his painstakingly managed Howin company was being overshadowed by Gu Moyu in every business field. Su Wenhao clenched his fists, the veins on his hands slightly bulging. Su Wenhao had always been a competitive person. Whether in school or at work, he always wanted to be number one. How could he tolerate Gu Moyu always being slightly superior to him? "That bastard Gu Moyu, as long as I get involved in a business field. You have to meddle too. Do you think I'm that easy to bully? Just wait and see. One day, I will make you pay the price." Su Wenhao cursed Gu Moyu through gritted teeth. Su Wenhao spent the entire morning alone in the office deep in thought. He was just about to head to Manager Wang's office to check on the progress of a project he was following up on. When Su Wenhao arrived outside Manager Wang's office, he inadvertently overheard a conversation between Manager Wang and Secretary. Manager Wang looked at the materials his secretary and brought him, frowning slightly and saying, "Sai, I don't know what's wrong with President Su lately. He invested the company's funds in so many real estate development projects. Now that the buildings are completed, unfortunately, the houses are basically not selling. Secretarian glanced at Manager Wang and slowly replied, Manager Wang. The reason for this situation is entirely caused by President Su. First, he made poor investments, and then he didn't advertise the completed buildings well, leading to the houses not selling. Meanwhile, the newly completed buildings by Longwei Group are selling like hotcakes. The president has a good economic mind and understands marketing strategies. Chapter 128. An unexpected confession. Previously, it was rumored by outsiders that Su Wenhao was facing management issues in the company, and internal staff believed that his investments had gone wrong. Su Wenhao furrowed his brow for a moment and deliberately coughed at the door of Manager Wang's office. Manager Wang looked out in the direction of the sound and saw Su Wenhao standing straight at the office door. Secretary and seemed to have something to say, but Manager Wang signaled her with a glance to stop. Manager Wang immediately greeted Su Wenhao with a smile, respectfully saying, Mr. Su, what brings you here? Please come in. Su Wenhao shot a sharp glare at Manager Wang, said nothing, and stormed off angrily. Manager Wang stood frozen in place, watching Su Wenhao leave until his figure disappeared down the corridor. He took out a tissue to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, muttering anxiously to himself, I'm done for. Mr. Su must have overheard what I just said to Secretarian. Now I just have to wait to be fired. Fuming, Su Wenhao returned to his office. As soon as he entered, he was agitated, took off his sharp suit, and threw it heavily onto the office sofa. After pondering for a while in the office, Su Wenhao, feeling restless, decided not to think about work anymore. Instead, his mind was filled with thoughts of Ai Jiayao. He recalled the days when Ai Jiayao was staying at his house, cooking for him every day and waiting for him to come home for dinner. Su Wenhao didn't know where his confidence came from, but he smugly thought, Jiayao must be interested in me. Otherwise, why would she cook for me every day? The books say that when a woman is willing to cook for a man, it means her feelings for him have surpassed the limits of friendship. With his mind filled with images of Ai Jiayao, Su Wenhao, eager to get home to see her, ordered Secretary Han to notify the senior management of each department to move the company meeting up by an hour. Su Wenhao held a meeting with the senior management for over an hour. Before the meeting ended, he stood up first and specifically emphasized to the senior management, from now on, I hope each of you can pull yourselves together and properly execute the tasks I assigned. Understand the importance of teamwork. Finally, the meeting concluded. Su Wenhao, holding important documents, strode back to his office, with Secretary Han following closely behind, carrying a large stack of files. Back in his office, Su Wenhao placed the important documents on his desk and, while putting on his sharp suit, instructed Secretary Han, print out the documents on my desk and give each senior manager a copy. Yes, Mr. Su. Secretary Han replied respectfully. After putting on his sharp suit, Su Wenhao took his car keys and went out. Eager to see Ai Jiayao, he didn't drive straight home, but instead went to a Michelin restaurant to pick up a dessert for her. As Su Wenhao exited the Michelin restaurant, holding a dessert box, a proud smile appeared on his face as he thought, Jiayao loves desserts the most. She'll be thrilled with this. With that thought, he hurriedly got into his car and sped home. In his haste that morning, he had forgotten his keys. Standing at the door, he pressed the doorbell while imagining a beautiful scene in his mind. Jiayao would see the Michelin dessert he bought, happily hug him, give him a kiss, and cheerfully say thank you, dear. Ding dong, ding dong. The harsh sound of the doorbell echoed through the villa. Ai Jiayao quickly composed herself, looked up at the wall clock, and muttered, What time is it? Su Wenhao is back so soon. She hurriedly walked to the door and opened it. The moment the door swung open, she saw Su Wenhao beaming with a smile, making eye contact with her while holding a high-end dessert box. Ai Jiayao feigned joy and said, Wenhao, you're back. Su Wenhao, feeling a bit guilty, nodded and replied, Yeah, I finished handling things at the company, so I came home early. Su Wenhao's sharp gaze quickly scanned Ai Jiayao, but he didn't notice anything unusual about her. After Ai Jiayao closed the door, they both walked into the villa's living room. As soon as Ai Jiayao sat down, Su Wenhao opened the Michelin dessert box and smiled at her, saying, Jiayao, I brought you this Michelin dessert. Come try it. At that moment, Ai Jiayao felt very sad, but when she saw the beautifully presented dessert emitting an enticing aroma, this little foodie temporarily set aside her inner sorrow and couldn't resist indulging. Wenhao, the dessert you bought is especially delicious. This Michelin dessert is very famous. You must have queued for a long time to get it. Ai Jiayao said as she spoke. Her little mouth didn't stop for a moment, tasting each flavor of the dessert. Su Wenhao said nothing, watching Ai Jiayao enjoy the delicious treats with a smile. Just as Ai Jiayao continued to eat with great enjoyment, Su Wenhao seized the opportunity and finally mustered the courage to formally confess to Ai Jiayao, saying, "Jiayao, ever since I first saw you, I've been deeply attracted to you. You're different from other girls. Your innocence, your beauty, your kindness, your gentle consideration, your bravery, all your qualities combined to form the brightest star, constantly drawing my attention. Jiayao, I like you. Would you be willing to be my girlfriend?" Su Wenhao finished expressing the feelings he had bottled up all afternoon in one breath. Although Ai Jiayao had heard Su Wenhao confess to her while drunk the night before and was initially startled, she thought it was just drunken rambling and didn't take it seriously. But today, Su Wenhao was serious, directly expressing his feelings face to face. Ai Jiayao, with a piece of chocolate stuck in her mouth, didn't know whether to swallow it or spit out. Su Wenhao's sudden confession caught her completely off guard, leaving her stunned. After a moment of hesitation, Ai Jiayao picked up the water placed on the table and drank it in big gulps, finally managing to swallow the dessert stuck in her mouth. Chapter 129. Intentional actions. Seeing the series of surprised expressions on Ai Jiayao's face, Su Wenhao realized that he was a bit abrupt and quickly explained to her, "Jiayao, I know that my sudden confession must have scared you, but I truly like you. Ever since I met you, whether I'm eating, sleeping, or working, all I've been thinking about is you. Su Wenhao esse affectionate, gaze, locked onto Ai Jiayao. If it were any other girl, she would surely be captivated by his passionate eyes and handsome face, and would undoubtedly nod in agreement. However, in Ai Jiao's heart, Su Wenhao was her enemy. How could she possibly accept his confession? Although she hated Su Wenhao deeply, Ai Jiayao had been enduring this for the sake of gathering evidence. What should I do? Su Wenhao is looking at me. Should I refuse him directly, or what? Ai Jiayao's quick-witted mind started a race. After thinking for a moment, she truly didn't know how to react. Weighing her options, Ai Jiayao decided to do nothing and simply sat there, silently blinking her beautiful big eyes at Su Wenhao. Seeing Ai Jiayao's reaction, which was neither a rejection nor an acceptance, Su Wenhao thought to himself, "Is Jiayao tacitly accepting my confession? Maybe my sudden confession made her shy, so she hasn't verbally accepted me, but in her heart, she has already accepted my confession." Ai Jiayao's beautiful big eyes, adorned with long, thick eyelashes, blinked slightly like a lovely fan. Her fair and delicate skin was as smooth and supple as a newborn baby, and Su Wenhao became entranced by her. Noticing Ai Jiayao's reaction, Su Wenhao began to slowly lean closer to her, unable to resist the urge to kiss her fair and delicate face. Just as Su Wenhao was getting closer, Ai Jiayao's heart began to race. Su Wenhao, possibly due to nervousness, was also breathing a bit heavily. Just when Su Wenhao's sexy lips were about to touch Ai Jiayao's, she became flustered, unsure of how to reject his advance. In her moment of confusion, the sudden ringing of the doorbell echoed through the villa, interrupting Su Wenhao's attempt. Ai Jiayao, as if seizing a lifeline, pointed toward the door and intentionally reminded Su Wenhao, "Someone is ringing the doorbell outside. You should go answer it." Only then did Su Wenhao stop his advance, standing up with an unhappy expression, furrowing his brows as he went to open the door. "I wonder which bastard is ringing the doorbell again, ruining my good thing. This time, I won't let him off easily." Su Wenhao clenched his fists, angrily striding to the door. As his good thing was ruined by the doorbell, Su Wenhao was furious and wished he could beat up the person ringing it. Meanwhile, Ai Jiayao's reaction was completely opposite to his. Sitting on the sofa, she gently patted her chest, looking relieved as she whispered, "That was terrifying. I almost fell into Su Wenhao's trap. I really have to thank the person who rang the doorbell. He is my savior, allowing me to narrowly escape this disaster. Su Wenhao couldn't help but recall that over the past few days, every time he had any intimate contact with Ai Jiayao, it had been interrupted by the annoying doorbell. Still frowning, he thought to himself, someone must be plotting against me. How could it be so coincidental every time? Placing his hand on the doorknob, Su Wenhao forcefully opened the door in anger. When he finally opened the door to see who was causing the disruption, he was surprised to find that there was no one outside the villa. Highly alert, Su Wenhao remained skeptical, scanning the surroundings with a sharp gaze, but still saw no one. Returning to the villa, he spoke with a puzzled expression. There was clearly someone ringing the doorbell just now. How come there's not even a shadow when I open the door? Who is deliberately harassing me? Ai Jiayao, sitting nearby, heard Su Wenhao's words clearly. She also began to doubt the situation. This is already the nth time someone has rung the doorbell. It's either a wrong delivery or the property manager knocking on the wrong door. There can't be this many coincidences in the world. It must be more complicated. And someone is definitely doing this on purpose. Although Gu Maksu's listening device installed in Su Wenhao's house had been discovered, the latest pinhole camera he set up remained undetected, allowing him to monitor Su Wenhao's every move regarding Ai Jiayao. Lounging on his room's sofa in a relaxed position, Gu Maksu couldn't help but feel pleased as he recalled Su Wenhao's expression earlier. Su Wenhao, you big pervert with those sausage lips, you think you can kiss Jiayao? You should look in the mirror. It's simply wishful thinking, overestimating yourself. A toad wanting to eat swan meat. It seemed that Gu Maksu could only release his pent-up feelings through such cold sarcasm and mercilessly belittling Su Wenhao. Meanwhile, Su Wenhao sat on the sofa, deep in thought. Who could it be? First, someone installed a listening device in my house. Then there are always wrong deliveries and doorbell rings. And today, someone rang the doorbell, and when I went out, there was no one in sight. The more Su Wenhao thought, the more he felt something was off, as if he were being watched. For the first time, he sensed a potential danger approaching him, remembering that he had reported this to the police over a week ago. Yet there had been no progress. He felt an intense anger boiling inside him. With fury, he picked up his phone and dialed Director Lu's number. Hello, Director Lu. How's the investigation going regarding the listening device in my house? Su Wenhao tried to control his emotions as he spoke to Lu. Oh, Mr. Su, regarding the matter of the listening device in your house, I've already assigned it for investigation. The case is a bit complicated, and we are fully investigating it. Please don't worry. We will call you as soon as we have any new findings. Facing Su Wenhao's pressure, Director Lu could only soothe his emotions, as he had yet to uncover any results. Chapter 130. You dare to touch my woman since the day Su Wenhao called the police. Director Lu had already repeated the same words to him no less than 5 times. Su Wenhao stopped speaking, angrily hung up the phone, with his hands on his hips. Loosening his blue tie, he cursed in frustration. I really don't understand what Director Lu and his team are doing. They have been investigating this small matter for a week with no progress at all. Every day, they just brush it off without any real action. Are they trying to joke with the lives of us citizens? Watching the furious expression on Su Wenhao's face in the surveillance footage, Gu Mou, while eating grapes, couldn't help but feel delighted, saying, Su Wenhao, I warned you before, but unfortunately you just wouldn't listen. Now you're like an ant on a hot pan. After a moment of joy, Gu Mou clenched her fists and seriously said, Su Wenhao, you dare to touch my woman, and this is your end. Angry and a bit exhausted, Su Wenhao sat down on the sofa. Ai Jiayao secretly glanced at Su Wenhao and saw him blushing, not daring to speak for fear of provoking his anger and becoming a punching bag for him. Su Wenhao had always concealed his true self in front of Ai Jiayao, appearing as a polite gentleman every time. This time, losing control of his emotions and venting anger towards others in front of Ai Jiayao. He thought to himself, damn Director Lu, why do you have to make me angry? The perfect man image I have been carefully constructing in front of Jiayao has been completely ruined by you incompetent fools. Feeling a bit thirsty after his outburst, Su Wenhao's gaze fell on the water cup on the table. When he reached out to grab the cup, Ai Jiayao coincidentally reached out for the same cup, and her delicate, Smooth palm inadvertently touched his large hand. Ai Jiayao instinctively withdrew her hand and awkwardly smiled. You're thirsty, go ahead and drink. That accidental touch made Su Wenhao feel a surge of warmth throughout his body. Her soft little hand touching his felt like an electrifying first love, giving him an indescribable thrill. To maintain his perfect gentleman image in Ai Jiayao's eyes, even if he died of thirst, he would never drink that cup of water. Su Wenhao stood up, poured another cup of water, and handed it to Ai Jiayao, still maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor, saying, Jiayao, you're thirsty too? So I poured you a cup. Let's drink together. In order to preserve his gentleman image in Ai Jiayao's mind, Su Wenhao even resorted to such a peculiar method. For the entire afternoon, the two of them stayed at home, not going anywhere, awkwardly passing the time in the living room. After dinner, feeling bored, Ai Jiayao decided to escape the awkward atmosphere in the living room and went to the computer, staring at the screen in a daze. As soon as Ai Jiayao left his line of sight, Su Wenhao couldn't sit still anymore and got up to sit beside her. Seeing Ai Jiayao absorbed in the computer, he suggested, Jiayao, your live streaming and eating shows have been doing really well, with a great reputation and a large fan base. Why not continue your streaming career? Su Wenhao's words reminded Ai Jiayao. She touched her head, feeling a bit troubled, and murmured, sigh. I haven't done game streaming for quite a while. I don't know if I can still do my job as well as before. For safety's sake, Ai Jiayao didn't dare to use the company's account for game streaming, fearing that her skills might have deteriorated after not streaming for so long, which could negatively affect the company. Ultimately, Ai Jiayao decided to log into her secondary account first for a warm-up, trying to regain her former skills and inspiration. Seeing Ai Jiayao finally muster the courage to log into her account, Su Wenhao's face lit up with excitement, and he eagerly asked her, Jiayao, you're streaming alone. I have nothing to do at home. How about I join you in streaming games? Su Wenhao had a pleading look on his handsome face. Ai Jiayao glanced at him and immediately agreed. Okay, let's get started. With Ai Jiayao's consent, Su Wenhao eagerly grabbed a chair and sat down, starting to stream games together with her. Su Wenhao was a top expert in software games, and now, in front of the person he liked, he found the perfect opportunity to showcase his skills. I am a master in the gaming world. It's a rare chance to stream with Jiayao today. I must seize this opportunity to show her my strength. Su Wenhao thought to himself, a smirk forming on his lips, revealing a proud expression as Ai Jiayao began the game stream. Even though these games were easy for Su Wenhao, he couldn't afford to make any mistakes in front of the person he liked. He focused intently, fully immersing himself in the game. Although Ai Jiayao wasn't inexperienced in gaming, she was slightly outmatched by Su Wenhao. He skillfully protected her, and they worked together seamlessly in both defense and offense. Once Ai Jiayao got serious, she forgot everything else, as they streamed round after round of games with great synergy. Ai Jiayao's eyes began to feel sore. Unintentionally, she glanced out the window and noticed the sky was already lightening. She quickly turned her head to look at the clock on the wall, exclaiming in surprise, Oh no, how did the time pass so quickly? It's already past 4, and dawn is approaching. After streaming games with Ai Jiayao all night, Su Wenhao also felt a bit tired, his eyes starting to swell from staying up late. Ai Jiayao hurriedly said to him, who was still deeply engrossed in the game, Wenhao, you've been with me streaming games all night. You're tired too, so go rest. You have to get up early for work tomorrow. Hearing Ai Jiayao's words, Su Wenhao finally stopped the game, rubbed his tired eyes, and despite yawning several times, he still smiled and replied, Right? I have to work tomorrow. Then I'll go rest now. Chapter 131. Inquiring for information, Su Wenhao felt exhausted. But when he heard Ai Jiayao's caring reminder to rest, he happily murmured to himself while walking to the room on the second floor. This girl not only looks beautiful, but is also so gentle and considerate towards me. She's really a likable girl. Although it was almost dawn and Su Wenhao had rested for a few hours, he clearly hadn't fully recovered from staying up all night playing games with Ai Jiayao. Su Wenhao entered his office, immediately took off his well-fitted suit, and hung it on the coat rack. He sat down at his desk, which was filled with various materials and documents. Su Wenhao picked up the documents on the table and quickly skimmed through them. Then, he took the pen hanging from his chest and signed his name on the documents with a swish-swish sound. As he was reviewing the mountain of documents, fatigue kept creeping in, and he yawned several times in a row. Su Wenhao realized his current state was not good. Rather than forcing himself to stay awake, he decided it would be better to wash his face in the bathroom to wake up. Getting up from his chair, Su Wenhao went to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and splashed some cold water on his face. He immediately felt more awake. After drying his hands with a paper towel, he returned to his desk and continued to review the documents. Although sleepiness still kept hitting him, Su Wenhao persisted in approving the documents without stopping. 2 hours later, he finally finished reviewing the mountain of documents and managed to clear all the tasks at hand. Feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders, Su Wenhao stood up from his chair and stretched, saying, "I'm so tired. I need to go home and take a nap." Since he was too tired to drive, he asked Secretary Han to drive him home. Secretary Han drove Su Wenhao's car to his villa, slowly coming to a stop. He turned to Su Wenhao, who was resting with his eyes closed in the back seat, and said, "Mr. Su, we've arrived home." Su Wenhao finally opened his sleepy eyes and quickly got out of the car. Once inside, he greeted Ai Jiayao briefly before quickly heading upstairs to sleep. Su Wenhao slept for several hours after returning home. After getting enough rest, he lazily got out of bed, feeling refreshed and stretched. Being someone who values cleanliness, Su Wenhao washed up in the bathroom as soon as he got up, then changed clothes in his room before heading downstairs. When he reached the living room downstairs, he saw Ai Jiayao sitting alone at the computer, fully focused on honing her skills in a game. Watching her so engrossed made Su Wenhao think about his company. Recently, he had not only faced doubts from the outside world, but even internal skepticism from people within the company, who believed that the reason How & Company was surpassed by Longwei Group was due to problems with the management system. At first, Su Wenhao was extremely angry when he heard these rumors and wanted to drive those gossipers out of the company. However, rationality overcame his impulse. He realized that there's no smoke without fire. He believed that violence wouldn't silence people, and the best way to make them quiet was to prove himself with results. With Su Wenhao's competitive nature, he was confident that he would make those people shut up in a short time. He quietly watched Ai Jiayao finish her game without interrupting her. After Ai Jiayao completed another round, Su Wenhao cautiously approached her and said, "Jiayao, you haven't been to work for a while. You love streaming so much. Do you plan to go back to Longwei Group and continue your streaming career?" Caught off guard by Su Wenhao's sudden question, Ai Jiayao was momentarily speechless and didn't know how to respond. Feeling disrupted and unable to focus on the game anymore, she turned it off and looked at Su Wenhao with a puzzled expression. "Wenhao, what do you mean by that? I've always been working at Longwei Group, and I'm very satisfied with my job." Su Wenhao stammered, only managing to get out 2 words before he suddenly found it hard to continue. He pondered for a while, secretly calculating. Jiayao had fallen out with Gumoyu recently, and she had been staying at my place for some time. Given how well we've been getting along lately, I think Jiayao will definitely stand by my side and help me. Taking a deep breath, Su Wenhao earnestly said to Ai Jiayao, "Jiayao, can you promise me something?" Ai Jiayao glanced at Su Wenhao and replied somewhat impatiently, "What is it? Just say it, and I'll help if I can." "Jiayao, you've been working at Longwei Group for a few years and are familiar with every management department. You can return to Longwei Group to continue working and help me gather information." Su Wenhao spoke directly to Ai Jiayao. "Gather information? What kind of information?" Ai Jiayao asked, looking confused. Seeing her shocked expression, Su Wenhao quickly explained, "Jiayao, you don't need to be nervous. I'm not asking you to steal any company secrets from Longwei Group. I just want you to help me find out what their management system is like." "Wenhao, isn't your company doing well under your management? Why do you want to imitate Longwei Group's management system?" Ai Jiayao still looked puzzled. "Jiayao, let me tell you the truth. Our company has recently encountered some problems with the management system, so I thought I'd learn a bit about Longwei Group's basic management system." Su Wenhao openly shared his recent worries with Ai Jiayao. Before Ai Jiayao could react, Su Wenhao, looking determined, confidently said, "Jiayao, if you help me gather information, once our company learns from Longwei Group's management system, I believe that with Hao and Company's strength, I will definitely build an even stronger company than Gumoyu S. At that time, you will be the greatest contributor to Hao and Company, and I will definitely give you better treatment and reward you well. Chapter 132. Being an undercover agent, Ai Jiayao never expected that Su Wenhao would suddenly be so candid with her. Surprised, Ai Jiayao did not immediately give Su Wenhao an answer. Instead, she straightforwardly said to him, "Wenhao, this matter is a bit sudden. Let me think about it first." Su Wenhao felt that Ai Jiayao's refusal was somewhat abrupt, and it was reasonable for her to take some time to consider. However, facing external doubts and internal pressures from the company, Su Wenhao felt like an ant on a hot pan. He wanted to resolve the company's issues as soon as possible. Su Wenhao slightly furrowed his brows and spoke urgently to Ai Jiayao. Jiayao, please think about it carefully over the next couple of days and give me a response as soon as possible, okay?" Ai Jiayao nodded slightly and softly replied with an Ding, ding, ding. Su Wenhao's phone rang. After glancing at the caller ID, he politely said to Ai Jiayao, "Sorry, I need to take this call." Go ahead." Ai Jiayao answered slowly. Su Wenhao quickly walked out of the living room and went to the balcony to answer the call. On the other end, Secretary Han's respectful voice came through. "President Su, you have a social engagement tonight at the Vienna Hotel to meet with the business delegation from Norway. I've arranged everything. Please be there by 7 p.m. sharp." I got it," Su Wenhao replied coldly on the phone. "President Su, I've prepared the materials for the client meeting tonight. You should come to the office to review them and see if there are any modifications needed," Secretary Han reminded respectfully. "Okay, I'll be right over." The Norwegian delegation was coming to China, and this time Su Wenhao hoped to negotiate and communicate with them, hoping to expand his business globally. After finishing the call, Su Wenhao said goodbye to Ai Jiayao and hurriedly drove to the company alone. As soon as Su Wenhao left, Ai Jiayao's mind started racing. She suddenly had an idea and immediately picked up her phone to call Gumayuan, wanting to ask for her advice on the matter. Gumayuan was in her office, focused on reviewing documents when her phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she saw it was Ai Jiayao and quickly answered, "Hello, sister. I have something important to discuss with you." Ai Jiayao spoke first on the phone. "What is it, Jiayao?" Gumayuan responded with surprise. "Sister, Su Wenhao just told me to go undercover at Longwei Group and report on the management systems and various situations. I think this is a rare opportunity. This way, I can get closer to Su Wenhao and gain his trust." Ai Jiayao shared her thoughts with Gumayuan. Gumayuan paused for a moment, blinking her bright eyes, and said, "Jiayao, I think your idea is good. Just play along and agree to Su Wenhao's request. Then, while being an undercover agent at Longwei Group, you will still be one of us. This way, Su Wenhao won't gain any advantage. And I can think of a way to make this hypocritical man lose more than he gains." Gumayuan agreed with Ai Jiayao's idea, and Ai Jiayao quickly replied, "Sister, then I'll do as we just discussed," giving Su Wenhao a taste of his own medicine. After hanging up the phone, Gumayuan's expression grew serious as she said, "That scheming guy, Su Wenhao, thinks he can outsmart us at Longwei Group by sending in an undercover agent to steal our secrets. No way. Fortunately, Jiayao is one of our own. If it were someone else, the company might have already been in danger." Gumayuan realized, remembering the term "one of our own." She murmured, "Although Jiayao is not officially part of our Gu family yet, she has helped us tremendously by bringing such important news. I need to tell Moyu about this. He'll be very happy." Gumayuan immediately picked up her phone and eagerly called Gumoyu. Although Gumoyu had not dared to appear in front of Ai Jiayao these days, he had not delayed his work at Longwei Group for a single day, sometimes reviewing documents and checking materials until late at night, signing contracts, and drinking with clients until dawn. Gumoyu always finished the company's affairs before he could sleep soundly. Last night, he had been drinking with clients all night and had finally secured a contract. His hangover was still lingering, and he had a terrible headache, resting in bed. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. The phone beside Gumoyu's bed rang. Gumoyu pulled the blanket over his ears, but the annoying ringtone did not stop. Unable to sleep, Gumoyu struggled to get up bleary-eyed and answered the phone in an unfriendly tone. "Hello. Who is this?" Gumayuan had learned from Secretary Jean that Gumayu had been up all night drinking with a major client in Shanghai to secure a contract. Hearing Gu Moyu's tone, she guessed he might still be in bed. Clearing her throat, Gu Moyuan took on a parental tone and scolded Gu Moyu. Of course, it's your sister. Who else could it be? As soon as Gu Moyu recognized his sister's voice, he replied with a hint of morning grumpiness. Sis, do you know I didn't sleep at all last night? Why are you calling so early and waking me up? After saying that, Gu Moyu tried to hang up the phone. Gu Moyuan quickly stopped him, saying, Moyu, I have good news to tell you. You will be so happy you won't be able to sleep. Hearing his sister's teasing tone, Gu Moyu impatiently asked, Sis, what is the good news? Hurry up and tell me. Moyu, do you know? Jiayao just called me and said that Su Wenhao wants her to go undercover at Longwei Group to report on our company situation, and he is offering Jiayao double the pay. Gu Moyuan recounted exactly what Ai Jiayao had told her earlier. Halfway through, Gu Moyu was shocked, clenching his fists, and interrupted Gu Moyuan angrily. That scheming guy Su Wenhao only knows how to do those sneaky things. Chapter 133. No time to see you Mou. Don't be angry. Let me finish speaking first. Gu Mo Yuan reminded Gu Mo Yu. Under Gu Mo Yuan's words, Gu Mo Yu finally stopped cursing Su Wenhao. Gu Mo Yuan excitedly said to Gu Mo Yu, just now, Jiayao and I have already discussed our countermeasures. Since Su Wenhao wants to infiltrate our Longwei Group, let's go along with his wishes and turn the tables on him. Let's see who will be laughing last. After hearing her sister's news in full, Gu Mo Yu's expression changed from one of anger to a beaming smile. Unable to hide her joy, Gu Mo Yu unabashedly praised Ai Jiayao to Gu Mo Yuan on the phone, saying, Sister, did you see that? Jiayao is definitely one of us Gu family members in the future. She is not tempted by personal gain and resolutely stands by our side. The fact that Jiayao can make such a choice proves she has feelings for me. On the surface, Gu Mo Yu was praising Ai Jiayao, but in reality, she was also complimenting herself in the process. Having discussed the plan with Gu Mo Yuan yesterday, Ai Jiayao got up early, had breakfast, and prepared to go to work at Longwei Group. Ai Jiayao hadn't been to work for a while, but she still had deep feelings for Longwei Group. She took a deep breath and quickly walked through the company's entrance. With Gu Mo Yuan's tacit approval, Ai Jiayao did not go to her previous workstation after arriving at the company. Instead, she headed to the document room, deciding to check some surface information to deal with Su Wenhao. Ai Jiayao quickly skimmed through the document room, and when she opened the computer to search for various company information, she found that the president of the company looked very similar to Gu Mo Yu. Ai Jiayao carefully examined the online information, and a series of strange events that had recently occurred at Su Wenhao's home immediately came to mind. Ai Jiayao muttered to herself. During this time at Su Wenhao's home, anytime he made any intimate move, it was interrupted by the sudden ringing of the doorbell. Who could be so bored? Ai Jiayao boldly speculated. The continuous harassment of Su Wenhao and the installation of listening devices in his home. This kind of thing could only be done by Gu Mo Yu. No one else could pull it off. Connecting the president's information on the computer with the recent series of strange happenings, Ai Jiayao turned her suspicion towards Gu Mo Yu. Started out, could it be that Gu Mo Yu is not dead? With that jealous personality of his, he would go to great lengths to sabotage my intimate interactions with other men. Previously, Ai Jiayao only thought that Gu Mo Yu had a connection to the president of Longwei Group. But now she suddenly felt that the Gu Mo Yu she knew was indeed the president of Longwei Group. Ai Jiayao was still trying hard to think, connecting everything from a moment she met Gu Mo Yu up to now, carefully recalling every detail. After a moment of contemplation, Ai Jiayao did not stop moving her hands and continued to search for some superficial information that could help her deceive Su Wenhao in the document room. Little did Ai Jiayao know that every move she made was being watched clearly by Gu Mo Yu, who was sitting in the president's office. Gu Mo Yu realized from Ai Jiayao's expression that she seemed to have sensed something about his act of playing dead. Having found some information she thought could fool Su Wenhao, Ai Jiayao left the document room quickly, still carrying her earlier doubts. Upon returning to her original workstation, Ai Jiayao calmed down and reflected on everything she had just thought in the document room. She began to analyze to herself, is Gu Mo you really the president? If Guo is indeed the president, then he isn't dead? Am I being toyed with by Guo? With a series of doubts in her heart, a brilliant idea suddenly popped into Ai Jiayao's mind. To know whether Guo is still alive, she just needed to visit the president's office. Ai Jiayao quickly got up from her seat and hurried to the president's office. On her way to the president's office, Ai Jiayao already had a plan. If the secretary Wu Ti let her in to see the president, she would say she had important information to report, which would prevent her from being stopped. As soon as Ai Jiayao arrived at the door of the president's office, before she could even speak, Secretary Jean stepped forward and directly blocked her path. Ai Jiayao glanced at Secretary Jean and respectfully said, "Secretary Jean, I have something important to tell the president. Please let me through." Secretary Jean looked at Ai Jiayao with disdain and replied sternly, "The president is in a meeting and doesn't he have time to see you?" Ai Jiayao had initially wanted to discuss it with Secretary Jean, but seeing the somewhat arrogant attitude of Secretary Jean, she clenched her little fist, wishing she could punch Secretary Jean hard. This trip to the president's office turned out to be in vain, as she couldn't even enter the president's office, let alone meet the president himself. Ai Jiayao had no choice but to return empty-handed, looking disappointed as she walked back to her workstation, reflecting, sigh. The dignified president of Longhui Group is not someone like me who can just see whenever I want. Although I didn't see him this time. No matter what it takes next time, I must meet him. As soon as Ai Jiayao finished speaking, the phone in her hand rang. She immediately looked at her phone and saw that it was a text message from Su Wenhao. Ai Jiayao slowed her pace in the hallway while opening the text message from Su Wenhao. It was an encouraging message telling her to continue her work. It read, "Jiayao, I believe in your abilities, and you will definitely be able to infiltrate Longhui Group well, gathering various materials and internal management systems." Seeing the text message from Su Wenhao, Ai Jiayao took a deep breath, did not speak, and instead quickened her pace back to her workstation. Ai Jiayao arrived in the live broadcast room and started her beloved live streaming career again. Although she hadn't done a formal live broadcast in a long time, Ai Jiayao quickly got back in the swing of things, hosting her live show as usual. To her surprise, Ai Jiayao found that her popularity had dropped significantly, even though she had already been live for half the time. Although a bit disappointed, the reality was right in front of her, and Ai Jiayao had to accept this fact, even though her popularity had declined. With Su Wenhao as her financial backer, Ai Jiayao was actually earning more money than before. Su Wenhao was busier than ever, constantly sending gifts and tips to Ai Jiayao. Try to win her favor. Chapter 134. Scared to hide under the table in response to Su Wenhao's flattery, Ai Jiayao politely replied, "Thank you. I wish you happiness every day and success at work." After exchanging pleasantries with Su Wenhao during the live stream, it was time to end the broadcast. Ai Jiayao turned off her computer and walked out of the live stream room. As soon as Ai Jiayao stepped out of the live stream room, she couldn't wait to visit the president's office. Lu Piampian hadn't seen Ai Jiayao for a long time and enthusiastically greeted her. "Jiayao, where have you been during this time? You haven't contacted us. I thought you got married." Ai Jiayao awkwardly smiled at Lu Piampian and perfunctorily replied, "There have been some matters at home that required my attention, so I took a leave of absence for a while." Lu Piampian continued to smile at Ai Jiayao with a gossiping look. "Oh, so that's how it is. Then I guess you must have gone home for a blind date this time." Lu Piampian started off well, but as she spoke, it became more and more absurd. Before Lu Piampian could finish her sentence, Ai Jiayao turned and strode out of the studio without looking back. By the time Lu Piampian realized what had happened, Ai Jiayao had already vanished without a trace. Lu Piampian pouted and said, "What is Jiayao doing? I hadn't finished talking, and she just left?" Fearing that Lu Piampian would pursue her, Ai Jiayao quickened her pace to escape the studio. In the blink of an eye, Ai Jiayao took the elevator to the floor where the president's office was located. With keen vigilance, Ai Jiayao looked around and found that Secretary Jean was already absent from the entrance of the president's office. Ai Jiayao secretly rejoiced, "Great, that arrogant Secretary Jean is not here. Now I can finally walk into the president's office without any obstacles." When Ai Jiayao approached the president's office quietly, she realized that the office door was not closed, but merely ajar. Ai Jiayao suddenly felt a little surprised and excited, greedily peering through the slightly open door. She saw a tall male figure standing straight with his back to the door. Upon seeing the man's silhouette inside, Ai Jiayao quickly straightened up, ready to push the door open. Gumoy happened to see Ai Jiao's figure in the surveillance footage. She was about to push the door to enter the office. Seeing this, Gumoy had no time to think in this urgent situation and hurriedly hid under the desk. Secretary Jean, seeing Gumoy so hastily hiding under the desk, looked on in shock. Secretary Jean knew that Gumoy's reaction must mean that someone he didn't want to see or was afraid to see had arrived. Secretary Jean adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, said nothing, and calmly walked towards the office door. As Ai Jiao's high-heeled shoe stepped forward, Secretary Jean appeared right in front of her, blocking her way. Secretary Jin's gaze fell on Ai Jiayao, and he said with displeasure, "What are you doing here again? Do you know that barging into the president's office like this will result in punishment?" To Ai Jiayao, Secretary Jean was just a petty person wielding authority like a feather. Secretary Jin's repeated attempts to prevent her from entering the president's office had made Ai Jiayao despise him, having cursed him countless times in her heart. But back in reality, Ai Jiayao still didn't dare to offend Secretary Jean. After all, he was someone close to the president. Ai Jiayao swallowed her dissatisfaction and put on a respectful demeanor, saying, "Secretary Jean, I truly have urgent matters to discuss with the president. Please make an exception and let me see him." Secretary Jean glanced at Ai Jiayao with disdain and said dismissively, "The president has left after the meeting. He's not in the office. You can talk about it later." Ai Jiayao didn't believe Secretary Jin's words and scanned the president's office with sharp eyes. But indeed, she did not find the president's figure. Disappointed, Ai Jiayao had to leave the president's office. On her way back, Ai Jiayao walked slowly and wondered aloud, "I clearly saw a man's figure in the president's office just now. He doesn't look like Secretary Jean. Could it be that only Secretary Jean was in the office? And I just misjudged?" After confirming that Ai Jiayao had left, Secretary Jean hurriedly locked the office door. When Secretary Jean quickly walked to the desk to inform the president that Ai Jiayao had left, Gumoy suddenly stood up from under the desk. Still shaken, Gumoy took a deep breath, thinking about how close he had come to being discovered by Ai Jiayao just now. Normally calm and composed, Gumoy's hands trembled uncontrollably. Gumoy picked up a tissue from the table to wipe the cold sweat off his forehead and commanded Secretary Jean, who was standing by, "Secretary Jean, arrange for someone to monitor Ai Jiayao's movements at all times. Report to me immediately if anything happens." Although Secretary Jean still didn't understand the situation and why the president was so afraid of Ai Jiayao. He had been with Gumoy for a long time and knew that whatever the president ordered must be done well. He had to remember his work mission and ask fewer questions. Secretary Jean slightly lowered his head and respectfully replied, "Yes, President. I will arrange it immediately." After failing to meet the president once again, Ai Jiayao did not go to Su Wenhao's house after work, but instead went straight back to her own home. Ai Jiayao felt that having stayed at Su Wenhao's house for so long without finding any evidence was a waste of time. Right now, the president's true identity intrigued her even more. When Ai Jiayao returned to her villa, she found dust everywhere on the sofa, probably because no one had lived there for a long time. Ai Jiayao opened all the windows in the villa to ventilate the place, then took a cloth and wiped down the dusty sofa. After a busy session, the living room of the villa regained its usual liveliness and cleanliness, which was refreshing. After cleaning up, Ai Jiayao was so exhausted that she almost collapsed, and she sat down directly on the soft European-style sofa to rest. Once Ai Jiayao relaxed, the events of her afternoon visit to the president's office immediately flashed in her mind. Ai Jiayao scratched the back of her head, puzzled. "When I was outside the president's office, I clearly saw a man with a different build from Secretary Jean. Could he be the president?" But Secretary Jean also said the president wasn't there. Chapter 135. Breaking into the president's office. Ai Jiayao carefully recalled the events of the day. Suddenly, she remembered. The last time I went to the president's office, I looked inside, and although I didn't see the president, there was a cup of hot coffee on the desk. Secretary Jean couldn't possibly be drinking coffee in the president's office, right? This cup of hot coffee must have been prepared for the president. The thought startled Ai Jiayao. She felt the situation was becoming increasingly interesting, not as simple as she had imagined. Deep down, Ai Jiayao vaguely sensed that the president wasn't always conveniently in meetings or out of the office. He must be avoiding her. Ai Jiayao propped her chin up, confused as to why the president would want to avoid her. As she pondered, a more terrifying thought surged into her mind, and she whispered, if that's the case, then the person I saw at the office door really was the president. When I looked into the office for the second time, I didn't see the same figure as before. Could it be that the president was hiding under the desk? Regarding this bold guess, Ai Jiayao felt her intuition was correct. The president must have been hiding under the desk at that time. Ai Jiayao looked troubled, struggling to control her emotions, reminding herself, sigh, to prove whether my guess today is right or not, I just need to pay more attention to the president's office when I go to work tomorrow. After a moment of self-comfort, Ai Jiayao lost interest in making dinner and ordered takeout instead. Although she ordered all her favorite dishes, Ai Jiayao felt they weren't as delicious as before while eating, perhaps because Gu Moyu was by her side earlier. Exhausted, Ai Jiayao went to bed early. The next morning, the annoying alarm clock rang. Ai Jiayao didn't linger in bed, but slowly got up, turned off the alarm, and immediately headed to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. After a good night's rest, Ai Jiayao felt much better, and her fatigue had completely dissipated. After washing up, she changed into a new outfit and had a simple breakfast before heading out to work, feeling fully recharged. Upon arriving at the company, Ai Jiayao didn't immediately return to her workstation. Instead, she took the elevator to the floor where the president's office was located. Ai Jiayao deliberately glanced towards the president's office, keeping an eye on the activity inside, but she noticed that the president hadn't come out of the office even once. Returning to her workstation, Ai Jiayao continued her work for the day. She opened her computer and began her game livestream. Although Ai Jiayao's popularity and fan count weren't as high as usual, Su Wenhao remained her loyal fan. Whenever Ai Jiayao went live, he was the first to show up to support her, generously sending gifts and leaving comments as usual. When the morning livestream session ended, Ai Jiayao shut down her computer and stepped out of the livestream room, remembering her previous plan with her sister Gu Moyuan. She picked up her phone and took pictures of some unimportant data she found in the materials room, along with some fabricated information, then sent them to Su Wenhao via WeChat. Meanwhile, Su Wenhao, who had just finished watching Ai Jiayao's livestream, was sitting on the sofa savoring coffee from Ireland. He took a small sip when his phone pinged with a WeChat notification. Holding the coffee in one hand, he leisurely picked up his phone. When he saw that the message was from Ai Jiayao, he immediately put down his coffee and focused all his attention on WeChat. Seeing the information and photos about Long Wei Group that Ai Jiayao sent, a long-lost smile appeared on Su Wenhao's face as he said, I was right. Ai Jiayao is not only beautiful but also efficient in her work. She's really a likable girl. After sending the fabricated information to Su Wenhao, Ai Jiayao's mind was filled with thoughts about her visit to the president's office yesterday. The more she thought about it, the more unsettled she became. After some inner struggle, Ai Jiayao gathered her courage and said, instead of racking my brain here, I might as well take the plunge and boldly break into the president's office. Even if I face disciplinary action from the company, what does it matter as long as I can resolve my doubts? Having finally made up her mind, Ai Jiayao stood up from her chair and hurried toward the president's office. Since the surprise attack by Ai Jiayao yesterday afternoon had nearly scared Gu Moyu to death, he had already taken precautions. Not only was there surveillance at the office door, but the corridor leading to the president's office was also equipped with cameras that Gu Moyu had instructed Secretary Jean to install overnight, as he couldn't bear another scare from Ai Jiayao. When Ai Jiayao arrived at the floor where the president's office was located, Gu Moyu saw her instantly on the surveillance footage. Ai Jiayao's gaze was resolute, and her steps quick. She wasn't being as stealthy as usual. Gu Moyu observed Ai Jiayao's movements closely and noticed her unusual expression. Seeing her fierce demeanor, he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Ai Jiayao was going to break into the president's office. As this thought crossed his mind, Ai Jiayao charged into the office like a flood. In a moment of urgency, Gu Moyu happened to be standing by the window and had no time to hide under the desk. He could only take cover on the nearest office windowsill railing. Fortunately, Gu Moyu was quick and agile, climbing up in a flash and narrowly avoiding Ai Jiayao's intrusion, just as Ai Jiayao stepped into the doorway of the president's office. She was stopped by Secretary Jean. Secretary Jean shot Ai Jiayao a displeased look, but before he could say anything, Ai Jiayao ignored his presence and boldly entered the president's office. At that moment, Ai Jiayao had no regard for anything else. She was desperate to resolve her doubts. Successfully entering the office, her gaze quickly scanned the room before her light footsteps took her directly to the place that had been troubling her, under the desk. As Ai Jiayao approached the desk, her heart began to race. A thought flashed through her mind. If the person hiding under the desk was indeed Gu Moyu, what should she do? Would she be angry or overjoyed? Chapter 136. Punished Ai Jiayao approached her desk with a nervous heart. She bent down and searched underneath the desk, her gaze moving back and forth. The scene before her exceeded her expectations. There wasn't even a shadow under the desk. Ai Jiayao stood up, her face filled with disappointment. Suddenly, Ai Jiayao barged into the president's office, and Secretary Jean immediately followed, angrily scolding her. Ai Jiayao, who becoming more and more outrageous. You dare to barge into the president's office? If the president finds out, just wait to be fired. Faced with Secretary Jin's aggressive reprimand, Ai Jiayao didn't dare to retort and left the president's office with a dejected expression. After Ai Jiayao left, Secretary Jin didn't call Gu Moyu down, but instead went to the door to check if Ai Jiayao had really left. In Secretary Jin's eyes, Ai Jiayao was not an ordinary woman. After working beside Gu Moyu for so long, she was the first to dare to barge into the president's office. What shocked Secretary Jin even more was that as soon as the president saw Ai Jiayao approaching, he would do everything possible to avoid her, completely disregarding his dignity. He hid under the desk and climbed out the window, using every method available. After confirming that Ai Jiayao was not outside the office door, Secretary Jin hurriedly locked the office door. Secretary Jin quickly walked over to Gu Moyu, who was hiding on the windowsill, and respectfully reported, "President, Ai Jiayao has left." Gu Moyu, who was already drenched in cold sweat while hiding on the windowsill, finally climbed down with difficulty upon hearing Secretary Jin's report that Ai Jiayao had left. Gu Moyu didn't dare to look down because standing on the windowsill several stories high was not a pleasant experience, and the fear of being caught by Ai Jiayao almost gave him a heart attack. Gu Moyu collapsed onto the soft sofa, still shaken, and patted his chest, saying, "That scared me. This girl is becoming more and more unruly, and her courage is growing. She barges into the president's office without letting the secretary know. Fortunately, I was prepared and installed surveillance cameras in the hallway. Otherwise, with her speed just now, I would have definitely been caught. All my previous efforts would have gone to waste." After a moment of relief, Gu Moyu calmed down, his expression becoming serious and thoughtful. He said, "No, this girl is getting more and more brazen, coming to my office every few days without notice, even if I don't have a heart condition. She's close to giving me one." Gu Moyu thought back and forth, feeling that he should give Ai Jiayao a warning and some constraints. Gu Moyu's sharp gaze fell on Secretary Jin, and with a serious expression, he instructed, "Secretary Jin, you immediately tell Ai Jiayao's supervisor, Manager Liu, to teach her a lesson, warning her not to go to the president's office in the future. If she barges in like today again, she will be fired." Secretary Jin, standing to the side, slightly lowered his head, his lips moved slightly, and his magnetic baritone responded respectfully, "Yes, President." Secretary Jin lightly stepped away and went to find Manager Liu for a discussion. After being scolded by Secretary Jin, Ai Jiayao quickly fled the president's office and returned to her workstation. Before she could even warm up her chair, Manager Liu walked in from behind. Seeing that Ai Jiayao was still very diligent in her work and could always complete her tasks excellently, Manager Liu didn't reprimand her in front of many colleagues. He tried to control his emotions and, with a slight frown, said to Ai Jiayao, "Jiayao, come to my office. I have something important to discuss with you." Although Manager Liu didn't say what it was about, Ai Jiayao knew she had caused trouble and had a rough idea of the reason Manager Liu wanted to talk to her. Ai Jiayao nervously followed Manager Liu into his office. As soon as Manager Liu sat down, his stern gaze fell on Ai Jiayao. Seeing his terrifying expression, Ai Jiayao's palms began to sweat. Jiayao, did you barge into the president's office this morning without Secretary Jin's permission? Manager Liu questioned her sternly. Ai Jiayao slightly lowered her head, not daring to meet Manager Liu's gaze, and softly replied with just one word, yes. Manager Liu rubbed his forehead, looking angry as he said to Ai Jiayao, Jiayao, since you admit it, I won't hesitate to tell you. Secretary Jin just came to me and reported your good deed. To give you a warning, according to company regulations, barging into the president's office will result in the deduction of your bonus for this month. Ai Jiayao had no room to argue against Manager Liu's punishment because it was company policy. After being punished, Ai Jiayao walked out of Manager Liu's office with a gloomy expression. Sigh, what a bad day. I barged into the president's office, but didn't see him. Yet I violated company rules, and my bonus for this month is gone. My bonus. While walking, Ai Jiayao complained painfully. After a round of complaints, Ai Jiayao dismissed the idea of going to the president's office. She comforted herself, saying, anyway, I come to work every day. I'll have a chance to meet the president eventually. Just as Ai Jiayao returned to her workstation, her phone on the desk rang. She quickly picked it up and saw a text message from Su Wenhao. Currently, Ai Jiayao's mind was filled with thoughts about the president and Gu Moyu, so she had no mood to deal with Su Wenhao. Bored, Ai Jiayao still picked up her phone to check the message from Su Wenhao, which read, Jiayao, I'll pick you up after work. Let's go eat together. Ugh, I'm really annoyed right now. How can I have the mood to eat? Ai Jiayao said unhappily. As Ai Jiayao was about to text back to refuse Su Wenhao's invitation, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind, and a good idea came to her. Ai Jiayao blinked her beautiful big eyes and said excitedly, with Gu Moyu's character, he gets jealous easily. Whenever I'm with Su Wenhao, he finds ways to interfere. Now, I want to test if the president is Gu Moyu. If I go out to eat with Su Wenhao and act intimately with him, Gu Moyu will definitely not be able to stand it. He will definitely show up to stop us. Chapter 137. Following Ai Jiayao. As soon as Ai Jiayao thought of this, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. She softly said, when Gu Moyu shows up, I will teach him a good lesson and see if he dares to deceive me again. Ai Jiayao's loud laughter attracted strange and confused gazes from her colleagues. A bit embarrassed, Ai Jiayao lowered her head and stifled her cheerful laughter. Looking at the time on her phone, Ai Jiayao noticed it was already past 11, and it was almost lunchtime. To let Gu Moyu know that she would be having lunch with Su Wenhao, Ai Jiayao did not directly reply to Su Wenhao's text, but instead took her phone to call near the president's office. Hello, Wenhao, I'm almost off work. You can come pick me up for lunch. Ai Jiayao said sweetly into the phone, deliberately using the speaker mode, as if afraid that the people in the president's office wouldn't hear. Ai Jiao's enthusiastic agreement to go to lunch and her special phone call made a joyful expression appear on Su Wenhao's face as he replied, All right, Jiao, just wait for me. I'll be there soon. Okay, Wenhao, it's fine if I wait a little longer. Just drive slowly on the way. Otherwise, I'll be worried, Ai Jiayao said, looking eager and concerned for Su Wenhao. After hanging up the phone, Su Wenhao quickly put on his suit, grabbed the car keys from the table, and excitedly left the office to pick up Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao's plan was successful because Gu Moyu, upon seeing Ai Jiayao on the surveillance footage, immediately locked the office door, fearing that Ai Jiayao would barge in. Seeing Ai Jiayao on the phone, Gu Moyu pressed himself against the office wall, straining to hear every word she said to Su Wenhao, not wanting to miss a single syllable. When Gu Moyu learned that Ai Jiayao was having Su Wenhao come to pick her up for lunch, he instantly felt unwell. Watching Ai Jiayao leave joyfully on the corridor surveillance footage, Gu Moyu was stunned. How could Gu Moyu tolerate his beloved woman going out to lunch with another man? He angrily grabbed his keys and cursed Su Wenhao, that bastard Su Wenhao, trying to take advantage of Jiayao again. You really have a death wish. Forgetting to grab his suit jacket, Gu Moyu immediately followed Ai Jiayao. When Gu Moyu came down from the stairs, Su Wenhao was already waiting for Ai Jiayao at the company entrance. As soon as Ai Jiayao saw Su Wenhao, She hurried over, pretending to be very close to him, linking her fair and delicate little hand through his arm, and sweetly said, "Wow, Wenhao, you came so fast right after we hung up." This was the first time Ai Jiayao acted so intimately with Su Wenhao, and he was a bit surprised. Amidst his surprise, Su Wenhao cleverly responded, "It's an honor for a beautiful lady to agree to have lunch with me. How could I make a beauty wait?" Su Wenhao opened the passenger door with a gentlemanly demeanor and said to Ai Jiayao, "Jiayao, please get in the car." Ai Jiayao stood still, showing no intention of getting in. Seeing this, Su Wenhao looked puzzled and asked, "Jiayao, why aren't you getting in the car?" "Wenhao, I've had my driver's license for a long time, but I rarely have the chance to drive. How about this? Let me be the driver today," Ai Jiayao suggested directly to Su Wenhao. Upon hearing that Ai Jiayao wanted to drive, Su Wenhao hesitated for a moment, remembering that she had just said she hadn't driven in a long time. Su Wenhao quickly walked over to Ai Jiayao and, for the safety of both their lives, firmly told her, "Jiayao, I can agree to anything else, but I cannot agree to this. You just said you haven't driven in a long time, and right now is the busiest time for traffic. If you drive out recklessly and something happens, what will we do?" Seeing Su Wenhao's attitude so resolute, Ai Jiayao linked her arm with his, playfully shaking it, and said, "Wenhao, please let me drive you. I promise I won't tease speed. I'll drive slowly. Is that okay? Please." Ai Jiao's playful charm worked, and Su Wenhao, feeling helpless, finally relented and said, all right, I agree, but you must remember to drive slowly, okay?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ai Jiao eagerly got into Su Wenhao's car, excited to drive him for the first time. Every word and action exchange between Ai Jiayao and Su Wenhao at the company entrance was clearly seen by Gu Moyu. Ai Jiayao actually acted coy with Su Wenhao, and Gu Moyu was so furious he nearly had a nosebleed. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't appear in front of Ai Jiayao for now, he would have rushed over to beat Su Wenhao up. This girl dared to act all sweet with Su Wenhao behind my back, and she's so intimate with him. Is she trying to make me mad? Gu Moyu said, filled with jealousy. Ai Jiayao cautiously drove on the road, while Gu Moyu maintained a safe distance behind. Su Wenhao's car slowly stopped in front of a restaurant, and Gu Moyu also slowed down. Su Wenhao and Ai Jiayao got out of the car in sequence, chatting and laughing as they walked side by side into the restaurant. Gu Moyu quickly followed them in and found a spot in the corner to sit down. Gu Moyu really knew how to choose a place. His chosen spot allowed him to clearly see Ai Jiayao and Su Wenhao. Ai Jiayao ordered many of her favorite dishes from the menu, and when the waiter brought out the food, Ai Jiayao intentionally got up to sit next to Su Wenhao instead of across from him. Since the moment Su Wenhao picked Ai Jiayao up from the company, he had noticed her very enthusiastic behavior of linking arms, and now this unusual act of sitting next to him. What is up with this girl today? She was so enthusiastic at the company, even acting coy for the first time, and now she is sitting next to me. What's going on? Su Wenhao thought, filled with confusion. She must have realized something. She wants to pursue me. That is why she is being so warm. Su Wenhao thought, interpreting it this way and no longer finding Ai Jiayao's behavior strange. Stealing a glance at Ai Jiayao, Su Wenhao secretly thought, Jiayao is becoming more likable to me. She seems to have feelings for me too. When the time is right, I'll find a chance to sleep with her. Chapter 138. Luring Gu Moyu to appear, Ai Jiayao was enjoying delicious food while also serving Su Wenhao, smiling as she said, Wenhao, this is really tasty. You should try some too. Su Wenhao politely replied, thank you. After placing the food in Su Wenhao's bowl, Ai Jiayao felt it wasn't enough and thought she should make a more intimate gesture to force Gu Moyu to appear. As Ai Jiayao continued eating, she picked up a piece of braised pork and cheerfully said to Su Wenhao, come on, Wenhao, open your mouth, I'll feed you a piece. This is really delicious. Su Wenhao was a bit surprised by such a generous offer from Ai Jiayao, but he obediently opened his mouth and happily ate the braised pork that Ai Jiayao fed him. As soon as Su Wenhao finished, Ai Jiayao picked up another piece of braised pork, beaming as she said, Wenhao, don't be shy. During my stay at your house, you've been so warm and considerate towards me. It's only right for me to feed you some braised pork to thank you for your care. Ai Jiayao used her gratitude as a pretext to lure Gu Moyu out, while Su Wenhao appeared a bit shy on the surface but welcomed Ai Jiayao's enthusiasm, accepting her affections every time. Meanwhile, Gu Moyu, who was watching from the side, was furious. He was cursing Su Wenhao. That damn Su Wenhao. What kind of spell did he cast on Ai Jiayao? She's actually feeding him. I've never received such treatment. Gu Moyu was red with anger as he witnessed Ai Jiayao and Su Wenhao finishing their lunch. Luckily, he still had some sense. If it weren't for the current situation where he couldn't appear in front of Ai Jiayao, he would have dragged Su Wenhao out for a beating. After finishing lunch in the restaurant, as Ai Jiayao reached the door, her agile little head turned, and with a happy face, she suggested to Su Wenhao, "Wenhao, I haven't been to the amusement park in a long time. Let's go have some fun together now." Su Wenhao had always been accommodating to Ai Jiayao, and who would refuse a trip to the amusement park? He was eager to stick to Ai Jiayao every day. "Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Let's set off now." Su Wenhao completely agreed with Ai Jiayao's suggestion. Hiding in the corner, Gu Moyu suddenly felt that this situation was not sustainable. Simply following them without taking action would be pointless. Watching Ai Jiayao and Su Wenhao get into the car, Gu Moyu quickly followed. In less than 20 minutes, Su Wenhao and Ai Jiayao arrived at the amusement park. Gu Moyu followed closely, stopping in a shaded corner. When Ai Jiayao and Su Wenhao parked the car and were about to enter the amusement park, Su Wenhao's phone rang. It might be an important call, so he didn't answer it in front of Ai Jiayao, but walked aside to take it. Taking advantage of Su Wenhao's phone call, Gu Moyu immediately grabbed his phone and dialed his sister, Gu Moyu, in. "Hello, sis, Ai Jiayao and Su Wenhao just had lunch together at the restaurant, and now they're going to the amusement park. I'm about to go crazy. You need to help me think of a way." Gu Moyu quickly sought help from his sister. Hearing Gu Moyu's words, Gu Moyu couldn't help but mock him. "Hey, Gu Moyu, I told you before. Don't be too reckless. You just wouldn't listen, and now you're watching your beloved Ai Jiayao hang out with another man. Regretting it now, aren't you?" Faced with his sister's merciless mockery, Gu Moyu irritably replied, "Sis, stop making fun of me. Hurry up and think of a solution. Moyu, if you don't want to see Ai Jiayao with another man, there's only one way right now. You need to find a chance to apologize to Ai Jiayao and seek her forgiveness." Gu Moyu patiently suggested to Gu Moyu. Every cell in Gu Moyu's body resisted this suggestion. He didn't even think about it and firmly rejected it. "No, I don't agree. Gu Moyu's words were cut off when he saw Su Wenhao and Ai Jiayao walking shoulder to shoulder into the amusement park. He quickly hung up the phone, got out of the car, and continued to follow Ai Jiayao and Su Wenhao. Ai Jiayao saw something fun and pulled Su Wenhao to run over, chatting and laughing together, behaving very intimately, making it look like they were a couple to anyone who didn't know them. Gu Moyu, wearing sunglasses and a cap, followed closely behind, feeling secretly jealous as he watched Ai Jiayao and Su Wenhao having so much fun. Suddenly, Gu Moyu had a strange feeling and began to talk to himself. Could it be that this girl knows I'm pretending to be dead? She knows I get jealous easily, so she is deliberately doing things to make me furious. Ai Jiayao and Su Wenhao played together for a long time, and Ai Jiayao was already sweating profusely. As she walked, she occasionally looked around, silently thinking, "I wonder if Gu Moyu knows how crazily I'm playing with Su Wenhao? If he knew, with his jealous personality, he would definitely be furious." Feeling exhausted from playing, Ai Jiayao took the car keys from Su Wenhao and went to the car to rest. Seeing this, Gu Moyu quickly followed. When he noticed Su Wenhao was not by Ai Jiayao's side, Gu Moyu finally felt relieved. However, seeing Ai Jiayao resting in the car, Gu Moyu's heart was still tense. Even though he was already tired, he continued to hide near the parking lot, spying on Ai Jiayao's every move. Bored in the car, Ai Jiayao hugged a pillow while scrolling through her phone. When she accidentally opened her contacts and saw Gu Moyu's call history, she couldn't help but start to miss the days spent with Gu Moyu. "Gu Moyu pretended to be my boyfriend to support me and silence my stepmother. Gu Moyu reluctantly agreed to pretend to be Xiaoya's boyfriend for me and almost got beaten by Mom Chi." These beautiful memories flashed through Ai Jiayao's mind. Taking a deep breath, Ai Jiayao spoke with emotion. "Gu Moyu, I haven't seen you in a long time. Are you still alive? Or have you gone to another heaven? I really miss the times we spent together. Do you miss those times too? Chapter 139. Confirming that Gu Mou is not dead with a nostalgic thought. Ai Jiayao dialed Gu Mou's phone number. What Ai Jiayao did not expect was that the number actually went through. Ring, ring, ring. The ringtone of Gu Mou's phone, which was in his pocket, rang out. Gu Mou, hiding in the parking lot while monitoring Ai Jiayao, was startled by the sudden ringtone. To avoid being detected by Ai Jiayao, Gu Mou frowned slightly, not even having time to check the caller ID, and hurriedly answered the call. Hello, Gu Mou said in a low voice. Since Ai Jiayao thought Gu Mou was dead, she dialed his number with a nostalgic mindset, but although the call connected, she did not speak. After Gu Mou answered the call and realized that the person on the other end was silent, he immediately sensed something was wrong, hung up the phone, and hurriedly left the parking lot. However, Ai Jiayao clearly heard Gu Mou's voice say hello. On the line, it's Gu Mou's voice. I didn't hear it wrong. It must be him. Ai Jiayao reflexively held her phone, quickly opened the car door, and rushed out, searching everywhere for Gu Mou's figure. Previously, Ai Jiayao only suspected that Gu Mou was still alive, but she didn't dare to confirm at 100. However, after dialing Gu Mou's number and hearing his low hello, Ai Jiayao was already certain that Gu Mou was not dead. Ignoring her tired feet, Ai Jiayao only wanted to find Gu Mou as soon as possible. She widened her eyes, quickly scanning every corner of the parking lot, fearing that she might miss him if she didn't look closely. After searching the parking lot back and forth, Ai Jiayao did not find any trace of Gu Mou, but she firmly believed that Gu Mou was nearby, hiding in some corner and secretly watching her. Ai Jiayao refused to give up and quickened her pace, searching around the parking lot for Gu Mou. After several fruitless searches, Ai Jiayao was already too tired to move. She sat down in a corner and anxiously said, Gu Mou, where are you? I know you're not dead. Please show yourself. I still have a lot to say to you. Ai Jiayao rubbed her already sore nose, trying to hold back the tears that had been welling up in her eyes, and quietly said, It's been so long since I've seen Gu Mou. If I find him and he has deceived me for so long, will I be happy or angry when I see him? After some thought, Ai Jiayao resolutely said, To be honest, if Gu Mou could appear in front of me right now, I wouldn't be angry with him. Right now, all I want is to see him. While Ai Jiayao was resting in the corner, a man in his 20s, who bore resemblance to Gu Mou, walked toward the parking lot with his back to her. Seeing the man's back and finding it somewhat similar to Gu Mou, Ai Jiayao, anxious to find Gu Mou, rushed towards the man without thinking, joyfully exclaiming, Heaven rewards the diligent. Gu Mou, you little rascal, I finally found you. The man who was suddenly pounced on by Ai Jiayao had a look of shock on his face. He stared at Ai Jiayao in confusion and said displeasedly, Miss, you've mistaken me for someone else. I am not the Gu Mou you are looking for. Realizing she had mistaken the person, Ai Jiayao quickly released the young man. Just then, the young man's girlfriend happened to see him being hugged by Ai Jiayao. Furious, the young man's girlfriend questioned him, Zhao Kun, who is this woman? Why was she just hugging you? Seeing his angry girlfriend, the young man knew she had misunderstood. He quickly explained, Xiao Hui, don't be angry, let me explain. This young lady mistook me for someone else. She is looking for Gu Mou, not me. As the young man was explaining, Ai Jiayao didn't want to cause any trouble for the couple because of her mistake, so she felt really bad. She approached the young man's girlfriend and sincerely apologized. I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone else. I apologize. After apologizing, Ai Jiayao left with a disappointed expression. Not looking back, the sadness and disappointment on Ai Jiayao's face were evident, and the young man's girlfriend noticed her sorrow. Not wanting to make things difficult for her boyfriend, she instead linked her arm with him and said, So it was a case of mistaken identity. Then it's fine. Let us go. After the misunderstanding, Ai Jiayao still couldn't find Gu Mou and could only return disappointedly along the same path. However, Gu Mou was actually hiding nearby, watching Ai Jiayao as she mistakenly identified a stranger in her eagerness to find him. Gumo, you couldn't help but feel heartache for Ai Jiayao. As Ai Jiayao walked back, she could no longer control her emotions and blamed herself. Gumo, you must still be alive. How could I be so foolish? I've searched for him for so long and still can't find him. Occasionally, people passed by the parking lot, and Ai Jiayao took out a tissue to wipe her already teary eyes to avoid being laughed at. Seeing Ai Jiayao walking back, Gumo took a deep breath and said, "Sigh, that was too close. I almost got discovered by her. It's all my fault for being careless and let her get through to my phone number. I can't let this girl have my number anymore. I'll add her to the blacklist. She got through to me today, and after she calms down, she will definitely call again, a second time, a third time." Gumo immediately took out his phone and added Ai Jiayao's number to the blacklist. After wiping away her tears, Ai Jiayao's emotions stabilized a bit. Her gaze fell on her phone, and just as Gumo had predicted, Ai Jiayao picked up her phone again, preparing to dial Gumo's number. When Ai Jiayao dialed Gumo's number for the second time, her heart began to race. Because the first time she dialed, it was out of nostalgia, a try-and-see attitude, but this time she was calling with great hope. When the call went out, Ai Jiayao was disappointed to hear the voice prompt say, "Hello, the number you dialed is not reachable." Chapter 140. Is there some trouble? Ai Jiayao still couldn't believe her ears. She dialed the number several times, but each time she was met with the voice prompt, "Hello, the number you have dialed cannot be connected." After facing the same dead end multiple times, Ai Jiayao completely gave up on calling Gumo. Lost in thought, Ai Jiayao walked aimlessly, not realizing how long the short distance took her. Finally, she arrived near the car where Su Wenhao had parked. When Ai Jiayao approached Su Wenhao's car, she saw him holding an ice cream, waiting for her. "Jiayao, you're back. I bought you your favorite strawberry ice cream," Su Wenhao said excitedly. Ai Jiayao was preoccupied with thoughts of Gumo and had no mood to eat ice cream. But seeing Su Wenhao's hopeful eyes, Ai Jiayao accepted the ice cream from him politely and said, "Thank you, Wenhao." Earlier, Ai Jiayao had run several laps in the parking lot trying to find Gumo, and now she realized she was parched. She immediately started eating the ice cream that Su Wenhao had bought for her. From the moment she walked over, Su Wenhao had noticed that Ai Jiayao seemed a bit off, but he didn't say anything. When Ai Jiayao was halfway through the ice cream, Gumo's image popped in her mind again, and she was so lost in thought that she didn't even notice the ice cream melting in her hand. Seeing this, Su Wenhao couldn't help but ask with concern, "Jiayao, what's wrong with you today? Why are you so distracted? Did something happen?" Ai Jiayao shook her head and threw the melted ice cream into the trash can. To keep Su Wenhao from knowing what had just happened, she casually made up an excuse, saying, "It's nothing, Wenhao. I'm just a bit uncomfortable." Hearing that Ai Jiayao was feeling unwell, Su Wenhao immediately looked worried and said, "Jiayao, if you're not feeling well, let me take you to the hospital." Su Wenhao often overreacted to Ai Jiayao's issues. Ai Jiayao quickly explained, "No need, Wenhao. I might have just played a bit too hard earlier, and I'm a little tired. There's no need to go to the hospital." Upon hearing that Ai Jiayao was just a bit tired, Su Wenhao finally felt relieved. "Jiayao, then let's not play anymore. I'll take you home to rest," Su Wenhao suggested. Ai Jiayao nodded slightly and replied, "Okay, let's go." After saying that, she got in the car first. Su Wenhao drove towards Ai Jiayao's villa. During the drive home, he occasionally glanced at her through the rearview mirror and noticed her furrowed brows, looking troubled. After dropping Ai Jiayao off at her villa, Su Wenhao received an urgent call from the company and hurriedly said goodbye to Ai Jiayao before rushing back. Back home, Ai Jiayao collapsed on the sofa in exhaustion. After a short rest, she felt much better. Slowly sitting up from the sofa, she murmured, "I clearly got through to Gumo earlier and heard his voice. Why is he ignoring me? Why is he avoiding me?" After a moment of confusion, a terrifying thought crossed Ai Jiayao's mind. What if Gumo was in some trouble? Is that why he's going to such lengths to avoid me? Impossible. What kind of trouble could a grown man like Gumo get into? Besides, this guy wouldn't be looking for trouble himself, so how could anyone else be causing him trouble? Ai Jiayao analyzed thoughtfully based on her understanding of Gumo. Then, She had an epiphany. With Gu Moi's reckless personality, he must be nearby in the parking lot, deliberately avoiding me. This guy is getting out of hand. Not only is he pretending to be dead to trick me, but he's also hiding from me. Thinking of this made Ai Jiayao even angrier, and she wished she could find Gu Moi right now to teach him a lesson. No, I can't let Gu Moi lead me around by the nose. I need to take some countermeasures to force this cunning guy to show himself. It's time to lure the snake out of its hole. Ai Jiayao said decisively. Ai Jiayao's agile mind began to whirl, and she suddenly thought of Qi Xiaoya, deciding to ask her for help in forcing Gu Moi to appear. Ai Jiayao immediately picked up her phone and dialed Qi Xiaoya's number. Qi Xiaoya, who was working at the company, received Ai Jiayao's call and eagerly answered, saying, "Hello, Jiayao, are you going to ask if I have time after work to go eat and shop? I can tell you right now that I'm free." Ai Jiayao rolled her eyes helplessly and cut to the chase, saying, "Xiaoya, let's talk about eating and shopping later. I have an urgent matter that needs your help." As a good friend, Qi Xiaoya naturally wouldn't stand by when Ai Jiayao was in trouble. "Jiayao, what is it? Just tell me," Qi Xiaoya asked with concern. "Xiaoya, that scoundrel Gu Moi is getting more and more unbearable. He keeps avoiding me and won't come out to see me, so I need your help to force him out," Ai Jiayao said, her temper slightly flaring when she mentioned Gu Moi. From Ai Jiayao's words, Qi Xiaoya realized that there was some conflict between Ai Jiayao and Gu Moi. "Jiayao, I'm afraid I can't help you with this. You and Gu Moi are having a spat. You two should work it out yourselves. I, as an outsider, can't help much." At this moment, Qi Xiaoya thought it was normal for Ai Jiayao and Gu Moi to have conflicts since they often spent time together, and she felt there was no need for her to get involved. Ai Jiayao understood from Qi Xiaoya's response that she was unwilling to help. "Xiaoya, do you know? That guy Gu Moi first ignored me for a week, then pretended to be dead in front of me, making me think he was really dead, and I cried for several days. Later, I found out he wasn't dead at all and was secretly following and watching me." To persuade Qi Xiaoya to help her, Ai Jiayao was willing to recount all of Gu Moi's foolish actions. After listening to Ai Jiayao's account, Qi Xiaoya was furious, saying, "That scoundrel Gu Moi, how dare he go this far and tell such lies? He made you sad for so long." Chapter 141. Creating the Illusion of Disappearance. Jiayao, "Don't worry, I'll make sure to force Gu Mo to show up. That guy's always doing those stupid things. I will definitely cooperate with you to make him appear." Qi Xiaoya unconditionally agreed to help Ai Jiayao over the phone. Ai Jiayao recommended Gu Mo Yuan's WeChat contact to Qi Xiaoya, who followed Ai Jiayao's instructions to add Gu Mo Yuan as a friend on WeChat and sent a verification message saying, "I'm Jiayao's best friend." Generally, Gu Mo Yuan wouldn't accept friend requests from strangers. However, upon seeing that the person adding her claimed to be Jiayao's best friend, Gu Mo Yuan accepted the friend request. Once Qi Xiaoya successfully passed the friend verification, she first introduced herself, then began to inquire about Ai Jiayao and Gu Mo from Gu Mo Yuan. Qi Xiaoya and Ai Jiayao planned to extract useful information from Gu Mo Yuan, who was their sister. Gu Mo Yuan looked puzzled and said, "What's going on? Jiayao's best friend is also concerned about MOU? Could it be that Jiayao discovered something, so she wants to pry information from me?" Regardless of her intentions, Gu Mo Yuan felt that according to the previous plan, sticking to the news of Gu Mo's death was definitely the right move. After a while, Gu Mo Yuan replied on WeChat, "Mou is already dead." Seeing Gu Mo Yuan's reply, Qi Xiaoya responded with a look of sudden realization. "No wonder I've seen Jiayao always hanging out with Su Wenhao lately. I thought Jiayao was trying to make Mou jealous by getting close to Su Wenhao because they had a fight. Now I finally understand." After finishing her call with Qi Xiaoya, Ai Jiayao began to execute her plan, deliberately creating the illusion of disappearance. And that night, she went to stay at Qi Xiaoya's house. When Ai Jiayao arrived at Qi Xiaoya's house, Qi Xiaoya looked confused and said, "Jiayao, didn't you say you were going to stay at my place for a while? Why did you bring nothing? Your luggage isn't left outside, is it?" Ai Jiayao smiled slightly at Qi Xiaoya and explained, "Xiaoya, if you don't understand, I purposely didn't bring anything. I want Gu Mo to not see me. and he will definitely find a way to sneak into my house. When he sees that everything is untouched and neatly arranged but can't find me, he will think I've disappeared. Then I won't have to worry about him not showing up." After hearing Ai Jiayao's explanation, Qi Xiaoya exclaimed, "Jiayao, you're so smart to think of this. You're my idol now." Ai Jiayao took a deep breath and replied leisurely, "Of course, with someone like Gu Mo, you have to put in some effort. Otherwise, you'll just be played around by him." Ai Jiayao hadn't returned to her villa for several days and hadn't gone to work for several days either. Having a good friend like Qi Xiaoya was a happy thing for Ai Jiayao. Not only did she provide meals and accommodation, but whenever Ai Jiayao needed to buy something, she just had to call, and Qi Xiaoya would buy everything after work. Ai Jiayao was practically not stepping out of the door. She lazily lay on the sofa, eating snacks while watching TV, feeling relaxed and carefree. At first, Gumo didn't pay much attention to Ai Jiayao not coming to work. However, after several days of her absence, he started to get anxious. Gumo looked at the calendar on his phone and said with a serious expression, "This girl hasn't come to work for several days. What's she doing at home?" Confused, Gumo frowned slightly and instructed his assistant Jean. "Assistant Jean, Ai Jiayao hasn't come to work for several days. Call her under the pretext of work and find out what she has been doing these past few days." "Yes, President," replied Jean respectfully with his head slightly bowed. Jean didn't have Ai Jiayao's phone number, so he quickly asked Manager Liu for her number and called her right away. Jean called Ai Jiayao several times, but each time it was a voice prompt saying, "Hello, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later." Wiping the sweat from his already damp forehead, Jean thought to himself, maybe Ai Jiayao just doesn't have her phone with her. To be safe, I'll send her a text message and ask her to reply when she sees it. Not daring to hide anything from Gu Mo, Jean entered the office and honestly reported, "President, I just called Ai Jiayao, but she didn't answer. I also sent her a message, asking her to reply when she sees it, but there is still no news." After listening to Jin's report, Gu Mo's heart began to feel anxious. This girl hasn't only missed work, but I can't even get through to her on the phone. What if something happened to her? Gu Mo said in a tense voice. Gu Mo still had many documents to review, but thinking about whether Ai Jiayao might be in trouble made it impossible for him to focus on work. Suddenly, Gu Mo put down the pen in his hand, looking worried, and said, "No, I need to go check on this girl at her house first, or I won't be able to relax." Gu Mo quickly got up from his chair, grabbed the car keys from the desk, and walked briskly toward the office door while putting on his suit jacket. Gu Mo drove quickly to the vicinity of Ai Jiayao's villa, but didn't dare drive in because Ai Jiayao would recognize the license plate of his Rolls-Royce. He found a relatively hidden spot to park the car and strode to the entrance of Ai Jiayao's villa. With sharp eyes, Gu Mo observed the surroundings and noticed that the villa's front door was tightly locked, but the windows were open. Through the balcony, he saw Ai Jiayao's clothes already dried outside. Gu Mo was half convinced that Ai Jiayao was inside the villa. However, to dispel any doubts, he decisively chose to climb in through the window to see for himself, ensuring that Ai Jiayao was at home before feeling relieved to leave. As a three-time champion in Taekwondo, Gu Mo was incredibly agile. He lightly leaped, skillfully coordinating his hands and feet. In the blink of an eye, he climbed through the window into the second floor of Ai Jiayao's villa. Chapter 142. Going traveling with Su Wenhao. Gu Mo quietly searched through Ai Jiayao's villa, but couldn't find her anywhere. Disappointed, Gu Mo walked out of the villa puzzled. Where could that girl have gone? Just as Gu Mo was frowning, unsure of Ai Jiayao's whereabouts, a terrifying thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Could Ai Jiayao have gone to stay at Su Wenhao's place again? As soon as Gu Mo thought of this, she realized that Su Wenhao lived right next door. She immediately rushed over to Su Wenhao's villa, hoping to see if Ai Jiayao was there. When Gu Mo reached the entrance of Su Wenhao's villa, she happened to see a middle-aged man tending to the plants in Su Wenhao's garden. As soon as Gu Mo stepped inside, the middle-aged man stopped her and asked with a friendly expression, "Excuse me, sir, who are you looking for?" In a hurry, Gu Moyu was initially reluctant to talk to the middle-aged man and wanted to barge into Su Wenhao's villa. But then she thought, if Jiayao was really at Su Wenhao's place, wouldn't that expose her? Taking a deep breath, Gu Moyu forced a smile and said, "Hello, I'm a friend of Su Wenhao, and I need to talk to him about something." "Oh, so you're a friend of Mr. Su? That's unfortunate, Mr. Su is on a business trip for the next few days and hasn't returned yet. If you need, I can let him know when he gets back." The middle-aged man replied enthusiastically, "Thank you. No need to trouble you. I'll just call Mr. Su myself." Gu Moyu politely declined. Upon hearing that Su Wenhao was on a business trip, Gu Moyu's expression changed dramatically. She couldn't help but recall scenes of Su Wenhao traveling with Ai Jiayao, her leaning against him, both watching the sunrise and sunset together. Not only did they go sightseeing together, but they also engaged in some intimate actions. The more Gu Moyu thought about it, the more terrifying it became. She quickly walked back to her parked car while taking out her phone to call her sister. "Gu Moyuan, hello. Big sister, it's bad. Jiayao actually went traveling with that Su Wenhao. I can't reach Jiayao right now. You need to think of a way for me." Gu Moyu said excitedly into the phone. Hearing her sister's agitation, Gu Moyuan quickly reassured her, "Moyu, don't worry. I'll think of a way and quickly find out Jiayao's whereabouts." With her sister's comforting words, Gu Moyu felt much better. After hanging up, Gu Moyuan suddenly remembered that Jiayao had added one of her friends on WeChat today. Gu Moyuan decided to ask Ai Jiayao's friend, Qi Xiaoya, for clues about Jiayao's whereabouts. She opened WeChat and found Qi Xiaoya's phone number, immediately dialing it. "Hello. Hi. I am Gu Moyuan. Are you Jiayao's friend, Qi Xiaoya?" Gu Moyuan cautiously inquired. "Hello. I am Qi Xiaoya." Qi Xiaoya replied, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes. "Oh, Xiaoya, I'm sorry to call you out of the blue, but I have something very important to ask you. Do you know where Jiayao has gone recently?" Gu Moyuan made some polite conversation before getting straight to the point. Qi Xiaoya blinked and joyfully replied, "Sister Yuan, you asked the right person. Jiayao told me a few days ago that she went traveling with Su Wenhao. Since Jiayao went on the trip, she hasn't contacted me at all. I don't know which bustling city they are in now." When Gu Moyuan received the confirmed news that Ai Jiayao had gone traveling with Su Wenhao, she was momentarily stunned but quickly regained her composure and politely said to Qi Xiaoya, "Oh, okay, I understand. Thank you, Xiaoya." As soon as Gu Moyuan hung up, she called Gu Moyu to inform her that Ai Jiayao was traveling with Su Wenhao. Upon hearing that Ai Jiayao was not only with Su Wenhao, but also traveling together, Gu Moyu was furious, nearly steaming from her nose in anger. "That bastard Su Wenhao always goes against me. He keeps clinging to Jiayao. I will not let him off the hook." Gu Moyu clenched her fists and cursed Su Wenhao. "Sigh, if I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have avoided Jiayao in the parking lot that day. I should have just come out and apologized to her." Gu Moyu felt both angry and regretful. Once she calmed down, Gu Moyu immediately picked up her phone and called Ai Jiayao. Unfortunately, after ringing for over a minute, it went to voicemail. "Hello. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later." Gu Moyu tried calling several times, but the outcome was the same. Anxiously, she paced back and forth in her house. Meanwhile, Ai Jiayao and Qi Xiaoya sat by the phone, smiling as they saw Gu Moyu calling repeatedly. "Xiaoya, every time I think about Gu Moyu's anxious expression, I can't help but laugh." Ai Jiayao said excitedly to Qi Xiaoya. "Yes, Jiayao, when dealing with a guy like Gu Moyu, you can't show any mercy, or you'll end up being the one who suffers." Qi Xiaoya advised Ai Jiayao. Watching the phone on the table ring again and again, Ai Jiayao wore a joyful expression. She turned to Qi Xiaoya and said, "Xiaoya, I managed to get back at Gu Moyu. This is like using his own methods against him. He has been punished this time. Maybe I should just let him off the hook." As soon as Ai Jiayao finished speaking, Qi Xiaoya shot her a disapproving glance and said, "Jiayao, what's going on with you? You're forgiving Gu Moyu so quickly?" Ai Jiayao slightly nodded, indicating that she had indeed forgiven Gu Moyu. Qi Xiaoya moved closer to Ai Jiayao and earnestly advised, "Oh, Jiayao, you're too soft-hearted, which is why Gu Moyu dares to deceive you time and again. This time, listen to me. Don't let Gu Moyu off so easily. You should take this opportunity to teach him a good lesson. Ai Jiayao thought Ai Jiayao made a valid point, so she didn't argue back. The two continued to plan how to deal with Gumoyu. After a discussion, Ai Jiayao shared her plan with Ai Jiayao, who looked astonished and said, "Wow, Jiayao, your idea is too ruthless. Gumoyu might just spit blood on the spot." Chapter 143. Hotel check-in. After a while, Ai Jiayao picked up her phone and dialed Gumoyu's number. Gumoyu was examining a contract at her desk when her phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was Ai Jiayao calling. Gumoyu felt a bit puzzled but still answered the call. "Hello, is it Sister Yuan?" Ai Jiayao's increasingly excited voice came through the phone. "Yes, this is Gumoyu." Gumoyu replied gently. "Sister Yuan, I have good news for you. I just got in touch with Jiayao. She and Su Wenhao just returned from their trip. They don't plan to go home tonight and are staying at a nearby hotel instead. They said staying at a hotel has more atmosphere and romance. They certainly have a lot of tricks up their sleeves." Ai Jiayao not only informed Gumoyu that Ai Jiayao and Su Wenhao went on a trip together, but also implied that they didn't want to go home and were going to stay at a romantic hotel, hinting that Ai Jiayao and Su Wenhao were going to sleep together. Hearing Ai Jiayao's words, Gumoyu was stunned but quickly regained her composure. At that moment, all she wanted was to relay the news Ai Jiayao brought to Gumoyu as quickly as possible, so that Gumoyu could think of a way to handle it. "Oh, thank you, Jiayao. I have a client coming in now. I need to attend to them. Bye." Gumoyu hurriedly found an excuse and quickly hung up the phone. Gumoyu felt that the situation was becoming increasingly serious and complicated. She didn't even have time to think and immediately grabbed her phone to call Gumoyu. Gumoyu was anxiously pacing back and forth at home when her phone suddenly rang. She quickly answered the call. "Hello, sister." Gumoyu's voice was a bit urgent. "Hello, Moyu, it's bad. Ai Jiayao just called me and said that Jiayao has been with Su Wenhao these days. They not only traveled together, but they also aren't going home tonight and are specifically going to a hotel." Gumoyu relayed Ai Jiayao's message verbatim to Gumoyu. Upon hearing the bad news from her sister, Gumoyu was furious. She angrily cursed Su Wenhao, saying, "That bastard Su Wenhao. He must have used some underhanded means to deceive Jiayao. This time I won't let him get away with it." Listening to Gumoyu's angry tone, Gumoyu quickly reminded her anxiously, "Moyu, this is not the time to be impulsive. Even though we don't know which hotel Jiayao is in, if you don't want Jiayao to be taken advantage of by that brat Su Wenhao, you should hurry and go find her." Gumoyu felt that her sister's advice made sense. Without even hanging up the phone, she hurriedly ran out to find Ai Jiayao. After Ai Jiayao finished her call with Gumoyu, she glanced at Ai Jiayao and said proudly, "Jiayao, from now on, just find a regular hotel nearby and wait for Gumoyu to come." Ai Jiayao slightly nodded and happily agreed. "Okay, Jiayao, I'll do as you say. I'm going out now to find a hotel and wait for Gumoyu." Meanwhile, after leaving her house, Gumoyu drove recklessly, anxiously searching hotel after hotel in City A. As soon as Gumoyu's car stopped in front of a hotel, she hurriedly walked into the lobby and urgently asked the front desk clerk, "Hello, could you please check if there's a guest named Ai Jiayao checking in tonight?" "Oh, sure. I'll check right away. Please wait a moment." The front desk clerk replied politely. After a quick search on the computer, the front desk clerk smiled at Gumoyu and said, "I'm sorry, sir. There is no guest named Ai Jiayao checked in here." "Thank you," Gumoyu said hurriedly and rushed out of the hotel to continue searching other hotels. Gumoyu searched through all the major hotels in City A, but she still couldn't find where Ai Jiayao was staying. Sitting in the car, anxiously, she said, "I've checked all the big hotels, but I still can't find this girl. Where on earth is she staying?" After a moment of calm, Gumoyu focused ahead and reminded herself firmly, "I must find Jiayao at all costs. If I'm even a minute late, Jiayao will be in more danger, so I need to hurry and not stop." As soon as Gumoyu finished speaking, she started the car. Having searched all the major hotels, her new target was all the small hotels. Although she was anxious, Gumoyu didn't dare to relax for a moment. She was desperate to find Ai Jiayao, so she continued searching one hotel after another. Gumoyu didn't even know which hotel she had entered, but she hurriedly ran into the lobby A female staff member approached her politely and asked, "Hello, sir. How can I help you?" "Hello. Could you please check if there's a guest named Ai Jiayao staying here?" Gu Moyu asked politely, trying to suppress her inner anxiety. "Oh, sure. I'll have someone check for you right away." The female staff member replied courteously. After a brief operation on the computer, the female staff member smiled and said to Gu Moyu, "Hello, sir. There's indeed a Miss Ai Jiayao checked in tonight. Heaven rewards those who are diligent." Gu Moyu finally found Ai Jiayao's check-in information at a small hotel. However, Gu Moyu's face showed no signs of happiness. Instead, her expression grew heavier. "Oh, thank you. I appreciate your help." Gu Moyu politely expressed her gratitude. Gu Moyu stood there deep in thought. The female staff member smiled and said to Gu Moyu, "Sir, do you need to contact Miss Ai Jiayao in room 303? Should we make a call to inform her?" Upon hearing the female staff member's suggestion, Gu Moyu quickly waved his hand to indicate, "No, thank you." After considering for a moment, Gu Moyu looked seriously at the female staff member and said, "Miss, I have an urgent matter that I need your help with." The female staff member widened her eyes and asked, "Sir, what is it?" Gu Moyu leaned closer to the female staff member, pretending to be sorrowful, and said, "The guest in room 303, Jiayao, is my sister. She is still young and just graduated from university not long ago. She has been tricked into coming to a hotel by a scumbag. As her brother, I have the responsibility to bring her home. I don't want her to suffer any more harm from that scumbag." Chapter 144. Upside Down Rain. Gu Moyu exhausted all his efforts, explaining and trying to please, before the female server handed him the room key with a touched expression, saying, "Sir, you're the most responsible brother I have ever seen. Hurry and save your sister." Gu Moyu nodded heavily, thanked the server, and quickly headed to the room where Ai Jiayao was. With the key, Gu Moyu successfully opened the door to Ai Jiayao's room. Ai Jiayao had just finished showering and was walking out of the bathroom in a little spaghetti-strap nightdress. Seeing Gu Moyu, Ai Jiayao was surprised and asked, "Gu Moyu, what are you doing here?" Gu Moyu ignored Ai Jiayao's presence and, clenching his fists, angrily searched the room for Su Wenhao. Seeing Gu Moyu so furious, Ai Jiayao couldn't help but chuckle to herself, whispering, "Ha, look at Gu Moyu. He looks like he wants to eat someone." Gu Moyu frantically searched the hotel room for Su Wenhao, but after a long time, he still hadn't found him. "I've searched everywhere, but I can't find that bastard Su Wenhao. He wouldn't be hiding under the bed, would he?" As this thought crossed his mind, Gu Moyu immediately directed his gaze to under the bed. With anger, Gu Moyu lifted the bed sheet and scanned under the bed, but still found no trace of Su Wenhao. Ai Jiayao crossed her arms, watching Gu Moyu search back and forth. After a long while, she finally spoke leisurely. "Gu Moyu, you don't need to look anymore. Su Wenhao is not here at all." Gu Moyu glanced at Ai Jiayao and realized from her smug expression that he had been played. After searching everywhere, it was indeed confirmed that Su Wenhao was not there. Gu Moyu had been running around all night looking for Ai Jiayao and was already drenched in sweat. His tightly knitted brows finally relaxed. Gu Moyu sat down on a large bed in the hotel room, panting heavily as if a weight had been lifted. It had been such a long time since Gu Moyu and Ai Jiayao had seen each other. Shouldn't they have a lot to say? However, for some reason, they sat opposite each other. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, and both fell into silence, not uttering a word. After a while, Ai Jiayao saw that Gu Moyu's breathing had calmed down, and she stared at him, starting to complain. "Gu Moyu, you big liar. You're right here in front of me. Why pretend to be dead? Why do these silly things, and why deceive me with Butler Han?" At first, Ai Jiayao questioned Gu Moyu with righteous indignation, but as she continued, for some reason, she suddenly felt less assertive. Gu Moyu's expression remained calm as water. Showing no reaction, Ai Jiayao thought he was ignoring her and felt a bit annoyed. She quickly stood up, raising her delicate, fair hand, ready to slap Gu Moyu to make him realize she was talking to him. Just as Ai Jiayao's hand was about to land on Gu Moyu, he suddenly turned around, wrapping his arms around her slightly curvy waist, pulling her into his embrace. Ai Jiayao, like a startled little deer, began to struggle in Gu Mo's strong arms, commanding him, Gu Mo, let me go. I haven't finished speaking yet. Before Ai Jiayao could get to the point, Gu Mo gently leaped, pinning her beneath him. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and starting like this seemed a bit inappropriate, right? Ai Jiayao was trapped on the bed, unable to move. After struggling for a long time, she spoke to Gu Mo in a negotiating tone. Gu Mo, wait a minute. You smell too sweaty. Go take a shower first. As soon as Ai Jiayao's words fell, Gu Mo's rough actions paused slightly. She thought she could escape his grasp. Just as Ai Jiayao slowly sat up with a glimmer of hope, Gu Mo, like a hungry wolf, pressed his sexy lips against her fair, smooth cheek, then moved to her lovely lips. After a passionate kiss, Gu Mo took the opportunity to deepen their connection. Perhaps it had been too long since they had seen each other, and there was an extra thrill and impulse between them. Gu Mo and Ai Jiayao rolled around on the large bed in the hotel several times, and Ai Jiayao was already too tired to keep her eyes open. Gu Mo suddenly sat up, his sexy lips landing on Ai Jiayao's rosy cheek. His face filled with affection. You rest first. I'll go take a shower and come back to keep you company. Gu Mo's words were filled with ambiguous meaning, while Ai Jiayao's face turned red, unable to say a word for a long time. Gu Mo got off the bed with a smile and strode into the bathroom to take a shower. Ai Jiayao lay on the bed, taking a long time to calm down. She sat up with a gloomy expression, recalling what had just happened. Hadn't she agreed with Xiaoye to deal with Gu Mo? Why was it different from the original plan? Not only did she not deal with Gu Mo, but she ended up being dominated by him. Ai Jiayao suddenly felt a bit confused and distressed, not understanding why this had happened. Feeling regretful, Ai Jiayao suddenly felt thirsty. She prepared to get out of bed to pour herself a glass of water. As she took a step, she realized that she not only felt weak all over, but also ached all over. That damn Gu Mo, bullying me as soon as we met, left me feeling powerless. Walking felt like a struggle, like a big crab. If Xiaoye found out, she would definitely laugh at me. Ai Jiayao complained in a low voice, afraid that Gu Mo, who was showering in the bathroom, would hear her. If Gu Mo heard her, who knows what more outrageous things he would do. Right now, Ai Jiayao truly felt like a mute eating bitter melon, with no way to express her suffering. She could only silently endure it. Chapter 145. Admit that you like me. Ai Jiayao finished her water and, not daring to stand for long, could only struggle back to bed to lie down. She comforted herself in a low voice. It might be because I exercised too much earlier. Resting for a night will be fine. Today, Gu Mo successfully took advantage of Ai Jiayao again. Gu Mo was happily taking a shower in the bathroom, humming a little tune. Just thinking about the tumultuous time they had together in bed made Gu Mo feel unsatisfied, wanting to finish the shower and have another round. This girl is really getting more and more mischievous. She even turned the tables and teased me. Gu Mo said this, but in his heart, he was already overjoyed. After finishing his shower, Gu Mo stepped out of the bathroom, wearing only underwear and a bathrobe, striding confidently towards Ai Jiayao's bedside. Ai Jiayao glanced at Gu Mo, and thinking about how he had forced himself on her earlier made her furious. She was just about to criticize Gu Mo, telling him to be more of a gentleman and not so rough. Gu Mo, with his long legs, took 2 steps for every 3 and arrived at Ai Jiayao's bedside. Ai Jiayao's gaze was fixed on Gu Mo, and before she could say anything, Gu Mo directly dove into her embrace. Seeing this, Ai Jiayao's face darkened, and while pushing Gu Mo away with all her might, she unhappily said, Gu Mo, you big bad guy, get off me. Who allowed you to do this? Despite Ai Jiayao's strong attempts to push him away, Gu Mo's robust physique was not something she could easily move. Ai Jiayao struggled intensely to get Gu Mo off her, but each time she failed. Gu Mo remained steadfast in her embrace, unmoving. After several unsuccessful attempts to push Gu Mo away, Ai Jiayao gave up on that idea. Instead, she pouted and began to scold Gu Mo. Gu Mo, you big liar. Tell me honestly, why did you conspire with Butler Han to deceive me, making me think you were really harmed by him? I not only felt sad for you for so long, but I also vowed to not let Butler Han off the hook. You're grown up, yet you still do such silly things. Gu Mo Yu lay in Ai Jiayao's embrace, and it had been a long time since they had been this harmonious together. Gu Mo Yu slightly opened his eyes, watching Ai Jiayao's thin lips move as she scolded him. Instead of feeling annoyed, he found it very heartwarming. As Ai Jiayao listed Gu Mo Yu's faults, he did not argue back, but instead unusually took the initiative to admit his mistakes, saying, all right, Ai Jiayao, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have conspired with Butler Han to deceive you and made you feel sad for so long. It's all my fault. Please forgive me. Ai Jiayao had initially intended to lecture Gu Mo Yu further, but Gu Mo Yu's proactive admission of guilt made her lose her temper. What's wrong with me? Shouldn't I be angrily lecturing Gu Mo Yu or beating him up to vent my frustration? Why can I seem to get angry all of a sudden? Ai Jiayao paused and thought to herself. She had wanted to be angry, even if just for show, but she simply couldn't fake it. After a brief internal struggle, Ai Jiayao finally calmly asked Gu Mo Yu, look at me and honestly explain why you pretended to be dead in front of me. Why did you deceive me? Facing Ai Jiayao's questioning, Gu Mo Yu did not evade the issue this time and straightforwardly replied, because I like you. I've been confessing to you for so long, and your indifferent attitude towards me is something I can't stand. Plus, you're too strong-willed. If I don't take some measures, how would I know if you have me in your heart? After hearing Gu Mo Yu's explanation, Ai Jiayao's chubby little hand landed on Gu Mo Yu's thigh, looking displeased. Gu Mo Yu, you big bad guy. You did it on purpose. Gu Mo Yu seized Ai Jiayao's little hand and wouldn't let go, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Girl, after this incident, I already know you like me. You are now my woman, and you can't escape from it. Ai Jiayao rolled her eyes at Gu Mo Yu. Gu Mo Yu, don't be too proud. Who is your woman? I never said I liked you. In response to Ai Jiayao's rebuttal, Gu Mo Yu was not angry, but instead looked quite pleased. You just said that because of my pretending to be dead, you felt sad for a long time. This is enough to prove you not only have me in your heart, but that you really like me. If you deny this, then how do you explain our perfect chemistry in bed just now? Have you forgotten so quickly? Ai Jiayao was ruthlessly exposed by Gu Mo Yu, and her little face instantly turned red, but she still tried hard to hide her feelings. Gu Mo Yu, you are getting worse. I don't understand your twisted logic at all. Even at this point, Ai Jiayao was still being evasive. Gu Mo Yu's smile remained, and he secretly plotted. This girl is still so stubborn. I must work a little harder to make her admit that she has me in her heart. Suddenly, Gu Mo Yu sat up, his sharp gaze landing on Ai Jiayao's flawless body. He swallowed lightly and said slowly, Girl, didn't you say you don't understand anything? Then I will demonstrate the twisted logic I learned tonight. Having spent so much time with Gu Mo Yu, Ai Jiayao understood his every move and every glance. Seeing that look in Gu Mo Yu's eyes was a sign of his primal instincts awakening, adhering to the principle that a hero does not suffer immediate losses. Ai Jiayao immediately surrendered. All right, Gu Mo Yu, I admit that what you said is my true feelings. I do like you a bit. Regarding Ai Jiayao's answer, Gu Mo Yu was not particularly satisfied, but since Ai Jiayao could finally admit to liking him, he reluctantly accepted it. He felt fortunate that Ai Jiayao did not pursue the matter of him deceiving her and did not ignore him out of anger. And when Ai Jiayao thought about how Gu Mo Yu had gone to such lengths to make her admit her feelings, even resorting to the scheme of pretending to be dead, she finally couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Ai Jiayao smile, Gu Mo Yu also awkwardly joined her silly laughter. Chapter 146. Reconciling at first sight, just like that, Gu Mo Yu and Ai Jiayao reconciled amidst awkward laughter. Gu Mo Yu still lay happily on Ai Jiayao's soft, cotton-like body. Suddenly, Gu Mo Yu remembered that Ai Jiayao had lived at Su Wenhao's house for a while, and feeling a surge of jealousy, he abruptly asked Ai Jiayao, Girl, you were staying at Su Wenhao's house for a while recently. Tell me honestly, did you two ever sleep together? Faced with Gu Mo Yu's unexpected question, Ai Jiayao was so angry that she didn't know how to respond. She shot him a glare, and with a loud slap, she mercilessly slapped Gu Mo Yu's handsome face. Without saying a word, she huffed angrily, got off the bed, and quickly left the hotel room. Gumo was caught off guard by the slap, falling to the ground. When Gumo struggled to get up from under the bed, Ai Jiayao had already disappeared without a trace. Gumo touched his red face, looking distressed, and said, "This girl is really spoiled by me, always hitting people at the drop of a hat. Sooner or later, my face will be ruined by her." After a moment of distress, Gumo quickly realized and muttered to himself, "The reason she got so angry means I wronged her. It's only right that she slapped me." Thinking of it this way, the distress on Gumo's face completely faded, leaving only a smug smile. After leaving the hotel, Ai Jiayao did not return her place, but took a taxi straight to Qi Xiaoya's house. Ai Jiayao, who had been brainstorming all night on how to deal with Gumo, had been eagerly waiting for Ai Jiayao's victorious return. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound finally came from outside the door. Qi Xiaoya quickly got up, not even bothering to put on slippers, and rushed to open the door. Before Ai Jiayao could say anything, Qi Xiaoya jumped in excitedly. Jiayao, was the plan successful? Did Gumo finally show up? Is his face as dark as a rag? Seeing Qi Xiaoya, who was all excited and eager to hear the details, Ai Jiayao appeared somewhat at a loss. "Xiaoya, our plan was indeed successful. Gumo did show up." Ai Jiayao replied slowly. Noticing that Ai Jiayao's expression seemed off, Qi Xiaoya immediately shut the door, pulled Ai Jiayao onto the sofa, and continued to ask with great interest, "Jiayao, was the whole situation thrilling? Quickly tell me, did you first give Gumo a good scolding, then punch him a few times to teach him a lesson, so he wouldn't dare bully you again?" Qi Xiaoya was so animated that Ai Jiayao felt a bit frightened. After a moment, Ai Jiayao weakly spoke up, "Xiaoya, let me tell you the truth. I didn't scold Gumo like we originally planned, nor did I hit him. I don't know why, but when I saw Gumo this time, I just couldn't get angry." Ai Jiayao told Qi Xiaoya everything that happened when she met Gumo without holding back. After hearing Ai Jiayao's words, Qi Xiaoya was completely stunned. It took her a while to regain her senses and ask, "Jiayao, since you didn't scold Gumo or hit him, you wouldn't have forgiven him so easily, right?" Qi Xiaoya's gaze fell on Ai Jiayao, and to her surprise, Ai Jiayao slightly nodded her head and, feeling a bit shy, answered, "Xiaoya, I just reconciled with Gumo." When Qi Xiaoya heard the word reconciled, her face was filled with astonishment, because from what Qi Xiaoya knew about Ai Jiayao, Gumo had told such a big lie to deceive Ai Jiayao for so long. Given Ai Jiayao's temperament, even if Gumo begged for her forgiveness, she might not forgive him even a month later. Amidst her astonishment, Qi Xiaoya said incredulously, "Jiayao, Gumo deceived you with such a big lie, making you sad for so long. I can't believe you forgave him just after meeting him. It's truly unbelievable." Qi Xiaoya's words reminded Ai Jiayao. The more Ai Jiayao thought about it, the more she felt she had been taken advantage of, and thoughtfully said, "Xiaoya is right. Gumo deceived me for so long, and I reconciled with him so easily. Doesn't that mean I'm at a loss?" Ai Jiayao began to ponder how to deal with Gumo, and after a moment of thought, a good idea suddenly sprang to mind. With a proud expression, Ai Jiayao said, "Got it. That brat Gumo is full of energy, always trying to trick me with strange things. I'll buy him some laxatives online, so he can suffer a bit. That way, he won't have so much time to think about those crooked ideas." As soon as Ai Jiayao imagined Gumo running back and forth to the toilet, she couldn't wait to grab her phone and immediately went online to buy laxatives for him. After browsing through the various laxatives online and carefully checking their effects, Ai Jiayao was shocked. "Wow, these medicines are too potent, right? They can make you vomit and have diarrhea for 3 days with Gumo's body. How can he handle that? I just want to punish him a bit, not to harm him." Worried that Gumo's body couldn't take it, Ai Jiayao decided not to buy the extremely potent ones and instead purchase some with milder effects. Ai Jiayao told Qi Xiaoya all about her plan to buy laxatives online to take revenge on Gumo. Qi Xiaoya was stunned for a moment after hearing it, but still did not oppose Ai Jiayao's actions. Although Ai Jiayao had taken a shower at the hotel that night, After all the back and forth, she faintly smelled sweat on herself. As a Virgo, how could Ai Jiayao endure this? She put down her phone, went to her room, grabbed a set of pajamas, and headed into the bathroom to take a shower. Feeling happy, Ai Jiayao soaked in a fragrant bath while humming a little tune. She hadn't felt this happy in a long time. Meanwhile, Qi Xiaoyu saw that Ai Jiayao's anger hadn't subsided, so she picked up her phone and immediately called Gu Mou. Gu Mou was comfortably lying on the big bed in the hotel, thinking about how he had just pressed Ai Jiayao down on this big bed for some intimate activities, and he couldn't help but smile smugly. Ding ding ding. A series of annoying phone rings disrupted Gu Mou's satisfaction. He slowly got up from the bed and reached for the phone on the table with his strong arm. Chapter 147. Starting the journey of comforting people when Gu Mou picked up her phone and saw that the caller ID was Qi Xiaoya. She answered the call leisurely and said in a low voice, "Hello. Hello. Gu Mou, it's Xiaoya. I have something to tell you." Qi Xiaoya said urgently. "What is it?" Gu Mou asked, still calm. "Gu Mou, I need to tell you. Jiayao is still upset about how you deceived her. You need to think of a way to comfort her and get her forgiveness soon." She came home and sat quietly in her room, sulking. "I'm worried she might get sick from being so angry." Qi Xiaoya exaggeratedly warned Gu Mou. Gu Mou had just been feeling proud, thinking that Ai Jiayao had already forgiven her, but it turned out she was still upset. However, it was only natural. After being deceived for so long, it wasn't something that could be forgiven easily. It takes time. Gu Mou frowned slightly, anxiously pleading with Qi Xiaoya. "Xiaoya, if Jiayao's mood is so bad, can you help me talk to her? I will think a way to make her calm down and get her forgiveness as soon as possible. Don't worry. Jiayao is my good friend. I will talk to her." Qi Xiaoya's tone seemed calm, but inside, she had been holding back laughter for a long time. After hanging up, Gu Mou gently sat up on the bed, frowning slightly. Did that girl not get mad at me while she was here? Why did she change as soon as she got home? Forget it. It's my fault in the first place. The only thing I can do now is to do everything I can at all costs to get Jiayao's forgiveness. Gu Mou supported her chin, deep in thought, and her agile mind quickly started working. Before long, a good idea came to her. Gu Mou looked excited and said, "Oh, I got it. This girl has always liked desserts. Tomorrow, I'll order her favorite cream cake online, write a card, and have it delivered by a delivery guy. If she sees the cake I bought her and such a sincere apology card, she will definitely be very happy and immediately reconcile with me." Even at such a time, Gu Mou was still so confident, fantasizing about Ai Jiayao hugging her happily when she received the cream cake and rewarding her with a kiss. Just thinking about this made the corners of Gu Mou's mouth curl up, feeling delighted, unable to wait. She picked up her phone and immediately customized the most expensive and beautiful cream cake at the highest-end cake shop in City A, aiming to win the heart of the beauty. Gu Mou had also started her journey of comforting people. Excited, Gu Mou did not go home last night, but checked into a hotel instead. As soon as dawn broke, Gu Mou thought about writing a card for Ai Jiayao. So she got up early, feeling cheerful as she drove to the cake shop. Gu Mou finished writing the card, couldn't help but read it again. Thought it was great, and placed it on top of the cake, instructing the delivery guy to deliver it to Ai Jiayao immediately. Finally, Gu Mou showed up, and Ai Jiayao finally saw Gu Mou. The tension in Ai Jiayao's heart was finally released. Now, Ai Jiayao was finally in the mood to go to work and got up early to wash up. Today, Qi Xiaoya had a day off and didn't need to go to work, so she was still sound asleep in bed. Ai Jiayao, in order not to disturb Qi Xiaoya's rest, quietly washed up in the bathroom. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Just after washing up, Ai Jiayao heard the knock and quickly walked out of the bathroom to open the door, fearing the knock would wake up the still sleeping Qi Xiaoya. When Ai Jiayao opened the door, she was greeted by the delivery guy holding a delicate cake with a pink heart on top. Ai Jiayao's attention was immediately drawn to the exquisite cake. The polite delivery guy said, "Hello, are you Ai Jiayao?" Ai Jiayao nodded vigorously and replied, "Yes. I'm Ai Jiayao. Hello. This is the cream cake you customized at our cake shop. Please sign for it." The delivery guy continued politely. As Ai Jiayao reached for the pen to sign, she suddenly remembered that she hadn't ordered a cake online. Ai Jiayao's gaze fell on the card attached to the cake, and upon closer inspection, she recognized Gu Moyu's handwriting right away. Ai Jiayao glared at the delivery guy, displeased, and said, "I didn't order this cake online. You have the wrong person." Before the delivery guy could react, Ai Jiayao slammed the door shut with a loud bang. The delivery guy, innocent and bewildered, thought, didn't she just say she is Ai Jiayao? How did she suddenly say, "I delivered it to the wrong person"? Although the delivery guy was young, today he finally witnessed how women can be such changeable creatures. He carried the cake to the elevator, preparing to go down. Meanwhile, Gu Moyu had also followed the delivery guy upstairs, hiding at the elevator entrance to observe the situation. When she saw Ai Jiayao refuse the cake, Gu Moyu felt very disappointed. Seeing the delivery guy looking troubled while holding the cake because of her, Gu Moyu quickly took out a few hundred yuan to compensate him generously. The delivery guy, understanding the situation, quickly said to Gu Moyu, "Thank you, boss." When Gu Moyu returned home, she looked distressed and said, "That girl has always loved desserts. Yet she refused to accept the cake I bought her. What else can I give her? What can I buy to make her happy?" Unable to think of a good solution for the moment, Gu Moyu picked up her phone and searched online. There were many ideas on Baidu, and Gu Moyu's eyes were immediately drawn to the words "send flowers," because many girls indeed like flowers. Gu Moyu suddenly remembered that Ai Jiayao loved roses, especially pink ones, and without hesitation, he ordered a bouquet of pink roses for Ai Jiayao online. After Ai Jiayao refused to accept the delivery guy's cake, her mood was unaffected. She returned to her room, changed clothes, had a simple breakfast, and then took her bag to go to work. Perhaps because she was in a good mood, Ai Jiayao suddenly felt that the morning in city, it was so beautiful, filled with scenes of prosperity and vitality. Chapter 148, Sending Roses After Getting Off Work. Ai Jiayao didn't go to Qi Xiaoya's house, but instead went straight home. She had successfully lured Gu Moyu out, so there was no need to disturb Qi Xiaoya anymore. Ai Jiayao sat down on the sofa and immediately sent a WeChat message to Qi Xiaoya. "I'm moving back home now. Sorry for the disturbance these past few days." Seeing Ai Jiayao's message, Qi Xiaoya quickly replied, "We are good sisters. There's no such thing as disturbing each other. You're always welcome to come and bother me anytime." Ai Jiayao smiled joyfully at Qi Xiaoya's reply on WeChat. Ding dong, ding dong. An urgent doorbell rang in the villa. Ai Jiayao put down her phone, puzzled. "I just got home, and someone is already ringing the doorbell? Who could it be?" Ai Jiayao quickly walked out and opened the door. At that moment, she was greeted by a person in a costume, holding a bouquet of her favorite pink roses. Ai Jiayao looked the person in the costume up and down, but she had no idea who it was. The person in the costume, Gu Moyu, didn't say a word, but directly handed the flowers to Ai Jiayao and gestured for her to sign for them. Ai Jiayao's sharp gaze swept over the flowers, and she guessed that it must be Gu Moyu who sent someone to deliver the flowers. Ai Jiayao glared at the person in the costume with displeasure and said, "Did Gu Moyu send you to deliver these flowers? Go back and tell him I won't accept them." Although Ai Jiayao's words were clear, the person in the costume refused to leave. Instead, taking advantage of Ai Jiayao's moment of relaxation, they slipped into Ai Jiayao's villa. Seeing this, Ai Jiayao whispered, "Could it be that Gu Moyu threatened this person in a costume to make sure I accept the flowers, or else?" As soon as Ai Jiayao thought of this, she hurriedly followed inside, her expression growing increasingly grim. She began to curse Gu Moyu. "That brat Gu Moyu is really going to drive me crazy. Besides threatening people, he can't do anything else." After chasing the person in the costume for a while, Ai Jiayao finally caught up with him. Just as she grabbed the person's ear, the entire hat of the costume fell off, revealing the shocking sight that it was Gu Moyu. Upon realizing it was Gu Moyu in the costume, Ai Jiayao was furious. She immediately grabbed a feather duster and started hitting Gu Moyu while angrily scolding him. "Gu Moyu, you brat, don't think I'm that easy to bully. Today, I'm going to make sure you remember this." Although Gu Moyu was clumsy in the costume, he still nimbly dodged Ai Jiayao's attacks. After being hit a few times, Gu Moyu suddenly realized that the feather duster had no effect on him due to the thick costume, and he didn't feel any pain at all. So, Gu Moyu abandoned his attempts to dodge Ai Jiayao's strikes and instead tightly hugged her, refusing to let go. His strong counterattack trapped Ai Jiayao, making her unable to move. Gu Moyu, let go of your hands right now. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you, Ai Jiayao commanded. Although she was somewhat passive at that moment, she still wanted to assert her dominance over Gu Moyu to pressure him into releasing her. Unbeknownst to Ai Jiayao, Gu Moyu seemed unusually bold today. He not only showed no intention of letting go upon hearing her command, but he also hugged her even tighter, negotiating. Girl, if you don't forgive me for what happened before, I want to let go. After struggling in vain, Ai Jiayao finally relented, adhering to the principle that a wise man does not suffer losses at present. All right, Gu Moyu, just let go of me. I've already forgiven you. Hearing Ai Jiayao finally concede, Gu Moyu released his embrace. After obtaining her forgiveness, he took off the costume, already drenched in sweat. But he left Ai Jiayao's villa with a satisfied expression. On the surface, Ai Jiayao had forgiven Gu Moyu, but she had already devised a new plan to deal with him in her heart. After Gu Moyu left, a gleam of triumph flashed in Ai Jiayao's eyes as she picked up her phone to check if the special medicine she ordered online to torment Gu Moyu had arrived. Ai Jiayao timed it perfectly. Tomorrow was the weekend, and she wouldn't have to work. Moreover, her package would arrive tonight. Soon, after having dinner at home, the delivery guy rang the doorbell outside the villa. Ai Jiayao quickly put down her phone and hurried to sign for the package. After signing for the package, Ai Jiayao politely thanked the delivery guy. Thank you. After closing the door, Ai Jiayao eagerly took the package back to the living room and opened it with her bare hands. Upon seeing the laxative inside, a smug smile appeared on her face as she plotted. Tomorrow is the weekend. Just right for me to invite Gu Moyu to the amusement park and find an opportunity to make him take this laxative. To ensure her plan went smoothly tomorrow, Ai Jiayao picked up her phone and called Gu Moyu. After finally securing Ai Jiayao's forgiveness through persistence, Gu Moyu was relaxing and enjoying a sauna at a leisure club, feeling relieved. When he heard his phone ringing, Gu Moyu leisurely picked it up. Seeing that the caller was Ai Jiayao, he eagerly answered. Hello, Jiayao. Hello. Gu Moyu, tomorrow is the weekend, and you don't have to work. Do you have time to go to the amusement park with me? Ai Jiayao asked. This was Ai Jiayao's first invitation to Gu Moyu to the amusement park. And without a second thought, Gu Moyu excitedly replied, Of course I have time. I'll drive to pick you up tomorrow. Okay. Ai Jiayao sweetly responded. After finishing the call with Gu Moyu, thinking about the scene of him taking the medicine she had prepared for him tomorrow, Ai Jiayao couldn't help but burst into laughter. After taking a shower, she went to bed early, feeling more excited than ever for tomorrow's arrival. Chapter 149. Tea mixed with laxatives the next morning. Gu Moyu got up early. After a simple preparation, he drove to the villa where Ai Jiayao lived. In less than 20 minutes, Gu Moyu's car swiftly arrived outside Ai Jiayao's villa. When Gu Moyu got out of the car and saw that Ai Jiayao was not waiting for him at the door, he thought to himself, this girl, could it be that she hasn't gotten up yet? As Gu Moyu reached the entrance of Ai Jiayao's villa, she just opened the large door. Seeing that Gu Moyu had already arrived, Ai Jiayao happily exclaimed, Wow, Moyu, you're so early. Gu Moyu smiled slightly and replied, You invited me to the amusement park, of course. I have to come early. The weather today was also excellent, with clear blue skies. Ai Jiayao glanced at Gu Moyu and urged him, Gu Moyu, let's get going. Gu Moyu nodded slightly and walked with Ai Jiayao to his parked car, gentlemanly opening the car door for her. In a cheerful mood, Gu Moyu turned up the volume of the car's sound system, and Ai Jiayao hummed along with the rhythm of the music. The two of them chatted and laughed along the way. Finally, they arrived at their destination, and Ai Jiayao was the first to jump out of the car. She looked at the various rides in the amusement park with excitement and said, Wow, Moyu, look, there's a pirate ship. Let's go ride it together. Gu Moyu immediately agreed to Ai Jiayao's suggestion. Sure, let's go ride the pirate ship. Gu Moyu bought 2 tickets. and he and Ai Jiayao happily enjoyed the pirate ship ride. Ai Jiayao's eyes were still greedily scanning the various amusement rides, and she said to Gu Moyu, "Gu Moyu, let's go check out that side." Gu Moyu deliberately stayed put, and Ai Jiayao walked quite a distance before realizing he wasn't following. She quickly turned back and asked Gu Moyu, why aren't you moving? Gu Moyu extended his hand and said to Ai Jiayao, "Girl, you walk too fast. I can't keep up unless you hold my hand." Ai Jiayao was so angry at Gu Moyu's response that she wished she could slap him. But she calmed down and thought to herself, "Gu Moyu, you little rascal, trying to take advantage of me. I'll just give you what you want for now, and soon you'll know how to write the word death." After wandering around the amusement park while holding Gu Moyu's hand, Ai Jiayao suddenly said to him, "Moyu, we've been walking for so long, you must be thirsty." Gu Moyu didn't feel particularly thirsty until she mentioned it, but then he realized he was a bit parched. He nodded slightly, sweating, and answered, "Yeah, I'm a bit thirsty. I'll go buy some water." "No need. Moyu, I brought a thermos with me, and I've already made tea. It's in the car. I could just go get it," Ai Jiayao quickly explained. After taking the car keys from Gu Moyu, Ai Jiayao returned to the car and took out the thermos with the tea she had prepared earlier, mixing in the laxatives she specifically bought for Gu Moyu. In less than 3 minutes, Ai Jiayao came back with the thermos and handed it to Gu Moyu, saying, "Here, Moyu, you're thirsty. Quickly drink some tea." Gu Moyu didn't think much of it, took the thermos from Ai Jiayao, thanked her, and began to drink the tea eagerly. Ai Jiayao watched as Gu Moyu finished the tea in the thermos. She eagerly fantasized about Gu Moyu experiencing diarrhea, running around the amusement park looking for a restroom. "Girl, let's go." After finishing the tea, Gu Moyu took Ai Jiayao's hand and continued to stroll around. Normally, if Gu Moyu had taken her hand without her consent, Ai Jiayao would have resisted, but now she was lost in her fantasies and completely unaware of Gu Moyu holding her hand, following him like a fool. After Gu Moyu drank the specially made tea from Ai Jiayao, the scene she had been eagerly anticipating still hadn't happened, and a long time had passed. When Ai Jiayao stole a glance at Gu Moyu again, she was surprised to see that not only was he not experiencing diarrhea, but his usually fair and handsome face was turning a bit flushed. As Gu Moyu walked on, he felt increasingly uncomfortable. He had barely managed to suppress his desires, but soon they surged back. Watching Gu Moyu's face grow redder, Ai Jiayao was about to ask him what was wrong when Gu Moyu suddenly picked her up in a princess carry. Before Ai Jiayao could react, she was already being stuffed into the car, parked not far away. Gu Moyu said nothing, his face still flushed and with a serious expression. He drove off at high speed toward his villa. Ai Jiayao, feeling confused and helpless, was being led by Gu Moyu, as if by the nose. Before she could fully process what was happening, she found herself pushed onto the big bed in the room. Ai Jiayao looked at Gu Moyu in shock, and when she finally reacted, she instinctively tried to escape from his grasp. Despite her efforts, she couldn't break free. For some reason, Gu Moyu was incredibly strong at that moment. Unable to escape, Ai Jiayao could only let Gu Moyu have his way with her. Gu Moyu panted heavily, a faint minty scent wafting from him, and Ai Jiayao gradually succumbed, allowing him to have his way with her on the bed. She didn't know how long it had been, but Gu Moyu eventually fell asleep from exhaustion. The next morning, Ai Jiayao slowly opened her blurry eyes, sat up in bed, and recalled how Gu Moyu had bullied her the night before. She quickly tidied up her clothes, angrily got out of bed, and picked up her phone to check the items she had bought online. That damned seller. What kind of junk did they sell? Not only did they deceive consumers, but they also caused me to be bullied by Gu Moyu last night. I must give them a bad review and report them. Ai Jiayao angrily scolded. When Ai Jiayao found her order, just as she was about to complain about the seller, she focused her gaze and realized that she had ordered the wrong item. Instead of the mild laxatives, she had bought aphrodisiacs for Gu Moyu. Ai Jiayao was horrified and gasped, realizing that it wasn't the seller's fault, but her own mistake. Chapter 150. Nowhere to go. Ai Jiayao was extremely annoyed. After taking a deep breath, she quickly got up and decided to take a shower first. Glancing at Gu Moyu, who was still sound asleep in bed. Early in the morning, Gu Moyu's parents drove to the villa where she lived. Gu Moyu's father, Gu Yuandong, opened the car door, and her mother, Wen Shiyue, got out of the Audi wearing a deep blue dress, exuding grace and poise. And Rook also pushed open the car door and got out of the Audi in sequence. Wen Shiyue glanced at Rook and said gently, "Rook, we've arrived at Moyu's villa. Wow, Annie, Moyu's villa is so beautiful. The combination of Chinese and Western styles is truly refreshing." And Rook flattered, "Oh my, Rook, you and Moyu are indeed a natural pair." When Moyu decided to buy this villa, she said the same thing to me. Wen Shiyue reminisced with a smile. Wen Shiyue looked around and saw that the villa's front door was already open, and the servants were diligently busy at their respective tasks. She nodded in satisfaction and said to Gu Yuandong, who was standing next to her, "Old Gu, look at Moyu's villa. The arrangements are quite good, and the servants are keeping it tidy. But this lazy boy always makes the servants do everything." When Gu Yuandong mentioned Gu Moyu, he also seemed quite dissatisfied with their son, sharing the same view as Wen Shiyue. Yes, Moyu has been very clever since childhood and does well in many areas. But his only flaw is laziness. Gu Yuandong looked at the already glaring sun and jokingly said to Wen Shiyue and Rook, "You Rook, let us go inside. The sun is too strong. You're both fair-skinned, don't get tanned." The couple, Gu Yuandong and Wen Shiyue, walked hand in hand into Gu Moyu's villa, with Rook following closely behind them. As soon as they entered the villa, the servants working in the lobby recognized Gu Moyu's parents at a glance and quickly greeted them respectfully. "Good morning, Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu." Gu Yuandong and Wen Shiyue nodded slightly to the servants and politely said, "You all have worked hard." When Butler Han heard that Mr. Gu and Mrs. Gu had arrived, he hurried out to greet them, respectfully saying, "Good morning, Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu, Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu. The young master hasn't gotten up yet. Should I go upstairs to inform him?" Butler Han suggested. Gu Yuandong quickly waved his hand and said, "Butler Han, no need. You go ahead and take care of your business. I'll go call Moyu myself." Gu Yuandong was a man of his word. Once he spoke, Butler Han always obeyed without daring to say no. "Yes, Mr. Gu." Butler replied respectfully. Gu Yuandong smiled at Rook, who was standing beside him, and said, "Rook, this lazy boy Moyu hasn't woken up yet. I've made you wait. Please wait here for a moment while Annie and I go wake him up." And Rook smiled sweetly and said to Gu Yuandong, "Uncle, you flatter me. Moyu might just be too tired from work, which is why he has sleeping in. Rook, you little girl, you're already defending Moyu so quickly. You're going to be in trouble in the future." Wen Shiyue teased Rook intentionally. After some banter, Gu Yuandong and Wen Shiyue went upstairs to Gu Moyu's room, while Rook obediently sat on the sofa downstairs, waiting for Gu Yuandong and Wen Shiyue to bring Gu Moyu down. Meanwhile, the sound of the faucet whoosh whoosh drowned out any noise from downstairs, and Ai Jiayao was completely unaware of what was happening. Perhaps the soundproofing of the room was too good. After Ai Jiayao enjoyed a comfortable shower, she realized she had forgotten to bring her clothes in. Thinking that Gu Moyu was still asleep, she walked out of the bathroom, wearing only her underwear and shorts. When Ai Jiayao stepped out of the bathroom in just her underwear, she inadvertently saw Gu Moyu's parents and quickly ran back into Gu Moyu's room to get dressed. After changing her clothes, Ai Jiayao discovered that Gu Moyu was no longer in the room, and she didn't know when he had gotten up. Calming herself down in the room, Ai Jiayao said with lingering fear, "That scared me. Luckily, Gu Moyu's parents didn't see me like that. Otherwise, I'd be in a world of trouble." Ai Jiayao fixed her hair and straightened her clothes before leaving Gu Moyu's room and heading to the living room on the first floor. After politely greeting Gu Yuandong and Wen Shiyue, Ai Jiayao noticed that there was a girl in the living room who looked a few years older than her and was dressed very elegantly. From her sitting posture and demeanor, Ai Jiayao thought she couldn't be an ordinary person. She must be the daughter of a wealthy family. After a brief chat with Gu Yuandong, he calmly said to Ai Jiayao, "Today Annie and I came to see Moyu because we have some family matters to discuss. So please go home for now. As for what Moyu did to you, I will have him apologize to you personally." Gu Yuandong was clearly giving her the cold shoulder. Ai Jiayao immediately picked up on it. She nodded slightly and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Gu Moyu immediately grabbed Ai Jiayao's hand and said firmly, "You sit down. You're not going anywhere without my permission." Ai Jiayao didn't know what was going on with her today. Gu Moyu told her she couldn't go anywhere, and she actually sat down obediently, without resisting. Gu Yuandong wanted to facilitate a relationship between Gu Moyu and Enruk, and felt that having Ai Jiayao, an outsider, there was quite inconvenient, making it hard to express certain things. Gu Yuandong's face darkened for a moment as he shot a glare at Gu Moyu, strongly showing his dissatisfaction and unhappiness. In the luxurious villa's living room, the atmosphere suddenly became tense due to Gu Yuandong's change in expression. Old Gu, we specifically brought Rook to see Moyu today because we have serious matters to discuss. Hurry up and say it. When Chiyue pushed Gu Yuandong, signaling him not to have such a stern face. Gu Yuandong suppressed his dissatisfaction, glanced at Enruk, and said to Gu Moyu with a friendly tone, Moyu, let me introduce you. This is your best childhood friend, Rook. She has been studying abroad since she was 15. Her grades are excellent. She obtained her doctorate in just 1 year. Rook just returned from London a few days ago, and she came to see us as soon as she got back. That's really thoughtful. Chapter 151, I Only Like You, Gu Yuandong enthusiastically introduced Enruk's achievements over the years, while Gu Moyu's attitude was precisely the opposite. Gu Moyu suddenly interrupted Gu Yuandong, disregarding the atmosphere of the moment, and bluntly said, Dad, I've known Rook since we were kids. Can you stop being so long-winded? At first, Enruk felt proud to hear Gu Yuandong praising her, but Gu Moyu's response to Gu Yuandong's words suddenly made the atmosphere in the living room awkward. Gu Yuandong was left speechless by Gu Moyu's remark, unsure what to say. Enruk glanced at Gu Yuandong, sensing the tension, and quickly stood up, casually finding an excuse. Uncle, Annie Moyu, I still have some things to take care of, so I'll head out first. Seeing Enruk stand up, Gu Yuandong urgently tried to retain her, saying, Rook, Uncle still has important things to discuss with you and Moyu. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Enruk felt she had no reason to stay, so despite Gu Yuandong's insistence, she said sorry to him and quickly left. Gu Yuandong watched Enruk's figure disappear from view and angrily glared at Gu Moyu, saying nothing, and left in a huff. When Chiyue, seeing this, didn't he say anything too harsh to Gu Moyu since Ai Jiayao was present. She merely lightly reprimanded him. You little brat, look at what you've done to your dad. As soon as she finished speaking, Wen Chiyue hurriedly followed after Gu Yuandong, calling out, Old Gu, don't walk so fast, wait for me. After Enruk left, Gu Yuandong and Wen Chiyue also angrily departed. Now, in the villa's living room, only Ai Jiayao and Gu Moyu were left. Ai Jiayao turned to Gu Moyu, reproaching him with a displeased expression. Gu Moyu, it's all your fault. If I'd left just now, Uncle wouldn't have gotten angry. Look, everyone left in anger. Are you satisfied? As Ai Jiayao angrily scolded Gu Moyu, he immediately grasped her small hand tightly and slightly frowned as he said to her, It's fine if they leave. Do you know why my father came this time? It's because he wants to matchmake me and Rook. He wants us to spend more time together to develop feelings. This way, our Gu family and the Yin family can join forces and rise in the business world. After Gu Moyu explained his father's intentions to Ai Jiayao, she was left in shock, secretly thinking, I thought only in dramas could there be marriages between rich young masters and rich young ladies. I didn't expect to witness it in reality. Gu Moyu, what do you think about it? Ai Jiayao looked at him with hopeful eyes, wishing he would express his opposition to his father's plans and ideas. Gu Moyu pulled Ai Jiayao into his arms, his gaze firm as he revealed his feelings. Girl, whether now or in the future, in my heart, I only like you. Gu Moyu's unexpected confession made Ai Jiayao's heart race. He held her small hand tighter, and Ai Jiayao quietly nestled against his sturdy chest. For some reason, ever since Gu Moyu last pretended to be dead, Ai Jiayao cherished the time spent with him even more. At Gu Moyu's request, Ai Jiayao didn't go home, but stayed at his villa, and the two were inseparable all day. They cuddled all night, and Ai Jiayao fell asleep from exhaustion. Gu Moyu, still not satisfied, held her tightly and gave her a loving kiss before finally agreeing to sleep. The next morning, the harsh alarm clock rang, waking Ai Jiayao. Rubbing her blurry eyes, she realized she had spent the whole night in Gu Moyu's arms. Suddenly sitting up, she murmured, Time's up, I have to go to work. Gu Moyu also lazily got out of bed and said to Ai Jiayao, Girl, it's just going to the company. It's still early. Why are you so anxious? Ai Jiayao seemed to not hear Gu Moyu's words and hurried to brush her teeth and wash her face. Seeing Ai Jiayao already up, Gu Moyu also got out of bed and started changing clothes and washing up. With the servant's assistance, Ai Jiayao and Gu Moyu quickly enjoyed breakfast together. Ai Jiayao stood up, looking for her bag, while saying to Gu Moyu, I'm going to work. Wait for me. I'm going to work with you. Gu Moyu said casually while adjusting his tie. When Ai Jiayao heard Gu Moyu say he would go to work with her, she thought she misheard and asked in confusion, Gu Moyu, can you stop joking? I'm going to the company to work. Why are you trying to tag along? Are you also working at Longwei Group? Gu Moyu meticulously adjusted his cuffs, his sharp gaze fixed on Ai Jiayao as he confidently stated, Girl, I'm officially telling you today, I am the president of Longwei Group. Although Ai Jiayao had suspected for a long time that the Gu Moyu she knew was the president of Longwei Group, she only had doubts without solid evidence. But hearing Gu Moyu admitted himself today, Ai Jiayao found it hard to accept. Gu Moyu, you always hide things from me and don't tell me the truth. I won't talk to you anymore. Ai Jiayao angrily said these words and stormed out of the villa. Seeing Ai Jiayao leave in a huff, Gu Moyu quickly chased after her, explaining, Girl, I've told you everything honestly now. I can't hide anything from you anymore, so please don't be mad at me, okay? Ai Jiayao didn't want to forgive Gu Moyu so quickly, but seeing that work time was approaching and unable to bear his persistence, she finally agreed to ride with Gu Moyu to the company. Gu Moyu's Rolls-Royce slowly stopped at the company entrance, where Secretary Jean had been waiting for Gu Moyu. As soon as he saw Gu Moyu's car arrive, he respectfully opened the door for Gu Moyu and Ai Jiayao, not forgetting to drive Gu Moyu's car to the parking lot. Chapter 152. Treat me as your sister Ai Jiayao and Gu Moyu arrived at the company together. At Gu Moyu's invitation, Ai Jiayao went to Gu Moyu's president's office. The two of them shared an intimate moment in the office, and Ai Jiayao glanced at the time on her phone and said to Gu Moyu, All right, Moyu, my live stream is about to start. I need to get back to work. Gu Moyu wrapped her arms around Ai Jiayao's slightly plump waist with reluctance and said, Don't go, girl. Stay with me a little longer. Although Ai Jiayao also didn't want to part with Gu Moyu, she had to get back to work. She patted Gu Moyu's shoulder and said, Okay, Moyu, after I finish my live stream, I'll come over to keep you company, all right? With Ai Jiayao's reassurance, Gu Moyu finally released her tight embrace and nodded slightly, saying, All right then, girl, remember what you just said? You must come to keep me company after your live stream. A sweet kiss from Gu Moyu landed on Ai Jiayao's cheek, and she reluctantly watched Ai Jiayao leave the office. Ai Jiayao returned to her workstation and continued her work. Without Ai Jiayao around, Gu Moyu started her own work as well. Gu Moyu sat down at her desk and picked up a mountain of files piled up on the table, fully focused and diligently approving the documents. Knock, knock, knock. A crisp knocking sound echoed. While approving the documents, Gu Moyu said, Come in. And Ruo Ku entered Gu Moyu's president's office, led by her father and Zheng Xin. Upon hearing the familiar footsteps, Gu Moyu raised her eyes slightly and saw that Zheng Xin and his daughter had arrived. Gu Moyu immediately put down the documents in her hand, quickly stood up from her chair, and politely said, Uncle, what brings you here? You didn't notify me in advance. I could have had Secretary Jean come down to greet you. And Zheng Xin waved his hand to indicate it was unnecessary. Say, Moyu, no need to trouble yourself. I'm here today to discuss a matter with you. As expected, Gu Moyu guessed correctly that in Zheng Xin and in Ruo Ku had come for a reason. As the saying goes, no one visits the three treasure hall without a reason. Uncle, what is it? Gu Moyu asked, slightly furrowing her brows. Montaku, Ruo Ku has been abroad for the past few years and doesn't understand many things here. She has just entered society, so I would like her to enter your company. Please be a little accommodating with her. An Jiangxin spoke politely, using a tone of negotiation with Gu Moyu, but his eyes were fixed on Gu Moyu with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Gu Moyu was quite unwilling to accept in Ruo Ku's arrival. Although Zheng Xin was an elder to Gu Moyu and also a major shareholder of Longwei Group, she still had to show some respect when he spoke. Gu Moyu glanced at Ruo Ku, took a deep breath, and reluctantly replied, Okay, sure. When Gu Moyu agreed, A smile finally appeared on Jung Xian's face. He turned to Enruo Ku, saying, "Cuckoo, MOU has agreed to let you intern at the company. You need to study hard and listen to MOU's advice. No throwing tantrums like a child." And Ruo Ku linked her arm with Jung Xian's and said playfully, "Daddy, I never throw tantrums. Please don't say that." And Jung Xian pulled Gu Mou aside, gave her a brief explanation, then patted her shoulder and said, "Mou, I'll leave Cuckoo in your hands. I have other matters to attend to." After seeing off Jung Xian, only Gu Mou and Enruo Ku remained in the office. Gu Mou had Secretary Jean bring a cup of coffee for Enruo Ku, and the two sat down together in silence. An awkward atmosphere filled the office. To ease the tension, Enruo Ku spoke first. "Mou, I didn't mean to disturb you yesterday. We used to play together often when we were kids, so please treat me like your little sister again." Enruo Ku's words finally eased Gu Mou's frown. Gu Mou looked at Enruo Ku and suggested in a neutral tone, "Since this is your first time at the company and you're not familiar with it, I'll have Secretary Jean take you around. If you have any questions, you can come back to ask me." After so many years apart, Enruo Ku had wanted to spend more time with Gu Mou. But since Gu Mou suggested she go with the secretary to tour the company, Enruo Ku felt displeased. However, to maintain her image in Gu Mou's eyes, Enruo Ku had to hide her feelings and not show them. Enruo Ku pretended to be obedient and understanding, saying, "Okay, then I'll go familiarize myself with the environment, and if I have any questions, I'll come back to ask you." Wearing a pair of sparkling diamond high heels, Enruo Ku walked out of the office with a confident stride. Once Enruo Ku left, Gu Mou felt as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulders, letting out a deep sigh. She returned to her workstation, picked up the unfinished documents, and continued to approve them without distraction. Secretary Jean respectfully said to Enruo Ku, "Missin, this way please." Enruo Ku also pretended to be polite, giving a slight nod. Accompanied by Secretary Jean, Enruo Ku began touring the company. Secretary Jean took Enruo Ku to the design department and enthusiastically introduced it. "Missin, this is our Longhui Group's design department, which gathers famous designers from all over the country, all of whom have been hired by our president for a high price. Longhui Group has gained great fame in the gaming industry and has created miracles in the gaming world every year. The first reason is the president's excellent leadership, and the second is the innovation and efforts of these designers." Despite Secretary Jin's vivid description, Enruo Ku seemed uninterested in the design department. Instead, she requested, "Secretary Jean, I've heard that Longhui Group has been developing well in game live streaming in recent years. Can you take me to see that?" "Yes, missin." Secretary Jean replied respectfully. Under Secretary Jin's guidance, Enruo Ku arrived at the department where Ai Jiayao worked. After a brief introduction from Secretary Jean, Enruo Ku learned that Ai Jiayao was a female streamer in the company. Upon discovering that Ai Jiayao was just a female streamer, Enruo Ku coldly mocked. "That dead girl Ai Jiayao is just a streamer in the company. How can she be worthy of MOU? I wonder where she gets the courage to even go to MOU's house. She must be dreaming of flying up and becoming a phoenix." Chapter 153. The evil person complains first, and Rook glanced disdainfully at Ai Jiayao, appearing high and mighty, and left the live broadcast department with a catwalk. Under the guidance of Secretary Jean, Rook toured every department of Longhui Group. Feeling a bit tired, she said to Secretary Jean, who was following her, "Secretary Jean, I've seen enough, and I'm a bit tired. I want to go to the office to rest." "Okay, missin, let's end the tour here for today." Secretary Jean replied respectfully. Just as Secretary Jean was turning to leave, Rook suddenly called her back and instructed Secretary Jean, "Go to the live broadcast room right now and bring Ai Jiayao to me. I need to talk to her about something." "Yes, missin." Secretary Jean answered respectfully and then stepped out of the office with big strides. Ai Jiayao had just finished her live broadcast that morning and was coming out of the live broadcast room when Secretary Jean approached her with a somewhat heavy expression and said, "Ai Jiayao, please go to the office for a moment." Secretary Jean was a personal secretary to Gu Mou, and upon hearing that Secretary Jean wanted her to go to the office, Ai Jiayao thought nothing of it, assuming it was Gu Mou who sent Secretary Jean to find her. Following Secretary Jean, Ai Jiayao arrived at Enrook's office. Miss and Ai Jiayao is here. Secretary Jean announced respectfully. I know, Secretary Jean, you can leave now. Enrook slowly turned her chair around and spoke. When Secretary Jean announced Ai Jiayao's arrival and Enrook turned her chair, Ai Jiayao realized that it was not Gu Moyu who wanted her in the office, but Enrook. Taking a deep breath, Ai Jiayao calmly said, I wonder what Missen wants to talk to me about. Taking the initiative to speak, Ai Jiayao found that Enrook not only did not show displeasure, but instead politely said, Miss Ai, please take a seat. I have something important to discuss with you. As Ai Jiayao sat down on the sofa, filled with questions, Enrook revealed a crafty expression. As soon as Enrook sat down, she bluntly said, Ai Jiayao, I know you know Mayu, so I'll be straightforward. I will give you a sum of money, but you must promise me that starting today, you will never appear in front of Mayu again. Enrook was directly trying to use money to get rid of Ai Jiayao. Without even thinking, Ai Jiayao immediately replied, Sorry, Missen, you are overestimating me. It is impossible for me to leave Moyu. In Enrook's eyes, as a rich young lady, she firmly believed that with money, anything could be accomplished. She thought Ai Jiayao must be rejecting her offer because she found the amount insufficient. Enrook stared at Ai Jiayao, raised 3 fingers, and smugly said, Ai Jiayao, is it too little? How about I raise it to 3 million? What do you think? However, Ai Jiayao remained unmoved, shaking her head and not agreeing to Enrook's request. At this moment, Enrook became a bit exasperated, mockingly sneering at Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao, don't pretend to be pure in front of me. You approach Moyu just for the money. Besides, how many women in live broadcasting are clean? For money, you would do anything. Enrook not only had no scruples, but also openly maligned Ai Jiayao, insulting all women in live broadcasting. How could Ai Jiayao endure Enrook's mockery and malice? Ai Jiayao shot a glance at Enrook and firmly said, Missen, don't insult people too much. I tell you, everyone has their own dreams and professional ethics. Don't view others through color glasses. People in this society often have dirty hearts and think everyone else is the same. After strongly rebutting Enrook, Ai Jiayao walked directly out of the office. Although Enrook came prepared, she did not expect Ai Jiayao to be so difficult to bully. Enrook was left speechless, unable to say a word for a long time. Enrook picked up the coffee on the table and took a big sip, angrily cursing, that little girl Ai Jiayao. She went to great lengths to get close to Mayu, merely eyeing the Gu family's wealth. In my life, no one has ever dared to speak to me like that. She really has the guts. Just as Ai Jiayao walked out of the office, she ran into Gu Moyu. Seeing Ai Jiayao looking agitated, Gu Moyu quickly grabbed her and asked with concern, Girl, what's wrong? Who made you angry? Let us talk in the office. Ai Jiayao glanced at Gu Moyu, trying to shake off his hand, but unfortunately, Gu Moyu was too strong and Ai Jiayao couldn't resist. So she had to obediently be pulled back to the office by him. Seeing Gu Moyu holding Ai Jiayao's hand as they entered the office, Enrook immediately put away her previously fierce demeanor and pretended to look wronged as she said to Gu Moyu, Mayu, when Secretary Jean and I visited the live broadcast department just now, I found Ai Jiayao slacking off, so I asked Secretary Jean to call her over. I only said a few words to her, and she got upset and stormed out. Enrook's tricks were truly numerous. First, she insulted Ai Jiayao, and now she was playing the victim. Facing Enrook's lies, Ai Jiayao sneered and said, Missen, you speak better than a performer. You must have come from Southern Opera Troupe, right? Ai Jiayao's gaze fell on Gu Moyu as she confidently stated, Moyu, I didn't tea. Now, both Ai Jiayao and Enrook were giving opposing accounts, and Gu Moyu didn't know whom to believe. Secretary Jean was the only eyewitness present during their dispute. Gu Moyu slightly frowned, turned his gaze to Secretary Jean, and coldly asked, Secretary Jean, tell me the truth. Who is telling the truth, Jiayao or Rook? As soon as Gu Moyu finished speaking, Enrook shot a sharp glance at Secretary Jean. Under Enrook's watchful eyes, Secretary Jean did not tell the truth to Gu Moyu and nervously replied, President, it is Miss and who is telling the truth. Chapter 154. It won't end like this after Secretary Jean answered. She slightly lowered her head. Ai Jiayao never expected that Secretary Jean would also speak nonsense. Hearing Secretary Jin's response, Gumoyu glanced at Ai Jiayao. Since Enrook was present, Gumoyu did not say much, only calmly told Ai Jiayao, "You should go back first." Ai Jiayao thought that Gumoyu did not believe her, and instead trusted the lies of Enrook and Secretary Jean. With a cold laugh, Ai Jiayao angrily left Gumoyu's office. As Ai Jiayao left in anger, Enrook had already happily clapped her hands, a sly glint flashing in her eyes, secretly thinking, "Ai Jiayao, you dare to compete with me. You are still too naive. Today marks our first battle. Moyu is still on my side." After Ai Jiayao stormed out, Gumoyu stood in place without trying to retain her, his brow furrowed deeply. Enrook saw this and pretended to be obedient, asking Gumoyu, "What's wrong? Did I do something wrong just now?" Gumoyu glanced at Enrook and replied thoughtfully, "No. Rook, if such things happen in the company again, just tell me directly. You don't need to handle it yourself. Okay?" Enrook continued to hide her true feelings. Looking aggrieved as she said, "Moyu, managing such a large company alone is already very hard for you. Helping you share the burden is my responsibility." Hearing Enrook's response, Gumoyu felt a headache coming on. But since Enrook's father was a major shareholder in the company, Gumoyu couldn't do anything about her. After talking with Enrook, Gumoyu thought about the angry Ai Jiayao who had just left. Originally planning to find Ai Jiayao after work, Gumoyu couldn't rest easy and went to find Ai Jiayao before the end of the day. Gumoyu called Ai Jiayao to a coffee shop next to the company. Although Ai Jiayao was very reluctant to come, she ultimately followed Gumoyu. Gumoyu, still frowning, once again asked Ai Jiayao, "What did Rook say to you when she called you to the office?" Although Gumoyu did not know exactly what happened, he felt that Enrook was not so simple. She wouldn't argue with Ai Jiayao just because she was being lazy. Ai Jiayao took a gentle sip of coffee and truthfully replied to Gumoyu, "Enrook had Secretary Jean call me to the office. I thought it was you who wanted me to come, so I didn't think much of it. When I got to the office, I realized it was Enrook who called me. As soon as I sat down, Enrook offered me 1 million to leave you. I didn't agree, and then she raised the offer to 3 million. She also said all kinds of insulting things." Ai Jiayao recounted the whole story to Gumoyu. Gumoyu truly understood the truth of the matter and, still frowning, said to Ai Jiayao, "Jiayao, I understand everything you've said. You've been wronged. But Enrook's father is a major shareholder in the company and holds an important position. I have to show him some respect and can't do anything about Enrook for now." From Gumoyu's words, Ai Jiayao realized that he had his own difficulties. However, Ai Jiayao had never been the kind of person to be easily bullied. She believed in the principle of not offending others unless they offend her first. Clenching her small fist in anger, Ai Jiayao said firmly, "Enrook bullies me so blatantly. I definitely won't let this go. I will find a chance to get my revenge." Hearing Ai Jiao's determined tone, Gumoyu was worried she might do something reckless and hurriedly promised her, "Jiayao, don't be impulsive. I promise you, I will find a way to get rid of Enrook as soon as possible." Gumoyu's tone was very firm, but Ai Jiayao did not refute him. She merely nodded slightly and took another small sip of the coffee on the table. The next morning, Gumoyu arrived at the company as usual, while Enrook arrived at the company even earlier than him. As soon as Enrook saw Gumoyu, she quickly stood up to greet him, saying sweetly, "Moyu, you came so early." Gumoyu indeed did not want to say much to Enrook and only responded with a simple then took off his suit and hung it on the rack before diving into work. Throughout the morning, Enrook did not go anywhere and stayed in the office with Gumoyu. Seeing Gumoyu so seriously reviewing documents, Enrook was smart enough not to disturb him. Instead, she looked through various company materials by herself, occasionally helping Gumoyu with tasks, and when she got tired, she simply sat on the sofa to rest. After reviewing documents for the entire morning, Gumoyu felt his eyes getting sore and decided to take a break. Seeing Enrook resting on the sofa without causing any trouble or looking for Ai Jiayao, Gumoyu thought to himself, "Rook has been here all morning and hasn't gone anywhere. I think she won't cause any more trouble or look for Jiayao today, right?" Just as Gumoyu thought of this, he couldn't help but feel happy. Finally, he didn't have to be caught in the middle anymore. Gumoyu hadn't had any water all morning and felt parched. He quickly stood up, stretched, and walked over to the coffee table. As Gumoyu approached, Enruk greeted him with a smile, saying, "Moyu, are you done with your work?" "Yeah, almost done," Gumoyu replied briefly to Enruk. When speaking to her, it seemed that Gumoyu was holding back, unwilling to say more. As Gumoyu picked up his cup, Enruk immediately understood. It turned out Gumoyu was going to drink water. She was very attentive even to the smallest details regarding Gumoyu. Enruk snatched the cup from Gumoyu's hand, looking obedient as she said sweetly, "Moyu, you've worked all morning and must be very tired. Let me handle the little task of pouring water for you." Since Enruk had already taken the cup, Gumoyu felt awkward to take it back. He let out a gentle sigh and politely said to Enruk, "Then I'll trouble you." Enruk, a wealthy young lady born with a silver spoon in her mouth, had never poured water for anyone else before. Without a doubt, Gumoyu was the first person to drink water poured by Enruk. Chapter 155. Don't be angry anymore. Gumoyu took the cup of water that Enruk handed him. When Gumoyu was about to sit down on the sofa, he inadvertently noticed that Enruk was sitting right in the middle of the sofa. He didn't want to sit too close to her, so he simply took the cup and walked over to the windowsill, drinking water while gazing into the distance. Seeing Gumoyu walk to the windowsill, Enruk got up and followed him. Her gaze was fixed on Gumoyu, and she immediately noticed that there was something dirty on the back of his white shirt. Enruk said straightforwardly to Gumoyu, "Moyu, there's something dirty on the back of your white shirt. Let me help you take it off." Before Gumoyu could react, Enruk suddenly hugged him from behind, followed by a sweet kiss landing on his cheek. The intimate scene between Gumoyu and Enruk was just caught by Ai Jiayao, who had come to submit a report. Gumoyu was also startled by Enruk's sudden ambush. Previously, Enruk had promised him to treat her like a sister. So how could she do something like this today? As Gumoyu processed what had just happened and was about to speak, he saw Ai Jiayao standing straight at the door. Ai Jiayao had always believed Gumoyu's words that he only had eyes for her. But today, she witnessed with her own eyes how closely Gumoyu and Enruk were hugging, and Enruk even kissed Gumoyu. Before Gumoyu could explain, Ai Jiayao, enraged, ran out of his office without saying a word. Seeing Ai Jiayao run out, Gumoyu quickly pushed Enruk away and hurried after her. Just as Ai Jiayao reached the entrance of the company, Gumoyu caught up with her. He grabbed her hand and, with a serious expression, said to her, "Girl, don't be angry. Let me explain." Ai Jiayao scoffed and, extremely angry, replied, "Gumoyu, you don't need to explain. I saw everything." As soon as she finished speaking, Ai Jiayao tried to break free from Gumoyu's grip, but no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't get away. "Jiayao, calm down and listen to me. It wasn't what you think." Gumoyu desperately tried to explain. "Gumoyu, don't treat me like a 3-year-old. I only believe what I see. Hearing is deceiving. Seeing is believing." Ai Jiayao emphasized, "Jiayao, sometimes what you see isn't the truth. Whether you believe me or not, it was Enruk who said there was something dirty on my shirt and wanted to help me take it off. So I was caught off guard, and that's why she ambushed me. I've always regarded her as a sister. There are no other feelings." Gumoyu knew Ai Jiayao was very angry, and even if she didn't want to listen, he just wanted to clarify the truth. "Gumontakyu, you keep saying Enruk this and Enruk that, calling her so affectionately." Now it was Ai Jiayao's turn to be jealous. Gumoyu immediately realized that Ai Jiayao was somewhat accepting of his explanation, but her jealousy had surpassed her anger. Seeing this, Gumoyu hugged Ai Jiayao tightly, apologizing gently. "Girl, don't be angry, it's all my fault. I will pay more attention in the future and won't let similar things happen again. Just forgive me this once." With Gumoyu's coaxing, Ai Jiayao's anger lessened a bit. She playfully punched Gumoyu's solid chest, warning him with a fierce look, "Gumoyu, I will forgive you this time. If I see you being intimate with Enruk again, I will ignore you for the rest of my life." Gumoyu hugged Ai Jiayao even tighter, firmly assuring her, "Don't worry, there will always be only you in my heart." I won't do anything to let you down. The two held each other tightly, and suddenly Guillermo, you had a clever idea. He said to Ai Jiayao, who was nestled in his arms, Jiayao, for the next few days. You can pretend to be working on a project for the company and stay by my side. If Enruo Ku isn't around, we could do our own things. And if she appears, we'll act close on purpose. What do you think? Upon hearing Guillermo's suggestion, a thought flashed through Ai Jiayao's mind, and she happily praised him. Guillermo, this plan is great. This way I can assert my claim while also making Enruo Ku mad. Ai Jiayao eagerly responded to Guillermo, Imo, let us do it your way. I haven't forgotten how Enruo Ku bullied me last time. This time, consider it my counterattack and response. Let her know my strength. I'm not someone to be easily bullied. At first, Ai Jiayao thought this plan was good and agreed enthusiastically. But as soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly remembered what Guillermo had said earlier. Enruo Ku's father, and Zheng Xian, was a major shareholder in the company, although he wasn't the president. His influence in the company was significant. To be safe, Ai Jiayao worriedly asked Guillermo, you previously told me that Enruo Ku's father is a major shareholder in the company. Will your actions towards her affect the company's business? Although Ai Jiayao wanted to get her revenge, she still considered Guillermo's standpoint at a critical moment. Guillermo was very touched and told Ai Jiayao, girl, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. From what I know about Uncle An, he definitely values profit above all else. After hearing Guillermo's words, Ai Jiayao's worries were finally eased. After the two of them came up with a strategy, they walked back to the company with smiles on their faces. To avoid suspicion and not to be troubled by company gossip, Ai Jiayao still maintained a certain distance from Guillermo in front of other colleagues. As Ai Jiayao and Guillermo took the elevator to their office floor, seeing that there were no other people around, Ai Jiayao finally didn't push away Guillermo's frequently extended hand. The moment Guillermo pushed open the office door, Ai Jiayao quickly scanned the office. And indeed, Enruo Ku was still there, sitting leisurely on the sofa with her legs crossed, holding a cup of coffee. As soon as Enruo Ku saw Guillermo walk in with Ai Jiayao beside him, she felt very unhappy because her plans had gone awry. She was secretly dissatisfied, thinking, why is that dead girl Ai Jiayao back? Didn't she leave already? Why did Mo bring her back? Chapter 156. Finding ways to take advantage, however. With Guillermo present, Enruo Ku still put on a virtuous demeanor, concealing her inner displeasure. She walked over to Guillermo with a catwalk, directly ignoring Ai Jiayao's presence, and said in a crisp voice, Mo, where did you run off to just now? I specially brewed a cup of imported New Zealand coffee for you. Come sit down and enjoy it. In response to Enruo Ku's flattery, Guillermo politely declined, saying, thank you for your kindness, but I'm too busy to enjoy coffee today. Guillermo's response completely caught Enruo Ku off guard. She believed that Guillermo rejected her goodwill because of Ai Jiayao's presence. Considering Guillermo was there, Enruo Ku wanted to maintain her image in Guillermo's eyes, didn't lose her temper at Ai Jiayao on the spot. Instead, she took a gentler approach to send Ai Jiayao away. Enruo Ku cast a sharp glance at Ai Jiayao, looked at her watch, and intentionally reminded Ai Jiayao, isn't there a game live stream of the company at 11? There are only 5 minutes left, so hurry back and get your work done. My goodness, I just got here, and Enruo Ku is already eager to chase me away? Huh. The more she wants me to leave, the more I want to stay. A hint of pride flashed in Ai Jiayao's eyes. Guillermo immediately caught on to Enruo Ku's intentions. Before Ai Jiayao could speak, Guillermo took the initiative to say, the company has a very urgent project that requires Jiayao and me to complete together. So I have arranged for someone else to take over Jiayao's work in the live streaming department for the next few days. Jiayao will stay in my office for these days to work on the project with me. Upon hearing that Ai Jiayao would stay in Guillermo's office to work together, Enruo Ku could not just sit by and let Ai Jiayao be with Guillermo right on her nose. She immediately volunteered, Mo, what is this project you mentioned? I have nothing else to do here. So why not let Jiayao continue her work while I help you instead? Gu Mou and Ai Jiayao were well prepared and had anticipated Enruo Ku's response. Without a second thought, Gu Mou politely declined. No need to trouble you. This project is a bit complex, and Jiayao and I can handle it together. Gu Mou sat down at his desk with Ai Jiayao and even brought over a chair to sit right next to Ai Jiayao. He retrieved the documents locked in the safe and handed them to Ai Jiayao, saying, "Take a look at the materials here first, and then we can brainstorm together." Ai Jiayao nodded slightly. Quickly taking the documents Gu Mou handed her and began browsing through them. Gu Mou and Ai Jiayao sat closely together and got busy in the office. Seeing how invested Gu Mou was in his work and how well he collaborated with Ai Jiayao, Enruo Ku felt very displeased. To disrupt Gu Mou and Ai Jiayao's good time, Enruo Ku walked over to Gu Mou and once again volunteered. Mou, I heard Secretary Jean mention this project before. Let me help you a bit. Gu Mou, still focused on the documents, took a while to snap back to reality. Looked at Enruo Ku and once again politely declined. No need. Jiayao, and I can manage this. Once again rejected by Gu Mou. Enruo Ku felt very displeased, but with Gu Mou present, she couldn't do anything to Ai Jiayao. She could only sulk back to the sofa, pretending to look at her phone, but her focus was entirely on Gu Mou and Ai Jiayao, secretly monitoring their every move. At first, Gu Mou was quite serious about his work, but before long, he couldn't help himself and started seeking opportunities to take advantage of Ai Jiayao. Jiayao, look, record this data first. Gu Mou instructed Ai Jiayao, leaning in closer. As Ai Jiayao leaned in to take a look, Gu Mou seized the moment when Ai Jiayao was unguarded and planted a quick kiss on her fair, smooth cheek. Ai Jiayao touched her cheek, where Gu Mou had stolen a kiss and instinctively wanted to slap him. But then she noticed Enruo Ku on the sofa, staring at her, and Gu Mou with a jealous gaze. Ai Jiayao immediately withdrew her hand, pretending to be indifferent, and continued discussing work matters with Gu Mou. However, it seemed that Gu Mou was still not satisfied with just the kiss and continued to find ways to take advantage of Ai Jiayao. While discussing the project's details, Gu Mou's hand had already landed on Ai Jiayao's delicate little hand, greedily stroking back and forth. Gu Mou's touching skills could easily stir up someone's desires. Although Ai Jiayao was very unwilling, in order to retaliate against Enruo Ku, she chose not to resist and allowed Gu Mou to touch her. After only half an hour of discussion, Ai Jiayao suddenly felt a bit of strain in her neck and said to Gu Mou, "Mou, my neck is a bit sore. Let's delve deeper later." As soon as Ai Jiayao finished speaking and was about to get up to stretch, Gu Mou stood up first, looking concerned, and asked, "Kid, your neck hurts? Sit down quickly, and I'll help massage it to relieve your muscles." When Enruo Ku heard that Gu Mou wanted to help Ai Jiayao with a massage, she was so furious that she nearly exploded. But thankfully her rationality prevailed over her impulse. Ai Jiayao initially wanted to refuse Gu Mou, but seeing Enruo Ku's face, which had turned red with anger, she instead replied proudly, "Sure, Mou, go ahead and help me. Be gentle though." Gu Mou and Ai Jiayao completely disregarded Enruo Ku's feelings. First, it was a stolen kiss, then hand-holding, and now a massage. There were so many tricks that Enruo Ku couldn't keep up. Enruo Ku was so angry that her face turned red, but she couldn't show it, unable to bear it any longer, fearing she might lose control of her emotions. Enruo Ku picked up her Chanel bag from the side and maintained her virtuous demeanor, politely saying to Gu Mou, "Mou, my dad and I have an appointment to visit an art exhibition this afternoon. It's about time, so I'll be leaving now." Gu Mou continued to enthusiastically massage Ai Jiayao, completely focused on her, and casually replied to Enruo Ku, "Mem. Okay, you go ahead." Chapter 157. Not going to embarrass President Gu, seeing Enruo leave with an extremely displeased expression, Ai Jiayao knew that her plan with Gu Mou had succeeded. A joyful expression appeared on Ai Jiayao's face as she whispered, "Haha, look at Enruo's face. It's as dark as a rag." She finally couldn't take it anymore and left wisely. Ai Jiayao felt proud that she had successfully taken revenge on Enrook, and after a moment of happiness, Gu Moyu's hands were still restless, moving from Ai Jiao's shoulder to her collarbone, and he shamelessly attempted to explore further. Ai Jiao's small face darkened, and with a slap, she mercilessly struck him hard. Gu Moyu was caught off guard by Ai Jiao's sudden violence. To escape Gu Moyu's clutches after hitting him, Ai Jiayao quickly got up from her chair and sat down on the sofa. Gu Moyu glanced at his reddened arm and muttered in frustration, "This girl turns hostile faster than flipping a book. 1 second she was praising me for my massage, and the next she's being violent towards me. Women really are as unpredictable as the depths of the sea." After being frustrated for a while, Gu Moyu returned to his senses and greeted Ai Jiayao with a smile as if nothing had happened. As soon as Gu Moyu sat down on the sofa, he immediately proposed to Ai Jiayao, "Girl, since you dislike Rook so much and I don't like her either, why don't we join forces to find a way to drive her away?" Ai Jiayao thought briefly about Gu Moyu's proposal, and the incident wherein Rook had wronged her a couple of days ago flashed through her mind. And Rook, a girl with an impressive appearance and charm, could lie without changing her expression or heartbeat. Ai Jiayao felt that if she were to enter the entertainment industry, there would definitely be a place for her, as she was too dramatic and could act so well. Ai Jiayao considered that if Enrook were to stay by Gu Moyu's side for a long time, it would be nothing but harmful for her. Ai Jiayao's gaze landed on Gu Moyu, and she quickly responded, "Moyu, I think your proposal is good. Do you have any good plans?" A joyful smile appeared on Gu Moyu's face, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes as he teasingly said to Ai Jiayao, "Girl, I think we're getting more and more in sync. It really proves that saying about having a telepathic connection. You're right, I do have a new plan. Jiayao, after work tonight, don't go anywhere, just go home. Get yourself ready, and we'll go out to dinner together." Gu Moyu still wore a proud expression. As soon as Gu Moyu finished speaking, Ai Jiayao instantly understood everything. Seeing Gu Moyu so pleased, Ai Jiayao flattered him, saying, "Tonight, President Gu is treating us to dinner, so I will definitely dress up carefully and not embarrass you." When it was time to get off work, Gu Moyu was still handling company matters, while Ai Jiayao clocked out on time. As soon as she returned home, she put down her bag and hurried to her room to take a fragrant bath. After her bath, Ai Jiayao sat in front of her vanity, quickly tidied her hair, and picked up the cosmetics on the table. She took out a lipstick she had been reluctant to use and skillfully applied it. Next, she put a bit of foundation on her fair and smooth face and simply shaped her eyebrows. Ai Jiayao was originally a streamer, and her features were quite nice. Although her figure couldn't compare to a model's and wasn't as skinny, her slightly curvy and delicate features gave her a beauty that was like a lotus emerging from the water. After spending 20 minutes on her makeup, Ai Jiayao looked even more eye-catching, radiating a dazzling beauty without losing her charm. Gu Moyu had finally finished dealing with company matters, and when he looked up at the window, the summer day was already turning to dusk. Gu Moyu glanced at the time on his watch and suddenly remembered he had forgotten to bring the specially customized dress he ordered for Ai Jiayao. Gu Moyu picked up the luxurious gift box and glanced at the deep purple dress inside. He couldn't help but imagine Ai Jiayao wearing the beautiful dress, receiving everyone's admiring gazes. Just as he thought of this, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted and a joyful expression appeared on his face. Gu Moyu neatly arranged the dress he was going to give to Ai Jiayao and put it back into the gift box. He instructed his secretary Jean, standing nearby. "Secretary Jean, take this dress to Jiayao right away." Secretary Jean, standing respectfully with his head slightly bowed, replied, "Yes, President." After responding to Gu Moyu, Secretary Jean quickly approached him and carefully took the gift box he handed him, not daring to be negligent with Gu Moyu's order. Secretary Jean immediately drove over to deliver the dress to Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao was almost ready when the urgent doorbell rang outside. "Is Moyu here already?" Ai Jiayao wondered as she hurried to open the door. When Ai Jiayao opened the door, it was not Gu Moyu but Secretary Jean. Before Secretary Jean could say anything, Ai Jiayao exclaimed in surprise, "Secretary Jean, what are you doing here?" Secretary Jean handed the gift box that Gu Moyu had instructed him to deliver to Ai Jiayao and respectfully said, Jiayao, this is a dress that the president specially customized for you, and he asked me to bring it to you. Upon hearing that it was a dress specially customized by Gu Moyu, Ai Jiayao could hardly believe her ears, because Ai Jiayao had only ever bought one dress that cost more than 1,000 yuan in her life. She had never worn a custom-made outfit, let alone an evening gown. Overjoyed, Ai Jiayao politely invited Secretary Jean. Thank you for your hard work, Secretary Jean. Come in for a cup of tea. Secretary Jean, slightly bowing his head, politely declined. Thank you for your kindness. However, the president has more matters to discuss with me, so I have to leave. After sending off Secretary Jean, Ai Jiayao rushed to the living room and couldn't wait to take out the dress that Gu Moyu had specially customized for her. After admiring the dress, she quickly returned to her room and put on the evening gown that Gu Moyu had specially tailored for her. Gu Moyu really had good taste. Not only was the size of the evening gown just right, but it also accentuated her curvy figure perfectly. Chapter 158 Show Off. Love. Ai Jiayao had everything ready, and now she was just waiting for Gu Moyu to pick her up. Holding her bag, Ai Jiayao was about to step out of the door when the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Ding dong. She immediately opened the door, and sure enough, it was Gu Moyu who was ringing the bell. The moment Ai Jiayao saw Gu Moyu, she realized that her evening gown matched perfectly with the outfit Gu Moyu was wearing. Couple outfits. Seeing Ai Jiayao's surprised expression, Gu Moyu proudly said, How about it? Is the evening gown I specially tailored for you beautiful? Ai Jiayao nodded vigorously, giving Gu Moyu a thumbs up. President Gu has great taste. Gu Montakyu, dressed in a sharp suit, strode over to Ai Jiayao and gentlemanly said, Beautiful Miss Ai. Shall we set off? Ai Jiayao replied affirmatively, reaching out to link her arm with Gu Moyu's and carefully walking out of the villa. Ai Jiayao, wearing her newly bought high heels, was not as agile as before, but Gu Moyu still held her hand as usual and even opened the car door for her. After picking up Ai Jiayao, Gu Moyu glanced at his watch, feeling that there was still plenty of time. Through the rearview mirror, he occasionally stole a greedy glance at Ai Jiayao. In less than 20 minutes, Gu Moyu drove slowly to a high-end restaurant. He parked the car and immediately came around to open the door for Ai Jiayao, kindly reminding her, Come on, be careful. As Gu Moyu helped Ai Jiayao out of the car, her delicate features and curvy figure, along with a bit of makeup, made her look even more beautiful. Holding Ai Jiayao's hand, Gu Moyu walked into the high-end restaurant. The couple outfits they wore caught the attention of many people from the moment they entered. Gu Moyu led Ai Jiayao to the private room that his parents had reserved in advance. As he pushed the door open, he saw that his parents and his sister and Rook were already inside. Gu Moyu's parents had specifically called him earlier, claiming that the dinner at the restaurant was a family gathering, but in reality, they had invited Rook to come along, hoping to match her up with Gu Moyu. When Gu Yuandong and Wen Chiyue saw Gu Moyu walking with Ai Jiayao, both dressed in couple outfits and holding hands intimately, their smiles faded and their expressions turned serious. Wen Chiyue had originally planned to use the family gathering to create opportunities for Rook and Gu Moyu to spend more time together, hoping that over time, feelings would develop. But seeing Gu Moyu so openly bring Ai Jiayao to the family gathering, dressed so beautifully and ceremoniously, made Wen Chiyue furious. Due to Rook's presence, Gu Yuandong and Wen Chiyue couldn't express their anger in front of her, so they had to suppress their inner rage. Ai Jiayao, being perceptive, politely greeted Gu Moyu's parents as soon as she entered. Although Gu Yuandong and Wen Chiyue were dissatisfied with Ai Jiayao, they still politely said to her, Please, have a seat. The atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly awkward. Gu Moyuan thought to herself that since everyone was here, they might as well enjoy the meal together and not make things uncomfortable. Gu Moyuan quickly stood up and arranged for Gu Moyu and Ai Jiayao to sit down. From the moment Ai Jiayao entered, she had already sensed the change in Gu Moyu's parents' expressions, and Rook looked even worse, her face extremely off. Gu Yuandong, Wen Chiyue, and Rook's gazes were all focused on Gu Moyu and Ai Jiayao, which made Ai Jiayao feel quite uneasy. However, after a while, Ai Jiayao composed herself and tried to adapt to the atmosphere, thinking that this situation couldn't continue. Ai Jiayao suddenly came up with a good idea to deliberately show off her love for Gu Mou in front of Enrook. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, she sweetly said to Gu Mou, I want to eat shrimp. Can you help me peel one? Gu Mou met Ai Jiayao's gaze with a warm expression and quickly helped her peel the shrimp. After he finished, he lovingly said to Ai Jiayao, all done. Try it and see if it's good. As he spoke, he dipped a bit of soy sauce on the shrimp and personally brought it to Ai Jiayao's mouth, gently saying, come on, open your mouth. Ai Jiayao opened her mouth, and Gu Mou fed her the delicious soy sauce shrimp. Ai Jiayao savored it and gave Gu Mou a thumbs up, saying, this shrimp is really delicious. Mou peels it differently. As Ai Jiayao got some soy sauce on her mouth, Gu Mou quickly took a napkin to help her wipe it while teasing her, you silly girl. How old are you? Eating like a messy cat. At first, Ai Jiayao was deliberately showing off her affection for Gu Mou, wanting him to peel shrimp for her in public. Gu Mou not only cooperated with Ai Jiayao's plan, but also took it a step further, completely forgetting everyone else's presence as he tenderly helped wipe her mouth. And Rook watched everything Gu Mou did for Ai Jiayao with her own eyes. Clenching her small fist, her nails digging into her skin, she angrily thought, Ai Jiayao, that little girl, not only stole my MOU, but is also shamelessly showing off her love here. I will not let her have it easy. If it weren't for Gu Yuandong and Wen Chiyue being present, within Rook's temper as a rich young lady, she would have lost it and at least confronted Ai Jiayao. Taking a deep breath, and Rook tried to suppress her anger, putting on a pitiful and wronged expression. Halfway through her meal, Ai Jiayao suddenly stood up, said a few words to everyone, and went to the restroom. As soon as Ai Jiayao left, Gu Yuandong and Wen Chiyue immediately turned serious and questioned Gu Mou in unison. Gu Mou, we called you this morning and told you tonight was a family gathering. Why did you bring Ai Jiayao here? What is going on? You need to explain this to us right now. Chapter 159. Parting on bad terms, faced with the dual pressure and questioning from his parents. Gu Mou scoffed and directly told Gu Yuandong and Wen Chiyue, Dad, Mom, I've been with Jiayao for a long time, and in my heart, there's only Ai Jiayao. You don't need to waste your efforts. I will never accept Ruo Ke. Gu Mou firmly expressed his feelings, and upon hearing this, Enrook felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Although she tried to hold back, tears streamed down her face, and she began to cry out of sadness. Wen Chiyue, seeing this, quickly comforted Enrook, saying, Ruo Ke, don't cry. It's all that brat Gu Mou's fault. When we get home, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Gu Yuandong frowned, his sharp gaze sending chills down people's spines. He glared at Gu Mou and, clearly displeased, scolded him. Gu Mou, what nonsense are you talking about? Are you trying to drive us to our graves? Seeing his parents' anger escalating, Gu Mou remained sitting straight in his chair without saying a word. Noticing that Gu Mou was silent and that dinner was only half eaten, Gu Yuandong stood up angrily and walked heavily toward the door. Wen Chiyue called after him, Old Gu, don't leave yet. Wait for us. Wen Chiyue picked up the things in the private room and gently said to Enrook, come on, Ruo, let's take our things and go home. Before leaving, Wen Chiyue couldn't help but glare at Gu Mou, her eyes revealing great dissatisfaction. In this situation, Gu Mou didn't know what to say. What was supposed to be a pleasant family gathering ended up in discord. Gu Mou sat in her chair, losing her appetite. She sighed and said, Gu Mou, Mom and Dad have always hoped you would be with Ruo Ke and went to great lengths to arrange this family gathering. You've ruined it all. I hope you can think clearly and not go against Mom and Dad. Gu Mou had been tirelessly pursuing Ai Jiayao, and Gu Mou was well aware of this. Gu Mou straightforwardly expressed to his sister, Sister, you know I genuinely like Jiayao. I put in a lot of effort to win her over, and it wasn't easy to reach this point. If you have time, please help me persuade Mom and Dad to stop trying to match me with Ruo Ke. It's impossible for us. After Ai Jiayao finished using the restroom and returned to the private room, several chairs around the large table were empty, and Gu Mou's parents and Enrook were nowhere to be seen. Only Gu Mou and his sister Gu Mou remained. Although Ai Jiayao didn't know what had happened, she could roughly guess it must be because Gu Mou brought her along, which made his parents angry enough to leave mid-meal. Gu Moyu knew Gu Moyu's feelings for Ai Jiayao, but if Gu Moyu were just an ordinary family son, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, Gu Moyu was the only male heir of the Gu family and would inherit the family's vast business in the future. His marriage was not just his decision. Gu Moyuan also understood that it wouldn't be easy to get past their parents' objections unless a miracle happened. She picked up a glass of orange juice from the table and took a big gulp, directly telling Gu Moyu, you know how our parents are. They will definitely not agree to you being with Jiayao. You should talk to them yourself. I won't follow you into this mess. Ai Jiayao also knew that Gu Moyu's parents were very unhappy with her and did not approve of her being with Gu Moyu, coupled with Gu Moyuan's earlier words. Ai Jiayao felt even less confident. Although she felt less confident, Ai Jiayao still spoke from her heart, saying to Gu Moyuan, "Sister, Moyu and I truly love each other. We are together because of love. Our love is pure and clean, without any impurities." Seeing Ai Jiayao so serious and persistent, Gu Moyuan let out a helpless sigh and said to Gu Moyu, take care of yourself. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Moyuan picked up her Chanel bag and left the private room helplessly. After Gu Moyuan left, Ai Jiayao also lost her appetite and said to Gu Moyu, who was sitting in his chair, "Moyu, please take me home." Gu Moyu had been lost in thought, and Ai Jiayao's words brought him back to reality. He quickly stood up, helped Ai Jiayao with her bag, and nodded slightly in agreement. "Okay, I'll take you home." On a summer night, the bright stars in the sky sparkled like little fairies, making the night even brighter. Gu Moyu drove with the windows down, enjoying the comfortable, cool breeze of the summer night. Ai Jiayao couldn't hold back any longer and first confronted Gu Moyu, saying, "Gu Moyu, you played along so well in that act just now, provoking your parents to be so angry. If this continues, you'll only end up alienated from everyone." To Ai Jiayao's words, Gu Moyu was indifferent and dismissively replied, "Girl, just focus on playing your part well in this act. I believe my parents just haven't come to terms with it yet. Once they do, they will definitely understand me." Gu Moyu suddenly remembered the scene of Ai Jiayao eating in a restaurant just now and mercilessly teased her, "Girl, to be honest, your acting skills are really terrible. If it weren't for me, this handsome leading man, supporting you, you would have been laughed at long ago." Faced with Gu Moyu's blatant mockery, if Gu Moyu weren't driving and considering safety, Ai Jiayao would have wanted to slap him. Ai Jiayao glared at Gu Moyu and directly retorted, "Gu Moyu, how dare you criticize me? You're not any better." The two of them bantered back and forth, exchanging jabs about each other's acting skills as they enjoyed the comfortable breeze along the way. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Moyu's car slowly arrived at the gate of Ai Jiayao's villa. As soon as he parked the car, he immediately got out to open the door for Ai Jiayao. After Ai Jiayao got out of the car, she said to Gu Moyu, "It's getting late. You should go back." Gu Moyu glanced at Ai Jiayao, a mischievous smile appearing on his face, and said with concern, "I want to personally ensure you get home safely. Only then will I feel at ease." Chapter 160. Why did you push me at this moment? Ai Jiayao felt that Gu Moyu was just making a big deal out of nothing. With a helpless gesture, Ai Jiayao said to Gu Moyu, "Then let's go in and have a cup of tea before you leave." Gu Moyu, pleased, entered Ai Jiayao's villa. After sitting on the sofa for a while, Ai Jiayao brought over the tea she had brewed. Gu Moyu took the tea from Ai Jiayao and didn't forget to flatter her, saying, "The tea brewed by you must be delicious." After taking a big sip, Gu Moyu gave a thumbs up to Ai Jiayao and said, "Not bad, this tea is really good." The two chatted for a while, and unintentionally, the topic shifted to Enruk. After the incident at the restaurant today, Gu Moyu felt that with Enruk's personality, she wouldn't let it go easily. She would definitely take action tomorrow. Gu Moyu furrowed her brows slightly and told Ai Jiayao with a serious expression, "Girl, Enruk will definitely show up at the company tomorrow. To perform this act perfectly, I'll come and pick you up to work together in the morning." Ai Jiayao initially wanted to refuse, but after a moment's thought, she realized that having someone drive her to work would save her transportation costs and spare her the rush of squeezing into the subway, which was a terrifying thought at times. Ai Jiayao immediately agreed. "Okay, Moyu, come pick me up for work tomorrow." The next morning, Gumoyu got up half an hour early and had breakfast with the help of the maid. Checking her watch, Gumoyu felt there was still plenty of time. So she leisurely picked up her car keys and drove towards Ai Jiayao's villa. Knowing that Gumoyu would come to pick her up, Ai Jiayao also got up early. After having breakfast and getting everything ready, she opened the villa door and was about to wait outside for Gumoyu when Gumoyu's car slowly approached. "Wow, what a coincidence. I just stepped out and you arrived," Ai Jiayao said joyfully to Gumoyu. Gumoyu intentionally got out of the car, opened the door for Ai Jiayao, and said, "Girl, get in the car." Gumoyu parked the car downstairs at the company and instructed Secretary Jean to take her car to the parking lot. She then walked shoulder to shoulder with Ai Jiayao into the company. As soon as they entered the company, they saw Enrook waiting for Gumoyu in the lobby, holding a specially prepared breakfast for Gumoyu. Gumoyu, feeling a bit excessive, pulled Ai Jiayao's hand and signaled her to walk towards another elevator. Ai Jiayao immediately understood and followed Gumoyu's lead. Enrook had been waiting for Gumoyu for a long time, and when she saw Gumoyu appear, she rushed over without a second thought. Just as Ai Jiayao was about to reach the elevator, her phone suddenly rang. Seeing that it was a call from Gao Yaping, Ai Jiayao said to Gumoyu, "Moyu, you go ahead, I'll take this call." Gumoyu didn't want to go up alone, so she stayed put and waited for Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao stepped aside to answer the call, and because of her delay, Enrook caught up with Gumoyu. "Moyu, why are you walking so fast? I've been waiting for you for a long time. This is the breakfast I made for you this morning," Enrook said sweetly, trying to appear innocent and understanding. Then, she moved even closer to Gumoyu, and before Gumoyu could speak, Ai Jiayao finished her call and hurried over, blocking Enrook with her 165-meter height against Gumoyu's 188-meter height. Gumoyu had just been thinking about how to refuse Enrook, and Ai Jiayao's sudden return was perfectly timed. Enrook had finally caught up with Gumoyu, but before she could say much, Ai Jiayao had interrupted. This made Enrook's face turn extremely ugly, secretly cursing Ai Jiayao. "Ai Jiayao, you little brat, you ruined my good thing with Moyu. I will not let you off. You will pay the price." As Gumoyu walked ahead, Ai Jiayao followed behind, ready to enter the elevator. Suddenly, there was a loud thud behind them, and both Ai Jiayao and Gumoyu instinctively turned to look. They saw Enrook, dressed elegantly and looking pristine, had fallen to the ground. Ai Jiayao was shocked, completely unaware of what had happened. Gumoyu also looked confused. How could Enrook fall in such an unobstructed area? Soon after, they heard Enrook groaning in pain while sitting on the ground, feigning a pitiful expression, and she raised her eyes to point at Ai Jiayao, asking, "Jiayao, I was walking fine just now, why did you push me?" Enrook's words made Ai Jiayao realize immediately that this was a blatant attempt to frame her. Ai Jiayao glanced at Enrook sitting on the ground and coldly laughed. "Missin, don't slander me, okay? I didn't even touch you. You fell by yourself. What does that have to do with me?" Enrook was left speechless by Ai Jiayao's retort, putting on a pitiful act and looking at Gumoyu with innocent eyes. Although Gumoyu hadn't seen how Enrook fell, she still unhesitatingly chose to believe Ai Jiayao and stood by her side. Enrook remained sitting on the ground, pretending to be pitiful as she said to Gumoyu, "Moyu, Jiayao pushed me and made me fall." Gumoyu cast a suspicious glance at Ai Jiayao. Seeing Gumoyu's expression, Enrook secretly felt pleased, thinking, "Ai Jiayao, you're definitely doomed this time. Moyu believes what I said. She will definitely teach you a lesson." Gumoyu slightly furrowed her brows and calmly stated, "Rook, Jiayao would never push you. I think you must have misunderstood." Gumoyu's sharp gaze fell on Enrook's high heels, and with a sudden realization, she said, "Oh, I see. Rook, look at you. Wearing such high heels and walking so fast, you must have accidentally twisted your ankle and fallen." Gumoyu's words completely caught Enrook off guard. Her fantasy was completely opposite to reality. Not only did Gumoyu not help her teach Ai Jiayao a lesson, but she also stood on Ai Jiayao's side, defending her right away. Chapter 161. Fair competition at this moment. Enrook was furious, but the fact was that Ai Jiayao did not push her down. And Gumoyu also chose to stand by Ai Jiayao's side. and Rook could only suppress her dissatisfaction and anger, with Gu Moyu's words leaving her without any grounds for rebuttal. Gu Moyu had no intention of helping Rook up, glancing at her watch. She appeared hurried and said to Ai Jiayao, "Girl, I have a meeting to attend soon. It's about time. Let's go up." Ai Jiayao cooperated with Gu Moyu and quickly replied, "Okay, let's hurry up so we don't delay your meeting." As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Moyu, disregarding and Rook watching from behind, unabashedly took Ai Jiao's fair and delicate little hand, and the two exchanged a loving glance before entering the elevator hand in hand. Even though Gu Moyu did not side with Rook and chose to trust Ai Jiayao, Rook still held onto a glimmer of hope, confidently believing that with the family's connections and her own beauty, Gu Moyu would surely come over gentlemanly, gently help her up, and even kindly ask, "Is your foot okay? Do you need me to take you to the hospital?" After this fantasy shattered, Rook crawled up from the ground in a humiliating manner, her face twisted with rage, gritting her teeth as she said, "Ai Jiayao, you little brat, the humiliation you have given me today, I will definitely repay it double." Rook's hatred for Ai Jiayao deepened, reaching a point of irreconcilable conflict. When it was time for lunch, Gu Moyu picked up her phone and called Ai Jiayao. "Hello, girl, it's lunchtime. Let's go out to eat together." Gu Moyu invited Ai Jiayao over the phone. Upon recalling how Rook had tried to frame her when they first arrived at work, which not only failed but ended up backfiring, Ai Jiayao couldn't help but feel happy, in a good mood. When Ai Jiayao heard that Gu Moyu wanted to take her out for lunch, she eagerly agreed, Sure, Moyu, I'm in a great mood today, and going out to eat with you makes me even happier." Ai Jiayao's flattery always worked on Gu Moyu, no matter the time or place. Gu Moyu smiled joyfully, speaking gently, "Then I'll go park the car and wait for you downstairs." Gu Moyu took Ai Jiayao to the most luxurious restaurant in City A, and after enjoying a delicious lunch together, they returned to the company. When Ai Jiayao got back to the office, there was still half an hour left of work. Feeling a bit thirsty after the spicy food, Ai Jiayao went to the pantry to get some water. Since lunchtime began, Rook had been searching for Ai Jiayao, because Ai Jiayao had gone out with Gu Moyu. No one had seen her. Even if some people had seen them, they didn't dare to speak up about Ai Jiayao and Gu Moyu going out together, as they all knew Rook had a crush on Gu Moyu. If they told her that Gu Moyu was out with Ai Jiayao, it could lead to an uncontrollable situation. After searching the entire company, Rook finally found Ai Jiayao in the pantry. "Jiayao, I've been looking for you for a long time. Finally found you. I have something important to discuss with you." Rook said sweetly. Normally, whenever Rook saw Ai Jiayao, she would scowl at her, displaying a stance of irreconcilability, even showing no mercy, as if she was determined to eliminate Ai Jiayao. With Rook's sudden change in demeanor, Ai Jiayao was very surprised, looking at her with a confused expression, thinking she was hallucinating. Seeing Ai Jiayao's shocked face, Rook quickly took out coffee, and within 3 minutes, she prepared 2 cups of coffee, one for herself and one for Ai Jiayao. It was the first time Rook had been so courteous, and Ai Jiayao immediately sensed something was off, secretly wondering, what is Rook up to? Just this morning, she tried to frame me, and now, just a few hours later, she's changed her attitude? After a while, Ai Jiayao finally calmed down, but still remained cautious, saying to Rook, "I don't know why Missin is in such a hurry to find me. Is there something you want to discuss?" Rook did not beat around the bush and directly said to Ai Jiayao, "Jiayao, you like Moyu, I like him too. I'm here to tell you that since we both like Moyu, we should compete fairly." As soon as Rook finished speaking, Ai Jiayao immediately retorted, "Missin, I think you're mistaken. Moyu and I are already together. You have no chance to compete with me. If you don't want to get hurt, you should see reality clearly and not forcibly intervene in my relationship with Moyu." For Ai Jiayao's warnings and reminders, Rook acted as if she hadn't heard anything, completely ignoring what Ai Jiayao said. Rook straightened her skirt, holding a cup of coffee she hadn't drunk yet, and walked out of the pantry with her head held high. Rook knew very well what position she was in. She didn't know where her confidence came from to act so arrogantly. Ai Jiayao shook her head helplessly, muttering to herself, This Rook, even at this time, still wants to stir up trouble between me and Moyu. Well, bring it on. I won't be afraid of you. Ai Jiayao went to Gu Moyu's office, and after finishing their respective work, Ai Jiayao suddenly remembered the conversation with Rook at noon. She said to Gu Moyu, who was drinking water nearby, "Moyu," during the lunch break, and Rook came to find me. What did she want? Gu Moyu asked, puzzled. And Rook said she also likes you and wants to compete fairly with me. Ai Jiayao recounted what Rook had said in the pantry. Gu Moyu raised the corners of her mouth slightly, took a big gulp of water, and casually said, "This Rook is really bored. Don't pay attention to her. Even if you agree to compete fairly with her, it doesn't matter. My heart has long belonged to you alone." Although this wasn't the first time Gu Moyu had expressed her feelings to Ai Jiayao. Hearing it again made Ai Jiayao feel a warm sensation in her heart and was very touched. Chapter 162. Pressuring Gu Moyu in the afternoon. Ai Jiayao took the documents to the live broadcast department to discuss with her new colleagues how to better host live shows. Meanwhile, Gu Moyu was in her office, reviewing contracts while on the phone with a client. "Hello, Mr. Ma. When will you come over to discuss the investment project you were interested in last time?" Gu Moyu spoke in a very formal tone. "Hello, President Gu. I'm currently abroad for an inspection. Once I return to the country, I will visit your company to learn more about the relevant investment projects." Mr. Ma replied politely over the phone. "Oh, Mr. Ma, I wish you all the best abroad. When you return, please give me a call so I can welcome you back." Gu Moyu continued in her official tone. "Mr. Ma is a well-known stock sniper in City A. The stocks he chooses only rise and never fall, and he has never missed an opportunity. Therefore, he has a significant reputation in the stock and investment field, and even Gu Moyu must treat him with utmost respect." And Zheng Xin made a special trip to Longhui Group amidst his busy schedule regarding his daughter and Rook. As soon as he entered, employees throughout the company respectfully greeted him. "Hello, Mr. In." And Zheng Xin strode toward the elevator while managing to squeeze out a few friendly smiles and nodding slightly to the employees. Not long after Gu Moyu hung up the phone, there was a knock on the office door. While looking at the documents prepared for signing with Mr. Ma, Gu Moyu casually said, "Come in." As Zheng Xin entered the office and saw Gu Moyu deeply focused on her work, he suppressed his inner displeasure and forced a smile as he initiated the conversation. "Moyu, still busy?" Since the moment someone knocked, Gu Moyu had looked up once. She thought the person entering was Secretary Jean, and only when she heard in Zheng Xin's voice did she realize it was him. Gu Moyu stood up from her chair, invited in Zheng Xin to sit on the sofa, and politely said, "Uncle In, what brings you here? Please have a seat." Gu Moyu had Secretary Jean bring 2 cups of tea. After Zheng Xin took a sip, he got straight to the point. "Moyu, I specifically came to find you today because there is something important I need to discuss with you." Gu Moyu looked puzzled and slowly replied, "Uncle In, feel free to speak your mind." And Zheng Xin took another sip of tea and directly stated, "Moyu, my precious daughter Rook is interning at the group. I hope you can take good care of her and be a bit more tolerant towards her. And please don't bully her." As soon as Zheng Xin finished speaking, Gu Moyu found it amusing because at noon, and Rook had specifically sought out Ai Jiayao, saying she wanted to compete fairly with her. And by the afternoon, and Zheng Xin, as a senior and shareholder, came to the company to discuss matters concerning Rook with Gu Moyu. On the surface, it was a discussion, but in reality, it was a deliberate pressure tactic on Gu Moyu. Gu Moyu didn't respond to Zheng Xin's words, took a big sip of tea, looked at her watch, and casually found an excuse to say to Zheng Xin, "Uncle In, I'm a bit busy today. I have a meeting later. If there is nothing else, you can head back." Gu Moyu didn't given Zheng Xin the answer he wanted, which left him very dissatisfied. Although Gu Moyu was just a young junior, the power of the Gu family and Gu Moyu's work capabilities were not to be underestimated. Therefore, Zheng Xin didn't dare to openly confront the Gu family and could only leave Gu Moyu's office for now, stubborn as he was. And Zheng Xin left without achieving his goal. The more Gu Moyu thought about it, the more she felt something was off, but she couldn't figure it out. Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through Gu Moyu's mind. Could it be that Uncle In, not getting the answer he wanted from me, would change his strategy and create trouble for Jiayao instead? As soon as this thought crossed her mind, Gu Moyu quickly picked up her phone and dialed Ai Jiayao's number. Ring, ring, ring. Ai Jiayao was deeply engaged in explaining work to her new colleagues when her phone, placed aside, rang. To avoid disturbing others, Ai Jiayao took her phone and walked out of the live broadcast room into the corridor to answer the call. Before Ai Jiayao could say anything, Gumoyu spoke first. Hello, Jiayao. Hasn't Rook's father found you or made things difficult for you? Gumoyu's sudden question left Ai Jiayao confused. It took her a moment to collect her thoughts before responding to Gumoyu. Since I left her office, I've been in the live broadcast room. Haven't gone anywhere, and no one is going to find me. Don't worry. Hearing Ai Jiayao's response, Gumoyu finally relaxed her tense heart. To prevent Zhengxin from causing trouble for Ai Jiayao, Gumoyu suggested, Jiayao, pack your things. Let us leave work early today to steer clear of Zhengxin and his daughter. Ai Jiayao agreed with Gumoyu's suggestion and quickly replied, Okay, just give me 10 minutes to finish what I'm working on, and I'll come find you. After hanging up, although the 10 minutes hadn't passed, Gumoyu couldn't sit still for another minute. She grabbed the car keys from her desk and quickly put on her suit, preparing to find Ai Jiayao. As Gumoyu was about to leave and had just opened the office door, and Zhengxin and Rook happened to arrive at the office door. Damn it! How unlucky can I be to run into them? Gumoyu thought to herself. Gumoyu genuinely didn't want to see Zhengxin and Rook. But Zhengxin was not only her elder, but also a major shareholder of the company. Even though Gumoyu was unwilling, she had to give him some respect. After politely greeting Zhengxin, Gumoyu, considering his face, casually found an excuse to say, Uncle, please have a seat inside with Rook. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll excuse myself. And Zhengxin and Rook had come prepared this time. How could they easily let Gumoyu leave? And Zhengxin blocked Gumoyu, looking serious as he said, Moyu, you can handle your matters tomorrow. Uncle has something more important to discuss with you. Chapter 163. Too lazy to deal with them, and Zhengxin's tone was very serious, leaving no room for negotiation. Gumoyu was stopped by Zhengxin and his daughter and Rook, and for the time being, she couldn't leave. Gumoyu stopped resisting and, with a mindset of accepting her situation, said to Zhengxin, Uncle, please speak inside. Hearing Gumoyu's response, Zhengxin's tense face finally relaxed, and he replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Good, let's go in and sit down to talk. Seeing the stance of Zhengxin and Rook, Gumoyu realized that they were determined to entangle her, to avoid making Ai Jiayao wait too long. Gumoyu picked up her phone and sent a message to Ai Jiayao. I've been stopped by Zhengxin and Rook, and I can't leave for a while. You could go back first. Ai Jiayao packed her things, left the live broadcast room, and was about to find Gumoyu. Just when Ai Jiayao walked into the corridor, her phone rang from her bag. Ai Jiayao immediately took out her phone, and upon seeing it was a text from Gumoyu, she opened it without hesitation. After quickly reading the message and learning that Gumoyu was entangled with Rook and her father, Ai Jiayao looked puzzled and said, Rook came to find me at noon, saying she wanted to compete fairly. Now she's here with her father to harass Moyu. What is she up to? Confused, Ai Jiayao couldn't figure out Rook's intention for the time being. She had occasionally heard others say that Zhengxin was notoriously cunning, and his daughter Rook was no pushover either. Ai Jiayao was too lazy to deal with the father-daughter duo. To reassure Gumoyu, Ai Jiayao picked up her phone again and replied to Gumoyu, Okay, Moyu, then I'll head home first. Let me know when you get back. After sending the message, Ai Jiayao went downstairs alone, hailed a taxi at the company entrance, and went straight home. Once Ai Jiayao got home, she cooked dinner herself. Ai Jiayao happened to be on vacation these days and was bored at home. Knowing Ai Jiayao was off work, she hurried over to Ai Jiayao's house. While helping Ai Jiayao set the table, Ai Jiayao couldn't help but praise, Jiayao, your stir-fried dishes are getting more and more delicious. It seems you have a talent for being a good wife and mother, a housewife. Ai Jiayao playfully slapped Ai Jiayao and retorted, Xiaoya, you little brat. I'm cooking for you, and you can't even give me a compliment? Still there to mock me. Are you not hungry and don't want to eat? If Ai Jiayao provoked Ai Jiayao, she might really end up with no food. How could this little foodie stand to see delicious food in front of her and not eat it? While helping Ai Jiayao serve rice, Ai Jiayao actively flattered her, Jiayao, I was wrong, okay? Our Jiayao is so good at cooking. Her culinary skills have improved so much. She is a modern woman with dreams, aiming to become one of the top chefs in the world. Ai Jiayao's flattery skills were also quite good, and under her few words, a smile finally appeared on Ai Jiayao's face, inviting Ai Jiayao to sit down and eat together. After dinner, Ai Jiayao helped clean up the dishes and was about to watch a horror movie with Ai Jiayao, when suddenly, Ai Jiayao's mother called, saying that some relatives had just arrived in a city and were unfamiliar with the area, asking Ai Jiayao to pick them up at the station and help them find a temporary place to stay. After hanging up, Ai Jiayao quickly said goodbye to Ai Jiayao and hurried off to the station. Once Ai Jiayao left, Ai Jiayao was left alone in the villa. She felt that watching a horror movie alone was not only a bit frightening, but also a little lonely. Ai Jiayao simply gave up on watching the movie and returned to her room, lying on her bed to play games. Ai Jiayao's gaming skills had improved significantly. She breezed through level after level, celebrating her victory. After the excitement, Ai Jiayao suddenly remembered that Gu Moyu had been stopped by Rook and her father before getting off work. Oh no, Moyu still hasn't sent me a message. Could it be that she is still being held back by Rook and her father at the company? A terrible thought flashed through Ai Jiayao's mind. Ai Jiayao immediately closed the game and quickly sent a message to Gu Moyu. Moyu, are you home? Please reply when you see this. It had been 10 minutes since Ai Jiayao sent the message, but Gu Moyu still had not replied. Gu Moyu's lack of response made Ai Jiayao's worries grow stronger, and she anxiously muttered to herself. Usually, whenever I message Gu Moyu, no matter how busy she is, she replies instantly. This time it's been so long, and Moyu still hasn't replied. Could something really have happened? In her anxiety, Ai Jiayao decided not to wait for Gu Moyu's reply and directly called her. Ai Jiayao had dialed several times, but each time she was met with a voice reminder. Hello, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Gu Moyu's phone also didn't connect, making Ai Jiayao even more anxious. Unable to reach Gu Moyu, Ai Jiayao became increasingly worried and suddenly thought of Gu Moyu's sister, Gu Moyuan. Without a moment's hesitation, Ai Jiayao quickly searched for Gu Moyuan's phone number and dialed. Gu Moyuan had just finished dinner and was taking a leisurely walk in the garden alone. Suddenly, her phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, she answered the phone calmly. Hello, sister, is Moyu at home now? Ai Jiayao's anxious voice came through the phone. Gu Moyuan looked up at Gu Moyu's room in the villa and saw that it was still dark. She directly replied to Ai Jiayao. I haven't seen Moyu since I got back from work. She is not at home, and I isn't with you either. She must still be working overtime at the company, right? After the call with Gu Moyuan, Ai Jiayao learned that Gu Moyu still hadn't returned home. She didn't say much more and simply said bye before hanging up. After hanging up, Gu Moyuan walked slowly and pondered. What is that brat Moyu up to again? Could it be that she's playing the same trick again and going missing in front of Jiayao? Chapter 164. Are you worried that I like you? Ai Jiayao learned from Gu Moyuan that Gu Moyu had not yet returned home, making her even more anxious. Ai Jiayao tried hard to calm herself down, quietly analyzing. I've called Gu Moyu so many times, he not only didn't answer, but hasn't come home yet. Something must have happened. I can't just sit here. I have to go to the company in person to feel at ease. Ai Jiayao immediately got out of bed, quickly changed her clothes, grabbed her bag from the sofa, and took a taxi straight to the company. When Ai Jiayao arrived at the company alone, the upper floors were pitch black. She asked the security guard at the entrance, Hey, is the president still at the company? Gu Moyu had anticipated that Ai Jiayao would ask the security guard about his whereabouts, and fortunately, he had already instructed the guard. The guard glanced at Ai Jiayao, still standing in place, and disdainfully replied, I just came on shift. I don't know if the president has left. Ai Jiayao had initially hoped to get information about Gu Moyu from the guard, but unfortunately, it was a futile effort. After adjusting her bag, Ai Jiayao turned on her phone's flashlight and walked into the dark company alone. Ai Jiayao always believed she was very brave and feared nothing. However, in the empty company, holding her phone and relying solely on the light from the flashlight as she walked up the stairs, terrifying images from horror movies began to play in her mind. To find Gu Moyu quickly, Ai Jiayao gritted her teeth, suppressing her fear, and almost ran up to the floor where Gu Moyu's office was located in one breath. When Ai Jiayao pushed open the office door, she was surprised to find the office brightly lit, contrary to the darkness she had seen downstairs. She rushed into the office, her gaze quickly scanning the room, but still no sign of Gu Moyu. Just when Ai Jiayao was anxiously wondering about Gu Moyu's whereabouts, she vaguely heard his familiar laughter coming from the office. Turning around, she saw Gu Moyu suddenly appear before her, not knowing from where he had come. Before Ai Jiayao could react, Gu Moyu circled around her and directly asked, "Hey, didn't I tell you to go home after work today? Why did you suddenly come back?" Seeing Gu Moyu standing in front of her unharmed, Ai Jiayao finally relaxed her tense heart. She suddenly had a strong intuition that Gu Moyu had deliberately ignored her calls and messages to make her worry. Realizing this, Ai Jiayao immediately saw through Gu Moyu's trick. That scoundrel Gu Moyu, he tricked me again. I've been worried about him all night. The thought made Ai Jiayao's fingers tremble with anger. She glared at Gu Moyu, her face clearly showing her displeasure, and without saying a word, she turned to leave. Seeing this, Gu Moyu had no time to think and quickly stepped in front of Ai Jiayao to block her way. Standing at 188 meters tall, he completely obstructed her view, a charming smile on his face as he asked, "Hey, don't go yet. First, tell me why you rushed back to the company to find me." Ai Jiayao saw right through Gu Moyu's intentions and ignored his question, saying, "Gu Moyu, get out of my way, I'm going home." Despite Ai Jiayao's stern warning, Gu Moyu remained unfazed, standing firmly in front of her. When Ai Jiayao realized her warning was ineffective, she decided to take further action and prepared to confront Gu Moyu, just as she raised her hand. Before her small fist could land on him, Gu Moyu swiftly grabbed her wrist with his strong hand. The way Gu Moyu restrained Ai Jiayao created an ambiguous visual. Before Ai Jiayao could react, Gu Moyu leaned closer to her ear and, in a gentle tone, asked again, "Hey, just tell me the truth about why you came back to find me." Unable to resist Gu Moyu, Ai Jiayao could only helplessly express her feelings, saying, "Gu Moyu, I'll tell you the truth. I rushed back to the company because I was worried about you." Gu Moyu heard the answer he had been longing for, and a smug smile appeared on his face. "Gu Moyu, I've already expressed my feelings. Can you let me go now?" Ai Jiayao tried to negotiate for her freedom. However, Gu Moyu, filled with joy, seemed even more greedy, pressing Ai Jiayao further. "Hey, tell me, the reason you're worried about me, does it mean you like me?" Regarding Gu Moyu's sharp question, Ai Jiayao didn't want to answer because she still hadn't figured out whether she truly liked him. Ai Jiayao straightforwardly told Gu Moyu, "Gu Moyu, I refuse to answer that question." As soon as Ai Jiayao's words fell, Gu Moyu didn't get angry. Instead, he slightly closed his eyes, and as the scent of her shower gel mixed with her body fragrance wafted towards him, he greedily inhaled, revealing a mischievous smile. "Hey, did you just take a shower? You smell so good." Ai Jiayao instinctively turned to glance at Gu Moyu and realized that his familiar actions and tactics indicated he was planning to get the most out of her. Seeing Gu Moyu's determination, it was clear he wasn't going to let up until he got an answer from Ai Jiayao. In order to escape Gu Moyu's grasp, Ai Jiayao, weighing her options, decided to give in and began a compromise, saying, all right, Gu Moyu, stop fooling around. I'll tell you how I feel." Upon hearing Ai Jiayao finally relent, Gu Moyu, understanding the situation, released his hold and eagerly opened his eyes, saying, "Quickly tell me, do you really like me?" As Ai Jiayao reflected on her feelings for Gu Moyu over the past days, she straightforwardly said, "Since the last time you pretended to be dead in front of me, I felt lonely and isolated without you around. That's when I truly realized I have feelings for you." Chapter 165 Introduction to Millionaires. Ai Jiayao shared her feelings during that period without reservation with Gu Moyu. Gu Moyu heard the answer he had been eagerly anticipating from Ai Jiayao's lips, and the excitement on his face was palpable. Just as Gu Moyu was caught up in his pride and momentarily let his guard down, Ai Jiayao took the opportunity to break free from his grasp and quickly fled the office. "Girl, why are you running so fast? Wait for me. I'll take you home." Gu Moyu came to his senses and chased after Ai Jiayao while shouting. Ai Jiayao escaped from Gu Moyu's clutches like a wild horse, running faster than a rabbit. Completely ignoring Gu Moyu's words, and had already reached downstairs. By the time Gumai caught up downstairs, Ai Jiayao had long vanished from sight. Gumai wasn't angry. He returned to the parking lot to get his car. Before Gumai's car started, he couldn't help but smile at the thought of what Ai Jiayao had just said to him, his lips curling up in a joyful grin. This girl. I knew she has feelings for me all along. She just didn't want to admit it before. Ai Jiayao took a taxi back home. After running down from the office without stopping, she felt parched the moment she entered the house and needed to drink a glass of water first. Hearing the gulp-gulp sound, Ai Jiayao downed a large cup of warm water in one go. She sat down on the sofa, buffering and digesting what had just happened. Previously confused, Ai Jiayao finally calmed down alone tonight and carefully thought about her feelings for Gumai. She kept asking herself and began to mutter, after spending so much time with Gumai, do I really like him? Or is it just that he's been so good to me that I have become dependent on him? Ai Jiayao pondered this question all night, continuously asking herself about her true feelings. The more she thought, the more tangled her thoughts became, and eventually she chose to stop thinking about it altogether. Gao Yaping was quite well informed and had her ways. She somehow learned that Ai Jiayao was now dating the president of Longhui Group. When Gao Yaping found out this news, her heart could no longer be calm. Sitting on the sofa, she glared fiercely at the photo of Ai Jiayao and her father. Pointing at Ai Jiayao in the photo and angrily cursing, Ai Jiayao, you little brat. I never expected you to be so lucky to have hooked up with the president of Longhui Group. Gao Yaping thought about her daughter Gao Xinyan, whose richest boyfriend was just someone who owned a factory and had the most luxurious car, being only a BMW. Compared to Gu Mai, the president of Longhui Group, that was truly like comparing a mosquito to a cow. The more Gao Yaping thought about it, the angrier she became. Feeling it was unfair that Ai Jiayao could climb to such heights while her beautiful daughter Gao Xinyan couldn't find a boyfriend as good as Ai Jiayao. Gao Yaping was angry all night. When she was finally furious enough to go back to her room and not think about these annoying things anymore, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind, and she realized, since that little brat Ai Jiayao could climb to such heights, our Xinyan, being so beautiful, can surely catch a rich husband too. She just lacks the connections and opportunities. Now that Ai Jiayao has climbed up the Gu family tree, our Xinyan's opportunity has come too. The jealousy on Gao Yaping's face gradually faded, and now, in her heart, she only wanted Ai Jiayao to introduce a wealthy partner for her daughter Gao Xinyan. When Gao Yaping thought about her daughter marrying a powerful man like Gu Mai, her neighbors would all give her a thumbs up, praising her for having such a beautiful daughter who was so lucky to marry a rich man. As long as Gao Xinyan married a wealthy man, she could live a quality life as a wealthy lady. Gao Yaping's face broke into a happy smile. She couldn't wait any longer. Ignoring the time, she immediately picked up her phone and dialed Ai Jiayao's number. Flustered, Ai Jiayao got up from the sofa and went to her room. Just as she was about to go to bed, her phone on the vanity started ringing. Ai Jiayao got off the bed, checked her phone, and saw that the caller ID was her stepmother Gao Yaping. Ai Jiayao was reluctant to answer her stepmother's call, but since it was the first time Gao Yaping had called so late, she feared something had happened at home. After hesitating for a moment, she finally answered the call. Hello, Ai Jiayao, are you asleep? I hope I'm not disturbing you. Gao Yaping had called Ai Jiayao countless times, but this was the first time she sounded so gentle and polite. Previously, Gao Yaping would always call to scold Ai Jiayao with a stern tone, but this time, she was so courteous that Ai Jiayao was taken aback. She even thought that Gao Yaping must have been dreaming and accidentally called her. Ai Jiayao was surprised, and an ominous premonition suddenly arose in her heart, concluding it in 4 words. The visitor is not kind. Auntie, if you have something to say, just say it. I have to work tomorrow. Ai Jiayao got straight to the point. Gao Yaping's intentions were immediately seen through by Ai Jiayao, but she remained calm and directly addressed Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao, I heard you have a boyfriend, and he is the president of Longhui Group. The Gu family is one of the top aristocrats in a city, and their business spans across Europe and Asia. Upon hearing Gao Yaping's words, Ai Jiayao secretly thought, goodness, this woman is quite resourceful. Not only does she know I'm getting close to Gu Mai, but she also understands the Gu family's history and business so well. It's clear she must have investigated it on purpose. Ai Jiayao deliberately yawned loudly on the phone, and Gao yapping immediately caught on. She then got straight to the point. Ai Jiayao, since you climbed to such heights, and Xinyan is your sister with Gumai status, it shouldn't be a problem for you to let him introduce a millionaire to Xinyan, right? Gao Yapping's true intentions were finally revealed. The reason she called Ai Jiayao so late was to ask her to introduce a millionaire for her daughter Gao Xinyan. Ai Jiayao almost couldn't hold back her laughter at that moment. She tried hard to calm herself down and directly declined Gao Yapping. I just started dating Gumai. It's not appropriate for me to trouble him for anything. Chapter 166. Gao Yapping comes knocking. Although Ai Jiayao had made herself very clear, Gao Yapping didn't care at all and kept insisting to Ai Jiayao, with your position in Gumoyu's heart, as long as you say something, Gumoyu will definitely agree to help. Whether your sister can have a good life in the future is all in your hands. Gao Yapping spoke, nonstop like a monk reciting scriptures. Ai Jiayao was really at a loss, not knowing what to say, completely unable to deal with Gao Yapping's incessant chatter. Feeling extremely annoyed, Ai Jiayao directly hung up the phone. Gao Yapping was still talking when she heard the beep 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 sound from the phone. If it had been in the past, Gao Yapping would have been very angry and called Ai Jiayao again, cursing her out. But this time, after Ai Jiayao hung up, Gao Yapping not only didn't dare to get angry, but instead muttered to herself, "This girl Ai Jiayao, since you hung up on me, and I can't make my point clear over the phone. I might as well go back to sleep now and head into the city to find you first thing tomorrow morning. I must persuade you to help me with this. I have to get Gumoyu to help Xinyan find a wealthy partner." The next morning, Ai Jiayao got up very early, sitting alone on the balcony enjoying the cool breeze. Ding dong, ding dong. A series of urgent doorbell rings echoed through the villa. "Who is it? Ringing the doorbell so early?" Ai Jiayao murmured, quickly heading to the door. The moment Ai Jiayao opened the villa door, she was shocked to see Gao Yapping standing right in front of her. Ai Jiayao was taken aback, her mind racing with thousands of questions. Why did Gao Yapping suddenly come? How did she know I lived here? Before Ai Jiayao could recover from her surprise, Gao Yapping walked into Ai Jiao's villa without any courtesy. Looking astonished as she exclaimed, "Wow, Jiayao, your villa is so luxurious. This is the most beautiful house I've ever seen in my life." Gao Yapping continued to praise the villa's luxury and beauty, while Ai Jiayao could only awkwardly smile, unsure how to respond. After the flattery, Gao Yapping sat down on the sofa at Ai Jiayao's polite invitation. Before Ai Jiayao could speak, Gao Yapping got straight to the point, saying, "Jiayao, the reason I came to disturb you so early is because of what I mentioned last night. You need to speak favorably in front of President Gu, so he agrees to introduce a good partner for our Xinyan. If Xinyan also marries well, you, as her sister, will have face." Gao Yapping's purpose for coming was very clear. She wanted to use Ai Jiayao to help her daughter climb the social ladder, just like the previous night. Seeing the situation was not good, Ai Jiayao thought to herself, "Oh no, Gao Yapping is back with the same request. The wisest choice now is to leave first. Otherwise, with Gao Yapping's relentless tongue, I will definitely be overwhelmed." Ai Jiayao suddenly stood up, pretending to be in a hurry, and said to Gao Yapping, "Annie, it's almost time. I'm going to be late for work. I can't chat with you right now." As she spoke, Ai Jiayao quickly grabbed her bag and fled the villa. Watching Ai Jiayao leave, Gao Yapping was not discouraged and chased after her, loudly reminding her, "Jiayao, remember what I just told you. You must help Xinyan find a good partner." Fortunately, Ai Jiayao ran fast and escaped from Gao Yapping's clutches just in time. Ai Jiayao took a taxi to the company, and thinking about the scene of Gao Yapping chasing after her with determination made her feel uneasy. Standing at the company entrance, Ai Jiayao took a deep breath and said with relief, "Thank goodness I ran fast, or if Gao Yapping had caught up with me, I'd be doomed." Ai Jiayao glanced at the time on her phone. It was almost time to start work, so she hurried into the company. Gumoyu was already in the office early that morning, meeting an important client. When Ai Jiayao arrived at Gumoyu's office with the documents, he was already there. "Girl, you're here." Gumoyu immediately put down the document in his hand the moment he saw Ai Jiayao walk in. Ai Jiayao glanced at Gu Moyu and replied weakly, "Yeah, Moyu, why are you here so early?" Noticing something was off with Ai Jiayao's expression, Gu Moyu quickly stood up from his chair and walked over to her with long strides, showing concern as he asked, "Girl, what's wrong? You look so listless and unhappy. Did you not rest well last night, or is something bothering you?" Facing Gu Moyu's concern, Ai Jiao honestly expressed her troubles. "Moyu, my stepmother Gao Yapping somehow found out that I'm dating you. She called me last night and then came directly to my house early this morning, asking me to talk to you about introducing a millionaire partner for her daughter Gao Xinyan." After hearing Ai Jiayao's words, Gu Moyu pondered for a moment before continuing to ask her, "So what do you think about your stepmother's request for help?" Ai Jiayao did not hold back at all, directly telling Gu Moyu, "Of course, I don't want to help Gao Yapping with this. First, I'm not a matchmaker. Second, my relationship with you is our own business, and you don't need to help Gao Yapping because of me." In Gu Moyu's eyes, Ai Jiayao had always been too soft-hearted, which had caused her a lot of trouble. Seeing Ai Jiayao firmly refused to help Gao Yapping for the first time, Gu Moyu felt that her decision was right. Ai Jiayao recalled past events and angrily said to Gu Moyu, "Moreover, Moyu, when I was in school, Gao Yapping and her daughter would always team up to bully me. My dad would give me 100 yuan to pay for school meals. But when Gao Xinyan lost the 100 yuan she took to school, Gao Yapping accused me of stealing it and beat me while my dad was away." Saying a lot of hurtful things, this was the first time Gu Moyu had heard Ai Jiayao mention her childhood experiences. When he learned that Ai Jiayao had been oppressed by Gao Yapping and Gao Xinyan since she was young, he felt a mix of anger and sympathy for her. Chapter 167. Grasping evidence against Ai Jiayao, Gu Moyu locked eyes with Ai Jiayao and began to propose, "Girl, Gao Yapping and her daughter have bullied you for so long. From now on, not only will I help you, but I will also help you get revenge. I will make them taste what it's like to be oppressed." Ai Jiayao had also been bullied by Gao Yapping and Gao Xinyan for a long time, and she had always wanted to take revenge and seek justice for herself. But unfortunately, she never had the chance. Now that Gu Moyu took the initiative to offer help and promised to avenge her, Ai Jiayao happily agreed, saying, "That's great, Moyu. I've been waiting for this day for a long time, but there was never an opportunity. Now that you're willing to help me, I will definitely get my wish." Gu Moyu took Ai Jiayao's hand and had her sit down on the sofa. His agile mind began to work quickly as he promised to help Ai Jiayao. He wanted to come up with a good plan to deal with Gao Yapping and her daughter in a short time. In less than 5 minutes, Gu Moyu immediately thought a good plan. He eagerly suggested to Ai Jiayao, "Girl, Su Wenhao is coming to our company soon to discuss a big business deal. His visit can help our company develop." Upon hearing Gu Moyu's words, Ai Jiayao was shocked. In her mind, Su Wenhao was someone who prioritized his own interests and would harm others to achieve his goals. In her shock, Ai Jiayao quickly reacted and hurriedly reminded Gu Moyu, "Moyu, you must not be fooled by Su Wenhao. He is someone who prioritizes his own interests and has always seen Longhui Group as an enemy. He would never cooperate with the company for the development of Longhui Group. This must be a scam." Ai Jiayao's earnest explanation and warning to Gu Moyu stemmed from her fear that Gu Moyu, being too kind-hearted, might accidentally fall into Su Wenhao's trap. Gu Moyu's gaze fell on Ai Jiayao, and he noticed how she cared for his and the group's future, reminding him to be cautious. At that moment, Ai Jiayao felt like she was already part of the Gu family in Gu Moyu's eyes. Gu Moyu was deeply moved. With a perfect turn, he hugged Ai Jiayao tightly and excitedly said, "Girl, from now on, the matter of cooperating with Su Wenhao will depend on you." The moment Gu Moyu said this, it was not an exaggeration to describe their mutual understanding as hearts connecting, as Ai Jiayao immediately understood. Rook, the young lady of a wealthy family, believed that her father was a major shareholder in the company and that Gu Moyu would be her future partner. Confident that she would eventually become the mistress of Longhui Group, she felt free to come and go as she pleased, working whenever she wanted without any reservations. Last night, a friend of Rook returned from Paris and specially bought her the most fashionable and latest dress at a fashion show in Paris. The thought of wearing a stylish and beautiful dress to appear before Gu Moyu excited Rook so much that she couldn't sleep all night. This morning, and Rook dressed up beautifully and arrived at the company, walking lightly to Gu Moyu's office. Just before entering, she fantasized about countless beautiful scenarios. Gu Moyu, seeing her looking so pretty, would be unable to resist kissing her cheek and complimenting her, saying, "Cuckoo, you look so beautiful today." As Rook imagined this, she straightened her back with more confidence and gently pushed the door open, wanting to surprise Gu Moyu. However, the moment she opened the door, she saw Gu Moyu and Ai Jiayao intimately embracing each other. Seeing this scene made Rook so angry that her fingertips began to tremble, and the muscles on her beautiful oval face twitched uncontrollably. Not daring to linger at the office door, Rook feared that she might lose control of her temper and do something impulsive. Standing in the corridor, trying to calm down and digest what she had just seen, Rook's mind uncontrollably replayed the scene. Clenching her small pink fists, she angrily cursed Ai Jiayao. That dead girl Ai Jiayao spends all day not working and always uses her charms to seduce Moyu. No way. I can't let Ai Jiayao continue to be so reckless. I must find a way to break them apart. While Gu Moyu and Ai Jiayao were being affectionate, Rook quietly entered Ai Jiayao's live streaming room. Because of her special status in the company, no one dared to say a word no matter which department she entered or what she did. Rook stormed into Ai Jiayao's workspace, where Ai Jiayao's computer was still on her desk. Rook immediately opened the computer, hoping to find some incriminating evidence against Ai Jiayao. When Rook opened Ai Jiayao's computer, she found that Ai Jiayao's QQ was still logged in. Just then, Su Wenhao sent a message to Ai Jiayao. Without thinking, Rook clicked on the message. When she opened it, the first thing she saw was that the person who sent the message was saved as Su Wenhao in Ai Jiayao's contacts. Although Rook had just joined Longhui Group not long ago, she had already heard a lot about the competition between Longhui Group and Hao & Company in the business world. Rook was shocked to learn that Ai Jiayao actually had contact with Su Wenhao, Longhui Group's archrival. At that moment, Rook was eager to catch Ai Jiayao in a scandal, so she stared intently at the computer and quickly read through the messages from Su Wenhao. Su Wenhao's message read, "Jiayao, I've already set the trap. Now I just need you to cooperate with me, and I can bring Gu Moyu down. Report any new actions from Gu Moyu to me at any time." After carefully reading Su Wenhao's message, realizing that Ai Jiayao was colluding with the company's enemy Su Wenhao to harm the company and conspiring to deceive Gu Moyu, Rook obtained such crucial information that her mind immediately conceived a good idea to break apart Ai Jiayao and Gu Moyu. Cunning Rook, upon seeing this message, had no intention of leaving. Instead, she continued to scroll up to check Ai Jiayao and Su Wenhao's recent chat history. Chapter 168. The good show is about to begin. The more Rook pulled up, the more important documents she saw that Ai Jiayao had sent to Su Wenhao regarding the company. Rook almost finished reading the chat records between Ai Jiayao and Su Wenhao in one breath. After finishing the chat records, she immediately understood everything. It turned out that Ai Jiayao was the undercover agent that Su Wenhao had placed beside Gu Moyu, trying to infiltrate the Longhui Group through the collaboration of Ai Jiayao. After fully grasping this important intelligence, Rook immediately shut down Ai Jiayao's computer and quickly walked out of the live broadcast room, ready to inform Gu Moyu about this news. Rook quickened her pace because she couldn't wait to tell Gu Moyu this news, so that Gu Moyu could see Ai Jiayao's true colors. Ai Jiayao, this time your good days are coming to an end. You are actually an undercover agent placed by Su Wenhao beside Moyu, trying to infiltrate our Longhui Group. With me around, your schemes will never succeed. Rook muttered to herself while walking quickly. Taking the elevator, Rook swayed her figure and walked elegantly, stepping lightly to Gu Moyu's office. As soon as Rook entered the office, her eyes quickly scanned the room and found no trace of Ai Jiayao. A proud smile appeared on her face as she secretly thought, "Ai Jiayao, you traitor, I'm about to tell Moyu about your collusion with Su Wenhao to infiltrate Longhui Group. Moyu will not only kick you out of the company, but will also ensure you never recover." Rook imagined the scene. Gu Moyu ruthlessly expelling Ai Jiayao from the company and warning her never to appear in front of her again, because just seeing her face made Gu Moyu feel disgusted. and Rook's wild fantasies nearly made her laugh out loud. Gu Moyu was sitting in her chair, seriously looking at the documents. Seeing this, and Rook deliberately cleared her throat to attract Gu Moyu's attention. However, Gu Moyu continued to concentrate on her documents, showing no reaction to Rook's actions. Noticing Gu Moyu's indifference, and Rook changed her strategy, pretending to be anxious and took the initiative to speak to Gu Moyu. Moyu, I have something important to tell you. Gu Moyu still kept her head down, her tone neither warm nor cold as she asked. What is it? Taking the opportunity to inform Gu Moyu of the important matter, and Rook moved closer to Gu Moyu, looking flustered as she said, Moyu, it turns out that Ai Jiayao is an undercover agent sent by Su Wenhao from Hao & Company. Su Wenhao and Ai Jiayao are colluding to infiltrate our Longhui group, and are even looking for a chance to bring us down. So you must be careful and not be deceived by Ai Jiayao. And Rook shared her biggest discovery since joining the company without reservation. She thought Gu Moyu would be furious and immediately ask Secretary Jean to bring Ai Jiayao in for questioning. Just as Rook finished speaking, she crossed her arms and stood aside, eagerly wanting to see how Ai Jiayao would be expelled from the company in disgrace. To Rook's surprise, Gu Moyu not only did not explode in anger, but her expression remained calm and composed as she slowly responded, Oh, is that so? I didn't know there was such a thing. And Rook felt that it must be because her explanation was not vivid enough or she missed some important details, which is why Gu Moyu was so calm. Just as Rook was about to elaborate further on Ai Jiayao's faults, Gu Moyu interrupted her. Rook, I will look into what you told me. Please go rest on the sofa for a while. I have a meeting this afternoon, so don't disturb my work. Gu Moyu's expression remained calm, showing no signs of being affected by Rook's bad news. Seeing Gu Moyu's indifferent demeanor, Rook began to think that Gu Moyu was siding with Ai Jiayao again, secretly cursing. That dead girl, Ai Jiayao, must have used her charms to confuse Moyu. How can Moyu stay calm with such a major issue of a traitor in the company? And Rook couldn't understand Gu Moyu's intentions and felt like she had wasted her efforts. Feeling dejected, and Rook did not sit on the sofa as Gu Moyu suggested, but instead walked out of the office to take a stroll downstairs to ease her mood. Seeing Rook leave the office with her bag, Gu Moyu immediately picked up her phone and called Ai Jiayao. Hello, girl, come to my office right now. I have something important to tell you. Hearing Gu Moyu's urgency on the phone, Ai Jiayao dared not hesitate, immediately putting down her work and rushing to Gu Moyu's office. As soon as Ai Jiayao entered the office, Gu Moyu was already sitting on the sofa, waiting for her. Ai Jiayao hurriedly asked, Moyu, why did you want me to come over so urgently? What's going on? Girl, just now Rook came to complain to me, saying that you colluded with Su Wenhao and wanted to infiltrate the company. How did Rook find out about this? Gu Moyu briefly explained what had just happened. After hearing Gu Moyu's words, Ai Jiayao worked hard to stay calm, carefully pondering how Rook could have known about this. After a moment of contemplation, Ai Jiayao suddenly realized and said to Gu Moyu, Moyu, I know. The reason Rook knows about this must be that she peeked at the chat records on my computer. What should we do? Now that Rook knows about this, she definitely won't let it go. She will definitely make a big deal out of this. Ai Jiayao said anxiously. Both Gu Moyu and Ai Jiayao fell into deep thought without speaking. To avoid affecting the company's future cooperation with Su Wenhao's company, after discussing, they both agreed to put on a show of conflict in front of Rook. After taking a leisurely walk downstairs, Rook was just walking back into the company when Gu Moyu saw her from the window. Gu Moyu said to Ai Jiayao, girl, Rook has been downstairs for half an hour. She will be coming up soon. Let us get ready. A good show is about to begin. Ai Jiayao nodded confidently and said, Yes, I am ready. Ready to get into character at any time. In less than 5 minutes. The sound of high heels echoed outside the office door. Ai Jiayao and Gu Moyu exchanged glances, and a good show was about to unfold. Chapter 169, Negotiating Cooperation. Ai Jiayao. Longhui Group is the empire I've painstakingly built. Do you know that what you're doing now is ruining all my hard work over the years? Gu Moyu shouted angrily at Ai Jiayao. Facing Gu Moyu's accusations, Ai Jiayao immediately retorted loudly, Gu Moyu, you are really going too far. getting more and more outrageous. Seeing Ai Jiayao's attitude, Gu Mo Yu raised his voice even more, yelling at Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao, it's that time now, and you still haven't repented. While I'm still somewhat rational and haven't resorted to violence, you should get out of here immediately. Get out of my office. I never want to see you again. Fine. Gu Mo Yu, you said all of this. Don't regret it. Ai Jiayao said as she ran out of the office, tears in her eyes. And Ruo Ku, who had previously been puzzled by Gu Mo Yu's calmness regarding Ai Jiayao's collusion with Su when how to bring down the company, dismissed her doubts after witnessing Gu Mo Yu's furious outburst at Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao ignored Ruo Ku's presence and ran past her while wiping her tears. It was the first time Ruo Ku had seen Gu Mo Yu and Ai Jiayao arguing, and the first time she saw Ai Jiayao running out in tears. A triumphant smile appeared on Ruo Ku's face as she thought, heaven is helping me. I don't even need to lift a finger. Ai Jiayao has secretly colluded with outsiders to bring down the company, and this time her good days are over. She brought this upon herself. After Ai Jiayao angrily ran out, Gu Mo Yu, in order to better play this scene and show his anger, directly picked up a glass cup from his desk and smashed it to pieces with a loud bang. Seeing this, and Ruo Ku thought it was a good opportunity to impress Gu Mo Yu. She walked into Gu Mo Yu's office, approached him with a cat-like grace, and pretended to be gentle and caring, sweetly comforting him. Mo Yu, Ai Jiayao is truly ungrateful, daring to collude with outsiders to bring down the company. How could you have been so good to her? Luckily, we discovered in time, so she didn't infiltrate the company, which is a silver lining. Don't be too angry with her. You don't want to harm your health. Within Ruo Ku's comfort, Gu Mo Yu took a deep breath and looked at her with a profound gaze, saying, Ruo Ku, thank you. After hearing your words, I feel much better. And Ruo Ku, who was inherently arrogant, became even prouder with Gu Mo Yu's praise, feeling a bit floaty. A smile appeared on her face as she began to fantasize. Mo Yu has acknowledged me for the first time. I believe if I work a little harder, he will definitely come to like me. The most important thing right now is to find a way to get Ai Jiayao out of the company, so that Mo Yu and I can be together day and night, and he will surely fall in love with me unconsciously. Mo Yu, having someone like Ai Jiayao, a worm that eats the roots, in the company will only harm it. She is a ticking time bomb. We should fire her to eliminate future troubles. And Ruo Ku suggested to Gu Mo Yu. Gu Mo Yu fell into deep thought, and after careful consideration, he looked at Ruo Ku thoughtfully and said, Ruo Ku, I don't want to fire Ai Jiayao just yet. Hearing this response from Gu Mo Yu, and Ruo Ku felt a wave of displeasure but didn't dare to show it. Instead, she directly asked Gu Mo Yu, why is that? Gu Mo Yu's sharp gaze turned to the busy road outside the window, and he said firmly to Ruo Ku, I've always trusted Ai Jiayao, but she did something to hurt me and the company. I want to let her off easily. On the contrary, I want her to stay, to use the contract she signed with the company, and let her taste the bitterness of betrayal. And Ruo Ku observed the changes in Gu Mo Yu's expression. His strong hand clenched into a fist at the mention of Ai Jiayao, the veins in his muscular arm slightly bulging. Seeing Gu Mo Yu like this, and Ruo Ku felt that even if Ai Jiayao stayed, she wouldn't pose a threat to her anymore, because Gu Mo Yu had already reached the peak of his hatred for her. In the afternoon, Su Wenhao, accompanied by Secretary Han, arrived at Longhui Group to meet Gu Mo Yu. Although Gu Mo Yu and Su Wenhao had always been business rivals, when Su Wenhao came to Longhui Group, Gu Mo Yu temporarily set aside his prejudices and treated Su Wenhao courteously. Under Gu Mo Yu's invitation, Su Wenhao and Gu Mo Yu sat face to face on the sofa. As soon as Su Wenhao sat down, he smiled insincerely at Gu Mo Yu and said, President Gu, your new game developed by Longhui Group has received great reviews online. I came today to discuss cooperation with your company and invest in a few new games. I plan to invest 10 million, if President Gu agrees. I will first allocate 3 million as development costs. Su Wenhao presented various enticing conditions. And although Gu Mo Yu was experienced in business and had keen insight, he couldn't see any flaws. Gu Mo Yu was also a cautious person. Regarding Su Wenhao's proposal for cooperation, he did not immediately refuse, but instead said to Su Wenhao, Today, I can see your sincerity, Mr. Su. The conditions you proposed are very reasonable, but the group is not solely up to me. We need to hold a board meeting before making a decision. I will give you a definite answer then. Su Wenhao was also a patient person, and he was best at fishing for big fish with a long line. He did not show any displeasure at Gu Mou's temporary refusal. Instead, he continued to be polite, saying to Gu Mou, "The outside world has been saying that President Gu is a democratic leader who never engages in dictatorship. After today's discussion, I have a new understanding and definition of you." Gu Mou also showed hospitality and quickly got up to courteously see Su Wenhao downstairs. He waited until Su Wenhao got into his car before returning to his office. Before coming to Longhui Group, Su Wenhao had already messaged Ai Jiayao. Although Ai Jiayao didn't know what Su Wenhao's specific plan was, she sensed that it was definitely a trap, one that could potentially lead to the downfall of Longhui Group. Chapter 170. Losses to the bone in order to better help Gu Mou and prevent him from falling into Su Wenhao's trap. Ai Jiayao picked up her phone and dialed Su Wenhao's number, not far from where Su Wenhao's car had just driven out. He saw that Ai Jiayao was calling. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Wenhao immediately picked up the phone and answered. "Hello, Wenhao. Have you returned to the company?" Ai Jiayao asked tentatively. "My car just left not long ago, and I'm still near Longhui Group. You called me just in time. I have something important to tell you. Can you step out for a moment?" Su Wenhao asked for Ai Jiayao's opinion. Ai Jiayao had just been racking her brain for an excuse to meet Su Wenhao, but unexpectedly, he took the initiative to propose a meeting. She happily agreed. "Sure. Gu Mou has been busy with contract matters lately and hasn't been paying much attention to me." Relieved, Su Wenhao said to Ai Jiayao, "Great. Jiayao, come out now, and we'll meet at the Shangdao CAF. I have something important to discuss with you." After finishing the call with Su Wenhao, Ai Jiayao hurriedly rushed to meet him without even having time to greet Gu Mou. She couldn't wait any longer. She was eager to know what tricks Su Wenhao was planning. Su Wenhao ordered 2 cups of coffee, and Ai Jiayao sat down across from him. As soon as he sat down, Su Wenhao immediately instructed Ai Jiayao, "Keep a close eye on Gu Mou and see if he has any new actions recently. If you notice anything unusual, report back to me immediately." Ai Jiayao nodded confidently, replying, "Wenhao, don't worry. I will definitely complete the task you've given me and won't let you down." Ai Jiayao intentionally asked Su Wenhao, "Wenhao, you just met with Gu Mou at Longhui Group. What are your next steps?" Ai Jiayao had hit the nail on the head, and since she had provided Su Wenhao with seemingly crucial information, he had relaxed his guard. Therefore, he spoke candidly to Ai Jiayao. "Jiayao, I've learned through other channels that several of Gu Mou's new games have many vulnerabilities. I plan to exploit these vulnerabilities, and with your inside help, we can cause the entire game to collapse. At that time, Gu Mou will have to compensate me with a huge penalty. The financial issues at Longhui Group will definitely arise, and the company's cash flow will collapse." Gu Mou's move was ruthless. One strike could deal a fatal blow to Longhui Group and even cause the group to go bankrupt. Ai Jiayao took a deep breath, trying hard to calm herself, as Su Wenhao's words had suddenly made her legs feel weak. Feigning indifference, Ai Jiayao praised Su Wenhao without skipping a beat. "Wenhao, you are really too smart. This will definitely deal a fatal blow to Gu Mou." She raised her coffee cup and toasted with Su Wenhao to celebrate, not forgetting to flatter him. "Wenhao, I wish you great success." After drinking a cup of coffee at the CAF, Ai Jiayao quickly found an excuse and hurriedly left. As soon as Ai Jiayao returned to the company, she rushed to Gu Mou's office. Seeing Ai Jiayao's tense expression and beads of sweat on her forehead, Gu Mou immediately asked with concern, "Girl, what's wrong?" Ai Jiayao interrupted Gu Mou, looking anxious as she said, "Mou, don't speak yet. Let me explain." Gu Mou quieted down, looking at Ai Jiayao with a puzzled expression. "Mou, I just went out to meet with Su Wenhao. He told me in person that on the surface, he wants to negotiate about the cooperation for the new game, but in reality, he already knows about the vulnerabilities in our new games. He wants to use these vulnerabilities to make our company pay a huge penalty." Ai Jiayao relayed everything Su Wenhao had told her word for word to Gu Mou. Upon learning Su Wenhao's ulterior motives, Gu Mou responded calmly and immediately made a call to instruct the company's senior game engineers to fix those game vulnerabilities. A week passed, and with Secretary Han accompanying him, Su Wenhao arrived at Long Hui Group again, ready for the second round of negotiations with Gu Mou. Under Secretary Jin's guidance, Su Wenhao and Secretary Han arrived at the conference room of Long Hui Group. Following the previous discussions, Su Wenhao began the second round of negotiations with Gu Mou. After nearly half an hour of negotiations, Gu Mou readily agreed to Su Wenhao's terms, stood up with a beaming smile, and politely shook hands with Su Wenhao. "Say, Mr. Su, I hope we have a pleasant cooperation." Su Wenhao also politely shook hands with Gu Mou, replying with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Pleasant cooperation." After finalizing the cooperation with Gu Mou, Su Wenhao still smilingly proposed to Gu Mou, "President Gu, I have one more request." President Gu smiled and replied, "Mr. Su, please feel free to speak." "President Gu, since our Long Hui Group and Hao & Company are collaborating for the first time, I would like Jiayao to serve as the image ambassador for this collaboration." Su Wenhao stated straightforwardly. As soon as Su Wenhao finished speaking, Gu Mou immediately understood that Su Wenhao's intention in suggesting Ai Jiayao as the image ambassador was to do her a favor. Gu Mou, being a smart person, maintained the principle of seeing through but not saying anything and readily agreed. "Since this is Mr. Su's request, I will let Ai Jiayao serve as the image ambassador for this collaboration." "Thank you, President Gu. I'll be on my way now." Su Wenhao once again shook hands with Gu Mou. After sending Su Wenhao off, Gu Mou found Ai Jiayao and immediately shared the details of the negotiation process with her, proudly saying, "Su Wenhao wants me to compensate him for his huge penalty. He is simply dreaming. I've already set traps and countermeasures, and he has signed the contract. So he will be the one compensating our Long Hui Group with a huge penalty." Gu Mou shared this good news with Ai Jiayao, but she wasn't as happy as he had anticipated. Instead, she began to feel a bit sympathetic toward Su Wenhao, looking worriedly at Gu Mou and saying, "Sigh. Although this is Su Wenhao's own greed leading to his downfall, he has already signed the contract. When he has to compensate our group with a huge penalty, he will end up losing everything." Chapter 171, Everything is Not Real in Ruo. Ku applied a delicate makeup and sprayed on the most expensive French perfume, smiling brightly as she walked towards Gu Mou's office, all dressed up to invite him out for dinner. When in Ruo, Ku entered Gu Mou's office with a smile on her face. She saw Ai Jiayao sitting calmly on the sofa in the office, while Gu Mou was still sitting at his desk reviewing documents. In Ruo, Ku had previously thought that Ai Jiayao would never have the chance to enter Gu Mou's office again in her lifetime, but she did not expect Ai Jiayao to be sitting there as if it were natural. In Ruo, Ku was furious. In Ruo, Ku quickly walked towards Ai Jiayao, her anger clouding her judgment. She pointed at Ai Jiayao and shouted, "Ai Jiayao, you traitor! How dare you come to Mou's office? Besides scheming behind my back and doing despicable things that can't see the light of day, what else can you do?" Ai Jiayao, suddenly confronted by Ruo Ku's outburst, met her anger with equal intensity, glaring back at her, just as she was about to retort. And Ruo Ku, seemingly out of control, stormed closer to Ai Jiayao and raised a hand, ready to slap her. Meanwhile, Gu Mou, who was working at his desk, saw in Ruo Ku vehemently berating Ai Jiayao, and his handsome, fair face turned red with anger. Just as in Ruo Ku was about to strike Ai Jiayao, Gu Mou intervened from behind, coldly reprimanding her. "Stop it. Jiayao is my woman, and I won't allow you to lay a finger on her." And Ruo Ku never expected that, even at this moment, Gu Mou would stand by Ai Jiayao's side and openly declare that she was his woman in front of her. The sudden change in Gu Mou's attitude towards Ai Jiayao left in Ruo Ku momentarily speechless. Gu Mou shot in Ruo Ku a glare, took Ai Jiayao's delicate hand, and strode out of the office. And Ruo Ku watched as Gu Mou led Ai Jiayao past her. Clenching her fists in anger, her fingertips trembling uncontrollably. Breathing heavily, and Ruo struggled to sit down on the sofa. Her cunning mind raced, reflecting on the drastic change in Gu Mo's attitude over the past few days. Before long, she realized everything. Gu Mo and Ai Jiayao were putting on a show for her, and Ruo suddenly felt like she was being toyed with. Frustrated, she gritted her teeth and said, Ai Jiayao, if you play the first move, then I'll play the 15th. I won't let you off the hook. As soon as she finished speaking, and Ruo quickly picked up her phone and called someone to help her find Su Wenhao's phone number. In less than 5 minutes, her phone rang, and Ruo quickly answered. A respectful voice from a middle-aged man came through. Hello, Missin. I have found Su Wenhao's phone number and sent it to your phone. Okay, got it. And Ruo tried to control her emotions as she replied. After getting Su Wenhao's contact information, and Ruo immediately dialed his number. After a brief self-introduction, Su Wenhao quickly realized that Ruo was the daughter of Zheng Xin. Upon learning the other party's identity, Su Wenhao casually asked, I wonder why Missin suddenly called me? Facing Su Wenhao's probing question, and Ruo directly revealed her discovery. Mr. Su, Ai Jiayao has teamed up with Gu Mo to set you up. Ai Jiayao pretended to be on your side and provided you with information. But in reality, she has already confessed everything to Gu Mo. She's luring you into a trap. The contract you signed with them this afternoon was a setup, and they've been waiting for you to fall into the pit. And Ruo shared her findings with Su Wenhao without reservation. When Su Wenhao heard this bad news, it felt like a thunderbolt. Infuriated, he hoped everything in Ruo said was untrue and merely an attempt to sow discord between him and Ai Jiayao. He had been completely trusting of Ai Jiayao without any suspicion. Su Wenhao tried to maintain his composure, refusing to acknowledge Ruo's claims and feigned indifference, saying, Missin, thank you for telling me this. I'll just take it as a funny joke. The reason Su Wenhao responded this way was that he feared Ruo was intentionally trying to probe for information, so he wouldn't admit to anything over the phone to avoid giving her any leverage. After hanging up, Su Wenhao picked up his phone and called Ai Jiayao. He immediately arranged to meet her, wanting to clarify the situation in person. When Ai Jiayao received Su Wenhao's call, she arrived at a CAF as promised. As soon as she entered, Su Wenhao straightforwardly asked her, Jiayao, and Ruo just called me, saying that you were pretending to cooperate with me, while actually being on Gu Mo's side. I hope this isn't true and that Ruo is just trying to sow discord. As soon as Su Wenhao finished speaking, his gaze fixed on Ai Jiayao, his hopeful expression indicating he wanted her to tell him that Ruo was lying and that she was still on his side. Since Su Wenhao had already brought it up, Ai Jiayao decided not to hide the truth any longer. She candidly told Su Wenhao, and Ruo is right. Let me be honest with you. I have always been on Gu Mo's side. So please don't try to make any moves on Long Hui Group in the future. If you agree to back off, I will plead with Gu Mo to reduce the compensation for your company, considering our past acquaintance. When Su Wenhao heard Ai Jiayao admit that she was on Gu Mo's side and that she had set him up, while he faced a hefty compensation to Long Hui Group, he was stunned and couldn't utter a word for a long time. Ai Jiayao glanced at Su Wenhao and directly advised him, Wenhao, take care of yourself. After saying that, she picked up her bag and walked out of the CAF without looking back. Chapter 172. Each takes what they need. After Ai Jiayao left, Su Wenhao stood still, his eyes filled with anger, swearing in frustration. Ai Jiayao, I trusted you so much, but I didn't expect you to manipulate me and collude with Gu Mo to set me up. I will not let this go. I will definitely get my revenge. The first person Su Wenhao thought of was Rook. He immediately picked up his phone, his trembling hand dialing Rook's number in anger. And Rook had not yet calmed down. She was sitting on her balcony at home, occasionally staring blankly into the distance, and sometimes picking up scissors to haphazardly trim the potted plants on the balcony. Ring, ring, ring. The phone that Rook had set aside rang. She casually picked up the phone, and upon seeing that it was Su Wenhao calling, she eagerly answered, Hello, Missin, do you have time? If it's convenient, Let's meet. Su Wenhao, suppressing his inner anger, politely spoke to Enrook. Enrook was still upset and thought to herself, Su Wenhao wants to meet, and since I'm bored at home, plus we both have a common enemy, I might as well go meet him. Enrook replied leisurely, Mr. Su, I just happen to have time. Where shall we meet? Su Wenhao sent Enrook the address of CAF, and she drove there alone to meet him. When Enrook arrived, Su Wenhao greeted her courteously, and they sat across from each other. Despite it being over an hour, Su Wenhao's anger only grew. On the way to meet Enrook, Su Wenhao had already gathered detailed information about her situation. Enrook liked Gu Moi, but he had been rejecting her without any solution in sight. Su Wenhao did not beat around the bush and directly addressed Enrook. Missin, you like Gu Moi so much, yet he completely disregards your feelings and is getting cozy with Ai Jiayao, continuously hurting you. Su Wenhao hit Enrook's sore spot right away. Enrook was not to be outdone and retaliated by hitting Su Wenhao's sore spot. Mr. Su, aren't you the same? You like Ai Jiayao so much and trust her, yet she has turned against you and colluded with Gu Moi to set you up. Now you also have to face a huge compensation fee for breach of contract with Long Wei Group, truly losing both money and face. Mentioning this made Su Wenhao clench his fist tighter, his veins slightly bulging. He tried to suppress his anger and began to propose his plan to Enrook. Missin, since we have both been hurt by Gu Moi and Ai Jiayao, why don't we collaborate to bring down Gu Moi's Long Wei Group? We can help each other. Enrook hesitated for a moment, considered it briefly, and then agreed to Su Wenhao's proposal. With a determined gaze, she looked straight at Su Wenhao and said, although I have always loved Gu Moi, I can't stand how he and Ai Jiayao are so rampant in the company. The next morning, Ai Jiayao got up early, washed up, and changed her clothes. Just as she walked downstairs to the hall, having not yet had breakfast, there was a sudden, urgent ringing of the doorbell outside the villa. If Ai Jiayao did not hurry to open the door, she would surely be deafened by the jarring sound. When she opened the villa door, she was greeted by her most dreaded stepmother, Gao Yaping. Before Ai Jiayao could react, Gao Yaping wasted no time and immediately asked, Jiayao, how did it go with the favor I asked you? Has President Gu agreed to introduce a good match for us for Xinyan? Gao Yaping spoke incessantly like a machine gun. Ai Jiayao replied frankly, Annie, I talked to Moi a couple of days ago, and he agreed to help me with this. Upon hearing Ai Jiayao's answer, Gao Yaping finally left her alone and stopped nagging. A joyful expression appeared on Gao Yaping's cunning face as she laughed heartily and said, I knew it. Someone like President Gu, who earns big money and does big business, must be different in handling matters. He'll definitely help us find a good match for Xinyan. After the flattery, Gao Yaping couldn't wait any longer and, looking hurried, said to Ai Jiayao, Jiayao, I have things to do, so I won't bother you. Ai Jiayao still had questions for Gao Yaping, but Gao Yaping ran off faster than a rabbit, disappearing in a flash. Gao Yaping hurried to the hotel to bring Gao Xinyan out, excitedly telling her, Xinyan, I have good news. President Gu has agreed to introduce a good match for you. Gao Yaping and Gao Xinyan were alike in nature, and upon hearing about the introduction of a good match, Gao Xinyan smiled like a blooming flower. Without delay, Gao Yaping took Gao Xinyan straight to Gu Moi's company. Upon their sudden arrival, Gu Moi was very welcoming. He not only met them in the president's office, but also had his secretary bring them 2 cups of coffee. After a brief chat, Gu Moi felt that there were too many people in the office and many things were inconvenient to discuss there, so he invited Gao Yaping and Gao Xinyan, saying, Auntie and Miss Gao are family members of Jiayao. Since it's your first time visiting our company, it's only right that I take you both out for a meal to show my hospitality. Hearing that, Gu Moi wanted to take them out to eat. Gao Yaping and Gao Xinyan's eyes sparkled as they both exclaimed, Thank you, President Gu. Thank you, President Gu. Gu Moi took Gao Yaping and Gao Xinyan to the nearest restaurant to the company. As soon as they entered, Gao Yaping looked around greedily, her mouth wide open in surprise as she said to Gao Xinyan, Xinyan, this restaurant is so luxuriously decorated. Everything inside must be very expensive, right? Gu Moi glanced back at Gao Yaping, and Gao Xinyan instinctively nudged Gao Yaping with her elbow, seemingly reminding her not to embarrass herself. Like a country bumpkin entering the city, with the waiter leading the way, Gu Moi, Gao Yaping, and Gao Xinyan sat down at table. As soon as the waiter brought the menu, Gao Yaping took it without hesitation, ready to feast. Seeing this, Gumoy directly told the waiter, "Hello, waiter. Bring me all the dishes on the menu." Chapter 173. Don't embarrass yourself here. Hearing Gumoyu's words, Gao Yaping was stunned and speechless. Yet she still didn't forget to flatter Gumoyu, saying, "President Gu truly lives up to being a big boss, so generous." However, Gao Yaping's flattery had no effect on Gumoyu at all. Feeling that the atmosphere was still nice, Gao Yaping directly thanked Gumoyu. "President Gu, thank you for agreeing to help us introduce a good match for Xinyan." Gumoyu glanced at Gao Yaping and replied nonchalantly, "Auntie, you don't need to thank me. I wasn't willing to help with this at first, but for Jiayao's sake, I will definitely help." Gao Yaping stood up again and quickly thanked Gumoyu, saying, "Thank you. Thank you." Seeing Gao Yaping's expression, Gumoyu couldn't help but want to laugh. She began to secretly plan, "I must think of a way to deal with this hypocritical woman, Gao Yaping, and her arrogant daughter, so I can help Jiayao feel better." Just as Gumoyu was lost in thought, a young man who looked to be in his 30s barged in. Gumoyu had never seen this person before, so she looked at him with confusion. She barely glanced at him for 3 seconds when the young man, without any warning, swung his fist and landed a heavy punch on Gumoyu. Caught off guard, Gumoyu was ambushed by this young man. After punching Gumoyu, the young man began to curse and assert his claim, saying to Gumoyu, "I'm telling you, Xinyan is my fiancée. Why do you have to get close to her? Don't think that just because you have money, you're something special. I've tolerated you for a long time, and you still have the face to flaunt your wealth in front of my fiancée." The young man, blinded by anger, was indiscriminately accusing Gumoyu. After hearing the young man's words, Gumoyu finally realized that he was Gao Xinyan's fiancée. Seeing Gumoyu's increasingly ugly expression, Gao Yaping quickly stood up and scolded the young man. "Zhao Shirquan, you poor brat. What right do you have to cause trouble here? With your poor appearance. I'll tell you clearly today, you're not worthy of my daughter. Get out of here immediately and don't embarrass yourself in front of me." Facing Gao Yaping's scolding, Zhao Shirquan seemed unwilling to leave. In front of everyone, he began to lament and rebut Gao Yaping, saying, "In order to pursue Xinyan and for us to have a good life in the future, I wake up early and work hard every day. I've finally made a little progress, but unexpectedly at this moment I've been abandoned." Although Gumoyu was inexplicably punched by Zhao Shirquan and wanted to return the punch, upon hearing how Zhao Shirquan was bullied by Gao Yaping and Gao Xinyan, she began to feel sorry for him. For the sake of her plan, Gumoyu still pretended to stand on Gao Yaping and her daughter's side, and on the surface, she helped Gao Yaping sarcastically mock Zhao Shirquan, saying, "Zhao Shirquan, you should wake up. A beautiful girl like Xinyan, with a bright future, cannot possibly spend her life with a poor brat like you. It doesn't even matter if you suffer, but Xinyan, such a beautiful girl, can't endure hardship." With Gumoyu's help, Gao Yaping became even more unrestrained in scolding Zhao Shirquan. "Zhao Shirquan, if my daughter really married you, it would be like a flower stuck in cow dung. She would never rise again. As the saying goes, people need face and trees need skin. You should have some self-awareness and stop having designs on my daughter. Don't embarrass yourself here. Disappear from my sight immediately." Seeing Zhao Shirquan being publicly scolded and demeaned by her mother, Gao Xinyan hesitated, unsure whether to step in and help Zhao Shirquan. At that moment, Gumoyu, who was sitting beside her, noticed Gao Xinyan's hesitation. If Gao Xinyan stood up to say a word of justice for Zhao Shirquan, even if it was just one sentence, Zhao Shirquan would definitely be moved. In order to prevent Gao Xinyan from continuing to harm the innocent and kind-hearted Zhao Shirquan, Gumoyu immediately expressed her position before Gao Xinyan could speak. "Xinyan, in my company, there are men who are 100 times better than Zhao Shirquan. I will introduce them to you right away." As expected, Gao Xinyan and her mother, Gao Yaping, were of the same character. Upon hearing that Gumoyu was going to introduce her to better matches, she immediately distanced herself from Zhao Shirquan, drawing a clear line. "Zhao Shirquan, you should go back. My mom is right. With my good conditions and bright future, I shouldn't waste my life on a poor brat like you." Zhao Shirquan had thought that only Gao Yaping was unreasonable and snobbish. He had comforted himself, thinking that Gao Xinyan was not like this. However, after Gao Xinyan's heartless words were spoken, it was like a bolt from the blue for Zhao Shikuan. But the facts were in front of him, and he had no choice but to accept reality. Zhao Shikuan's sad gaze fell directly on Gao Xinyan and her mother, and he angrily said, "I will never forget the humiliation you have inflicted on me today. One day, you will come crying to beg me." After saying a few words, Zhao Shikuan left sadly. Watching Zhao Shikuan leave in sorrow, Gumoyu finally felt relieved. The biggest obstacle for Gao Yaping had already left. And a sly smile appeared on Gao Yaping's face as she said, "President Gu, it's all our fault for letting this poor brat ruin the atmosphere. But that bastard has finally left, and we can continue discussing serious matters." As soon as Gao Yaping finished speaking, Gumoyu wasted no time and immediately sent photos of the company's high-level employees to Gao Yaping and her daughter. Gao Yaping looked at the well-dressed men in the photos. The key point was that the backgrounds of the photos showcased luxurious and high-end decorations, which made Gao Yaping delighted as she thought to herself, "The tiles on the walls are made of marble, and the antique vases on the wooden cabinets must be worth at least a few million." Although Gao Yaping and Gao Xinyan were a bit dazzled by the sight, seeing so many handsome men made them happier the more they looked. Seeing this, Gumoyu didn't forget to fan the flames, saying, "Annie, although these dozen or so people are just our company's high-level employees, they all earn over $1 million a year, and there is still a lot of room for growth in the future. If they are capable, it won't be long before their annual salary exceeds $1 million. Chapter 174. It's really difficult for me after hearing Gumoyu's words. Gao Yaping and her daughter Gao Xinyan displayed the same greedy smile, still enjoying themselves as they watched. After a careful selection, Gao Xinyan handed a photo of a tall, handsome guy with distinct features, a golden collar, to Gumoyu, pretending to be shy, and said, "President Gu, among so many people, I think this handsome guy is the most eye-catching." Gumoyu took the photo from Gao Xinyan, looked closely, and secretly thought, Gao Xinyan really knows how to choose. She actually picked the company's visual representative, Yuan Chao. However, what might have caught Gao Xinyan's eye could be not Yuan Chao himself, but the eye-catching, valuable Ferrari sports car behind him. Gumoyu maintained her principle of seeing through, but not exposing the truth, continuing to hide her inner thoughts while generously praising Gao Xinyan. "You really have good taste. Among our many golden collars, Yuan Chao is not only the visual representative of our company, but also the richest one. He is an invisible rich man. His grandfather is one of the directors of the Maritime Group." After hearing Gumoyu's introduction of Yuan Chao, Gao Xinyan became even more eager to meet him. Meanwhile, Gao Yaping, sitting beside her, looked excited, seemingly more anxious than Gao Xinyan, urging Gumoyu, "President Gu, we have already chosen a suitable person for Xinyan. When do you plan to arrange their meeting?" Gumoyu, already having an idea, replied to Gao Yaping without hesitation, "Auntie, don't worry. I can arrange for you to meet right now." As soon as Gumoyu finished speaking, she struck a chord with Gao Yaping's heart, as Gao Yaping was eager for Gumoyu to set up the meeting immediately. To Gao Yaping's delight, she smiled joyfully and quickly praised Gumoyu. "President Gu not only has high efficiency, but is also a person of great resolve. In my life, I have never admired anyone, and you are the first person I admire." Gumoyu immediately picked up her phone and dialed Yuan Chao's number. "Hello, Yuan Chao. I'm at the Donghua restaurant downstairs from the company. You need to come over right now." Gumoyu commanded Yuan Chao. Yuan Chao, not daring to neglect Gumoyu's order, quickly responded respectfully, "Yes, President." After arranging the meeting with Yuan Chao, Gumoyu began looking for an excuse. "Annie Xinyan, I've already arranged for Yuan Chao to come over. He will be here soon. I have some matters to handle in the company, so I will excuse myself for now." Gao Yaping and Gao Xinyan both pretended to be polite, bidding farewell to Gumoyu. After Gumoyu left, only Gao Yaping and Gao Xinyan remained in the restaurant, their faces displaying synchronized smiles, eagerly anticipating Yuan Chao's arrival. Receiving Gumoyu's command, Yuan Chao hurried down, and just as he approached the parking lot, he was stopped by Gumoyu. Yuan Chao looked puzzled at Gumoyu and directly asked, "President Gu, what's going on? Didn't you ask me to go to the Donghua restaurant?" Seeing Yuan Chao's confused expression, Gu Moyu straightforwardly told him, Yuan Chao, I asked you to go to the Donghua restaurant to meet a person named Gao Xinyan. Upon hearing this, Yuan Chao was even more confused and asked, President Gu, who is Gao Xinyan? I don't know her. Yuan Chao, I'm not very familiar with Gao Xinyan either, but I know she is a gold digger who is fickle. So I need your help. You need to go to table 5 at the Donghua restaurant to meet them. Find a way to make Gao Xinyan fall in love with you. And when the time is right, you can dump her. After listening to Gu Moyu's words, Yuan Chao felt a bit intimidated by her, but her request was really hard to accept. After a mental struggle, Yuan Chao opened up to Gu Moyu. President Gu, I will definitely serve you in any other matter you ask, but asking me to be a scumbag is really difficult for me. Yuan Chao's straightforward refusal was understandable. However, Gu Moyu was very angry because she had already promised Gao Yaping and Gao Xinyan. If Yuan Chao did not keep the appointment, Gu Moyu would lose face in front of them, and the plan could not proceed smoothly. In order to get Yuan Chao to cooperate with her plan, Gu Moyu temporarily suppressed her dissatisfaction and directly said to Yuan Chao, Do you know what kind of person Gao Xinyan is? Today I saw with my own eyes that she would abandon her fiancé to catch a rich husband, not only playing with others' feelings, but also ruthlessly speaking ill of them in public. I say, if such a woman is not given a lesson, she will continue to harm others. After hearing Gu Moyu's words, Yuan Chao felt very sympathetic towards the man abandoned by Gao Xinyan. Yuan Chao readily agreed to help Gu Moyu. President Gu, I will help you with this. Hearing Yuan Chao finally agree, Gu Moyu breathed a sigh of relief and generously praised him. Good, not bad, Yuan Chao. It turns out you're also a person with a sense of justice. For Gu Moyu's compliment, Yuan Chao was not modest at all and replied proudly, Of course, but I am more interested in the Gao Xinyan you mentioned. What kind of woman is she, and what kind of parents could raise such a mercenary daughter? From Yuan Chao's words, it was clear he was eager to meet such a rare woman as Gao Xinyan. Gu Moyu looked at her watch and urged Yuan Chao, A lot of time has passed. Hurry up and meet them. Don't keep them waiting too long. Yuan Chao immediately understood, and before leaving, he gave Gu Moyu an okay gesture, said nothing, and left with a hint of a mischievous smile, rushing to meet Gao Xinyan at the Donghua restaurant. After Yuan Chao left, Gu Moyu also strode towards the company. When Gu Moyu arrived at the office, Ai Jiayao happened to be there, searching for information online. As soon as Ai Jiayao saw Gu Moyu enter, she immediately put down her work, took the ginseng tea she had specially brewed for Gu Moyu, and excitedly handed it to her. Moyu, this is the ginseng tea I specially brewed for you. You should drink it while it's hot. It's very beneficial for your health and can refresh your mind. It's perfect for someone like you who often exercises their brain. Chapter 175. Bring money to redeem a person. Gu Mo, you took the ginseng tea that Ai Jiayao specially brewed for him. And with a happy smile on his face, he said, Girl, thank you. The ginseng tea you made for me must be very delicious. After slowly tasting a few sips, Gu Mo, you gave Ai Jiayao a thumbs up and said, This ginseng tea truly contains your deep affection for me. The taste is so special, so unique. Ai Jiayao felt sweet inside from Gu Moyu's praise. However, the usually coy Ai Jiayao playfully punched Gu Moyu's chest with her small fist while pouting, saying, You just know how to sweet talk and flatter girls. After some playful banter, Gu Moyu candidly shared with Ai Jiayao about having dinner with Gao Yaping and her daughter, Jiayao. Gao Yaping and her daughter came to the company just now, asking me to introduce a partner to Gao Xianyan before coming to work at the company. Ai Jiayao had already met Gao Yaping. Unfazed, Ai Jiayao asked Gu Moyu, So, did you introduce a partner to Gao Xianyan? Gu Moyu exchanged a loving glance with Ai Jiayao and said straightforwardly, You know, I gave Gao Xianyan many photos of handsome gold-collar guys from our company. Gao Xianyan has a good eye. She immediately set her sights on our company's heartthrob, Yuan Chao. As per Gao Xianyan's wish, I arranged for Yuan Chao to meet her. Upon hearing Gu Moyu's words, Ai Jiayao looked shocked and said, Moyu, aren't you putting Yuan Chao in danger? We all know what kind of person Gao Xianyan is. Aren't you just pushing Yuan Chao in a fire pit? Guo looked at Ai Jiayao with indifference, a glint of light flashing in his deep eyes, and continued to explain animatedly, "Girl, don't worry. Everything is under my control. I let Yuan Chao meet Gao Xianyan and pretend to have a good impression of her. When the time is right, I'll have Yuan Chao dump Gao Xianyan. Let her taste the bitterness of being abandoned." After Guo finished speaking, Ai Jiayao looked shocked. While she was still in shock, she reminded Guo, "Mo, I know you're doing this to help me vent my anger, but you need to control it a bit. Don't go too far, or else it might get out of hand." Guo shrugged nonchalantly, reassuring Ai Jiayao, "You don't need to worry. I know what I'm doing, and I have my limits." Since Guo arranged an excellent blind date for Gao Xianyan, Gao Yiping had not bothered Ai Jiayao for a while. Ai Jiayao sat on the sofa, eating an apple while watching a movie, enjoying her life to the fullest. That night, Ai Jiayao watched 2 movies in a row, but still felt unsatisfied. Only her eyes were starting to feel a bit sore, which is when she decided to stop. Ai Jiayao went to the balcony, reclining lazily on a beanbag, leisurely gazing at the stars and the moon. In a cheerful mood, Ai Jiayao couldn't help but exclaim, "Ever since Gao Yiping stopped bothering me, my life has been more comfortable than that of an immortal." After Ai Jiayao made this heartfelt comment, her phone rang. Her gaze fell on the screen. Seeing that the caller ID was Qi Xiaoya, Ai Jiayao picked up the phone without hesitation and said first, "Xiaoya, you're calling me so late. Are you inviting me to go shopping? If it's about shopping, then I definitely..." Before Ai Jiayao could finish her sentence, a strange man's voice interrupted her on the other end of the line, asking in a coarse voice, "Are you Ai Jiayao?" When Ai Jiayao heard a strange man speaking instead of Qi Xiaoya on the phone, her heart started to race. But she pretended to be calm and asked, "I'm Ai Jiayao. Who are you? Why do you have Xiaoya's phone?" Facing Ai Jiayao's barrage of questions, the strange man on the phone seemed a bit impatient and replied in a rough voice, "We are from a loan shark company. Qi Xiaoya borrowed money from us and hasn't paid it back. She has now been detained by us. If you want Qi Xiaoya to return safely and soundly, then hurry up and bring 100,000 yuan to Jima to redeem her." Hearing the strange man's words, Ai Jiayao was completely stunned. Before she could react, the strange man had already hung up, and all that was left on the line was the sound of beep, beep, beep. "That little brat Xiaoya. No wonder I haven't seen her for a while. I thought she was very busy studying for her accounting certificate and didn't come to find me. I didn't expect her to be in such trouble." Ai Jiayao began to talk to herself, nervously pacing back and forth on the balcony. Ai Jiayao carefully analyzed what the strange man had just said, tried to remain calm as she reasoned. The strange man just said they want a ransom of 100,000 yuan. Fortunately, the amount they mentioned is something I can manage, no matter what the truth of the matter is. The urgent task at hand is to rescue Xiaoya first. After some analysis, Ai Jiayao decided to take 100,000 yuan to Jima to redeem her the next day. She began planning, "I'll book a flight ticket out of the province online tonight, take a few days off from work tomorrow morning, and then go to the bank to withdraw 100,000 yuan in cash." It was already late at night, and Ai Jiayao still couldn't fall asleep because she was worried about Qi Xiaoya's safety, not knowing how she was doing or if she was being mistreated. After an unknown amount of time, Ai Jiayao was finally too tired to stay awake and gradually fell asleep. Before the alarm she set for the previous night even went off, Ai Jiayao was already up. As soon as Ai Jiayao got up, she quickly washed up and then picked up her phone to call the company. "Hello, Xiao Wang. I need to go out of the province for some business, so I can't come to work for the next few days. I'm requesting a 2-day leave." Ai Jiayao spoke a little anxiously to the HR staff, Xiao Wang. "Okay, no problem, Jiayao. I'll help you register it." Xiao Wang's gentle voice came from the other end of the line. "Thank you, Xiao Wang." Ai Jiayao politely replied. After hanging up the phone, Ai Jiayao didn't waste a moment. She picked up the bank card she had prepared the night before, sighed lightly, and said with determination, "Next, I'll go to the bank to withdraw 100,000 yuan in cash, and then I can take my flight ticket to Jima to find Xiaoya." Chapter 176. Restlessness Ai Jiayao withdrew cash from the bank, took her flight ticket and a simple bag, and hurriedly took a taxi straight to the airport. Due to the urgency of the situation, Ai Jiayao didn't even have time to say goodbye to Gu Moyu and boarded the earliest flight to Jima. Since Ai Jiayao discovered her true identity, Gu Moyu no longer had to sneak around to go to work. In order to see Ai Jiayao sooner, Gu Moyu arrived at work on time every morning. Dressed in a sharp suit, Gu Moyu arrived at the office, with Secretary Jean closely following him, fully alert and not daring to relax. After Gu Moyu and Ai Jiayao had devised a plan to intentionally show off their affection in front of Enrook, Gu Moyu could see Ai Jiayao as soon as he walked into the office every day. Thinking about his previous perfect plan that made Gao Yaping and her daughter Gao Xinyan fall into the trap he had set, Gu Moyu received the good news that Gao Yaping hadn't bothered Ai Jiayao since that day. Gu Moyu was so happy he couldn't stop smiling, secretly thinking, if it weren't for my help, this girl would definitely have been annoyed to death by that Gao Yaping. Since I'm in a good mood today, I'm gonna show off my achievements in front of Ai Jiayao, making her admire me even more. Gu Moyu strode into the office, stretching out his strong arm to push the door open with force. When his sharp gaze quickly swept across the office, he found it unusually quiet, and there was no sign of Ai Jiayao in the familiar corner. Gu Moyu couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed, as he was eager to see Ai Jiayao and had something to boast about to her. Gu Moyu skillfully took off his suit jacket and tossed it to Secretary Jean, who quickly caught it and carefully hung it on a hanger. Glancing at his watch, Gu Moyu furrowed his brow and said, "It's already past 9, and she still hasn't arrived. Could something have delayed her?" As soon as Gu Moyu finished speaking, he remembered that based on his long understanding of Ai Jiayao, she wouldn't be late unless there was a special reason. Not thinking too much, he opened the curtains and stood by the window, watching the bustling traffic on the streets of city while patiently waiting for Ai Jiayao's arrival. Unknowingly, Gu Moyu had been standing by the window for 2 hours, and his legs began to feel numb. He finally raised his hand to check his watch, and it was already 11 o'clock. Gu Moyu had waited so long, but Ai Jiayao still hadn't come to work, let alone appear before him. Frowning, Gu Moyu picked up his phone and dialed Ai Jiayao's number. Just as he dialed, his phone immediately responded with a voice prompt. "Hello, the number you have dialed is turned off. Please try again later." Ai Jiayao was currently on a plane heading to Jima to rescue Qi Xiaoya. Her phone had been turned off as soon as she boarded the plane, so Gu Moyu couldn't reach her. Yet Gu Moyu was still not discouraged, and, with a mindset of giving it another try, dialed Ai Jiayao's number again. But the outcome was the same, and Gu Moyu finally put down his phone. Not seeing Ai Jiayao for a moment made him feel like an ant on a hot pan, restless and anxious. Seeing Gu Moyu so agitated while trying to call Ai Jiayao, Secretary Jean immediately understood. Without needing Gu Moyu to instruct him, he went to the live broadcast department to gather information. When Secretary Jean arrived at the live broadcast department, Manager Liu warmly welcomed him. Secretary Jean wasted no time and directly asked Manager Liu, "Manager Liu, why hasn't Ai Jiayao come to work yet?" Everyone in the company knew that Secretary Jean was Gu Moyu's capable assistant and favorite employee, and everyone was eager to curry favor with him. In response to Secretary Jean's question, Manager Liu immediately answered truthfully, "Secretary Jean, Ai Jiayao didn't come to work this morning. However, she called the HR department earlier and said she will be taking a few days off. I'm not sure what you need her for. It's nothing. Thank you." Manager Liu. Secretary Jean politely replied to Manager Liu. Upon learning about Ai Jiayao's situation, Secretary Jean immediately stood up, eager to report back to Gu Moyu. Secretary Jean hurried back into the office, where Gu Moyu was still frowning, puzzled as to why Ai Jiayao's phone was turned off and why she hadn't called to inform him. Gu Moyu had been worried about Ai Jiayao all morning. Secretary Jean rushed to Gu Moyu's side and respectfully said, "President, I just went to the live broadcast department. Manager Liu said Ai Jiayao called the HR department this morning to request a leave of absence for a few days." Gu Moyu had waited all morning for Ai Jiayao and was worried about her when he finally learned from Secretary Jean that she had taken a leave of absence. His heart ached, and his sharp gaze fell on Secretary Jean as he coldly replied, "I understand. You can go now." "Yes, President." Secretary Jean slightly lowered his head and respectfully answered. Just as Secretary Jean turned to leave the office, he sneezed twice in quick succession. His first reaction was that Rook had arrived. And Rook often wore strong perfume to which Secretary Jean was a bit allergic. So he had sensed her presence even before she arrived. Sure enough, as soon as Secretary Jean stepped out of the office, Rook entered, strutting in high heels and swaying her hips as she approached Gu Moyu's office. As soon as Rook entered, she saw Gu Moyu sitting on the sofa and immediately moved closer, sitting down on the opposite sofa. Seeing Gu Moyu frowning, Rook spoke first. Moyu, are you still upset with me? The reason I acted that way the other day was for your own good. I know you're kind-hearted and easily fooled by others. If possible, I hope you want to take that incident to heart, so my heart will feel better. And Rook had just sat down and began to chatter away, while Gu Moyu sat on the sofa, not even glancing at her, completely ignoring her presence. Chapter 177. Agreement on profit distribution. Looking at Rook's demeanor, it's clear she is about to talk endlessly again. Gu Moyu has been worried about Ai Jiayao since she hasn't seen her all morning, and her brows are tightly knitted, feeling quite irritable. Noticing Gu Moyu's lack of response, Rook continued, Gu Moyu has tolerated Rook for long enough, and her speaking again successfully angered Gu Moyu. Gu Moyu shot Rook a glare and coldly ordered, You're too noisy. Get out right now. This was the first time Gu Moyu had lost her temper so much to drive Rook away since she started working at Longhui Group. And Rook still couldn't believe it and refused to accept reality. She remained on the sofa, putting on a pitiful act. Moyu, how can you kick me out? And Rook still wanted to fight for her place, so she started playing the pity card with Gu Moyu. However, Gu Moyu ignored her completely and cruelly shouted at Rook, Get out. I hope I don't have to say it a second time. And Rook, seeing that Gu Moyu's attitude remained the same, simply gave up on trying to change the situation, picked up her bag, and left the office with an incredibly aggrieved expression. After leaving Gu Moyu's office, Rook went to the company's pantry. Holding a cup of coffee she had just made, she took a small sip and couldn't help but think of how Gu Moyu had always stood by Ai Jiayao, defending her at the cost of hurting herself and showing a fierce attitude towards Rook just now. Gu Moyu, as a lady from the family, no one has ever dared to kick me out, and I've never been treated this way before. You will definitely regret treating me like this today. And Rook vented her emotions in the pantry. Just as Rook was throwing a tantrum, her phone on the table rang. She paused for a moment, picked up the phone, and upon seeing the message was from Su Wenhao, quickly opened the screen. Once Rook calmed down and took a closer look, she saw that Su Wenhao's message read, Missin, starting today, we are officially cooperating. The specific arrangements are as follows. While you work at Longhui Group, you must assist me in my work, and by any means necessary, provide me with important clients and information from Longhui Group. Once we successfully infiltrate Longhui Group and bring it down, I will acquire Longhui Group. I will then give you 30 of the shares, making you the second largest shareholder. And Rook carefully read through the message and had no objections regarding the work cooperation. However, she absolutely disagreed with the profit distribution. Why should Su Wenhao get 40 of the shares while she, having put in such a great effort and risk to provide him with crucial information at Longhui Group, only received 30? And Rook replied to Su Wenhao, Mr. Su, I have no objections regarding the work cooperation. However, on the issue of profit distribution, I do not agree with your arrangement. If you want us to cooperate smoothly, then I will take 40 of the shares, and you will take 30. Su Wenhao initially disagreed, but after thinking it over, he realized that if he could successfully take down Gu Moyu, he would have one less major competitor in business. And obtaining 30 of Longhui Group's shares wouldn't be too bad either. In the end, Su Wenhao compromised and agreed to Rook's request, and they reached a preliminary agreement. Su Wenhao replied to Rook, All right, once we successfully take down Longhui Group, you will have 40 of the shares, and I will have 30. After negotiating with Su Wenhao, Rook continued to sit in the pantry, her anger still not dissipated. Gritting her teeth, she said, Moyu never treated me like this before. It must be Ai Jiayao stirring things up behind my back. That's why Moyu is acting this way towards me. Thinking of Ai Jiayao made Rook unable to contain her anger, and she huffed through her nose, her small fists clenching tightly as she angrily stood up and headed to the live broadcast department, ready to take out her frustrations on Ai Jiayao. Fuming with anger, Enrook stomped in her high heels. The sound of her shoes scraping against the floor was piercing when she stormed into the live broadcast department. Her eyes filled with rage as she quickly searched for Ai Jiayao's figure. After looking around, not only did she not see Ai Jiayao, but she found Gu Moyu sitting upright at Ai Jiayao's workstation. Upon seeing Gu Moyu, Enrook's fierce expression softened a bit. But Gu Moyu could still see right through Enrook's purpose for coming. She must be here to cause trouble for Ai Jiayao. Gu Moyu shot Enrook a sharp glare and coldly reprimanded. Enrook, are you here to cause trouble for Jiayao again? Let me tell you, although your father is a major shareholder of Longwei Group, you need to understand one thing. Longwei Group is in my hands now, and I am the one in charge. Don't think you can stir up trouble in my company right under my nose, or I will deal with you seriously and won't go easy on you. Gu Moyu had been worried and a bit angry because Ai Jiayao had disappeared without a word and couldn't be reached, and she had been holding back her feelings. However, Enrook's arrival only ignited her anger further, causing Gu Moyu to lose control of her emotions and lash out at Enrook. Enrook felt humiliated and stripped of her dignity after being publicly scolded by Gu Moyu. With a pitiful look, she glanced at Gu Moyu but said nothing, feeling sad and heartbroken as she ran out. Seeing Enrook leave in sorrow, Gu Moyu suddenly realized that her actions had been a bit too much. Without a moment to think, Gu Moyu immediately chased after her. When Gu Moyu caught up, Enrook had just reached the elevator doors. Gu Moyu blocked Enrook's path and directly said to her, "Rook, don't be angry. I was too impulsive just now and couldn't control my emotions, saying some hurtful things. I sincerely apologize and hope you can forgive me." Chapter 178 Change of Perspective. Enrook still pretended to look wronged and sad, but in fact, she had deliberately slowed down her pace just to see if Gu Moyu would chase after her. When Gu Moyu, as she expected, ran out after her, Enrook immediately felt less sad. However, Enrook was quite scheming. In order to gain sympathy, she still appeared very upset and hurt on the surface. To perform well in this act, and win Gu Moyu's pity and compassion, Enrook forced out a few tears from her eyes. Gu Moyu had always been most afraid of girls crying. When Enrook suddenly shed tears in front of her, Gu Moyu became flustered and at a loss. To prevent Enrook from feeling sad, Gu Moyu desperately recalled the tricks she had read about in books on how to cheer girls up. Gu Moyu lowered her voice as much as possible and softly said to Enrook, "Rook, can you stop being angry? Didn't you love eating Michelin desserts when you were little? I'll go buy some for you right now, okay?" Enrook did not respond directly to Gu Moyu's gesture of kindness. At this moment, Enrook was thinking that she needed to seize this opportunity to quickly clear her name in front of Gu Moyu. Enrook took a deep breath, looked at Gu Moyu with determined eyes, and premeditatedly defended herself, saying, "Moyu, during my internship at the company, you have misunderstood me. Sometimes when I have conflicts with Jiayao, it's not that I'm looking for trouble with her. Sometimes things just happen by coincidence. I'm worried you might be deceived, and it's all for your good that I might argue with Jiayao." Enrook spoke eloquently, and her reasoning was sound. Gu Moyu didn't know why, but she surprisingly believed in Rook's words and frowned slightly, secretly thinking, although what Rook did before was a bit excessive, she essentially isn't a bad person. After all, she studied abroad and received higher education. Gu Moyu changed her perspective on Enrook from the bottom of her heart, thinking that Enrook was not as bad as she had imagined. Since starting work, Gu Moyu had been suppressing her emotions for a long time. After Enrook's words, Gu Moyu had already lowered her guard against Enrook and opened her heart to confide in her, saying, "Rook, Jiayao asked for leave from the HR department and disappeared without a word. I'm really worried about her safety. I don't know if she has encountered any trouble. It's one thing for her to leave without saying goodbye, but why isn't she answering my calls?" Seeing Gu Moyu's worried expression for Ai Jiayao, Enrook felt very jealous and secretly cursed Ai Jiayao in her heart. Humph. Isn't it better that Ai Jiayao is missing? Then there will be no problems. I can be with Moyu and return to the way things were when we were kids. Although Enrook secretly wished that Ai Jiayao would disappear from this world, she still pretended to be obedient on the surface and quickly comforted Gu Mohu, saying, Mohu, you really don't need to worry too much. Jiayao is an adult now. If she really encounters any trouble, she will definitely handle it well. If you think positively, it may not be as complicated as you imagine. She might just have gone back to her hometown for a bit. Under Enrook's gentle comfort and patient analysis, Gu Mohu's worried and anxious expression faded a lot. As soon as Enrook finished speaking, a cunning thought flashed through her mind, secretly calculating. Oh, Ai Jiayao is missing. I shouldn't be comforting Gu Mohu like this. I should scare Gu Mohu first, making her hurry to find Ai Jiayao. Once Gu Mohu leaves, the Longwei group will be leaderless, and I can use the excuse of helping Gu Mohu manage the company to steal important information from the company. As Enrook thought of her perfect plan, she couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. But since Gu Mohu was present, she suppressed her inner joy. Enrook's gaze landed on Gu Mohu as she said, Mohu, actually I think. Just as Enrook was about to say her suggestion to Gu Mohu, her phone rang from her bag. Enrook stopped her suggestion and politely said to Gu Mohu, Mohu, sorry, I need to take this call. Gu Mohu nodded slightly in acknowledgement, but did not speak. Enrook moved to the side, looked at the caller ID, and saw it was her home phone number. Without hesitation, she answered the call and said, Hello. Hello. Young lady, it's bad. The sir has been sick for several days, not eating or drinking. You need to hurry home and take a look. The voice of Butler, Missouri came through the phone, panicked. As soon as Enrook heard Butler, Missouri's report about her father being sick and not eating, she quickly inquired, Butler, Missouri, isn't Dr. Wong at home? Has Dr. Wong found out what illness my father has? Butler, Missouri replied, Young lady, Dr. Wong has examined him, but couldn't find anything wrong. According to Dr. Wong, he suggests taking the sir to a big hospital for a full examination to find out what's wrong with him. Enrook, the pampered young lady, had always been indifferent to family matters, but upon hearing that her father, who had always doted on her, was ill, she felt very anxious. Okay, Butler, Missouri, please take good care of my father. I'll head home right away. Enrook spoke urgently into the phone. Don't worry, young lady. We will take good care of the sir. After saying that, Butler, Missouri hung up the phone and took the lunch prepared for Jungshin for the 5th time, heading to the room on the 2nd floor where Jungshin was. Considering her carefully planned scheme and the health of her father, Enrook made a rational choice, unhesitatingly deciding to abandon her plan and go home to see how her father was doing. Enrook approached Gu Mohu, looking tense, and said, Mohu, my father has been sick for the past few days and isn't eating or drinking. I need to go home right now to take him to the hospital for a checkup. Hearing that Jungshin suddenly fell ill, Gu Mohu immediately approved Enrook's request, saying, Rook, then hurry back. I'm sure Uncle Lin, who isn't feeling well, would really want you by his side. Enrook hurriedly bid farewell to Gu Mohu and drove off, rushing to her father's villa at the fastest speed. Chapter 180. It's impossible to renegotiate the contract after Enrook's comfort and analysis. Gu Moyu preferred to believe that Ai Jiayao had just returned to her hometown and happened to be in an area with poor signal, which was why her phone was unreachable. In order to stop himself from worrying unnecessarily about Ai Jiayao's safety, Gu Moyu decided to immerse himself in work to distract himself. Gu Moyu took the elevator to his office. After reviewing some documents, he said to Secretary Jean, who was standing nearby, Secretary Jean, please notify all department heads to meet in the conference room at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Secretary Jean slightly lowered his head and respectfully replied, Yes, President. I will arrange it immediately. Secretary Jean quickly left the office to inform the department heads about the meeting and prepare for the conference at 3 o'clock. Gu Moyu quickly skimmed through a contract in hand and immediately picked up his phone to call President Lin. Hello. Hi, President Lin. This is Gu Moyu. Gu Moyu said politely. President Gu, hello. I was wondering why you suddenly called me. Is there something on your mind? A young man's voice came from the other end of the line. While flipping through the contract, Gu Moyu politely said to President Lin, your company and ours signed a contract half a month ago, but production hasn't started yet. What's going on? Oh, President Gu, so that's what you meant. I apologize. Our company had a batch of raw materials held up by customs, which were only released yesterday. I will arrange it right away in the next couple of days. and it won't delay your company's normal operations. The young man on the phone assured. Just after Gu Moyu finished the call, Secretary Jean hurriedly walked in and respectfully reported to Gu Moyu, who was sitting at his desk looking at documents. President Su has arrived. He is in the reception room downstairs. Should I invite him up? Upon hearing that Su Wenhao had arrived, Gu Moyu put down his pen, puzzled, and said, "Wasn't the contract finalized and signed earlier? What is Su Wenhao doing here now? He wouldn't be trying to pull any tricks again, would he?" Feeling confused, Gu Moyu immediately instructed Secretary Jean. "Secretary Jean, please invite Su Wenhao to my office for a discussion." "Yes, President." Secretary Jean respectfully replied and immediately turned to go downstairs to fetch Su Wenhao. In less than 5 minutes, Secretary Jean brought Su Wenhao to Gu Moyu's office. As soon as Su Wenhao entered and saw Gu Moyu, he quickly walked over, shook hands with Gu Moyu first, and politely said, "President Gu, it's been a long time. How have you been lately?" Gu Moyu was reluctant to answer Su Wenhao's question, but out of politeness, he still replied, "Everything is well. Thank you for your concern, President Su." Although Gu Moyu had a bad premonition and felt that Su Wenhao was not here with good intentions, he still politely invited him to sit on the sofa and then instructed Secretary Jean, standing nearby. "Secretary Jean, brew 2 cups of the best Longjing tea to entertain President Su." "Yes, President." Secretary Jean respectfully answered and immediately turned to prepare the tea. As soon as Su Wenhao sat down, he clearly stated to Gu Moyu, "President Gu, I came here today without prior notice because I have some unavoidable difficulties. I feel that the contract signed between Longwy Group and our Hao & Company is very unfair to us. So I came here today hoping that Longwy Group can sign a fair contract with us." After Su Wenhao finished saying what he wanted to say in one breath, Gu Moyu's expression immediately changed, and he retorted angrily, "President Su, the contract between our Longwy Group and Hao & Company was signed based on mutual agreement. No one forced you. You were the one who wanted to cooperate with us in the first place, and now you suddenly want to back out. You know that in business, once a contract is signed, it has legal effects. You have 2 options. Either continue the cooperation or pay the penalty. You need to think it over." Gu Moyu's words were clear to Su Wenhao, but he still had the audacity to come to Gu Moyu's Longwy Group with a glimmer of hope. Although Gu Moyu's response was expected, Su Wenhao had always been the one controlling others in business and had never been constrained like this before. Su Wenhao's fair complexion turned red with anger, considering that Gu Moyu was still sitting across from him, and he needed to continue negotiating. Su Wenhao suppressed his dissatisfaction and anger as much as possible, holding on to the last shred of hope. Su Wenhao's clever mind quickly turned, and in a calm tone, he said to Gu Moyu, "President Gu, our first cooperation can dissolve past grievances, and people from all walks of life and the media are focusing on our 2 companies. If we can cooperate happily, it would surely be a milestone in the business world. However, if our cooperation fails, it will have a negative impact on both of our companies." Su Wenhao was quite eloquent, using the media and the reputation of both companies as a shield. However, Gu Moyu remained clear-headed and was not fooled by Su Wenhao's words. Seeing that Gu Moyu did not respond, Su Wenhao thought that Gu Moyu agreed with him. So he continued to speak incessantly. "President Gu, for the sake of our company's image, I think you should heed my advice. Let's void the previous contract and negotiate a new one." Su Wenhao continued to speak at length, but unfortunately, Gu Moyu was not impressed and impatiently retorted, "President Su, let me make it clear to you. Renegotiating the contract is impossible, so don't waste your efforts. Furthermore, I also remind you that if this cooperation between Hao & Company and our Longwy Group fails, we will publicly announce that it was Hao & Company that breached the contract first. We have the contract and evidence. So in front of the media, our Longwy Group's image will not only remain intact, but may even improve. As for your Hao & Company, who knows what will happen? I hope the media will show some mercy on your company when the time comes." Gu Moyu's words hit Su Wenhao right where it hurt. After hearing this, Su Wenhao nearly broke down, but he still pretended to be strong and straightened his back. Chapter 180. Chaos in proportion. Su Wenhao could no longer suppress his emotions. He angrily confronted Gu Moyu, saying, "President Gu, you and Ai Jiayao are perfectly in sync. You two are utterly shameless, conspiring against me right in front of my face. I tell you, I will not let this go easily. I will bring down your Longwy group within 3 days. Just wait and see. In his fury, Su Wenhao's audacity grew bolder. He was so shameless as to reprimand Gu Mai on her own turf. How could Gu Mai possibly tolerate this? Gu Mai stood up and coldly issued an eviction order. Mr. Su, you dare to act wild on my territory. Get out immediately. I don't want to see you again. For Gu Mai's eviction order, Su Wenhao either didn't he understand or didn't he care, and he stubbornly remained seated on the sofa. Gu Mai became even angrier and personally threw Su Wenhao out of the company. Whether he could bring down Gu Mai's Longwy group was one thing. Right now, the biggest obstacle Su Wenhao faced was that his company had to pay a hefty penalty to Gu Mai's group. After being kicked out by Gu Mai, Su Wenhao got into his luxury car. Secretary Han was shocked to see Su Wenhao being thrown out for the first time. At that moment, Secretary Han felt it was best to remain silent and say nothing so as not to become a punching bag for Su Wenhao. Once in the car, Su Wenhao ordered in a commanding tone, Secretary Han, drive back to the company immediately. As Su Wenhao sat in the car, his anger still simmered. He cursed Gu Mai angrily, saying, that bastard Gu Mai, not only does she refuse to renegotiate the contract, but she even dares to kick me out. I will not let this go. Secretary Han drove Su Wenhao back to the company, and fortunately, he was wise enough to keep his distance, thus avoiding becoming Su Wenhao's outlet for anger. Su Wenhao got out of the car, and with a loud bang, he slammed the car door shut, seemingly venting his inner dissatisfaction. Secretary Han, caught off guard, nearly jumped out of his skin. Back in his office, Su Wenhao immediately took off his suit jacket and threw it heavily onto the chair. Thinking of how he was humiliated by Gu Mai and the hefty penalty he had to pay, Su Wenhao became increasingly enraged and could not swallow this anger. He sat on the sofa, deep in thought about countermeasures, and gradually calmed down. The urgent task now is to deal with the huge penalty my company faces from Longwy Group. Su Wenhao concluded after careful consideration. His cunning mind began to churn rapidly, and he immediately thought of Enrook, whispering to himself, the only one who can help me now is Enrook. Just as Su Wenhao thought of Enrook, he picked up his phone and dialed her number. Meanwhile, after Enrook returned home and got a rough understanding of her father's health condition, following Dr. Wang's advice, she admitted her father to the hospital for examination and treatment. And Zheng Xin was hospitalized, and as a devoted daughter, Enrook didn't take a moment to rest, starting to arrange everything for her father. Just as Enrook finished the necessary paperwork at the hospital's front desk, her phone rang. After placing her documents down, she quickly took out her phone, not even bothering to check the caller ID, and answered immediately. Hello, who is this? Enrook spoke first. Things were not going as planned for Su Wenhao, and in a state of panic, he felt like an ant on a hot pan, completely flustered. Hearing Enrook answer the phone, Su Wenhao grasped at the last straw, stating directly, it's me, Su Wenhao. Listen, I have something important to discuss with you. Enrook initially intended to refuse Su Wenhao directly, but hearing the urgency in his voice, she held back and calmly replied, Mr. Su, please go ahead. In a state of confusion, Su Wenhao got straight to the point. Listen, if you can help me steal an important secret from Longwy Group within 3 days, I can give you all the shares, and you won't have to worry about any interest from Longwy Group. Su Wenhao's offer was indeed tempting, but in Enrook's heart, her father's health was more important than any company's shares. Without hesitation, Enrook replied, Mr. Su, I can't help you right now. My father is sick and hospitalized, and I need to stay here to take care of him. I really can't leave. Hearing Enrook's response, Su Wenhao lost his last thread of hope, and he felt as if he was about to collapse. After hanging up the phone, Su Wenhao exploded in his office, frantically grabbing a water cup from the table. With a loud bang, the crystal-clear glass shattered into pieces. Everything in front of Su Wenhao suffered the same fate, all destroyed in his rage. After venting his anger, Su Wenhao gradually calmed down and began to talk to himself. No, I can't just sit here and wait to die. I must take the initiative. I had to find a way to make Enrook agree to help me. Su Wenhao's cunning mind quickly began to work, and soon a good idea popped into his head. And Rook, since you're at the hospital and can't conveniently meet me, I'll visit your father under the pretext of seeing him. I must seize this opportunity and persuade you to help me. At that moment, Su Wenhao firmly believed in his plan. As long as he persevered, there would be a turning point. Su Wenhao immediately got up from the sofa, grabbed the car keys from the table, and first went to a nearby fruit shop to buy some fruits. He placed the fruit basket in the car and quickly drove to the hospital wherein Zhengxin was being treated, preparing to visit him. After parking in the hospital lot, Su Wenhao hurried to the hospital lobby. After inquiring about Zhengxin's ward at the front desk, he took the elevator and strode into the room. When Su Wenhao arrived at Zhengxin's hospital room, Rook was gently speaking to her father while holding the medicine prescribed by the doctor. Dad, it's time to take your medicine. Chapter 181. Unable to cry. With no tears, Su Wenhao, holding a fruit basket, raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. The sound of knock, knock, knock came from behind, and Rook instinctively turned her head to look. It was Su Wenhao standing outside the door, knocking, and Rook glanced at Butler, Missouri, who immediately went to open the door. As soon as Su Wenhao walked into the hospital room, he put on a gentlemanly demeanor and approached Zhengxin's hospital bed, politely greeting, Mr. In. I heard from Miss In that you are ill and hospitalized. I have been quite concerned, so I specifically came to visit you. I hope you recover soon. Hearing Su Wenhao's courteous words, although Zhengxin felt very unwell, he still politely replied, Thank you for your concern, Mr. Su. At Rook's gesture, Butler, Missouri brought over a chair, and Rook also politely said to Su Wenhao, Mr. Su, thank you for your concern for my father. You're truly thoughtful. Please have a seat. After briefly greeting Su Wenhao, Rook picked up a cup of warm water and the medicine prescribed by the doctor from the table, handing them to Zhengxin, saying, Dad, please take your medicine first. Then you can sleep a little, and you'll be fine. And Zhengxin knew his body best. Although Rook had comforted him like this for the third time, he still chose to believe his daughter's words. He took the medicine and water from Rook and quickly swallowed the medicine. After taking the medicine, Rook adjusted the pillow that Zhengxin was leaning against, looked at the time on her watch, and said to her father, Dad, the medicine is taken, so please sleep for a bit. I will stay here with you. The unwell Zhengxin lay down and quickly fell asleep. Seeing that Zhengxin was asleep, Su Wenhao then stood up and, without Rook's consent, pulled her out of the hospital room. Rook and Su Wenhao stood in the corridor outside the hospital room, and Su Wenhao, still with the same intention, went straight to the point, saying to Rook, Miss In, as long as you can help me steal the important secrets of Longwy Group within 3 days. Not only will I not take shares from Longwy Group, but I will also give you a large sum of money. What do you think? Su Wenhao sweetened the deal. But Rook was not in the mood to think about that at all. Without even a moment to consider, she flatly refused Su Wenhao, saying, Mr. Su, I really can't get away right now. I can't help you. But don't worry. I promise that after my father is discharged, I will find a way to help you. And Rook remained steadfast, resolutely rejecting Su Wenhao, but also promising to help him later. Su Wenhao felt that continuing to cling to her was useless, so he had to give up on persuading her further. After sending Su Wenhao away from the company, Gumoy sat down on the sofa, no longer able to focus on work, and stopped thinking about Su Wenhao. Right now, all that filled Gumoy's mind was the shadow of Ai Jiayao. Unable to resist, he picked up his phone and, with a mindset of giving it a try, dialed Ai Jiayao's number again. Gumoy held the phone to his ear, anxiously wanting Ai Jiayao to answer. Unfortunately, the phone's voice prompt said, Hello. The number you have dialed is switched off. Please try again later. Gumoy dreaded receiving this response, but it was an undeniable fact. More anxious than ever, he stood up from the sofa, increasingly worried, saying, It was one thing that this girl didn't answer my call in the morning. Maybe she was busy, but now it's afternoon, and her phone is off. What on earth is going on? Watching Gumoy pace back and forth in the office for a long time, Secretary Jean couldn't stand it any longer. Secretary Jean stepped forward and, with a glimmer in her eyes, suggested to Gumoy, President, since you were so worried about Miss Jiayao, rather than guessing and scaring yourself here, why not go directly to Miss Jiayao's house and see for yourself what is going on? Secretary Jin's words were like a wake-up call for Gumoy. He finally reacted, realizing, yes, Secretary Jean, you make a lot of sense. Rather than worrying here, I might as well go see for myself. Thank you, Secretary Jean. You really woke me up with your words. Gumoy praised her for the first time after having her around for so long. As soon as he finished speaking, Gumoy didn't dare waste a moment. And without even putting on his suit jacket, he grabbed the car keys from the table and hurriedly left the office. Gumoy drove quickly to the villa where Ai Jiayao lived. After parking the car, he quickly got out and rushed to the villa door, raising his hand to press the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Gao Yaping was inside Ai Jiao's villa, munching on sunflower seeds while watching a TV drama. The loud doorbell interrupted Gao Yaping's enjoyment of the show, and she stood up from the sofa with an unhappy expression, muttering, Jiayao, this girl goes out without bringing her keys, making me, as her elder, run back and forth to open the door for her. It's really absurd. Reluctantly, Gao Yaping put on a sour face and went to answer the door. When the villa door opened, she saw Gumoy standing outside, looking sharp in a white shirt with a blue tie. As soon as Gao Yaping saw that it was Gumoy ringing the doorbell, she immediately put away her sour face, unable to hide her inner joy, and greeted him with a smile. President Gu, what brings you here? Please come in. Gao Yaping was warm and welcoming, and without hesitation, she reached out to take Gumoy's hand and led him into the house. Gumoy instinctively withdrew his hand and politely said, Hello, Annie. As soon as Gumoy entered the villa's living room, Gao Yaping hurriedly invited him to sit down and generously brought out her snack fruit platter, saying to Gumoy, Here, President Gu, have some fruit and sunflower seeds. Make yourself at home. Thank you, Annie. I usually don't like to eat these things. Gumoy politely declined. Gao Yaping was not shy either, while munching on sunflower seeds. She started chatting with Gumoy, saying, President Gu, the person you introduced to my daughter is really quite good. Thanks to your help. Gumoy could only give an awkward smile in response, and perfunctorily replied, Yes. Andy, Yuan Chao is a valuable asset to our company, and I have always recognized his abilities. At this moment, Gumoy felt like crying without tears, because the reason he came here was to find Ai Jiayao, not to chat with Gao Yaping. Chapter 182, receiving a call from the robbers, Gumo Yu sat on the sofa and chatted awkwardly with Gao Yaping for a while. Then, Gumo Yu deliberately asked Gao Yaping, Annie, Jiayao didn't go to work today. Did she go back home to visit her uncle? The words that had been stuck in her heart for a long time finally came out, and Gumo Yu felt a sense of relief. When Gumo Yu's gaze fell on Gao Yaping, eagerly waiting for her response, Gao Yaping pretended not to hear and continued to talk endlessly about her daughter. Gao Xinzan. While cracking sunflower seeds, Gao Yaping proudly boasted to Gumo Yu, President Gu, when my ex-Yin was born. A fortune teller predicted that this girl is destined for wealth and will definitely live a life without worries. Oh my God, did Gao Yaping really not hear what you said? Her daughter's matters have nothing to do with me. I just want to know Jiayao's whereabouts. Gumo Yu silently shouted in her heart, although Gumo Yu was quite unhappy with Gao Yaping's feigned ignorance. She didn't dare to lose her temper because she still had questions to ask. Gumo Yu continued to sit on the sofa, listening to Gao Yaping ramble on. At this moment, Gumo Yu felt like her ears were about to go deaf because Gao Yaping could really talk nonstop, unable to bear it any longer. Gumo Yu got straight to the point and said to Gao Yaping, Annie, actually, I came here today specifically to find Jiayao. Do you know where she is now? Gao Yaping was in the middle of her enthusiastic chatter when she was interrupted by Gumo Yu. Moreover, Gumo Yu directly mentioned she was looking for Ai Jiayao in front of her. Although Gao Yaping felt a bit displeased, she still politely replied to Gumo Yu, President Gu, I actually don't know where Jiayao has gone. She wasn't in the villa when I arrived. Upon hearing from Gao Yaping that she also didn't know Ai Jiayao's whereabouts, Gumo Yu fell in a deep thought and murmured, Where on earth could this girl have gone? After pondering for a while, Gumo Yu suddenly thought of Ai Jiayao's good friend, Qi Xiaoya. Got it. If Jiayao didn't go back home, then she must have gone to Xiaoya's house. Gumo Yu slapped her thigh, looking as if she had just realized something. Without even saying goodbye to Gao Yaping, Gumo Yu grabbed the car keys from the table and hurriedly ran out of the villa. Gao Yaping watched this and muttered unhappily, Gu Mou is such a brat. The moment he can't see Jiayao, it's like he lost his soul. As soon as he finds out her whereabouts, he runs faster than a rabbit. Gu Mou drove quickly to the entrance of Qi Xiaoya's community. As soon as he parked the car, he agilely got out and almost ran into the elevator of the community. Having run so fast, Gu Mou was still panting. He quickly raised his hand and knocked on the door several times. The knocking sound echoed in the living room, and Qi Xiaoya's mother put down her knitting and hurried to open the door. When Qi's mother opened the door and saw Gu Mou, she looked surprised. Before Qi's mother could react, Gu Mou urgently spoke first. "Hello? Annie, is Xiaoya at home?" Surprised, Qi's mother directly replied. "Xiaoya is on vacation from work for a while. She is enjoying herself and traveling around alone." Gu Mou learned that Qi Xiaoya was not home because she was out traveling. He frowned slightly and said, "So that means Jiayao isn't with Xiaoya. What should I do? Where on earth has Jiayao gone?" Gu Mou was worried that Ai Jiayao's words were clearly heard by Qi's mother, who was standing beside him. Qi's mother adjusted her reading glasses, looked at the clock on the wall, and said to Gu Mou, "Xiaoya will be back from her trip in an hour. If you can't find Jiayao, it's possible she want to pick up Xiaoya." Hearing this from Qi's mother, Gu Mou's anxious heart finally eased a bit. He politely said to Qi's mother, "Auntie, if you don't mind, I'll wait here for Jiayao to come back." Qi's mother, who was feeling quite bored at home, was happy that Gu Mou had come over, so she replied cheerfully, "Mou, if you are willing to keep this old lady company while waiting for Xiaoya and Jiayao to come back, I am more than happy. How could I mind?" Under Qi's mother's warm invitation, Gu Mou sat down on the sofa in the living room. He sat silently on the sofa, while Qi's mother was very talkative. As soon as Gu Mou sat down, she began sharing funny stories about Ai Jiayao and Qi Xiaoya from their childhood. "Mou, you know that Jiayao and Xiaoya have been good friends since childhood. Don't look at how well they get along. They used to fight and argue a lot when they were little. But what makes me happiest is that both of them have tough exteriors but soft hearts. After arguing today, they would make up tomorrow. Aren't these two girls a bit strange?" Qi's mother shared various amusing stories about Ai Jiayao and Qi Xiaoya's childhood without holding back. Although Gu Mou didn't express his opinions, he was very engaged and wanted to understand and listen to anything related to Ai Jiayao. Just as Qi's mother was about to share another interesting story, the phone on the table rang. Upon hearing the phone ring, Qi's mother displayed a joyful expression and said, "At this time, it must be Xiaoya arriving at the community entrance. She wants to charm her old mom for help." Qi's mother picked up the phone and quickly answered it, still wearing a kind smile, and spoke first. "Xiaoya, are you at the community entrance? Do you have too many things to carry and want your mom to come help you?" Before Qi's mother's words finished, a rough male voice came from the phone. "Hello. Are you Qi Xiaoya's mother? Your daughter Qi Xiaoya borrowed high-interest loans from our company and hasn't paid them back. You need to prepare 20,000 cash immediately to exchange for your daughter, or else we will kill her, and you could just wait to collect her body." Qi's mother, who was originally filled with joy waiting for her daughter to return, never expected to receive a call from robbers. When Qi's mother heard the robbers say that if she didn't come up with 20,000 cash to redeem her daughter, she would just wait to collect her body, she was so frightened that she was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 183. Outnumbered after finishing the call, Qi's mother suddenly felt weak in her legs, unable to control her emotions. She had a heart attack and collapsed as the phone fell from her hand. Fortunately, Gu Mou noticed that Qi's mother's complexion was off and immediately stood up to support her as she fainted. Gu Mou sensed that the situation was dire and quickly picked up the unconscious Qi's mother, driving her directly to the hospital himself. After getting off the plane, Ai Jiayao was in Gmall for the first time, feeling lost in an unfamiliar place. However, fortunately, this was the era of high-tech networks, and Ai Jiayao was able to use navigation, making transportation relatively convenient. As soon as Ai Jiayao exited the airport, she hailed a taxi and politely said to the driver, "Sir, please take me to Yongfeng Road in Jinxiu District." "Okay, miss," the driver replied courteously. Once in the car, Ai Jiayao carefully protected the 100,000 yuan in cash she had brought with her, as it was the ransom money to save Qi Xiaoya. She remained vigilant, not daring to let her guard down. After riding in the taxi for over an hour, Ai Jiayao began to feel a bit drowsy, having been in transit since early this morning. However, thinking about her heavy responsibility to rescue Ai Jiayao, she suddenly felt wide awake. The taxi driver slowly stopped under a large tree and said to Ai Jiayao in the back seat, "Miss, we've arrived at Yongfeng Road in Jinxiu District." Ai Jiayao immediately took out the 50 yuan she had prepared and handed it to the driver, politely thanking him before getting out with her belongings. Ai Jiayao had suddenly been kidnapped, and in order to safely rescue her, Ai Jiayao had not considered calling the police. Instead, with the mindset of spending money to avert disaster, she went to Jima alone to redeem Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao looked up at the unfamiliar city, took a deep breath, and quickly walked toward the specific address the kidnappers had previously given her. Upon arriving at the designated location, Ai Jiayao instinctively observed her surroundings. The entrance of the alley had several newly constructed buildings, while the back was filled with dilapidated houses overgrown with weeds, creating a stark contrast between the front and back of the alley. Gathering her courage and calming her emotions, Ai Jiayao raised her hand and knocked several times on the shabby door. Hearing the knock, a leading kidnapper signaled to a subordinate beside him, saying, "Someone's knocking. Go open the door. The rest of you, be alert and pay attention." A kidnapper dressed in black quickly approached the door and cautiously opened it. When the kidnapper saw that it was a girl in her 20s knocking, he instantly relaxed and asked, "Are you here to redeem that girl inside?" Ai Jiayao nodded slightly and replied, "Yes." "Where is Xiaoya? I need to see her right now." Noticing Ai Jiayao's agitation, the kidnapper in black became impatient and shouted at her, "Hey girl, can't you see our boss is here? You're shouting before even entering. Do you believe I—" Before the kidnapper in black could finish, a person they referred to as boss stepped out and interrupted him, admonishing Stutter, "Didn't I tell you to be gentler with girls? Don't speak so roughly." "Yes, yes, yes, boss." The kidnapper in black immediately conceded. Under the lead kidnapper's guidance, Ai Jiayao entered the dilapidated house. Holding tightly to her 100,000 yuan in cash, she was the first to speak to the kidnapper boss. "I brought the 100,000 yuan you wanted. Now release Xiaoya immediately." As soon as Ai Jiayao entered, the kidnappers closed the door behind her. The kidnapper boss looked at Ai Jiayao with appreciation and said, "You're the bravest girl I've ever seen. I told you I wanted 100,000 yuan in cash. But that was last night. Today you must give me 200,000, otherwise you won't leave." Before entering, Ai Jiayao thought that if she obediently paid the ransom the kidnappers demanded, she could take Ai Jiayao and leave. Unexpectedly, the situation was beyond her expectations. These greedy guys were raising the price. My goodness, these people are so shameless and despicable. Ai Jiayao thought angrily. Faced with being outnumbered, Ai Jiayao couldn't afford to take a hard stance. Instead, she spoke to the kidnapper boss in a negotiating tone. "Boss, you clearly said 100,000 yuan last night. You suddenly want to double it, and I didn't bring that much money. Please, just let us go." Despite Ai Jiayao's pleas, the kidnapper boss was unmoved and instead intensified his threats, intimidating her. "No money? Then you're not leaving today." The 100,000 yuan cash Ai Jiayao had brought was snatched away by the kidnappers, and she was now being held here. Ai Jiayao was truly in a dire situation, having lost both her money and her freedom. Several kidnappers huddled together, speaking in a dialect that Ai Jiayao couldn't understand, seemingly discussing something. After about 10 minutes, the kidnapper boss approached Ai Jiayao and directly threatened her. "If you want to keep your life and go home, you need to call your family for money right now. Only then can you regain your freedom." These crazed fugitives are trying to swindle money with the same old tricks. Ai Jiayao thought angrily, her fingers trembling uncontrollably. Unable to think of a way to escape, Ai Jiayao had no choice but to harden her resolve and agree to the kidnapper boss's demands. Under the watchful eyes of the kidnappers, Ai Jiayao picked up her phone and dialed her home. Gao Yaping was enjoying the comfort of the air conditioning while watching her favorite TV drama, living a life of leisure. Ring, ring, ring. The The phone on the table rang. The ringing interrupted Gao Yaping's enjoyment of the drama, and she put down the remote with a displeased expression to answer the call. Hello, who is this? Gao Yaping said loudly. Damn it, why is Gao Yaping answering the phone at this time? Am I just waiting to die now? Ai Jiayao felt a 99 premonition of impending doom. Chapter 184. Installing the tracker. Although Ai Jiayao felt deep down that her stepmother Gao Yaping would never come to rescue her. In order to prevent the kidnappers from harming her, she still followed their demands and said into the phone, Hello, Auntie, it's Jiayao. I've been kidnapped in Jima. Please hurry and bring 20,000 cash to redeem me. Ai Jiayao spoke exactly as the kidnappers had instructed, without missing a single cent. Upon hearing the demand for 20,000, the cunning Gao Yaping immediately thought it must be a scam call. Without hesitation, she scolded, You shameless scammers. How dare you try to fool me? Let me tell you, you better open your eyes. I'm not that easy to deceive. You're really asking for trouble. After giving Ai Jiayao a thorough scolding over the phone, Gao Yaping angrily hung up. This action successfully enraged the kidnappers holding Ai Jiayao. The kidnapper dressed in black suggested to their leader, Boss, this brat might be playing us. Since her family is unwilling to pay for her, let's just kill her. The leader pondered for a moment, but did not respond immediately. After a while, the furious leader actually found some merit in what his subordinate said, and told the man in black, Stutterer, I think you have a point. This girl is of no use to us anymore. Let's go ahead and kill her. Several burly, dark-skinned kidnappers began to slowly approach Ai Jiayao. Oh no, it's over. These kidnappers are angry and want to kill me. Am I going to lose my life? At this moment, Ai Jiayao's eyes were filled with fear. The more tense and critical the situation became, the more Ai Jiayao felt she needed to stay calm. No matter what, she had to find a way to preserve her life first. Just as the kidnappers were about to make a move on Ai Jiayao, she forced herself to appear calm and said directly to the leader, Boss, my family doesn't believe I've been kidnapped. However, my boyfriend is a wealthy businessman, and if I call him, he will definitely bring the money to redeem me. When the greedy leader heard Ai Jiayao mention her boyfriend was a wealthy businessman, he was intrigued. He instructed his brothers, who were about to act against Ai Jiayao. Everyone hold on. This girl could be our cash cow. As soon as the leader finished speaking, several of his subordinates responded in unison. Yes, boss. We will listen to you. After Mama Chi fainted, Gu Moyu immediately took her to the hospital. After the doctor's full efforts, Mama Chi had escaped life-threatening danger and was now in a hospital room receiving an 4-drip. Gu Moyu didn't rest for a moment and used the money to pay for Mama Chi's hospitalization, fearing that he wouldn't be able to take care of her alone. Gu Moyu hired a nurse to help take care of Mama Chi in the hospital. With the nurse assisting, Gu Moyu felt much more at ease. Meanwhile, under the watchful eyes of the kidnappers, Ai Jiayao dialed Gu Moyu's phone. After settling Mama Chi and ensuring everything was arranged, Gu Moyu's phone rang in his pocket. Not wanting to disturb Mama Chi's rest, he quickly stepped out of the ward to answer the call. When Gu Moyu saw that the caller ID was Ai Jiayao, he felt an ominous premonition, whether it was intuition or not, but he still quickly answered the phone. Hello. Gu Moyu was the first to speak. Hello, Moyu. I've been kidnapped in Jima. Hurry and bring 20,000 cash to redeem me. Ai Jiayao's voice trembled. To ease Ai Jiayao's fear, Gu Moyu quickly reassured her. Don't worry, girl. Don't be afraid. I'll come to rescue you right away. In order to avoid revealing more information, the kidnappers let Ai Jiayao finish her words before hanging up the phone. Without needing Ai Jiayao to say much, Gu Moyu already had a rough understanding of the situation. These kidnappers were simply brazenly kidnapping her. If it were anyone else in such a situation, they would surely panic. But Gu Moyu was different. After all, he had braved many storms and single-handedly built the massive Longhui group. He remained calm and thought of ways to respond. The first thing Gu Moyu thought of was to call the police, so he immediately picked up his phone and dialed the emergency number. Hello, my girlfriend has been kidnapped in Jima, Gu Moyu said to the operator. After conveying Ai Jiayao's words and the location she mentioned to the police without missing a word, he spoke in a tone that brooked no argument. Officer, I don't care what methods you use. Just make sure my girlfriend is safe. Rest assured, Mr. Gu, protecting citizen safety is our duty. We will do our utmost. The officer replied grandly. While calling the police, Gu Moyu also dialed Jean's secretary's number. Hello, Jean's secretary. Prepare 60,000 cash for me immediately. Jean's secretary was puzzled, not knowing why Gu Moyu suddenly needed so much cash, but he didn't dare to ask further and respectfully replied, Yes, President. After preparing the 60,000 cash, Jean's secretary hurriedly delivered it to the location Gu Moyu specified. Gu Moyu was at one of his friend's advanced modern technology research institutes. As soon as Jean's secretary saw Gu Moyu, he respectfully said, President, I have prepared the money you requested. Gu Moyu gave a slight nod and told Jean's secretary, all right, you can go back now. Although Jean's secretary didn't know what was happening, he didn't dare to ask further. He slightly lowered his head and respectfully replied, Yes, President. After Jean's secretary left, Gu Moyu instructed Da Qing, install a few more trackers in the box. We need to ensure everything is foolproof. Da Qing, not daring to slack off, immediately opened the box containing the cash and installed several trackers in the most concealed spots. After completing the installation and testing it several times without issues, Da Qing said to Gu Moyu, who was standing nearby, Moyu, I've tested it, and it's all good. You can take this box and go rescue your girlfriend now. Gu Moyu patted Da Qing's shoulder and politely said, Thank you, Da Qing. Chapter 185. Rescuing Ai Jiayao. Gu Moyu was all set, carrying a suitcase filled with 600,000 cash to the airport alone. After a long journey, Gu Moyu arrived at the location designated by the kidnappers as promised. As soon as Gu Moyu entered the door with the suitcase, he was immediately surrounded by several kidnappers. Gu Moyu's sharp gaze locked onto one of the kidnappers wearing sunglasses and crossing his arms, instantly recognizing him as their leader. Gu Moyu calmly walked up to the leader and got straight to the point. I brought the money, but I need to confirm that my girlfriend is safe first. Hearing Gu Moyu's words, the leader of the kidnappers smirked sideways and gestured to one of his accomplices, saying, Stutter, take this rich man to see his girlfriend. Yes, boss, replied the kidnapper, known as Stutter, immediately. Under the guide of the kidnappers, Gu Moyu arrived at a dark and damp little room where Ai Jiayao and Ai Jiayao were locked up together. Upon seeing Ai Jiayao appear before him unharmed, the tension that had been etched on Gu Moyu's face finally eased a little. With a serious expression, Gu Moyu said to Ai Jiayao, Girl, are you okay? Don't be afraid. I can take you home soon. Although Ai Jiayao knew that Gu Moyu would come to pay the ransom to rescue her, being locked in this dark little room still frightened her a lot. Gu Moyu's arrival not only gave Ai Jiayao great courage, but also made her feel like she was being reborn. Suppressing her emotions, Ai Jiayao responded to Gu Moyu, I knew you would come to save me. After confirming that both Ai Jiayao and Ai Jiayao were safe, Gu Moyu decisively handed the cash he brought to the leader of the kidnappers and was about to take Ai Jiayao and Ai Jiayao away. As soon as Ai Jiayao and Ai Jiayao stepped out of the little black room, the leader of the kidnappers signaled his men to stop them. Seeing this, Gu Moyu glared at the leader and directly asked, What do you mean? I brought you the money. Let them go immediately. Facing Gu Moyu's loud reprimand, the leader of the kidnappers remained unfazed, a wicked grin on his face, and threateningly said, I told you it was 200,000 cash before, but that price is no longer valid. If you three want to leave here safely, you'll need to pay 400,000. After hearing this, Ai Jiayao, perhaps feeling braver because Gu Moyu was present, angrily shouted at the kidnappers, You shameless guys, first you said it was 100,000, then 200,000, and now it's 400,000. Do you think we're easy to bully? Looking at the furious Ai Jiayao, Gu Moyu gestured to her and confidently stepped up to the leader of the kidnappers, calmly stating, Didn't you say it was 200,000 before? I brought 600,000. That's 3 times what you quoted me. Upon hearing Gu Moyu's words, the leader opened the suitcase and counted the cash. After confirming it was indeed 600,000, the kidnappers all showed joyful expressions. You've taken my money. Now let them go. Don't try anything funny, or you won't get a single cent from me. Gu Moyu said coldly. The group of kidnappers were intimidated by Gu Moyu's strong presence, and after taking the money, they all fled. Gu Moyu successfully rescued Ai Jiayao and Qi Xiaoya. Ai Jiayao felt heartbroken and said to Gu Moyu, "You really shouldn't have given those greedy guys so much money. Look at you, you wasted so much money right away." However, Gu Moyu didn't take Ai Jiayao's words to heart and completely ignored what she said. Seeing that Gu Moyu wouldn't respond to her, Ai Jiayao started to get a bit angry and muttered, "Moyu, you're really something. How could you waste so much money? It's just cheapening the kidnappers." Looking at the fuming Ai Jiayao, Qi Xiaoya comforted her, "Xiaoya, Moyu traveled all this way to save you. You shouldn't blame him anymore. Besides, he did all this to rescue you." Qi Xiaoya stopped walking, turned to Gu Moyu, and said earnestly, "Moyu, thank you. If it weren't for your timely rescue, I might still be locked in that little dark room." When Gu Moyu was about to say something like "no need to thank me," his phone rang in his pocket. Gu Moyu nodded slightly to Qi Xiaoya, stepped aside, and answered the call. "Hello, Mr. Gu. The group of kidnappers who kidnapped Miss Ai and Miss Qi has been successfully captured. The 600,000 cash from the kidnappers has also been recovered. Please come to the police station to give a statement, and you can get your money back." Director Wong from the police department said excitedly over the phone. "Okay, Director Wong, thank you for your hard work. I'll come by to give a statement as soon as I'm done. Goodbye." Gu Moyu replied politely. Although Gu Moyu had already anticipated the outcome of these desperate criminals by collaborating with the police, he still felt very pleased when he received this good news. After finishing the call with Director Wong, Gu Moyu approached Ai Jiayao. Seeing Ai Jiayao still pouting, Gu Moyu affectionately said to her, "Girl, as long as you can safely return to my side, I'm willing to spend any amount of money." Gu Moyu's sudden declaration of love caught Qi Xiaoya off guard, as he completely disregarded her feelings. Qi Xiaoya was stunned by Gu Moyu's unexpected confession, which struck a chord deep within Ai Jiayao. After hearing this, Ai Jiayao was already deeply moved but still pretended to scold Gu Moyu, saying, "Moyu, I'm not saying you're wrong, but you're really too reckless." Gu Moyu could still sense that Ai Jiayao was concerned about the money he gave to the kidnappers. He immediately shared the good news he had just received with Ai Jiayao. "Girl, you don't need to worry about that money anymore. The police have already helped me recover it." As soon as Gu Moyu finished speaking, Ai Jiayao not only didn't believe him, but also rolled her eyes at him, saying, "Gu Moyu, you don't have to lie to make me happy. I want to be fooled by such a big lie." Chapter 186. Proving through action, Ai Jiayao's blatant distrust of Gu Moyu's words was evident. Gu Moyu, who was usually proud and aloof, faced Ai Jiayao's skepticism without getting angry. Instead, he excitedly shared his plans and strategies with her. "Girl, when I received your call, I knew you must have been kidnapped. How dare they do such a thing in broad daylight? They must be desperate criminals. So I chose to call the police immediately. To avoid alerting the kidnappers that I had reported them, I went to the location they specified as per their demands and gave them the money. In fact, I had already installed a tracker in the cash box. As long as the kidnappers take the money, they can be tracked wherever they go, so we can recover all the money taken by the robbers." After hearing Gu Moyu's perfect plan, Ai Jiayao could hardly believe her ears. In her mind, she thought Gu Moyu was a bit silly most of the time. How could he come up with such a flawless plan in such a short time? Seeing the admiration in Ai Jiayao's eyes, just as she was about to express her gratitude, Gu Moyu leaned even closer to her and shamelessly proposed, "Girl, you don't have to say thank you. Since you are my girlfriend, it's only right for me to save you. But I have a small request. I wonder if you can agree to it?" Looking at Gu Moyu's mysterious demeanor, Ai Jiayao thought about how he had risked everything to come to her aid and immediately replied, "Moy, considering you are my savior, just say what you want, and I will do my best to fulfill it." Gu Moyu's face immediately lit up with joy, and he leaned closer to Ai Jiayao, lowering his voice as he shamelessly made his request. "Girl, we haven't had that in a long time. I'm a normal man with needs. How about you come with me to a hotel tonight and satisfy me a bit?" Gu Moyu was so shameless as to propose such a thing to Ai Jiayao. Without a moment's hesitation, Ai Jiayao immediately turned against him, swinging her little fist at him while scolding, "Humph. Gu Moyu, you big bad guy. apart from plotting against me. You can't do anything else. Today, I must teach you a lesson and let you know how powerful I am. Ai Jiayao, unable to watch any longer, covered her eyes with her hands and couldn't help but complain about Gu Moi and Ai Jiayao. Sigh. This pair of happy enemies starts throwing punches and feeding dog food at the slightest disagreement. Do they not consider the feelings of a single dog like me? That night, under Gu Moi's guidance, Ai Jiayao and Ai Jiayao took a plane away from the troublesome place in Jima and returned to their city. Gu Moi personally ensured Ai Jiayao and Ai Jiayao got home safely before returning to his villa with peace of mind. Recently, Longwy Group's business had been progressing smoothly in all aspects, and after a board decision, Gu Moi was sent to the group's headquarters to oversee matters. Initially, Gu Moi was responsible for following up on the cooperation between Longwy Group and Hao & Company, but she was suddenly transferred away from headquarters, leaving many issues unresolved. To ensure the cooperation between Longwy Group and Hao & Company continued smoothly, after careful consideration, Gu Moi decided to appoint Ai Jiayao as the general person in charge of the project between Longwy Group and Hao & Company. As soon as Gu Moi announced this news, it immediately caused dissatisfaction among many employees in the group. Supervisor Song, with an unhappy expression, said to Supervisor Zhang, "Old Zhang, we have been working in the group for so many years and know everything about it. I don't know what President Gu is thinking. Letting this young girl Ai Jiayao take charge of this project, it will surely be a show to watch." Supervisor Zhang patted Supervisor Song on the shoulder, a sly smile on his face. "Supervisor Song, I'm not saying this as a brother, but you represented the cooperation between the group and Huiksunda, and you gained quite a bit from it last time. This time, the cooperation with Hao & Company didn't make you the person in charge. Aren't you feeling a bit itchy?" Ai Jiayao knew that the primary purpose of Gu Moi appointing her as the project head was to take care of her and also to start training her abilities. Although Ai Jiayao did not hear the rumors directly, she could see from people's eyes that they were superficially respectful, but behind her back, they often gathered together to gossip and speak ill of her. Sitting at her workstation, Ai Jiayao confidently encouraged herself. "Since Moi has so much faith in me, I will definitely not let him down. At the same time, I want to show those who like to criticize others with practical actions that there is nothing I can't handle." Ai Jiayao opened her computer and drafted her plan. After completing it, Ai Jiayao had some questions and went to Gu Moi's office to seek his guidance. To complete the task assigned by Gu Moi well, Ai Jiayao was fully committed and worked meticulously. Gu Moi initially explained the areas she didn't understand very seriously. Ai Jiayao held the materials and focused intently on them. Meanwhile, Gu Moi, sitting next to her, occasionally caught a faint whiff of her perfume and couldn't help but want to be affectionate with her. When Gu Moi's big hand landed on Ai Jiayao's shoulder, she showed no mercy, and with a slap, she struck his inappropriate hand. Gu Moi looked at Ai Jiayao with an innocent expression and argued, "You girl, you are really getting more and more excessive. I was just joking with you. Did you have to hit me so hard? It hurts me, but it hurts you more." Ai Jiayao didn't understand Gu Moi's strange logic or where this reasoning came from, but she didn't bother to argue with him and directly stood up, ruthlessly kicking Gu Moi out of the office. Gu Moi was left outside the office, taking a while to react. "Hey, this is my office. How can this girl be so unreasonable? Why am I the one being kicked out?" Secretary Jean, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle at the sight of the brilliant and powerful president being kicked out by Ai Jiayao. Chapter 187. Disobedience to Superiors. After reading the materials, Ai Jiayao went to her workstation, opened her computer, and printed out the work plan she had already prepared. As the project leader, she was in charge of 3 small supervisors and over a dozen employees. This was the first time Ai Jiayao had led so many people to work together. She notified all the employees involved in the project to come to the office for a meeting. Although this was her first time gathering so many people for a meeting, she still methodically assigned the tasks she had established one by one. Each employee received their assigned tasks from Ai Jiayao, and it was now the turn of the small supervisors. Ai Jiayao instructed Supervisor Song. "Supervisor Song, among everyone here, you have been with the company the longest and are familiar with many matters. The task I am giving you is to follow up on the progress of the game design. The timeline can only be moved up, and delays are not allowed. As soon as Ai Jiayao finished speaking, Supervisor Song looked at her with disdain and, without regard for her feelings, directly refused. Director Ai, I can't complete the task you assigned to me. As the project leader, being publicly rejected by Supervisor Song in front of everyone would inevitably affect Ai Jiayao's reputation. Before Ai Jiayao could say anything, Supervisor Song pressed on, not only mocking her as a young girl, but also publicly scolding her. The plan set by Director Ai is completely useless. It's just a pile of annoying garbage. Supervisor Zhang, sitting next to Supervisor Song, saw that he seemed to be acting like he was drunk, openly pointing out Ai Jiayao's faults. Zhang nudged Supervisor Song with his elbow and whispered a reminder. That's enough, buddy. Don't say any more, or you'll be packing your things to leave. Supervisor Zhang's kind advice and timely intervention made Supervisor Song finally stop his cold mockery of Ai Jiayao. As everyone's attention turned to Ai Jiayao, they expected her to either fire Supervisor Song on the spot or at least give him a stern reprimand for publicly humiliating her. However, the next scene surprised everyone present. In the face of Supervisor Song's refusal and ridicule, Ai Jiao not only did not get angry, but also took back the plan she had distributed to everyone, maintaining her composure and saying to everyone, if there are problems with the plan, I'll take it back to revise it. You all continue with your work. In order to complete the tasks assigned by Gu Moyu, Ai Jiayao went to the department where some of the senior employees of Longwei Group worked, seeking their advice on many areas she did not understand. By the time work hours were over, most employees in the group had left, and Gu Moyu was also busy entertaining clients outside. Apart from the security guards, Ai Jiayao was the only one left in the group. To formulate a new plan as soon as possible, she worked tirelessly through the night. After 2 nights of hard work and humbly seeking advice from senior employees, Ai Jiayao finally completed the plan. When work hours resumed, Ai Jiayao gathered the relevant staff for the project once again with the plan she had worked on day and night. After confidently explaining the plan to everyone, she personally assigned tasks to each employee and provided explanations. When Ai Jiayao came to the employee Xiao Tao, she said kindly, Xiao Tao, your ability to get things done is quite strong, and you're good at communication and negotiation. You will be in charge of procurement for this project. I believe with your ability, you will not disappoint me. Ai Jiayao assigned tasks one by one, tailoring each task according to different individuals and their abilities. Her plans received support and affirmation from most people present. Ai Jiayao had almost completed the task assignments, leaving only Supervisor Song. She still maintained a smile as she approached Supervisor Song. Before she could even speak about the task assigned to him, Supervisor Song preemptively refused. Director Ai, you're just a novice who doesn't understand anything. As a senior with experience in the group, if I were to take orders from a girl like you, it would definitely be the laughingstock of the company. Once again, Supervisor Song publicly rejected Ai Jiayao's arrangement, and Ai Jiayao didn't say much in response. Reluctantly taking on the task she had prepared for Supervisor Song herself. As an employee under Ai Jiayao, Supervisor Song not only refused to follow her instructions, but also repeatedly rejected her task assignments, and this news quickly spread throughout the company. Secretary Jean also got wind of the situation and hurried to Gu Moyu's office to report. President, some employees in the group are not only disobeying Miss Ai's arrangements, but have also publicly refused her assigned tasks and mocked her with ridicule. Upon hearing this, Gu Moyu was extremely angry and said, how could such a thing happen in my group? Employees dare to disobey their superiors' arrangements. Do they not want to work anymore? Gu Moyu vented his anger in the office for a while. After a while, Gu Moyu glanced at Secretary Jean and ordered, Secretary Jean, arrange for the relevant personnel for this project to meet in the conference room immediately. Secretary Jean slightly lowered her head and respectfully replied, yes, President. After an hour of preparation, Secretary Jean had everything arranged for the meeting and quickly returned to Gu Moyu's office, respectfully saying, President, all relevant personnel are already in the conference room. Please go ahead and host a meeting. Gu Moyu adjusted his tie and coldly responded, all right, I'll be there shortly. Gu Moyu walked ahead, with Secretary Jean respectfully following closely behind. Before Gu Moyu arrived, there was a murmur of conversation in the conference room. When Gu Moyu's powerful presence entered the conference room, it instantly fell silent, and everyone was quiet. Usually, Gu Moyu would come to the meeting room with documents in hand. But this time, he entered with empty hands. Gu Moyu sat down in the middle of the conference room, his sharp gaze quickly scanning the conference table. Everyone, intimidated by Gu Moyu's piercing gaze and powerful aura, momentarily dared not meet his eyes and instead lowered their heads slightly. Chapter 188. All fired Gu Moyu began speaking in the conference room. Ai Jiayao hasn't been working at our Longwy group for very long. Compared to some of the employees present, her qualifications are far less impressive. Yet I have appointed Ai Jiayao as the project leader, and I can understand your reactions. Now I give everyone here a chance. If you believe Ai Jiayao is not capable of handling this position, stand up. As soon as Gu Moyu finished speaking, the conference room erupted in whispers and murmurs. Xiao Tao turned to Mei Zi, who was sitting nearby, and said, Mei Zi, although Director AI's qualifications are still shallow, and she hasn't held such an important project leadership role before, she is meticulous in her work. I believe she will be able to complete this project well. Mei Zi and a few colleagues around her discussed it briefly and thoughtfully responded, yes. Although Director AI lacks experience, she is serious about her work. I heard that she worked overtime for several days to develop a good plan and humbly sought advice from the old employees in the group. After a heated discussion, most people supported Ai Jiayao and felt that she was doing well. However, under the leadership of Supervisor Song, a small group of people still stood up, believing that Ai Jiayao was not competent enough. When 5 or 6 people stood up in the conference room, Gu Moyu's sharp gaze fell on them. Before they could point out Ai Jiayao's shortcomings, Gu Moyu's expression became serious as she announced, Supervisor Song, all of you are fired. You no longer need to come to work from now on. Gu Moyu unceremoniously dropped these words, shot an angry glare at Supervisor Song and the others, and quickly left the conference room. When Gu Moyu announced that Supervisor Song and his group were fired, everyone in the conference room was stunned and speechless, unable to believe their ears because the situation had come so suddenly. Supervisor Song was taken aback when Gu Moyu announced his dismissal. By the time he reacted, Gu Moyu had already left. Unwilling to give up, Supervisor Song grabbed Secretary Jean, pleading, Secretary Jean, I can't lose this job. What will my family do if I lose my job? Secretary Jean shrugged off Supervisor Song's hand and bluntly replied, This is the president's decision. You should take care of yourself. Since Gu Moyu last fired Supervisor Song and others who caused trouble for Ai Jiayao in the conference room, it had a powerful deterrent effect, and no one in the group dared to trouble Ai Jiayao anymore. The cooperation between Longwy Group and Hao and Company was proceeding smoothly and had reached the testing phase. Ai Jiayao arrived at the group's highest-level game design department to personally participate in the testing of the new game development. With a brief introduction from the designers, Ai Jiayao gained a deeper understanding. During the testing process, Ai Jiayao quickly identified several issues in a short time. Just as Ai Jiayao was about to point out the problems and loopholes to the designers, Gu Moyu suddenly came to the design department to find Ai Jiayao. Since Ai Jiayao hadn't interacted with Gu Moyu for a long time, Gu Moyu drove a long distance to Jingguang Road to buy Ai Jiayao her favorite desserts from a cake shop to cheer her up. Gu Moyu strode up to Ai Jiayao, and as soon as the designers saw Gu Moyu, they respectfully nodded and greeted, Hello, President. Gu Moyu slightly nodded in acknowledgement and, to avoid interrupting her time alone with Ai Jiayao, instructed the Designer Jiang, You can go busy yourself with other things. Designer Jiang immediately understood and respectfully responded, Yes, President. With Designer Jiang successfully sent away, only Ai Jiayao and Gu Moyu remained in the design department studio. Gu Moyu placed the delicious cake she was holding on the table, quickly opened it, and with a beaming smile said to Ai Jiayao, Hey, look what I brought you. Your favorite cake and desserts. Ai Jiayao glanced at the desserts Gu Moyu bought, politely thanked her, and then unceremoniously issued a dismissal order. All right, Moyu, I need to work now. You should leave so you don't affect my work. seeing Ai Jiayao so busy that she didn't even have time to eat her favorite treats. Guo couldn't help but feel a bit heartbroken. She said to Ai Jiayao, who was focused on her work, "Hey, you should stop working for now and come eat some desserts. You can have your employees take care of these tasks. You don't have to take everything on yourself." As soon as Guo finished speaking, instead of receiving Ai Jiayao's praise, she was met with a reprimand. "Mo, I don't appreciate that. I'm the project leader, and I should be personally aware of and involved in everything, big or small. Otherwise, it will be problematic when issues arise." Ai Jiayao paused her work and pointed out the problem she discovered during the game testing to Guo. "Mo, I just tested a newly developed game and found several issues and loopholes in it." Guo didn't believe Ai Jiayao's words and directly moved to her side, saying bluntly, "That's impossible. Designer Jiang is our company's ace designer. Usually, the games he designs don't have issues that even network experts can spot. You don't believe me? Then you can test it yourself." Ai Jiayao quickly got up from her chair and invited Guo to test it herself. Guo sat down in the chair, opened the newly developed game that Ai Jiayao mentioned, and began a thorough examination and testing. As a game expert, Guo quickly identified numerous problems and loopholes in the game after only a short while. Maisie walked in holding some materials, looking distressed, and asked Ai Jiayao, "Director Ai, I don't know where this data went wrong. I can't align it." Ai Jiayao took the materials from Maisie's hands and comforted her gently. "It's okay, Maisie. If the data doesn't match, as long as you check it carefully, you will definitely find a reason." Ai Jiayao logged into the company's data network on a computer in the design studio. After a simple search and comparison, she found a reason and said to Maisie, "Maisie, the reason your data doesn't match is that you selected the wrong date. We're using the date from August, but you selected the date from May." Chapter 189. Agree to get engaged. After hearing Ai Jiayao's words, Maisie suddenly realized, habitually touching her head, and shyly said, "Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder my data has always been inconsistent." Maisie looked at Ai Jiayao with admiration and said directly, "Director Ai, you are truly amazing. There's no problem you can't solve. Just ask you, and you know." Since taking on the role of project leader, Ai Jiayao's hard work and meticulous attitude have been evident to all her colleagues. She personally understands and oversees every detail, never showing a hint of carelessness. As Maisie praised Ai Jiayao, Taozi, who had just entered the design room, also heard it and began to sing Ai Jiayao's praises. "Our director, Ai, is truly a competent leader. Last night, I made some mistakes at work, and director Ai actually stayed late to help me revise." As more people entered the design room, some of whom were previously not very satisfied with Ai Jiayao, their opinions began to change gradually after spending these days together. Several employees gathered around Ai Jiayao, chatting and laughing, while Guo, the president of the group, was surprisingly ignored. Compared to the lively scene with Ai Jiayao, Guo's corner felt a bit cold and desolate. Guo felt a bit displeased and secretly muttered, "Are these people fools? I'm the president of this group. Shouldn't they be trying to curry favor with me? Why are they all surrounding that girl?" Enrook's father had been out of the hospital for several days, and Enrook continued her internship at the group as usual. During the days she was absent from the group, upon her return, she heard people gossiping about how good Guo was to Ai Jiayao. Enrook felt jealous upon hearing this and angrily cursed. "Those people must be crazy. Mayu is only good to me. He won't be good to anyone else." Since starting her internship at Longwei Group, Enrook often comforted herself with self-deception. Although it was just a temporary solution, it still had a certain calming effect. Before the end of working hours, Enrook left early. Instead of returning to her villa, she drove to her father in Zhengxin's villa. Upon returning home, Enrook acted obedient and filial, asking in Zhengxin, "Daddy, your health has just recovered, so you must remember to take your medicine on time." When Zhengxin saw Enrook, he couldn't help but smile widely, filled with joy, and said, "Kiki, as long as you come to see Daddy. Even if I don't take my medicine, I'll feel great." After a moment of small talk, Enrook got straight to the point and said to Zhengxin, "Daddy, for all these years, I've always liked Moyu. You know that. You must help your daughter think of a way. I have to marry Moyu in this lifetime. Although Jingxin had not seen Gu Moyu's attitude towards his daughter with his own eyes, he had heard a bit about it. Gu Moyu didn't seem to think much of his daughter, but Enruk was Jingxin's beloved daughter, and no matter what request she made, he would always fulfill it, no matter how difficult it was, and Jingxin would find a way to achieve what Enruk wanted. And Jingxin knew this matter wasn't simple, but for his precious daughter, he felt that even if it was a bottomless abyss in front of him, he would go forward without hesitation. And Jingxin adjusted his reading glasses and smiled at Enruk, saying, Okay, Daddy will definitely help you. After all, Kiki is Daddy's precious daughter. As soon as Jingxin finished speaking, without a moment's hesitation, he specially called the Gu family for Enruk. Gu Yuandong and Wen Chiyue were sitting on the sofa, enjoying delicious desserts and afternoon tea. Ring, ring, ring. The sound of a high-end English-style telephone rang out on the table. Gu Yuandong put down his teacup, quickly walked to the phone, and answered it swiftly. Hello, old Gu. I hope I'm not disturbing your nap by calling you suddenly. And Jingxin was the first to speak. As soon as Gu Yuandong heard Jingxin's voice, he quickly replied politely, Jingxin, we two brothers don't need to talk about disturbing or not. That would be too polite. After a round of courteous greetings, and Jingxin got straight to the point, saying, Old Gu, our Kiki has feelings for Moyu, and you all know that. Moyu is getting older now. These young people are only focused on work and don't care about marriage. We elders should be more concerned, right? When it comes to marriage issues. Gu Yuandong had 100 complaints about Gu Moyu, but he still agreed with Jingxin's viewpoint, saying, Jingxin, you are absolutely right. Today's young people really. Old Gu, Moyu, and our Kiki are a perfect match, and our families are well suited. Why don't we do this? Since the two young people can hold off on getting married for now, let's first help them hold an engagement ceremony. Gu Yuandong knew very well that Gu Moyu liked Ai Jiayao, but he had never liked Ai Jiayao. For some reason, whether it was the young Enruk or the grown-up Enruk, Gu Yuandong and Wen Chiyue had always liked Enruk very much. Gu Yuandong fully agreed with Jingxin's proposal, immediately responding, Jingxin, I think your proposal is good. It is time for these two young people to get engaged. So let's settle on that. I just have some free time these days. I'll choose an auspicious date. While Jingxin was calling Gu Yuandong, Enruk was listening closely beside him. When Jingxin hung up the phone, Enruk jumped up joyfully, wrapping her arms around Jingxin's neck and giving him a kiss on the cheek with a smack. Oh, yay, that's great, Daddy is the best. Uncle Gu agreed to my engagement with Moyu. That's wonderful. I'm about to get engaged to Moyu. Enruk cheered ecstatically. And Jingxin looked at Enruk with a loving expression, doting on her as he said, You silly girl, look how happy you are. When you get married to Moyu, won't you be jumping to the roof? After the joy, Enruk suddenly thought, if I tell Ai Jiayao about my engagement with Moyu, that dead girl Ai Jiayao will definitely be furious. As soon as Enruk thought of this, she felt even happier. She couldn't help but imagine Ai Jiayao's sad and painful expression, and a more proud smile appeared on Enruk's face. Chapter 190. Unjust accusations right now. Enruk felt that her top priority was to show off in front of Ai Jiayao. Enruk hurriedly said goodbye to Jingxin, feeling delighted as she drove towards Longhui Group, humming a little tune along the way. Enruk suddenly felt that the journey from home to the group was particularly long, perhaps because she was eager to flaunt in front of Ai Jiayao. When Enruk's luxurious Maserati arrived at the entrance of the group, she ordered the security to park her car while she carried the latest Chanel handbag and swayed her way into the group. Upon arriving at the group, Enruk did not go to Gu Moyu's office, but directly headed to the department where Ai Jiayao worked, intending to find fault with her. Ai Jiayao had been busy with project matters recently, so she was moving around from the design department to the finance department. However, Enruk was unaware of the spies planted within the group. Upon entering, she immediately found Ai Jiayao's location. Enruk arrived at Ai Jiayao's office, standing in front of her with the demeanor of a wealthy young lady. As soon as Ai Jiayao saw Enruk appear, the phrase "the visitor is not kind" immediately flashed in her mind. Just as Ai Jiayao was about to ignore and avoid Enruk called out to her, Ai Jiayao, don't leave yet. I have good news to tell you. You will definitely be very interested. Given in Rook's status, Ai Jiayao did not respond harshly, but directly said to her, "Missin, we are both sensible people, so let's speak plainly without beating around the bush." And Rook disdainfully glanced at Ai Jiayao and, flaunting her status, began to boast. "Uncle Gu has agreed to my marriage with MOU. Once Uncle Gu picks an auspicious day, I will be engaged to MOU. It won't be long before I become the rightful mistress of Longhui Group." Ai Jiayao knew that Rook was intentionally showing off to provoke her. And in response to Rook's arrogance, Ai Jiayao chose to remain silent. Just as Rook wished, after boasting in front of Ai Jiayao, she even became more brazen, using her identity as the future mistress of Longhui Group to bully Ai Jiayao. "Ai Jiayao, mitirsti. Hurry up and pour me a glass of water." And Rook's commanding tone was completely that of a wealthy young lady, ordering others around. Although Ai Jiayao was just an acting director at the group, she wouldn't tolerate unfair treatment. She would bravely stand up and say no. "Missin, please understand the situation. I am not your maid, and I have no obligation to serve you." Ai Jiayao rebatted firmly. And Rook was not someone to back down easily, believing that she had revealed her identity. She was furious that Ai Jiayao dared to defy her. Without regard for the occasion, and Rook began to argue loudly with Ai Jiayao. Guma Yuan, who had been transferred to headquarters, suddenly returned to the group to look for important documents. Having not been back for a long time, she decided to inspect each department on every floor. As Guma Yuan passed the 4th floor, she inadvertently heard voices arguing in an office and quickly walked over. Upon arriving at the design department, she found Rook bullying Ai Jiayao and hurried to help. And Rook and Ai Jiayao were arguing, and a crowd of onlookers had already gathered. Everyone in the group knew Rook's identity, so while she was arguing with Ai Jiayao, some shameless individuals nearby began to cheer for Rook, openly accusing Ai Jiayao. "Ai Jiayao, don't be ungrateful. It's an honor for you that Missin asked you to serve her tea. Not only do you refuse, but you dare to talk back in front of so many people." Before Ai Jiayao could respond, another sycophant, eager for more drama, stood within Rook and mercilessly criticized Ai Jiayao. "Ai Jiayao, don't get carried away. Just because the president made you the project leader doesn't mean you can act like you're above everyone." Previously, many in the group refrained from causing trouble for Ai Jiayao due to Gumayu, but privately, there were still many who were dissatisfied with her. Now, within Rook as a shield, these people took the opportunity to rally behind her, bullying Ai Jiayao like tailing dogs. Ai Jiayao had always adhered to the principle of "if others do not offend me, I will not offend them. If others offend me, I will certainly retaliate." Faced with their unwarranted accusations, Ai Jiayao showed no fear, directly retaliating against the 2 men who were joining in. "You 2 shameless guys. It's embarrassing that you can stand here. I wonder what sins your parents committed in their past lives to give birth to such ignorant people as you." Although Ai Jiayao had the capability to stand her ground, and her momentum was not inferior to Rook's, she was at a disadvantage due to the overwhelming number of people on the opposing side. Just when Ai Jiayao was fully engaged in a heated debate with Rook, 2 female colleagues who had been bribed by Rook worked together to bring a bucket of water and, without warning, poured it all over Ai Jiayao. Caught off guard, Ai Jiayao was startled by the sudden splash of water. By the time she realized what had happened, she was drenched. The surrounding people responded with disdainful looks and mocking laughter. Ai Jiayao raised her hand to wipe her face clean and, extremely angry, pointed at the 2 female colleagues who had splashed her. "You've gone too far." Gumian managed to squeeze through the crowded crowd and, upon seeing Ai Jiayao soaked, sternly scolded everyone present. "You all have gone too far, bullying someone during work hours and even throwing water at them in the office. Do you think this company has no rules and allows you to act recklessly?" Chapter 191. Causing bad influence because Gumo Yuan is the president's sister. Everyone present fell silent and lowered their heads in unison when faced with her loud reprimand. Gumo Yuan directly warned everyone present, "Jiayao is my friend, and on my territory, I will not allow anyone to bully her." Although Ai Jiayao was being bullied here, She fought back with all her might, but was still outnumbered and felt very aggrieved. In this situation, Guma Yuan stepped up to help her teach those people a lesson and publicly declared her as her friend, which made Ai Jiayao very grateful to Guma Yuan, whether at home or in the company. Gu Yuandong and Wen Chiyue's love for Guma Yuan even surpassed that of Gu Moyu, and Enruk was also aware of this. When she was young, Guma Yuan was best at acting cute. Enruk had also heard that the current Guma Yuan was a very formidable character, especially in terms of workability. Even if Enruk was arrogant and reckless, when Guma Yuan arrived, she still felt a bit afraid of her, because after all, she was Gu Moyu's sister and would be her future sister-in-law. Enruk suddenly felt a bit cowed, and her previous arrogant demeanor was greatly diminished. Guma Yuan quickly took out some tissues from her bag and carefully wiped the water droplets off Ai Jiayao's face, while comforting her. "Jiayao, are you okay? Don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, no one can bully you." Ai Jiayao was still a bit dazed and just nodded slightly in response. Looking at the soaked Ai Jiayao, Guma Yuan expressed her concern. "Jiayao, you're completely soaked. Put your work aside and hurry home to change your clothes, or you'll catch a cold." After hearing Guma Yuan's words, Ai Jiayao was about to leave, but the surrounding crowd was still gathered around to watch. Guma Yuan, looking displeased, shouted loudly, "Is everyone here just idle? Or are you all waiting to be fired? Hurry back to work and stop gaping around here." Once Guma Yuan's words were out, everyone present was scared out of their wits, because the consequence of offending Ai Jiayao was just like Supervisor Song, getting fired. After all the onlookers dispersed, Guma Yuan's gaze fell on Enruk, addressing the arrogant Enruk standing there. "Rook, come out for a moment. I have something important to discuss with you." Enruk, who usually looked down on everyone, knew that Guma Yuan had something important to say, and it would definitely be a reprimand for her. However, since Guma Yuan was Gu Moyu's sister, even though Enruk was unwilling, she still dared not refuse and could only weakly respond. "Okay." Enruk followed Guma Yuan to a corner of the company's corridor, where there were basically no passers-by. Guma Yuan and Enruk stood face to face, and Guma Yuan did not beat around the bush, directly questioning Enruk. "Rook, what are you doing at the company today? Did you come here specifically to humiliate and bully Ai Jiayao? Do you realize that your actions just now have caused serious negative effects on the company? If what happened earlier gets recorded and posted online, do you know how much reputational damage the company would face?" Enruk was stunned by Guma Yuan's powerful presence and her logical questioning. Initially, Enruk was extremely scared and mumbled, "Who told Ai Jiayao to be so annoying? If it weren't for her overestimating herself and shamelessly competing with me for Moyu, would I have treated her this way?" Although Enruk spoke very softly, Guma Yuan still heard her. Guma Yuan directly told Enruk, "Rook, everyone has the right to pursue their own happiness. You can't bully Jiayao just because Moyu likes her. What you're doing is wrong." Enruk completely did not hear Guma Yuan's words, as she fell into deep thought. When Enruk came back to her senses, her father's words from yesterday suddenly came to mind. Yesterday evening, and Zheng Xin specifically went to the villa where Gu Moyu lived to tell him that, as the president of the group, he must take good care of Enruk and not let her suffer any grievances in the company. Recently, Gu Moyu had his eyes on a piece of land, which was quite large, and buying it would cost 1/3 of the company's funds. Once so much money was involved, it wouldn't be up to Gu Moyu alone to decide. It would require a vote from the shareholders in the company. And Zheng Xin was an elder in the company, and as soon as he spoke, he could rally support. Although Gu Moyu sometimes felt dissatisfied with his actions, and Zheng Xin still had considerable influence within the group, so Gu Moyu was somewhat deferential toward him. To gain Zheng Xin's support for this investment project, Gu Moyu, although he did not make any promises, directly told Zheng Xin, "Uncle In, as long as Rook can settle down to study in the company, I believe with my presence and her own identity, no one would dare to bully her. It would be good if she doesn't bully others." Remembering her father's specific instructions to Gu Moyu, and Rook suddenly became bolder. She completely disregarded Gu Moyuan's warning just now. And Rook straightened her back and, looking proud, said to Gu Moyuan, "Sister, in a few days, you'll become my real sister." Gu Moyuan looked at Enruk with a puzzled expression, knowing full well that Enruk had long been infatuated with her brother Gu Moyu. But Gu Moyu felt nothing for Enruk. At most, It was just a brother-sister relationship. Gu Maiyuan's expression of confusion made Enruk even more eager to reveal her identity. Enruk took a shallow breath, unable to hide her inner joy, and shared with Gu Maiyuan, "Sister, it won't be long before I get engaged to Moyu. I will be Moyu's fiancée. Then it won't be long before I become Moyu's legitimate wife." Seeing that Gu Maiyuan completely did not believe her, Enruk, in order to convince her, directly told Gu Maiyuan, "Sister, don't doubt me, because this afternoon my dad and Uncle Gu have already come to an agreement over the phone, and both families have clarified things. Once Uncle Gu picks an auspicious day, Moyu and I will hold the engagement ceremony right away." Chapter 192. Creating trouble for Ai Jiayao. After hearing this news, Gu Maiyuan was shocked and almost lost her balance, nearly falling to the ground. But luckily, she managed to steady herself against the wall. Gu Maiyuan was very unwilling to believe what Enruk said, but seeing Enruk's triumphant expression, she knew it must be true, because Gu Maiyuan knew that her parents had always liked Enruk very much. Up until now, Gu Maiyuan hadn't heard about this from her brother Gu Moyu or Ai Jiayao. Gu Maiyuan pretended to be indifferent and said to Enruk, who stood smugly beside her, "Rook, this is a workplace. You shouldn't linger here. Hurry home. Don't disturb others at work." After saying these few words, Gu Maiyuan walked away quickly, deep in thought, and took the elevator straight to her brother Gu Moyu's office. Enruk, who considered herself to be at the company for an internship to help Gu Moyu with his work, was told by Gu Maiyuan that she was affecting others' work. How could the arrogant Enruk tolerate such remarks from Gu Maiyuan? Standing there, Enruk angrily cursed Gu Maiyuan in her heart. "If it weren't for the fact that you're Moyu's sister, I would make you regret saying those words. How dare you say I'm affecting others' work while I'm here working seriously as the young lady of the family? That's too much." After venting her anger, Enruk's mood lightened a bit, but the cunning Enruk couldn't help but recall how Gu Maiyuan had just harshly reprimanded other employees in the company for Ai Jiayao, and even lectured her. The thought of Gu Maiyuan defending Ai Jiayao and publicly declaring her as a friend felt like a slap in the face. The more Enruk thought about it, the angrier she became, and she angrily cursed Ai Jiayao. That dead girl, Ai Jiayao, not only has Moyu wrapped around her finger, but even has Gu Maiyuan backing her up. In a fit of anger, Enruk lost her desire to stay at the company and drove home in a huff. When she got home, she didn't even bother to park the car properly, stopping it right at the entrance and storming into the house. As soon as Enruk entered the villa, she walked quickly while complaining unhappily, "Daddy, I'm about to be driven crazy by Ai Jiayao, do you know?" Before she could finish her sentence, she realized that her father was not in the living room. Instead, she was greeted by Butler Missouri. Butler Missouri smiled and greeted Enruk, "Miss, you're back." Enruk was somewhat polite to the butler, nodding slightly in response. "By the way, Butler Missouri, where's my dad? Where did he go? Why haven't I seen him?" Enruk asked anxiously. Butler Missouri glanced at the second floor of the villa and replied with a smile, "Miss, sir is meeting an important client on the second floor." According to Enruk's character, regardless of who the person was on the second floor, she wanted to find her father without hesitation. Just as Enruk was about to take a step, Butler Missouri guessed her intention and hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. "Miss, you can't go up. Sir specifically instructed that no one is allowed to disturb him and the client on the second floor." As soon as Butler Missouri finished speaking, Enruk shot a sharp look at him, clearly about to explode with anger. Butler Missouri, who was already familiar with Enruk, gestured to the maid standing nearby. "Miss is back. Bring out the dessert that's Sir specially prepared for her. Let her taste it first." Enruk had no intention of eating anything, but when the maid brought out the exquisite and beautiful dessert, it immediately caught her attention, and she suddenly felt a bit hungry. With the delicious dessert in front of her, Enruk put away her spoiled attitude and didn't explode at Butler Missouri. Instead, she sat on the sofa, enjoying the delicious treat. After Enruk had eaten most of the dessert, and Zhongxin came down from upstairs, politely sending off the client and quickly returning to the living room. As soon as Zhongxin entered, he smiled at Enruk. "Kiki, is this dessert to your liking? Do you like it? The things Dad specially prepared for me are the most delicious in the world. Of course I like them." Enruk had always been good at acting cute and flattering Zhongxin to make him happy. Upon hearing this, And Zheng Xin smiled so widely that his eyes nearly closed. After a joyful laughter, and Rook's expression became increasingly ugly as she bluntly said to Zheng Xin, "Daddy, that dead girl Ai Jiayao keeps bothering Moyu. She doesn't take me seriously at all. I must make her pay." And Zheng Xin, who always doted on Rook, would not sit idly by when he heard his daughter had been wronged. He immediately agreed with Rook's idea and supported her, saying, "Rook, you can do whatever you want to Ai Jiayao. Don't hold back. If you need any help from Dad, just let me know. I will definitely help you." And Rook walked over, leaned against Zheng Xin, and said sweetly, "Thank you, Daddy, you're the best." Cunning and Rook quickly came up with a great plan to deal a fatal blow to Ai Jiayao. She didn't stay in her father's villa any longer and instead eagerly drove away, humming a little tune, quickly returning to the company again. After putting away her things, and Rook quickly went to the department where Ai Jiayao was located. After briefly observing her surroundings, she called out to a female colleague sitting at the outermost edge, "Hey, come out for a moment." And Rook tried to lower her voice to avoid attracting attention from those around her. The female employee called out by Rook was named Zhuanzi. Although she wasn't one of Rook's subordinates, she knew Rook's identity. So she didn't dare to be negligent and quickly stood up, walking out briskly. And Rook pulled Zhuanzi into the empty tea room and got straight to the point. "Zhuanzi, starting today, as long as you obediently listen to me, help me monitor Ai Jiayao and team up with your colleagues to create trouble for Ai Jiayao. If you complete the task I give you, I will give you a large sum of money, so you won't have to worry about food and clothing." Chapter 193. Non-cooperation with arrangements and assignments, whether it was bad luck for Ai Jiayao or just a coincidence. It turned out that the employee Zhuanzi under Ai Jiayao was related to the dismissed Supervisor Song. Ever since Supervisor Song was fired, Zhuanzi had been harboring resentment towards Ai Jiayao and was thinking of ways to take revenge on her. Zhuanzi had not revealed her identity, and even Mei Zi, who was closest to her in the company, didn't he know? That dead girl, Ai Jiayao, caused my uncle to be fired from the company. As long as I agree to cooperate with Rook, with her status and power in the company, she can definitely make Ai Jiayao's life worse than death. Zhuanzi secretly calculated. Seeing that Zhuanzi had been silent, and Rook thought she was unwilling to agree and began to sweeten the deal. "Are you dissatisfied with the money? Or what? Feel free to raise your demands." From Rook's demeanor, it was clear that she was determined to ruin Ai Jiayao. Zhuanzi shook her head and respectfully replied, No, Missin, I agree to cooperate with you to take down Ai Jiayao. I've been looking down on her for a long time." Under Rook's few words, the two quickly reached a consensus and stood on the same front, preparing to deal with Ai Jiayao together. To avoid arousing suspicion about their meeting, Rook and Zhuanzi left the tea room in a staggered manner. The cunning and smooth Zhuanzi composed herself, pretending nothing had happened, and returned to her workstation. Zhuanzi kept in mind Rook's instruction that no matter what method was used, Ai Jiayao must be prevented from completing the project task, making her unable to deliver. Zhuanzi secretly glanced at Mei Zi sitting in front of her, approached her side, and started to persuade her. "Mei Zi, you manage so much data every day, it's normal to make mistakes occasionally, but that director Ai is really something. Ordering you to work overtime to correct it without giving you any overtime pay. She's intentionally making things difficult for you." Under Zhuanzi's soft persuasion, Mei Zi began to find her reasoning sensible and started to complain to Zhuanzi. "Zhuanzi, you don't know how miserable I've been these past few days. I've been working overtime for 3 consecutive nights, and I've started breaking out in pimples." With Zhuanzi's clever words, Mei Zi decided to stand on the same front with her, unanimously opposing and resisting Ai Jiayao. Mei Zi approached Ai Jiayao, feigning a distressed look, and said, "Director Ai, I messed up a set of data. Can you help me see where the error is?" Ai Jiayao remained as warm and approachable as ever, taking the papers from Mei Zi's hands and gently comforting her. "It's okay, just put it down for now. Once I'm done with my current tasks, I'll help you check." In fact, after this period of training, Mei Zi's workability had improved significantly. There was no error in her data. Her aim was simply to waste Ai Jiayao's time. Zhuanzi went even further sitting at her position without moving, refusing to do any work. When Ai Jiayao saw this, Zhuangzi had a reasonable rebuttal. Oh, Directorai. I've been looking at data all day and my head is starting to feel a bit dizzy. Under Zhuangzi's instigation, many people began to turn against Ai Jiayao, with almost half of them refusing to heed her arrangements and assignments. With the employees not cooperating with Ai Jiayao's work when the contract deadline arrived, Longwei Group would be unable to fulfill the project, and they would face a staggering compensation to Hao & Company. In Rook's every action was being watched by Jingxin. He knew that if Rook continued to act recklessly, it would delay the progress of the game project, resulting in a hefty compensation to Hao & Company. And failing to complete the task on time would negatively impact Longwei Group's reputation. The reputation of the group was also very important to Jingxin, but compared to his precious daughter Rook, he would unhesitatingly choose her. Gu Moyuan rushed to Gu Moyu's office door at the fastest speed. As soon as Secretary Jean saw Gu Moyuan arrive, he respectfully greeted her. "Hello, President Gu." Gu Moyuan nodded slightly and quickly walked into Gu Moyu's office. When Gu Moyuan entered, she saw Gu Moyu seriously focused on her work, completely unaware of her arrival. Gu Moyuan immediately spoke anxiously. "Moyu, something's wrong, a big problem." Although Gu Moyuan was a girl, she had the demeanor of a capable leader. In Gu Moyu's eyes, her sister was not only the most independent woman of the 21st century, but also remained calm and composed no matter how big the issue was. This might be the first time Gu Moyu had seen her sister Gu Moyuan in such a flustered state. Gu Moyu put down her pen and glanced at Gu Moyuan. "Sis, what's going on? Just tell me." Gu Moyuan unceremoniously pulled a chair and sat down facing Gu Moyu, stating directly, "Moyu, when I came to the company to get some materials, I found that Jiayao was being bullied by Rook and a group of people. They were really too much. It started as a verbal dispute, but I didn't expect them to lay hands on Jiayao. They even threw water on her with a bucket. It soaked her completely." As soon as Gu Moyuan's words fell, Gu Moyu slammed her hand on the table, furiously shouting, "These people must be out of their minds. How dare they lay hands on my woman in my territory? They are really tired of living." Seeing Gu Moyu fuming, Gu Moyuan quickly reassured her. "All right, Moyu, don't blame them anymore. The reason those people dare to bully Jiayao so recklessly in the company is that they haven't Rook backing them up, which is why they are so arrogant. But I've already taught them a lesson, so don't stoop to their level." Suddenly, Gu Moyuan remembered something even more important and immediately spoke to Gu Moyu. "Moyu, I have even more important news to tell you. I just heard Rook say to me in person that Mom and Dad have agreed to your marriage with Rook, and they plan to pick an auspicious day for you two to hold an engagement ceremony." Gu Moyu was already very angry that Ai Jiayao was bullied on her own turf. When Gu Moyuan mentioned that Rook said she would hold an engagement ceremony with Gu Moyu, it was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire for Gu Moyu. And Rook is really going too far. I can't just sit back and let Jiayao be bullied like this. I must seek justice for her. Gu Moyu shouted in extreme anger. Chapter 194. Absolutely not marrying and Rook Gu Mo. You also knew that the reason those people dared to bully Ai Jiayao so openly was because Rook was backing them up. Just thinking about how her father had unilaterally decided to arrange her engagement with Rook without her consent made Gu Mo you absolutely unwilling to agree. Gu Mo you immediately picked up her phone and dialed her father Gu Yuandong's number. Meanwhile, Gu Yuandong and Wen Qiyu, who usually had a fondness for Rook, were busy selecting dates on the calendar. Just as they were engrossed in their task, the phone on the table rang. Gu Yuandong, still reluctant to take his eyes off the calendar, used one hand to answer the phone, speaking slowly. "Hello. Who is this?" In a fit of anger, Gu Mo you did not care about niceties and questioned her father on the other end of the line. "Dad, have you discussed my marriage to Rook with Uncle? I advise you not to waste your efforts, because I will absolutely not marry Rook." Gu Yuandong, who had been smiling while selecting auspicious dates, was undoubtedly thrown into a bad mood by Gu Mo's call. He frowned slightly and yelled directly into the phone at Gu Mo you brat. "Is this how you talk to your father? What kind of attitude is this? I'm telling you, your marriage is not up to you to decide. This family is still run by me." In Gu Mo's heart, she had always admired and respected her father since childhood, because Gu Yuandong was very free in whatever he did and had never restricted Gu Mou much. But when it came to marriage, Gu Yuandong was like parents from ancient times, insisting on arranging the marriage. This was a question that Gu Mou had always found difficult to understand. Dad, I will listen to you on everything except for marriage. Also, if you have any issues, come to me directly. Don't secretly cause trouble for Jiayao. As soon as Gu Mou finished speaking, it further enraged Gu Yuandong. Infuriated, Gu Yuandong stood up and shouted into the phone at Gu Mou. You brat, what do you mean by that? Do you still consider me your father? Both Gu Yuandong and Gu Mou were angry, and they had a huge argument over the phone. The reason they finally stopped fighting was that Gu Mou, in a fit of rage, hung up the phone. After hanging up, Gu Mou stood up from her chair, loosened her tie, and angrily sat back down. Seeing Gu Mou frowning, Gu Mou Yuan, sitting opposite her, felt very sorry for her brother, because Gu Mou Yuan was also very opposed to their father's actions. But after all, they were their parents, and Gu Mou Yuan did not feel right criticizing them, as parents only wanted the best for their children. Gu Mou Yuan quickly comforted Gu Mou. Okay, Mou, don't be angry. Mom and Dad were indeed a bit excessive in deciding your engagement with Rook without your consent. But don't worry, I will definitely stand by your side and do my best to help you and Jiayao. Hearing Gu Mou Yuan's words, Gu Mou's mood improved significantly, because among all her family members, thankfully, there was someone on her side. Gu Mou was able to successfully win over Ai Jiayao, largely thanks to her sister's help, because no matter the circumstances, her sister always unconditionally supported Gu Mou, and Gu Mou was very clear about this. She was deeply grateful to her sister. The next morning, in a good mood, Rook got up early, carefully dressed herself, and had breakfast with the help of the servants. Thinking about how Wanzi had reported to her about Ai Jiayao yesterday, Rook couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Dressed flamboyantly, Rook drove alone to the company. The main purpose of Rook coming to work every day now was to create trouble for Ai Jiayao. Just like yesterday, as soon as Ai Jiayao arrived at work, she immersed herself in her tasks. At some point, Rook unexpectedly appeared in front of Ai Jiayao. Having suffered once, Ai Jiayao immediately sensed that the newcomer was not friendly. To avoid affecting or delaying her work, Ai Jiayao chose to ignore Rook and turned to walk away. At the moment Ai Jiayao turned, the sly Rook whispered, "Want to run?" "Not so easy." Rook immediately blocked Ai Jiayao's path and began to bully her, saying, "Director Ai, let me see the materials you have in your hands. I want to see what you were busy with all day." Ai Jiayao instinctively took a step back, holding her materials even tighter, and said directly to Rook, "These are important confidential documents of the company, and no one is allowed to see them except the president." As soon as Ai Jiayao finished speaking, she immediately provoked Rook. Rook, stepping forward stealthily, pressed closer to Ai Jiayao, saying, "Director Ai, if you want to let me see the documents in your hands, could it be that you have something to hide? Are you colluding with an outside company to steal our company's important secrets?" Rook was not new to twisting the facts and blaming others, and Ai Jiayao had long been accustomed to it. Seeing that Ai Jiayao wasn't getting angry, Rook signaled to Wanzi beside her. The sly Wanzi immediately understood and began to egg on. "Director Ai, Missin has already said this much. If you have nothing to hide and are truly innocent, then why not show the documents to Missin?" Mei Zi, sitting nearby, also chimed in, "Exactly, Director Ai. Although President Gu is the boss of this group, Missin's father is also the largest shareholder in the company. It's reasonable for Miss and to take a look at important confidential documents. Those people who had been bribed by Rook were not focused on their work and were instead flattering Rook." Ai Jiayao could no longer stand their sarcastic remarks and directly brought up Gu Mou, saying, "The president has specifically instructed this just now. If you're not afraid of being blamed by the president, then go ahead and take a look." Rook had originally taken a step forward to grab the documents. But thinking of the scene where Gu Mou had scolded her sternly when angry, Rook instantly backed down, retracting her outstretched hand and calmly saying, "Director Ai, I was just joking with you. With all this dense text, I wouldn't even bother to look at it. Chapter 195. Everyone was shocked. Ai Jiayao said to Maisie. Maisie, I found a set of data you messed up yesterday. Have you fixed it? If you have, show it to me first. Maisie shook her head directly, looking quite proud as she replied, Not yet, Director AI. When you helped me find it yesterday, it was almost time to get off work. There's no overtime pay. So I had to leave it for today. Ai Jiayao understood from Maisie's words that she was intentionally not cooperating with her work. Ai Jiayao also knew that these people were so audaciously disobedient because Rook was there to instigate and stir trouble. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the guts to act like this. Ai Jiayao felt quite helpless. She initially wanted to complete this project, well, to showcase her abilities, but unfortunately, she was surrounded by a group of incompetent teammates dragging her down. To complete her work tasks on time, Ai Jiayao had no choice but to put in more effort herself. Rook sat with her arms crossed, flicking her newly done nails while deliberately mocking Ai Jiayao, saying, Some people just don't know their own limitations, and they don't even look in the mirror. They still fantasize about turning a wild chicken into a phoenix. A wild chicken will always be a wild chicken. It can never become a phoenix. Although Rook didn't name names, her every word was clearly directed at Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao endured Rook's ridicule to complete her work. Rook was intentionally trying to provoke Ai Jiayao, and after saying all sorts of unpleasant things, she noticed Ai Jiayao remained calm and composed, showing no sign of anger, which made Rook a bit intolerant. Rook gave a look to Zhuanzi beside her, signaling her to cooperate with her. Zhuanzi immediately understood, and instead of working, she subtly chimed in, Some people, with no degree or experience, dare to pretend to be big shots here, wearing a hat that's way too big for their head. I can't wait to see how she suffers. As the saying goes, the higher you climb, the harder you fall. Not only Rook, but even the employees under her were audaciously mocking Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao knew that Rook was behind their behavior. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so bold. One of Ai Jiayao's employees, Linda, had always had a good relationship with her, and Ai Jiayao had helped her a lot, for which she was grateful. Unable to stand Rook's bullying any longer, Linda decided to sneak out of the office when no one was paying attention to her, determined to go to the president's office for Ai Jiayao's sake. When Linda arrived outside the president's office, Secretary Jean was standing there straight. Upon seeing Secretary Jean, Linda respectfully said, Secretary Jean, I have something important to discuss with the president. Could you please inform him? Secretary Jean glanced at Linda and replied bluntly, The president is meeting with a client in the office. He doesn't have time for you. You can talk later. Linda anxiously lingered for a few minutes, realizing that it wasn't easy to see the president given her position. Instead of wasting time here, she decided to ask Secretary Jean to help pass on a message. Moreover, everyone knew about Ai Jiayao's relationship with the president. Secretary Jean would surely help. With a worried expression, Linda said to Secretary Jean, please tell the president that Miss and bullies Miss Ai Jia every day, relying on her father being a major shareholder of the company. Ask the president to intervene so that we can successfully complete this project. If it were other matters, Secretary Jean would definitely not report it. But once it involved Ai Jiayao, how could Secretary Jean not report it? She exchanged glances with Linda and immediately replied, You can go back for now. I will definitely report what you said to the president. Thank you, Secretary Jean. Linda nodded slightly, expressed her gratitude to Secretary Jean, and then left. Gumoyu had just finalized a cooperation deal with the client and politely sent them off. As soon as he sat down, Secretary Jean immediately reported nervously, President, just now an employee from the company specifically came to find you. She said Missin always goes to trouble Miss Ai Jia and incites the employees to not work, constantly opposing Miss Ai Jia. They want you to step in and handle Missin. Upon hearing this, Gumoyu quickly stood up from his chair, furious, and shouted, This Rook is deliberately trying to make things difficult for Ai Jia. With heavy footsteps, Gumoyu prepared to go to Ai Jiayao's office, and Secretary Jean hurriedly followed. Those employees who had been bribed by Rook were not only not working, but also followed her in causing trouble, continuously hurling insults at Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao had endured for a long time, but they showed no signs of stopping, insisting on speaking until they were satisfied. and their words were getting more and more unpleasant. Ai Jiayao could no longer endure it. She was about to explode with anger and set aside her work, preparing to fight back against these shameless individuals, when suddenly they all fell silent and dared not speak. When Ai Jiayao turned around to see what was happening, it turned out Gu Moyu had arrived. His arrival startled everyone, including the instigator and Rook. Gu Moyu's sharp gaze fell on the disrespectful employees under Ai Jiayao, and he sternly reprimanded, "You people are all employees under Director AI. Her orders are my orders. If you continue to disregard Director AI's arrangements and fail to focus on your work, you can expect to pack your things and leave." Gu Moyu was known for being resolute. Once he spoke, everyone was frightened and quickly returned to their workstations, immediately getting back to work. And Rook, with a confidence that was hard to understand, approached Gu Moyu without changing her expression, linking her arm with his, acting as if they were very close, and sweetly said, "Moyu, come sit here. This is the coffee I just brewed. You should taste it." How could Gu Moyu tolerate someone bullying Ai Jiayao on his territory? Knowing that Ai Jiayao was being bullied because of Enrook's instigation, he had no intention of showing her any mercy, even if Enrook's father was a major shareholder in the company. Chapter 196. Public humiliation in front of a large crowd. Gu Moyu ruthlessly shook off Enrook's hand, his sharp gaze fixed on her as he sternly admonished, "Rook, when I agreed to let you come to the company for an internship, it was not for you to stir up trouble. If you continue to cause problems for Jiayao like this, I will take action and will not indulge your reckless behavior." Gu Moyu completely disregarded Enrook's feelings, saying these words in front of everyone, causing Enrook to fume with anger. She pretended to be wronged, starting to defend herself. "Moyu, how can you say that about me? Everything I do is for your own good." Before Enrook could finish her words, Gu Moyu immediately interrupted her, shouting, "Enough! Don't say another word." Gu Moyu's loud reprimand indeed intimidated Enrook, leaving her speechless for a long time. Gu Moyu took a deep breath and firmly stated to Enrook, "Rook, listen to me. Even if my parents agree, I will never marry you. You should give up on this idea as soon as possible." The reason Gu Moyu spoke about his private matters in public was, on one hand, to express that he did not love Enrook, regardless of whether she could accept it. He had to make his stance clear. On the other hand, it was to reassure Ai Jiayao that, regardless of parental opposition or any obstacles he might encounter, he would never give up on his determination to be with her. Although this was all Gu Moyu's personal business, it inevitably attracted the attention of gossipers. As soon as Gu Moyu finished speaking, employees in the office began to cast strange looks at Enrook, and some of the more gossipy ones started whispering, "Oh, this Missin is really pitiful. Just a moment ago, she was boasting about being the future mistress of Longwei Group, and now the president says in front of everyone that he will never marry her. Isn't that a public slap in the face?" Gu Moyu's actions had caused Enrook to lose all her face. Looking at the strange gazes from those present and Gu Moyu's sharp glare, Enrook felt extremely wronged and left in tears. Feeling aggrieved, Enrook drove at high speed to her father and Zhengxin's villa. As soon as she entered, she sat on the sofa, pouting and silent, not even greeting Zhengxin. And Zhengxin knew his daughter well. He could tell that something must have upset her greatly. As someone who had always pampered and indulged Enrook, he couldn't bear to see her unhappy. And Zhengxin quickly approached Enrook, sitting down next to her and gently asking, "My precious daughter, why are you sulking? Who made you angry? Tell Daddy, and I will definitely help you." As Zhengxin inquired, Enrook's big watery eyes filled with tears as she cried out in extreme grievance, "Daddy, Moyu just said in front of so many people at the company that even if Uncle Gu and Auntie Gu agreed, he absolutely would not marry me, and told me to give up on this idea." As soon as Enrook finished speaking, and Zhengxin's sly, square face twitched uncontrollably in anger, and he furiously scolded, "That brat Gu Moyu! I would be willing to marry my precious daughter to him, because his family has good fortune from the last life. How dare he speak such arrogant words, and say he won't marry my daughter? He is truly hopeless." Fearing that her father might, in a fit of anger, call off her engagement to Gu Moyu, Enrook quickly emphasized, "Daddy, actually Moyu treats me very well. The reason he acted like this today is all because of that nasty girl, Ai Jiayao. I don't know what kind of spell she cast on Moyu, but he is completely infatuated with her and listens to everything she says. Despite Rook repeatedly stressing that Ai Jiayao was the one to blame for Moyu's behavior, it did little to quell Zhengxin's fury. He immediately stood up angrily, went to the table, picked up the phone, and called the Gu family. Gu Yuandong was on the balcony trimming his favorite potted plants when a servant came to inform him that Mr. and was calling for him. Gu Yuandong hurried back to the living room, quickly answered the phone, and opened with hello. Zhengxin, calling me so urgently. Are you wondering if I found a suitable match for my son? Before Gu Yuandong could finish his sentence, and Zhengxin's furious voice came from the other end. Old Gu, just hold off on those pleasantries. I'm calling to ask what it means when Moyu said in front of everyone at the company that he absolutely would not marry our Kiki. Isn't this a slap in the face for the Yin family? Kiki is my only precious daughter. She has never suffered such humiliation or indignity. You must give me an explanation today. Listening to Zhengxin's series of heated questions, Gu Yuandong could only quickly soothe him. Zhengxin, don't be angry. That brat Moyu is really becoming more and more outrageous. To say such things, I will personally look into the situation and give you a reasonable explanation. Although Gu Yuandong had said many good things to Zhengxin, the latter's anger still had not subsided. He could not swallow the fact that his precious daughter had been bullied. Suddenly, Zhengxin stood up and gently comforted his pitiful daughter sitting on the sofa. Kiki, wait at home for Daddy. I'm going to the company now and we'll be back soon. And Rook pretended to look pitiful and nodded slightly. Not forgetting to remind Zhengxin, Daddy, this matter is not entirely Moyu's fault. Ai Jiayao is the real culprit, so don't blame Moyu too much. Kiki, don't worry. Daddy knows what to do. And Zhengxin softly reassured her before walking out of the hall with a serious expression. As soon as Zhengxin got into his luxury car, old Chun, who had been working for the Yin family for a long time, immediately noticed that Zhengxin's demeanor was off, indicating that he was in a bad mood. Old Chun, who was always good at reading the room, wisely kept his mouth shut and respectfully asked, Sir, where are we headed? To the company. And Zhengxin said heavily, his eyes filled with anger as he looked out the window. Chapter 197. Fight to the end. Gu Mo Yu had just sent off her sister Gu Mo Yuan when she sat down in her chair, ready to dive back into work. Outside the office door, however, came the respectful voice of Secretary Jean saying, Hello, Mr. N. And Zhengxin, in a fit of rage, was already furious and showed no good temper to anyone he met. He not only ignored Secretary Jean, but also shot him a glare as he walked heavily towards Gu Mo Yu's office. Although Zhengxin had not yet entered, Gu Mo Yu had already guessed the purpose of his visit. It must be that Rook had gone home to complain. As soon as Zhengxin stepped inside, he unceremoniously sat down on the sofa in Gu Mo Yu's office and bluntly questioned her. Mo Yu, our Rook is so innocent and kind. Why did you embarrass her in public? Are you trying to make things difficult for me on purpose? Facing Zhengxin's questioning, Gu Mo Yu displayed an unflappable attitude and calmly stated her position. Uncle N, I only see Rook as my sister, and I have never had any romantic feelings. I've already made my stance clear to my parents. Now, and in the future, I will absolutely not marry Rook. As soon as Gu Mo Yu finished speaking, and Zhengxin's blood pressure shot up in anger. Fortunately, he had taken blood pressure medication before coming. Otherwise, the situation would have been unimaginable. After a moment of calm, and Zhengxin began to play his trump card, threatening Gu Mo Yu with his status as a major shareholder of the company. Gu Mo Yu, don't forget, the reason your Longhui group can thrive without obstacles in City A is because I have your back. If you want Longhui group to develop rapidly like before, you must marry our Cuckoo. Otherwise, I will definitely withdraw my investment from Longhui group. If Zhengxin had threatened Gu Mo Yu like this 3 years ago, she might have been somewhat afraid. However, after years of training, Gu Mo Yu is no longer the easily intimidated person she once was. She had quickly grown into someone capable and determined to deal with any forces attempting to suppress or exclude her company. Gu Mo Yu remained silent for the moment, not responding, and Zhengxin, confident that Gu Mo Yu was scared, secretly thought, Humph, Gu Mo Yu, after all these years, you are still the same. It seems this trump card in my hand is still useful. And Zhengxin then continued to use his status as a major shareholder to pressure Gu Mo Yu. Also, What qualifications does that little girl, Ai Jiayao, have? How can she handle such an important position in our group? Starting tomorrow, immediately replace Ai Jiayao, the project leader for the cooperation with Han Hai Company, with someone more capable. The more Guo you listened, the angrier she became, her hands clenching into fists uncontrollably, the veins on her hands slightly bulging. Already furious, Guo Yu firmly told in Zhengxin once again, Uncle Lin, I will tell you one last time, I absolutely will not marry Rook. And I warn you, if you try to oppress Ai Jiayao to achieve your goals, I will not stand by and watch. I will fight you to the end. Guo Yu, is this how you speak to your elders? And Zhengxin pointed a finger at Guo Yu. Guo Yu sneered, speaking indifferently, Uncle Lin, don't get too excited. Otherwise, your blood pressure will rise again. Since I still address you as Uncle Lin, I've already given you enough face. Don't be too naive. Don't think you can cover the sky with one hand and do whatever bad things you want. Guo Yu's words undoubtedly infuriated Zhengxin again, causing his hand to tremble uncontrollably as he thought darkly. Guo Yu, although I can't do anything about you for now, you care the most about Ai Jiayao. So I will go after Ai Jiayao and see what you can do about it. As soon as Zhengxin had this thought, the muscles on his square face twitched uncontrollably. Guo Yu immediately noticed. Within Zhengxin's cunning personality, he must be plotting something else. Guo Yu showed no mercy, sternly warning Zhengxin, if you dare to lay a hand on Ai Jiayao, if she loses even a single hair, I will make you regret it at all costs. Guo Yu's gaze was so determined, and her tone so resolute that there was no room for doubt. Zhengxin was also intimidated by Guo Yu's powerful aura. Zhengxin adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, trying to appear calm, but inside he was already in disarray. Because in Zhengxin's impression, Guo Yu was just a young man he could easily manipulate. Yet in just 3 short years since he went to America, Guo Yu had changed so drastically. The shadow of that reckless young man had long since disappeared, and he had clearly become someone capable of taking on heavy responsibilities. Zhengxin had initially come to the company to pressure Guo Yu, but after this commotion, he achieved nothing and instead was left speechless and fled in embarrassment. When Zhengxin returned to his villa, and Rook, having cried excessively from sadness, finally fell asleep after a long time, looking at the peacefully sleeping Rook. Zhengxin felt relieved and left her room. Back in the living room on the first floor, Zhengxin replayed the scene of his argument with Guo Yu in his mind. The anger in his heart remained unabated. Zhengxin, fuming, muttered to himself, that ungrateful guy Guo Yu, if it weren't for me helping him back then, how could this little brat have the qualifications to become a president supported by so many people? No, I can't let this matter rest. If I let Guo Yu off so easily, that arrogant little brat will definitely ride on my head and create havoc in the future. Zhengxin sat on the sofa, contemplating for a long time, and finally made up his mind, resolutely stating, that little brat, Guo, you shouldn't think I've got nothing on him. As long as I withdraw my investment from Longwei Group, their financial situation will surely have problems. And at that time, it will be easy for me to bring Guo Yu down. The cunning Zhengxin began to plot, immediately picking up his phone to call his most trusted confidant, Manager Deng at Longwei Group. Seeing Zhengxin's aggressive demeanor, he had clearly put in a lot of effort this time and was determined to bring down Guo Yu at all costs. Chapter 198. Something's fishy. The main reason Zhengxin did this was for Rook, and secondly, to intimidate and warn Guo Yu. The last game bug had already been fixed by the engineers. After finishing her work, Ai Jiayao returned to her computer, looking relieved, and said, Hey, fortunately, the last game bug was discovered in advance, and Designer Jiang fixed it right away. With Designer Jiang's experience and ability, this game will definitely pass smoothly this time. Ai Jiayao opened the computer and tested the game that had been repaired again. Her eyes were glued to the game, not daring to slack off at all. The first and second levels of the game had no issues, and Ai Jiayao continued testing. However, when she reached the 5th level, she frowned slightly, as she discovered that the game had problems again. Designer Jiang, being the highest level designer in the company, usually design games that passed on the first try without any flaws or bugs. Yet this time, unprecedented problems had appeared one after another. Ai Jiayao suddenly had a bad premonition and began to analyze to herself. With designer Zhang's ability and skills, it's impossible for his games to have consecutive issues. Something is fishy here. I must report this to Mayu first and see what he thinks. Ai Jiayao immediately exited the game, hung up the phone, and quickly walked out of the office toward the president's office. Gu Moyu was in his office, focused on the documents. Suddenly, the phone beside him rang. Gu Moyu put down the materials in his hands, picked up the phone, and saw that the caller ID was in Jingxin. He hesitated for a moment, but still answered the call politely, saying, "Hello, Uncle." Since Jingxin met Gu Moyu in the afternoon and heard his strong words, he felt very dissatisfied with him and even had a slight impulse to eliminate him. Despite having 1,000 grievances against Gu Moyu, the cunning in Jingxin, considering his relationship with Gu Yuandong and the Gu family's influence in business, did not make his intentions clear, but instead changed his attitude. "Moyu, Uncle has recently come across a great investment project with significant profit potential. Therefore, I won't be participating in the game development project with Hao & Company. I'm planning to invest in other projects." And Jingxin said humbly to Gu Moyu. Although Gu Moyu didn't know why Jingxin suddenly withdrew his investment, his keen insight made him feel that the situation was not that simple and that there must be some reason behind it. Gu Moyu always conducted business democratically and would not force anyone. Regarding Jingxin's sudden request, he not only did not say anything to keep him, but immediately agreed, saying, "Well, since Uncle has made a decision, I can only agree." Gu Moyu guessed that Jingxin's sudden withdrawal was definitely related to Enrook, and Jingxin was indirectly putting pressure on him. Although Jingxin's sudden withdrawal would affect the company's cash flow, Gu Moyu believed that with Longwei Group's current reputation, even if the funds were tight, they could still take a bank loan to relieve the situation. Just as Gu Moyu was thinking of countermeasure, there was a series of urgent knocks on the office door. "Gumin," Gu Moyu said with a deep voice. Ai Jiayao pushed the door open and saw Gu Moyu sitting in his chair, looking serious and deep in thought. Upon seeing Gu Moyu, Ai Jiayao did not hesitate and quickly reported, "Moyu, the new game developed by designer Jiang has problems again." Hearing this bad news, Gu Moyu straightened his back, looked at Ai Jiayao in shock, and asked, "Wasn't the previous problem already fixed by designer Jiang? How could there still be issues?" Ai Jiayao replied frankly, "Moyu, not just you, even I feel that something is fishy. After all, designer Jiang is our company's top network designer, and even experts couldn't find flaws in the games he designed before. Yet this time, issues have appeared one after another." Ai Jiayao's bold speculation made Gu Moyu start to have doubts in his mind, and he said thoughtfully, "Girl, you have a point. With designer Zhang's ability, he shouldn't have any problems. The repeated issues are most likely due to an insider in the company who is sabotaging things." Gu Moyu fell into deep thought, and after a while, he suddenly thought of Jingxin, who had just called him to withdraw his investment. Gu Moyu realized and said to Ai Jiayao just now, "And Jingxin called me and said he would participate in this new game development project and wanted to withdraw his investment. He must be up to something behind the scenes." Although Gu Moyu currently had no solid evidence, and Jingxin's call undoubtedly made him involuntarily consider him the prime suspect. Since noon today, Su Wenhao received a report from an insider he had placed within Longwei Group, saying that Ai Jiayao and Gu Moyu were still as harmonious and sweet as ever. Su Wenhao not only felt envious and jealous, but was also so angry that he sat alone in his living room drinking alone. "Gu Moyu, you bastard! Not only did you lead me into a trap, planning to make me pay a huge penalty, but you also stole my woman. I will not let you off so easily. I will make you pay a painful price." Su Wenhao vented his emotions while drinking. To deal with Gu Moyu, Su Wenhao had already schemed many plans in advance, ready to counter and retaliate at any time. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Wenhao ultimately picked up his phone and dialed a mysterious person's number. "Hello, Mr. Tang. Let's proceed with Plan C." Su Wenhao instructed the mysterious person on the phone. His speech slurred from the alcohol. "Yes, President Su, I will prepare immediately." The mysterious voice on the other end of the line responded respectfully. This mysterious person, Mr. Tang, was a hacker that Su Wenhao specifically found online, specializing in attacking Gu Moyu's websites and online games. The plan C that Su Wenhao mentioned was to have the mysterious person attack the new game developed by Gu Moyu and then secretly frame Gu Moyu's company, claiming that the games they developed had problems, were illegal, and involved pornography and violence. Chapter 199. And Zhengxin is arrested. Su Wenhao picked up a phone he rarely used and called the inspection agency to report that the games designed by Longwei Group were illegal and involved pornography and violence. After Su Wenhao made the call, within half an hour, the inspection agency sent staff to Longwei Group, where Gu Moyu worked. The inspection staff, dressed in uniforms, took out their identification and said to the front desk receptionist, "We are staff from the inspection agency. May we know where your person in charge is?" The arrival of these inspection agency personnel surely meant trouble. The front desk receptionist politely replied, "Gentlemen, please wait a moment. I will report this." The front desk receptionist quickly returned to her desk and dialed Secretary Jin's phone number. After finishing the call with Secretary Jin, the front desk receptionist smiled and approached the two staff members, politely saying, "Our president is in the office. Please follow me." Secretary Jin hurriedly reported the front desk receptionist's call to Gu Moyu, saying, "President, it's bad. The inspection agency has sent people over." Seeing Secretary Jin's flustered state, Gu Moyu cast a disdainful glance at him and calmly said, "Secretary Jin, what's wrong with you today? The inspection agency's people have come to the company to check before. We are a legitimate company and have nothing to fear. Calm down." After hearing Gu Moyu's words, Secretary Jin felt this made a lot of sense and instantly lost his fear. Under the guidance of the front desk receptionist, the two inspection agency staff members arrived at Gu Moyu's office. After respectfully greeting Gu Moyu, the front desk receptionist began to introduce, "Gentlemen, this is our group's president." After the introduction, she tactfully stepped out. "Hello, we are staff from the inspection agency. We just received a report stating that the games developed by our Longwei Group are illegal and involve pornography and violence. We are here today to investigate and gather evidence," the staff said while presenting their work credentials. Gu Moyu felt that they were a legitimate company and had never done anything illegal. So he did not obstruct the staff's inspection and, with frankness and politeness, said, "Our company will fully cooperate with your inspection. Please feel free to proceed." Upon obtaining Gu Moyu's consent, the relevant staff immediately began the investigation and evidence collection. After nearly 2 hours of investigation, the staff still found no issues. Next, they checked the newly developed games by Longwei Group. The staff conducted a general inspection, and everything else was legitimate and legal. However, they found a problem with one of the games. This game, which the staff deemed problematic, was the one that Ai Jiayao had just reported to Gu Moyu as having a flaw, which designer Jiang had not yet resolved. The inspection agency staff directly told Gu Moyu, "President Gu, the other games in your company are fine, but this game does have issues. We need to investigate it according to the law." The news that Gu Moyu's Longwei Group had been found with issues by the inspection agency quickly spread, causing a stir outside. In an instant, Longwei Group's once glorious image was significantly diminished, and they faced a major challenge. Gu Moyu had to bear not only the various pressures from the company, but also the pressure of public opinion. Under this dual pressure, Gu Moyu remained calm, because now he not only needed to stay composed to deal with any problems, but also had to investigate the cause quickly. Sitting in his chair, Gu Moyu carefully recalled the series of problems the company had faced in recent days. The deeper he thought, the more he felt that something was amiss. Gu Moyu once again focused on Zhengxin, as he had previously withdrawn his investment from the new game development project, and now the newly developed game had issues again. Coincidentally, the very next moment, the inspection agency staff received a report claiming that the company's games were illegal and involved pornography and violence. Everything pointed to Zhengxin, and Gu Moyu once again directed his suspicion towards him. Gu Moyu speculated, so to be cautious, he decided to send someone to investigate and find evidence, as that was the key to the problem. The current situation was that identifying evidence a day in advance would greatly reduce Longwei Group's losses. Gu Moyu instructed Secretary Jin, who was standing nearby, Secretary Jean, immediately send someone to investigate. No matter what method, you must find out the insider who is sabotaging the company. Yes, President. Secretary Jean replied nervously, quickly stepping out to arrange for personnel to search for evidence. The personnel Secretary Jean arranged for the investigation were all elite teams from the company. And within a day, they found strong evidence. To restore the company's reputation as soon as possible, Gu Moyu immediately submitted the evidence to the inspection agency. When the inspection agency received the evidence sent by Gu Moyu, after several rounds of investigation and verification, they confirmed the situation was true. They immediately sent personnel to Zhengxin's villa, preparing to arrest him for his involvement in sabotaging Longwei Group. Caught off guard, Zhengxin was arrested by the police at his door. He still refused to admit guilt, defiantly saying, "I haven't committed a crime. On what basis are you arresting me?" Facing Zhengxin's denial, Officer Wang, who led the arrest, firmly stated, "Mr. N, we have solid evidence that you have been sabotaging and attempting to frame Longwei Group. We are here to detain you." Upon hearing this, Zhengxin was so frightened that his glasses fell to the ground, and before he could react, he was handcuffed by the police and taken away in a police car. And Rook, who was always in a bad mood, loved to go shopping at the mall, as it helped alleviate her discomfort. When Rook returned to the villa with many purchases from mall, she suddenly found her father was not at home. Then, Butler Missouri rushed out in a panic, trembling as he told Rook, "It's bad, miss. Sir was just taken away by the police." This news was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for Rook. With a bang, the Chanel bag she was holding fell to the ground, and Rook's legs went weak, and she almost collapsed to the floor, fortunately being supported by a nearby servant. Chapter 200. Sudden death from cerebral hemorrhage. Gu Moyu investigated Zhengxin through this incident and discovered shocking news. Since Zhengxin returned to the country, he had used all his funds and assets to speculate in the stock market, and the most terrifying part was that he lost everything. Holding the evidence gathered by the staff, Gu Moyu was furious to find that Zhengxin not only used all his personal fortune to speculate, but also misappropriated a significant amount of the company's funds for stock trading. This Zhengxin is not only audacious, but also reckless to such an extent, secretly taking the company's public funds to gamble in stocks. He is truly insane. Gu Moyu slammed his fist heavily on the table in anger. After carefully recalling all that had happened recently, Gu Moyu realized. So Zhengxin wanted to withdraw his investment because he lost everything in stock trading and wanted to use that withdrawal money to pay off his debts. With all of Zhengxin's wrongdoings exposed, Gu Moyu had gotten to the bottom of the matter. Gu Moyu immediately instructed Secretary Jean, who was standing nearby. "Secretary Jean, call an immediate press conference. I need to clarify the misunderstandings about our group." The fact that everything could be clarified in such a short time made Gu Moyu feel much better, and Secretary Jean, who worked closely with Gu Moyu, was equally happy. "Yes, President. I will arrange it right away." Secretary Jean replied respectfully with his head slightly lowered, unable to hide a smile on his face. Secretary Jean hurried out of Gu Moyu's office to arrange the press conference. The sooner the facts were clarified, the sooner the company's reputation could be restored, and the quicker the economic losses could be minimized. Longwei Group is the largest internet company in City A, topping the GDP charts for 3 consecutive years. Any changes at Longwei Group immediately attract public attention, especially from reporters. As soon as Secretary Jean spread the news of the press conference, a large number of reporters rushed to Longwei Group in a rush to prepare. Secretary Jean made sure all domestic and foreign reporters waited in the conference room for Gu Moyu. Once everything was ready, Gu Moyu confidently walked into the conference room, head held high, exuding both confidence and grace. Facing numerous media reporters, Gu Moyu solemnly announced, regarding the report yesterday alleging that Longwei Group is involved in illegal activities, the relevant departments have already intervened in the investigation. The results are out, and our company has been maliciously defamed. We have reported this malicious incident to the police for handling. All of this was orchestrated by our major shareholder in Zhengxin, who was arrested by the police last night. Gu Moyu did not take questions from the media, and after stating the key points, he left the conference room under the escort of bodyguards. What Gumoyu said in front of the media was immediately broadcasted on major newspapers, magazines, and television stations, officially clarifying that Longhui Group had not engaged in any illegal activities. Gumoyu shifted all the blame onto Jiangxin, and with strong evidence, everyone believed Gumoyu's words. The company narrowly escaped disaster, and the group's reputation was timely salvaged. After the press conference, Gumoyu returned to his office. Just as he sat down on the sofa, police personnel arrived at the company. Due to the police's deeper investigation, it was revealed that besides Jiangxin, there were accomplices within the group, as well as employees bribed by Rook, all of whom were arrested as witnesses. The sudden arrival of the police shocked Zhuangzi and Maisie. The police stood tall and spoke sternly. Maisie, Zhuangzi, you two colluded with Jiangxin and are suspected of harming the company. We have gathered relevant evidence, and we need you to come with us to the police station to clarify the situation. Maisie felt as if struck by lightning upon hearing this news. Fortunately, there was a wall behind her, or she would have fallen. The timid Maisie, knowing that the truth had come to light, fearfully pleaded, "Officer, I didn't do anything illegal. You can't arrest me." Zhuangzi, though terrified inside, forced herself to appear calm and confidently reassured Maisie. "Maisie, you don't have to be afraid. We have done nothing wrong. The police will investigate and clear our names." And Jiangxin's wrongdoings had all come to light, and he was reaping what he had sown. At his age, and Jiangxin had never faced such punishment or been to prison before. With his hands cuffed, and Jiangxin sat in a dark corner, looking gloomy and sorrowfully said, "Sai, this time, I will definitely face a death sentence. I lost everything in stock trading, and my family's assets have been mortgaged. Just the charge of misappropriating company funds is enough to ensure I spend my later years in prison. I have brought shame to the infamily. I have no face to meet my ancestors." Knowing the law well, and Jiangxin realized he could not escape this disaster. The amount he embezzled was shockingly large, so he did not even think about hiring a lawyer to defend himself. Besides, he was now penniless, overwhelmed with thoughts, and Jiangxin suddenly suffered a cerebral hemorrhage in prison and died. When the prison staff discovered this, they immediately called for medical personnel to perform emergency rescue. Despite all the rescue measures taken by the medical staff, it was futile, and Jiangxin had already passed away. Because Jiangxin's wrongdoings had been exposed, coupled with extensive media coverage, he became a pariah, despised by everyone. After Jiangxin was taken away by the police, and Rook did not sit idle. She searched everywhere for help to rescue her father. Unfortunately, as time passed, those who had once been close to Jiangxin avoided Rook like the plague. Some even traveled abroad just to escape her. Having been born with a golden spoon, Rook had always lived a life of luxury, treated like a princess. Since her father was imprisoned, it was the first time she truly understood the meaning of when the person leaves, the tea cools. Just as Rook held onto her last glimmer of hope and was about to call a good friend of her father's for help, she suddenly received a call from the police, informing her that Jiangxin had suffered a cerebral hemorrhage in prison and, despite rescue efforts, had passed away. Chapter 201 Financial Crisis. When Rook learned of this bad news, it was not only adding insult to injury, but also a heavy blow. Because her father, who had always doted on her, suddenly passed away, and Rook not only lost her spiritual support, but also her only backing overnight. "No, I don't believe it. Daddy loves me so much. How could he bear to leave me all alone?" And Rook couldn't accept this fact, sitting alone in the living room, venting her anger. Memories of the beautiful times spent with her father since childhood flooded her mind. Although her father was always busy with work, his love for Rook was undeniable. She could only pick up a photo on the table. Looking at the last moment, she took a picture with her father. Her emotions were uncontrollable, and only by seeing the photo of herself with her father did she feel a slight relief. And Rook's hand reached into the frame, and tears flowed down uncontrollably like a dam bursting. After a moment of reflection, and Rook wiped her tears and shouted in extreme anger, "My daddy's sudden death from a brain hemorrhage in prison was all caused by Gumoyu. If it weren't for him getting the police to arrest my daddy, this wouldn't have happened. It must be like this. Because my daddy pressured Gumoyu to marry me, he deliberately caused my daddy's death to avoid being controlled by him. and Rook was convinced that her father's death was all due to Gu Moyu, blaming everything on him. The love Rook once had for Gu Moyu turned into hatred after the death of her father, and Jing Xin. Clenching her fists, her expression turned fierce as she vowed, "Daddy, don't worry. Your daughter will definitely avenge you. I will never let Gu Moyu go." Before Jing Xin passed away, he had lost a lot of money in stock trading and had also engaged in some illegal activities, even embezzling a large sum of company funds. If he were alive, he wouldn't be able to repay it, even if he worked for 3 lifetimes. As a result, all of his assets were seized. And Rook opened her phone and logged into her mobile banking to check her balance. When she saw the small amount left, she looked distressed and said, "Sigh, with this little money left, it's hard to accomplish anything. But no matter the circumstances, I will do whatever it takes to avenge my daddy." Although the court ruled that all of Jing Xin's assets were to be compensated to Longhui Group, it still could not make up for the losses of the group compared to the money Jing Xin took, which was just the tip of the iceberg. The matter of Jing Xin's embezzlement had come to a conclusion, and Longhui Group had suffered considerable losses because of it. Gu Moyu, in order to adjust the group's upcoming strategy and layout, said to Secretary Jean, who was standing beside him, "Secretary Jean, immediately notify the senior management of all departments to meet in the conference room at 3 o'clock this afternoon." Secretary Jean stood respectfully with her head slightly bowed and replied, "Yes, President." Without hesitation, Secretary Jean immediately left the office to notify the senior management of all departments and make arrangements. Everything was ready, and when everyone in the conference room had arrived, only the heavyweight figure of Gu Moyu was left to host a meeting. Gu Moyu walked into the conference room with a serious expression and heavy footsteps. The conference room, which had been buzzing with whispers, instantly fell silent at Gu Moyu's arrival. Before the meeting, Gu Moyu had already received reports from the finance department. Due to Jing Xin's embezzlement of a large amount of funds, the company's cash flow was currently blocked, and for the next quarter, no matter what planning or new game projects were developed, costs had to be minimized. If the company could survive this low point in the quarter, it would basically resolve the financial crisis. Gu Moyu took a seat in the middle of the conference room, instantly becoming the focus of everyone's attention. With a magnetic voice, he began, "I have gathered everyone here today to discuss an important matter. The company is currently facing a financial crisis, and you should have heard about it. In such circumstances, we need to unite more closely internally. As long as we work together, we will be able to overcome the crisis soon. Therefore, all departments must minimize expenses wherever possible." After listening to Gu Moyu's words, Manager Huang, who was responsible for game promotion, suddenly stood up and began to express his opinion. "President, even if our company needs to save costs during this period, we cannot skimp on game promotion. Most of our games have been endorsed by popular stars, and because of their endorsements, every game has been a hit. If we can't afford to hire popular stars, at least we must continue our promotional work." Manager Huang's words hit the nail on the head, and Gu Moyu had already considered this issue. No matter which game it was, as long as sufficient effort was put into promotion or getting stars to endorse it, that game would surely become a hit. However, the financial crisis the company was facing had not been resolved, and Gu Moyu was feeling even more pressure. Gu Moyu did not directly reject Manager Huang's words, but instead said to him, "Manager Huang, I will reserve my opinion on your question for now. I will make a final decision after discussing it with the major shareholders." Since the company's financial situation had encountered problems, the shareholders had become like absentee landlords. Some traveling in different regions, some on business trips abroad, and some hospitalized for health reasons. On the surface, they had given Gu Moyu the decision-making power, but in reality, they had thrown this hot potato into his hands. This meeting made Gu Moyu feel that not only did game development require a lot of money, but even the money needed for the promotion department far exceeded that of game development projects. For the first time, Gu Moyu felt the pressure mounting. Whether the company could get out of the low point and financial crisis soon, every decision Gu Moyu made was crucial. Gu Moyu once again picked up the financial report sent by the finance department, roughly estimated it, and pondered seriously. If all this money is invested in the development of new game projects, there will definitely be no money left for the promotion department. If the promotion work is poorly done, even if the newly developed game is great, it won TB is popular. The dilemma Gumayu faced now was that he could not have both fish and bear's paw if all the money was invested in game development projects. Given the current financial situation of the group, he really could not afford to handle other matters. Chapter 202, a good way to kill two birds with one stone. Gumayu sat in her office, deep in thought about the losses and gains. Meanwhile, Ai Jiayao had learned from other colleagues that Gumayu was currently facing a significant financial crisis. Ai Jiayao quietly made her way to Gumayu's office. When Ai Jiayao entered Gumayu's office, Gumayu was completely focused on her thoughts and did not notice Ai Jiayao's arrival at all. Just as Secretary Jean was about to announce her presence, Ai Jiayao raised her hand slightly, signaling Secretary Jean to remain silent. Secretary Jean immediately understood and nodded before stepping out. Ai Jiayao approached Gumayu, massaging her shoulders while softly encouraging her. Moyu, the financial crisis in the company is only temporary. With your ability, you will definitely solve it soon. Previously, Gumayu would be delighted and circle around Ai Jiayao when she arrived. However, facing a tremendous crisis, Gumayu simply did not have the mood to joke around with Ai Jiayao. Gumayu raised her head slightly and replied affirmatively. Thank you, girl. With your encouragement and support, I will definitely resolve this crisis. Ai Jiayao patted Gumayu's shoulder to show her support. Gumayu gently said to Ai Jiayao, girl, I still have things to do. Why don't you go sit on the couch and rest for a bit? I will come over to keep you company once I'm done. Knowing that Gumayu was in a bad mood, Ai Jiayao dared not disturb her too much and complied with her suggestion. Finding a spot on the couch to sit down, Ai Jiayao was also aware that Gumayu was facing two major decisions right now. If they chose to develop a new game project, given the company's financial situation, there wouldn't be any extra money for promotional work. Whether a game could become popular depended heavily on marketing. Seeing Gumayu troubled by this matter made Ai Jiayao feel heartbroken. For the first time, Ai Jiayao realized that being the president of a company with thousands of employees was not easy. Gumayu had to bear more than ordinary people and endure many storms and hardships that others could not acknowledge. At some point, Ai Jiayao genuinely felt that Gumayu's matters were her own. She felt responsible and obliged to help Gumayu share some of the burdens she faced. Determined to help Gumayu, Ai Jiayao's agile mind began to spin quickly, and she aimed to come up with a solution to resolve the crisis. Ai Jiayao was a clever girl. As soon as she put her mind to it, a good solution to the crisis immediately sprang to her mind. Ai Jiayao believed her idea was highly feasible and quickly walked back to Gumayu, her face filled with joy as she said, Moyu, I have thought of a good way to resolve the crisis. Gumayu, who had been frowning, lit up with excitement upon hearing that Ai Jiayao had a solution, eagerly asking, really? Girl, what is it? Hurry up and tell me. Without beating around the bush, Ai Jiayao straightforwardly presented her idea to Gumayu. Moyu, the company has already spent a lot of money developing the new game project, and there isn't any extra money for promotional work. So, let's focus all our energy and money on the game development project. As for marketing, we can temporarily avoid hiring celebrity endorsements. It's a high-tech internet age now. We can use game live streaming for promotion and create a test version of the game. As Ai Jiayao spoke, Gumayu felt that this idea was quite good and had significant feasibility, so she continued to listen attentively. Ai Jiayao elaborated. We can let game streamers try out the test version of the game during their live streams. This way, we can not only promote the game, but also gather feedback from a wide audience on what shortcomings our newly developed game has. This is a great opportunity to make adjustments while we still have time. Ai Jiayao shared her thoughts and ideas with Gumayu. After listening, Gumayu particularly agreed with Ai Jiayao's proposal and idea. Ai Jiayao continued to outline her thoughts to Gumayu. If you follow my suggestion, it would be a perfect way to kill two birds with one stone. At the same time, we can show our sincerity to everyone and regain some face for the company. Every task Ai Jiayao undertook and every issue she considered was no longer as simple as before. For Gumayu's sake, Ai Jiayao delved deeply into every problem and thought carefully, sparing no effort. After hearing Ai Jiayao's explanation, Gumayu was astonished. She had never expected that she had been racking her brain for so long, and even the strongest elites in the company were at a loss, leaving this problem unresolved until now. Not to mention others, even Gu Moyu, the president of a large enterprise, was indecisive and had failed to come up with a good solution. Seeing Ai Jiayao come up with such a clever solution in such a short time, Gu Moyu instantly viewed her with newfound respect, filled with admiration. Gu Moyu exchanged a glance with the delighted Ai Jiayao, her eyes brimming with admiration as she openly praised her. "Girl, you are truly my lucky star. All the elites in our group have been stumped by this problem, and I was at my wit's end. Yet you managed to come up with a solution in such a short time. And it's a clever way to kill two birds with one stone. It seems I need to seriously consider giving you a more important position in our company so that we won't waste your talent." Having worked at the company for so long, Ai Jiayao felt a sense of pride and satisfaction at Gu Moyu's recognition and praise. She couldn't help but feel a bit smug, responding to Gu Moyu. "Gu Moyu, it's only today that you've discovered my strengths, but it's not too late. With the high intelligence of our AI family, you will discover even more of my strengths in the days to come." Although Ai Jiayao appeared to be quite smug, deep down, she felt a sense of accomplishment for being able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Gu Moyu in tackling such a tricky issue, working together to resolve the crisis and difficulties. Ai Jiayao was genuinely happy. Chapter 203. Sharing hardships and troubles. The solution to the problem has been thought out, but how to implement and deploy it efficiently to resolve the crisis is the most important. Ai Jiayao also had her own ideas and directly proposed to Gu Moyu. "Let me handle the game live streaming to promote the game and carry out the testing tasks for the new game. To better complete the task, I must personally take part this time." Ai Jiayao also held the position of the overall project manager for the collaboration between the group and Hao & Company. This was her first time serving as a project leader, and Gu Moyu felt that it was already quite an achievement for Ai Jiayao to successfully complete this important task. However, Ai Jiayao still took the initiative to volunteer for the live streaming. Although Gu Moyu was very grateful for Ai Jiayao's hard work and dedication, she bluntly told Ai Jiayao, "Girl, you represent our group, and as the overall project manager for the collaboration with Hao & Company, you are already extremely busy with many things that require your personal attention. How can you find time to help me with the game live streaming? But don't worry, I will select a few experienced people to handle the live streaming, so you don't have to worry about it." The reason Gu Moyu chose to let others do the live streaming was that she didn't want Ai Jiayao to become so busy and tired because of her. Gu Moyu truly felt reluctant to impose such a heavy workload and pressure on Ai Jiayao. Despite Gu Moyu's thoughtful considerations for Ai Jiayao, she still did not give up on her desire to do the live streaming, and she unequivocally rejected Gu Moyu's suggestion, speaking to her in a tone that allowed no discussion. "Moyu, I know you care about me and don't want me to be so tired, but as long as I can help you, it doesn't matter how exhausted I am. Besides, in Longwe Group, no one understands game live streaming better than I do. I believe that with the large amount of popularity and fans I have accumulated online, my game live streaming will definitely be more effective." Even though Ai Jiayao spoke convincingly, Gu Moyu still hesitated and did not immediately agree to Ai Jiayao. To alleviate Gu Moyu's concerns and resolve the current crisis, Ai Jiayao picked up her phone, logged into her game live streaming account, and showed Gu Moyu her follower count, firmly stating, "Moyu, look, my followers on the game live streaming have exceeded 3 million. If you can find someone in the company with more popularity than me, I absolutely won't object to her taking over the live streaming." Under Ai Jiayao's well-reasoned persuasion, Gu Moyu finally agreed to let Ai Jiayao continue with the important task of game live streaming. Ai Jiayao's thorough analysis and discussion with Gu Moyu were entirely for the sake of Gu Moyu's group. She was determined to help Gu Moyu resolve the crisis at any cost. Gu Moyu understood Ai Jiayao's good intentions and was very grateful for everything she did for her. Gu Moyu quickly stood up, took Ai Jiayao's hand, and sat down on the sofa, touched as she said to Ai Jiayao, "Girl, I understand everything you have said. You are thinking of the company and, more importantly, thinking of me. Everything you do is to help me alleviate the major crisis the company is facing. Thank you for being by my side through thick and thin. Together, we will definitely overcome this significant crisis. Despite Gu Moyu's praise and affirmation, even the strong-willed Ai Jiayao couldn't help but feel shy. Ai Jiayao didn't like beating around the bush and directly told Gu Moyu, it's fine for me to take on a bit more work, even if I have to work overtime. It's just temporary. As long as we can resolve the tricky issues, I can quickly return to being as relaxed as before. Besides, this might not be a bad thing. It's a great opportunity for me to showcase my abilities. Though she said this, who would willingly choose to be so exhausted if they could have a little more leisure? Gu Moyu understood that Ai Jiayao didn't want her to worry, which is why she said that. Ai Jiayao noticed that Gu Moyu wasn't as happy as she had imagined and continued to patiently reassure her. I do have my own selfish motives. If I can help you and the group resolve this crisis, everyone will definitely look at me in a new light. Who would dare to look down on me in the company after that? Rather than saying I'm doing this for you, I'm mostly doing it for myself. And how could Ai Jiayao's little scheme escape Gu Moyu's eyes? Gu Moyu knew that no matter the circumstances, Ai Jiayao was not only thinking of herself, but also didn't want to put Gu Moyu in a difficult position. Gu Moyu chose not to expose Ai Jiayao's little thoughts. By the time Gu Moyu and Ai Jiayao had decided on a strategy, it was already past 7 in the evening, and the employees in the company had long since left work. Unbeknownst to her, Ai Jiayao felt quite hungry and her stomach began to grumble. The worst part was that Gu Moyu heard it, and Ai Jiayao awkwardly said, "Sorry, I'm hungry." Gu Moyu looked at the time on her watch and smiled at Ai Jiayao. "You're hungry, so let us go out for dinner together." Normally, Ai Jiayao would jump with joy at the thought of food, but this time she did not show a happy expression. Instead, she seriously reminded Gu Moyu, don't you have to meet a client tonight? If you go out to dinner with me, it will definitely affect your work. I could just grab something to eat at home." Although the company was facing a significant crisis, Gu Moyu still placed Ai Jiayao in the most important position in her heart. Compared to clients, they were simply insignificant. Gu Moyu initially wanted to call the client to reschedule their meeting for the next evening, so she could have dinner with Ai Jiayao. But Gu Moyu knew Ai Jiayao as temperament, and how could she possibly go against her? All right, girl, stop nagging. The more I listen, the more it sounds like an old couple bickering. I promise you that I want to accompany you for dinner this time, but you have to agree to one condition. Gu Moyu proposed her condition to Ai Jiayao. Ai Jiayao's gaze was fixed on Gu Moyu as she immediately asked, "What condition? Hurry up and say it. If it's reasonable, I'll reluctantly agree." A joyful expression appeared on Gu Moyu's face as she said directly to Ai Jiayao, "Girl, you've been busy with project matters lately, and I haven't had much time to spend alone with you. I'll drive you home now, and we can spend more time together." Chapter 204. Offering valuable suggestions, a new day has arrived, and Ai Jiayao, burdened with important responsibilities, woke up earlier than usual. As always, Ai Jiayao got up, brushed her teeth, washed her face, changed into a stylish and elegant, yet not overly luxurious, beautiful dress, applied a bit of light makeup, and hurriedly left for work after a simple breakfast. Upon arriving at the company, Ai Jiayao immediately headed to the live streaming department. Following the plan she discussed with Gu Moyu yesterday, she took the lead. The other female streamers of the gaming department cooperated with Ai Jiayao's work, promptly launching the new game Night Kirin, which had just been developed yesterday. Since Night Kirin had just been developed and hadn't even undergone preliminary testing due to budget constraints, Ai Jiayao had no choice but to give it a shot. Ai Jiayao returned to the position she had worked at for over 5 years and began her beloved streaming career once again. This time, unlike before, Ai Jiayao was filled with hope and a yearning for beautiful things in the future. It had been a long time since Ai Jiayao had done gaming live streams, but there were still a large number of fans closely following her updates. Previously, when some fans learned about Ai Jiayao's temporary withdrawal from the streaming world, many supportive fans expressed on social media that they would stop watching gaming streams unless Ai Jiayao returned. As soon as Ai Jiayao logged into her gaming live streaming account on the computer, Within less than 5 minutes of starting the stream, she immediately attracted a large audience. Within 20 minutes of playing the game, relying on the popularity she had built up during her previous gaming live streams. Her unexpected return to gaming streaming drew a massive crowd, and her follower count quickly surpassed 3 million, significantly increasing her visibility. After one round of gaming, Ai Jiayao's popularity continued to rise, and she gained even more followers than before. At the end of her first gaming live stream, seeing her follower count continuously climbing, Ai Jiayao displayed a joyful expression, as her first battle was a great success, signaling a good omen. Through her immense popularity, Ai Jiayao made online fans aware of the unique aspects of the new game Night Kirin. Although Night Kirin was already quite popular, Ai Jiayao was still not satisfied with the status quo. In her mind, she believed that Night Kirin should be able to gain even higher visibility. With the current trend, as long as she put in the effort, Night Kirin could definitely attract more people's attention. Ai Jiayao mobilized her streaming power and urged all the streamers in the company to devote all their time and energy to streaming this game and helping with the promotion. Ai Jiayao also picked up her phone and called her good friends, fellow game streamers she had met online and kept in touch with. Hello, Sang1. Our company is currently promoting a new game called Night Kirin. If you have time, could you help me with the promotion? Ai Jiayao politely asked Chonghuan, a fellow game streamer. Chonghuan and Ai Jiayao became good friends last year through gaming live streams. When Chonghuan first started streaming, he often sought Ai Jiayao for advice and insights. Ai Jiayao generously shared everything she knew with him. Now that Ai Jiayao had a request for Chonghuan, he did not hesitate for a moment and readily replied, Sister Jiayao, you've helped me so much before. I haven't been able to repay you yet. Now that you need my help, I will do my utmost to make the live stream of your new game Night Kirin the best and do my best to help with the promotion. Ai Jiayao called all her good friends in the streaming industry. She had always been well-liked in the streaming community, and as soon as she spoke, everyone was very willing to help her. Some, even busy with their own work, made time after overtime at the company to log into their home computers and help Ai Jiayao with gaming live streams and promotional work. Aside from eating and using the restroom, Ai Jiayao remained glued to her computer from morning until now. The reviews for the new game developed by Longwei Group have been overwhelmingly positive online. Ninja Turtles, this is the most fun game I've ever played. It's not only exciting, but also improves our reaction time. War Fire, the OP. This new game not only improves our reaction time, but also boosts our IQ. It's fantastic. As the positive reviews for the game continued online, many fans also Ai Jiayao, leaving comments that her game's streaming had improved and that everyone liked it even more than before. Although the game received great reviews, all of a sudden, some sharp-eyed fans with unique insights on the game also expressed their opinions. Ai vs. Monsters. Jiayao. While this game is good in many aspects, it still has some flaws. In the third level, after Night Kirin obtains the treasure, its combat power should increase, not decrease. Foggy Rain. Ai vs. Monsters. Did you miss something? In the third level, there are 5 treasures, one of which is real treasure, while the other 4 are toxic treasures. If Night Kirin gets a toxic treasure, its combat power would definitely decrease, not increase. Zombie Battle. The OP is right. However, the third level has issues. If Night Kirin obtains a toxic treasure, not only should its combat power decrease, but it also shouldn't be able to continue to the 4th level. If it could still enter the 4th level after obtaining a toxic treasure, that would be too easy. The new game Night Kirin, developed by Longwei Group, was still in the preliminary testing phase online and had not officially launched, yet it had already become a sensation. Ai Jiayao's streaming followers skyrocketed from over 3 million in the morning to over 5 million by the evening. Unconsciously, with the preliminary testing phase of this new game, netizens generously offered their valuable suggestions. Ai Jiayao watched as the number of fans participating in playing the game and commenting on it continued to increase, and for a time, almost everyone on the live stream gathered in Ai Jiayao's streaming room. It was already past 11 at night, and Ai Jiayao saw her follower count still climbing online. The promotional cost for the new game Night Kirin developed by the company had even been saved, and at this moment, The topic and buzz even surpassed some popular celebrity endorsements. Chapter 205: Night Color Chilling Game Modification and Improvement. GUMO stayed by Ai Jiayao side. Watching the number of fans and the popularity of the new game, Night Color Chilling, continuously rise. Ai Jiayao, excited, said to GUMO, look, our newly developed Night Color Chilling game already has so many fans playing it, and they've provided so many valuable suggestions. We've even skipped the initial testing phase this time. Tomorrow we can just have the designers fix the bugs. GUMO was equally excited, tightly holding Ai Jiayao's soft hand, and said enthusiastically, girl, I see it. With you as my lucky star by my side, I can solve any problem. Look at how many people are discussing and providing valuable feedback. This time, our group's newly developed Night Color Chilling game has saved us tens of millions in advertising costs. Its popularity even surpasses that of those hot celebrity endorsements. Seeing Ai Jiayao even more excited and happier than himself, GUMO hugged her tightly and planted a kiss on her forehead, looking at her affectionately and saying, thank you, girl. It's so good to have you by my side. Faced with a major challenge, Ai Jiayao used her influence as a streamer and her connections in the streaming industry to work hand in hand with GUMO, overcoming this significant hurdle together. For GUMO's sake, even though it was late at night, Ai Jiayao refused to rest and stayed in front of the computer. She was exhausted and unknowingly fell asleep at the computer. In her sleep, Ai Jiayao dreamt of things related to the Night Color Chilling game, which touched GUMO's heart. But he felt even more heartache for her. GUMO originally planned to take Ai Jiayao home, but when he looked at the time on his watch, it was already past 2 o'clock. He thought that the bumpy ride would definitely disturb Ai Jiayao's rest. So rather than risk waking her, he decided to let her stay overnight in his office. After all, Ai Jiayao would eventually be part of the GU family. To avoid waking Ai Jiayao, GUMO carefully picked her up in a princess carry and walked out of the live streaming room, taking the elevator to his office. GUMO's office was spacious, with not only a work area, but also a luxurious room and a private dressing room filled with various suits and ties of different colors, which GUMO needed for meeting different clients and attending important events. Carrying Ai Jiayao into the luxurious room of his office, GUMO gently set her down and thoughtfully covered her with an air-conditioned blanket. In this luxurious room, apart from GUMO himself, no one had ever entered before. Ai Jiayao was the first lucky person to come in, and she was even sleeping on GUMO's big bed. If this got out, who knows how many women would envy and resent her. Although Ai Jiayao had only fallen asleep late the previous night, she couldn't help but think about GUMO and woke up early. For Ai Jiayao, GUMO had even instructed the household staff to prepare the best set of clothes for her early in the morning and send them to the company. With her washing and dressing taken care of, GUMO personally went out to buy Ai Jiayao her favorite breakfast. After a simple breakfast, Ai Jiayao was still restless and focused intently in front of the computer. She carefully reviewed the comments she had missed the previous night and looked at the suggestions from online users. Without hesitation, Ai Jiayao picked up her phone and called designer Jiang. After receiving Ai Jiayao's call, designer Jiang immediately came to the live streaming room, where Ai Jiayao briefly shared the feedback from fans online, combining his years of experience with the valuable suggestions provided by netizens. Designer Jiang made adjustments and improvements to the newly developed Night Color Chilling game. After 3 days of relentless effort and hard work, the Night Color Chilling game was finally perfected to the point where no flaws could be found. Designer Jiang and Ai Jiayao went to GUMO's office, where designer Jiang, beaming with a smile, said to GUMO, President, the newly developed Night Color Chilling game has been modified and perfected. It can be released online at any time. GUMO had previously given designer Jiang a week to modify and perfect the Night Color Chilling game, but he was surprised that designer Jiang had completed the task ahead of schedule. GUMO, astonished, couldn't help but praise designer Jiang. Designer Jiang, you did a great job this time. The Night Color Chilling game will receive even more attention online, and I will definitely reward you well. Thank you, President. However, I must give credit to Jiayao for being the first to contribute. If it weren't for her powerful online influence and for helping me identify the game's flaws and the valuable suggestions from enthusiastic netizens in such a short time, I wouldn't have been able to complete the repairs and improvements so quickly. Designer Jiang, being straightforward, also acknowledged Ai Jiayao's contributions. Under designer Jiang's guidance, Gu Mou and Ai Jiayao arrived at the company's most confidential game development room. Gu Mou sat down at designer Jiang's computer to personally experience the modified night color shielding game. Gu Mou's gaming skills were beyond question. As he seemed born to design games, he could easily conquer even the most difficult games. It took him over an hour to complete the game designed by designer Jiang, which showed how much effort had gone into it. After personally testing the game and finding no issues, Gu Mou exited the confidential game development room with a joyful expression. Back in his office, Gu Mou had a beaming smile on his face as he said to Ai Jiayao, "Girl, everything is ready. We just need the right moment." Ai Jiayao, feeling relieved, replied, "Yes. Mou, the next crucial step is up to you to make this game a hit." Gu Mou straightened his posture, hands coolly in his pockets, and confidently instructed Secretary Jean, who was standing nearby. "Secretary Jean, go prepare immediately and notify all major media reporters. We are about to hold a press conference for the newly developed game." Seeing Gu Mou so happy, Secretary Jean was also very pleased and respectfully replied, "Yes, President." Chapter 206. Successfully bridging the funding gap. The game Night Kirin has become very popular on live broadcasts. Secretary Jean just announced that the group will hold a new game launch conference, immediately attracting the attention of major media reporters in City A. They are eager to interview the president of Longwei Group and the designer of this unique new game. Secretary Jean originally planned to hold a reception in a conference room downstairs, but the number of reporters far exceeded her expectations. Therefore, she had to quickly adjust her plans and open the group's largest reception hall to accommodate the press conference. Everything was ready, and reporters from various media outlets had set up their interview equipment, all waiting eagerly for the opportunity to be the first to ask Gu Mou a question. Amidst enthusiastic applause, Gu Mou, accompanied by Ai Jiayao, walked into the game launch with confident and steady steps, exuding charisma. As soon as Gu Mou appeared, he became the focal point of the event, with some girls who had long regarded him as their Prince Charming coming to support him. When the news of Longwei Group's new game launch conference spread, many fans flew in from other places to support Ai Jiayao and cheer her on. After a brief media interview with Gu Mou, Ai Jiayao, and designer Jiang, the most exciting moment was about to be revealed. In front of the media witnesses, everyone awaited the long-anticipated moment. When the game was officially launched, just 3 minutes passed, and the results exceeded everyone's expectations. As soon as it went online, a large number of people logged in, and fans online praised Longwei Group's improved version of Night Kirin with enthusiastic comments. "Hiroshima's love. Wow. The Night Kirin I've been waiting for is finally released. It's amazing. The improved Night Kirin is even more fun to play. Moscow does not believe in tears. This is the best game I've ever played. Every level designed by the designer is very challenging and tests one's skills and agility. Very impressive. Under the cherry blossom tree. The game is fantastic. Although it's my first time playing, I find it very good, suitable for all ages. And it enhances our IQ and brain flexibility." As the press conference was nearing its end, the reporters seemed insatiable, blocking Gu Mou and Ai Jiayao's path. All wanted to interview them again, creating a chaotic scene. Fortunately, Secretary Jean had planned well, and the security was effective, under the escort of security personnel and bodyguards. Gu Mou and Ai Jiayao managed to exit the crowded conference room. Ai Jiayao leveraged the power of the internet, while Gu Mou utilized the media's influence. With the perfect combination of these two powerful forces in today's society, the launch conference for Gu Mou's newly developed game was broadcasted on major TV stations and featured in newspapers and magazines. In an instant, the Night Kirin game launch was a great success, with its attention and popularity far exceeding that of a hot celebrity endorsement. The explosive launch of the new game Night Kirin also brought significant profits to Gu Mou's Longwei Group. The funding gap caused by Zhengxin's embezzlement was successfully bridged due to the success of Knight Kirin's launch. A tricky issue was finally resolved satisfactorily. In a joyful mood, Ai Jiayao unabashedly took Gu Moyu's hand and returned to his office. Girl, thanks to your help, the game Knight Kirin has successfully launched. It has brought significant profits to the company, and the previous funding gap has been closed. The company can now operate normally like before. Gu Moyu shared this recent major good news with Ai Jiayao, feeling relieved. Hearing this, Ai Jiayao was so happy she almost jumped up, leaping in front of Gu Moyu, excitedly exclaiming, "Really? That's great, Moyu, we did it, we succeeded." In a joyful mood, Gu Moyu seriously thanked Ai Jiayao, then happily picked her up in a princess carry, completely disregarding Secretary Jean's feelings, and the two began to twirl around. Secretary Jean, a single dog, suddenly found himself in the midst of a love show and quietly retreated, giving Gu Moyu and Ai Jiayao some space. Closing the office door, Secretary Jean muttered to himself, "Sigh. The president has an air of mystery and seriousness that makes people hesitant to approach. But he seems like a different person when he sees Ai Jiayao. Could this be the legendary truth, that loving someone makes you change everything about yourself?" Ai Jiayao was dizzy for being spun by Gu Moyu, and thankfully, at her request, he finally set her down. The two had not felt this relaxed and at ease in a long time. Gu Moyu also noticed that Ai Jiayao had been working hard recently and began to reward her. "Girl, you've worked hard during this time. Tomorrow, I'll give you a day off with pay, so you can relax." Upon hearing that Gu Moyu was giving her a paid day off, Ai Jiayao joyfully exclaimed, "Oh, yay, thank you, OSS. Long live President Gu." It was already time to get off work, but Gu Moyu was still in the office discussing contracts with clients. To avoid disturbing Gu Moyu's work, Ai Jiayao sent him a message and took a taxi home first. Gu Moyu had not had time to be alone with Ai Jiayao for a long time. To ensure they could spend time together the next day, after finalizing the contract with the client, he did not go home after work, but continued working in the brightly lit office. After looking at documents for a long time, Gu Moyu yawned and checked the time on his watch. Unbeknownst to him, it was already 10 p.m., and he had mostly finished the work for the next day. Only then did he feel relieved to leave the office and drive straight to Ai Jiayao's villa. When Gu Moyu unexpectedly arrived late at night, Ai Jiayao politely welcomed him inside. After chatting comfortably on the sofa for a while, fatigue began to wash over Ai Jiayao. She yawned and, looking exhausted, said to Gu Moyu, "Moyu, I'm so tired. I'm going to sleep now. You should hurry and sleep too." But the mischievous Gu Moyu shamelessly asked Ai Jiayao to sleep with him. However, before he could finish his sentence, Ai Jiayao quickly dashed back to her room and locked the door, fearing she might be cleaned out by Gu Moyu again. Chapter 207. Tightly embraced, a new day has arrived, and Ai Jiayao is still sound asleep in her room. Gu Moyu, on the other hand, got up early to prepare a heartfelt breakfast for her. By the time Gu Moyu had almost finished making the breakfast, all that was left was a cup of milk. He took the milk out of the fridge and thoughtfully warmed it up a bit. Ai Jiayao opened her sleepy eyes and looked out through the curtains, only to see that the sun was already high in the sky. She tiptoed out of bed, stretched lazily, and was immediately greeted by a tempting aroma wafting from outside the room. Ai Jiayao greedily inhaled the scent and quickly returned to the bathroom to wash up and change her clothes. When Ai Jiayao came down from the second floor, Gu Moyu had already prepared the heartfelt breakfast and was waiting for her downstairs. As soon as she walked over, she exclaimed, "Moyu, what delicious food did you buy for me this morning? I could smell it from my room on the second floor." Gu Moyu shook his head and proudly said to Ai Jiayao, "Dear, I didn't buy it. I personally cooked this heartfelt breakfast for you." With a gentlemanly demeanor, Gu Moyu took Ai Jiayao's hand and led her to sit at the dining table. Ai Jiayao sat down, and Gu Moyu quickly returned to his seat, looking at her with happiness and saying, "Dear Miss Ai Jia, it's an honor to invite you to taste the heartfelt breakfast I made. Hurry up and try to see if it suits your taste." As a pampered young master, Gu Moyu rarely cooked, let alone entered the kitchen at home. However, in order for Ai Jiayao to enjoy a delicious breakfast, he put in so much effort, which deeply moved her. While eating the heartfelt breakfast made by Gu Moyu, she generously praised him. Moyu, this heartfelt breakfast you made is so delicious. I love it. Please make it for me whenever you have time in the future. Ai Jiayao loves snacks the most, and to be able to stay close to her, Gu Moyu even called his secretary Jean to go to the supermarket to buy snacks like chips for her. Jean arrived at the villa carrying 2 large bags of snacks and rang the doorbell. After Gu Moyu personally went out to get the snacks, he immediately walked back into the villa. Sitting on the sofa, Gu Moyu asked Ai Jiayao, who was munching on snacks, "Little girl, we rarely have time alone together. We should do something we really want to do." Gu Moyu actually had something else in mind. He wanted to do something intimate with Ai Jiayao. Unfortunately, Ai Jiayao was not on the same wavelength as him. At that moment, Ai Jiayao was still immersed in happiness, believing she hadn't let down her sister Gu Miyuan and Gu Moyu, as they had worked together to solve a major problem. Ai Jiao's gaze fell directly on Gu Moyu, and she nervously asked him, "Moyu, am I a bit more useful now compared to before?" In Gu Moyu's heart, Ai Jiayao had always been a sunny and confident girl, so he was a bit unaccustomed to her suddenly saying such things. Gu Moyu suddenly sat up straight, looked firmly into Ai Jiao's eyes, and solemnly said, "Little girl, no matter in the past, present, or future, you will always be the best and most perfect in my heart." Gu Moyu's heartfelt declaration moved Ai Jiayao deeply. She nodded slightly and asked Moyu, "Am I really that good in your eyes?" But before Ai Jiayao could finish her sentence, Gu Moyu raised his hand to cover her mouth and resolutely assured her, "Little girl, don't say anything more. I know what you're worried about. But please believe me, no matter what pressure my family puts on me, I will never part with you. In my life, there will only be you." Gu Moyu's passionate confession left Ai Jiayao touched, and the two of them embraced tightly. Gu Moyu and Ai Jiayao cuddled on the sofa for a while, when suddenly, ding ding ding, Gu Moyu's phone on the table rang. He held Ai Jiayao tightly in his arms, unwilling to let go. Ai Jiayao nudged him with her elbow, reminding him, "Hey, Moyu, your phone is ringing. Go answer it." At Ai Jiayao's urging, Gu Moyu reluctantly released his hold on her and slowly got up from the sofa to answer the phone. "Hello, Moyu, how have you been lately? Has the financial crisis at the company been resolved?" Gu Yuandong's anxious voice came from the other end of the line. At first, Gu Moyu didn't bother to check the caller ID, thinking it was a call from the company, and he wanted to brush it off to continue enjoying his sweet moment with Ai Jiayao. But upon hearing his father's voice, Gu Moyu immediately became serious and replied earnestly, "Dad, don't worry. The financial crisis at the company has been successfully resolved. This time, it was thanks to Ai Jiay's help. If it weren't for her clever idea that killed 2 birds with 1 stone, saving a large amount in our costs and advertising costs, and allowing our new game to become a hit online, the company wouldn't have made significant profits, which helped to close that huge funding gap." While Gu Moyu was talking on the phone, Wen Shiyue was sitting nearby listening. After Gu Moyu finished explaining, both she and Gu Yuandong wore the same surprised expression, as they hadn't expected Zheng Xin to embezzle the company's funds for stock trading, putting the group in an unprecedented crisis. Fortunately, with Ai Jiayao's help, the crisis was resolved in such a short time. Wen Shiyue, looking displeased, criticized Zheng Xin, "We trusted in Zheng Xin so much, but I never expected him to betray us and do such harm to our family. We really misjudged him." Seeing Wen Shiyue so upset, Gu Yuandong tried to calm her down, saying, "Shiyue, don't be so agitated. It's indeed wrong for Zheng Xin to secretly embezzle company funds. But he is no longer here, so let us not hold it against him. After all, we have been good friends for many years. I think he must have acted irrationally in a moment of impulse. Let us open our hearts and forgive him." Chapter 208. Unable to repay the debt under Gu Yuandong's patient reassurance, Wen Shiyue felt that Gu Yuandong made sense. With an open heart, she sincerely told Gu Yuandong, "Old Gu, I think you're right. And Zheng Xin has left this world, and that's the greatest punishment for him. We should forgive him with the most generous heart." The couple, Gu Yuandong and Wen Shiyue, had always been fond of Enruk, but they felt it was a pity that such a sudden incident occurred. If it weren't for this unexpected event, they believed Enruk would have become their daughter-in-law, as they wished. If Zheng Xin hadn't harmed Longwei Group, Gu Yuandong and Wen Chiyue would have certainly arranged for Gu Moyu to marry Rook. However, the situation took an unexpected turn, and despite their fondness for Rook, they had to give up their long-cherished dream of having Gu Moyu marry her. They understood the gravity of the situation. Although Zhengxin was the one who wronged the Gu family first, the sudden upheaval in the family made Gu Yuandong and Wen Chiyue feel deep sympathy for Zhengxin and Rook. The two families had known each other for many years, having cooperated and fought together in the business world for so long. Gu Yuandong felt that Zhengxin had wronged Longhui Group first, but he still held a trace of friendship for him. Speaking in a negotiating tone, he told Gu Moyu on the phone, "Moyu, the family has suffered such a huge change. Rook must be feeling very sad and helpless right now. The family has known us for many years, and if you don't mind, we can still help Rook." As soon as Gu Yuandong finished speaking, Wen Chiyue, who was listening beside him, felt a bit heartbroken too. Rook had been cherished like a jewel by Zhengxin since childhood, and now that Zhengxin had suddenly passed away, Rook was left all alone in this world. Wen Chiyue also spoke up candidly to Gu Moyu, since the financial crisis in the group has been resolved and the funding gap has been filled, we no longer need Rook to repay the debt. Rook is already pitiful enough, having faced such a huge upheaval overnight. Let's consider it as our last bit of friendship towards the family, so that our acquaintance won't be in vain. When Gu Moyu learned through investigation that Zhengxin had secretly misappropriated the company's funds to speculate in stocks, he was very angry and thought that no matter what, he had to take Zhengxin to court and demand compensation for the group's losses. However, when Gu Moyu found out that Zhengxin had died of a cerebral hemorrhage in prison, he felt that Zhengxin had brought this upon himself, and that his death was not worth lamenting. As the saying goes, a son's debt must be repaid by the father. But Gu Moyu had never thought of making Rook repay Zhengxin's debts. Hearing his parents say such things, Gu Moyu also agreed. He took a deep breath, gazed thoughtfully into the distance, and said to Gu Yuandong and Wen Chiyue on the phone, "Dad, Mom, I completely agree with what you said. In the current situation, it's not just about feeling sorry for Rook. On the other hand, even if we demand that Rook repay her father's debts, the family is now an empty shell, heavily in debt. Rook also doesn't have the ability to repay now." Zhengxin's unscrupulous actions had almost dragged Longhui Group into an irretrievable abyss. Gu Moyu had spent several sleepless nights contemplating this matter, as the group had fallen into a severe crisis, nearly leading to bankruptcy. If Gu Moyu insisted on making Rook repay her father's debts, it would be understandable. Gu Yuandong and Wen Chiyue also knew Gu Moyu's temperament. If he insisted on making Rook compensate for the group's losses, it would be normal. However, when Gu Yuandong and Wen Chiyue heard that Gu Moyu had no intention of making Rook repay the debt, they immediately felt relieved. The tightly furrowed brows of Gu Yuandong relaxed slightly, and with a serious expression, he said, "Moyu, I'm really happy that you can think this way with such a broad mind. You truly deserve to be a member of our Gu family." Wen Chiyue snatched the phone from Gu Yuandong's hand, and with excitement, she reminded Gu Moyu, "Moyu, my good son, you must have been very tired these days because of the group's issues. Listen to your mom, you need to rest well these days. No matter how busy work is, you must take care of your health, eat on time, and don't make me worry. Mom, don't worry, I'll take good care of myself. You also need to take care of your health so that I can work without any worries." Gu Moyu assured Wen Chiyue on the phone, also caring about her health. After hanging up the phone, Wen Chiyue excitedly turned to Gu Yuandong, who was standing beside her, and said, "Old Gu, see, our earlier worries were unnecessary. Our son has grown up. He's a kind child, and his broad-mindedness has surpassed our expectations. In the face of great right and wrong, he can make such a choice, which is truly not easy." Gu Yuandong was also very excited. He gently embraced Wen Chiyue and said appreciatively, "Yes, our son has grown up. He has his own thoughts and the ability to discern right from wrong. His broad-mindedness makes our lifelong efforts to nurture him worthwhile. I believe that with the Gu family in his hands, he will definitely do better and excel beyond me." Just as Gu Moyu finished the call, Ai Jiayao was lying on the sofa with her eyes closed, resting. After Gu Moyu finished talking with his parents, he turned back and gently shook Ai Jiayao, saying, "Girl, Get up quickly. I have something to tell you. Ai Jiayao knew that Gu Moyu had just received a call from his parents. Although she didn't know exactly what they discussed, she sensed that Gu Moyu was in a hurry to wake her up, which meant it was related to her. Ai Jiayao immediately sat up from the sofa and eagerly asked Gu Moyu, what is it? Tell me quickly. Gu Moyu's gaze fell on Ai Jiayao, and in a gentle tone, he said, Girl, my parents just called. I told them everything about how you helped Longwei Group through the financial crisis. Chapter 209, A Slight Change of Perspective. Gu Moyu excitedly shared this news with Ai Jiayao, thinking that Ai Jiayao would surely be very happy after hearing it. Unexpectedly, to Gu Moyu's surprise, Ai Jiayao not only did not show any signs of happiness, but her heart became anxious and uneasy. Ai Jiayao muttered, Oh no, what should I do? What do Moyu's parents think of me now that they know about this? They won't like me even more because of this, will they? Ai Jiayao's heart was filled with dread. Although Gu Moyu had once firmly told her not to care about his parents' opinions, as long as he genuinely liked her. That was enough. Sigh. Although Moyu says that. But after all, Uncle Gu and Aunt Gu are Moyu's biological parents. We have been through so much together, and finally we are together. If Moyu disregards his parents' feelings for my sake and makes Uncle Gu and Aunt Gu unhappy, I definitely won't be happy either. Ai Jiayao thought to herself. As the saying goes, a harmonious family leads to prosperity. Ai Jiayao had long dreamed of gaining the approval of Gu Moyu's parents for everything she did, and she hoped that one day, Gu Moyu's parents would sincerely accept her and genuinely bless her and Gu Moyu. In the past, Ai Jiayao, aside from her beloved live-streaming work, did whatever she wanted without considering the consequences. However, ever since being with Gu Moyu, Ai Jiayao became cautious in everything she did, because she did not want to cause trouble for Gu Moyu because of her actions. At the same time, in order to be worthy of Gu Moyu and to silence the gossip of others, Ai Jiayao kept changing herself. She envisioned a day when she could walk out with Gu Moyu no longer being pointed at by others as someone who was climbing the social ladder, but rather being recognized for her abilities. People would say that she had her own uniqueness, which was why the president liked her. Although Ai Jiao's inner world was very strong, and she seemed indifferent to others' criticisms and cold remarks, every night in the quiet of the night, Ai Jiayao would encourage herself to work hard, striving to be someone who could help Gu Moyu, someone who could share the same boat with him. Ai Jiayao's tenacity had exceeded Gu Moyu's imagination. Previously, Gu Moyu had been thinking about how to continue opposing his parents, though it seemed like a personal conflict. If he handled it poorly, Ai Jiayao would certainly be the one to suffer the most. Gu Moyu's Longwei Group had faced an unprecedented major crisis, and Ai Jiayao stood by his side, fighting alongside him, overcoming numerous difficulties. In the end, the Longwei Group not only resolved its financial crisis in a short period of time, but also saw its business flourishing. Some people in the group had always viewed Ai Jiayao through colored glasses, but after this incident, many had finally shut their mouths. The attitude of some employees in the group towards Ai Jiayao became secondary. The most important thing was that the group had turned the tide and transformed danger into safety. Through this experience, Ai Jiayao gained more, as Gu Yuandong and Wen Qiue's attitudes towards her had slightly changed. Gu Yuandong was personally trimming his favorite flowers in the garden, while Wen Qiue was doing simple exercises nearby. Due to Wen Qiue's poor health, the doctor had advised her to exercise more and sweat daily, as it was beneficial for her body. After finishing her exercises, Wen Qiue was already sweating profusely and gently said to the maid standing nearby, Xiao Chui, please hand me a towel to wipe off my sweat. Upon hearing Wen Qiue speak, the maid hurriedly brought over a dry towel, habitually raising her hand to help wipe Wen Qiue's sweat. However, Wen Qiue quickly took the towel from the maid and said, I could do it myself. Since Wen Qiue had spoken, the maid could only obediently hand the towel to her, slightly lowering her head and respectfully replying, Yes, ma'am. Wen Qiue wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked up at the blue sky, happily saying to Gu Yuandong, who was standing nearby, Old Gu, the weather is nice today. Shall we go for a walk by the seaside and enjoy the sea breeze? When Wen Qiue spoke, Gu Yuandong finally put down the small scissors in his hand and replied to her with a pleasant expression, "Sure. It's rare that we are both in such a good mood today, and we haven't been to the seaside for a long time. Let's have breakfast first, and then we can let driver Lao Wang take us." Just as Gu Yuandong and Wen Chiyue were enjoying their conversation, a maid approached, slightly bowing her head and respectfully saying, "Sir, ma'am, breakfast is ready." Gu Yuandong nodded slightly and said to Wen Chiyue, "Let's go have breakfast first. After we eat, we can head out." Gu Yuandong and Wen Chiyue quickly arrived at the villa's dining room, where the maid had already set the breakfast table. Gu Yuandong and Wen Chiyue sat down facing each other. Wen Chiyue picked up a cup of hot milk from the table, took a gentle sip, and intentionally said to Gu Yuandong sitting across from her, "Old Gu, if it weren't for Jiayao giving us ideas and helping Moyu with all her might, I don't think Moyu would have been able to resolve the group's financial crisis in such a short time. So Jiayao is truly a great contributor to our Gu family." Usually, whenever Gu Yuandong heard Ai Jiayao's name at home, he would frown and inexplicably lose his temper, making Wen Chiyue afraid to mention Ai Jiayao in front of him. However, now that Wen Chiyue calculated that Ai Jiayao had helped the Gu family with such a big task, she no longer felt as disgusted with Ai Jiayao as before. So she dared to tentatively ask Gu Yuandong for his thoughts. "Yes, you. This major financial crisis our group faced would not have been resolved so quickly without Jiayao's strategies. With Moyu's capabilities, even if he could solve the crisis, it wouldn't have been a quick fix, and the group would have suffered significant losses. Many people were waiting to watch the jokes of our Long Wei group from the sidelines, but Jiayao's efforts made them disappointed. I didn't expect Jiayao, this girl, to have such extraordinary willpower and courage at such a young age." Gu Yuandong's response surprised Wen Chiyue. He not only had a slightly changed perspective on Ai Jiayao, but he also gave her such high praise. Chapter 210. Are the advantages being erased? Wen Chiyue never expected that Gu Yuandong, like herself, had gradually changed his view of Ai Jiayao and no longer felt as disgusted as before. Wen Chiyue picked up a piece of bread from the delicate small plate, eating it while smiling brightly at Gu Yuandong. "Old Gu, this girl Jiayao, is quite smart, and we both can see that. I feel that Ai Jiayao is not as bad as we imagined. In many ways, she has the ability to help MOU. Deep down, Ai Jiayao hoped to become more outstanding through her efforts so that she could match Gu MOU. Ai Jiayao once again made up her mind to avoid making MOU feel caught between me and Uncle Gu and Aunt Gu. I can only work harder and harder until I have the ability to earn Uncle Gu and Aunt Gu's recognition." Although Enruk was born with a silver spoon, in terms of figure and appearance, she was still slightly inferior to Ai Jiayao. The only thing Ai Jiayao couldn't compete with Enruk was her background. Ai Jiayao was just the daughter of an ordinary family, and her parents divorced early, so she grew up with her father. Her father was also an ordinary worker in the county town, and compared to the wealthy Gu family, the gap was significant. From the beginning, Gu Yuandong and Wen Chiyue opposed the idea of Ai Jiayao being with Gu MOU because their family backgrounds and growing environments were worlds apart. Nowadays, wealthy families mostly emphasize matching social status. If the gap in status is too great, there will inevitably be many unpredictable frictions in life together. Gu Yuandong and Wen Chiyue had always thought that Gu MOU chose to be with Ai Jiayao out of momentary novelty. And once there were insurmountable frictions in their relationship, Gu MOU would definitely choose to let go. The couple had always liked Enruk, especially recently. They regarded Enruk as a future daughter-in-law, because Enruk was a genuine young lady from a wealthy family, and she studied abroad. She easily surpassed Ai Jiayao in terms of education and family background. Gu Yuandong and Wen Chiyue had watched Enruk grow up, and in their hearts, Enruk was a cultured and graceful young lady, and they understood her well. However, they had never interacted with Ai Jiayao, so they didn't know what kind of person she was, based solely on family background and education. Gu Yuandong and Wen Chiyue would have chosen Enruk with their eyes closed. After taking a sip of milk, Gu Yuandong couldn't help but recall his attitude of distaste toward Ai Jiayao over the past few days. After pondering for a moment, he said to Wen Chiyue opposite him, Have I been a bit excessive in my attitude toward Jiayao these days? If we look at it from the perspective of family background, Jiayao indeed doesn't match us. Have I been wearing colored glasses and erased all her merits? When she had also finished eating and wiped her mouth with a tissue, suddenly realizing as she responded to Gu Yuandong, "Old Gu, what you said reminded me. I've also been thinking about this lately. Could it be that I dislike her so much because Jiayao's background is not as good as our MOUs?" Gu Yuandong and Wen Qiyue exchange a glance, both falling into deep thought. After a while, Gu Yuandong, with a serious expression, spoke first. "You, MOU and MOUon are also children we've raised ourselves. We both agreed to use Western education and Western ideas to educate our children. We can't educate them with the old-fashioned idea that benevolent children come from strict discipline. But it seems we're regressing, still holding on to those feudal thoughts. Isn't that a bit unfair to MOU and Jiayao?" Wen Qiyue remained silent for a long time before expressing her opinion. "Old Gu, I think we should seriously reflect. You see, we have always viewed Jiayao as a worthless girl. Yet this girl we looked down upon was brave enough to stand up and do her best to help MOU through such a tough time. In today's society, the true intentions of a person can only be seen when you face difficulties. Some people may be your best friends or the ones who love you the most when things are fine, but when you encounter trouble, some will distance themselves, eager to clear their relationship with you, fearing being dragged down." Gu Yuandong, with his extensive experience in the business world, had seen many types of people and could relate to the saying, "Once people leave, the warmth is gone." He responded to Wen Qiyue with deep feelings. "Yes. In today's society, where is the sincerity? In the face of money and fame, how many can truly uphold their feelings? Everyone is still pursuing wealth and status. Jiayao is quite a good girl. She can stand on the same front with MOU, sharing joys and sorrows to solve difficulties. Her bravery and spirit of solidarity are things many cannot achieve." Gu Yuandong and Wen Qiyue finished their breakfast amidst the heavy topic. Just as Gu Yuandong walked into the living room, the driver, Old Wang, approached, slightly bowing his head, and respectfully said, "Sir, madam, the car is ready, and we can head to the beach at Zhongxin right away." Gu Yuandong glanced back at Wen Qiyue, who was still deep in thought, and reminded her directly, "You, don't think too much. Didn't you say you wanted to go to the beach with me to enjoy the sea breeze today? Let's get ready and set off soon." Wen Qiyue also thought it had been a long time since she went to the beach with Gu Yuandong. It was rare for him to show such interest in accompanying her today, so even though she had her worries, she temporarily set them aside and forced a smile at Gu Yuandong. "Okay, I'll go change clothes first, you prepare a bit, and I'll be down soon." Wen Qiyue climbed the stairs to the second floor. After a struggle with her thoughts, she finally put her worries aside and wanted to enjoy some leisure time with Gu Yuandong. Chapter 211. Only able to agree, Gu Yuandong and Wen Qiyue have almost put aside their dissatisfaction and prejudices against Ai Jiayao. They're slowly beginning to accept her. One reason is that Ai Jiayao has proven herself to Gu Yuandong and Wen Qiyue through her efforts. Another important reason is that Zhongxin has died, leaving behind a mountain of debt. Even if all the assets of the family were sold, it would still be a great achievement to pay off the debts. Moreover, Enrook has suddenly transformed from a beloved young lady into someone burdened with debt. Given her current situation, Enrook can no longer be regarded as a wealthy young lady. Gu Yuandong and Wen Qiyue had always wanted Enrook to marry into the Gu family, primarily because the family and the Gu family were well matched in social status. Furthermore, within Zhongxin's connections in the business world at that time, a union between the two families would undoubtedly elevate Gu Moyu's career to new heights. However, within Zhongxin's sudden death and the burden of debt, the family and the Gu family are now mismatched. Gu Moyu has been at odds with Gu Yuandong and Wen Qiyue for a long time over Ai Jiayao. Every time he returns home and they mention the idea of him breaking up with Ai Jiayao, Gu Moyu firmly expresses his feelings. "In my heart, the person I love the most is Ai Jiayao. I will never love anyone else in my lifetime." Driver Lao Wang drove a black Audi, slowly bringing Gu Yuandong and Wen Qiyue to the Citic Resort. With a smile, Lao Wang turned around and said, "Sir, madam, we have arrived at the Citic Resort." Gu Yuandong nodded slightly and got out of the car first, displaying his usual gentlemanly demeanor as he extended his hand to help Wen Qiuyue out. Wen Qiuyue stood there with a faint smile, looking up at the blue sky and taking a deep breath of fresh air. Gu Yuandong and Wen Qiuyue arrived at the seaside of the Citic Resort. The weather was excellent today, and the beach was especially lively. Many children, led by their parents, were happily playing in the water under the blue sky. There were also employees from companies grouped together, swimming in teams, and others playing beach volleyball. Many couples were walking barefoot along the beach, hand in hand. Gu Yuandong took off his shoes and crouched down to help Wen Qiuyue change into her beach shoes, as she always preferred wearing them for a stroll by the sea. After changing her shoes, Gu Yuandong took Wen Qiuyue's hand. Even after more than 30 years together, their relationship remained as sweet as first love. Gu Yuandong and Wen Qiuyue were well known as a model couple in a city. No matter what achievements Gu Yuandong attained in business or the difficulties he faced, Wen Qiuyue remained steadfastly by his side, sharing both joy and hardship. Gu Yuandong's success in the business world and his status as an influential figure could not be separated from the silent support and guidance of his capable wife, Wen Qiuyue. Though Wen Qiuyue was already over 50, she still maintained a well-proportioned figure, slightly curvy with a touch of happy weight. Her skin was as youthful and firm as a young girl's. The moment she stood there, people could instantly recognize that Wen Qiuyue was someone of extraordinary status, exuding an innate air of wealth and noble elegance. Holding Wen Qiuyue's fair hand, the couple walked shoulder to shoulder with love. Gu Yuandong reminisced about the past, a happy smile on his face, and said, "Do you remember? I confessed to you for the first time by the sea, and I proposed to you there too. Now, 30 years have passed, and we can still walk hand in hand by the sea. I feel so very happy." Although Wen Qiuyue had been with Gu Yuandong for so many years, she still blushed at the mention of his heartfelt confession and proposal, her face glowing with an undeniable smile as she replied, "Yes. Old Gu, do you know? From the day you confessed to me, I have determined that you are the man I will love for the rest of my life. No matter how deep the abyss ahead, I will steadfastly walk with you until the last moment of my life." For some reason, both Gu Yuandong and Wen Qiuyue felt a surge of emotions today as they visited the seaside. They began reminiscing about their first love and then transitioned to discussing their children, Gu Moyu and Gu Moin, eventually touching on Gu Moyu and Ai Jiayao. Old Gu Moyu is usually only focused on work. No matter how beautiful or outstanding the girls we introduced him are, he doesn't even glance at them. Ai Jiayao isn't particularly outstanding among many girls, yet our Moyu has fallen for her and is so head over heels. As parents, we can't keep opposing this. We should let go of our prejudices and slowly accept them. Wen Qiuyue expressed her innermost thoughts. Gu Yuandong pondered deeply and replied, "Moyu has inherited our Gu family's stubborn temper. Once he decides on something, not even 9 oxen can drag him back. Since Moyu likes Jiayao so much, no matter how unwilling we are, we have no choice but to agree." Ai Jiayao could naturally sense the worries in Gu Moyu's heart. He hugged her from behind and firmly said, "Girl, whatever you want to do, I will support you from behind. You don't need to worry or be afraid. Just bravely go for it. I am your strongest backing." Ai Jiayao indeed had many concerns at her heart, but Gu Moyu's comfort and strong support undoubtedly provided her with great encouragement and courage. Ai Jiayao was deeply moved, her beautiful big eyes gazing affectionately at Gu Moyu, and she sincerely said, "Moyu, every word you said gives me great encouragement and courage. I know that being with me means you will face many challenges. Uncle and Aunt do not agree with us being together, and you have a lot of pressure, but I believe that as long as we work hard together, we can win their approval. Being with you is the luckiest thing in my life." Ai Jiayao hugged Gu Moyu even tighter, feeling increasingly happy being with him. Chapter 212, Becoming Your Guardian Today. When Gu Yuandong and Wen Qiuyue called Gu Moyu in the morning, they not only discussed matters related to the group, but also earnestly instructed Gu Moyu, "Arrange some time in the next few days to bring Jiayao home for dinner whenever you can." Gu Moyu was very pleased with the sudden change in attitude from Gu Yuandong and Wen Qiuyue, but he also understood that his parents did not genuinely accept Ai Jiayao. It was merely because Ai Jiayao had helped him, the Gu family, and the group with a significant favor that his parents were asking him to bring Jiayao home for dinner. Gu Moyu had no room for thought and immediately refused Gu Yuandong and Wen Qiyue's proposal. Deep down, he understood his parents' true intentions, but he also hoped to gain their support. However, at this moment, he did not want his parents to take Ai Jiayao to meet his grandparents because of this. What he hoped for was that his parents would sincerely and completely accept Ai Jiayao. After a warm embrace, Gu Moyu leaned back on the sofa, while Ai Jiayao nestled in Gu Moyu's sturdy arms like a little bird. Moyu, we have known each other for so long and have gone through so much to be together. I see everything you have done for me with your companionship. My life has become happier and happier. Thank you. Ai Jiayao expressed the words she most wanted to say to Gu Moyu without reservation. Gu Moyu tightened his grip on Ai Jiao's hand, gazing steadfastly into the distance, and spoke gently. Girl, from the moment I fell in love with you, I hope to become your guardian, to stay by your side forever and protect you for a lifetime. In the past, Gu Moyu always acted playfully and frivolously in front of Ai Jiayao. It was only today that Ai Jiayao finally understood that it was merely Gu Moyu's playful side. During their time together in the group, Ai Jiayao discovered why Gu Moyu could captivate countless girls in City A, who would do anything just to catch a glimpse of him, even if it was just from a distance. Gu Moyu was naturally very charming, with a handsome face and well-defined features. His serious demeanor at work could enchant thousands of girls, and even Ai Jiayao, who often stayed by his side, occasionally found herself drawn to him, staring at him as if in a trance, like a lovesick girl. Fortunately, Gu Moyu did not notice, or else Ai Jiayao would have been terribly embarrassed. Outside, the weather was sunny and pleasant, but Ai Jiayao and Gu Moyu were snuggled up at home, not going anywhere because they had finally set aside their work and could enjoy some leisure time together, which they both cherished. Just as Gu Moyu and Ai Jiayao were chatting happily, a little bird landed on the balcony, chirping away. Ai Jiayao quickly got up from Gu Moyu's side. Gu Moyu, reluctant to let Ai Jiayao leave him, said with a hint of reluctance, Girl, where are you going? Ai Jiayao did not answer Gu Moyu and quickly walked to the balcony. When Ai Jiayao reached the balcony, she found a magpie trapped against the glass window. She gently opened the window sill and carefully rescued the magpie. Moyu, come out for a minute. Ai Jiayao called to Gu Moyu from the balcony. Hearing Ai Jiayao's call, Gu Moyu hurriedly came out to her without even putting on his slippers. Ai Jiayao held the magpie for Gu Moyu to see. Her face filled with pride as she said, Moyu, look, I just did a good deed and saved a little life. Gu Moyu did not hold back either, giving Ai Jiayao a thumbs up and praising her. Yeah, you're amazing, great job. After hearing the magpie's call, Ai Jiayao rushed over and timely saved the bird, so it was unharmed. Gu Moyu took the magpie from Ai Jiayao's hands, quickly checked it, and after confirming it was uninjured, they both decided, based on Ai Jiayao's suggestion, to release the magpie back into nature. Watching the magpie fly out the window, soaring freely, Ai Jiayao and Gu Moyu both wore matching smiles. Perhaps because they spent so much time together, they were increasingly resembling a couple. Oh, yay, that's great. Moyu, look how happy the magpie is flying freely outside. Ai Jiayao clapped her hands in delight. In front of Gu Moyu, Ai Jiayao was always carefree, without a trace of scheming, completely free-spirited. Ai Jiayao was a simple, pure, and kind girl, which is one of the reasons why Gu Moyu fell in love with her. Seeing Ai Jiayao, who was as happy as a child, Gu Moyu couldn't help but smile broadly, his heart filled with joy. Gu Moyu and Ai Jiayao stood on the balcony, gazing at the blue sky and enjoying the gentle breeze, and Ai Jiayao felt that at this moment, she was the happiest person in the world. Ai Jiayao felt that recently, because of being busy with work, Gu Moyu had not said I love you to her for a long time. Ai Jiayao's gaze fell directly on Gu Moyu, and she said directly, Moyu, it's been so busy lately, and I haven't heard you say I love you to me for a long time. Can you say it to me again? Gu Moyu was always ready to fulfill any request from Ai Jiayao. Even if Ai Jiayao asked for stars from the sky, Gu Moyu would probably find a way to get one for her. Gu Moyu looked into Ai Jiayao's eyes, filled with affection, and softly said, "Girl, I love you." Although it was just a few simple words, hearing them from Gu Moyu made Ai Jiayao feel like it was the most beautiful melody in the world, intoxicating her. Ai Jiayao also gazed deeply into Gu Moyu's eyes and emotionally replied, "I love you too." As soon as she finished speaking, she planted a sweet kiss on Gu Moyu's fair cheek with a pop. Before Gu Moyu could react, the blushing Ai Jiayao had already run back to the living room. Gu Moyu silently vowed to protect Ai Jiayao for a lifetime, ensuring she would never suffer any grievances.